Family, who understands? On the night of my wedding, I unexpectedly caught my bride and her third brother getting intimate in our wedding room. Back then, I went from a genius to a useless person, and my father used 30,000 soldiers to exchange for my status as a prince consort, only to be humiliated. Just when I was extremely furious, my mother's relic, a jade pendant, activated and gave me the power to seek revenge, let me tell you. Who wouldn't explode if this happened to them? On my wedding day, on my wedding night, my bride, the eldest princess of the Heavenly Dough Empire, CaoQiang, was in my wedding room putting on a live performance of sibling love with her third brother, CaoQiang. Third brother, hurry up. Leander can't wait any longer. As soon as I reached the window, I heard this. Good heavens, I was immediately frozen like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Then, a lewd voice from a man floated out. Leander, can't wait anymore? Don't beg for mercy later. Family, who understands? I just sent my father away, and right after he left, I was being cheated on. There was a delicate, white hand resting on the window, wearing the diamond ring I had polished for 2 months. The diamond sparkled so brightly, it was more dazzling than lightning. Wasn't this just rubbing my face in the dirt? All right, let's rewind time and sort out how outrageous this situation is. My name is CaoQiang. I used to be a prominent figure, the holy son of the spirit hall, with a 3-life martial soul, a soul king level, a proud child of heaven. However, a year ago, I was ambushed while chasing a dark soul master and lost all my cultivation, going from genius to useless. My father, Duke Chao, pitied me and worried that I would be bullied, so he used his 30,000 soldiers to get me a status as a prince consort, allowing me to marry the eldest princess, CaoQiang. Today is my wedding day. It was pouring rain outside, and on the way to the wedding room, my father kept reminding me to be mature and not to cause trouble. But if someone bullied me, he would risk his life to deal with them. He even gave me a jade pendant, saying it was my mother's relic. At that moment, I felt warm inside, thinking that lacking soul power was not a big deal as long as my family was safe. But then, reality slapped me hard in the face. Standing in the rain, I felt icy all over, my heart colder than the sky. I was furious, unwilling, and filled with hatred. Why should I be humiliated like this? Just because I'm a useless person now? If I were still that soul king, who would dare? Just as I was about to be consumed by my anger, my mother's jade pendant suddenly whooshed and turned into a beam of light that entered my dantian. Immediately, a sinister voice echoed in my mind. Kid, do you want power? Do you want to kill them? Before I could react, an old man's phantom appeared in front of me, looking incredibly abstract. His face was so wrinkled it could be used as a washboard. And as soon as he appeared, time around us froze, raindrops hanging in midair. He got straight to the point. Kid, they'll lend you 15 minutes of power to wash away your shame. But afterward, you must help me with 3 things. Do you agree? Was there even a choice? I immediately asked what things. First, help me collect 100 women to restore my cultivation. Wow, that's quite a request. But I didn't hesitate for a second. Okay. Second, after you become a god king, help me find a new body. What if I can't do it? Then I'll have to use yours. Damn, this old man cut off my escape route. Fine, he'll endure. Okay, I agree. I was still planning to deliberately slow down my cultivation speed, but the old man saw right through me. Kid, don't think about being slick. If you dare to slack off, I have plenty of ways to make you wish you were dead. Truly an old fox. What about the third thing? He'll tell you later. Now it's a deal. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man disappeared, and a familiar yet strange, terrifying power instantly filled my body. I felt like I could punch a tidal Douluo to death. CaoQiang, accept your judgment. I was surrounded by dark energy, my aura akin to that of a demon descending upon the world, and I walked step by step toward the wedding room. Bang! I kicked the door open, and let me tell you, the scene was simply eye-watering. Those two were still applauding for love. When they saw me, they froze for a moment, then didn't stop. They even smiled at me. The woman said in a flirtatious tone, CaoQiang, you're here. Sit for a while, third brother is pinned up. Let me serve him first. CaoQiang, the third brother, added brother-in-law. Don't mind me. Leander has always needed discipline. Let me take care of her for you. They wanted to see me furious and satisfy their twisted psychology. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. I looked at them as if I were looking at 2 corpses. Are you done? My voice was so low it didn't sound like my own. Both of them froze simultaneously, and the next second, their faces were filled with terror. A black vine whooshed and silently pierced through CaoQiang's throat, blood splattering all over CaoQiang's face. My cold voice echoed again. If you're done, go to hell. Just as CaoQiang was about to scream, another vine wrapped tightly around her neck, physically silencing her, the spikes on it viciously entering and exiting her body. Throughout it all, I watched coldly. Once it was done, the old man floated out again, holding a scroll. When I saw that scroll, my pupils shook. It was it. A year ago, this very thing had completely destroyed my cultivation. I had been chasing a dark soul master, and in desperation, he threw this scroll at me. I could have dodged, but someone ambushed me from the shadows, and I collided with the scroll. It disappeared into my body, and my cultivation was wiped clean overnight. Was it you who set this trap? I gritted my teeth and asked. The old man shook his head. No, I am just a remnant soul residing in this world map. You inadvertently activated it, allowing me to come out. The reason you lost your cultivation was that this map is incomplete. I used your martial soul and soul power to fill the gap. Otherwise, you would have become a dead corpse long ago. So I should thank him? Fine. Thank you for saving my life, senior. The old man waved his hand, saying not to mention it. If I couldn't fulfill his 3 conditions, he would still kill me. He then mentioned that the jade pendant my father gave me, which was my mother's relic, happened to complete the gap in the world map. He could now cultivate inside it. As he spoke, he laughed and dove into a black and white world within the world map. I instantly felt connected to this map and could see him meditating inside. 9 large cauldrons floating above him, wildly absorbing the black and white energy, making him look a bit younger. 15 minutes later, he emerged, and with a swipe of his finger on the map, a region called Rune World lit up. Countless runes appeared before me, and the old man said, "Look for yourself, pick one you like, and it'll help you get it." I casually picked an invisibility rune and began to deal with the bodies. Just as I was halfway through, I suddenly sensed someone approaching. I looked up and saw the Crown Prince, CaoQiang. What was he doing here? Wait, I immediately realized CaoQiang was just Qianren in disguise. Our previous relationship was so close, we were just a paper wall away from breaking through. There was no time to think. I quickly used the invisibility rune and quietly slipped away. Just after I ran a little distance, I looked back, and good heavens, the princess mansion was ablaze. She was helping me destroy the evidence. Family, this is true love. It'll pay my respects first. I rushed back to the National Public House through the pouring rain and found my father. I laid it all out for him. Dad, I killed CaoQiang and Shuelian. I thought my father would scold me to no end. After all, this was a huge deal. But after listening to my explanation, he was stunned for a long time and then asked gravely, "You did nothing wrong. Why should I punish you?" He then pulled me into an embrace and said, "I've always said, whoever bullies you, you'll risk everything to make them pay, no matter if they are from the royal family." At that moment, tears streamed down my face. Seeing that I was fine and hearing that I had regained some strength to cultivate, my father was so excited that his eyes turned red. He told me to stay home for a few days and immediately wrote letters to some of my 2 older brothers back from the frontier. Early the next morning, while drinking the porridge that my father had personally made, I couldn't help but ask him, "Dad, is Mom really dead?" My father remained silent for a long time, his eyes moist, before finally revealing the truth. Mom was indeed not dead. Her identity was extraordinary. Back then, to protect us, she was taken away by a powerful, mysterious force. She didn't want us to take risks, so my father kept this secret for over a decade. After hearing this, my heart felt like it was struck by thunder. I vowed that I would become stronger, rescue my mom, and reunite our family. After discussing with my father, I decided to leave the city for a while to avoid the storm and also to improve my strength. After I left, my older brothers rushed back to Tiano City. My eldest brother, Chao Xiao, directly went to find the Crown Prince, CaoQiang, who was also Qianren. The 2 of them strategized, and our Chao family officially formed an alliance with the Crown Prince. As for me, I exited Tiando City and ran 300 miles overnight to a place called the Yulai Hotel. In the middle of the night, through the glass door, I saw a sister in a red dress, resting her chin in her hand, daydreaming, murmuring, "I wonder if Brother CaoQiang will come again in the future, and after marrying that princess, will he be bullied?" My heart warmed, and I pushed the door open, causing the bell to jingle. The sister in the red dress looked up and, excited, stood up directly. "CaoQiang, what are you doing here?" Her name was Sister Zhou, my confidant. She came around from behind the counter, grabbed my hand, her big eyes sparkling. "Wow, now that you're married, your mouth has gotten sweeter." I was taken aback and replied with a sad expression, "Sister Zhou, I did not deceive you. I genuinely miss you." Upon noticing my expression, Sister Zhou immediately pulled me onto the sofa, her face filled with concern. "Little brother, what is the matter? Aren't you getting married soon? Why have you come here?" I took a moment to gather my emotions, and in the most sorrowful tone, replied, "Sister Zhou, I have been betrayed, and I have been made to wear an immense green hat." As soon as the words left my mouth, I must say, Sister Zhou appeared utterly stunned, but only for a fleeting second. Her expression swiftly transformed from one of sympathy to one of fierce anger. Goodness! I felt the temperature in the room drop significantly. I indulged my dramatic flair and squeezed out 2 crocodile tears, choking back my words Shiwilian Shi. She actually did that with Shiweching right in front of me. I emphasized the last 3 words with particular weight. Sister Zhou fell silent, but the intensity of her anger was palpable. At that moment, I truly believed she was more than just an ordinary hotel owner. I feigned ignorance and continued my tragic performance. I was furious, humiliated for the first time in my life, in a fit of rage. I sent them to their rightful place. Upon hearing this, Sister Zhou nodded vigorously, grasping my hand with a tenderness that was unwavering. Little brother, you did the right thing. Those kinds of people deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Sister Zhou, I could no longer contain my emotions and embraced her tightly, weeping heart-wrenchingly, my tears and snot smearing onto her. She held me close, gently patting my back, saying nothing, yet her presence was far more comforting than 1,000 words. After a long while, when my tears had subsided, she softly inquired, Little brother, what are your plans moving forward? The opportunity had arrived. I took a moment to compose myself, lifted my gaze to meet hers, and with the most sincere, vulnerable, yet slightly fiery eyes, I spoke with a tremor in my voice. I would like to ask Sister Zhou for a favor. What favor? I paused for effect and articulated each word carefully. I wish for Sister Zhou to assist me in completing a dual cultivation. What? Sister Zhou's pupils widened in shock, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. I thought to myself, perhaps that was too abrupt. However, in the next second, her astonishment transformed into sheer delight, her eyes sparkling as if she had seen a sumptuous feast after 3 days of hunger. She was even more eager than I was. I am willing. At this point, I was the one left bewildered. Huh? I said I am willing, she declared emphatically, leaning closer, when, now. I observed her eagerness and mused that this woman had hidden her true self quite well. I nodded, albeit slowly, yes. Then come with me. She grasped my hand and pulled me into a room adorned in shades of pink and purple. The atmosphere was electrifying. With a swift motion, she locked the door and turned to face me, her gaze akin to that of a hungry wolf eyeing a plump lamb. Do you wish to undress yourself, or shall I assist you? At that moment, I felt as though I had walked into a den of predators. How had I never noticed Sister Zhou's boldness before? Had I known she was like this, I would have married her long ago. As I pondered this, she had already begun to unzip her skirt with one hand, while the other was deftly unbuttoning my shirt. The intensity of her actions left me no room for thought. It was a clear case of seizing the moment. Just as we were about to embark on the main event, she suddenly gasped, her expression contorted with pain. I was startled. Sister Zhou, are you all right? She supported her waist, her face drained of color, yet maintained her composure. It's nothing. It's my first time. I lack experience and have strained my back. Just give me a moment. I felt a mix of concern and amusement. She was simply too adorable. I quickly sat up and placed my hands on her waist, gently massaging it. Before long, her face flushed, the pain subsided, and she relaxed against me, softly suggesting, perhaps you should take the lead. Very well, the initiative was now mine. After an hour, I exhaled a deep breath, feeling as though my body had been thoroughly emptied. Yet my spirit was more invigorated than ever. Sister Zhou, utterly exhausted, had long since fallen asleep. I tenderly kissed her forehead and whispered, Sister Zhou, I must take my leave. Please take care. I dressed swiftly, preparing to sneak away. Just as I reached the door, her drowsy voice called out from behind. Do not harbor any psychological burden. Everything was of my own volition. Live well, Sister Zhou loves you. I replied with a soft daring not to turn back. I fear that if I did, I would be unable to leave. I had to go. This exchange not only elevated my soul power to level 10, but the wise old spirit also unlocked the realms of artifacts and runes within the myriad world map, granting me an extraordinary weapon and 2 long-distance teleportation talismans. I needed to find a soul ring immediately to ascend beyond a soul practitioner and gain strength. I shattered one of the teleportation talismans, and in the blink of an eye, I found myself in a place known as the Hunting Soul Forest. Little did I know, just as I departed, Sister Zhou opened her eyes, her gaze deep and profound like the night sky. She murmured to herself, CaoQiang, this is all I can do for you. Slowly, her body began to fade, until she vanished entirely. To make matters even more surreal, her hotel transformed as if under a tenfold acceleration of decay, becoming dilapidated and rotten. even changing its name. Meanwhile, in the Tiandou imperial palace, the old emperor, Shui, was entangled with his concubine, Xiao Fei. While indulging in the tiger wolf ointment sent by the eldest prince, Qing he boisterously proclaimed his desire for another child, insisting he could not be outdone by me. A mere waste. Little did he know, his precious daughter and son had already been reunited by my hand. The following morning, news broke. First, a report came in stating that my wedding chamber had caught fire, with the princess and prince missing, leaving only 2 headless corpses behind. The old emperor was stunned, ordering an immediate investigation. Before long, even more explosive gossip spread throughout the palace. The 3rd prince and the princess had been murdered during a secret meeting. As for me, my fate remained uncertain. Ultimately, the intelligence returned by the shadow guards left the old emperor infuriated, prompting him to spit blood. His beloved son, Shui Qing, not only had an affair with his sister, but had also killed his own brother, the 2nd prince. This was the final straw, as a royal scandal erupted into the open. The old emperor issued orders to seal off the news while dispatching people across the world to find me, demanding to see me alive or dead. He did not suspect I was behind it. However, he remained unaware that his shadow guards had already been bribed by the eldest prince, Qian Rinxue, and the information had been intentionally leaked. As for me, I was already 100,000 miles away in the hunting soul forest, preparing for my own auspicious beginning. Just as I was searching, I heard a clear voice behind me. "Teacher, is this the hunting soul forest?" I turned around to find an old scholar and a young child, around 5 or 6 years old, unremarkable in appearance, and dressed in the uniform of Notting Junior Academy. The child scanned me with wide eyes and innocently asked his teacher, "Why would someone so grown still hunt soul beasts?" I couldn't help but chuckle. This little brat was quite cheeky. I retorted, "Little friend, did your mother not tell you that if you have nothing wise to say, it is better to remain silent?" Upon hearing this, the child's expression shifted to one of defiance, as if he believed I had invited my own demise. The elder, referred to as master, hurriedly apologized. I chuckled lightly, dismissing them, and turned to leave. Behind me, the child was practically grinding his teeth in frustration. Later, I learned that this child was Tang San, born with innate full soul power and possessing dual martial spirits, impressively formidable, making everyone else appear weak in comparison. Before long, I heard a scream in the distance. It turned out that the master and disciple duo had encountered a 4-meter-long mandala snake and were being pursued in a panic. Realizing this was Tang San's opportunity, I knew I had to act. I summoned my Ghost King Vine Martial Spirit, and with a swift flick of my vines, I commanded a group of small soul beasts, aged between 1 to 200 years, to charge toward the mandala snake. The master was momentarily struck dumb, exclaiming, "That is the Gui Wang tongue, an exceptional control-type martial spirit." He found it incomprehensible that I, lacking a soul ring, could command such a multitude of soul beasts. His admiration for talent ignited. He urged Tang San to step back and released his martial spirit, Luo San Pao. However, the wretched beast failed to incapacitate the snake with its foul stench. Instead, the snake retaliated, spraying venom all over him, which in turn afflicted the master with poison, causing him to collapse. Concealed in the shadows, Tang San's eyes burned with jealousy, nearly turning violet. He resented my good looks and the spotlight I had stolen from him. This fellow was truly skilled at companionship, assisting my ascension while gifting me kills. Just as the snake lunged to bite Tang San, I sprang into action. From the realm of my equipment, I swiftly drew forth the green shadow gun. And in a flash, as the snake gaped its jaws, I thrust the gun into its mouth, exiting through the back of its head. The movement flowed like water, seamless and fluid. Tang San was left in shock. Little did he know, my weapon enhanced my combat power by 20. And combined with the solid foundation I had established post-reconstruction, my explosive force rivaled that of a great soul master. Yet, instead of gratitude, he harbored even greater animosity towards me. He gritted his teeth and accused, "You are seizing my opportunity. Unbelievable." For the sake of that snake's soul ring, he refused to acknowledge his savior, claiming it would allow his Lan Yin Chao to grow longer and sturdier. "CaoQiang, you have chosen the path to your demise." He even dared to threaten me. I retaliated with a vine strike, sending him flying several meters, coldly stating, "Young one, this place is toxic and perilous." He spat blood, still attempting to resist, so I leveled the gun at him. "This time, it is the vine. Next time, it shall be this gun that sends you on your way." Only then did he relent. I approached the feigning snake and delivered another shot, watching as a yellow soul ring slowly ascended. First, I administered an antidote pill to the master, then set up a small formation around the two of them, before settling down to absorb my first soul ring. Tang San, watching from the sidelines, was nearly purple with envy. Soon, I successfully absorbed the soul ring, acquiring my first soul skill, entanglement. It had an instantaneous effect within a 100-meter radius and included the venom and paralysis effects of the mandala snake. Upon awakening, the master praised my soul skill profusely, whilst Tang San's expression darkened even further. At that moment, the ancient Yin-Yang ancestor in my mind began to chatter again. Little one, do you desire to experience the pleasures of the most noble women of your Douluo continent? The pontiff of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong. If you can cultivate with her, I shall impart to you the 9 cauldrons divine art, exponentially increasing your training speed. Upon hearing this, what hesitation could remain? Power. I crave power. I aim to overshadow the entire Shui Yi royal family. Senior, I wish to. Please instruct me on how to proceed. The ancestor chuckled, explaining that this technique required finding a high-level female soul master for dual cultivation. An ordinary woman like Zhou Jia would no longer suffice. Where could I locate a female soul master? Immediately, I thought of Nodding City. The ensuing days were straightforward yet intense. Utilizing my financial prowess and handsome visage, I swiftly won over a female teacher from a primary academy that very night. After a night of fervor, she became utterly infatuated with me. To retain my presence, just 2 days later, she introduced me to her 2 friends, both of whom were great soul masters. What a splendid turn of events. For 20 days, I lived a life akin to that of a deity, making modest progress in the 9 cauldrons divine art, while also unlocking the realm of formations and more advanced runes. Until news arrived from my father, Chao Panshur, announcing that the commotion had subsided and I could return home. I bid a reluctant farewell to my 3 instructors and teleported directly back to the Duke's residence in Tiando City. Upon my return, my father was overwhelmed with excitement, circling around me multiple times, exclaiming that I had grown slimmer yet sturdier. I revealed to him, "Father, I have advanced to the rank of Soul Master." His astonishment was palpable, followed by hearty laughter, proclaiming that I was indeed his son. He insisted on gathering my elder brother and second brother for a celebratory drink. As I stepped outside, I encountered my elder brother, Chao Xiao, and my second brother, Chao Man. The latter, a boisterous fellow, immediately enveloped me in a bear hug, brimming with excitement. My elder brother, being more composed, playfully smacked Chao Man with a fan, chiding him for his overzealousness. I chuckled, saying, "Chao Man, it's fine. I can cultivate now." Chao Man's eyes widened in disbelief, while Chao Xiao wore an expression of knowing anticipation. Just as we prepared to seek out our father for a drink, a general rushed in with urgent news, stating there was a pressing matter in the military, and that my father had already departed. He instructed us brothers to finish our gathering and visit him in the military camp in a couple of days, also advising me to enjoy some leisure time until I reached the rank of Soul Master before finding them. Upon hearing this, Chao Man immediately suggested, "Let us head to your courtyard, third brother. Have your little chef prepare some delicious dishes." Chao Xiao chimed in with a teasing remark. "Aren't you afraid of being chased by your little chef wielding a kitchen knife again?" Chao Man's face turned awkward. That was a misunderstanding. Who would have thought that such a seemingly gentle girl had such a fierce pet dog? When I mentioned wanting dog meat, he didn't stop me. I must say, my second brother was quite audacious. He insisted that I, Chao Chong, should properly explain things to that little chef Xiaolon, claiming it was all my fault for not informing her in advance, leading to her misunderstanding me as a villain. Fine. I, Chao Chong, indeed bore some responsibility. Whenever the subject of that little chef, Xiaolon, arose, discomfort washed over me. She was the one I had saved, and her culinary skills were unparalleled. In gratitude, she insisted on preparing me 100 meals. I had promised that once the 100 meals were complete, I would take her back to my hometown, Nodding City. But what transpired? Just as we finished the 100 meals, I turned around and married Shuel Yin, completely forgetting about that matter. The guilt weighed heavily on him, and he promptly decided that after this meal, he would take Xiaolon home the following day. Unbeknownst to him, merely thinking about this brought a smile to his face. Meanwhile, his 2 brothers, Chao Man and Chao Xiao, exchanged knowing glances, their laughter laced with mischief, understanding what was unspoken. The scene shifted to the Duke's residence. In my brother's courtyard, a girl of about 12 or 13, clutching a chicken leg in one hand and petting her large yellow dog with the other, was murmuring to her pet, "Ah Huang, Do you think the young master is eating well over there? Will he miss me? The large yellow dog barked twice, fixated on the chicken leg, nearly drooling. The girl interpreted this as, "You think the young master will miss me too?" I knew it. Her face beamed with joy, akin to a blooming flower. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing the chicken leg to tumble to the ground, but she shot forward like a cannonball. "Young master," she shouted, coming to a screeching halt before my brother, hastily hiding her greasy hand behind her back, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she stammered, young master. "You've returned." Meanwhile, the gluttonous large yellow dog hesitated for a brief moment between the chicken leg and my brother, ultimately deciding to abandon the food and obediently scurry to my brother's side. My brother felt warmth in his heart, immediately embracing Xiao Lan tightly and ruffling the dog's head affectionately. Xiao Lan's eyes turned red, prompting her to quickly turn away and pull my brother inside, insisting, "Young master, you must be starving. I'll get you some food." As she turned around, her gaze met Xiao Man's. The atmosphere was palpable. Xiao Lan's smile vanished in an instant, transforming into a state of heightened alertness as she shielded her dog behind her. The large yellow dog, upon seeing Xiao Man, reacted as if encountering a ghost, its fur bristling, trembling in fear, whimpering softly. Those who understand will recognize that the canine was experiencing PTSD, likely replaying Xiao Man's words. "Today you are my delicacy." Seeing the tension, my brother, CaoQiang, hastily intervened. "Xiao Lan, this is my second brother. It's a misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding." Xiao Man quickly stepped forward, nodding and apologizing profusely. Just then, my elder brother, Chao Xiao, emerged, waving his fan with a smile, inquiring, "Little Xiao Lan, do you remember me?" Upon recognizing him, Xiao Lan's eyes lit up. "It's you, the big brother who helped me chase away the bad guys. Did someone bully you?" As I recounted, upon hearing those words, Cao Qiang's demeanor shifted instantaneously, his aura turning icy enough to drop the surrounding temperature several degrees. Cao Xiao, sensing the impending trouble, hurriedly explained that it was the young lady from the Aosi family, Aosi Xue, who had come looking for Cao Qiang, but upon failing to find him, sought to vent her frustrations on Dahuang, only to be intercepted by Xiao Lan, resulting in a minor altercation. "Aosi Xue," my brother gritted his teeth as he pronounced her name, clearly ready to pick a fight. Big brother, Cao Xiao, promptly restrained him, warning that the Aosi family was backed by the Lan Dian Bawanglong clan, along with the Douluo law, making them not to be trifled with. The second brother, Cao Man, however, was a brash fellow, shouting that the next time he encountered that girl, he would surely knock her teeth out. This bravado earned him a swift reprimand from Big Brother, who silenced him with a slap. Xiaolan, noticing the tension, quickly tugged at my brother's sleeve, whispering, "Young master, let go. I'm not seriously harmed." Yet, my brother was not one to overlook such matters. He immediately noticed the distinct whip marks concealed on Xiaolan's arm and felt a surge of anguish. Vowing to avenge this wrong and ensure that Aosi Xue paid dearly for her actions. Startled, Xiaolan quickly covered his mouth, assuring him, "Young master, I believe in you." Grasping her hand, my brother gazed at the scars, his heart breaking, and pulled the young girl into a comforting embrace. Nearby, Cao Man coughed twice, indicating that he found this display of affection rather overwhelming. The dinner was lively, with Xiaolan deftly preparing an impressive array of dishes. Cao Man, while gnawing on a leg of lamb, jested that Da Huang was so tempted by the food that perhaps they should roast him instead, only to be met with a fierce glare from Xiaolan. I must tell you, these two brothers, one appearing simple and the other refined, were formidable combatants on the battlefield, one known as the cold-faced Yama, adept at decapitating foes, and the other as the thousand-handed butcher, infamous for his methodical slaughter, presenting a striking contrast. As the dinner concluded, it was already past midnight. My brother urged Xiaolan to retire early, and though she agreed, she secretly tidied up the entire place. Not long after lying down, a strange occurrence unfolded. A red meteor streaked across the sky, and Da Huang suddenly stood up, astonishingly speaking. "You heard that right, the dog speaking." With impeccable enunciation, he declared, "Miss, Elder Qin summons us. We must depart." I was utterly taken aback. This dog was, in fact, a hidden powerhouse. Xiaolan cast a wistful glance toward my brother's room before tearfully penning a letter and, accompanied by Da Huang, vanished into thin air without a trace of spatial disturbance. Simply absurd. The following morning, my brother awoke to find the place deserted, save for a letter that bore a few poignant lines. "Young master, I have left. Do not dwell on it. Take care." At that moment, his heart shattered, as he realized he had long harbored feelings for that kind-hearted, unpretentious girl. Just as he wallowed in sadness, a figure descended from the heavens, none other than the crown prince. CaoQiang. Upon his arrival, he teased my brother. "Oh, I didn't expect you to believe in the Buddha. How amusing." He produced a wooden box, stating, "Since you are capable of cultivation, I present this to you." My brother opened it to reveal the legendary Qian Nian Wumu Lian, an extraordinary treasure for cultivation. CaoQiang wasted no time, directly informing him that his father and brother had allied with him, and with my brother's exceptional talent. He needed to recruit him to assist in his endeavors. My brother grasped the implication. This was a prompt for him to level up and prepare for battle. After CaoQiang had departed, my brother secured the treasure, and a fire ignited within him. With Xiao long gone, he felt a swell of indignation. Had not the emperor consistently bullied the Cao family? Before she left, he resolved to reclaim some interest from the imperial family. Where to start? Naturally, the imperial harem. His first target was the infamous Xiao Guifei, who had worn down the old emperor. Without hesitation, armed with the disguised techniques of Yin Yang Lao Zu, my brother infiltrated the palace. Xiao Guifei was indeed a pitiful figure, a mere tool for her family, enduring daily manipulation while yearning for a dragon heir. Praying to the sea god. What do you suppose happened next? My brother, ever audacious, donned a costume and brandished a trident, masquerading as the sea god to make a grand entrance. He earnestly proclaimed that he wished to bestow upon her a divine child, but first, she must assist in expelling the cold energy from her body and harnessing pure yang energy. For those in the know, this was nothing short of a cybernetic, cultivation-themed transaction. To his surprise, the Guifei believed him, her devotion palpable. After a night of tempestuous encounters, my brother slipped away, feeling utterly liberated. Old emperor, wear this green hat well. Consider it a gift. Whether the Guifei would conceive was a matter for the sea god, not something for CaoQiang to concern himself with. Having dealt with the Guifei, he headed straight to the residence of Princess Xueke, only to find her absent, studying at the U.S. Xuan, returning only once every 6 months. He resolved to let this matter rest for now, planning to return later. After bidding farewell to his 2 brothers, he made his way to Nuoding City. Upon arriving at the Nuoding Primary Soul Master Academy, he coincidentally encountered students leaving for the day. I tell you, amidst the crowd, he spotted a young girl with long scorpion braids, large, sparkling eyes, and a cherubic face, adorably enchanting. Without question, this had to be Xiaowu. My brother approached, activating his charming persona, crouching down to reveal a dazzling smile that showcased 8 gleaming teeth, and inquired if she knew Master. Xiaowu was immediately taken aback by his handsomeness. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered that Master had taken Tongsan to procure a soul ring. My brother seized the opportunity to say he was merely there to audit classes and requested her guidance. This thrilled Xiaowu, her heart racing as she led him to the administrative office. Upon reaching the stairs, they encountered a teacher named Mohan. After exchanging pleasantries and ascending to the office, my brother was taken aback. Inside was a female teacher clad in a professional skirt suit, her figure strikingly alluring. None other than his old acquaintance, Maju. Curiously, Xiaowu asked, "CaoQiang, do you know Teacher Maju?" My brother nodded, affirming their friendship. However, Teacher Maju was not merely nodding. Seizing the moment while Xiaowu was distracted, she licked her lips and raised her eyebrows suggestively, emphasizing their close relationship with a particularly heavy emphasis on the word close. Goodness, the way she looked at my brother was as if she were eager to devour him whole, and right before Xiaowu, she began to fervently express her desire for a mountain climb, proclaiming how much she enjoyed the sensation of sweating. I was left utterly mortified. My brother, feeling overwhelmed, tactically retreated, realizing this woman lacked any sense of decorum, and promptly took Xiaowu by the hand to make a swift exit, leaving no room for embarrassment. Once outside the administrative office, gazing at the innocent and adorable Xiaowu, my brother felt a twinge of guilt and resolved to treat her to a meal as compensation. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Xiaowu's stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Instantly embarrassed, she blushed and pointed shyly towards the cafeteria, suggesting, "The school's cafeteria has affordable meals. Shall we go there? I have a small appetite. Just a little will suffice." I couldn't help but chuckle. Such a modest appetite? My brother waved his hand grandly, ruffling Xiaowu's hair, exclaiming, "No worries. I've got money. Not only can we dine at the cafeteria, but I could even rent the entire place out." I tell you, Xiao was utterly amused, making a cute pouty face that could melt anyone's heart. Just as the atmosphere was perfect, an obnoxious voice cut through the air. Oh, where did this poor little fellow come from? Quite the inflated ego. Thinking he can rent out the cafeteria? Watch your tongue. I turned to see a short, rotund figure with green hair, resembling a ball, followed by a gaggle of colorful, flamboyant companions. This green-haired ball cast a disdainful glare at my brother, but upon spotting Xiao Wu, his expression morphed into one of sleazy eagerness. As if he had never encountered a girl before, he swaggered over, saying, "Little Xiao Wu, don't be deceived by this country bumpkin. Come with me. I'll take you to a private room on the second floor of the cafeteria, where you can have anything your heart desires." Behind him, his group of lackeys began to flatter him excessively, exclaiming, "Indeed, our boss Ba is the son of the richest man in Nuo Ding City. Following him, we shall enjoy a life of luxury." The green-haired fellow was so inflated by their praise that he nearly floated away. He unbuttoned his shirt to reveal a gold chain thicker than a thumb, rolled up his sleeves adorned with rings set with precious gems, and boasted a golden belt that dazzled my eyes, as if he feared others might not recognize him as a newly wealthy individual. "What do you say, Xiao Wu? Come with me, and I shall cover all your tuition fees." Xiao Wu, incensed, turned pale and pointed a finger at him, shouting, "Li Wangba, you scoundrel! What nonsense are you spouting?" Rather than feeling shame, Li Wangba grew even more emboldened, pointing at my brother and declaring, "Is it because this kid rejected me? Do you believe I can have him expelled from the school today? You, get out now, or I will knock your teeth out." As he spoke, he exaggeratedly twisted his almost non-existent neck and cracked his knuckles, looking utterly ridiculous. Xiao Wu, in a frenzy, retorted, "Li Wangba, if you dare to lay a hand on him, I will report you to the teacher." To which Li Wangba laughed heartily. "Go ahead and tell. The whole school is sponsored by my family. I wonder which teacher would dare to intervene." Just as Xiao Wu was about to strike, my brother pulled her behind him and confidently quipped to the green-haired bully, "No wonder you're called Li Wangba. You look just like a giant turtle. I wonder why you haven't grown taller. Carrying all that trash must weigh you down." The students around us burst into laughter at that remark. Li Wangba's face turned an angry shade of purple as he waved his hand to his lackeys, shouting, "Get him! Tear that kid's mouth apart!" In an instant, 7 or 8 of them charged forward. Xiao Wu attempted to shield my brother, but he firmly pulled her behind him, declaring, "Fighting is a man's affair. You girls can just watch." Several senior female students nearby brightened up and cheered for my brother. The ensuing scene was nothing short of spectacular. With a series of dull thuds, in less than 3 seconds, all of Li Wangba's lackeys were sprawled on the ground, each groaning pitifully, none able to stand. After all, my brother was a level 13 soul master. Battling these kids who were not even soul masters was akin to an adult confronting a child. My brother stepped over the fallen lackeys and approached Li Wangba, grinning as he asked, "Wangba, your subordinates are quite pathetic. They aren't even enough for me to warm up. Are there any more? Shall I summon more?" Li Wangba, terrified, felt his legs turn to jelly and began to retreat, desperately pushing 2 bystanders towards my brother as he turned to flee. Hoping to escape? It was too late. My brother raised his hand, and a black vine shot out swiftly, slapping the 200-pound bully like a basketball, sending him crashing into a distant flower bed, where he promptly fainted. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Xiao Wu's eyes widened, forgetting her hunger, filled with stars of admiration. "Wow. New classmate, you are so amazing." My brother waved dismissively. "Just standard procedure, standard procedure." In the cafeteria, as we prepared to queue, trouble arose once more. A burly upperclassman approached, shoving Xiao Wu aside while barking, "Get out of the way. Xiao wants to eat. Everyone clear out." Someone nearby whispered to Xiao Wu, "That's Lu Long, one of Xiao Chunyu's lackeys. You better step aside." Even the lunch lady blatantly ignored us, ingratiating herself with Lu Long. "Which dish does Xiao want? I'll give you extra." I was infuriated and amused by the school's atmosphere. My brother spoke up, "Excuse me, ma'am. We arrived first. Your actions are quite improper." At this, the cafeteria fell into an immediate hush, with everyone staring at my brother as if he were a monster. Lu Long turned around, a mocking grin on his face. "Kid, you've got some guts." Just then, a group descended from the second floor, led by a particularly pretentious young man who asked, "Long, what is going on?" Lu Long rushed over. "Boss, I've run into 2 blind fools. I'll teach them a lesson right away." The one called Xiao Chinyu nodded, casually saying, "Be gentle. Don't kill them. Burying a body can be troublesome." What a pompous statement. Lu Long, invigorated, revealed his martial spirit, brandishing a staff over 2 meters long, pointing it menacingly at my brother's forehead. You can still beg for mercy. My brother frowned, too uninterested to waste words. With another flick of the vine, it silently appeared behind Lu Long, coiling around his waist, and with a powerful throw, Lu Long was sent soaring out of the cafeteria, disappearing into the horizon. The crowd gasped yet again. At that moment, the recently smacked Li Wangba limped back in, tears streaming down his face as he rushed towards Xiao Chunyu, clinging to his leg and crying, "Boss, you must stand up for me. A new student beat me." Upon saying this, he turned to point at my brother, shouting, "It's him. Quickly, catch him. Don't let him escape." The scene was painfully awkward, with the entire cafeteria staring at him, as if he were a fool. Xiao Chunyu's face turned green. Didn't he see that his gang had already been subdued by my brother alone? Yet here he was, trying to play the victim. In a fit of rage, Xiao Chunyu slapped Li Wangba across the face, yelling, "Shut your mouth." Li Wangba, stunned, stammered, "Boss, you've got the wrong person. It was him who hit me. I said, shut your mouth." Xiao Chunyu roared again. Realizing the atmosphere had shifted, Li Wangba, feeling wronged, dared not speak further. Xiao Chunyu took a deep breath, recognizing the humiliation he had suffered. He fixed his gaze on my brother, gritting his teeth. "Newcomer, you're quite audacious. This is the academy. I want to fight you here. This afternoon at 3 o'clock, behind the mountain of the academy. Come if you dare. If not, bear the consequences." My brother chuckled lightly. "We can settle this now, if you wish." Xiao Chunyu snorted coldly, refusing to engage further, and led his lackeys away, ordering that Li Wangba be dragged along, stating that unless he provided 20,000 gold soul coins, he would not be allowed to leave. Once they had departed, my brother called the frightened lunch lady out and made sure Xiao Wu had a hearty meal. Xiao Wu, with a full belly, appeared content. After finishing her meal, she expressed concern. "Are you really going? That Xiao Chunyu surely has ill intentions." My brother grinned mischievously. "Oh, I will go, but first, I need to prepare something special for him." In the afternoon, at the back mountain, Xiao Chunyu arrived with over a dozen people, even secretly accompanied by his family's guards, several powerful soul masters. Upon arrival, they sensed something was amiss. The heat was oppressive and parched. Suddenly, they spotted a patch of melons nearby, laden with large, round watermelons. They rushed towards it like hungry wolves spotting prey, howling with excitement. The hidden soul masters intended to intervene, but a thick fog suddenly enveloped the area, rendering everything invisible. When the mist cleared, they beheld their young master, hungrily stuffing his mouth with a pile of golden objects. A sight that caused the soul masters to vomit their last meal right then and there. To clarify, the so-called watermelons were not what they seemed. They were illusions crafted by my brother using pigments and fragrant powders. Yet, they devoured them with relish. Once the soul masters finished retching, Xiao Chunyu ran over, still clutching a heap of golden melons, enthusiastically calling, "Uncle Ma, come have some watermelon to cool off." The guard, Uncle Ma, turned pale, realizing the absurdity of the situation. The surrounding melons were radiating heat, essentially a self-generating furnace. Just as he attempted to pull Xiao Chunyu away, my brother's voice rang out. "Thinking of leaving now? Don't you think it's too late?" As soon as the words fell, a cacophony of wooden clappers erupted from all directions, sounding as if a legion of soldiers was surrounding us. In truth, it was my elder brother who had instructed Xiao Wu to place several sheep nearby, each adorned with clappers that jingled with every movement. The group was utterly petrified. Uncle Ma slapped Xiao Chunyu awake, urging the young master to flee, and then led his companions in what they believed to be a breakout. However, they were merely circling a cluster of large stones in a frenzied manner, futilely expending their energy against the air. Xiao Wu and I concealed ourselves not far away, watching the spectacle unfold. Xiao Wu, brimming with curiosity, incessantly asked my brother what was happening. He pointed to his cheek, grinning mischievously, and said, "Kiss me, and I'll tell you." After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Wu could no longer contain her curiosity, blushing as she planted a kiss on his cheek and softly inquired, "Are you satisfied now, brother?" Only then did my brother proudly explain that this was a form of Chimin Duanjia, combined with his spiritual confusion ability, which allowed this group to conjure a grand battle in their minds. Xiao Wu, taken aback, gazed at my brother with admiration and, in a spontaneous gesture, kissed him again, asking why they could not see the stones before them. My brother revealed this was a secret of his twin martial souls, coaxing Xiao Wu into signing a confidentiality agreement, stipulating that she could never disclose it, lest she remain forever small and unremarkable. Astonishingly, she complied. My brother teased her, asking if she was surprised or taken aback. Xiao Wu made a silly face, smiling sweetly, declaring him handsome and exclaiming her adoration for him. Amidst the merriment, Xiao Wu suddenly burst into tears, resting her head on my brother's shoulder, weeping sorrowfully. Alas, the poor girl missed her mother. My brother, ever gentle, embraced her and reassured her that he would always protect her. Once Xiao Wu's emotions stabilized, my brother dispelled the formation. The group, led by Xiao Qinyu, lay exhausted on the ground, their eyes blazing with fury upon my brother's arrival. He approached with a smile, producing a pill and declaring, "This is the 10-day death pill. Consume it, and without the antidote, you shall surely perish within 10 days. One pill costs 10,000 gold soul coins. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you say?" Without allowing Xiao Qinyu a moment to respond, he pried open his mouth and forcefully inserted the pill. Xiao Qinyu, still defiant, attempted to threaten my brother with his father, the city lord. My brother merely chuckled, patting his face and replying, "Oh, are you threatening me? It seems I've been too kind. How about this? 50,000 gold soul coins per person, totaling 800,000 for all 16 of you. If you offer even a penny less, prepare for annihilation." Finally, my brother handed a handful of pills to Xiao Wu, instructing her to distribute them. The joy on her face was infectious as she bounced over, eagerly feeding each person the pills, embodying the essence of a little demon. The two of them truly made a striking pair. Satisfied that Xiao Wu had managed everything, my brother affectionately patted her head before waving his hand dismissively at the group on the ground, saying, "Scram, as for the antidote, we shall see how you perform in 10 days. With that, he strolled away, hands behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. Xiao Wu mimicked him, trailing closely behind, hands clasped behind her back, as if they were conjoined twins. I must tell you, Xiao Qinyu was genuinely flustered, pounding the ground in rage, vowing that my brother would pay dearly. He raged about how he would dismember my brother and capture Xiao Wu to torment her as a pet rabbit. What a character! He certainly knew how to make threats, but alas, he was merely a mediocre fighter. Uncle Ma chimed in, suggesting they inform his father, the city lord. To which Xiao Qinyu bellowed, "Are you trying to get us killed? If you tell my father, we will be done for." I couldn't help but laugh. They were fully aware of the consequences. Rising to his feet, he dusted himself off and headed straight for Li Wangba, declaring that this trouble was instigated on behalf of Li Wangba, thus demanding the full sum of 1 million gold soul coins, not a penny less. Meanwhile, my brother and Xiao Wu were strolling back to the academy. Suddenly, my brother took Xiao Wu's hand. Her face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato, overwhelmed with nervousness. After all, in Douluo Dalu, only couples held hands. She contemplated withdrawing her hand, but found herself unwilling to part, lowering her gaze as he held her hand, her demeanor utterly adorable. Just as they reached the academy entrance, a furious voice erupted from behind. "CaoQiang, Xiao Wu, what are you doing?" I turned around to see Tang San charging toward us like a firecracker, radiating anger. Xiao Wu, feeling guilty, instinctively withdrew her hand. However, my brother swiftly grasped Xiao Wu's hand again, flashing a smile at Tang San as he declared, "I'm holding my sister's hand. What business is it of yours?" Those who understand family dynamics know that this single statement left Tang San utterly petrified, his eyes wide as saucers, nearly popping from their sockets. He raised his left hand, knocking a hidden arrow, and warned my brother in a measured tone, "Release Xiao Wu or face death." At that moment, I was bewildered. How old was this kid? Just for holding hands, he was exuding such murderous intent. I truly couldn't comprehend his thought process. My brother's spiritual power was immense. Tang San's small movements appeared to him as if played in slow motion. Was he really prepared to kill over such triviality? What kind of upbringing had he received? My brother, incensed, wasted no words and delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed crisply. "Put away your pathetic threats," he coldly admonished. "If you ever harbor murderous intent toward me again, I shall end you." This sharp slap left Tang San dazed. Hidden in the shadows, his father, Tang Hao, nearly burst forth but halted upon witnessing his son's venomous expression on the ground. He was taken aback, pondering what kind of creature he had raised. A 6-year-old child threatening death over mere words? He instantly regretted neglecting his son's education in favor of drinking. Ultimately, he resolved that my brother should impart a lesson to Tang San. Simultaneously, the master rushed over, understanding the gravity of the situation. This child bore too much malice. He needed to be corrected. Showing restraint by not killing him was already an act of mercy. However, Tang San, lying on the ground, had clawed at the earth until his hands bled, his left cheek swollen like a pig's head. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, howling in fury, and aimed the hidden arrow at my brother. I was taken aback. This was a genuine attempt to kill. My brother remained calm, not even flinching. Just as the arrow was a mere 3 centimeters from his brow, he swiftly extended 2 fingers and caught it effortlessly, unarmed against a deadly weapon. How spectacular! Then, without even glancing at Tang San, he delivered a swift kick. With a resounding crash, Tang San was sent flying several meters, crashing against the academy's large iron gate. The commotion attracted a crowd, who began pointing and whispering. Isn't that the master's disciple, Cho San? Isn't it unusual for him to be beaten up? I heard he dreams of death. The master hurriedly intervened, dispersing the crowd, and rushed to Tang San's side, helping him up while feigning reproach. Tang San, how could you resort to ambush? Go apologize to your senior brother Chao. Under the pressure from the master and the onlookers, Tang San grit his teeth and begrudgingly forced out 3 words. I'm sorry. My brother grinned widely, his expression infuriatingly smug. If it's forced, then forget it. I had no intention of forgiving you anyway. The master's expression darkened, glaring at Tang San. He scolded, mind your attitude. If it weren't for your senior brother Chao's mercy, would you still be standing? But Tang San, stubborn as a mule, refused to respond, likely fixated on his vengeful thoughts. The master, exasperated, had no choice but to apologize to my brother. My brother graciously replied, Master, you are too kind. I would never hold a grudge against a child who hasn't even grown his first hair. Who are you calling child? Tang San exploded. Xiao Wu interjected. Tang San, why are you shouting? Did my brother say anything wrong? You are inherently unattractive, with a narrow mind, akin to a cucumber, deserving of a beating. Brother, strike him again. I wonder if he will still be unyielding. My brother seized Xiao Wu's hand and, leaving behind a final remark, declared, Tang San, I shall let this slide for the sake of the master. Should there be a next time, I will break 3 of your legs. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Tang San grinding his teeth in fury. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Li Wangba was climbing a mountain in the wilderness with a beautiful woman. Guess what happened? Within 2 minutes, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. The disdain in the woman's eyes was nearly palpable. Just as things grew awkward, Xiao Chenyu and his entourage arrived, demanding 100,000 gold soul coins. If he failed to produce the sum within 5 days, he would be forbidden from ever climbing again. To set an example, Xiao Chenyu swiftly dealt with the beautiful woman. Terrified, Li Wangba scrambled home to gather the necessary funds. That night, in the 7th dormitory, upon my brother's return, Wang Sheng and several others surrounded him, reverently calling him Chao Chong, junior brother, their admiration evident. Wang Sheng, particularly enthusiastic, suggested sharing a bed with my brother. However, Xiao Wu promptly pushed him away, exclaiming, Chao Chong Gij, you shall share a blanket with me. My quilt is newly purchased and exceptionally warm. My brother, slightly embarrassed, was met with Xiao Wu's direct question. What? Are you afraid I might do something to you? Or do you wish to do something to me? Goodness, who could withstand such directness? My brother chuckled, ruffled her hair, and acquiesced. At that moment, Tang San, who had been eavesdropping outside, could no longer contain himself. He kicked the door open and pointed an accusing finger at my brother, shouting, Chao Chong, I challenge you to a duel. Xiao Wu instantly shielded my brother, glaring at Tang San. In a moment of desperation, Tang San insisted, Chao Chong, if you are a man, do not hide behind a woman. Step forward for a one-on-one. Wang Sheng quickly intervened, stating the dormitory's rules that internal conflicts should be resolved internally. Xiao Wu also urged my brother to settle the matter within the dormitory. My brother smiled and stroked Xiao Wu's head, saying, I have no objections. Tang San's eyes fixated on my brother's hand on Xiao Wu's head, his gaze reddening as he gritted his teeth. I have no objections either. He believed his previous oversight would not repeat. This time, he was determined to defeat my brother. The 2 men distanced themselves, and, as Tang San unleashed his ghostly shadow steps, he shot 3 steel needles at my brother's forehead, neck, and heart, simultaneously launching a silent hidden dart from the side. Each strike aimed to kill. But who was my brother? With the Ghost King Vine Martial Spirit activated, the vines effortlessly deflected all the steel needles, while his other hand swiftly captured the hidden dart, snapping it in half before Tang San's very eyes. Is this all you can do? My brother shook his head in disappointment. Tang San, I have indeed overestimated you. Tang San's face turned green with rage, but he stubbornly refused to concede. After a long pause, he uttered a line that made me burst into laughter. I didn't eat lunch this afternoon. If you have the guts, let us compete again tomorrow. Family, when one cannot win, they claim to have skipped a meal. I grant this excuse a perfect score. Wang Sheng and the others looked at Tang San with disdain. As midnight approached, everyone had fallen asleep. Xiao Wu lay on my brother, sleeping peacefully and mumbling in her dreams. Brother, such a large and thick carrot. Xiao Wu likes Tang San. In the darkness, Tang San watched this scene, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. My brother, initially meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. Why is there a mouse in the dormitory? He gently placed Xiao Wu down, covered her with a quilt, and then cast a piercing gaze towards Tang San's bed. In that moment, Tang San felt a chill run down his spine. He realized his murderous intent had been uncovered. My brother moved, stepping down from his bed. Tang San's heart raced in terror, fearing my brother intended to kill him. However, my brother merely approached his bedside and, in a voice audible only to them, coldly remarked, "Suppress your petty thoughts. Should you dare to harbor murderous intent against me, I shall chop you into pieces to feed the dogs." Tang San trembled in fear, too terrified to utter a sound. Concealed in the shadows, Tang Hao clenched his fists in anger, but, recalling that it was his own son who sought to commit murder, he could only endure. At this very moment, in the basement of the Phoenix Tavern in Notting City, another story unfolded. Xiaolan, the girl my brother had saved, was engulfed in crimson flames, enduring the agony of rebirth. Beside her, an elderly woman anxiously cried out, warning that if this continued, she would be burned alive. Yet, Xiaolan roared amidst the flames. If CaoQiang Gij can undergo transformation, why can't I be reborn? As her words fell, a phoenix cry resonated, and, astonishingly, she indeed managed to subdue the flames. An hour later, a stunning young woman adorned with a fiery mark on her forehead emerged from a blaze. "I have fully awakened my fire spirit," she informed the elderly woman. "With 1 year remaining before my father's 3-year deadline, I wish to remain here for another year." The elderly woman, named Qin Xiang, expressed her concerns. "Miss, if you delay here for a year, what will happen to the 10 clans tournament in the upper realm?" Xiaolan replied with a smile, "No matter. If I can bring back a true prodigy for our fire clan, what does a little ranking matter?" Qin Xiang, puzzled, asked, "Miss, do you have such high hopes for him?" Xiaolan retorted, "You simply do not understand. You have never seen him in a rage. His gaze resembles that of my father in his youth. I wager you, this man will not remain a mere fish in a pond. He is destined to be a soaring dragon. Thus, I shall not head to Notting City. Instead, I will journey to the Qihua Academy. That wretched academy is merely the first stop in his novice village. My current strength is akin to that of a fledgling, utterly inadequate to assist him. I must go to Qihua Academy, acquire that underground Qihua crystal, and enhance my own strength. Furthermore, Qin Xiang, remember my father's words. You must not intervene until I am at death's door. However, in all matters, there is an exception. Should that lurking old fiend, the so-called title Dalu, dare to employ his might against CaoQiang, do not hesitate to deal with him, teaching him what it means to be outmatched. A mere title Douluo shall not even have the opportunity to showcase his prowess before me." Just as I concluded my discussion with Qin Xiang, CaoQiang had already embarked on his developmental journey. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. On that day, Xiao Qinyu, that foolish fellow, indeed arrived with a plethora of cultivation resources to demand the antidote from CaoQiang. The location was at the back mountain of the academy. A trade of coin for goods. Upon receiving the antidote, Xiao Qinyu swallowed it whole, and instantly his stomach pain vanished. Yet, the family, who understands, saw this brother's countenance darken as he bellowed at CaoQiang. "You made me suffer for 10 days. Today, do not expect to walk out of here unscathed." No sooner had he spoken than a throng of armored soldiers emerged from the bushes, surrounding CaoQiang. A hulking figure wearing a mask stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade, commanding, "Break his limbs and take him away." At that moment, my heart leaped into my throat. However, guess what happened? CaoQiang laughed. He leisurely remarked, "In such haste to kill me? Are you not afraid that the antidote I provided is a ruse?" Xiao Qinyu was momentarily taken aback, pointing a finger at CaoQiang and cursing, "You despicable scoundrel." CaoQiang interrupted him, "The antidote is genuine. Alas, you are too late. I'm no longer the same as I was 10 days ago." In the next instant, CaoQiang unleashed his martial spirit. Countless Ghost King vines erupted forth, resembling an octopus, swiftly ensnaring Xiao Qinyu and his soldiers in a tight embrace. The soul power he exuded was more than double what it had been before. Remarkably, he had already reached level 17. In just 10 days, he had ascended 6 levels. What does this signify? This brother must have activated a cheat. No one cultivates at such a rapid pace. Oh, it seems he truly has been consuming remedies for his training daily. As the soldiers were restrained, a group of masked individuals rushed from the forest behind CaoQiang, showering Xiao Qinyu and his comrades with a flurry of blows. The leader, a woman of striking figure, relentlessly kicked Xiao Qinyu while shouting, "This is for bullying others. This is for seeking revenge on CaoQiang." Upon hearing that voice, I realized it was Xiao Wu. Just as CaoQiang was focused on controlling the situation, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The ever-watchful Tang San, lurking in the shadows, finally made his move. This young man was as cunning as a venomous snake, seizing the opportunity to unleash a concealed arrow that whizzed past CaoQiang's ear. His original target was the back of CaoQiang's head, but by sheer chance, CaoQiang managed to dodge just in time. The arrow, however, struck true, piercing directly into Xiao Qinyu's brow with a sickening thud. A fatal shot. Xiao Qinyu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had met his end at the hands of that dark and unsightly fellow, Tang San. The entire scene was left in stunned silence. Even Tang San was bewildered, his mind overwhelmed. How could I have killed him? I intended to eliminate CaoQiang. This is catastrophic. The first thought that raced through his mind was to flee. He had to escape. But CaoQiang reacted even faster, dramatically exclaiming in feigned terror, "Tang San, what are you doing? We were merely sparring. How could you kill young Master Xiao? You caused a great disaster." As Tang San protested that it was unintentional, he quickly took off, employing his ghostly movement technique to vanish in an instant. The captain of the soldiers, witnessing his young master's demise, let out a heart-wrenching roar. Meanwhile, CaoQiang signaled to Xiao Wu, who understood instantly, and led her companions to retreat in a flurry. By the time the city lord's men extricated themselves from the vines, not a soul remained at the scene. Tang San, realizing the gravity of his actions, understood that he could no longer return to the academy. The lord of Nodding City was a sole king, and having slain his only son, it would be a light punishment to merely annihilate his 9 clans. He needed to return home immediately and urge his drunken father to flee. However, upon his urgent return to Shenghun village, he found his father absent, leaving only a tattered note stating he had gone out and urging Tang San to focus on his studies. Tang San's face darkened with frustration, thinking, this useless father. What difference does it make whether he is here or not? If it weren't for the fact that he is my father, I wouldn't bother coming back. After acquiring some funds from the village elder, he set off towards the soul-hunting forest without looking back, consumed by a singular thought. If I cannot kill CaoQiang, what meaning is there in my existence? On the other side, we began our desperate flight. The master led a group of children across mountains and valleys, aiming for Suatua City. Behind us, Lord Xiao was closing in, his rage palpable. We, a group of children, could hardly keep pace, exhausted and panting like beaten dogs. In this critical moment, it was up to CaoQiang, who used vines to pull us forward, while the master worried about his soul power being depleted. Yet, CaoQiang boldly declared, "We are a team. If we live together, and if we die together." At that moment, tears nearly filled Xiao Wu's eyes, and everyone's spirits soared. But the most audacious maneuver was yet to come. As CaoQiang forged ahead, pretending to be exhausted and drenched in sweat, Xiao Wu, deeply concerned, tirelessly wiped his brow. Let me tell you, he was merely feigning fatigue. Secretly, he was utilizing a mysterious artifact called the Wanjitu to absorb energy rapidly while scattering stones that simulated the aura of soul beasts, creating chaos for our pursuers. This fellow, while escaping, was also managing to boost his likability, truly a master of time management. Just as he was engrossed in his performance, a girl's scream echoed from the mountains. Help! CaoQiang swiftly scanned the area and discovered an 11 or 12-year-old girl surrounded by a pack of wolves. Without hesitation, he dashed forward. When we arrived, we saw him standing there, the wolves ensnared in mid-air by vines, resembling hanging sausages. With a flick of his wrist, he dispatched them all in an instant, then turned to the terrified girl and coolly said, "You are safe now. Come with me." The girl, named Jing Xiuyue, was immediately smitten by his charm and joined us as we descended the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, her father, a prominent businessman named Jing Xiaoming, was anxiously pacing with his men. Upon seeing his daughter, he was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Noticing our exhaustion, he wasted no time arranging a carriage to transport us to the Rose Hotel, which he owned in Suatua City. As I stepped out of the carriage and saw the hotel's name, I sensed something amiss. Upon entering, I was greeted by the sight of lovey-dovey couples filling the lobby, the air thick with the scent of romance, causing Xiao Wu's face to flush crimson. Ying Qiuyue, perceptive as she was, recognized the unusual bond between CaoQiang and Xiao Wu and promptly led us to a private room adorned with roses on the top floor. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly romantic, as if we were on the verge of a wedding ceremony. She smiled and suggested we sample the desserts while she went to fetch her father. Once she left, it was just Xiao Wu and me in the room. CaoQiang, grinning, asked her, "Xiao Wu, I wish to have a pet. What do you think would be best?" After some thought, Xiao Wu replied, "How about a dog? Dogs are loyal." CaoQiang laughed, "All right, we shall have a dog. When we get to Shrek Academy, we will raise it together." The mere thought of us together brought sparkling joy to Xiao Wu's eyes. Meanwhile, the master engaged in polite conversation with Xiaoming, mentioning he needed to meet an old acquaintance before departing, not wishing to burden us with complications. I must tell you, he made a beeline for Shrek Academy, intending to seek assistance. On the flip side, the pursuer, Xiao Chun, was having a harrowing time. He had been trapped in the Wangxing mountain range all night. As darkness fell, his frustration boiled over. The soul beasts in that forest toyed with him, pursuing them relentlessly, but never delivering a quick end, purely out of malice. As night descended, the forest was filled with eerie blue eyes, akin to ghostly flames, instilling fear in them, rendering them motionless. Eventually, he panicked and decided to take a longer route. As fate would have it, by the time he hurriedly arrived at Suatowa City, dawn had already broken, and all hope had faded. By then, we had been safely escorted back to Shrek Academy by the vice principal, a formidable man named Zhao Wujin. The events unfolded as such. The master had reached Shrek the night before, only to find his old friend, Dean Flander, had stepped out. He then encountered Zhao Wujin and quickly explained the situation. Zhao Wujin, despite his seemingly simple demeanor, possessed a bloodthirsty smile, confidently declaring, "Master, rest assured. Should that scoundrel dare to come, I shall crush his bones one by one." However, this man ended up guarding the city gates all night, waiting in vain for a shadow to appear, and had no choice but to return to the academy early to ensure our safety. Upon arriving at Shrek, I was left in disbelief. For those who understand, this was not an academy. It resembled a poverty-stricken village. A few dilapidated wooden houses, the tallest building barely 2 stories high, rented from the villagers. There were more teachers than students. I finally comprehended why Zhao Wujin had such a peculiar expression when he mentioned Dean Flander was out. It seemed akin to being constipated. The master murmured that he knew Flander all too well, suspecting he was out borrowing money since it was improbable for him to stay out overnight. Our large group's arrival would likely give Flander a headache upon his return. Nevertheless, the master remarked, brothers are meant to be taken advantage of in critical times. As we settled in, Ying Qiuyue soon arrived with a plethora of food and supplies, expressing her desire to study here. Zhao Wujin initially hesitated, citing rules and standards. But the generosity of her offerings left him no choice but to agree, stating they would confirm with the dean upon his return. Returning to Xiao Chun, he rushed straight to the city lord's mansion. The lord of Suatowa City, Yi Fan, was his sworn brother. Upon their meeting, Yi Fan jovially quipped, "Ah, I wondered why the magpies were chirping today. It turns out my brother, Xiao, has arrived." Xiao Chun's expression immediately darkened, as if he had lost a beloved child. Realizing his error, Yi Fan quickly apologized and inquired about the trouble. Xiao Chun, in a fit of tears and snot, recounted how Tang San and I were responsible for his son's demise, pleading for his brother's assistance in apprehending us. I must say, Yi Fan is undoubtedly a crafty old fox. Upon hearing this, he clapped his thigh, expressing genuine emotion. "Alas, third brother, why did you not arrive sooner? My manpower was requisitioned by the first prince last night for some border defense exercises. Now, there are only 20 individuals left in the manor, if you do not mind. You may take them all." Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback. However, upon seeing Yi Fan's sincere little eyes, which bore no semblance of deceit, he could only swallow his disappointment and feign politeness. "Elder brother, these 20 people must surely be of great use to you. I cannot allow my personal matters to delay you." Yi Fan, feigning ignorance of his irony, frowned and replied, "Ah, my dear brother, you truly understand me. As I am preoccupied with official duties, I shall not keep you for a meal." With that, he turned and left, his demeanor brisk and decisive. Once Xiao Chen departed, his steward inquired why he did not lend a hand. Yi Fan began his lecture. "Old who, after all these years together, do you think I'm foolish? At this critical juncture, it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. If I assist him and inadvertently offend a powerful figure, my entire family of over 100 souls would pay the price." The steward, still puzzled, remarked that it was unlikely someone pursued by Xiao Chun would possess much influence. Yi Fan chuckled. "That is where your perspective is limited. Let me ask you, which is more terrifying, a person whose background you know well, or one you do not understand at all? He continued, as for Tang San, I am unaware of his origins, but the CaoQiang sect is all surnamed Tang. And what a CaoQiang? Does that name not ring a bell? The youngest son of the Chao family, a noble with 4 generations of title, is none other than CaoQiang. Goodness, the city lord is indeed astute. He even remembers me. Yet, the matter does not end here. The depths of the city lord's manner are quite profound. The steward, old Hu, had just been cautioned by his master to avoid provoking the 2 charming widows in the manor, yet he forgot immediately. That night, driven by desire, he stealthily followed them, only to discover that these 2 widows were no ordinary women. They were assassins. They were meeting a figure clad in black, and the unfortunate old Hu was swiftly discovered and dispatched without a whisper. Even more chilling, the city lord Yifan was lurking nearby, witnessing the murder of his steward without uttering a sound, muttering under his breath, I told you not to go, yet you did not heed my warning. Now, see the result of your disobedience. Such a heart is truly dark. The 2 female assassins, codenamed Qing Lian and Bai Yu, were tasked with secretly assisting Xiao Chun in eliminating me, while ensuring their identities remained concealed. Amidst these undercurrents, what was I doing? I was engrossed in fervently leveling up on my private server. This was a unique space bestowed by my martial soul, where I could encounter monsters and acquire equipment. At that moment, I was locked in a fierce battle with a level 39 elite creature known as the twin-headed firewolf. This beast had substantial health and formidable attack power. Were it not for my recent significant increase in strength, I would have found it difficult to defeat. We battled for over half an hour, my stamina nearly depleted, until at last, I seized an opportunity and pierced its heart with a single shot. With a howl, the wolf disintegrated into a multitude of light particles, revealing a pair of boots glowing with blue light. I was elated windrunner boots. At long last, they had dropped. I hastily donned the boots, instantly feeling as light as a swallow, as if I were soaring through the air, my speed increasing by at least 20. This was the power of superior equipment. Now, even if I could not defeat the Soul King, escaping would certainly be within my capabilities. Exiting the space, I consumed 2 elixirs to restore my stamina, contemplating that if I could level up a few more times and acquire my 2nd soul ring, I would then possess the leverage to contend with the Soul King. Remaining in Shrek Academy indefinitely was not a viable option. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun, having searched the city all day without success, found himself weeping alone in a street corner late at night. Just then, the 2 assassins, Qing Lian and Bai Yu, approached him dressed in scanty attire. Their acting skills were worthy of an Oscar. They first offered gentle comfort, then, with just a few words, elicited Xiao Chun's sorrow. Subsequently, they began to insinuate that they had seen a group enter the city the previous night, mentioning that Zhao Wuji from Shrek Academy had also ventured out in the dead of night, in a display of rivalry for his attention. The 2 women began to perform theatrically before Xiao Chun. One stated, if I had a man, I would serve him in every way possible all night long. The other, even bolder, seductively peeled back her straps and sucked her fingers, proclaiming, I would use every position to make him fall madly in love with me. Family. Can anyone comprehend this? The women were enacting a real-life version of a rather risque performance, yet with an elevated flair. As they continued, they began to tear their own garments. One ripped her skirt while the other tugged at her top, leaving Xiao Chun utterly mesmerized. Ultimately, they pretended to be shy about dressing again, and Xiao Chun, unable to contain himself, lunged at them like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. The following morning, Xiao Chun emerged from the tender embrace of the night with weak legs, his mind consumed by a singular thought: revenge. He summoned his ruffian subordinates from various establishments, marching forth towards Shrek Academy with great fervor. The observing city lord Yifan shook his head at this spectacle. Ah, 3rd brother, you are boldly walking into your demise. Simultaneously, at Shrek Academy, Zhao Wuji was preparing to commence a new day of grueling training when he realized I was absent. In his irritation, Xiao Wu hurriedly explained that I was still cultivating. Zhao Wuji, displeased, grunted, cultivating, always cultivating. Go fetch him. I intend to give him additional training today. Just as Xiao Wu was about to summon me, a booming laugh resonated from above. Children, your beloved Dean Flender has returned. A middle-aged man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses descended gracefully, unfurling a pair of owl wings behind him, gliding down with a large sack. Upon landing and noticing the additional figures present, his expression darkened. Zhao Wuji swiftly pulled him aside for a whispered conversation, likely regarding the sponsorship from Yingjing Xiuyue. Indeed, the next moment, Flender's demeanor transformed completely. Approaching Yingjing Xiuyue with a broad smile, he exclaimed, Ah, is the esteemed young lady of the Yingjing family. Please make yourself at home. Do not hesitate to express any needs. However, as you know, our academy incurs significant expenses. Ingjing Chiyue was quick to seize the opportunity, stating, Uncle Flinder, if you allow me to join, I will cover the academy's expenses for the entire year. Flinder's eyes lit up as if illuminated by 2,000-watt bulbs, promptly declaring, No problem. Teacher Zhao, expedite the enrollment process for Miss Ingjing. I shall personally instruct her. What a remarkable transformation. Having secured a major benefactor, Flinder opened the large sack he had brought, revealing an assortment of precious spear herbs. Clearing his throat, he addressed everyone. Prepare yourselves, children. Tonight we shall indulge in herbal baths. I tell you, the moment he uttered those words, the faces of the veteran students at Shrek turned ashen, each appearing as if they had seen a ghost, clearly recalling some rather unforgettable experiences. Observing their expressions, Flinder's eyes widened. What? Are you all dissatisfied? Is it not merely a bit of minor discomfort? At that moment, I wanted to interject, Dear Dean, do you truly consider that minor discomfort? Have you misinterpreted those words? It is akin to life and death. Just as we were in an uproar over this, an angry roar erupted from outside the academy, reverberating like thunder. CaoQiang, you little bastard, come out. Who could this be? Demanding a confrontation. Master swiftly darted out, while Zhao Wuji's brow furrowed, resembling a knot, as he remarked that this was one of Master's students. Flinder adjusted his glasses, and there stood an official accompanied by a group of soldiers, exuding an intimidating presence. The city lord, Xiao Chun, asserted his authority, declaring himself the lord of Nodding City and demanding the surrender of the culprit, CaoQiang, who had slain his son. Flinder and Zhao Wuji exchanged glances, then began their performance. CaoQiang? Who is that? I have not heard of such a person. Their expressions were so innocent that even an Oscar-winning actor would envy their prowess. The city lord attempted to press forward, but with a mere glance from Flinder, Zhao Wuji understood. Stepping forward, with a resounding sound, 7 soul rings erupted. What a formidable presence, akin to a mountain crashing down in an instant. Xiao Chun was forced to his knees, unable to raise his head. The soldiers behind him felt their legs weaken. Who among their families could understand the humiliation of trying to show off alongside their leader, only to find themselves kicked against the steel plate of the Soul Saint? There was truly no way for them to ascend from this predicament. Teacher Zhao Wuji, dissatisfied with the spectacle, took a step forward and delivered a resounding slap to Xiao Chen's head, demanding, Did I permit you to speak? Our group of novice students stood in stunned silence, while Zhao Laosher's booming voice reverberated around us. At that moment, Flinder seized the opportunity to dispense some motivational words, proclaiming that any Shrek student who shied away from confrontation was not worthy of the title, asserting that in the face of absolute strength, a dragon must coil and a tiger must submit. The aura was simply extraordinary. Just then, Master appeared behind him, and the two old friends, having not seen each other in over a decade, exchanged a glance filled with nostalgia, almost staging a heartfelt reunion. Master then gestured, and the main character made his entrance. CaoQiang, hand in hand with Xiao Wu, strolled out from a corner. I tell you, Xiao Wu's face was as red as an apple, yet her grip remained firm. Upon seeing CaoQiang, Flinder grinned with satisfaction and boldly inquired, The city lord claims you killed his son. Is there any truth to this? CaoQiang shook his head, but Xiao Wu interjected, It wasn't him. It was Tang San who ambushed. Flinder, upon hearing this, exclaimed, Oh, a misunderstanding, and turned to the prostrate Xiao Chun, declaring, Did you hear that? A misunderstanding. Yet Xiao Chun remained defiant, mumbling under his breath. In the next moment, Flinder shot forward like a bolt of lightning, delivering a kick that sent Xiao Chun flying several meters away with a crisp crack. Teacher Zhao Wuji stood by, astonished, silently giving a thumbs up. The boss is truly impressive. I only dare to slap, while you go straight for the kick. Xiao Chun, dazed from the blow, staggered to his feet, attempting to issue threats about the Xiao family. Flinder casually flexed his ankle, warning, if you don't leave now, the next kick 1TB aimed at your face. In an instant, Xiao Chun wilted and scurried away, tail between his legs. Later, Flinder confided in CaoQiang, saying, That kick was meant for your benefit. From now on, you are one of us at Shrek, and I will protect you. Then, with a mischievous grin, he remarked, You're in luck. Tonight, you'll join them for a medicinal bath. The older Shrek students regarded CaoQiang with a look of sympathy. However, Flinder turned back after a few paces, pointing at Xiao Wu. Oh, and you're coming too. In an instant, all sympathetic gazes shifted from CaoQiang to Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Suatawa City, a gruesome murder had occurred, but that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the entrance of a significant character in our tale, the chubby Ma Hongjun. This lad, in pursuit of his beloved sister Tsuehua, had come to our academy, even assisting in moving supplies. Don't let his size fool you. He possessed extraordinary strength, capable of sprouting turkey wings from his back. This spectacle caught Flanders' attention, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. At this moment, our previous incarnation as Tang Min, known for repaying grudges, found Tang Sin wandering in the Douluo forest, evading Xiao Chen's pursuit while searching for soul rings, cursing CaoQiang under his breath. After much effort, he finally spotted a premium Mandaora snake, nearly drooling in anticipation, preparing to wait for the snake to eliminate the other two before swooping in for the spoils. However, out of the blue, a golden-haired handsome young man named Dalu approached, unleashing the white tiger barrier and the white tiger light wave, swiftly dispatching the snake. Tang San collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. My soul ring is gone. Dalu and Oscar, viewing him as a mere child, even teased him with Oscar's bizarre incantation about a sausage, transforming it in an attempt to placate him. This completely infuriated Tang San, who shouted, "Who wants your lousy sausage? You've stolen my soul ring," and lunged at them, firing hidden projectiles. Dalu was taken aback, remarking on the boy's fierce spirit, despite his youth. Realizing he couldn't win, Tang San declared, "I am Tang San. One day, I will take your heads," and fled with remarkable speed using his ghost shadow perplexing steps. Dalu and his companion, uninterested in the chase, turned to seek out the century-old CaoQiang, with Oscar successfully absorbing his second soul ring, unlocking a new skin for his detoxifying sausage. That evening, the medicinal bath at Shrek Academy was filled with wails that sounded as if someone were enduring torture. Teacher Zhao Wujia stood guard at the entrance, a mischievous grin on his face, eagerly anticipating who would be the first to succumb and flee. To everyone's surprise, the first to emerge was none other than CaoQiang and Xiao Wu, hand in hand, looking completely at ease. Zhao Wujia was taken aback, turning to see them standing before him. The expression on his face resembled that of someone who had encountered a ghost, as if his jaw might drop to the ground. One could only imagine his thoughts. What kind of science and audacity are these two employing? How can they emerge from a bath more invigorated than before? With that, the matter of the medicinal bath was closed, but the journey of the Shrek 7 monsters toward their advancement could not cease. The next agenda was to assist our sausage salesman, Oscar, in securing his third soul ring. Their destination, the Douluo forest. Upon entering the forest, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, filled with an air of peril. Nevertheless, our party was formidable, led by teacher Zhao Wujia, instilling a sense of security. After some time, they finally encountered a premium soul beast, a millennium-level Qingbi Roguan snake, perfectly suited for Oscar. Without hesitation, CaoQiang moved to engage, but just at that critical moment, two figures sprang from the bushes. An elderly woman and a girl who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. The woman, wielding a snake-headed cane, approached with authority, demanding, "Who dares to kill my Qingbi Roguan snake?" I was perplexed, since when did soul beasts become private property? The young girl, clad in combat attire, stood defiantly with her hands on her hips, her large eyes glaring at us, as if prepared to devour us whole. CaoQiang, undaunted, stepped forward declaring, "I killed the snake, what of it?" The tension in the air thickened, and it seemed a confrontation was imminent. However, before any blows could be exchanged, the ground suddenly trembled violently. The noise was akin to the earth itself entering a seismic mode, rendering us unable to stand. All of us were bewildered, wondering what was happening. An earthquake? Teacher Zhao Wujia's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "No, something big is approaching." No sooner had he spoken than a colossal shadow emerged from the depths of the forest, parting the trees as it rose. What could I say? It was akin to a moving mountain, completely black, resembling a gigantic gorilla. Its eyes were larger than lanterns, glowing with a yellow hue. My goodness, a titan giant ape, the legendary king of the forest. This was dire. We were truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Teacher Zhao Wujia, ever bold, activated his martial soul and charged toward the giant. What happened next? The titan giant ape hardly acknowledged him, swatting him aside with a casual flick, sending Zhao Laosher flying several meters and crashing into a tree. We were all left in stunned silence, realizing that its combat prowess was on an entirely different level. Even the previously fierce snake woman and her husband, Long Gong, exchanged glances and, without hesitation, initiated their martial soul fusion technique, summoning a massive green dragon to intervene. Yet it was utterly futile. The titan giant ape disregarded the dragon completely, its enormous eyes fixated on our Xiao Wu. CaoQiang instinctively shielded Xiao Wu behind him. His eyes reddened as he shouted, "Xiao Wu, I will hold it off. You must flee with teacher Zhao and the others." Xiao Wu cried uncontrollably, clinging to CaoQiang. exclaiming, "I won tea leave. I will not abandon you, even if it costs me my life." Alas, my temper flared as I witnessed such a heart-rending scene. And before we could even react, the colossal hand of the Titan great ape swept down, effortlessly snatching Xiao Wu away as if she were a mere chick. It turned and thundered deeper into the forest in mere strides. Everything unfolded with alarming rapidity, and CaoQiang was overwhelmed, desperate to pursue. Yet the creature had vanished without a trace. We all stood frozen, our hearts heavy with despair. But did you think that was the end? Let me tell you, this situation was infinitely more complex than I had anticipated. Just as we believed Xiao would have been captured by the Titan great ape, and were devising a rescue plan, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. This person was Xiao Chun, a relative of Xiao Chenyu, the son of the Lord of Nodding City, whom CaoQiang had previously schemed to eliminate. To our astonishment, Xiao Wu was in his grasp. In that instant, it dawned upon me that the Titan great ape was merely a diversion, a conspicuous puppet, while the true mastermind was him. Xiao Chun was positively gloating, his gaze, particularly towards CaoQiang, brimming with the thrill of vengeance. CaoQiang was nearly losing his sanity, but understood that rashness would solve nothing. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Chun and declared, "Release Xiao Wu, and I shall reveal to you a secret, one concerning the true circumstances of Xiao Chenyu's demise." Xiao Chun hesitated, evidently intrigued. He had believed Xiao Chenyu perished at the hands of a soul beast. Could there be more to the story? He sneered. "I don't believe you. Speak now, and perhaps I might consider it." At that moment, CaoQiang was filled with regret, his heart heavy with remorse. He realized that in his quest for convenience, he had orchestrated Xiao Chenyu's death, and now the consequences had manifested, with his beloved falling into enemy hands. Suddenly, he erupted into a loud, sorrowful laugh, exclaiming, "Revenge! It is indeed revenge." Just as we stood in a tense standoff reminiscent of a climactic film scene, the perspective shifted. And guess what? This Xiao Chun was no ultimate adversary. He had returned with Xiao Wu to a room that harbored two enchanting ladies. One named Qing Lian and the other Bai Yu. The two women, one on each side, lavished attention upon him, seemingly enamored. However, once Xiao Chun fell asleep from exhaustion, the two exchanged glances devoid of affection, their eyes glinting with cold calculation and disdain. A chill flickered in Qing Lian's gaze, while Bai Yu wore a smirk of derision. Their thoughts were not of romance. Instead, they contemplated that Xiao Chun was utterly incompetent. Accompanied by two soul saints, he had failed to eliminate CaoQiang. If he could not accomplish this within a month, he would become a worthless pawn, easily discarded. My friends, I was utterly astounded. This was no mere act of revenge, but rather an elaborate trap, intricately woven like a spider's web, where one scheme ensnared another. CaoQiang's opponents were far more complex than he had presumed. Moreover, this adversary was not a solitary entity. Let me tell you, the next morning, before I had even fully awakened, a series of urgent knocks echoed like a death knell. Who could it be? Meng Yiran, my friends, who would understand. Upon opening my eyes, a fluffy rabbit spirit was clinging to me like an octopus, its ears brushing against my face incessantly, causing unbearable tickles. As I attempted to pry her off, Xiao Wu tightened her embrace, defiantly declaring, "You are not going anywhere. I will transform into an 18-year-old beauty just for you. Do not go see her." My goodness, the air was thick with jealousy. I couldn't help but chuckle, teasing her. "What are you so anxious about? You know well that I have a penchant for mature beauties like you. That little girl Meng Yiran poses no threat." To my surprise, Xiao Wu intensified her protests. "That doesn't matter. She is dressed so scantily. I fear you might." I was utterly befuddled by this little jealous jar. What on earth was going through her mind? Just as I was pacifying the little rabbit, a thunderous crash resonated outside. The entire Shrek Academy trembled. I rushed out to discover, to my shock, that the academy was ablaze. The inferno raged wildly, consuming everything in its path, sending students scurrying about like headless flies. Zhao Wujis, in his fury, soared into the skies to confront the assailants, while Dean Flander, embodying the spirit of an owl, pursued another arsonist. I tell you, the scene was akin to a divine battle, with soul skills raining down like fireworks, a dazzling display. The opposing side had also invested heavily, dispatching 4 soul saints. They were not merely there to brawl, but were intent on demolishing. Once the fray concluded, the academy lay in ruins, and my heart remained unsettled, when an even more explosive scenario unfolded. Meng Yiran and Ing Jingxiu cornered me. They gazed at me intently, sending chills down my spine. Then Meng Yiran spoke, her words plunging me into silence. She asked, "CaoQiang, when do you plan to claim us?" What? My mind went blank, utterly malfunctioning. I stammered, Are you too serious? In unison, they nodded fervently, like chicks pecking at grains. My lips twitched in disbelief. But you are only in your teens. And how do they respond? But we like you. To love is to offer the best to you. My friends, I was left speechless. Is this the new generation's perspective on love in 2025? Their mantra of sincerity as the ultimate weapon? I was both amused and exasperated, only able to practice evasive tactics. Please, let us wait until you come of age. If you still fancy me then, we can explore this further. I thought this matter would pass, but they simultaneously exclaimed their agreement, exchanging knowing glances that hinted at a devious plot laid just for me. Just as I managed to quell the flames at home, Master assigned a new task, and we all set off to the Sunset Forest for training, ostensibly to enhance our practical experience. I'm used that this merely meant relocating the battlefield. Upon entering the forest, darkness enveloped us, creating an atmosphere of dread. I crouched on a tree, my senses taut as a string, fixated on a serpent poised to strike, when suddenly, rustling sounds emerged behind me. My hair stood on end, and upon turning, I found it was merely the wind stirring the leaves. How absurd! I had frightened myself. Upon returning to camp, I noticed something was amiss. Xiao was unusually quiet today. Typically, she would be darting about like a whirlwind, yet now she sat alone, hugging her knees, staring blankly into the fire, even ignoring the roasted lamb leg offered to her. I found myself puzzled. What was troubling this little rabbit? Daimubai, brazen as ever, bounded over and draped an arm around my shoulders. Changgu, what occupies your thoughts so deeply? What was I thinking? I fear my backyard might ignite again, and this time it would be an incomprehensible, smoldering fire. That could only pertain to Master and Lu Erlong. I tell you, ever since arriving at Shrek, the tension between them has been palpable. Lu Erlong's gaze was glued to Master as if wielding superglue, while Master, like a landmine equipped with an automatic targeting system, would dodge at the mere sight of her. However, for now, earning money was paramount. CaoQiang, being a man of action, proposed we visit the largest auction house in Tiando City to sell the elixirs he had refined, thereby securing resources for cultivation. Upon hearing the potential for profit, Flander's eyes sparkled with greed, practically drooling, as he eagerly raised both hands and feet in support. Zhao Wuji, in his usual bumbling manner, joined in the commotion, prompting the Master to nod in agreement. Unanimously passed, and off we went. Upon arrival, I was taken aback by the grandeur of the Tiando auction house. However, what truly broadened my horizons was the character of the old man, Flander. I pondered what he could possibly purchase with his meager funds, only to realize he wasn't there to buy anything at all. Rather, he was merely a jester, amplifying the atmosphere. Throughout the event, he raised his paddle for every single item up for bid, his voice booming like a repeating echo, brimming with vigor. Yet, when the auction hammer fell, all those items were snatched up by others. His antics were akin to those of a wild spokesperson hired by the auction house, expertly enhancing the ambience. Then came a Catwoman, and she was truly a sight to behold. The men in the audience were utterly mesmerized. The young lady from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, named Aoshu, seemed to be overwhelmed with compassion, on the verge of spending extravagantly out of sympathy. However, an unknown elderly gentleman discreetly alerted her, cautioning, "Look at that old man, Flander. He is merely a plant. If you spend double the price to buy her." Tomorrow's headlines will proclaim that the spoiled young lady has peculiar tastes, spending exorbitantly on a Catwoman. Those words rendered Aoshu speechless, prompting her to hastily cover her bidding paddle, narrowly avoiding becoming the year's greatest fool. As the auction drew to a close amidst the din, Flander's 2 purple yang pills were ultimately acquired by Aoshu and a mysterious elder, each fetching over 500,000 gold soul coins. I calculated mentally, deducting the handling fees and the Catwoman's cost, and adding in what CaoQiang had on him. His balance soared to 137,000. He had become an overnight millionaire. At that moment, the host dashed onto the stage, brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, the moment of thrill has arrived. Our grand finale treasure is about to be unveiled." To elevate the atmosphere, they had invited the most seasoned appraiser from the Tiando auction house, named Gu He, to take the stage. The old man extolled a jade vase, claiming it contained 10,000-year-old cold jade essence, the treasure of treasures. Just as everyone was swept away in fervor, preparing to squander their fortunes, CaoQiang, leisurely, stood up. With a mischievous grin, he called out to Master Gu He, "Are you sure you want me to publicly disclose the flaws of this item? I tend to be quite candid, and I fear that if I speak, your auction house may face ruin." In that instant, the atmosphere became eerily silent. One could hear a pin drop. Master Gu He turned pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. I later learned that the depths of this situation were profound. This so-called 10,000-year-old cold jade essence had been sold to the auction house at a low price by a mysterious individual. Master Gu he had confidently guaranteed its authenticity and signed a betting agreement with the auction house, promising to take half the profits if it fetched a high price. Now, with CaoQiang's words, he found himself in a precarious position, caught between a rock and a hard place. While we reveled in the drama, unbeknownst to us, a grim scenario was unfolding on the other side of the city. A fiend named Ayashi was torturing a girl named Xiao Yulan beyond recognition, her child lost, begging for mercy while he cackled maniacally, indulging in his malevolence. I felt an urge to punch him, to show him the worth of a true protagonist. Even more revolting, once he was done, he disdainfully pushed her aside, muttering that she was useless for not enduring even an hour, and it was time for a new toy. His thoughts were consumed by a certain spoiled princess, clad in red with a high ponytail, intent on eliminating her that very night. Upon hearing this, CaoQiang was incensed. How dare he threaten my woman? He exploded with rage, teleporting directly to the lair of the Ao's family. What happened next? As he stealthily approached the room of the spoiled Princess Aoshu, he caught a glimpse of an exquisite silhouette, cradling a scroll, lost in self-conversation. CaoQiang perked up, nearly tumbling from his hiding spot. The girl, in a voice as soft as a whisper, said, "CaoQiang, do you know? I miss you so much." I was utterly stunned. This was the very Aoshu, whose brother had just declared his intent to make her his new plaything, yet here she was, swooning over my portrait. The revelation was overwhelming, my mind nearly short-circuited. Under the moonlight, as she turned her head, her profile was breathtaking, delicate willow brows, phoenix eyes, and a petite upturned nose, leaving CaoQiang momentarily entranced. Yet, this trance lasted but a fleeting second. The thought of her beastly brother Ayashi reignited his fury. This contrast intensified his desire for vengeance against Ayashi 1,000-fold. In a flash, CaoQiang, like a wraith, appeared behind Ayashi. With a swift motion, he unleashed two mysterious black scales, imbued with lethal intent. One aimed for the nape of his neck, the other for his heart. Aoji, sans signe danger, attempted a lazy roll to evade, but it was too late. One scale grazed his scalp, opening a gaping wound, blood cascading like a waterfall. The other pierced through his left chest. Logically, this should have sealed his fate. Yet, surprisingly, his heart was situated on the right side. He executed a miraculous evasive maneuver, somehow managing to flee despite his grievously injured state. Where could he possibly escape to? To my astonishment, he fled to the spirit hall. He sought out a certain platinum bishop named Salus. This Salus was no saint. When Ayashi entered, he was preoccupied with several beautiful women in a rather unseemly game. Ayashi recounted his tale of woe, detailing how CaoQiang had rendered him incapacitated. Upon hearing this, Salus's eyes gleamed with a perverse delight, exclaiming, "Oh my, I like it." He offered to assist, but stipulated a condition. Once successful, he wished to partake in the delicacy that was Aoshu. Truly, these two were a pair of snakes and rats, devoid of any good intentions. Meanwhile, in the Tindo Imperial Palace, others were becoming restless. The Crown Prince, Xinghe, was exhausted from paperwork when he abruptly inquired of the kneeling figure in black, "How has CaoQiang been faring lately?" The figure responded with an alarming revelation. "Your Highness, Chao Gongzi has made remarkable progress and has now reached level 40. Xinghe, in disbelief, snapped his pen in half, his mind reeling. 40? Are you jesting? How long has it been? The figure recounted CaoQiang's recent exploits, detailing his miraculous victories and daring maneuvers as if narrating a thrilling tale. By the end, Xinghe was utterly stunned, slumped in his chair, his gaze vacant, murmuring, "Are you suggesting he now possesses combat prowess rivaling that of Soul Saint?" The figure, nearly in tears, nodded vigorously, "Absolutely, Your Highness. CaoQiang is a monster, far from ordinary." While Xinghe grappled with his shattered mindset, our protagonist, CaoQiang, was engaged in a different battle. Not on the battlefield, but at a tavern. In the Ao's family, he had been thoroughly bested by Aoshu, the hidden goddess of wine. Remarkably, 3 against 1, they were all subdued by the intoxicating prowess of Aoshu, resulting in a complete rout. Subsequently, Aoshu tenderly assisted the utterly inebriated CaoQiang into her own chambers. On a moonless night, amidst the howling winds, a solitary man and woman found themselves alone together. Ao gazed at the bed where the dashing CaoQiang lay, his handsome visage inciting both admiration and envy. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she closed the door and windows, her delicate hand poised to begin unbuttoning her clothes, an unspoken understanding lingering in the air, all leading to an inevitable culmination. The scene shifted to the Wuhan Temple, where Bai Bai Dong, our revered high priestess, was about to convene a grand assembly. The square was teeming with people, elders and prodigies standing like school children in detention, daring not to breathe. An elderly gentleman took the stage to warm up the crowd with idle chatter before calling out, "Now, let us welcome Her Holiness, the Pope." Upon her arrival, Bai Bai Dong radiated an aura that seemed to tower at 2 meters and 80 centimeters. Her enchanting gaze swept across the assembly as she boldly proclaimed, "From this day forth, CaoQiang shall be known as the Holy Son of our Wuhan Temple." The proclamation struck the crowd into stunned silence. CaoQiang, standing there, felt a grin stretching across his face, overwhelmed with elation. A glance around revealed a familiar face in the corner, an enigmatic lady cloaked in black, who had surprisingly graced the occasion with her presence. His heart swelled with pride and satisfaction at her attendance. What happened next? The very next day, after being named Holy Son, boom, he broke through to level 50. Previously, he had deliberately restrained his progress to solidify his foundation, but now, liberated from his constraints, his experience bar surged upward as if propelled by a rocket. At level 50, it was time to acquire his 6th soul ring. Yet, his thoughts were not on the soul ring, but rather on Bai Bai Dong's captivating presence. Who among us does not understand the feeling of insatiable hunger after a satisfying meal? And guess what? His desires were fulfilled. Bai Bai Dong personally sought him out, saying, "Come, I shall take you to a remarkable place." Thus, they ventured into the Star Doe forest. What an extraordinary privilege to have the Pope herself leading the expedition. The pair entered a foreboding, dark forest, approaching a colossal spider den. Bai Bai Dong effortlessly dispatched the smaller spiders with a mere flick of her hand, exuding an aura of casual ease. Upon reaching the depths of the cave, they encountered a gigantic frost spider, over 10 meters in size, emanating an aura of chilling dread, nearly freezing the entire cavern into an icy tomb. Upon returning from the Star Doe forest, CaoQiang felt invigorated and transformed after an in-depth exchange with the Pope. As he lay on his bed, savoring the experience, he suddenly recalled his long absence from Lanba Academy. Surely, his dear friends Xiao Wu and Xiao Yu missed him dearly. Without further ado, he dashed out of the Holy Sun's palace. However, as he proceeded, an unusual event unfolded. The sky abruptly darkened, thunder cracked, and the surroundings morphed into a haunting forest. CaoQiang chuckled, not in joy, but with a chilling smirk that suggested he had crossed paths with the wrong individual. He invoked his martial soul, and the Ghost King Vine erupted forth, unleashing his 6th soul skill, Ice Breaker Slash, towards the ominous clouds. The strike rendered the atmosphere silent, followed by a piercing scream from the clouds, as if something had been vanquished. Suddenly, the illusion shattered, restoring normalcy. A bystander named Liang Sheng, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, was left petrified, his jaw nearly hitting the ground as he stammered, "CaoQiang, what was that just now?" After such an incident, a fire ignited within CaoQiang. That very night, he stealthily entered the room of Sakura Xiaoyu. The scene was akin to dry timber meeting a fierce blaze. Xiaoyu, like a water serpent, entwined herself around him, and the two engaged in a passionate struggle, tumbling from the floor to the bed and back, their breaths growing heavier. Ultimately, with a heart-wrenching cry, our dear Xiaoyu became wholly devoted to CaoQiang. Then, a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, CaoQiang transformed into a master of time management. By day, he immersed himself in rigorous training, and by night, he held symposiums, diligently advancing to level 60. He also assisted Xiao Wu and Sakura Qiuyu in reaching level 50, promoting a sense of shared prosperity. Additionally, Meng Yiran, who had previously consumed the legendary Longhu snake leopard pill, engaged in a 10-day battle with CaoQiang, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and needing 3 days to recover from the encounter. With a solid foundation established, it was time to embark on greater endeavors. CaoQiang did not rush to acquire his 7th soul ring, for his next goal was the legendary Hell Dungeon, the City of Slaughter. A year later, CaoQiang stood at the entrance of this dreadful place alongside the holy maiden Hu Laina from the Wuhan Temple. Bai Bai Dong personally came to bid farewell, her reluctance palpable as she grasped Hu Laina's hand, urging, "Nana, my dear disciple, once inside, you must not act willfully. You must heed CaoQiang's every command." Hu Laina's expression conveyed a mix of compliance and inner rebellion, for in her heart, she likely cursed CaoQiang 1,000 times. Did Bai Bai Dong truly believe she would comply without proof of his capabilities? Turning to CaoQiang. Bai Dong's gaze softened. CaoQiang, I entrust Nana to you. Should anything happen to her, I shall hold you accountable. CaoQiang assured her with a firm promise. Rest easy, Dong Jia. I shall protect Nana with my life. Upon entering the city, he was astounded by the sights that greeted him. The town was shrouded in darkness, and upon entering a bar that resembled a grand coffin, he found it filled with solemn patrons, as silent as if mourning a loss. As Ulaina stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted, and the men's eyes widened with interest, the bar suddenly brimming with life. A particularly brazen man approached her, offering a drink with a greasy proposal. Beautiful lady, spend the night with me, and this Bloody Mary is yours. Ulaina's temper flared, ready to explode, but CaoQiang acted first. With a mere flick of his wrist, the man's dagger found its way into CaoQiang's grasp, now pressed against the man's own throat. Having dealt with the ruffians, a woman clad in black silk guided them deeper into the establishment, explaining, in the city of slaughter, the greatest rule is that there are no rules. CaoQiang, amused by this, smiled charmingly. Oh, does that mean I am free to act without restraint? At that moment, a shadowy figure darted from a dark corner. The speed was astonishing. Ulaina instinctively recoiled, but CaoQiang swiftly pulled her back. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than his old acquaintance Tang San. Was surprised to see him here. What followed was a chaotic chase. Tang San pursued them with relentless fervor, while CaoQiang led Ulaina in a frantic escape, a horde of fallen ones trailing behind, shouting, "The city of slaughter is eternally divine." Eventually, CaoQiang found himself cornered in a dead end, while Tang San, clad in flamboyant attire, mocked him. "CaoQiang, run. Keep running. What, are you out of breath? Ha ha ha." But guess what? Tang San believed he had triumphed, only to lose his manhood in the city of slaughter, plunging into madness as he indiscriminately attacked anyone in sight, believing CaoQiang had perished. After winning 67 consecutive battles, he became the top-ranked contender, instilling fear in all who dared to face him. While Tang San descended into chaos, I had already successfully led Ulaina to safety. Over the past year, I have not been idle. My prowess has soared alongside Ulaina, placing me in a position of remarkable superiority. When we return hand in hand to the Wuhuan Palace, standing before Bai Dong, the expression in my teacher's eyes resembles that of a mother-in-law surveying her daughter's suitor, brimming with satisfaction. After reviewing our progress, without further ado, she whisked me off to the Douluo forest. She inquired about my desires for the seventh soul ring. I boldly declared that it must be of the control type, preferably the most formidable. Bai Dong laughed heartily, exuding an air of dominance, and said, "Have you heard of the two titans of the Douluo forest, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python? One wields gravity, the other manipulation of time. Choose one, and I shall support you." Those who understand the thrill of being backed by top-tier power know how exhilarating it is. However, before I could engage with the soul rings, Bai Dong remarked that my aura was too aggressive and suggested I cultivate my demeanor and learn noble etiquette. Thus, I found myself at a place in Tiando City called Yuxian. Upon entering, I was taken aback. The proprietor was an extraordinarily beautiful noblewoman. I must say, her noble aura rivaled that of Bai Dong. Yet astonishingly, when I scanned her with my spiritual power, I found she possessed no soul power whatsoever. She was simply an ordinary person. This revelation ignited my curiosity, and I pondered whether such a stunning beauty could withstand my antics. Meanwhile, my two loyal bodyguards, Zhu Huaguan and Lao Gui, lurked in the shadows, whispering to me. You'll never guess what they suggested. Saint's son, this woman is ungrateful. Shall we perform a Wuhuan fusion technique to immobilize her for your enjoyment? I was utterly astonished at their audacity. Clearly, they were far too perceptive. Of course, I, CaoQiang, require no assistance. The owner of Yuxian, Tang Yuehua, commenced my first lesson on how to manage my emotions and presence. However, to my dismay, while I excelled in theory, the practical application collapsed spectacularly. That very night, a minor disagreement over academic matters escalated into a more intense conflict by the following day. By the third day, the friction had enveloped the entire room, with the bed and table joining the fray. On the fourth day, the entire building resonated with our rhythmic disturbances. The inhabitants of Yuxian were driven to madness, as the sound from the top floor echoed through the night, lingering for 3 days without cease. They were left to wonder what monumental events were transpiring above. Yet none dared to inquire. This uproar persisted for a full week. Finally, after 7 days, we settled down. Alas, with impending departure, our profound exchange required a decisive conclusion. I embraced the tearful Tang Yuehua, assuring her that I would return. Subsequently, I set off with Qian Rinxue and by Dong towards our ultimate destination, Sea God Island. After several days adrift on a grand vessel, we finally arrived. Upon disembarking, a middle-aged man approached us with the exuberance of a tour guide, bowing and leading us as if we were esteemed officials on an inspection tour. Bai Dong and Qian Rinxue were taken aback by the excessive hospitality of the inhabitants of Sea God Island. This man was none other than one of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island, the seahorse Douluo. He led us to a magnificent pillar, announcing the commencement of our assessment. As he stood there, a brilliant blue light emanated from him, akin to the activation of a premium skin effect. I recognized that light. The seahorse Douluo then declared, "Who wishes to undergo the sea god's test first?" Qian Rinxue stepped forward with an air of confidence, declaring, "I shall go first." Just as she was about to proceed, a more formidable figure descended. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. It was Poseidon, the Grand Priest of Sea God Island, a level 99 limit Douluo. Without adhering to protocol, this esteemed figure commanded the seahorse Douluo, "Heed my words, until they complete their trials. They are the highest-ranking guests of this island. Anyone who dares to be negligent will face dire consequences." Those who comprehend the gravity of our situation realized that we had come to partake in a hellish examination, only to discover we had been elevated to super VIP status. Qian Rinxue was bewildered, glancing at me as if to ask if I had descended from the sea god himself to experience mortal life. We were promptly ushered into Seahorse City. Honestly, as I entered, the sights of human existence evoked a wave of emotion within me. I realized I had been so consumed by the pursuit of power and wealth that I had neglected what truly mattered. Images not belonging to this era flickered in my mind, including a girl who leapt from a high building due to pressure. In that moment, I understood I could not continue this relentless competition. I needed to rediscover my true self. Qian Rinxue, driven by curiosity, roamed the city at night, discovering golden threads of faith emanating from the townsfolk, all converging upon me. When she inquired, I explained, "This is the power of belief. It stems from my previous act of saving a village, and the villagers are expressing their gratitude." Just then, the seahorse Douluo reappeared, reminding us that VIP status did not exempt us from the process. The first trial was to traverse the sea god's light. The objective, ascend the 108 steps before the forbidden zone. Any abandonment of the task would result in immediate disqualification. Upon arrival, I observed a transparent barrier enveloping the steps. Qian Rinxue, perplexed, asked how to proceed. With a smile, I instructed her to watch closely. I unleashed a wave of soul power, only to have the barrier hum and double my attack in return. The damage was accompanied by a reflective effect. Qian Rinxue was utterly shocked. Yet I stood my ground as a golden phantom emerged behind me, hands joined in prayer, effortlessly absorbing the attack. I turned to her and said, "Do you understand now? This is the sea god's light." With that, I stepped onto the first step with ease and grace. As Qian Rinxue observed my leisurely ascent, her eyes sparkled with admiration. She suddenly comprehended that she, and everyone else in this world existed in entirely different dimensions. Her gaze towards me was complex, filled with both adoration and obsession. Ultimately, she appeared to resolve something within herself and shouted after me, "CaoQiang, once this trial concludes, allow me to be your woman." I must tell you, Qian Rinxue's proclamation left me utterly astounded. This was no ordinary confession. It was a direct and unfiltered declaration, akin to a fastball straight to my face. Yet, my mind was a cacophony of thoughts. On one hand, a stunning blonde beauty was professing her feelings for me, while on the other, I had to consider my entanglements with master and teacher Lu Erlong. Was I not just a glaring figure in the realm of emotional conflicts? Master had always been generous towards me, and if I acquiesced to Qian Rinxue while leaving matters with teacher Lu Erlong unresolved, what would that make me? A quintessential scoundrel. Indeed, in my moment of hesitation, Qian Rinxue's hopeful expression shifted to one of resolute determination. Without uttering another word, she bit her lip and turned away, her posture radiating pride and independence, signaling that she was done waiting. Xiao Wu, nearby, was anxiously urging me, "Brother, why are you still dawdling? Go after her." Ao Shui looked at me with an expression that clearly conveyed her disbelief. Lu Erlong exchanged a glance with Poseidon, shaking his head with a sigh, both murmuring in unison, "He truly is a handful." At that moment, my heart was in turmoil. What was there to pursue? This emotional debt was rapidly accumulating, akin to a precarious P2P loan. One misstep and it would all explode. Yet, gazing at Qian Rinchue's resolute demeanor, I felt a sense of unease swell within me. Just as the atmosphere reached a frozen impasse, an epiphany struck me. Can evasion truly resolve any issue? Certainly not. I pivoted sharply and called out to the sea, which, "Sister, present me with your cherished fine wine." The sea, which was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Poseidon. To my astonishment, Poseidon nodded in affirmation, her gaze seemingly conveying, "Let him experience the intensity of reality." As soon as the wine was procured, an unforeseen transformation occurred. 10 soul rings erupted into a frenzied dance around Poseidon, and the spiritual energy of Sea God Island surged into her like a torrent unleashed from a dam. I watched in awe as her previously fatigued aura skyrocketed. Her entire presence transformed. She had ascended to the realm of the divine. Now, a newly minted deity, Poseidon radiated vitality, brimming with boundless energy. Her physical and spiritual strength at their zenith, even overflowing. Without a moment's hesitation, she shifted into a battle stance. The scene was nothing short of exhilarating. This clash raged on for 5 continuous days and nights. Did you think it was just the two of us? How naive. Qian Rinxue reappeared at some point, activating her angel martial soul to assist me, showering me with divine light as if it were free. The sea witch, not idly standing by, utilized her devil fish martial soul to channel soul power back to me. My dear friends, was this not the latest 2025 Team PV mode? I felt as though my CPU was on the verge of overheating. Despite this extravagant setup, after 5 days, I ultimately succumbed. I was utterly drained, with not a drop of energy remaining. At that moment, a singular thought consumed me. My power was still insufficient. I urgently needed to level up. Just then, an upgrade gift package arrived. As soon as I voiced my thoughts, a desperate cry for help echoed. A voice so alluring it made my bones quiver. It was unmistakably Xiao Bai. The sea star Douluo beside me, upon hearing this, was instantly compelled by his hero's DNA, ready to charge forward. I swiftly restrained him, saying, "Calm yourself, my friend. Listen to the pitch of that voice. Is it from a genuine person? This is a trap." I explained that this was merely an imitation, a specter mimicking life, akin to the latest AI sound simulations, a bait for entrapment. The real Xiao Bai had long been captured by these phantoms. No sooner had I spoken than the surrounding ghostly mist coalesced like a humidifier in action, swirling to form an immense black vortex before us. The sight was akin to a blockbuster special effect. The vortex's center an abyss that seemed to swallow all, beckoning me to enter and play. At that moment, the true Xiao Bai finally appeared. Her expression one of fear as she informed me that this place was called Gui Su, and those phantoms were merely the entrance examination. She had inadvertently entered once before and had nearly met her demise. Upon hearing this, I thought, a hidden map has been activated? Now this is intriguing. As I pondered, a colossal figure emerged from the vortex, introducing himself as Tongtian Yanluo. He immediately pointed at me, demanding I leave, asserting this was not a place for someone like me. I chuckled. Friends, who understands? I was well acquainted with this tactic. Wasn't this merely a small boss guarding the entrance, fearing I might seize his treasures? I confronted him directly. Your haste to expel me suggests there is something of great value within, and you fear I might claim it. To my astonishment, he lost his composure. With a furious roar, he conjured a massive black skull-shaped spear, lunging it toward my forehead without a moment's hesitation. Would I allow that? I activated my golden armor, the accompanying BGM resonating as I swiftly grew to match his size. Come on, who fears whom? Let's mutually inflict harm. Yet before our battle could escalate, a greater authority was stirred. A month later, the sky rumbled ominously, as if torn asunder, with rainbow hues flashing, and a grand door inscribed with underworld slowly creaked open. From within emerged an even mightier being, named Xing Tian. The spectacle caused the 10 great Yanluos, including the previous Tongtian Yanluo, to shrink back to their normal sizes, kneeling in unison, proclaiming their allegiance to Lord Xing Tian. He surveyed them with a piercing glance, cutting straight to the chase. Where are the divine artifacts? Hand them over. And guess what? That Tongtian Yanluo, the cunning one, crawled forward on his knees, pointing at me to accuse my lord. The divine artifacts were seized by him. I was left with the expression of an elderly gentleman on the subway, staring at a phone. What had I taken? I'd only just arrived. Xing Tian narrowed his eyes, his gaze resting upon me with palpable disdain, labeling me as an insignificant ant. I was incensed and amused. Very well, I retorted today. I shall demonstrate how this so-called ant can trample upon you, a supposed inferior deity. No sooner had I spoken than I unleashed a deadly gaze. My eighth soul skill. Endless nightmare. Initially, Xing Tian appeared confident, glowing as he attempted to resist, yet he was unaware of the external enhancement I possessed. The skill from the soul bone on my head activated, amplifying my mental assault tenfold. In just 1 second, truly just 1 second, the once arrogant Xing Tian was rendered motionless, his eyes vacant, standing like a lifeless puppet, fully ensnared in dreams. I strolled over to him leisurely, raised my hand, and severed his head, casually blowing dust off the blade, stating, with a mind so ineffective, it is best discarded. This suits you, Xing Tian. These remnants of Tang, San, akin to the indomitable cockroaches, fell one after another. I assure you, next in line was the unfortunate Asha. This fellow had previously been so defiant. Yet upon witnessing me reduce Tang, San to mere pulp, he was utterly petrified, truly terrified to the core. Approaching him, I found no need for pleasantries, directly inquiring, I hear you take great pleasure in tormenting others, especially coveting another's spouse? He trembled, speechless, quaking in fear. I smiled. Very well, let me indulge you. I shall first transform you into a woman. No sooner had I spoken than his wails echoed through the heavens. Clutching his groin, he writhed on the ground. The scene was unbearable to witness. Nearby, there was another, an unfortunate soul named Xiao Mo, who had lost an arm. I did not spare him either. Grinning as I asked, aren't you deeply enamored with your wife, willing to become immortal for her? Such a touching sentiment. But did you know, your beloved wife, in pursuit of avenging her brother, had long since. I need not finish. He crumbled under the weight of despair. Having dispatched these wretched beings, I felt a transformation within myself. How to describe it? It was as though my humanity diminished while my divinity intensified. I had reached level 90. A bona fide title Douluo, and there were virtually none on this continent who could stand against me. Everyone appeared to me as mere NPCs, devoid of any emotional resonance. Only when passing through the sunset forest did I linger upon a blue-silver grass beside the eye of ice and fire, captivated by its vigorous growth. Though devoid of spirit, akin to a vegetative state, it intrigued me. Time flew by, and a month later, Bibi Dong openly declared her intentions, dropping the facade, renaming the Spirit Hall to the Spirit Empire. I tell you, this revelation sent shockwaves throughout the continent. My friend, Chao Panshur, with a formidable cavalry of 80,000, swiftly pledged allegiance, effortlessly obliterating the Balik kingdom. Such execution was remarkably ahead of its time. Even more astonishing followed. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school, initially intent on aligning with Tang San, found itself swayed when Ning Rongrong returned, now a title Douluo of level 80. The Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were left dumbfounded, leading them to promptly decide to join our ranks. In the Starry Empire, things were no different. Dai Mu Bai, harboring an impressive soul power of level 83, returned home, while his unfortunate brother, Dai Wei Si, had only just reached level 40. What kind of alliance could be formed there? They outright declared a stance of cautious observation, which was merely a euphemism for cowardice. And guess what? I ascended directly. Arriving in the divine realm was nothing short of exhilarating. That night, a gentle rain fell in the divine realm, and as I stealthily approached the door of Bai Dong's chamber, I heard commotion from within. Peering in quietly, I was taken aback. For those in the know, she was sitting face to face with Qian Renshui, her own daughter. One exuded maturity and charm, while the other, a stunning blonde, bore a striking resemblance to her mother. I distinctly heard Vidong, Gamlitel Qian Renshui, Shvo. This is our first time serving our husband together. Relax a bit and remove your outer garment. I was frozen in shock at the doorway. Qian Renshui's face flushed crimson in an instant, likely overwhelmed by her mother's audacity. I thought to myself, this won't do. I must intervene. I pushed the door open, grinning, and remarked, who would have thought, Sister Dong, that you would hide Shui here for a surprise? Qian Renshui was so nervous, she looked ready to cry, prompting me to add with a malevolent grin, had I known this would happen, I would have spanked your little behind first, then hers. Bai Dong shot me an exasperated glare and nudged me aside. Remarkably, my cheeky remark lightened the mood instantly, and Xian Renshui appeared less tense, albeit still shy, biting her lip and looking at me with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Later, it was a heart-wrenching melody, a quest for kindred spirits in the vastness. When the song concluded, I felt utterly invigorated, as if a sudden clarity washed over me, shaking the very foundations of my being. A radiant crimson halo began to manifest behind my head, signaling my ascension to the rank of divine officer. I even conveniently acquired the divine position of a certain emotional lord I had previously vanquished, an experience that was simply delightful. Now, I had transformed into an emotional divine officer, capable of cultivating by absorbing the emotions of others, a truly exhilarating prospect. My power surged exponentially, feeling as if I possessed an arsenal of divine abilities at my disposal. While Damu Bai and I indulged in divine-level massage services, we were nearly lulled into slumber. Suddenly, the commotion outside resembled a bustling marketplace. A man was groveling and laughing, saying something about Lord Qin and that Wan Xiao and Chun Xiang were attending esteemed guests, suggesting he could swap them out. Just then, a boisterous voice drowned him out, exuding arrogance that could be felt even from behind the door. Get lost. Have Wan Xiao and Chun Xiang roll out here immediately. I was taken aback. How dare anyone attempt to claim those I'd set my sights on? Did the Yin Yun and no longer wish to thrive in the Wan Mo Ridge? For those in the know, I had barely begun to relish my fortune when someone barged in to snatch my attendance. Dai Mu Bai and I exchanged glances, both amused, thinking it was quite the era for eager individuals to offer themselves as sacrifices. Before we could make our exit, the scene shifted dramatically, and we found ourselves thrust into a more chaotic setting. A dazzling flash of gold and silver revealed a breathtaking silver-haired beauty, bloodied and cornered by an ethereal-looking elder. The elder was flanked by a red-haired accomplice who wasted no time in brandishing a mechanical disc, enveloping all three of us in a red glow, fearing the beauty might escape. As for Dai Mu Bai and me, the pair didn't even spare us a glance, likely dismissing us as mere background figures. Dai Mu Bai discreetly transmitted to me, Chao Shi Xiang, should we intervene? I shot him an incredulous look. Was that even question? We had to save her. If such a stunning celestial being were to perish before my eyes, I would regret it for eternity. It was absurd. My ire was primarily directed at the ostentatious behavior of those around us. I burst forth without hesitation. After rescuing the beauty, she appeared bewildered, regarding me with suspicion. Why did you save me? I adopted a nonchalant demeanor, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and replied casually, It's nothing. I simply could not bear to witness such a beautiful celestial being perish before me. You won't believe it. She was utterly unconvinced. She asserted that at her level, beauty held no value, and that I must have ulterior motives for saving her. It turned out that this enchanting beauty was not only stunning, but also sharp-witted. Once that matter was settled, we shifted our focus to the Beast Mountain Range. I must tell you, the sight was magnificent, teeming with people at the foot of the mountains, no less than 10,000. Among the crowd, I spotted a girl in a light blue long dress, her poise setting her apart, surrounded by several similarly dressed beauties, clearly from a prominent sect. However, it was inevitable that some oblivious souls would come forth to challenge me. A peaked divine officer, known as Qi Li, emerged from nowhere, intent on confronting me. Dai Mu Bai, now quite capable, didn't he require my assistance? He stepped forward and landed a punch on that fellow. The entire crowd was left dumbfounded. An unremarkable ordinary deity had just sent a peaked divine officer flying with a single blow. It was a physical knockout, rendering him invisible in the blink of an eye. Even more astonishing, after delivering the blow, Dai Mu Bai scampered over to me, like a proud little brother, boasting, Shi Xiang, that pesky little guy has been sent away. Haha. His lewd laughter sent shivers through the onlookers. I nodded in satisfaction. It was imperative to elevate our status. I addressed the air coolly. Well done. Those who dare to lay hands on me can only meet one fate. Death. Did you think that was the end? Soon after, another brash youth named Mo Chen emerged, exuding dark energy, and pointed a finger at me, cursing. He was a peak 3-star deity, and seeing me as merely a junior divine officer, he felt emboldened. He twisted his neck and demanded that I repeat what I had just said. I couldn't help but chuckle, replying, You want me to repeat it? Do I have no pride? His actions were utterly ridiculous, and he fell silent, before suddenly charging at me, wielding a large black scythe, swinging it like a fan. At that tense moment, Two figures soared in from the horizon. Upon seeing them, Mo Chen's eyes lit up as if he had spotted his long-lost father. And he hurriedly approached them with a flattering demeanor. Qianmo, Miss Lanyu, you have arrived. However, the siblings Xiao Qianmo and Xiao Lanyu completely ignored him, merely nodding politely before walking directly to an inconspicuous elder, respectfully bowing. Xiao Qianmo, Xiao Lanyu, greetings to Senior Zhang and Mo. Their demeanor and grace clearly indicated they hail from a top-tier noble family. Mo Chen's face turned green in an instant, resembling someone who had swallowed a fly. However, I felt a twinge of disappointment. The Xiao clan had arrived, yet there was no sign of the spirited Xiaolan. Just as I was pondering this, an enchanting voice reached my ears, Sister Xiaolan. Turning around, I beheld a woman of unparalleled beauty approaching, her aura and figure simply mesmerizing. Upon seeing her, Xiaolan's face lit up with excitement, and she affectionately called out, Sister Lanyu. This captivating lady was named Xiao Lanyu. I'm used to myself, all right? Another with the surname Xiao. But in the next moment, I was left utterly stunned. Xiaolan, brimming with enthusiasm, introduced CaoQiang to Xiao Lanyu, saying, Sister, this is young Master CaoQiang. Then, turning to CaoQiang, she added, Young Master, this is Sister Lanyu. Young Master? Xiao Lanyu was immediately taken aback, her eyes wide as saucers, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Her expression seemed to scream, What nonsense is this? Xiao Lan, who is adored in our Xiao clan, acting like a spoiled princess, dares to call a male young master. Has the world gone mad? CaoQiang found himself in a rather awkward situation, likely taken aback by Xiao Lan's casual address in front of others. Observing Xiao Lanyu's incredulous expression filled me with delight. Yet, I could not overlook the charged glance exchanged between her and CaoQiang, the atmosphere crackling with palpable tension. Just then, without warning, the ground began to tremble. A thunderous roar erupted from deep within a monster mountain range, the sound reminiscent of the heavens collapsing. Almost instantaneously, a dark crimson light shot skyward, and lo and behold, a colossal dragon emerged from the mountains. Its form was grotesque, 3 heads, a pair of decayed wings, and a scorpion tail trailing behind like a steel whip. It emanated a malevolent aura, its power rivaling that of a first-tier deity. Goodness, what an absurd sight. This boss was utterly unreasonable. Upon its emergence, it had a singular focus, charging directly towards us. My legs turned to jelly. How on earth could we fight that? It was time to flee. CaoQiang was the quickest to react, grabbing my arm and sprinting without a moment's hesitation. He unleashed his teleportation talismans with abandon, darting forward with blinding speed. The hideous 3-headed dragon lagged behind, unable to keep pace. After an exhausting burst of movement, we finally managed to shake off the beast. Leaning against a tree, CaoQiang gasped for breath, his complexion pale from the mental toll of using so many teleportation talismans. He glanced back, relieved to see that Xiao Lanyu and Xiao Qianmo had not followed. I understood then. He had deliberately distanced himself from them, wishing to conceal his true capabilities. Once he had caught his breath, he suggested we find a place to recuperate and restore our mental energy. I wonder how we would accomplish that. Meditation, perhaps? Instead, he located a nearby cave, scanning its interior with his mental energy and discovering several minor monsters within. Without a backward glance, he called out, Xiao Bai, clear the area. In the blink of an eye, a white-haired, beast-eared maiden materialized and swiftly dispatched the small creatures. Subsequently, CaoQiang led me and another black-haired, cat-eared girl deeper into the cave. For those in the know, this was the moment of recharging. A significant expenditure of mental energy required a proper recharge. This was the latest form of companionship therapy in 2025. After an intense battle, a mysterious mist enveloped the cave. Once the fog dissipated, Xiao Bai and the cat girl emerged, their bodies glistening with sweat and faces flushed, respectfully bowing to CaoQiang and addressing him as master. He nodded and waved his hand, causing them to vanish, leaving behind a damp, salty-scented battleground. At that moment, I sensed that something extraordinary was afoot. Indeed, CaoQiang turned and gently placed Chun Han Yi, who had been by his side, down, his voice soft as he said, Remove your clothing and lie down. My goodness. Chun Han Yi was taken aback, her heart racing as if it were drumming in her chest, her face turning beet red. In the very spot where the two had just battled, he was about to take her innocence. One audacious maneuver. It was both shameful and exhilarating. Who could withstand such a situation? I watched as Chun Han Yi bit her lip, her hands trembling as she slowly began to unfasten her belt. This scene was undoubtedly the most exquisite content I had encountered this year. However, while CaoQiang was preparing for a significant moment in a similarly concealed cave, Posei and Guyuna were in a state of frantic worry. Mubai, where on earth has your senior brother gone? It has been hours with no word. What if something has happened? Posei was truly concerned. Dai Mubai remained composed, preventing them from exiting and offering constant reassurances. Listen, dear sisters, rest assured. My senior brother is exceptionally capable. He will be fine. What a charmer Dai Mubai was, even calling them sisters, reinforcing their bond. He cautioned them that the outside world was chaotic, and should they venture out, they might fall into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals. Yet, Posei remained unconvinced, her expression still fraught with worry as she said, I know you are right, but we are genuinely anxious for him. Upon hearing the round-faced girl's words, Xiaozhu wished to speak further, but they were suddenly interrupted by commotion from outside, prompting them to fall silent. At that moment, a snake-headed beast approached, carrying a wooden bucket filled with various frog-like creatures. It rapped on the iron bars of their cell, indicating it was time for their meal. The 5 girls became tense again, their earlier calm dissipating instantly. The snake-headed beast, seeing their lack of movement, blinked and knocked on the bars again, tossing a wriggling black toad into its mouth and beckoning them closer to eat. The 5 girls shook their heads in unison, panic etched on their faces. They were currently devoid of divine power. In the meantime, the words of the Right Chancellor fell silent as he seemed to weigh the significance of his child's words, contemplating the decisions he ought to make. In a swift motion, Lu Hao severed 2 hands before the other party could react. Zhang Jun and the others were carried by villagers, following the elder, unaware of what benefits had been exchanged. Zhao Fuxin trailed behind, and the elder showed no fear of his escape. Their path led them into a secluded wilderness, and Zhao Fuxin contemplated how to escape. Yet any method seemed futile against overwhelming strength. Once inside the room, they sat on the edge of the bed, holding hands and gazing at each other in silence until nightfall. At that moment, Xiahou Su appeared surprisingly calm and patient. No matter how irate she became, he remained placid, causing her frustration to dissipate like cotton. Gu Ming's candid remarks, half-truths and half-jokes, captivated the journalists present, leaving them without a shred of doubt regarding her inquiries. Now, the crowd shouted in unison, their eyes alight with fervor. Enduring such training in this dismal place had been arduous. For those murderous villains, a night raid was their retribution, while conversely, the night raid itself also bore its own consequences. Even Li Zilu could discern that the interactions between Gu Ming and Song Shiming lacked the intimacy typical of lovers, instead displaying the closeness of family. Thus, Li Zilu was confident that the relationship between Gu Ming and Song Shiming was far more complex than it appeared. What the predicament? Their quarrels were of little concern to me, but I was unaware of the extent of Xiao Yu's capabilities and had witnessed the cruelty of Wu Xuan. As she plunged from a great height, her feet pierced the river, the chilling water enveloping her legs and swiftly rising to her waist. The water entering her nostrils causing her to lose her bearings, the pressure submerging her organs in an instant. Soon, I shall take you to my home star. Qing Wang Xing. A substantial planet radiated a green, luminous glow under the guidance of the Qing Emperor. Just as I approached Xiao Yu's figure not far ahead, he unexpectedly halted. In my haste, my unstable footwear caused me to collide forcefully into his back. But could we truly relinquish the flame hall so easily? The mere thought of it stirred a sense of reluctance within Wei Meizi. It gazed longingly at Ling Kuei, unwilling to give up. It was determined to consume Ling Kuei, even at the cost of injury. After finishing one bottle, it proceeded to the next. But it was evident to all that Gao Lin was already intoxicated. Another drink would surely lead him to collapse. The emperor of the Yun High Kingdom, upon hearing this, felt even more elated, especially upon witnessing Xiao Lang's already sunken demeanor. Xian'er, as the figure was about to plunge into the frigid waters of the pool, he finally recognized it was Yuan Xian'er and hurriedly leaped into the water to catch her. It seemed she must engage in more physical training. Had she done so, she would not be so fatigued now. In truth, despite leaving early, Yun Xiyin and her companions were not entirely unaware of their adversaries. They had seen them upon registration. As the Grand General Wang of this planet, Shun Lang bore the weight of the lives of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, while the secrets within Li Ling's mind pertained to the fates of countless lives on this planet. Volume 1, Chapter 120, Dongfang Wan's devotion. Becoming gentle in a secluded area west of the abyssal pool in the Warcraft mountain range, behind a large rock at the edge of a crumbling cliff. CaoQiang's figure emerged. They had distanced themselves from the core area. CaoQiang addressed Dongfang Wan after releasing her. She nodded in response. CaoQiang grasped her hand, his gaze fervently fixed upon her, causing her to feel somewhat uneasy, lowering her head shyly. Master Dongfang, I believe you are a wise individual. You have witnessed the power of the scorpion-tailed, three-headed demon dragon. Given our strength, it is impossible to seek revenge on Senior Li Hebai in the short term. Nearby stood Xiao Qianma and Xiao Lanyu. Shall we continue? Mu Ziyu expressed regret as he paused, touching his lips, wishing to advance for another kiss. Teachers, I have prepared gifts for both of you. Would you prefer to open them now or later? Shui asked cheerfully, uncertain of the teacher's thoughts. He himself found this assertion hard to believe, for the police informant had seen Cheng Rongjian in the villa with his own eyes. This was a dead end. Mu Bai's expression turned grim as he controlled the Jinmu furnace, plummeting suddenly toward the palace. Subsequently, Jamozi leaped, igniting the flame blade, unleashing a fiery sword energy towards Benin and his companions, who immediately summoned the Six Veins divine sword to counter, both sides infusing their internal energy in a relentless duel. Wang Yu, do you think we might encounter trouble this time? Xiao Changfeng spoke nervously. Without providing Nan Yu any opportunity, Tang Huijin seized her and led her towards his villa, situated directly opposite Mu Qian's residence. Long Yichen recalled reading in the Academy's ancient tomes that only upon reaching the 7th rank of spiritual formation could one withstand the turbulence of spatial chaos. Jiang Guangguang ambled leisurely behind, occasionally kicking pebbles along the way. Upon arriving at home and seeing Cheng Rongjian leaning against the car, she paused in surprise. I, the Emperor Li Shimin, hereby appoint my royal brother to journey west. You may either allow him passage, or I shall lead troops to ensure it. Do not claim I did not forewarn you. Initially brimming with fighting spirit, they now found their feet unusually heavy, unable to take a single step. Ludwig explained externally that the war between the winged people and the sea tribe had persisted for many years, leading both the Abdus winged and sea forces to grow weary. It turned out she was simply retaliating emotionally, employing different men to trample upon my dignity as a man and her husband. At that moment, Su Bihan fell into deep contemplation, realizing that her father, known for his loyalty and integrity, had met with the misfortune of the three clans. Did this indicate that his steadfastness had brought about his own demise? Most notably, the elven royal court in Proshir City had flourished under the influence of magic. However, the number of ferocious beasts far exceeded Qin Shio's comprehension. Beyond the third-tier beasts, there were numerous second- and first-tier ferocious creatures relentlessly attacking Qin Shio. Madame Shan instructed her guards to relocate the gold to a secure location and invited Lin Chun inside for tea and a detailed conversation. It was the suggestion of Steward Shui, and I had no part in it. The one-eyed bandit squinted, hiding behind his horse, trying to discern what hidden weapons Lin Chen possessed that could eliminate the disciples of Hongxiang. Jiang Yu pondered, stroking his chin, then gazed at the expedition angels rescued by the angelic legions, his mind forming a plan. Typically, when a special item appears, it often carries some aura or BGM. Although the satin before them felt luxurious to the touch, no extraordinary phenomena occurred, leaving everyone rather disappointed. I too sensed something amiss, nodding in agreement, as I, along with Chao San and Su Song, approached the door. Peering through the peephole, I found it shrouded in darkness, unable to perceive the outside world. Could it be that the peephole at Yu Huai's home was broken? With a crack, the superior artifact Fire Snake Whip shattered the lightning sphere, transforming the fire tongue into a great serpent that lunged at the cultivator who had provoked Qin Feng. Volume 1, Chapter 121. Ancient Buddha Black Lotus Sting. A colossal chime resonated just as Chao Chang's god of death domain was about to make contact with the Black Lotus. Astonishingly, a massive golden bell phantom appeared on the surface of the Black Lotus, intricately engraved with golden Buddhist scriptures. The ancient Buddha Black Lotus. It truly was the ancient Buddha Black Lotus. Excitement surged within Chao Chang as the voice of the Yin-Yang ancestor echoed in his mind. Chao Chang felt somewhat dazed. What exactly is the ancient Buddha Black Lotus? Is it truly formidable? Boy, relinquish the soul ring of the scorpion-tailed, three-headed demon dragon. Once it has matured after absorbing the soul ring, I shall assist you in claiming it. The Yin-Yang ancestor cackled. Chao Chang, unfamiliar with the ancient Buddha Black Lotus, inquired. Senior, What exactly is the ancient Buddha Black Lotus? Ache, then tell me the conditions. What must I do for you to grant me the phone card? Gu Anqing clenched his fists tightly, contemplating alternative solutions if Su Yush were to refuse once more. Subsequently, Su Jinxia penned a letter to Morong Qi, recounting the events that transpired after entering the clan's forbidden grounds over the past few days. In this battle, we achieved victory without losing a single soldier and captured over 1,400 enemy natives. At that moment, Zhu Ling finally discovered a lighter hidden within a snake's mouth. How clever of her to conceal it there. Was she not afraid of being swallowed? Furthermore, as she had just regained her inner strength, her movements were not yet fully fluid, remaining as light as an ordinary person, allowing Zhong Nie to remain unaware of her condition, which was entirely reasonable. Initially, only a few ants detected the scent of flesh, colliding their antennae to exchange information. Should that piece of land be successfully bid for, and if it were to become the largest shopping center in Ningji City and even the entire province, marrying Tin Shenyanshi would be more than sufficient. Taoist, I choose the second path. Yin Qing, though meticulous, became resolute, her year of hardship fortifying her determination. Once she decided on something, not even 8 horses could pull her back. Will the leader act recklessly? Xiang Xiao now pointed at Wu Yong with concern, harboring deep-seated prejudice against him. Even if he accomplished remarkable feats, her bias would remain unchanged. Moreover, the Kunlun mirror among the ancient clans was merely a clue available on the surface, while other matters remained elusive and invaluable. As the words fell, the figure cloaked in black transformed into a dense black mist, instantly merging into Talon's head. Simultaneously, Talon, previously motionless like a puppet, seemed activated as red light erupted from his eyes. The twisted world, stretching like the edge of a black hole, gradually returned to normalcy. The black dragon dissipating into the starry clouds of the corpse realm. Zhao Hai had always enjoyed good health, rarely suffering from fevers or colds, let alone fainting episodes. This truly terrified Wang Qingmei, who feared something was amiss and immediately took him to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. Thus, Kong Lei edited a post, essentially stating that the task from the previous post was officially cancelled from the moment this post was issued. The beauty, like a skeleton, regardless of one's extraordinary grace or unparalleled beauty, will ultimately turn to dust and be forgotten by the world after a century. Li Chenglong lamented that only power is eternal. Pandawe covered the car with vines to prevent it from being stolen or crushed by zombies during the night. Do you know where these people are from? Ban Mingshi asked from the back seat, turning to look behind, where the driver, obscured by black sunglasses, remained unrecognizable. Thus, it was indisputable that the property should be given to his younger brother, and Li Xiuli had no objections. Yang Mingche possessed an eerie physique and unleashed thunderous, violent attacks. The Huasheng vine had yet to approach, thus leaving her uncertain about his defensive capabilities. She boldly speculated that Yang Mingche's refusal to let the Huasheng vine come close indicated that his defense was not as grotesquely powerful as his speed and attack. And Yu Jing was oblivious to when the banquet would conclude, merely following the crowd in a daze. The entire palace was so silent that only the sound of his kneeling could be heard, creating an eerily unsettling atmosphere. In the first volume, Chapter 122, The Underrated Ant. After a period of cultivation, once the power of the demon god's trident reached saturation, Cao Chong ceased his training. He felt an overwhelming urge to attach a soul ring to the trident, but was stopped by the ancestor of Yin and Yang. Youngster, if you do not wish to remain stagnant at the Divine King level forever, do not rush to attach a soul ring to your demon goddess trident. Furthermore, you can use the soul skill from the Black Lotus once for a short duration. With this trump card, it should suffice for now. However, I advise you to remain composed. Recklessness could lead to dire consequences. CaoQiang note that, planning to wait for the women to awaken before he transferred the ancient Buddha Black Lotus to the mark on his forehead. However, upon seeing Sophia beside Stephen, she involuntarily trembled, her face reflecting instinctive fear, an aura of death's divine power suppressing her, emanating a terrifying presence of a superior in the realm of death. Let us assume she's indeed an expert. Then, let us see what nonsense she has translated. Near the forest, trees grew wildly, no longer ordinary, but imbued with formidable divine power and energy on every branch. They departed from the rubber boat to board Jiang Han's yacht. And while they had means to board without worry, there were a few exceptions, with Si Changjun being the most typical representative. The snow wolf, distracted by a shot forgot the imminent threat posed by Arno, leaping over him and charging towards Zhuyi's concealed position. Regarding the third round of the competition, the academic forum had made predictions, suggesting the strongest attack gene or the strongest XX gene, leading many to prepare in advance. Yet, when the actual rules for the competition were announced, everyone was still taken aback, as no one had anticipated such a method for the third round. Yupu smiled at Wang Yu, retrieving a complete set of green arrow attire from his ring, which included a green fabric hoodie, wrist-length half-arrow gloves, and a green arrow, laying it out before Wang Yu. I am. How did you sustain such severe injuries? Why are the members of the cursed sect pursuing you? The prophet Anka softly inquired. Be honest. Do you mean to say I could just swallow you whole without doing anything else? Jiang Han asked after uncovering the truth. His target was the young General Xieyu. Confident in his own elite ghost operative prowess, he believed this exceptionally endowed general could not possibly escape. Lin Qingxian smiled in that case. What harm is there in taking a look? He stepped toward the ice cave. The first time she met Tang Feng, she hummed this very song in the room. And as she sang, Tang Feng appeared before her, a memory she cherished. Tang Feng had even mentioned wanting her to teach him how to sing. With a radiant smile, Xiao Xiao thought of this and ran towards the school gate. You cannot come. If you do, we will not be able to take care of you. And besides, we're going to move things. You wouldn't be of any assistance now, so you should stay and help with something else, Yin Yin said, glancing at Shen Mingyuan. The criticism was mild. The school was genuinely suffering losses. The cost of acquiring the script, coupled with production expenses, had barely returned a fraction, leaving them in a dire financial predicament. Without any warning, the shard of the heart of Dark Soul suddenly rose from Han Ningxin's palm, shooting a line of black light at the divine light sphere. Sharp as a needle, it effortlessly pierced into the sphere. Decomposition could not only break down matter, but also neutralize all forms of energy attacks. The shockwaves and heat generated by explosions were blocked by the energy affixed to the surface of his armor. Since he was conducting business in Changsha, Jingzhou, which was quite far from Luoyang, his arrival was delayed. By the time he reached Luoyang, Wei Liang had already departed the capital. One among them wore a tattered black robe, its condition appallingly decrepit, with long hair nearly obscuring her face as she slowly followed a tall middle-aged man wearing a straw hat. In the first volume, chapter 123, The Dog of the Dragon God, when death strikes, Shi Bolong, clad in stone attire and appearing to be around 13 or 14, observed the water ghost with a playful expression. The water ghost hesitated, forcing a smile. No, not at all. The mountain tiger had already stealthily retreated. CaoQiang found it both amusing and infuriating. This Shi Bolong truly loved meddling. Ignoring this bothersome individual, CaoQiang directly supported the about-to-fall Li Wujuan, placing a healing pill in her mouth. Swallow it. This is a healing pill that can help restore your injuries. Li Wujuan was momentarily stunned before swallowing the pill, which dissolved instantly, nourishing her injuries with pure medicinal power. Once upon a time, Gan Hong had regarded such matters as a favor to Yu Huanshui, as if he ought to be grateful for it, brimming with sarcasm. Yichen borrowed this lesson to ironically point out the disparity between Gan Hong and Liang Annie. The Tang Song before him truly possessed unfathomable strength. Even without weapons, he could engage in an elaborate dance of combat with him. Indeed, Steward Wang regarded Wei Siyu with suspicion, attempting to discern any hint of deceit from him. The moment the words fell, a series of roars erupted from the earth below, causing the mountains of trees to tremble violently, and the ground beneath the soldier's feet became loose. In the next moment, the man's body soared into the air, crashing heavily onto the street amidst the startled gasps of the crowd. Du Sun quickly covered his phone and retreated to a secluded corner of the company, his straight brows and eyes revealing a striking expression of anger. Sure, Mengshue's complexion was naturally fair, and today, adorned in a white top, she appeared even more exquisite. However, it was regrettable that he had never enjoyed the feeling of being controlled by others. Only upon reaching the sage level, capable of resisting the so-called heavenly path and the Tathagata of the sage, could he truly experience great freedom. This scene mirrored the first encounter between Feng Bugui and Dongfang Bubi at Lu Jingfeng's grand retirement ceremony. However, unlike then, Dongfang Bubi retracted the silver needles with a red thread, while Fei Bin was directly blinded by the needles. Yet, Chen Hao's back cheeks and arms were riddled with shattered shrapnel and broken shards of bone. After the trio's performance concluded, everyone began to take the initiative to showcase their talents. The children displayed various skills, some filled with enthusiasm sang nursery rhymes from the hidden realm, while others, lacking singing ability, entertained the crowd with amusing feats utilizing their chi. The alliance army of the Yuji tribe trudged back, covered in dirt and disappointment. They had failed to seize any food. In fact, they had neither touched nor grasped anything and had instead been inexplicably harmed by some unknown entity. Before understanding what that thing truly was, they dared not provoke the Han people again. Have you not grown weary of repeating yourself? Sheng Dai remarked, gazing at a face that mirrored his own. Annoyance evident in his tone. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Yi did not wait for Chun Hao to respond. She turned and pressed the button for the elevator behind her. After the spherical lightning dissipated and the metallic knight vanished from view, the Sanshir Ji Long felt a wave of relief. Yet in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Li Wan hurriedly entered the bathing area for a quick wash. Once she finished, she promptly retreated to her room to rest. Although this move bore the name of Gaia, it had no actual connection to the deity. In this context, Gaia merely served as an adjective, describing the technique's power as heavy and formidable as the earth itself. Had it not been for Chen Hao's phone call, she would have believed him to be dead. Now that he was alive, one could only assume his body was in tatters. Enough with the chatter, let us eat. Chen Hao feigned ignorance of Yang Shengshir's words and proceeded to release all the chains binding him. Although the clan held the rights to the fief, these lands were not their property. Rather, they referred to the taxes collected from that area, a portion of which was allocated to be collected by designated individuals and subsequently transferred to the clan. Volume 1, Chapter 124, Suppressing the Huang Quan Demon, Well versus Crisis. Elder, secure the rope well, and I will pull you up. Chao Chang's voice suddenly rang out. Qin Muyang swiftly wrapped the rope around himself, and with a strong tug from Chao Chang, he soared upward. Just as Qin Muyang burst forth from the cave's mouth, a surge of black, demonic energy coalesced into a massive hand reaching for him. Hearing the wind rushing behind him, his heart raced to the brink of panic, his pupils dilating as he sensed the fury emanating from the entity behind him. Trembling in fear, his first thought was, I'm going to die. But at that moment, a talisman he had previously dismissed flew to his aid, shielding him. The situation is set. What purpose does His Highness have in speaking with me? Yi Qinju's lips unexpectedly curled upward, her expression enigmatic. As Lier departed, Wang Chongyang's eyes gleamed with fervor. After all, not only had the other party cured his chronic ailment, but a broader horizon awaited him. Song Yuan did not believe that the cowardly Lu Jin possessed the capability to bully Lu Qing, yet as a friend, she felt compelled to assure Lu Qing that she would teach Lu Jin a lesson. Below, Song Jie observed the scene with growing anxiety, and upon seeing Ren Zi being forced to descend further, a fierce glint ignited in his gaze. They summoned Ji Chunfeng and shared a rare lunch together. Ji Chunfeng and Lu Tiansu enjoyed a few beers, and, as Ji Chunfeng drank, he inexplicably began to weep. Very well then, Feng Xing will no longer pry. Feng Xing conceded verbally, though inwardly he mused about Dr. Li's oddly peculiar reaction the previous night, resolving to inquire further that evening. Naturally, Annie could not undertake this task herself. She would use Dumbledore's name to enlist in G.A.R.'s assistance. This time, perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, my body moved uncontrollably, stumbling forward. Having drunk my fill, I had no choice but to fall silent and retreat to Mina's bed to lie down. Senior brother, since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave. In Kong observed the presence of Kong, realizing he was practicing silent meditation and that they could not appear simultaneously. Thus he bid farewell. The ground was covered with a soft, exquisite carpet, and two impeccably dressed gentlemen, stepping in polished shoes, made no sound as they walked. Huang Tianhua's pinpoint accuracy with the heart-piercing nail was unparalleled until it met its match in the form of Xiao Sheng from the Yuqing sect, rendering it ineffective. Vanessa's cheeks flushed as she looked up to find Feng Yin watching her with a bemused expression, prompting her to huff in annoyance and turn away. A glimmer of light flickered in the depths of Tretz's eyes. He sensed the young man's strong conviction and recognized the relentless determination within him. He was not joking. The unexpected outcome was surprisingly favorable, for the similarities between the Zijing continent and the ancient Earth were abundantly clear. What is happening? Chun Mou glanced around at the four clan leaders with suspicion, only to be met with a shocking sight. A rain of rockets descended upon them like a fiery storm. Now, the Heavenly King dared to question him under the guise of heavenly ministers, evidently aiming to undermine his authority. He needed to devise a strategy to counter this. Becoming an astronaut candidate was an arduous endeavor, and they were unwilling to surrender easily. As Gabriel recounted that fateful night's events, silence enveloped the hall, followed by uproarious laughter, leaving him feeling foolish. What was going on? Did they know her? Indeed, even the dreamlike television station was included. The elder waved his hand, and the vehicle began to move slowly again. The Longtan port area was complex in terrain, with roads that seemed interminable, showcasing various sites for exploration. What a treasure! Lin Weiguan nodded repeatedly, saliva beginning to flow uncontrollably. Lu Nan's words resonated strongly with the Koreans, who cheered loudly, brimming with pride. Their gazes toward Lu Nan warming considerably. Volume 1, Chapter 125, Invoking the Ancestor's Power. Upon hearing the proposal from the Yin-Yang ancestor, although CaoQiang felt it somewhat shameless, he promptly agreed. Even if Xia Zhu and the others disapproved later, CaoQiang could find a way to procure some Yin-Yang energy for the Yin-Yang ancestor. After all, the white jade pendant gifted to him by Li He Bai contained the purest Yin-Yang energy. However, unless absolutely necessary, CaoQiang was uncertain about how to utilize the energy within the white jade pendant. From the remnants left by Li He Bai, he knew this pendant was the key to entering the ancient god battlefield. If he were to harness the Yin-Yang energy within, he was unsure if he could replenish it afterward. He must go to the ancient god battlefield. At that moment, Xia Hosu's words struck a chord in Lu Xinhe, leaving her feeling disoriented. The world around her dimmed, and she nearly fainted at the sight of Xia Hosu's indifferent countenance. She felt a surge of unwillingness. Chun Xing had not touched a drop of water or a single grain of rice. Peiyu lacked the appetite to eat. She had brought her own thermos filled with a light vegetable bone soup, yet Chun Xing refused to drink even a sip. Yu Jia gazed at them as the moonlight cast a gentle smile, perfectly highlighting the shape of each shadow. After all, condensing the numerous narrative threads of the original story into a mere 40-plus episodes of animation would inevitably leave many aspects unattended. To be frank, Su Rual held immense expectations for the Rurouni Kenshin, Trust and Betrayal arc. During her time at the MOU manga studio, although she had contributed to several serialized works on Manning, none had achieved remarkable success. Some individuals had indeed witnessed such occurrences. It was common in winter, yet many remained oblivious, unaware of the reasons behind such phenomena. Zhao Fuxin truly admires those who have spent years peddling their wares. Their eloquence and perceptiveness are unparalleled, adeptly tailoring their words to suit each passerby. Zhao Fuxin wished to purchase a hairpin as a gift for Binglian, but he could not afford one as exquisite as the golden pin belonging to Lingi. Regardless of Li Chunyan's scornful thoughts, he could only hold Mo Wanlin's hand with utmost respect, embodying the role of a mermaid princess, perfectly complementing the enchanting Huayu. Song Yi was deeply impressed by that tale, though she had never had the opportunity to wield a weapon herself. She had only learned the methods of divination on a whim alongside her father. Upon seeing the young man, the man squinted, his gaze fixating on a green gourd hanging from the youth's waist. The young man smiled faintly, and the man responded with a slight smile of his own. The dual sword saintess remarked, "Though you were injured previously, you should not be this weak. It would be a pity to waste this magic light crimson spear." With a swift motion, she flung Huani away. Fortunately, Hao Xuan was behind him, shielding him. He picked up a spoon and scooped a piece of watermelon jelly, bringing it to his nose to inhale its refreshing and unique fragrance. After tasting it, he found its subtle sweetness to be smooth and delightful, without being cloying. Many complained, playfully hitting Camus' shoulder while he laughed and cried, holding her hand. Su Ziyue, surprised, took the box. Did she predict that I would come? The moment she uttered this, a chill ran down her spine. This caught everyone's attention. They gazed at the two with a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Should the Iron Army prevail, the destiny of the Han would not yet be exhausted. The lords of the realm would bide their time, some retreating, others advancing. The Xuanji sects Shun Wenji, Chu Sun, and Hiyang faced off in the battle against King Minsheng. Hiyang fell to Chu Sun and perished in Xuanji, while King Minsheng was gravely injured and fled, significantly weakening the demon clan. The man wielded a long, pure white whip that shimmered with a ghostly glow, resembling a creation carved from white jade, yet the sinister aura emanating from it made it clear that it was no mere ornament. The food prepared by the spiritual chef not only had to ensure a delightful taste, but also retain the essence of the ingredients throughout the cooking process. Inside the inner hall, apart from the painful cries of Bai Yang, there was an eerie silence. Everyone gaped in disbelief at what lay before them. However, if he truly possessed his own will, or even consciousness, his actions would become understandable, illuminating many previously baffling aspects, for a substitute could also be targeted by another substitute. Volume 1, Chapter 126, Devouring Starvine, Xiaju, Xia Emoju. To speak of the Azura gods' hidden treasure and offer your soul's blood as a servant. This Huang Kuan-Yu is indeed a talent. Ancestor, spare his life. CaoQiang transmitted this thought to the Yin-Yang ancestor, who nodded in agreement, sealing him with a large character for prohibition. He then shifted his gaze to the figure of the great Buddha, Emo Chun. Upon meeting the eyes of the Yin-Yang ancestor, Emo Chun was engulfed by a wave of fear and quickly imitated Huang Kuan-Yu by kneeling, pleading for mercy. I'm also willing to offer my soul's blood. Apologies, we only desire your soul ring. Without granting Emo Chun another chance to speak, the Yin-Yang ancestor struck down upon his head. Emo Chun's massive head shattered. At that moment, the Huang Quan demon well transformed into 1,000 gold coins. Although it was only a fraction, it was still quite substantial. What do you think, Lei? Lin Yu smirked at Lei. A chilling, desperate scream erupted from the Ice Emperor as Qin Yu's true Qi palm surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming the Ice Emperor's figure. The night in Yangzhou was free of curfews. The streets were ablaze with lights, and the melodic strains of the guqin drifted from the painted boats along the river, serenading passers-by. Qin Yu traversed a path not far from Heishan City, estimating the distance to be merely a few hundred miles, making his arrival at Heishan City a matter of little time. After various strategies were thwarted in Meteorite City, the Underworld Temple had opened the gates of the Underworld at the northern entrance, sending forth the lowest-tier skeletons primarily to create disturbances, effectively cutting off the northern retreat of the defending forces. Did Su Qin drive here? If not, I can give her a ride home. It's best not to drive after drinking. Li Jianxiao stood up. The two were grateful for their timely assistance, but little did they know, this venture would lead them into the jaws of wolves and tigers. Has she turned into a zombie? Does she eat people? By the way, I saw her go into the building. Yang Guimei paid no heed to Principal Luo's explanations. Her only concern was whether Bao Bei had become a zombie, and if she would bring disaster upon them all. The man revealed a peculiar smile, flexed his wrist, and then turned away from the window, striding toward a nearby storage room. Your power may not be overwhelming, but your technique is quite impressive, Thor remarked with curiosity. Meanwhile, Amitba had been keenly observing the expression of the Zhuan-Ti Buddha mother since the moment Laozi spoke, and upon noticing her growing impatience, he discreetly tugged at her sleeve. Thus, through a series of coincidences, the various divisions stationed in Rihe finally grasped the intentions of their superiors. Realizing that they could not outmaneuver the military and political department, nor could they contend with Zhang Xiu, especially with Zhang Xiuliang and Chiang Kai-shek backing him. Consequently, they all silently vowed to learn from this experience and promptly set off. Su Aixing was entirely unaware that he had fallen into Lu Yunfei's dark trap, gradually sinking into the depths of darkness. Upon seeing this, Sun Wukong refused to entangle himself further, for as the saying goes, one can be one or two, but not three. Continuing to linger would only provoke Zhen Yuanzi's displeasure, and Sun Wukong held a favorable impression of Zhen Yuanzi, the one who had resolved his doubts, thus refraining from causing him trouble. Contemplating this, Xiahou Zhen formed a peculiar shape with his orange-yellow fighting spirit, enveloping it within. The fighting spirit exuded a sharp and formidable aura, quite intimidating. Why were you punished? The voice was somewhat hoarse, as if deliberately speaking in a constricted tone to avoid detection. Feeling the chill emanating from Ling Yun, the elder Ku Zhu and Lu Mu both shuddered, exchanging astonished glances with Ling Yun, who surprised them with such an imposing presence. Upon sensing Ling Yun's abnormality, the three of Qing Tsang lowered their heads in fear, quietly standing beside him. After the pain subsided somewhat, Niefeng struggled to retrieve a pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. Instantly, a warm current surged within him, flowing toward his arms, significantly alleviating the pain. Volume 1, Chapter 127. Shaolan encounters danger, life and death on the line. Upon seeing the tears welling in Xia Zhu's eyes, CaoQiang gently wiped them away, speaking softly, Mo Zhu, do not worry. Once I return from the ancient god battlefield, I will help you search for your mother, no matter where she may be. Xia Zhu's eyes sparkled with tears of gratitude upon hearing this. She embraced CaoQiang, saying, Thank you, my husband. She knew that CaoQiang enjoyed being addressed in this manner. From the moment Lang Qingyue called him husband, she had surmised that he relished such endearments. Though a touch shy, she still sweetly called him so. CaoQiang caressed her silky black hair. It was likely that the individual was a classmate of Xiao Yoli, and as he intended to greet him, he noticed an unsettling look in his eyes, a mixture of distaste, aversion, and even nausea, akin to someone with a phobia of filth encountering excrement. He took the lead in shouting, prompting some to join in the raucous commotion. A portion of the onlooking players, upon hearing Shuya Tingjun confess to her mistake, began to question her about the incident in astonishment. The guild channel was immediately thrown into chaos, and despite Shuya Tingjun's repeated attempts to interject, she could not find the opportunity. However, what was inevitable soon arrived. After pacing around the room several times, she finally settled down, only to hear the door creak open as Fong Eai entered, similarly clad in formal attire. Accompanying him were several sons of officials, and just as Xiao Xiang intended to speak, she noticed Li Ku trailing last, entering the room at a leisurely pace. Li Huajingang promptly activated the vehicle, whispering, "Leader, what if we discover a tail?" Su Qing responded with a cold smile, offering no answer, his hand casually brushing against the belt at his waist. Though the belt had been used several times before, its remaining length was more than sufficient to send any pursuer flying. The cool touch of the platinum button on his suit against her cheek was chilling, yet Tong Ran felt her body, long chilled by the wind, gradually warming up. The two who had fallen during the earlier collision had not witnessed how the two Jinsong sect warriors had been sent to meet Yin Wang by Su Qing. By the time the acupoints were released, the bodies had already been swiftly loaded onto a pickup truck, leaving them to gnash their teeth in frustration. Having once been a family member of a patient, she now understood the emotions of family and patient even better than during her school days and knew how to comfort the families and treat the patients. Should he discover her peeking, it would be mortifying, even if it were unintentional. She hastily closed her eyes and feigned sleep. She implored me to keep her secret, and while I understood the importance of discretion, tonight's events would be impossible to conceal with so many witnesses. The dormitory residents would surely find out. Moreover, upon seeing her kiss another, Song Jiqing would surely give up and refrain from telling their parents about their relationship. Luanin patted Anthony's shoulder and began to usher him out the door, his expression warm and amiable. At this moment, the host had taken the stage. Advancing to inspect the visibly struggling drunkard who had clearly lost his ability to act, raising Hishang's right hand high. Ix was sent flying. It had not been entirely cast away. Just as he was about to soar out, two beams of light appeared, gradually transforming into two colossal beings of light that caught him before he could be thrown out. While the entire primordial world was consumed with worry for Buddhism, the Daotong Golden List had already been updated to over 60 names. A hand rested on the robot's fist, and with no effort required, the robot realized it could not retract its fist. A powerful strike descended, forceful enough to create a significant dent in space, forcefully bringing him crashing down from midair. The future often gazed at the sky. Though the sun above was blinding, to Ultraman, it was merely dazzling. Who did you lose to? Chen Montak inquired, eager to know how Mayo had been eliminated in the first round. Meanwhile, Hishang assessed the newcomer at the doorway, tall and slender, dressed in a white hoodie. The features hidden beneath the hood were obscured by the angle of the light, with arms hanging naturally at their sides. A red tie appearing to be tied at the chest. Volume 1, Chapter 128. Xiao Lan completes the inheritance. The dog's siblings resurface. Suddenly, two beams of scorching flames shot from the eyes of the Zhuke demon god statue, incinerating the second-level godly ghost at the forefront into ashes. A mature beauty, clad in a fiery gown and adorned with a brown feather crown, appeared in midair, seemingly around 30 years old. Her ethereal and commanding voice echoed throughout every corner of the demon god altar. Those who disturb my inheritance shall die. Upon uttering the word die, a multitude of approaching malevolent spirits was swept away like dust by a massive fiery wing. Witnessing this scene, the ghost-faced demon lord was rendered speechless. He never anticipated that the Zhuke statue harbored such powers left behind by the Zhuke demon god. Yet, as he saw the detestable humans on the verge of entering another realm, the prospect of being outsmarted was unacceptable to the proud Wolf King. If they had not fully entered, it indicated there was still a chance. The sight of Mu Fu caused Mu Shuiqing's emotions to spiral, and she could not help but cry out in distress. As for Lu Yaoyao's fate, it was undoubtedly tragic. Not only was she expelled from the Lu family by Lu Daquan, but she was also directly expelled from the academy. Additionally, the charge of intentional injury would keep her imprisoned for a considerable time. With Ling Lingqi confined to the reflection room, an urgent internal meeting was swiftly convened. During this meeting, Zheng Xuewei harshly criticized Ling Lingqi for leaving the team without permission and strongly insisted on severe punishment, receiving overwhelming support from most attendees. In contrast, it seemed that the visceral thrill of the gladiatorial arena, with its blood and fervor, was more enticing. Zhao Xian's complexion shifted as he sensed countless spiritual entities gathering outside the castle, comprised of various old beasts and many humans, merging together and creating a unified wave of consciousness. After some light conversation, Nick Fury concluded the matter and proceeded to display the footage of Loki, who was being held captive. In terms of consciousness alone, Zhao Xian's was not particularly formidable, at most comparable to a level 93 Spirit Master. Despite Yao Su's tranquil demeanor, Xiao Yu discerned an unusual undertone. Nevertheless, Yao Su's words astonished him. He had previously speculated that the soul-devouring beast must be linked to the soul-devouring smoke. Yet he never anticipated it would yield such a conclusion. Everyone was curious. Had this man not departed? How had he reappeared here? Logically, this should have been impossible. Yet, now that he was present, what should they do? Zheng Xinhua was a rational individual, and after the municipal meeting this morning, Yan Zixu had called him. Zheng Xinhua had previously sought assistance from Yan Zixu, but it had proven futile, as Fu Chang had arranged for his position to be succeeded by his wife's uncle, Liao Xiong, who had come to Sanyang County to pick peaches, leaving Zheng Xinhua disheartened. Meanwhile, Gu Qingying had finally cleaned herself thoroughly, scrubbing for more than a dozen times. Yet, she still sensed an odd odor lingering. Thus, she poured an entire bottle of floral essence over herself. A knight approached the passageway, peering into the dark corridor, hesitating on whether to break the taboo and venture into the underground sanctuary. However, even the 10th tier knight of Morningstar, Semillion, had perished at the hands of the enemy. Could he or his few colleagues truly make a difference? Qin Zheng, noticing her dazed expression, felt increasingly displeased. He directly lifted her and had her sit in his lap, her head resting in the crook of his arm, gazing intently at her, a complexion as fair as snow, lips as red as cherries, until his gaze lingered on her rose-like lips, and he unconsciously leaned in closer. Although Wang Li acted under imperial orders, the relentless pursuit was rather peculiar. Understood, do not disclose this to others. Just keep it in your heart. Having said this, Xie Zhidue hurriedly departed, just as she was wholly immersed in controlling the flow of her bodily strength. The door suddenly creaked open, and Su walked in. Volume 1, Chapter 129, The Venomous Snake Soup Brewed by Xiao Lan. Witnessing Xiao Lan trembling with rage, Xiao Qinma burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Xiao Lan, this is the consequence of rejecting me. I grant you 3 breaths of time. If you do not surrender the sacred artifact, I shall summon Lord Gue Mian to personally obliterate you." Ha ha ha, Xiao Qinma, is this all you are capable of? Do you know what you resemble at this moment? What? Xiao Qinma instinctively inquired. Like a dog. Huh? Xiao Lan laughed recklessly. Xiao Lan Yu furrowed her brow, while Xiao Qinma seethed with rage. Lord Gue Mian, please take action and eliminate this scoundrel. Just as he uttered these words, he suddenly found himself unable to speak. They all understood that preparations were underway in the Shuyu Tianshan region, making Wu Wei's presence here particularly crucial. Wu Wei must not be informed of the circumstances there, lest chaos ensue. Lost in his thoughts, Lu Zigue heard someone calling out to him. He abruptly looked up to see Ji Zheng rushing towards him, and glancing back at Jiang Guantong and the others trailing behind, he felt a moment of panic and was unsure of how to proceed. Chong Lu regained his composure and realized that if this truly was Zi Xian, she would not appreciate his tender gaze fixed upon her. Once everyone had entered the room, Pinocchio glanced outside once more, confirming the absence of any sinister sorcerers, though he still felt a tinge of disappointment. Wang Chun understood that he could not halt the minister's advance at this moment. A hint of concern flickered in his eyes. Lu Qingshuan nodded, leading Dao Qi the monk and the faux Taoist away, gradually vanishing into the swirling black mist. She only recalled that during the incident, they were still on the street. She did not comprehend how it happened, but she was knocked down. Beneath her lay a piece of bedding, with some thatch underneath. However, this thatch was much more comfortable than what he had collected, indicating that its owner had sifted out the harder bits. He observed that the once resilient individual had suddenly aged, appearing somewhat diminished. In desperation, Lu Yong could only present his police badge to validate their identities, which ultimately led to their reluctant release. The origins of these grand formations remain unknown, and so does their dismantling. As time passes, they have gradually transformed into legends, preserved only by a few ancient lineages through oral tradition. No, on that day, she had recognized the futility of the situation and fled immediately. While our attention had been focused on Fei Er, thus we overlooked her. Han Shoshan lowered his head in distress, feeling a twinge of regret. He had never considered seizing the opportunity for such matters and had merely blamed Han Fei for instigating trouble. The torrential rain from last night had washed away the long-accumulated dust. The Yi residence was busy with cleaning from early morning. At this moment, Chao Yangsa was awakened by the commotion, still clad in a vibrant red wedding gown. The remnants of the cold dishes on the table had already been cleared away, and before Li Tianqi and Lin Yifan sat 2 cups of hot tea, accompanied by various seasonal fruits. Thunder rumbled as lightning flickered, the wind howled outside, while heavy raindrops pattered against the ground. Feng Xiaoxiao's intentions were clear. There was nothing present, and nothing was complete. If they wished to stay, they had to undertake a great deal of work, with even their normal routines disrupted. At that time, the cave master had repeatedly warned us not to harm the innocent, fearing that, like in Fu Ling Zhai, it would incite public outrage. Xiao Yunfei turned, his pistol coldly aimed at the man charging towards him, and with a resounding bang, the bullet struck the man's thigh, causing him to stumble and lose his balance, crashing heavily to the ground. The two spent many carefree hours climbing trees with the town's children to forage for bird nests and fishing in the river. After Lady Lin's departure, Yilu Huan went to England, and now, after 3 or 4 years, he feared that the two would become estranged. In such a situation, he could hardly remain still and hurried home, observing the words filled with accusations against Lu Rumei for her supposed harm to others and entanglements. The dog clenched his hands tightly. A mere northerner is nothing to fear. Even if he dared to harbor ill intentions towards me, I would ensure he regretted it. Zhanshi confidently asserted. Schaubte 130, die Shin, Wang Dongya. Just as the two had dressed, Xiaolan approached, eyeing the nearly empty pot of snake soup, playfully asking, Aunt Qin, you haven't done anything to wrong me, have you? Qin Xiang's face flushed deep red as she repeatedly shook her head, thinking, if he insists. What can I do? Cao Chang appeared markedly more composed, smiling as he diverted the topic. Where did you go last night? You were gone the whole night. Xiaolan produced a collection of precious herbs for Cao Chang to see. I merely went to gather these. Let us return. Xiaolan tidied up the pot and took hold of Cao Chang's arm as they departed, winking at Aunt Qin on their way out. In preparation for this evening, he had meticulously tried on every robe in his wardrobe, eager for her to be dazzled by him, a moment worth the effort. Zhou Wuji, upon seeing the Wuji Xing Huang banner in Lin Ye's hand, initially felt a desire to contest for it, but upon learning that Lin Yi was from Yusu Palace, he immediately dismissed the thought. I'm not prepared yet, he said, clutching by Zhao Qing's collar, his face slightly flushed. Even Zheng Rui was taken aback for a moment, realizing why the live-streaming industry had flourished in recent years. It was purely driven by the allure of wealth. Many entered this realm, yearning for the day they might encounter a generous tycoon and strike it rich overnight. Lin Yi had been observing Zhang Yunlei, noting his furtive demeanor, which confirmed his ill intentions. If by Zhao Qing's words were to reach his mother, one could only imagine the ire it would provoke. You may have forgotten the outcome of our last encounter, he said, narrowing his eyes towards the restroom. Moments later, a calm voice echoed, indeed. There should not be a next time. Rin Sinian gazed out at the pitch-black night, silently contemplating that such occurrences would never transpire again. After the defeat of the Naxi and Zhongzhan tribes, the surviving individuals became captives, numbering around 300, all robust men, divided among the Mu Mu, Changyu, and Tai Hung tribes. A throbbing pain surged in his head as blurry scenes flickered before him, as if someone were pulling at them, weaving them together into vivid images. The gray-brown tree trunks and pure white snow formed a world of blended colors, suddenly interrupted by a jarring flash of pink, appearing both glaring and uncanny. However, the guests present bore witness to the event, rendering denial impossible. They had no choice but to believe. Gue Wutian held the title of second strongest among the entire Beast clan, for who would dare claim the first? With his prowess, dealing with Shi would be a trivial matter. Yes, I had just moved in not long ago and wished to inquire about the neighbors. Seeing that the property staff were unwilling to disclose information, Lu Fan approached an older administrator, using the pretext of adding a friend, and transferred 600 yuan. In such a frigid environment, one either lacked the funds for clothing or possessed formidable strength, unafraid of the cold. At that moment, the python swayed its body, opening its massive jaws to bite at Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan immediately sprang into action, leaping several feet away, yet it seemed the python had anticipated this, swiftly sweeping its tail towards him before he could land. Really? I am truly grateful. Zhang Yiye rarely displayed such happiness, leaving her phone number with the elderly woman. If we were to discuss the art of splitting oneself, the method of transforming one into countless entities stands supreme, a divine technique learned by the great sage Sun Wukong, wherein one individual becomes a vast army of millions. The monkey merely moved its hand, and the flying knife was released without warning. Lin Xuedong felt the ropes binding him loosen considerably, and upon hastily moving, the ropes indeed fell away. The reason the undead are referred to as such is that they have already perished, their bodies laden with an immense power of death. The flames of the undead are merely another manifestation of death itself. Do you still remember the orchid I retrieved for you, depleting all my magical energy in the process? Volume 1, Chapter 131, The Mysterious Blue Star. Exiting the certification hall, CaoQiang walked about 7 or 8 miles south along the official road before encountering a massive purple light barrier before him, maintaining a deliberate distance from Wang Donger. The yellow pass he held in his right palm began to glow. He stepped forward, crossing the purple light barrier into the Yasini wasteland, with Wang Donger closely following. She sensed that CaoQiang had undergone a noticeable change upon learning her name, which left her slightly puzzled but unwilling to delve deeper. The vast desert was sparse in vegetation, with yellow sands dominating the landscape, melding with a dark, oppressive sky. Yet, CaoQiang appeared unfazed by the desolation. Although the Ghost King's Gate is indeed an artifact, it cannot unleash its true power, currently suppressed by the great shaman's magic. It resembles a tiger fallen in the plains being bullied by dogs. The glow of fireflies aspires to compete with the moon, and I shall make you aware of the true might of the Bahuang Beast God altar. Yun Shang's words incited the fifth priestess, who smiled with a sinister demeanor. Am I not merely withholding my response? Is it necessary for you to react this way? Once they all enter, they'll assume I have done something to you. Tien en remarqué helplessly. You want us to compensate? Are you out of your mind? What if I smashed it? The city management officer declared, seizing a watermelon and forcefully smashing it to the ground, causing it to splinter and juice to splatter everywhere. Shen Hanyue, already displeased with Mayor due to Tang Wan's affairs, was unwilling to tolerate any further actions akin to those of a treacherous beauty like Daji. It's all right. You need not blame yourselves too much. Accidents happen, and she merely fainted from shock. It's fine. You may go eat. Yin Chang's words alleviated some of their worries. However, the fact that they departed before she regained consciousness felt rather inappropriate. Little did he know that the reason for his failure to merge at the last moment lay within the Soul Stone, a nearly negligible fragment of dark magical elements. Tong Xian was truly bewildered, momentarily forgetting that Han Dasha was indeed Han Jinming, as she usually referred to him as Lord Ming. In hindsight, it appeared that this had been a conspiracy from the very beginning, aimed at luring disciples from the three sects. Yet they had yet to ascertain the true identity of their adversaries. Typically, such encounters were rare, yet unexpectedly, they had all come together. Li was fiddling with his mobile phone, slightly distracted, while Sister Lu and Zhao Jingxian observed him. The enigmatic figure known as Li Zai, a man of mysterious origins, truly lacked any shared history. Was he truly a cultivator who had transcended to return to the mortal realm? Where had all the gods vanished? The suitors clamoring for his sister's hand were all of noble status, yet none were worthy of her. There could be no further delays. Ling Xingye promptly recognized the urgency. He had initially planned to take some time to prepare thoroughly before devising a rescue operation for Yusaka and the others. Wu Taoshi pondered this, only to be taken aback upon meeting Do Juyu, as she choked on her tea at the very first words he spoke. Wang Feng suddenly conversed with the girl in Japanese, wishing to validate the differences he perceived in her demeanor and expressions compared to the previous two. Miao Miao was the first to react, astounded. I said, your voice, Lin Mei, you must have confidence and trust in teacher Zhou Yi, who discovered your talents precisely because of your abilities. You must also believe in yourself. Just as Zheng Duanren was scrutinizing the documents, the doorbell rang suddenly. He tucked the papers away and rose to the door, glancing through the monitoring screen to see who was ringing the bell, causing him to pause in surprise. Seeing he still wouldn't, he admitted. Jun Wushuang felt embarrassed to voice her thoughts, resulting in her crying even harder. I caused you to vomit like that. Of course, I must apologize. Chu Hui shrugged indifferently, adjusting his freshly changed robe while his gaze remained fixed on the illusionary flower. Volume 1, Chapter 132, The Blood-Red Mist. In the Starry Realms, laws, 500 years. Wang Donger felt a mix of fury and confusion, coldly stating, "Sir, please speak plainly." The middle-aged mech warrior clapped his hands in delight. Well, Butterfly Goddess, you are quite astute, so I shall be direct. If I am not mistaken, you and the individual outside intend to enter the ancient god battlefield, correct? Wang Dongyan nodded. The middle-aged mech warrior continued. It is still 100,000 light years from here to the ancient god battlefield. If you're willing to part with a little money, we can not only spare you from criminal charges, but also personally escort you, ensuring your smooth passage through the Yasini Desert. How much do you desire? At that moment, the blood shield shattered instantaneously, its brilliant light dimming significantly, leaving Chun Yun in a rather disheveled state. Yet, he bore no dissatisfaction. Rather, a glimmer of joy appeared on his face as he sensed the energy within him gradually stabilizing, calming the once restless turmoil. This was all orchestrated by Cheng Huailiang, who had positioned Li Ku there to capture any remaining stragglers. Stop! Stop! Zhao Ting shouted loudly. Yet Luo Yi was struck by a powerful bolt of thunder, which was absorbed by the whirlwind and used to knock Zhao Ting down. Elena paid a significant price to adopt 8 hellish angels emerging from the Kanyao plague zone, 5 black, 2 white, and 1 yellow. Soon after, a reddish-brown mark resembling a vertical eye appeared on Sun Ya's forehead, a crystallization of her 50 years of life essence, shaped from her own cultivation and blood. Initially, the surrounding crowd paid no heed, unaware of who was calling Lu Huaidong, nor what was said on the other end. However, as the call extended, Luo Bing increasingly sensed the growing shadow over Lu Huaidong's expression. I have offended the elder brother, and spoken words I should not have. Wu Yong said, his demeanor somber. Fraud, get out of Boxian town. We do not want a fraud as our city lord. Get out. The citizens clamored in unison. He said he's still in the Black Mountain. What happened? Did something go wrong? The gang had already grasped the meaning behind the supreme strength. Chinyan scoffed lightly, and with a sudden surge of immense power, his fist propelled the longbow away, which slid across the ground for a distance before finally coming to a halt. Miao Yuan's body remained too weak. After taking medicine and drinking water, she fell back into a deep slumber. Li Zhang proposed that the imperial physician be summoned to check Miao Yuan's pulse, and the old physician was astonished to announce that her condition seemed to have improved, which finally brought relief to Du Guifei. Having just been obstructed outside, without a second thought, she directly called to have her assistant handle all subsequent matters. Upon witnessing this, Tang Likek's expression shifted slightly. He cast a curious glance at me before swiftly rising to take the paper, pulling Lin Yuan aside to converse. He opened the paper to glance at it, and then whispered something to Lin Yuan, who subsequently departed with the note. The banquet had reached its conclusion, with many merely exchanging pleasantries. Yet this farce had drawn the attention of the onlookers. Yu and Jiang, what was the matter with my mother back then? Linda's confession was interrupted by Jiang Yuanjun. Yield Si, upon hearing this, finally awakened to the reality. This conquest of Guanghuazu had intoxicated him with victory, making him overlook the staggering disparity in troop strength. No wonder Yi Liren had previously appeared so concerned. This revelation struck him profoundly, as if a thunderclap had suddenly ruptured his mind. Watching the somewhat panicked retreat of the women, Su Ying could only smile, at a loss for words. Su Imo toiled until the latter half of the night before allowing Jiang Yuanjun to sleep, only for both parents to still be peacefully slumbering the next morning. How about we engage in a round of singing, a lyrical relay where the loser drinks? The voices began to resonate. It was initially a polite suggestion. Zhou Tianyong, without hesitation, seized the menu and declared, "Then I shall graciously accept. Just in time, your sister-in-law hasn't started cooking yet. I'll bring something back for them to savor. We cannot afford such places." After speaking, he ordered 4 or 5 more dishes, satisfied only when he had finished. Volume 1, Chapter 133, Tanya, Bei, and Huoyu Hao. This is the place. Captain Pang pointed ahead at a vast expanse of crimson mist. CaoQiang nodded and handed a storage soul guide to Captain Pang, containing 2 million divine crystals. Captain Pang examined the contents, and a radiant smile spread across his face. The amount is just right. A pleasant collaboration. Captain Pang extended his right hand to shake hands with CaoQiang. Suddenly, CaoQiang revealed a charming smile. Captain Pang's gaze momentarily glazed over, and his face mirrored the same smile as CaoQiang. A pleasant collaboration. CaoQiang replied and descended the airship with Wang Donger. Taking out the jade tablet from his hand, gazing at that nostalgic visage, my heart raced, and my feet involuntarily moved toward the entrance. Deep within, he was filled with disdain for purebred actors. They performed as if it were real, and these two brothers were truly one of a kind. Boom! Unlike the preceding contest, which had merely been a tentative attack, this time, relying solely on a single move to determine who was stronger or weaker, they both, being competitive by nature, naturally exerted their utmost strength, resulting in devastation that could not be underestimated. In a hospital, the somber atmosphere echoed with the glaring red of the surgical lights at the door. Zuoluan sat red-eyed in the chair at the entrance, while Tang Muyang nestled against Milan. Other comrades waited in varied poses at the door. However, Lei Yi and his companions did not notice that the expressions of the five elders from the Reinhard and Thunder clan remained grim. The path of cultivation is inherently arduous. Only through enduring hardship can one achieve results. A wave of stern admonitions ensued. Rest assured about my matters. Should anyone challenge me, you will know how I subdued those fellows with my 7th layer of qi cultivation last time. Qing he smirked slightly, appearing quite pleased, seemingly indifferent. After hanging up, Ingzwa Zhao Yu shifted the phone, and Xiao Shan's eyes sparkled with bright light as he called Lin Kursin to summon a Gue. Xiao Shan's eyes glimmered with determination as he solemnly addressed the Gue. What has the content of the trial been altered to? Upon hearing this, Lei felt an unprecedented seriousness. Xiao Shan flickered, his eyes gleaming with cold, bloodthirsty light, and several figures appeared, evading all bullets fired by Shinzei. With a wave of his hand, the people behind him seized their Thompson submachine guns and shot toward Shinzue's group. Previously, the opposing party had been too aggressive to speak, but now that they had calmed down, they should not be so frantic. True realm experts are indeed insurmountable existences. Even a clone surpasses the realm of illusion. The stone temple's construction is complete, and Ming Xiang'er is set to move in. She enjoys spending time with Guidong, and during this period, she has been quite happy, counting down the days for this moment. Outside, the malevolent spirits wreak havoc, and this once accessible secret realm has transformed into a paradise, especially with the suspected connection to another world, attracting numerous cultivators. All right, let us return home for now. We can discuss matters at home. Gu Zhongtian looked at the two. Shihai also somewhat leaned toward this inclination, but his greatest strength lies in his self-awareness. However, this time, she did not provide an answer in advance, but instead got up to select clothes from the wardrobe. When they finally brought everything up, they encountered Qing He at the dormitory entrance. He Junwei exited the seaside villa, and as the door closed automatically, he took a weary step back, leaning his entire back against the wall. She abruptly turned to face Gong Qianro, rushing towards her like a madwoman, gripping her neck. The theft of the relic atop the Golden Light Temple as pagoda led the monks of the entire nation into such a predicament. How could Tang Sung not feel a pang of sympathy? I hope these martial arts techniques will empower the two of them further, increasing my chances of success when facing the great Demon King Bick and his subordinates. Volume 1, Chapter 134, The Unruly Tangya. CaoQiang nodded. He was not yet familiar with the ancient god battlefield and needed to understand the rules of this world. It is wise to cultivate more friendships. Half an hour later, a violet aura suddenly enveloped Tangya, expanding before swiftly contracting. Tangya's eyes abruptly opened, a flash of purple light flickering, and she erupted with strength several times greater than before. I have broken through. Accompanied by a joyful exclamation, Tangya leaped up. CaoQiang, Tangju. She dashed to CaoQiang and enveloped him in a grand embrace. Wang Donger, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned, being closest to CaoQiang. She could distinctly see the ball morph into a disc. During these past few days, Lu Jia had refrained from vending on the streets, confining herself to her room. By noon, when Jiang Hao was hungry, she still did not emerge to cook, ignoring the knocks on her door. Under Old Wu's introduction, Qin Jing's eyes sparkled. He had long anticipated the Ford Raptor series, initially dreaming of saving enough for an F-150, but later, upon learning of the F-650 from Lung Hai, his aspirations grew further. As she spoke while taking notes, she observed the day's expression on Chi-Chi, considering that taking Chi-Chi to the art supply store for a change of pace would be beneficial. Qin Jing sighed with relief, not expecting that a casual move of hers would attract so much attention. The reason she proposed clear rewards and punishments to Li Guohao was that she was aware her son's abilities far exceeded the useless Li Chun. Everyone knew well that as soon as they left, the nannies eager to enter would likely break down the door. Qin Jing waved her hand, and the European man approached Ma Tong, delivering a resounding slap across his face. Li Chaoyan picked it up to examine, clearly stating the events in black and white. With a flicker of his gaze, Su Miao looked at Jiang Wan, his hand involuntarily tightening as he feigned a jest. Upon hearing this, Commissioner Hao could not contain his hearty laughter, but quickly coughed violently, silenced by Commander Wei. Ha ha, it is truly too easy. Rin Xiong and Bai Yu could not help but feel triumphant. They had yet to emerge from the excitement of breaking through to the Soul Sea realm, displaying an extremely arrogant demeanor. Due to the existence of this variable, he insisted on intensifying the scrutiny of the upcoming Danyu Grand Feast, aiming to eliminate any potential threats. This area is known as Long Dishan. Yi Fei pondered just how far he was from Huang Tian. Upon leaving the first domain of Xinzhou, his foremost thought was to head towards Huang Tian. At that moment, she had retreated behind an artificial hill, and as the assailant drew near, poised to strike, a beam of flashlight illuminated the scene, followed by the collective shouts of the crowd. The Jianlun Conference is known for its emphasis on fairness, rarely allowing for wheel battles. Should several disciples from the same lineage join forces to relentlessly challenge a single individual on the Qianzhen ranking, even the most resilient would falter. Therefore, disciples of the Jian sect engaged in consecutive battles are granted rest periods. The more matches they participate in, the longer their respite. What then? Does this breeding season truly signify? Would suppressing such instincts lead to dire consequences? An unused building in the east courtyard, long vacant, was generously offered for the Jianmeng's use, and Rin Xiong decisively established the headquarters there. Yet, Yi Fei's divine warrior physique offered an extraordinary defense. Despite the barrage of punches, his body emitted sparks, while his fists landed with force upon Sheng Qianhua. On the following day, as the gentle morning sun cast its first rays upon the fervent city, the tightly shut city gates were already overcrowded, with mercenaries awaiting an impending moment that might alter their arduous careers. With a sigh, Han Lai reflected on her fears regarding Ning Xiang. The collusion between the chief eunuch Wan Changde and the imperial consort Fei Shi, plotting to assassinate the emperor, sent shockwaves throughout the realm, leading to Wan Changde's execution by hanging. Chapter 135. The Sea King Tang arrives in Shrek City. All right, I intend to join you, Tang Man. So please let go, or I shall not endure. Cao Chong took a deep breath, striving to rein in the turbulent emotions within him. Tang ya likit her diligate tongu. Thinking to herself, this is truly extraordinary, and reluctantly released her jade hand. Cao Chong felt speechless, having already labeled Tanya as a rather provocative woman. Meanwhile, Wang Dong Air exhibited evident jealousy, engaging in an alluring dance that left her dampened and enticing. Which man could withstand such temptation? How outrageous! Wang Dong Air stepped forward to Cao Chong's side, feigning anger as she admonished, Cao Chong-gij, how can you be so shameless? Indeed, have you not observed how formidable your own wife is? Qing, he added with a touch of vanity. At the same level of Sheng Yuan cultivation, one practitioner might rely on elixirs and potent herbs to enhance their prowess, while another would undoubtedly excel through rigorous training in the practice arena. The Ding rank is not particularly high, often regarded as the lowest tier among the noble ranks of the Xian Kingdom. The hierarchy includes Gong, Ho, Bo, and Zi, with Ding being the final level. Moreover, most regional leaders possess ranks. For instance, Feng Yuan Dao, the Lord of Ling Shan Xianxiang, holds a Bu rank, while the Deputy Lord Wang Chong holds a Chu rank. This time, Tian Xing did not enter unprepared as before, following Ling Dai's instructions. He first extracted the silver power of time from the five-color star stone to envelop himself before utilizing his mental energy to penetrate the black line. The surrounding crowd exhibited no expressions or comments, walking away as if the farce had never transpired. Qian Dong's face betrayed his fury, laced with an air of resignation. Zhao Shu smiled wryly, saying, Brother, why pursue this path? Must you force me into governance in Chengdu? Wei Yan replied, Without the general, no one else can stabilize the situation. Then turned to Rong Air and advised, it would be best for you not to resist, lest harmony be disrupted. Rong Air comprehended that Wei Yan bore no malice, shifting her sword to face Zhao Shu. The sound of stealthy scurrying, akin to a mouse pilfering, would have gone unnoticed even by Zheng Guochao within the confines of the room. As they gazed at the sky, they felt fortunate to encounter legendary figures in their lifetime. The next morning, upon awakening, Qing Yi found her side empty. The large red quilt she had covered herself with lay in disarray beside her, Instinctively, she reached out to feel the warmth within, now cold, indicating her so-called husband had long risen. Reflecting on this, CaoQiang could not help but hurl his wine cup to the ground, the sound alarming the guards outside the tent. His trusted soldier, Zhou Yi, rushed in, recognizing CaoQiang's anger, dared not inquire further, and silently began to collect the shattered pieces of the cup. "Your name is rather peculiar. I'm feeling a bit hungry," Lin Fu'er remarked, seemingly oblivious. Smacking her lips. "No need to announce it. Someone will speak on your behalf," Zhang Jiayu said, directing her gaze toward another person. That individual was under the watchful eye of Wen Xian, and upon noticing Zhang Jiayu's attention, they broke into a cold sweat. Nearby, a nurse, visibly anxious, hastily affirmed and coaxed Xiao Ji out the door. Though the child was reluctant, she was aware of her mother's temperament and dared not oppose her wishes. Exiting with her head bowed, feeling somewhat wronged, Guyu contemplated devising a strategy to enhance his cultivation when Dan Tongzi Tian brought forth some news. Clearly, both the greedy wolf captor and the South Sea ferocious crocodile were exceedingly vigilant, if not outright hostile, toward Zhao Lao. The Holy Emperor withdrew the radiance of his Dao, pressing his left hand against the mark, followed by the sound of mechanisms clicking into place. Jiang Kai surveyed her surroundings, searching for a pharmacy or medical facility, yet found only taverns and tea houses lining the streets, causing her to break out in a fine sheen of sweat. "How shall we handle this? If the Xiao family discovers it, they will not let us off easily," Huang Chunyin anxiously inquired. Chapter 136, Shrek Academy Enrollment. Shrek City, situated on the Lima Plain, ranks among the foremost cities on Douluo continent. Its vast expanse accommodates over 2 million inhabitants, creating a bustling atmosphere. Originally, Shrek City boasted 4 city gates to the north, south, east, and west. The gates to the south, west, and north allowed free entry, but the eastern gate was exclusively designated for Shrek Academy. Tanya and her companions could have entered through the eastern gate with CaoQiang, yet he wished to explore the local customs and suggested entering through another gate. Tanya, intent on purchasing some alluring lingerie, had her own motivations. Believing that Kashao would be eager to depart, she anticipated evading him, only to find the vehicle waiting outside. "Do you think those who reside on Huaku Street would fall victim to mere aphrodisiacs?" Luna raised her hand to rub her temples, choosing not to mention that she had caught a whiff of the uniquely sweet fragrance on Bali when she had collided with him earlier. Indeed, with the shared translation of Ing Xiang, Luna's smile blossomed, expressing her pride in the moment. While Li Ling tended to Ping Er's wounds, Jia Baoyu and others stepped outside, prompting Jia Zheng to inquire about the unfolding situation. However, the circumstances had already escalated sufficiently. Any further delay could extinguish the well-established momentum. "You can provide them with such excellent weaponry, so you should possess others as well. Just give me one," Sima Fong Lin stated. "Gone you complain for the past hour. I have been utterly bewildered, pushing carts one moment, displaying various ridiculous poses the next. Anyone witnessing this would surely burst into laughter. This is your fate. Accept it." At this moment, Lu Mu had already restrained Shui Miaoran, rendering him incapable of resistance as he knelt on the ground. Mu Tianyu spoke passionately about his sister, his emotions surging, sitting on the sofa with a look of helplessness. After flying for nearly an hour, a sudden commotion arose on the surface of the sea, followed by a massive shark leaping forth, viciously lunging toward Hanrun. Before Minggu could finish his words, a delicate, pale hand was pressed against his chest, swiftly snatching away the Jiao Zhuan bronze lamp. The Xuanwu Great World contrasts sharply with Li Zhao Yuan's hometown, which recklessly exploits its resources in the name of economic development, showing no regard for future generations, only knowing how to devastate and pollute the environment, leading to a harsh living condition for the locals. In stark contrast, the Xuanwu Great World is adorned with primeval forests, verdant mountains, and crystal-clear waters, accompanied by the melodious songs of birds and fragrant blossoms. This is the style of the king, indicating that military matters are urgent. Otherwise, there would be no lack of wine. Although Guanzheng's tone was exceedingly weak, it lacked the previous indifference. He might have considered himself merely a tool for the Wei family, masquerading as an emotionless weapon. However, after being rescued by Liang Lingfeng, he seemed to have gained clarity, his heart becoming unburdened. Even a young master indulging in vice and debauchery could not possibly concoct the legendary Jiao Wendan in merely 17 years, even if he had been trained by a renowned master since birth. Yet, from a certain perspective, it was impossible to find fault. He had long been away, not part of the political affairs hall, and the discussions within held no relevance to him. If something seemed peculiar, he would take matters into his own hands. The Tianguang mansion master glanced at Ming Cha before disappearing from sight, never to be seen again. Cousin, look, the audacity of people these days is astounding. They dare to strike me, causing me great pain. Chun Shou observed Chun Shuixin approaching, her face laden with sorrow, feigning innocence while accusing the villain first. You are so disobedient. Park Suji glared discontentedly at Zhao Yongqi while tidying up some items on the coffee table. After concluding their transaction, the old men showed no intention of leaving. Instead, their minds appeared more active. As Zhuang Sun pondered, a sudden commotion erupted outside, the voices sounding urgent. Volume 1, Chapter 137. The tension of rising emotions. CaoQiang, Wang Dong, Hu Yuhao, and Shi Han are all new students joining our Shrek Academy, and I hope you will take good care of them. Tang Ya's fair hand swept over CaoQiang, Wang Dong, and Hu Yuhao in turn. Her request for care was genuine. Zhou Shihan was her closest friend and also a relative of the new class teacher. If she could speak a few kind words, Hu Yuhao's life in class would undoubtedly improve significantly. Absolutely. Zhou Shihan clapped her hands, her demeanor resolute and earnest. She called over a handsome young lad, instructing him to assist. The gale before Chansha twisted under the assault of the techniques, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet at that moment, a surge of potent spiritual energy emanated from within Chansha, instantly infusing the gale with renewed strength and solidity. However, all underestimated the peculiar nature of the Dongjua body technique. As the second protector activated his energy channels, a familiar ominous aura emerged from the skeletal eye sockets. The three sat down to sip tea and converse, unaware that the sun had set. Yang Rong took her leave first, while Zhang Ning lingered to finish dinner before quietly departing the estate. A group of officials rolled their eyes in unison. Was this truly the right moment for such discussions? They merely wished to know when the Yingtian prefecture would apprehend the individual. Yet, Zhou Yun's three letters resonated deeply with her feelings, as if in a distant place. There existed someone akin to her. 10 days passed swiftly, and Qing Mu and Qing Shui finally arrived at Danyang City. As the county capital, Danyang City was bustling with prosperity. Having never ventured beyond Qinghai village, Qing Mu was awestruck by the vibrant scene of throngs of people and merchants shouting fervently. In an instant, everyone reacted swiftly, employing their evasion techniques as the shadow descended, swiftly taking cover. When the shadow fell empty, they gazed intently. Upon Zhou Yun and Xiang Su's return to the palace, they found the queen pacing anxiously at the palace gates. Upon seeing this, one could scarcely believe that Xian Yu had escaped peril. Heaven had ultimately returned her a good sister. The eighth sister immediately embraced her, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Though they were sisters, in that moment, they shed tears of happiness. The engagement between Zhou Ming and Guo Jiaying was settled in September, but Zhou Ming insisted on waiting for the triumphant return of the Duke of Yongyi before marrying. The emperor consented to Zhou Ming's request regarding the wedding date. Is that an angel from hell? Suddenly, a passerby curiously pointed at me, whispering to a friend beside him, and soon, more and more curious gazes were directed my way. Had the body not been forged through the sun's fiery essence, but rather been imbued with the essence of the moon, Dihao would indeed be in trouble. In the realm of internal cultivation, my previous confusions had vanished, and I found some matters to be quite absurd. To untie the bell, one must find the one who tied it. Since she had repented, she ought to inform Pei Qinhua. Recognizing one's faults and amending them is indeed a virtue. Sister, you can seek the heart of the villain. Wouldn't that suffice? Yushang grasped Daji's hand, speaking joyfully to her. After the opportunity to select martial arts techniques had elapsed, I wandered into the martial arts area and chose a basic level technique called thunder swordsmanship. Long Hua felt no regret in his words. He picked up a stool, preparing to take action, when suddenly 5 figures clad in black burst forth from the corner. Surrounding them, I wished to defend myself. Qing Ling furrowed her brows, waving her sleeve, and to her astonishment, the fan-like wind propelled her directly out of the hall. Zhao Hui and Li Jinhua lingered on the bench for a while longer before moving forward. After more than 20 minutes, they finally reached the entrance of the summer palace. In Xiaokong's previously furrowed brows finally relaxed, a slight smile gracing his lips as he wholeheartedly immersed himself in the cultivation state. Volume 1, Chapter 138. Hui Yuhao. The great light bulbed CaoQiang, Did you see that notice board ahead? That's where the new students will be assigned to their classes. Peng pointed at a nearby notice board with a broad smile. CaoQiang's eyes shifted to the board, and with a slight exertion of his soul power, he clearly discerned the words on the notice. The head teacher for the first class of new students was Zhou Yi, for the second class, Wang Hua, and for the third class, CaoQiang. Zoe, if my memory serves me right, that's the class I've been assigned to. Dang Jagarin mischievously. You're not mistaken. You're indeed in the first class, and your teacher is Zhou Yi. Beside them, Hui Yuhao's expression immediately soured upon hearing this. Gu Yuanshan continued his daily routine as usual, his heart perpetually anxious, wary of Tai Dan coming to confront him at work. Surprisingly, he spent an entire day in a state of trepidation, only to return home safely without Tai Dan appearing. His heart finally eased somewhat. Sir, with your words, I am reassured. I place my utmost trust in you. Ji Yankun's face broke into a smile. Thankfully, Zhanggu promptly retrieved the nylon rope from the car, and with everyone's combined efforts, they gradually lower me down. She firmly believes that life is often filled with unexpected occurrences, which can infuse vibrant colors into the otherwise mundane tapestry of existence. In order to shield Su Yao from any grievances, she tirelessly juggles 3 part-time jobs each week, meticulously saving and economizing to purchase cosmetics, a mobile phone, and handbags for her. Furthermore, I must convey that without our support, you would amount to nothing. If you continue to navigate through society in this manner, it will only lead to further chaos as you unleash your pent-up frustrations. This life spirit reveals that the terrifying notion is the essence of the colossal tower. Due to its incompleteness, this essence possesses a flawed wisdom, merely executing the commands of its original master. Moreover, it is said that Yun Shui, now over 200 years old, has encountered and witnessed countless events. His maturity affords him the capability to make his own decisions, and whether or not he acknowledges his parents is not merely a personal affair, but one that concerns the empire. Thus his caution is warranted. A series of blood-red blades, each spanning 10 zhong, surged into the sky, their numbers indeterminate, whether in the hundreds or thousands, before they suddenly converged into an immensely solid blade of crimson light, striking fiercely against the spatial barrier. Zhang Long spoke, his hands forming intricate gestures as he inscribed symbols in the air, establishing a soul-sealing array within the private chamber. He then raised his hand and scattered the violet orb, releasing Chen Lindong's spirit. Lin Zhongbao glared at Gu Qingsheng with gritted teeth, yet upon their first meeting, the anger on his face dissipated, replaced by an expression of gentle springtime warmth. It is essential to recognize that this is undoubtedly a lucrative opportunity, as the quantity of spiritual resources produced each month by various villages and towns inherently fluctuates. In an instant, all emotions seemed to vanish from Zhao Nishang's visage, transforming into an overwhelming and chilling indifference. First, the ability to absorb and store the energy of wandering starlight, which will activate the starlight body tempering when the inheritance ceremony commences, refining the successor's physique. Whether it can entice the celestial assembly to emerge hinges on this. I stated with unwavering confidence, although inwardly I harbored considerable uncertainty. Boundless essence was forcibly gathered from the world onto the Taiyin star, a realm already lacking in vital energy. This endeavor by the river of the underworld undoubtedly undermined the very foundation, causing the already crumbling world to deteriorate further. As countless renowned mountains and rivers were reduced to ashes, and innumerable rivers and lakes were utterly desiccated. Liu Tian's subordinates, numerous fourth-tier experts, were effortlessly dispatched by Chu Sun with a single draw of his blade. When he finally managed to open his eyes, he discovered that he was surrounded by a silvery radiance, which seemed to bind him like chains, rendering Qin Hao immobile. As the conversation progressed, Lin Xinghan's tone grew increasingly solemn, the weight of her words intensifying, particularly the final statement, which left my heart laden with heaviness. Is my existence truly revolutionary to Lin Xinghan's world? What could this possibly signify? Volume 1, Chapter 139. Enjoying Wang Donger's massage. Donger, let's tidy up together. CaoQiang gently gasped Wang Donger's hand. Wang Donger's cheeks flushed, allowing CaoQiang to hold her small hand, her face adorned with shyness. Hui Yuhao could no longer bear the display of affection. The way they approached cleaning resembled a date, which was quite overwhelming. I will fetch some water, Hui Yuhao exclaimed, hastily escaping the dormitory. After Hui Yuhao departed, CaoQiang took Wang Donger's hand and exited as well. Soon, the pair returned with a basin of fresh water, and Hui Yuhao followed closely behind. After dampening the towel, CaoQiang held Wang Donger as small hand while managing the half-dry cloth. Although the others surrounded the trio, the darkness rendered it impossible to distinguish one another. Thus they refrained from acting rashly. Yang Wanqi's smile faltered. Her father had never before requested her attendance at a banquet. Typically, it was she who eagerly sought to participate in such events. Shang Yang was not merely a politician, but also a military strategist, having participated in numerous battles throughout the years. When He noticed Gan Yi staring at her blankly, her frustration transformed into palpable energy. Li Yunzi wished to keep her past a secret from others. Did she intend to become a stranger to herself? There was no time to escape. In a moment of urgency, Xia Hongfei plunged the Tianjua demon blade deep into the ground until the hilt was buried, commanding everyone, "Lie down and hold on to me tightly." They quickly obeyed, pressing themselves to the ground, with their right hands gripping the Tianjua demon blade and their left hands clasping Mu Rong Shuafei's. With tearful eyes, she gazed longingly at the past, heartbroken. As she watched the man she loved most teeter on the brink of being taken from her, her golden eyes flashing with an eerie crimson glow. He could not guarantee that he was any more reliable than Su Linhan. Yet Su Linhan was undoubtedly dangerous and unsuitable for Wanning. In contrast, a middle-aged man emerged, donned in a Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of cultured affability. Outside Lancheng, the enormous flying vessel was readily visible, patiently awaiting its passengers. Although he outwardly treated the refugees well, Albin secretly shifted the blame for serious issues onto them. Gu Yinhao contemplated the sleeping Tang Wanwan, noting their striking resemblance. Before he rose from bed and followed Gu Jingxiu outside. "What were you planning to do to my Tang Bao?" "I shall reciprocate," and Jean smiled, casting a glance at the imperial array. For individuals like Yin Wanxua, who learned something only to discard it immediately, raising their hands was out of the question. Once tranquility returned, the lights dimmed, yet the atmosphere in Su Yu's room remained restless. This time, Mario was reluctant to cook using the grill. However, under the insistence of the fairies, he begrudgingly set up the grill, trembling as he applied the scant spices onto the pork. Although he had mentally prepared for Lin Yu's strength from the outset, the recent display had shattered the psychological fortitude of several reincarnators. The remaining guests in the living room were left dumbfounded, completely unprepared for her unexpected arrival. No one knew how to proceed. If an annulment occurred at this critical juncture, the Situ family would face bankruptcy. These novice reincarnators lacked even the qualifications to approach the battlefield surrounding those two formidable beings. Any attempt to get closer would result in being torn apart by the aftermath of their battle. After traversing for about a month in this manner, the surrounding primeval forest gradually thinned, and the verdant scenery was increasingly replaced by hues of yellow. Occasionally, from a high vantage point, one could witness the astonishing sight of the distant horizon shrouded in swirling yellow sands. Lin Zhun wished to evade, but unfortunately, he was too weak in Lin Jing's presence, easily having his face pinched and lifted. Dugu Anqi stood still, internally berating herself as she pouted at Dugu Anqi, fearful of causing any harm. Yin Fan frowned slightly. This young prince appeared to be only a year or two older than them, yet had already attained the status of a spirit king. If confrontation were to arise, while he could flee, matching his power would require revealing all his hidden cards. Volume 1, Chapter 140, CaoQiang's Defensiveness. Upon hearing CaoQiang's words, Su Sancher suddenly stroked his chin, regarding him with a questioning gaze. "Do you realize whom you were just speaking to? I am of noble birth, and fear not a fallen Tang clan. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to challenge me at the duel stage." All right. CaoQiang exclaimed 3 times, applauding. "Remember what you said today. In 3 days, I shall formally challenge you, and at that time, I will require you to apologize to us before the entire academy." Su Sancher was momentarily taken aback. In the depths of the brown pupils, a glimmer of cold light flickered as he narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze upon CaoQiang, enunciating each word with deliberate precision. Among the newcomers, "You are the boldest I have encountered." Just as they were about to make a move, a number of island guardians suddenly soared in from the distance, their formidable aura sweeping coldly over everyone present. With this elixir in hand, coupled with the evolved Jia Honglian, his indestructible body would be further strengthened. Perhaps even transcending to the realm of silver would not be an insurmountable challenge. He then approached Zhao Hexen, enveloped him in a tight embrace, and planted a fragrant kiss upon him. In ancient times, a celestial being of immense power sought to unravel the secrets of the primal body, but was inexplicably obliterated, becoming a mere puppet to its master. One must remember, this was a being that stood merely a step away from the pinnacle of the continent. Ling Na clutched Nia Feng tightly, as the terrifying scream they had just heard was emitted by a creature known as the Night Demon Bat. My spirit soared, disregarding Huan's disdain, as I embraced her and hopped into a taxi, heading towards the pedestrian street with fervor. At that moment, in an opulent chamber, John Senna was meditating when he was suddenly startled by a peculiar shriek that resonated with a sense of familiarity. Though he struggled to recall the exact moment and place he had encountered such a sound, Yin Sheng let out a cold laugh, leaping high into the air, his battle blade raised as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Each slash birthed a fire dragon. In an instant, the scene transformed into a magnificent spectacle of 100 dragons dancing, reminiscent of the primeval era, as the temperature in the void surged dramatically. If this were in other households of the Woku, it would be entirely unremarkable. However, her mother was not only of Woku descent, but also a senior figure in the enigmatic Sakura society. At this juncture, her only ally was Yang Tsung, for he was a spirit master capable of slaying even silver 5-star beasts. The individuals in the vehicle debated the road conditions, as this road lay within an ongoing construction project, necessitating stops to inspect and measure the distance. Indeed, it was all initiated by myself, eloquently persuading all significant parties involved, leading to today's outcome. Mayor Zhai sacrificed his own future for the sake of the trial project. Such a sacrifice is quite considerable and unfair. Was it not you who instigated this predicament? It seems we may require Mr. Kong's assistance here. Yu Qing shook his head. The newly released map was unfamiliar to anyone, akin to venturing into uncharted territory fraught with peril. The other two, witnessing their companion's startled reaction, hesitated momentarily before following suit. Moreover, the subjects of the dynasty derived a profound sense of confidence and pride from the divine beast and Zhuangbangshu. The flower's sovereign cannot utter falsehoods. Should the truth be denied, the very concept sustaining its existence would be compromised, rendering it exceedingly vulnerable to being vanquished by other beast clans or humans. The tree spirits declared thus. The might of the Beast King pervades both his homeland and beyond, ensuring no living being forgets him or forsakes him. The distribution of feathers upon its body was uneven, with short feathers adorning its head and neck, growing longer and denser towards the lower regions. Upon witnessing such a complex world, teeming with life, he felt immense joy. His thoughts were more vibrant than ever, constantly observing the world they had created, as if gazing upon his own reflection. Wasn't it your suggestion? Why do you inquire how to proceed? Yu Ren turned in surprise, pondering the nature of his newfound companion. Zhu Di nodded in agreement, stating, if you manage to return Zhang Yu and Wu Peng, I, Zhu Di, shall owe you a monumental favor, and given the opportunity, I will certainly repay you handsomely. In the first volume, Chapter 141, Teammate Zhou Shihan, CaoQiang, Hu Hao, and Wang Dong'er quickly washed their hands. Shaking off the water droplets, prepared to head to the cafeteria for a meal. At that moment, they heard a voice calling from behind, CaoQiang, Yu Hao Dong'er. You are all here. Turning around, they beheld the tall figure of Zhou Shihan, clad in a sleek black leather outfit, her flowing azure locks cascading like a waterfall behind her, waving at them. Beside her stood another striking woman in a crimson dress, her voluminous wine-red waves cascading gracefully down her back, with eyes resembling sapphire stars gazing intently at the trio. Old Master is gravely ill. Alleviating his worries and safeguarding our family's fortune is my foremost duty. I shall not betray his nurturing. Shoutai quickly bowed in respect. Master is indeed powerful, but surely he would not intimidate those around him merely by defeating a single adversary? Yet within a few days, Lu Xingshun would manage to persuade the elder of the Lu family, even compelling his parents to personally seek him out to propose marriage. The usually composed Cheng Shui felt an unprecedented fear in the presence of Jiang Haoyan, nearly succumbing to tears. I have completed the song you requested. I hope you will not go back on your word, Yi Nanxian stated coldly. Before Prince Heng wed the princess, he had numerous concubines. The princess lamented to the prince, claiming that several of his favored concubines spoke ill of her behind her back. You, cease your nonsense. I am unaware of what you speak. I have matters to attend to, Xiaoyan hurriedly retorted, eager to leave before being further embarrassed by Yi Nanxian. Driving schools have already established areas for testing the ability to operate hover vehicles. Does this not imply that everyone could become a hovercar driver? The crackling sounds of flames resonated beneath the flickering orange glow of the bonfire, revealing faces pale as ash. They had been rescued. Yet the lingering aura of death still tormented their flesh. "Brother Su, please." Xiaoyu, donned in armor without his helmet, brandished a long spear. His expression earnest as he extended a courteous gesture towards Su Ping, ignoring the clamor surrounding them. Perhaps due to medication, Nian Nian felt somewhat more at ease. As a Shu laid her upon the bed to tidy up, Nian delightedly played with her doll. Upon seeing Mu Qingge, Shi Qian Shui's tightly wound emotions seemed to unravel, and she burst into tears, throwing herself into Mu Qingji's embrace, clinging desperately to her neck and weeping helplessly. Gu Ru Gue, having initially turned his foot to leave, found himself hesitating momentarily before reaching for Shun Nian's blanket. The disciples of the lesser Tianyu fell silent, gazing up at Mu Qingge, who stood outside the barrier, wielding a blood flag. Before the subsequent incident where the bandit Shao killed Li Daoyuan's family, they had been poisoned in their food and drink, allowing the household servants to escape, while Li's family fell victim to the poison before they could flee, ultimately meeting their demise at the hands of their pursuers. An improbable thought began to stir within. The notion that Qi Haofan had not only awakened, but had silently reclaimed his identity. S'imagine un voix en énigmatique expression. His tone flat, yet imbued with an unassailable authority that instilled fear in all who beheld him. To withhold information would only harden his resolve. Thus, he candidly stated his purpose for visiting. Indeed, upon hearing this, the individual's spirits plummeted, and he hurriedly recounted his own background. Gradually, a crimson flower began to blossom upon the snow, exuding a potent scent of blood that was nauseating. However, the diversion of the Yellow River was not without its merits. The alteration of the Yellow River's course brought forth vast amounts of silt, creating fertile plains downstream, such as the North China Plain and the Central Plains, both benefiting from the river's redirection. Volume 1, Chapter 142. The imposing presence of Teacher Zhou Yi upon witnessing Jiang Nan's apologetic gaze. CaoQiang finally comprehended Zhou Shihan's sincere intentions, and thus his fondness for this beautiful girl grew. Meanwhile, Wang Dong also experienced a significant shift in her perception of Zhou Shihan. However, Hu Yuhao remained largely unaffected. In his eyes, Zhou Shihan had always been flawless. Individuals plagued by profound self-doubt tend to perceive everyone as exceptional. As grievances subsided, the dynamics among the group transformed into a harmonious camaraderie. They relished meals, strolled through shops, and trained together, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had swiftly passed. The five enjoyed their time together, fully embracing the joy of training. Before long, it was time for the new students to commence their studies. The grand entrance of the white educational building swung open, and as CaoQiang and his companions entered, the demise of the Battle King left the inhabitants of the Shun Huang universe in a state of dread. The strongest among them had perished, invoking a chilling sense of vulnerability. The presence of that mysterious powerhouse loomed over them like a sword ready to strike, inevitable and unassailable. As they sensed waves of intense energy rippling through the air, they even noticed faint cracks appearing in the protective barrier, which filled them with urgency and trepidation. The bullet was hurled by Mu Yu's hand, lacking formidable lethality, yet struck the bodyguard's right eye with unerring precision. Although it could not compare to the power of a fired round, Mu Yu's strength was sufficient to inflict unimaginable agony upon the target. With this belief in mind, the following evening, she departed from Southeast University with Zhang Dejiang, heading towards Tianyu Building. They informed the receptionist on the first floor of their names and were subsequently escorted to the conference room on the top floor. If further investigation were to occur, it might lead to members of the council or even higher echelons, a thought that was quite alarming, prompting them to halt their inquiries. A magician, indeed? Ming Yi, your power has indeed become indistinguishable from that of a sorcerer, Li Lan affirmed with a nod. The first meeting of the General War Department of the Holy Mountain Alliance concluded, theoretically establishing their strategic framework. The next phase would involve defense, steadfastly guarding the 7 major worlds to render the forces of the Shun Huang universe powerless, arriving in high spirits only to depart in defeat. Nearby, many indigenous villages lingered, and Huangji, the eldest and most experienced among the 4, pondered a solution. Would all cultivators converge in the Kunlun immortal realm to battle the alien races? ultimately leading to mutual destruction and vanishing from this world? Or would they draw upon the Earth's spiritual veins to summon the purple dawn divine thunder, depleting the Earth's spiritual energy and forcing these cultivators to relocate in search of survival elsewhere in the cosmos? The lightly curled golden hair hidden beneath a hood danced in the wind as he brushed the dust from his clothing, the embroidered black thorns glimmering as if alive under the sunlight. The National Master's Hall had once possessed a kitchen, fully equipped even if it was no longer in use. A fraudulent doctor had arrived at their hospital, claiming she could cure Elder Jiang. The expert team had already declared their inability to help, yet she brazenly boasted, undoubtedly seeking to swindle money from the elder. After a fall at home that morning, despite sustaining no injuries, the elder lay unconscious in the ICU. Everyone surrounded him, even those who were neutral or had distant relationships, seemingly willing to heed his commands. I retract my previous statement. Even the Sequence 6 divine beings cannot combat the corruption in the darkness. The ironclad ships and flying vessels would likely only stave off disaster temporarily, ultimately succumbing to the monstrous tide. A quarter of an hour later, the cave widened, revealing a vast open space, with the temperature rising significantly. Sounds of rushing water echoed as a stone bridge appeared, perfectly intact, cutting through the open ground. At that moment, as they diverted their gaze, the colossal cross along with the demonic armor affixed to it began to grow increasingly ethereal until it vanished entirely. Surrounded by two burly men and bombarded with a torrent of sweet nothings, Su Jie remained expressionless, mastering the art of maintaining a poker face. Volume 1, Chapter 143. Changing clothes with Wang Dong air upon hearing Zhou Yi's words. All students of the Shrek freshman class rushed out of the classroom. Even CaoQiang was reluctantly dragged out by his deskmate. Zhou Yi's hoarse voice echoed behind them. A friendly reminder, you have only 1 hour. After 1 hour, if you fail to complete 100 laps, you will be deemed unqualified and expelled immediately. All students were enraged, cursing the old hag in their hearts. At the Shrek Plaza, CaoQiang feigned fury, gritting his teeth as he ran lap after lap, his speed remarkable, while others struggled to complete even 1 lap. Illegal? Bai Lao scoffed, you dare to speak of legality? That is the most ludicrous joke I have heard in years. As a husband, Jing-Su believed he should indulge his wife's little quirks. Li Shi, filled with complex emotions of being a two-timer, returned to shore. Hua Xiao sipped the wine poured by Jing Chun and savored the dishes she served, feeling as if he had finally endured the hardships to see the light of day. Jing Chun finally understood his deep affection and appreciated his kindness, leaving him in a daze, grinning foolishly. Tang Chung watched the two engage in lively conversation, noticing a happiness in the man's expression she had never seen before. Lowering her gaze, she prepared to exit the office. As expected, just as dusk fell, Xie Yin delivered another letter, stating she would do everything in her power to secure Jiang Yi's freedom. It had long been known that the sister I spoke of was to marry Qi Jingmu, and she had deliberately asked why I was getting close to her. A clever mind would quickly connect the dots. There was no need for surprise. Without hesitation, Ron clutched his handgun once more, mischievously pressing his cheek against it and even extending his tongue to lick it. After all, once fired, the gun would heat up, though the barrel was encased and would only fire once. The air was sufficient to cool the barrel, so Ron's lick was merely warm. She approached a telephone booth. Extracting the few coins, she had to call Chungya, only to find the phone turned off. Greed is indeed the original sin of pigs. Even after a hearty meal, they yearn for more. Subsequently, the confirmation of the new version release from Silicon Valley regarding the launch of the PayPal online payment project and a search engine initiative marked the restart of Li Feng's new online strategy. Faces emerged from Oz's body, seemingly attempting to break free, transforming into individual existences. He Jio appeared hesitant, his dark gaze fixed upon her, as if contemplating something or deliberating whether to speak. Yes, I too am grateful to the heavens for sending you to me. Lung He-chung grasped her hand and kissed it. Ultimately, they guided each other to a location where the puppets were few and perfectly distanced. And as the other party teleported, the puppets retreated, escaping the range of the black-skinned entity's teleportation, and then fled at a distance. My grandson is aware. I will handle this matter personally, but Fei Heir is still my flesh and blood. If he shows remorse, I will spare his life, Qianyu stated. I cannot say for certain, but the master only mentioned that his name would be revealed upon reaching the tribulation phase. Zhou shook his head and replied. The expression of the player looking at Zheng Yun transformed instantly, devoid of scorn and disdain, replaced by the same look one gives to a novice. However, even if he were to die, our child might not return. Lin Guaner felt a deep sorrow within her heart. After sending the message, a while passed without a reply from the other side. Unable to contain his impatience, Zhao Yao directly stepped outside, intending to deal with that foolish cat properly. Is there any young lady who could accompany this young lady to search for this elder's purse on her? Umo Xian called out. The tavern staff who rushed out to mediate were all drenched, and despite their shouting, no one paid heed. They eventually gave up, struggling, and retreated to the kitchen, leaving the matter to be resolved later, simply focusing on apprehending the culprits for compensation. In the first volume, chapter 144, Zhou Yi said, Huiyu Hao, you may step out first. I wish to converse privately with CaoQiang. A quarter of an hour swiftly passed, and CaoQiang and his companions were the first to arrive at the classroom. Zhou Yi entered the classroom punctually after all the students had gathered. Observing the 111 students below, a rare smile graced Zhou Yi's otherwise serious countenance. We shall commence our lesson now. You all performed admirably in the previous test. Especially you, CaoQiang. You excelled in the assessment I assigned to you. Let's applaud him. As Zhou Yi's words concluded, thunderous applause erupted within the classroom. Everyone acknowledged CaoQiang's prowess with admiration. The applause lasted for about a minute before Zhou Yi gestured for silence. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from a distance, accompanied by Naruto forming hand seals, conjuring hundreds of identical figures before him. Is that so? If you managed to research it, could you please inform me? Qian Song pondered for a moment before speaking. Bold fiends, daring to show off before this elder, prepare to meet your demise. The elder, awakening from his moment of despair, charged towards Zhu Hong. Zhu Hong had already secured the egg, transformed from Annie into the realm of the great intestines. Stepping forth to depart from the sight, Yang Chun smiled lightly, observing these fellows still possess some capability. Generally, these factions engage in some work. It's unlike the past. The three martial artists were masters among masters. Having trained for decades with their long blades, their strikes executed an array of peculiar techniques, as obedient as their own hands. Regardless of who you are, troubling me, the Lord of the Tree Realm, you cannot escape death. Should you dare to touch even a single hair on me today, there will be bloodshed on your part in the future, Bai Yi spoke coldly. In almost an instant, his figure vanished, evading the assault of the Black Sphere, while the attack missed as Ban kicked Watergate back. Could it be that they have come? Senju Hashirama's eyes narrowed, and his heart sank momentarily. He had thought it was Mo Yin pursuing him. As for Xiao Tiansu, though he appeared serious during card games, his luck had turned rather poor. Knowing that Yi Bing had specifically sought him out to convey a message today, Qian Shun felt a sense of relief. Despite claiming to have encountered Shenjun, it was highly likely that Yi Bing had intentionally sought his master. Furthermore, his melancholic demeanor was mostly feigned, aimed at preventing Mei Qingli from continuing to linger on the matter of taking a concubine. Lu Yinmeng wanted to retort, but was met with a piercing gaze from Yi Qing, causing her words to die in her throat. Being dragged out at this moment was increasingly absurd. She had been pulled out directly. Having been here for 3 days, she had fought 3 battles. And today was the first time a supervisor appeared to determine who had struck first. Lu Sheng's Wu Wei Min, upon advancing to a first-class sorcerer, returned to express his gratitude, accompanied by Lu Sheng Xiu Ci. After strolling for a while, suddenly, Lu Junkie halted, his gaze inadvertently revealing a hint of admiration. Chen Yu leaped from the water, gazing at Yi Qingning suspended in midair, stepping forward to rescue her. Xiao Zhan signaled the others to stay away before activating his true eye, scanning the vast ocean before him. Fool! You can't even keep track of a few mounts. Mi Gao Gula Si thundered in anger, kicking down a guard before hastily rushing out. With the introduction from the Jade Slip, things became significantly easier. Yet the more he observed, the more he found each item exquisite. Not to mention the formation plates and flags crafted by late-stage Jin Dan practitioners. Even the materials were nothing short of premium. Lu Qian had indeed invested heavily. Upon seeing this piece of lingerie, Ge Fei's face flushed crimson. Gao Shan, noticing the change, involuntarily smiled. When it came to toying with men, Xinu was an expert. She smiled seductively, twisting her body before returning to her original spot. A wave of soft, enticing laughter suddenly echoed in Xiao Zhan's mind, startling him as he quickly glanced at Bai Li Si, who was intently focused on the battle, oblivious to any anomalies. In the first volume, chapter 145, Tanya's inner thoughts were clear. All right, teacher. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Hu Yuhao exited the office and shut the door. Zhou Yi stood and approached CaoQiang, gazing intently into his eyes, her tone serious and earnest as she inquired, "CaoQiang, what you just said, is it true?" CaoQiang nodded affirmatively. Zhou Yi, filled with excitement, clenched her fists, her eyes bright with intensity as she asked, "Shall we practice together now? Please guide me on what to do." CaoQiang smiled gently, his gaze calm as he reassured Zhou Yi, "Teacher Zhou, you need not do anything. Simply practice normally beside me." "Is it truly that simple?" Zhou Yi asked in disbelief. "It is indeed that simple." CaoQiang, Hapfim, faced with this circumstance. Qin Tian smiled coldly, his body surging with the force of lightning, while the flame avatar merged with his true self at that moment. After narrowly avoiding danger, Jing Wuming spoke extensively, and after a long observation, Qin Tian finally took action. Zhang Ju listened intently, holding his grandmother in increasing esteem. His grandfather, a learned scholar, upheld the utmost sincerity and filial piety in education. Zhang Ju felt immense gratitude, especially as his grandmother explained matters and even gifted him numerous ornaments as an apology. Sun Shining no longer spoke. Some matters, once opened, poured forth like a flood unleashed from a dam. Hui Yongyang finally revealed the truth. The moment Yin Wufeng exited the cave, he regained consciousness, yet the purpose of his arrival remained elusive. This epitomized Chun Daomai's life. He understood his limitations. Realizing this life would merely entail upholding the legacy of his father, living as a farmer, observing the rise and fall of this dynasty from the lowest perspective. Thus, Dongfang Yiping entrusted the task of hatching the Beidou eggs to Ling Wu and Mi Erwei Wei. It was Yin Hao who informed me. "We just met." Shunbai looked at Shun Juncheng, her cheeks flushed as she earnestly recounted the events to him. The celebratory feast was scheduled for the afternoon. This old man, Su, was quite the troublemaker. What accomplishments were we celebrating? Wouldn't it be better to simply enjoy a meal in peace? In this crowded place, should we act? It would undoubtedly raise suspicion. With both human and demon cultivators present, and with numerous threats looming, the best tactic would be to use a knife to kill someone. Dugu Wu scoffed, having faced Qi Shuani multiple times. Now, she aimed to eliminate him here completely. Seeking death. The cultivators of the Taishang sect did not expect Qi Shuani to dare to strike against them directly. They had always been proud, accustomed to looking down on others, bullying those beneath them, but never had anyone dared to counterattack. Although Zhao Gan contemplated many things, his thoughts shifted rapidly, and the time taken was indeed brief. Ji Shankai had just removed his hat and raised his hands obediently, with the hands of the other two attendants following suit. Guolin, without a moment's hesitation, discarded the identity card, which had its contribution points reset, treating it as mere refuse, and cast it back into the Shinkong ring. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gan obediently remained still, though his expression remained unchanged. "This is your third senior brother, Wu Mingji." Wu Mingji is tall and slender, with his eyes perpetually closed, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Among the five, he is undoubtedly the most handsome, bearing a peach-wood divine sword forged from millennial-old peach wood. Dressed in a flowing azure robe, Qi directed his spear at the Yin Emperor tribe, which had previously allied with the Yellow Emperor, driving them into the Jialuo region of Hebei province under Yellow Emperor's control. However, those mercenaries connected to treasures would not fare any better. The formidable factions and military forces of the Wilson Kingdom were at a loss in the Illusion Valley, but once outside, would they allow them to frolic freely? Few were aware of the significant connection this unassuming vessel would have with the impending storm of bloodshed. "This old man is truly a blockhead, imposing his thoughts upon the lives of the children," remarked Qidian. The masked figure, facing the formidable momentum unleashed by Dongfang Yinyang, did not retreat even slightly but charged directly forward. In Volume 1, Chapter 146, Defeating Su Sanshi, charting the future for Hui Yuhao, shortly after Bei Bei and how Wenru entered. CaoQiang emerged from a lounge. As soon as he appeared, some of the onlooking students could no longer contain themselves and immediately stood up, erupting into cheers. "CaoQiang! CaoQiang, you are so handsome!" CaoQiang smiled and waved at the observing students, his gaze naturally falling upon Tanya and Wang Donger. Tanya stood and waved to him. CaoQiang returned a subtle smile and winked at her. This moment was captured by many female students, inciting a chorus of excited shrieks. Meanwhile, Wang Donger pouted, silently feeling envious. Shortly after CaoQiang stepped into the arena, Su Sanshi also followed suit. Let's not even mention Dong Qingjie. Even his father, no, even Tang Tianyi's father, wouldn't have such influence, would he? She once believed that none of her family members loved her or wanted her, that no relative would wholeheartedly treat her well. The aroma of braised pork was incredibly rich, with a hint of sweetness and a savory fragrance reminiscent of barbecued meat. The meat was tender, melting in the mouth, truly delightful. As the saying goes, this flavor should only exist in heaven. It is rare to encounter it on earth. Yichen raised an eyebrow, contemplating that if this fellow's response bore no significance, a swift strike would render the death painless. Hey, Bai Yuxuan, do you see that tall, slender figure in black over there? Is that my brother? Zhang Xiaoru furrowed her brow and tapped Bai Yuxuan's arm, pointing at a figure several hundred meters away. Chun and Zhang, in a duet, chased their sons out of the duke's residence, only to return with smiles, apologizing to Ali. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Can we return first and discuss this? Over the past 3 years, with no supervision, Yao Wenwan lacked self-discipline and had naturally indulged herself, perhaps realizing Xiao Qingqing's low spirits. Tuanzi merely followed her without clinging. The elf, Bing Xue, looked at Xiao Qingqing with concern. Let's go out for a stroll. Staying indoors isn't pleasant. Mo Chun stood up and suggested. The riverside was bustling with activity. In the night, strings of uniquely shaped lanterns floated on the water, creating a beautiful sight. The first and second tubes clamored to be lit, and Wu Yi bought several for them to hold. During his time on Earth, Sun Haoqi had a fondness for candied hawthorn and now couldn't resist purchasing 2 skewers resembling those he enjoyed back home. Do you think your man is handsome? Gao Ziyu rested his hand under her head, wrapping it around her shoulder. Her shoulder was smooth and rounded, and his large hand kept rubbing against it. Although such an impact did not harm the players, the countless grains of sand ensnared many, making it difficult for them to escape in a short time. The swan considered this and, upon entering, promptly flopped onto the sofa, closing its eyes to sleep. However, do not misunderstand. This did not indicate a tranquil mindset, as evidenced by his clenched fists and the rising and falling of his chest. The thunder ceased its descent, yet the storm clouds lingered, with lightning swirling above, seemingly gathering to unleash even more potent bolts. Nonetheless, she wasn't mistaken. After a hand-holding agreement with Shui Yuhan the previous night, driven by emotions, Shui Yuhan boldly invited Bai Qi to share a bed. Sun Haoqi felt as if he were in a pitch-black space where he could neither see his hands nor touch his body, as though he were part of the darkness itself. Consequently, her brow furrowed deeper as she attempted to shake off her hazy thoughts to achieve clarity. Ergua originally harbored resentment for being embarrassed in front of many, but upon witnessing Guo Liang's respectful demeanor towards the people in the car, he quickly understood that those inside the car were likely not to be trifled with. He could only endure and refrain from further provocation. In Volume 1, Chapter 147, Bathhouse. Wang Donger, my feet are very small. The entrance to Shrek Academy is the eastern gate of Shrek City. Outside the eastern gate, numerous vendors abound, including students from Shrek Academy conducting business. With Hui Yuhao's skill in grilling fish, he had no fear of unsold wares. Even if unsold, he could store the fish in his ice domain for a long time. Exiting the Battle Soul area, CaoQiang and others headed straight for Shrek City. After wandering around the city, they purchased several hundred blue fish, grilling racks, charcoal, and various seasonings. CaoQiang assisted Hui Yuhao in setting up the grill and preparing the charcoal. The girls were responsible for arranging the clean blue fish. They even set up a small table to accommodate these items. However, a string of curse-laden remarks reached Lin Baobao's ears, nearly driving her to the brink of madness. That night, she had drunk excessively and could not recall what had transpired with Yen Yi, nor could she remember if she had used protection. Meanwhile, Catherine tossed and turned, unable to sleep, as she possessed a unique obsession with cleanliness. Yet, these magical beasts seemed to perceive the blazing fire lion as prey, inching closer step by step. Tom, contact the other party and ask how long they will take to arrive, inquired the middle-aged man in the driver's seat. A death had occurred at the inn, and it was at the hands of a cultivator, indicating their circumstances were far from secure. That night, Song Qingyin and Xiao Minglan shared a room, while the remaining 4 took turns keeping vigil. Su Fan visited the market, intending to buy crabs and shrimp, along with several large chicken legs, tofu, fish balls, fish, beef, ribs, green peppers, and other ingredients. Then headed to the supermarket to purchase 4 cans of beer and 3 bottles of soda. Just know this. I hope your police won't botch the matter. Mu Tianran expressed his concerns. Du Enki clenched his fists and retracted his Xian blade, lacking the Earth-grade techniques to wield it effectively against Fong Long's Earth-grade sword techniques. His only glimmer of hope lay in retracting the blade and countering with Earth-grade techniques. Noticing her still dazed expression, Luo Ming suddenly raised his hand and slapped her. Wei Zhen lifted his head and peered over the partition at the front desk, discovering that Wei Jianman and Anthony had calmed down. Seated in the lounge, engaged in quiet conversation, he promptly withdrew his head. What the Tianzun? What the Zhizun? From his experiences in the celestial realm, it seemed likely that the masked figure he had encountered at the blood altar possessed the strength of a Tianzun. Long Yu still had a Jin Shui, Fun Guangjing, which could at least evoke a transformation. If pressed to a dead end, Long Yu was unafraid. Did the Hall of Death fear being razed to the ground? Li Mai had known hunger and understood its essence. One cannot speak of dignity or pride when one's belly is empty, especially when such a state persists for not just a day or two. A decade of unrelenting hardship and hunger can obliterate anyone's pride and resolve. Allow me to share a tale with you. Yu Fan observed that Xie Qian was far from being a competent host, and thus took the initiative. Unbeknownst to him, he had merely stumbled upon it in the Dachuan River, captivated by its beauty, and decided to bring it back. Yu Fan smiled as he spoke. The slap struck the driver's face, and almost instantaneously, an ignorant film by a vanguard appeared, igniting the driver's ire. However, he could not retaliate. As he was in the midst of driving, just as he contemplated seizing the opportunity to have him call Wei Tingfeng mother, he noticed Wei Tingfeng subtly shaking her head at him, and thus he refrained from uttering it. She currently lived alone in a house within the community where Li Mu Yuan resided, earning a living by tuning and teaching music to children, occasionally performing in a nearby Christian church, and had largely achieved self-sufficiency. This old tortoise is utterly insufferable, Li Mai thought, almost unable to bear it. However, the real grotesque spectacle lay ahead. After enduring the initial onslaught, the three of us, including the mosquito, found ourselves half depleted, regaining our composure as we rallied together, eyeing the enemy's other defensive formation awaiting our assault. Indeed, I am aware I am not so easily discouraged. Although Xian'er verbally expressed such sentiments, I could distinctly sense her lingering discontent. Volume 1, Chapter 148. Wang Dong, Brother CaoQiang, may I have a kiss? Tanya pinched a pill, extending her delicate tongue to lick it before winking at CaoQiang. It's salty, I absolutely love it. Wang Donger's eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. Can it be played with like this? She took another pill and licked it. Where's the salt? Dan Jiagigl. Is it tasty, Dong? Oomph. Wang Donger huffed in annoyance. Tanya covered her mouth with laughter, casting a flirtatious glance at CaoQiang. Thank you for the pill. Senior CaoQiang, allow me to perform a deep throat act for you. CaoQiang was taken aback, his pupils dilating, and at the edge of his vision, he saw Tanya raise her snow-white hand. General Hart, relying on his imposing physique and fearsome aura, could barely withstand Chen Feng in direct confrontation. Lin Xiu's imperial aura now stood at 600,000. The spirit of the dragon vein likely possessed the strength of a six-layered Wu Dan realm, enabling Lin Xiu's realm to reach that level when it merged with him. This was, however, the helper invited by Xue Hao. This comrade, a valiant fighter in life, had been wrongfully killed in the arena, transforming into a vengeful spirit posthumously. From this perspective, the four spirit envoys seemed to be confined. Could it be that Jiang Xian's father harbored such immense resentment? Lu Yan nodded, and Zhang Qiang suddenly, without warning, embraced Lu Yan's arm. Oomph. I never intended to conceal anything. Otherwise, I would not have threatened you from the onset, Christina coldly remarked. Rod sensed no mechanical essence from Chen Feng. Thus he was certain that Chen Feng was undoubtedly human. The common folk, soldiers, and even numerous mischievous children were all in tears, utterly disbelieving the news. Most crucially, after he maintained this stance, Chu Jiang bestowed upon him 3 divine thunder talismans. Lin Xiu, what is the method you speak of? I have seen nothing. The evil ancestor appeared aghast, gazing at Lin Xiu's back. AI, Qi half-heartedly leaked some information to Gul'dan, establishing the next steps for mutual communication and the commencement of their exploration of Sargera's tomb, while sending Gul'dan back to the tribe with respect. She could escape, but should she roll aside, she could save herself, yet the carriage descended. Her protective mission would thus fail. Everyone had exerted themselves to this point. They could not allow the adversary to succeed. Upon entering the cave, there were no signs of change, only certain areas repurposed for storage. The plaque in my home was personally inscribed and carved by my grandfather. Last year, a merchant offered 500 taels for it, yet my grandfather refused to sell. So we shall regard it as worth 500 taels. I understand. Tang Feng escorted Jin Mashing out, closed the door, surveyed the modest office, and reflected on the bizarre experiences of the past few days in Petersburg, shaking his head helplessly at Liang Yuan. Persuaded by Ai Qi, both elven lords agreed to personally lead a small contingent through Ai Qi's portal to Changhu town to assist in battle. Cheng Yun watched the interaction between Guan Xingzhong and the children, feeling genuinely gratified. He had not misjudged Guan Xingzhong. His long-standing concerns were unfounded. Employing strategies, Zhang Xiong's resistance became increasingly arduous, especially with Wang Feng's strength far exceeding his own, leaving him feeling even more strained. Observing Mo Sherlin, that aloof and ethereal young man, genuinely doing this and that for Ran, Yi Qingqing couldn't help but smile at Su Weiran. How should this be viewed? This matter has concluded on the government's end. It remains unresolved in other aspects. I wonder if my words resonate with you, Li Ming remarked, glancing at Zhao Tianyi. The hibernating snake was dragged from its den by two bullying crows, tossed about in the sky for their amusement. Shang Wanyin felt increasingly assured. The sordid intent that Hua Xiangrong spoke of embodied an essence that could only be comprehended through experience, not articulated. Should one truly grasp such a realm, they would likely find no rivals in the world. Volume 1, Chapter 149, The Temptation of Tangya. Bei Bei, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes, seemingly contemplating something. Moments later, he gritted his teeth and asked Hui Yuhao, "Do you truly wish to force me to take action against you?" Hui Yuhao raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Bei Bei retorted coldly. With that, he turned to leave. Hui Yuhao did not hinder him. He recognized that Bei Bei had already conceded, and pursuing further would be his own folly. After Bei Bei departed, Hui Yuhao heard CaoQiang's voice transmission. "A mere clown. Don't mind him. Focus on your cultivation." A smile spread across Hui Yuhao's face. He knew he had made the right bet. Cheerfully, he ascended to the second floor, walked to the neighboring room of CaoQiang, closed the door and disrobed. Ahao slowly withdrew the steel pipe from Chun Bing's eye socket, watching as droplets of crimson blood dripped onto the ground. Ahao looked, even extending his tongue to lick a few drops of Chun Bing's blood, the taste pungent and choking. With hair adorned in golden steps swaying, the warm boudoir gives rise to spring. Chaotic flowers entice the eye. The beauty sways like clouds and rain. One life, one era, one pair. Where does the red candle not captivate the soul? If life were but as the first meeting, the tears of rain would never bear resentment. We, your subjects, obey your command. Gongsun Yin and the other ministers promptly acknowledged the decree, inwardly concluding the fates of the Gua and Su states. What do you understand? What do you have to judge me? Just because you have seen those things? Let me clarify. What you have witnessed is merely what I disregard others seeing. The bloody truth behind this world is something you know nothing of. Yang Yiyong asserted, suddenly stepping before Lamidia. At this moment, she was entirely consumed by her rage, disregarding whether she was a match for Yi Lu. It was well known that Li Laoda was a martial arts master, though the extent of his prowess remained somewhat ambiguous. Nonetheless, it was acknowledged that Li Xiuji was formidable, capable of overwhelming most opponents with ease. Meanwhile, the Zero Ling Martial Arts Institute was bustling with activity when suddenly, a messenger from Chang'an arrived, bearing a secret letter from Zhongyao. Chun Long and several advisors detected an ominously dangerous undertone from the seemingly innocuous letter. After a long while, Long Yu finally managed to consume the remains of several Tyrannosaurus corpses from a pit, and then he heard the enchanting voice of Tong Na. As Jin Peng took a few steps forward, a chilling wind swept past him, and a Japanese warrior charged at him brandishing a katana. A green firework ascended from the dusk great forest, a unique signal indicating the completion of a task. On this day, Li Shimin felt as invigorated as a spring breeze, for he had eradicated Luo Yi, restoring peace and harmony to the Tang dynasty. Following the memories of Chu Hongling within the light screen, Shen Feng discovered that a group of children had stealthily infiltrated the underground passage, managing to abscond with a considerable portion of the unguarded supplies from the prince's granary in just 1 hour. Gao Yu, observing the reactions of those in the conference room, hastily clarified that he did not wish for the influential individuals present to misunderstand the true intention behind the assessment at Huaxia University, which was not to embarrass candidates, but to help them conquer their inner desires. At this moment, Wu Daming and Wang Xingji, having abandoned the imperial examination, entertained thoughts akin to those of Chun Benxian and Yang Yuanjiao. In a dream, that morning, the police had discovered a diary in Xing Fengling's room, and it seemed I could no longer continue. Xiao Mengyu should have anticipated what occurred subsequently. I was still struggling to hold back my tears. Unlike Chunjing, who likely had not tasted meat in a long time, consuming such an abundance of fatty meat at once would probably overwhelm her stomach. Hence, Yilin selected only lean meat for her, which would be more manageable. This was a lesson often imparted by the master. Yet due to the pursuit of the heavenly path, he could only subsist on simple wild vegetables and mountain delicacies, often enduring hunger that hindered his enlightenment. After expressing his thoughts, Chen Xiaoan halted 3 steps away from Gaoyuan. Lin Fengzi perished in a great explosion. Although many of his radical ideas were preserved by the elite, no one knew of the mad experiment he had conducted in secret, which ultimately opened up a new realm for Yunlang. Volume 1, Chapter 150. Zhou Yi's desire to freely benefit from CaoQiang upon entering the dormitory. CaoQiang found Wang Donger, now in male attire, sitting alone on her bed. Upon seeing CaoQiang, she huffed and turned her head away. As CaoQiang approached and placed a hand on her shoulder, she shrugged it off. After repeating this gesture a few times, Wang Donger finally allowed his hand to rest on her shoulder, though she still refused to acknowledge him. Donger, are you upset? Oof. Wang Donger huffed and turned her head away again. CaoQiang gently turned her body towards him by holding her shoulders, yet she continued to avert her gaze. He leaned in closer, provoking her further. Since the master is already familiar with this formation, why seek a disciple for a match? Even now, while waiting for Lin, you cannot escape the suspicion of misleading your disciple, Lin Yu expressed with some dissatisfaction. Is it possible that the murderer perceives them as monsters, scrutinizing their daily lives for peculiarities? His partners still believed the murderer regarded themselves as a deranged exorcist. Otherwise, how could one explain the silver flakes? When dinner arrived, everyone relished the long-awaited Chinese cuisine, as Mu Jin only prepared Western dishes and was still learning to cook Chinese meals. The 822 independent examination halls began to crumble. The myriad events of life and death, love and hate, joy and sorrow that had transpired within these hive-like lands would cease to exist from this moment forth, yet would remain eternally imprinted. Don't you want it? Su Shu gently shook the Mao Zedong note in her hand, producing a melodious sound. Chu Tao, feeling helpless, spent the next 7 days recuperating his spirit while tirelessly honing his martial skills. For instance, he was currently practicing the 6th-tier martial art, Indestructible Body. Yu shot him a glance, casually hoisting the cannon onto his shoulder and nudging Qinjiu with his foot, signaling him to step aside. This cave cannot withstand further destruction from your spirit beast. Scorpion suddenly spoke, harboring immense trepidation towards Luo Yu's spirit beast. After much contemplation, he realized, no, I have not yet been born. Although Luo Yu's statement contained significant grammatical flaws, it posed no issues in the current context. Chuyu mentioned that he had left a backup plan after his second failed collaboration with Qinjiu, which was a self-correcting system, but regrettably, this program was later lost. If an accident truly occurs, Fan Ge will do everything in his power to rescue you, Shifan asserted. He could not have anticipated that this fleeting whim to adopt the phrase seeking defeat would accompany him throughout his life. In the distance, flames soared into the sky, and thick black smoke billowed, with numerous skyscrapers having collapsed, leaving the surviving structures in tatters. The morning sunlight was obscured by the rising smoke, rendering the once vibrant city desolate and in ruins. Mo Wu's expression was equally grim, but this was the will of the Ming King, or rather, the system's decree. No matter how unwilling she was, she could not change anything. Barthel Phillip inhaled deeply above his coffee cup, savoring the mingled scents of gunpowder, a hint of blood, and the aroma of coffee that created a unique fragrance, one that he could never replicate, regardless of how he altered the coffee's recipe. In Nalan Xiang Shui's view, his so-called purity was merely a tactic to inflate his value. How could notorious Sion possess purity? A little money could easily pacify him. Did she not know what Shifan required at present? Was he not a monster with the remnants of power? The Wolf of the Gale contemplated, but it seemed that, according to legend, Fidelis was not part of the demon race. Was that the case in reality as well? Brother Shifan, can we do this? Chang'e urged. For if this plan failed, Chang'e would be left utterly disappointed. It was not easy to conceive a profitable idea after all. To speak truthfully, he had been somewhat concerned that such a method might ensnare a Dan consolidating cultivator. If such a day were to come, Musu's promise today would become exceedingly precious. Throughout history, during times of national demise, the royal family seldom met a favorable end. Even if not exterminated, their descendants were destined to fade into obscurity. Volume 1, Chapter 151. Zhou Yi's lack of confidence in CaoQiang the following day. Zhou Yi arrived early at Class 1, having spent the previous night fuming, which had robbed her of sleep. She was present before 7 o'clock. CaoQiang, just wait until I settle the score with you. The second hand of the black circular clock on the wall ticked away, and Zhou Yi felt as though time was crawling. Recently, the news that CaoQiang had effortlessly defeated Su Sanshur, a fifth-year student, in the Seoul Duel Arena had spread like wildfire throughout Shrek Academy, and as the homeroom teacher, Zhou Yi was well aware of this development. Yet, she was not overly astonished, given CaoQiang's innate talent. She would believe it if he claimed he had also bested a soul master. Can these bowls still be used? Having realized the situation, Jian Nin finally frowned and, with some reluctance, picked the cleanest bowl from a stack of dirty ones, delicately pinching it between his fingers as he gazed at it. Just as the words left his lips, the attendant lifted the lid, and an aromatic waft of rice instantly permeated the air. Tako Nobuo hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at Zhou Tian before scanning the table, ultimately pausing briefly on the Paiguan's figure. A somewhat frail, brown-haired youth sat within the carriage, his brow furrowed, bearing a countenance of distress. Chang Feng glanced at me, stating that no conclusion had yet been reached, but they would inform me once it was available, and he began to make his way outside. If I could provide you with some crucial information, would you consider sparing me? Sister Yin interjected once more. He feared that Gu Yuzhou would be obstinate, unwilling to accept his assistance despite his evident anxiety, and that would create a predicament. Presently, the advanced Moses warships in the void served as the main force of the Moses rebels, who were particularly sensitive to the precious components of the Ares fighter jets, as these were pivotal in determining their capacity to confront the impending wrath of the Moses planetary government. However, the virtual systems had yet to be fully developed, and Shi Xian did not intend to disclose this to his subordinates. He still needed to return to Huaxia to address the pressing matters at hand. As night fell, the following day saw other teams gradually arriving at Monster City, taking residence in the student dormitories of Monster City Martial Arts School. Reflecting on the matter, if Yang Guangbei truly possessed some influence and genuinely desired the noble title, why had he remained inactive all these years, leaving only a mediocre impression? Surely, prior to the conclusion of the war, his opportunities to attain the title would have far exceeded those present now. The journey had been arduous, the mountain path rugged and challenging, leaving the three of them fatigued and sore. Particularly, Yishu had tugged at Yi Kuei's sleeve multiple times, exclaiming her inability to continue, and was now being dragged along by Yi Kuei with great difficulty. The maidservants had never witnessed such a scene, and each of them instantly weakened at the knees, no longer daring to venture outside in search of help. In an instant, the courtyard fell into a profound silence. Despite the multitude present, none dared to move. Before Su Chang could rise, Lin Yifeng had already extended his foot and forcefully stamped down upon him. What nonsense are you spouting? The body was discovered in the well of that haunted house in the estate. The third madam initially scolded, then turned to speak in a chilling tone, attempting to frighten Yi Kuei. Without uttering a word, Yi Han lifted his arm and placed it upon Yi Ruoshue's delicate shoulder, surprisingly meeting no resistance from her. The well-digging apparatus relied on a thick tree trunk moving up and down via rope, and at that moment, Li Zhan could not use his hands to pull the rope. Although his actions were no different from those of others, the task he undertook seemed extraordinarily noble, as if he were not merely digging a well, but performing an artful display. Enraged, the figure in crimson garments unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks. Yet Tang Ning calmly parried them, showing no signs of fatigue. She watched as tears streamed from Yi Kuei's eyes, falling like droplets on her face, and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Qin Wushuang glanced at Lin Yifeng, initially intending to say something, but ultimately waved her hand and turned towards the parking area. Moments later, Xiang Lin observed that the previously charred and bloodied portions of the man's wounds were beginning to scab over. In the first volume, Chapter 152, discussing conditions with Zhou Yi to prepare for the third revision, a group of students was running when they spotted CaoQiang entering the Shrek Square with a strikingly tall and beautiful female student clad in purple. The female student appeared quite delighted, seemingly striving to please CaoQiang as they walked, her eyes brimming with joy and pride. CaoQiang, are you thirsty? Would you like a bite of peach before we continue? Grapes are also fine. You haven't had breakfast yet. Let us head to the cafeteria together, where I'll treat you to some milk-flavored buns before class. I'll speak with my sister about it. She won't punish you. Be quiet. In the face of Zhou Shihan's incessant chatter, CaoQiang's expression turned sour. Surprisingly, among the comments from fans below, a staggering 90% were in support of the two coming out. You men can only utter two words. Yet you end up like that ill-fated couple in the lobby below, shot in the forehead. Bo Ina bayed this time, her body gently moving as her waist pressed against mine. Hee, foam shimmy. Wang Ming emerged from the void, appearing outside the main hall of the Yaowang sect in the valley, waving his hand as the yellow gourd in the young man's grasp vanished from sight. These two are deputy ministers, Tang Ying and Lu Yiye, Meng Jiayan introduced them. Indeed, it is recognition, albeit a term that may carry a condescending tone. A general from America holds a psychological advantage over a Ryukyu general, and even if this general by Qi also holds American citizenship, such a description is hardly excessive. Holding the key to the handcuffs, Yu Cheng was uncertain whether it was due to the previous anesthetic, but he could not recall when he had been cuffed. Yu Ming found himself momentarily speechless, regretting his foolish doubts and bowing his head in shame. It won't happen. Si Juanhao patted her hand, attempting to pull away, yet she clung tightly to his waist, rendering him unable to budge. Affected by the malice of the earth, a new breed of beings, the dinosaurs, had emerged within a mere 1,000 years. These were remnants of ancient ferocious beasts, appearing in the mountains and rivers, wreaking havoc upon the world, strikingly similar to the fierce beasts of yore. The continual obliteration of the Anhua was not merely consuming the cultivation of the formidable array masters, and at this moment, Yu Qi had yet to exit the barrier, still contending with the sword intent. Should the opponent wish to employ treachery, Rocky could readily eliminate any threats. Thus, why should he play the timid turtle? At that moment, the child of madness was desperately siphoning the energy of the throne of madness to activate his frenzied wings. With Duan Jingming's assurance, Deng Yuru finally felt at ease and returned to the stronghold with Situ Junfeng. She had never cried so miserably before. The countless torments and grievances had coalesced into the deepest of nightmares. Although she could not have Chongqing establish a farm, she had developed some ideas. Zhou Xiaonan still returned with a cheerful demeanor. As Yang Su spoke, a thunderous explosion resonated, and a sinister aura surged from behind, transforming into a pair of pitch-black demonic wings. Furthermore, the forces of Yaoshan Beast Mountain, Qianjun Mansion, Weiyang Palace, and Yanglei Tower were not to be outdone, rapidly advancing in their development. Their efforts and transformations were entirely aimed at ascending to royal status. In the Great Chu, there are hundreds of divine kings, and including those from other sects, they are virtually innumerable. Just among the Great Chu, those whose cultivation rivals mine surely number over a dozen. And how could the Lan family, deeply rooted in royal lineage, place such immense importance on me? Shun Hao furrowed his brow as he questioned Wu Qingyuan. Zhang Shilai eventually invited Chongqing and Zhang Dalai to his home for dinner. Chongqing cheerfully accepted, yet he could sense an invisible wall between him, Zhang Dalai, and Zhang Shilai over the past 2 days. Exiting the principal's office, I felt a weight upon my heart. The disintegration of my family had already drained my energy, and now facing setbacks in my career was truly exhausting. He had no choice but to abandon his vehicle, leaping over the protective barrier of his home, and upon landing, triggered the electric grid beneath him. In the first volume, Chapter 153, 3 Women in a Play, Welcome to Join Tang Men, upon hearing Zhou Yi's agreement. CaoQiang beamed with delight, declaring, "It is settled then. At Shrek City, room 502 of the Rose Hotel, we shall meet without fail." Upon finishing his words, CaoQiang swiftly exited the classroom, joining a group of first-year students in their running exercise. Zhou Shihan desired to follow suit, but was halted by Zhou Yi's commanding voice, filled with resentment. "Stop." Zhou Yi's tone was stern. Zhou Shihan, with a pained expression, turned back, fully aware that she was about to endure yet another lecture from Zhou Yi. As anticipated, Zhou Yi began her scolding the moment Zhou Shihan turned. "Zhou Shihan, do you even comprehend what you are doing?" Zhou Shihan, with a look of grievance, replied, "Sister, I know exactly what I am doing." Beside the collapsed house where horse meat was being sold, a villager had just purchased some meat. At that moment, the steward was selling horse meat, while Qian Shiwu sat at the dining area of the steward. He, along with Yifeng, Fei Teng, and others, had bought bones and meat to take home to their families, leaving only the steward and Qian Shiwu by the horse cart. However, what left Fang Yi frowning was the encounter with several sects, one of which, named Yu Long Wu, resolutely rejected Fang Yi's requests. With its antiquated leader threatening that should Fang Yi refuse to leave, he would take lethal action. To miss the opportunity to pursue due to such a slight hesitation would indeed be a source of profound regret. Liu Yong promptly took away 30,000 troops, including 1,000 cavalry, significantly diminishing Xinya's strength. Su Shu, Shi Tao, Meng Gongwei, Hu Jun, Peng Ji, Pei Yuanxiao, and Zhou Cang remained behind. Su Shu temporarily took charge of all matters in Xinya, while Hu Jun commanded the troops, with the others ready for deployment. The Demon Knight, Black Tiger, upon seeing the barrier, lunged forward, striking it with a powerful claw. Yet, the full force of this strike, infused with the essence of the Demon Knight's illusion, merely caused the barrier to tremble slightly before falling silent. The shield could only protect against frontal attacks and could not safeguard their flanks. The Azure Dragon, conjured by Tai Shirtzi's spear, let out a proud roar before gradually dissipating, leaving only a trace of moisture in the air and the metallic scent of blood. Jiang Yu endured a single drop, and the agony felt as if it were tearing his very soul apart, nearly causing him to faint. One can only imagine the suffering endured by the massive golden thunder dragon. Life was simple and natural, a comfort that emerged after enduring countless trials and the passage of time. This way of life was delightful, leading the villagers to often jest that theirs was an aging community. No matter where they roamed, be it returning to Luo Su Dalu or facing any challenge, they would possess a true home that would eternally embrace and cherish them. A procession made its way to the grand encampment, where a commanding flag fluttered in the wind, its yellow background with black lettering strikingly visible. Other flags were slightly shorter, swaying gently in the breeze, forming a breathtaking tapestry of banners from afar. Lu Heng casually greeted Zhang Tianshi, his usually cold demeanor softening into a warm smile. A shadow hurtled through the shattered window, dramatically announcing the arrival of the chief examiner for the second test. The celestial sword spun in midair, transforming into an enormous blade that thunderously descended upon the fiery dragon's head. Apologize. The savior held his wand, its tip aimed at the platinum-haired boy. Lin Feng was not an avid dog lover. While he adored Mao Mao, a young celestial dog, he did not fit the stereotype of a foolish enthusiast who would oppose others' dog meat festivals. Observing Di Jia besieged by two beasts, Lu Heng seized the opportunity to ignite the flames of conflict by revealing Di Jia's weakness. Lu Li finally paused his incessant munching on bread, sitting upright to gaze at Magellan, his face etched with curiosity. He could not fathom why Magellan placed such importance on rescue efforts. It made no sense to him, and he sensed there was much he did not know. Tomorrow, the shogunate's army was expected to enter the territory of Sammu. At that time, Han army generals, unless they were utterly foolish, would not allow the shogunate troops to threaten them or lay siege to Hewan City. At this moment, the three mountains of Xingu hesitated briefly before continuing in a seemingly boastful manner. Volume 1, Chapter 154. Shirhan, do you wish to be with me forever? Hearing Zhou Shirhan's words, Tanya and Jiang Nanan could not help but burst into laughter, finding her jest utterly ridiculous. After a moment of laughter, Tanya suddenly ceased, glancing at Zhou Shirhan and Jiang Nanan before suggesting, "Shall we go outside? Chao Chang's running session should be concluding soon." "Indeed," agreed Zhou Shirhan and Jiang Nanan in unison, smiles gracing their faces. The three girls exited the classroom together, their spirits lifted, feeling that the air outside was significantly fresher and the sunlight particularly radiant. Upon arriving, "Oh, it's just that I don't have a phone? At your age, are you not worried I might run off with it? Given the age gap, if I were to sprint away with a phone, you would surely be unable to catch up," Qiuyu remarked skeptically at the elderly man, suspecting ulterior motives. During this period, Xiaoyang was preoccupied not only with preparing debate materials, but also with concerns about Mu Qingshan. The king of Yiksha appeared without any indication, as if he had torn through the fabric of space and stood before him. Moreover, Qiuyu, with her eyes shut, could distinctly feel a warm current flowing through her body. After memorizing this segment, Qiuyu sat cross-legged on her bed, diligently reviewing the incantations and insights regarding the celestial arts from the tree. However, the WeChat voice message arrived too late. Du Cheng had already fallen asleep, while Fang Kailan had entered with something, inevitably hearing Du Cheng's phone notify him of the WeChat message. "All right then, I permit you to say that more often." Luo Qishan finally revealed a smile, although it quickly turned serious. "Regardless, I still trust General Xiao. He possesses the ability to earn my trust." Someone unexpectedly voiced this sentiment. prompting unanimous nods among those present. Setting down his martial skills, Gu Yun contemplated for a moment before determination replaced his hesitation. Cultivation is inherently a defiance against fate. If one shies away from danger, it would be impossible to become a formidable force. That night, I didn't send him to sleep in a separate bed. I allowed him to draw closer to me, to touch me as much as he desired. I, too, found satisfaction in it. It was quite enjoyable. Why are you suddenly smoking Southern cigarettes today? Uncle tossed a pack of Southern cigarettes onto the counter. You might as well not overthink it. This is indeed a formation inheritance, but it cannot be directly imparted to you. Instead, you must diligently study the numerous changes on this bagua plate, then comprehend and internalize them yourself. The fact that this inheritance was preserved is also a stroke of luck, a result of favorable circumstances. Unlike the extortion, robbery, and murder that ordinary people perceive, the Lamo family operates with a complete organizational structure and looks down upon such petty crimes. Thus, in just a few minutes, Li Wei successfully assassinated numerous military and political figures crucial to the fate of Neon Country, including the future Prime Minister Tojo Hideki, who would orchestrate the invasion of China, and Yamamoto Isoroku, who planned the surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. The Apache helicopter is quite formidable, at least far more advanced than Li Wei's current police helicopter. With a top speed of 360 km/h and fully American weaponry, he only needed to make up the difference of 5 points to acquire the Apache. After speaking, the spirit demon waved his hand, and instantly, a surge of bloodlight enveloped Chun Su's body, causing him to roll on the ground while piercing screams erupted. My soaring cannon fist shattered the defensive barrier of Zhua Qinglong's dual arms. Subsequently, I transformed my fist into a claw, aiming to seize Zhua Qinglong's throat. To my astonishment, my claw grasped nothing but air, for Zhua Qinglong reacted with remarkable speed, evading my grasp just in the nick of time by leaping backward. Do you truly wish for me to speak? I can only speculate. Lacking any concrete evidence, Huang Jun remarked. With a sense of resignation, Huang Jun glanced at Xu Yao and the others, deciding that honesty would serve them better, as it was only natural for both parties to harbor distrust at this moment. Moreover, Zheng Hua was the very person they sought on this journey. Thus, after obtaining Fong Li's consent, Huang Jun recounted the entire sequence of events to Zheng Hua. In the first volume, Chapter 155, Training Zhou Shihan and Provoking Zhou Yi, CaoQiang released Zhou Shihan's hand, retreating 2 steps to sit on the bed. His gaze fixed intently upon her, remaining silent. Zhou Shihan understood his unspoken demand. She must prove her love for him, securing the door and locking it. She returned to CaoQiang's side, her delicate fingers deftly unbuttoning her blouse, which accentuated her figure beautifully. Should she unfasten all the buttons, her perfect silhouette would be revealed. CaoQiang could hear her breathing quicken, alongside the rapid beating of her heart, while her cheeks flushed and her hands trembled. This was the embodiment of soul power. Here, there were certainly individuals with exceptional perception, particularly among the likes of Tianlong, Yao Shuai, and others. Upon witnessing the silver sun behind Qin Mu and sensing the overwhelming waves that even left them astounded, their expressions shifted dramatically, their gazes turning grave. As he gazed towards the direction of Shun Cheng, attempting to deduce the opponent's background, a sudden tremor coursed through him as a blinding bolt of lightning approached. The aura of destruction sent shivers through him, and a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind in an instant. He extended his hand, promptly retracting the imperial palace. Unbeknownst to him, he had unknowingly grown to such a level that his understanding of the Tao could easily sway even a wandering immortal. Even an ordinary immortal would find it challenging to match him. Ding Feng had long comprehended the nuances of entering the Tao, yet he remained unable to break free from his constraints. He realized that the stability of this world was formidable, and the spiritual energy was exceedingly difficult to manipulate. While these officers were not of high rank, their martial prowess was commendable, as they had been specially selected by Wen Zhizhou to serve in the military, capable of engaging in a few exchanges with Su Yi. At that moment, I noticed the earlier apparition of the blue-clad old woman swiftly drifting towards Shu Daxian. Elder Shi, upon hearing this, could only shake his head in resignation. Indeed, even with her sharp vision, she had failed to perceive the anomaly of the monument. For me to notice, it was already commendable. The young prisoner was unaware of the reasons behind his offense to the officials of the Dali Temple, and each 15th day of the month, he would be taken out for torture. Fortunately, although each session of torment was exceedingly brutal, it had not claimed his life. Otherwise, why would the vengeful spirit advise us against descending into the ghost cave, only to have CaoQiang erupt with a frenzied roar. Was this subconscious or intentional? With top-tier innate talent and a complete inheritance, coupled with the nourishment provided by Lu Yuan, the culinary beastmaster, he was well prepared for daily cultivation. Once everyone was seated, with the hand gestures of Mingyue Zhenren shifting, a surge of ethereal light enveloped the assembly. Within the black currents, Lin Xiao could only discern its head, unable to observe any other part of its form. The torrents of water were instantly frozen into a sheet of blue ice, encasing those ferocious humanoid beasts within. Very well. I shall lend you a hand. Let us see how you intend to maintain your facade thereafter, Ruilia declared, casting a supportive spell upon Lin Xiao before leaping away. The old Taoist Qi Yu pointed with a single hand, and his luminous figure abruptly vanished, transforming into specks of light that dissipated into the ground. Other than the method of enhancing rewards, she could conceive no alternative means of motivation, nor did she possess superior rewards that would capture the creator's attention. Before long, Su Ming and the Rift Sky Dragon beheld the feather necklace adorning Nana's neck. Yang Chengling, her face flushed, boldly approached the talent show host, striking a pose that elicited even louder cheers. Yet, she dared not make any broad movements. Even a slight pressure on her nose could induce excruciating pain. A transformative incident from years past had filled her with aversion towards men, to the extent that any contact with her skin would incite immediate nausea. She had contemplated seeking a psychologist, yet ultimately dismissed that notion. Although she could rationally comprehend her feelings, her heart remained obstinate, particularly in not wanting to encounter his deceptively charming face. Now, the sight of anyone with a baby face would evoke considerable distress. In the first volume, chapter 156, Zhou Yi breaks through to Soul Saint. CaoQiang, is this your means of revenge against me? Upon hearing CaoQiang's voice, Zhou Yi was startled and instinctively attempted to push the door open. At that moment, she suddenly realized that the wall before her had become translucent, allowing her to behold the scene within the room. Zhou Shihan was seated upon CaoQiang, her arms wrapped around his neck, while he embraced her waist, their posture radiating a palpable intimacy. Zhou Yi could see Zhou Shihan's cheeks flushed as if she had consumed an excessive amount of wine, her expression one of utter enjoyment. She was demanding, incessantly seeking more, akin to an insatiable temptress intent on draining CaoQiang's essence. Meanwhile, CaoQiang tilted his head, casting a teasing glance in her direction, seemingly able to perceive her through the wall. Teacher Zhou Yi, would you care to join us? Fortunately, Naruto had anticipated such a situation, preventing any awkward inquiries from the third Hokage. He promptly spoke again, clarifying any doubts the third Hokage might have had, despite later realizing his affections for the other. He was aware that Shangwan Jinyue also harbored feelings for him. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, they remained merely friends, never advancing further. Countless greedy individuals, do-gooders, and opportunists could only watch silently, unable to disrupt the monk's inner peace. However, in Pinyin City, the most prevalent activity was stone gambling. The busiest street was lined with gambling stone shops, including establishments run by prestigious families. Reassured, Lu Yang finally exhaled, ensuring he was eavesdropping on Guoxiaoru, rather than being surveilled by Guoxiaotian. In such circumstances, it was inconceivable that Jiraiya would fail to notice the underlying instability in his relationship with Tsunade. No matter how one considered it, such a possibility was plainly impossible. This glaring indication of an impending attack naturally prompted immediate responses from those who were perpetually on edge, vigilantly monitoring every move of Orochimaru. A gang organization is not a hotel. It does not require everything to bear its mark. Yet, what could possibly account for the appearance of this handkerchief at that precise moment? Lu Xian sensed that this occurrence was anything but coincidental. Feng Lingyun snorted coldly, kicking the broken blade off the ground. The blade shot towards Hu San's thigh like an arrow loosed from a bow. A scream echoed as the blade embedded itself deep within Hu San's leg. We have remained silent. Why have our qualifications been revoked? Shangwan Wanner and Tang Xin protested vehemently. Moreover, Yishin noted that around the Taishan Time Training Tower, in addition to numerous masters, there were also several immortals present. He placed the infant jade stone beneath the precious mirror, allowing the light to cascade down. After a moment, he observed a stream of light emanating from it, mesmerizing and disorienting, realizing that it was indeed a treasure. However, upon further inspection, he found no anomalies. Many individuals refused to seek refuge in air raid shelters or basements. choosing instead to roam the streets armed, unhesitatingly seizing any valuables they encounter. And when in a foul mood, they resort to setting buildings ablaze to vent their frustrations. As they set out, everything proceeds smoothly. The wind speed is normal, the flight is steady, and the moonlight in their arms gradually lulls them into a serene slumber. However, it is crucial to acknowledge that Qian's stamina is, after all, limited. Gazing at the magnificent and noble sword in his hand, Gao Mu Yan exudes an air of superiority, radiating an essence of regal dominance that seems to dismiss all that exists around him. A man with fair skin, clad in a crimson garment, meticulously stitches with a decorative needle. In the astonished gazes of onlookers, the formidable hand of Mo. Sha suppresses the glowing red moon shield and violently shakes the enormous red moon as if celebrating with champagne. Despite the absence of school, they are still students of this institution. Thus, the necessary procedures must be followed. The barely 1-year-old Muya giggles softly, taken with the beautiful older sister before her. In Ling Yang's residence, Jing rises early to tidy up, perplexed by Xian Qing's absence for breakfast. She gently knocks on Xian Qing's door, receiving no response, prompting her to cautiously push open the ajar door, softly calling out Xian Qing's name. In Volume 1, Chapter 157, Should we reward him tonight? Teacher Zhou inquires, What? Is your class's CaoQiang still absent? Is he afraid of being humbled after boasting too much? Besides Zhou Yi, the homeroom teacher of Class 9, Mu Jin, who has been closely monitoring Class 1, can no longer contain her excitement and begins to provoke Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, irked, feels her lips twitch in agitation. She is deeply distressed by the disdain directed at CaoQiang. Her gaze narrows as her aura suddenly erupts, coldly retorting, Teacher Mu Jin, whether our students attend is my concern alone. Upon hearing this, Ao Gue instantly withdraws its fierce demeanor, respectfully standing behind Zhao Jiuzhou, abandoning its menacing presence. Their formidable power swiftly alters the Zhu Ke, which had been imbued with the essence of fire. The once vividly alive creature becomes indistinct, its essence turning tumultuous, no longer yielding to his control. The nurse nods, returning to her duties, while Jiang Qian enters the ward to find Yiling, pale and fragile on the bed, and his heart aches with compassion. Yi Shao Yan hastily advises, Your Majesty, do not overexert yourself. Let things unfold naturally. After the new year, we shall embark on our expedition, and Lia has been waiting for quite some time. They suddenly notice that nearly all members of the knightly order at the city gate have turned their gaze towards Ian, when Fei had already reserved a luxurious private room, and he, along with Luo Feng, ascended to it. Hearing this, Luo Feng deemed it a splendid choice and moved closer to Ning Rubing, even nearer than Dai Qing. Is that so? Are there no other omens? It is more appropriate for Tao Zhangmin, being the expert, to inquire. Lin Feng makes numerous buns, knowing that any unsold will be consumed by himself. Thus he fears not overproducing. Ha ha ha! What immense energy this must require. Although the master has assured that it will not harm her, possessing a dragon vein without inflicting harm is indeed greatly advantageous. Onlookers might fearfully kneel in supplication. Yet does Luo Tian dare to speak so boldly? Are the protagonists truly so extraordinary? Su Fu, overhearing the commotion at the door, feigns ignorance upon the entrance of two individuals. The celestial beings present pale at the sight, hastily retreating at that moment. Su Yang's overwhelming presence is beyond their capacity to withstand. That laughter, imbued with an unsettling allure, resembles an unseen black dragon roaring beneath the heavens, soaring and diving, disturbing the nocturnal birds in the nearby woods, which flap their wings in chaos, cawing as if heralding the apocalypse. The repercussions of a severe blow to the heart resemble a sudden cardiac event, marked by erratic heartbeats. The ideal remedy is to lie flat and refrain from unnecessary movement, for even those previously unscathed may find themselves undone. Bring a water flask. We must not waste this blood. Let us conserve our salt, the captain spoke solemnly. I have never understood why that person brought us down. He neither sought wealth nor took lives. What could he possibly desire? Maite furrowed his brow deeply. We do not aspire to be nobles or lords, yet we must ask, who is born with jade in their mouths? Who is born superior? Hihan, upon receiving a notification from his bodyguard, rises, still clad in his pajamas, rubbing his eyes as he greets Su Luo Yi, still drowsy. This completely enraged the red-eyed mole, which let out a piercing scream and charged towards Jiangning. Yet, According to his principles, he must graciously accept whatever rewards clients bestow, no matter how peculiar. Mother, it has been a long time since I've seen you smile so joyfully. Long In Xie, though deemed a hero by others, remains a child before his mother. In Volume 1, Chapter 158, the tormented CaoQiang and Zhou Yi choose to confront. CaoQiang and his team emerge victorious. After Teacher Wang, Yin records the results of the competition. He glances once more at CaoQiang and his companions, pondering that Wang Donger must surely be Class 1's trump card. Zhou Yi, your students are indeed exceptional. As CaoQiang and his team step down from the competition area, they approach Zhou Yi and discreetly wink at her before stepping aside. They are the first group to compete and the fastest. Many students from Class 1 are still in the contest, eager to witness the outcome. Class 1 comprises 110 students, divided into 36 groups, with 2 talented and soul-guiding instruments directly recommended by Zhou Yi. As Chun Chung walks, he gradually senses something amiss. The further he goes, the hotter it becomes, not only in body but also in spirit. Initially tolerable, the heat soon becomes unbearable. A grand ship arrives, and Lin Yi directs 7,000 robust shrimp soldiers and crab generals into the containers, transporting them back to the mainland. Lin Yang, feeling both shy and anxious, longs to express certain thoughts, but finds himself at a loss for words. Lin Yuran, misinterpreting Jun Mo Li's demeanor as relaxed, encounters Su Qing'er and Su Yu'er not far away. After all, Bai Lin is considerably more composed than Long Tongue. Otherwise, he would not have fled with Long Tongue upon hearing Guo Fan's anguished roar and witnessing Lu Hu brandishing a giant tree towards the Tianlang army. As the crystal's magic gradually follows the array's trajectory, the magic begins to operate autonomously. Feng Ruo Sheng expels a few mouthfuls of water, slowly regaining consciousness. And upon seeing Su Jia, his earlier joy instantly dissipates. Ilyili's strength has also earned Lily's respect, as Lily affectionately calls her sister Ilyili. As Luo Yi prepared for battle, the distant azure goblin spotted him and immediately let out a loud cry, charging towards him. In that instant, Lu Yu's body transformed into a brilliant light, dissolving into countless molecules and particles, vanishing without a trace from the realm. The 2 deities of the Tianji realm were utterly annihilated by Lu Yu's formidable technique. Yet the bodies of the 2 deities of the Tianyi realm remained intact. This implied that someone had anticipated a fierce conflict between Chen Mo and the allied forces, thus taking action before the battle erupted. Without telecommunication, timely messages could not be relayed, and by the time news reached the battlefield, the allied forces were already in dire straits. Previously, in a moment of desperation, he had unleashed this martial art, effortlessly slaying the blood-clothed prince, which attested to its formidable prowess. The young man leaned forward to grasp the handgun from the drawer, while at the same moment, Duan rose from the ground, not lunging at the young man to continue the struggle, nor fleeing towards the door for an escape, but instead rushing towards the corner of the wall. "Why are you still keeping the corpse of the Xianbei thief?" Zhang Yang bellowed. "Get out of the way." He drew his sword and severed the arms of the Xianbei individual, successfully separating the 2. The crowd had long been captivated by Tong Yuan's martial prowess. The military was a pragmatic entity where capability commanded loyalty, who would desire a leader that would lead them into ruin. Everyone had come to regard Tong Yuan as their anchor. However, in the future, should she suffer disgrace, the extermination of her family would merely serve to exacerbate the situation. For no one would doubt that a villain could commit vile deeds, thus rendering evidence unnecessary. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be that Melian does not wish for others to see. It has to be. How could she have taken a liking to that common hen? Otherwise, why would she pay her such heed, even inquiring about her activities? Once the veil of love that obscured her vision was lifted, Tao Tao would see clearly, and all of Zhua Wei's ugly facets and intentions would be laid bare. In Volume 1, Chapter 159, Teacher Mu Jin takes action. The Soul Emperor cannot be humiliated. CaoQiang exclaimed, "I miss you so much," as he hurried towards the dormitory of Shrek Academy. Simultaneously, CaoQiang made his way to Zhou Yi's office. On the way, as he reached the teaching area, he encountered Su Sanshi, Bei Bei, and Dai Huabin, whose actions indirectly led to the demise of Hui Yuhao's mother. They were encircling a girl with long red hair, who was angrily scolding Su Sanshi. "Su Sanshi, I do not wish to see you leave." After berating Su Sanshi, the girl turned to leave. At that moment, Su Sanshi unexpectedly blocked her path. Nan Nan, please agree to be my girlfriend. I will treat you well. Bei Bei also chimed in. In truth, Wang Xianwang's silence was not a sign of rest, but rather one of anticipation. John was adept at discerning his father's thoughts. Despite stating the bare truth, he understood that his father wished for him to align with his sentiments rather than merely convey them. After a moment of reflection, Atai immediately mounted his horse and galloped down the long street, heading straight for the royal palace in the inner city of Xianyang. Before Wu Wan could voice her protest, Gu Jincheng vanished from her sight, appearing before a dumpling shop. Yet, humanity's insatiable greed was evident. They viewed the sacrifices of others as mere collateral, even suggesting that Lucifer should perish to grant them powers rivaling those of the angels. Strangely, as Ing Xian spoke these words, a glimmer of secret delight and pride flickered within him. This young lady, were she to exist in the past, would undoubtedly be hailed as a rare gem of 4,000 years. Then, an aura unique to fallen angels emanated from him as he slowly extended his hand, only to find it met by a pair of pure, untainted eyes. Indeed, you are quite correct. If the royal family could assist us in this matter, what concern would there be for the Qin people's demise? Duke Ji Zhao exclaimed joyfully upon hearing this. The senior disciple of the inner sect, having spoken, cast a proud glance at the nearby refined disciple, as if he were recounting his own glorious exploits. One must admit that Su Hu's lecture proved quite effective. Upon hearing his words, the morale of those within the city soared. No, perhaps participating in this blessing prayer had already marked them for death. For as Gu Zhao stated, his assent could not impede Ji Yan's speech, and he might even hinder Wen Li Ji's retreat. Before long, Qiang Qi began to sense a wave of heat rising from his scalp. What was happening atop his head? It was unbearably hot. Instinctively, Qiang Qi reached up to touch his head. The attendant leading Chun Mu upstairs brought him to the third floor, pausing to smile and bow. After all, he had hired the clerk with his own money and could choose whom to employ. Even the governor could not oppose it. Should Qin Wu and his companions dare to pull tricks, Ming Dai would not hesitate to call for help, as she and Zhou Xinyan had found a convenient hiding spot, if he intentionally sought to conceal his presence. Even 100 players watching him would fail to uncover Yuan Yu Shui's existence, for she had always excelled in the art of stealth. Ming Dai produced 2 large white rabbit milk candies to coax him out, seizing the opportunity to wash the pot and utensils while the stove still retained some warmth. Wiping down the kitchen, it seemed they had succeeded. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in cheers, some even moved to tears. He suddenly found himself inexplicably anxious, a warmth spreading through his chest, as if his heart would leap from his chest. Ultimately, he averted his gaze, appearing somewhat flustered, while Yuan Yu Shui continued to gaze at him. Ma Yiming was rendered speechless. In truth, he had already prepared a guest room for her. However, he was vexed by her refusal to drink the coffee he had personally brewed, so he intended to play a prank to see her flustered. A violent jolt shook him as the motorcycle exited the confines of the Forest Defense Office, trembling towards Bansho Town. The seer, Grandpa Yu, set down the waking stick and eagerly retrieved a cigarette box, lighting one and taking a hurried puff. In Volume 1, Chapter 160, Teacher Mu Jin has gone mad. The disciples of Tang's sect exclaimed in unison, Guardian, Elder CaoQiang. Thousands of Tang's sect disciples raised their voices. Tangya and Zhou Shihan rushed to the front, joining forces to withstand Teacher Mu Jin's onslaught. Numerous teachers in the teaching area bore witness to this scene, yet they chose to turn a blind eye, ignoring such trivial matters. Since CaoQiang recommended Hui Yuhao to the Soul Guidance Department, he himself had become a core disciple of the Martial Spirit Department. Under the persuasion of Zhou Yi, Din Xian Duo and Din Yan relaxed certain policies towards CaoQiang and his peers. For instance, in cases of brawls at school, as long as it did not escalate too severely, it was permissible. Currently, many teachers were observing, and had they been willing to intervene, this situation could have been defused. The hair of the girl cascaded down like a flowing black waterfall, her skin glistening under the fire's glow, akin to the purest jade of the heavenly pool. Her gentle contours resembled exquisite ice sculptures, both resilient and tender. Lin Xiao emerged from the international battlefield, arriving in Luoya City. This news would be known to the NPCs without notification. He needed to ascertain the intentions of the 2 princesses. As he spoke leisurely, an aura suddenly surged around him, intensifying gradually. Upon hearing this, Chief of Staff Shui immediately drafted a telegram, promptly transmitting it to General Okamura Ninjin of the 11th Army in Wanning. The merit system of CaoQiang, from the moment of its establishment, has predetermined the number of people associated with CaoQiang. It is now entirely impossible for them to expand their ranks or to merge with others. They can only rely on their massive forms to continue their relentless assaults. Yin Ning nodded, instructing Chao Lu and Lu Tai to attend to Hong Sini, while he stepped aside to call Duan Yi. Yuan Qingming watched the unfolding situation with fury, suddenly tasting blood in his throat, as he was so enraged by Yin Ning that he spat blood. The mercenaries grew tense once more, subtly shifting their positions to block the paths of the two guests. At that moment, Zheng Yi was seated in the meeting room of the Qingyi Entertainment Company with Cui Jian, relaying Zhu Jimiao's intentions. After spending 3 nights in the national forest, Lin Xiao and Lu Su packed their belongings early in the morning, preparing to return home. Feng Jing sighed helplessly and, while in deep thought, Qin Yao's phone vibrated. Zhang Tao felt as though his counterpart was playing a prank on him, wondering when he had ever encountered such a lackadaisical mission, as the target's information was exceedingly simplistic. Su Jia, who had been saved by Feng Jing several times, circled around the scenery and, after thoroughly observing her, remarked with a hint of teasing that at that moment, the short blade was likely less than 0.01 centimeters from his throat, perhaps even grazing his skin. Had it not been for the instinctual reactions honed through years of training, he might have already become a casualty of his adversary. However, Xu Yong merely smiled upon hearing this, believing there was nothing significant about the incident, as he had simply done what was expected of him, deeming further discussion unnecessary. "Oh, can you tell me about it?" Bella sat up eagerly, leaning against the stone by the pool. His voice continuously echoed in her ears, causing Feng Jing to furrow her brow deeply before suddenly closing her eyes. Wang Fan, though unwilling, had to admit the limitations of his abilities. If this continued, he would surely perish at Yin Xia's hands. The efficacy of these medicines was relatively stable. Without Xu Yong personally cultivating the herbs, these prescriptions would be utterly useless. Elena was astonished by this individual's sense of direction, as he could navigate at night without lights or a guide. Fei Er sang this song with great emotion, pouring her feelings into it, producing a melody that was both beautiful and heart-wrenching. This was something her mother had wished to do since their last trip to the capital, and today she finally seized the opportunity. The grotesque and greedy expression began to twist Wan Yunshuang's previously fair visage, a fleeting smile of disdain curling her lips, quickly masked by her calm demeanor, making it impossible for anyone to detect any anomaly. Volume 1, Chapter 161. Dong you how awaken your martial soul. All disciples of the Tang sect, return now. At Chao Chang's command, the group of Tang sect disciples, previously motionless, swiftly retreated like a tide. Witnessing this scene, Mu Jin, who had not yet moved far, turned back with Dai Huabin and others, watching Zhou Yi with a playful expression, mockingly declaring, "Is this the good student you've raised? Ha ha ha, how amusing." However, Zhou Yi was not angered. Instead, she smiled brightly, affirming, "Yes, this is my good student. The more outstanding he is, the more I like him. I plan to reward him shortly." Upon hearing this, Mu Jin's chest heaved with anger, continuing to taunt, "Outstanding? Ha ha, one who only knows how to hide." Thankfully, everyone else has withdrawn. If they had seen this scene, they would surely have been frightened. With Ling Mo's efforts, the speed of the martial arts operation finally came to a halt. Seeing the spiritual energy within him concentrate and rise to his chest before finally stopping, Ling Mo let out a sigh of relief. Thus, when she heard that Yizishan had arrived, she was naturally overjoyed, as if hope had rekindled. The spirit rescued by the Soul Emperor also met its demise before the Spirit King, having unleashed the conflict of power within itself in the Holy Domain, pleading, "The Soul Emperor and the Soul Kings have forced us to become monstrosities. Please save us." Upon hearing this, Zheng Zhu's face flushed crimson, as Zhao Guozian had been mocking him with cold sarcasm since entering the room. Since Zheng Zhu took office in Shuzhou, no one had dared to ridicule him so openly, and he had been harboring anger, but for the sake of Qiu Shiliang, he could only endure. Fear can sometimes be a terrifying emotion. When 50,000 people share this feeling, even Yi Zishan would find it difficult to save them. Along the way, those escorting Lin Xiao were fearful she might change her mind and escape, their expressions tense as they kept a close watch until they arrived at Puning Temple, where they finally relaxed. Exiting Xingtan, Qin Jinshin asked Bai Xiao what she wanted to eat. Bai Xiao had no particular preference, but the elderly lady first suggested Japanese cuisine. "I know. I've long been aware," Jiang Meng sighed, watching Jiang Jiyue fall into memories and begin to recount stories. The light lasted for a moment before gradually dissipating. Once it was completely gone, Han Zhu vanished without a trace, leaving only the Han Wing halberd, which floated alone in the air, evidently several times more powerful than before. With a crack, Qin Huanli pushed the door open, and the sound shattered the silence in the living room. After sitting down, the two ordered several exquisitely prepared dishes and waited for the food while engaging in casual conversation. Although he had not taken action during this battle, he had aided in discovering the general location of the elusive opponent, allowing him to turn the situation around just in time. Secretly grateful for his luck, Zhaozi stretched his limbs, pretending to be clumsy as he stepped onto the divination hexagram. Lightly stepping down, the phoenix wings unfurled. Due to their transparency, they were difficult to detect. With a slight tremor, they gently landed before Yu Gaofeng. It was only when Li Hua captured him that the vulture snapped back to reality, struggling desperately, but Li Hua had him by the neck, making it hard to breathe. The more he struggled, the more uncomfortable it became. Enduring the excruciating pain, the vulture hurled his knife at the nearest wolf, hoping to incite its fury and provoke it into attacking, tearing everyone apart. Within the realm of slaughter, the Dao seed, nourished by the chaotic, will begin to sprout wildly. A young shoot emerging, suffused with chaotic energy, growing to a staggering height of 10,000 zhong in the blink of an eye. The baby continued to feed the concubine medicine, while Linger and Yuan Xiener paused mid-conversation. He was not only alive, his eyes had returned, and his limbs regained their function. The appearance of Hu Qiyin reignited his hatred, and he understood that even if he did not take action, Hu Qiyin would eventually come to settle the score. Encountering some trouble, Han Wei was still relatively satisfied with the outcome, having expanded an opening without expending much effort, just enough to retrieve the bronze artifact. Volume 1, Chapter 162, Zhou Yi. CaoQiang, you are utterly despicable. Wang Dong'er and Hui Yuhao, upon hearing this, unleashed their martial souls. CaoQiang's devouring Starvine martial soul activated, instantly enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Dai Huabin and the others found themselves trapped in the center, and despite their attempts to break free, they discovered the devouring Starvine to be incredibly resilient. No matter how they attacked, they could not even budge a single leaf. In an instant, they lost their fighting spirit. Dai Huabin, with a stern expression, remarked, CaoQiang, what are your intentions? This is the academy. CaoQiang only sneered in response. Do you not understand what I intend to do? He, Dong'er, Yuhao, this time do not stay behind. I want them to remain in bed for 3 months without any sense of pride. Aolong opened his eyes slightly, glanced around, and then closed them again, continuing his recovery. Li Song was fine, and their casual conversation did not concern Aolong. The technology of the planetary fortress. If the lords possessed such a formidable apparatus, what would they have to fear? Regardless of the world, they could simply crush their way through. Talent, extraordinary talent. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhuo and Lianing wore expressions of annoyance, while Li Mu, relishing their predicament, smirked at them, pushing the delicacies in front of me and lifting the wine jug to pour for everyone. Cherry blossoms slowly ascended, swirling around Luo Tian's hair, ultimately obscuring his bright eyes. Amidst the coolness and smoothness, Luo Tian felt a wave of dampness, akin to gentle affection. With a laugh, Imu and Feng Zhuo forgot their quarrel and burst into laughter, while Tinger, her face as red as a tomato, covered her face and hurriedly fled outside. Have you spoken to her about our matters? Ying Jian leaned against Mu Fengye and inquired. How did you discover that Luo Tian was still moving back then? Wang nudged Pei Laosan with his head. However, I do not know how to absorb it. Yang Jian gazed pitifully at me. Given this fellow's background, he must have encountered such things before. Do not worry. When the time is right, I will naturally take you along. Yitong smiled as she patted my hand. Holding it gently, Yang Jian felt a surge of delight. Let him be angry. The more furious he became, the more opportunities one would have. At all times, maintaining composure is paramount. Anger is permissible, but one must remain calm amidst it. Nodding in agreement, I followed Tong Chi to the car, steadily gazing in the direction of Niyun, even though I could hear nothing. This incident had some impact on the 3 publicly listed companies of the group, but fortunately, the effect was minimal. After a 2-day decline, it began to fluctuate upwards, and seeing the stock price stabilize, I breathed a sigh of relief. In recent days, that black dust had never left his saddle. Who dared to loosen their grip? Planting elms and willows in the dense grass, clearing thorns to create marshes, all for the purpose of achieving some success in the Tianmen formation. Today, I finally found time, enjoying the company of such affectionate couples. No need, we temporarily do not require your cooperation, the officer stated as he began assigning tasks. Yin Shi, you scoundrel, you actually threw me into the street. I am, after all, a dignified young master of the Ma family, Ma Xiaoguang exclaimed, stamping his feet in anger. I deliberately applied concealer and highlighter, and even drew under-eye bags, all to prevent Shiyaki from noticing that I had not slept well the night before. No, I must learn martial arts. Only then can I avoid being bullied. Thus, with my tenacious resolve, I ignored the soreness in my body and continued to strike the sandbags, each punch more ferocious than the last. Regardless of what kind of person Chen Yuan was or what he had done to me, given his penchant for cruelty, he was certainly not a suitable match for Xiao Xiao. I knew he felt somewhat guilty, so I refrained from probing further. Instead, I discreetly called Xu Xiangnan to inquire about Gu Changshan's preferences. The figure of the wolf had completely vanished from sight, and the distant calls that occasionally echoed were sparse. Yet that sound resonated more deeply, imbued with a sense of strength and desolation. The carriage driver, Lao Huang, suddenly lost his sight, panicking as he hastily pulled on the reins. The two steeds reared up, their hooves crashing heavily onto the ground, abruptly halting the carriage. In the first volume, Chapter 163, let my Xiaodao be thrilled. The elder, upon hearing this, calmly pushed aside Mu Jin's hand, stroked his beard, and frowned, saying, Jin, your uncle cannot assist you with this matter. Although Shirlaika Academy had no explicit rules, it strictly forbade bullying the weak. While the uncle possessed the authority to dismiss intermediate teachers, he warned, Jin, have you considered the consequences if I intervene? Mu Jin, in tears, pleaded, Uncle, I know this puts you in a difficult position, but that Zhou is truly excessive. In front of so many teachers and students, she hurt me like this. If I do nothing, it will only embolden her. Within the sacred land of the divine sect, numerous reclusive ancestral giants opened their eyes, displaying a hint of astonishment. In the totem land, he sought to devour the totem lord but failed, the latter self-destructing and severely injuring him. Sensing the bone-chilling aura emanating from Zhonglin, Zhao Boss' greed intensified. He must acquire the techniques Zhonglin practiced. The servant remarked, you have been training too hard. Even the Night Wind guards should have intervened. Zhu Xin couldn't help but blame Night Wind for not managing the situation properly, causing Li Yin to suffer. If she could not stabilize her soul within the reincarnation hall, she had no idea what the outcome would be. The energy of the gathering thought pearl was immense. Even with Shui Jinsi controlling the output speed, it remained exceedingly difficult to absorb. A piercing sound reverberated, shaking the entire underground chamber, and in an instant, a massive iron cage descended from above. The white mist coiled like a dragon, forming a terrifying vortex that generated high-speed, rotating air currents, viciously drilling into Qin House entrance. This strike, akin to the blade of a celestial being, encapsulated the principles of the universe, merging with the void, leaving no trace. Luo Tianzi and his son, Juan Jinhan, along with Jin Shi, all ventured out to search for people, including the recently returned Qin Moshing. Unrequited love is, after all, the most tragic affair in this world, and she is not permitted to feel discontent. After another half-minute, Hajishu straightened up, and Gu Shi surprisingly rose from the ground, though his eyes had dimmed, not even moving the pupils. I had witnessed this scenario not long ago, when he had feigned a facade to deceive the old man Lawning. Could it be that he was now employing the same tactic? Yet, if she did not leave, what would others think? No matter how dense she was. She understood this much. Where a family had come to find her, how could she linger on? Jean Yijuan remained calm, silently stepping on the carpet. The closer she approached Lin Hao Rant's room, the more she sensed the lively atmosphere within. At the ULO, people were dispatched everywhere to search, while Ai Chao Chao had already followed Yeli Shang to Ruo Huaishi's residence. Upon hearing the name Lu Ran, I felt a shiver run through me. Without a second thought, I leaped from the sofa, landing on my knees with a thud, pleading with my eyes. Feng Ruobai held the teacup, silent. Leaning back in his wheelchair, his gaze fixed on me. He glanced at Chu Hao, seemingly inquiring with his eyes whether his mother had truly visited the White House to confront Tianxin. You won't dare again? How many times have you said this? And which time did you truly take it to heart? Woman glared at me and slightly nodded. Although he longed to rush over and slay that divine emperor, he was not foolish. After all, the divine emperor had exposed himself at this moment, clearly having laid out a trap to lure them in. After running the calculator through once, Xiaoning nodded in satisfaction, but then sighed. Through this, Xu Chuan deduced another conclusion. They had no channels with those familiar to him. Meanwhile, Yang Lingyun slowly began to draw his bow, the spiritual energy arrows on the bowstring growing larger, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. As he understood the magnitude of damage that would befall Diqing should this strike fail. Having never interacted with Su Chuan before, and even having had some overt conflicts in the past, it would indeed be a miracle for Su Chuan to speak the truth now. In Volume 1, Chapter 164, Ma Xiaodao's rear was struck. Unbeknownst to her, when CaoQiang uttered those words, a peculiar light gleamed in his eyes. In disbelief, she gazed at CaoQiang, swallowed hard, and asked hoarsely, "Is what you said true?" CaoQiang smiled slightly and nodded. As he unleashed his martial spirit, the devouring star vine, countless starry tendrils of blue-black emerged, and an array of black gas suddenly escaped from Ma Xiaodao's body, only to be swiftly absorbed by the devouring star vine. Astounded, Ma Xiaodao observed this spectacle, feeling an inexplicable emptiness within her body, followed by an immense sense of comfort. She looked at CaoQiang in astonishment and inquired, "What is happening?" However, the Lord of Death, Luo, did not grant them any opportunity. By the time we reached the depths of the infernal prison, where the god of darkness was confined, Luo had already summoned his full soul and was ready to act. Xiaoyun furrowed his brows, witnessing the effortless demise of 5 individuals, his expression growing grave. At that moment, the sound of dripping echoed from the depths of darkness, reminiscent of water droplets hitting the ground, eerily unsettling in the oppressive silence. The members of the Lu family exchanged glances, their faces shifting in response to the old man's words. What if Ji Yun truly encountered misfortune? The metallic scent of blood surged down Xiao Yun's throat, filling his stomach with a searing warmth that swiftly integrated with the lethargic energy of the burning sky arrow. Is that so? I was just about to kill you. Yet, seeing your confidence, I am curious about what other tricks you possess. Show them if you dare. We shall see. But if it is merely a contraption, then spare yourself the humiliation, declared Xiao Qitian. Why should it be that, after 3 years of effort, she still falls short compared to Lung Ningxue, who was her equal 3 years ago? Why is it that, in every aspect apart from cultivation, Lung Ningxue surpasses her? Before she could finish her tirade, the once spirited tall youth rolled his eyes and collapsed back to the ground. Sensing the threat of death, Zhong Wei's pupils constricted. Being too close to Xiao Yun left him no time to react. If the string of a golden-level longbow were to sweep past him, his head would surely find itself in another location. Luo Shuang recognized that this individual posed no threat to her. He had likely already set numerous traps. However, she had no time to ponder, wishing only to escape from Li Xiqing's gaze. "It's nothing." Ji Canghai turned his face away, asserting that he was not to blame for the unkindness of Su Zai. Who could tell if an Yi was aware of a truth? Such matters were better left undisclosed, especially since the counterpart was the younger brother of Zai. After Han Xiner spoke, Captain Yin joyfully remarked, "That is truly splendid. This way, our team's combat capability will surely see a significant enhancement." He thoughtfully left the door ajar. The dim corridor outside contrasted with the brightly lit room, casting a clear outline of the wide-open door that provided a sense of reassurance. The cat-eared youth, with fingers as slender as jade, drew the crimson sheer curtains, obscuring the figures of the two. This optimal soul ring configuration seemed almost routine for the entire Imperial battle team. At this moment, Lu Haimei, hidden in the shadows, retrieved her phone and recorded a video of Luo Shuang being punished to kneel, sending it out. "Xie Fangda, do you still wish to argue? The facts are laid bare. You first enlisted the army in the name of the emperor, then attempted to usurp him, aspiring to emulate that Eastern Han Cao Cao, using the emperor to command the feudal lords, all to achieve your nefarious aims," retorted the chief of the Criminal Justice Division, Song Xian. The past few days marked the final intensive promotional period before the summer battle commenced, with the large screens in the store looping the promotional video for the summer finals. Before Wang Lao's words could fully escape his lips, Mu Chen's Imperial Dragon Sword pierced through his heart. Withdrawing moments later as Wang Lao's eyes widened in disbelief at Mu Chen, only to succumb in reluctant defeat. In Volume 1, Chapter 165, The Stick Education of Ma Xiaotao. Although Ma Xiaotao did not sustain any significant injury, she experienced a slight tingling sensation. However, the sensitivity of the area struck, coupled with CaoQiang's unrelenting criticism of her speed, deeply pained her. Ma Xiaotao retaliated with increased vigor, only to be struck again. With fervor, she attempted to counter once more, yet was met with another blow. Ultimately, feeling a profound sense of defeat, she yielded. In the following hours, Ma Xiaodao came to terms with the gap between herself and CaoQiang, humbly acknowledging her status as merely an average soul emperor. Under CaoQiang's rigorous tutelage, she earnestly endeavored to improve her speed and prowess. On the island, the Tartar slaves, witnessing their transport ship tilt and sink, began to flee towards the hills. Han Xiaoshan commanded the fleet to anchor near the shore, using the side-mounted cannon to fire upon the land, causing stones to shatter and fly, forcing the Tartars to retreat further up the mountain. After shaking hands, Lu Peng invited manager Yin inside and poured a cup of hot tea, after which they sat facing each other. Xun Zhongming's reappearance in Guangzhou astonished Huang Xing, Song Jiaran, and the other revolutionaries. Had it not been for his lively demeanor, they might have thought he had returned from the dead. Meanwhile, the Wu clan, with the assistance of Luo Ho during this period, had significantly strengthened their influence. Having once approached the brink of extinction, they now found renewed hope for survival. The green grasslands served as the battlefield, an endless expanse of green with no obstructions in sight, allowing Ryan's opponent to be fully visible, with nowhere to conceal themselves. Lian Xinyan chose not to ask further questions and directly led Su Lin to the reception room within the company. The barracks were dimly lit, devoid of candlelight. As twilight descended, with the faint light casting from the evening sky almost entirely obscured by the figures of two armored soldiers. Upon receiving the news, Wang Yuanshan was left in shock. He had never anticipated such an incident immediately after returning from a bandit suppression mission. Hesitant to act unilaterally, he summoned Yang Bo to discuss the matter together. Get lost. It's uncertain who has the charm here. Li Dajuan retorted with an exaggerated eye roll, leaning back against the bed with his arms crossed behind his head, exuding an air of nonchalance. Lu Yin looked at the scene before her, a few strands of worry appearing on her forehead. Did this individual not understand the virtue of restraint? The youth switched off his phone and buried his head in the blanket, shielding himself from the warm autumn sunlight while blocking out external sounds. It seems the internet suggests you may have developed dementia, Yu Yurong said, approaching with her phone, urging the youth to take a look. Currently, his use of mental energy was focused on controlling objects. As for the lion's roar technique's sound wave attack, he was at a loss for defense. Gru was tall and robust, weighing over 100 kilograms. With his gear, he likely exceeded 120 kilograms. No, I'm not a transfer student. I have been in this school for 3 years. You simply did not realize it. Simultaneously, her gaze sharpened, signaling Xiaozhua to quiet down, which took Xiaozhua by surprise, leaving her perplexed as she turned to look at Yicheng. Indeed, it was the gaze. The way she looked at her mirrored that of her mother, whom she had never met. The police had no choice but to leave empty-handed, and Zhu Yu, satisfied, handed a stack of green coins to Humar, which had been confiscated from Ayer's son without much expenditure. Mo Chi harbored no fondness for the Diao family, thus was not concerned about the potential leakage of the Tai Shuiwei's affairs. It was evident that Long Zhao Tian, although present in Nandu City, was deeply concerned about Fengshan village, keeping himself well informed about all occurrences there. The assailants fought desperately, striking without regard for location, their ferocity causing even De Long's eyes to redden. I have never enjoyed being manipulated by others, and now I found myself not only being controlled, but also at the mercy of Liang Hao Dong, a situation that was truly unbearable. Imbuing my words with a chilling intent. Volume 1, Chapter 166. The farewell play unfolds. Brother Tianming goes mad, time flows like water, and the years pass slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed, and Shrek City had welcomed its autumn. In the eastern suburbs of Shrek Academy, the rice fields swayed in the crisp autumn breeze, stretching endlessly like waves upon a vast ocean, with heavy ears of rice bowing modestly like shy maidens. Zhou Yi sat on a bench in a wooden cabin, nestled in Chao Chang's embrace, her face radiant with a golden smile. She held Chao Chang's hand, placing it on her smooth, delicate thigh, reminiscing about their recent passion, her face aglow with happiness. Chao Chang, I do not wish to return to the academy. Can we stay just one more day? Zoe said it. 3 months had completely enamored her. You wretched heavens, why must it rain now of all times? One day, I shall settle the score with you. Chu Jiangnan grumbled, increasingly exasperated. His body had grown weaker, and as he faced imminent demise within the dragon egg, he had no choice but to project his spirit and drift out. The innkeeper gleefully accepted the silver, envisioning a future where the city gates would be closed daily. This was merely an ordinary guest room, not a prestigious suite, where typically a few silver coins would afford a stay of 10 days or more. Tianxiang had been bullying them for quite some time, protected by the principal's son, Zhao Qianquan. They were left powerless, akin to a mute tasting bitter herbs. Should I find a way to bring him here? Niezhu gazed at Zhong Sheng with disbelief. Meanwhile, in the carriage, with all occupants being living souls, there was but one explanation: trouble was imminent. With each word he read, Gu Rongji's expression darkened further, until he had perused the entirety of the 3 pages, at which point his face had turned a ghostly pallor. Uncle, is there any recruitment here? I am exceptionally hardworking and do not require salary. Just a meal will suffice. A youth stopped a passing uncle. In a moment of impulse, Qin Ping nearly revealed the truth to her, but ultimately restrained himself. In the military camp? The guard turned back, pointing towards the central tent of the camp, his gaze filled with envy. Li Songji's path did not reside within the doctrine of Daozu Hongjuan's heavenly Dao. If the heavenly Dao's rules were imposed upon him, he would naturally grow wary. As Li Songji calculated, he quickly grasped the implications of Daozu Hongjuan's heavenly Dao, falling into silence, moved to tears by such profound sorrow. The attendant outside received his orders and withdrew. Dongfang Qi swiftly filled a wine cup, yet when it was his turn, he merely pretended to fill it, raising it for toast. After a few more rounds, Dongfang Bu, overwhelmed by the effects of alcohol, collapsed on the table, unconscious. The intoxication faded from Dongfang Qi's face as he gently nudged her. Finding no response, he finally felt at ease. Reflecting on how the night would had subdued him with a single encounter despite his own saint-level strength, it was not a matter of greater physical power, but rather Wood's mastery of technique that was truly unfathomable, while he himself relied solely on the brute force of saint-level battle aura, making his defeat an effortless task for Wood. Prior to his studies at the provincial party school, Zhao Zhengse convened a meeting with the members of the Tomu Township Party Committee. It turned out to be the blood demon that had previously aided the Beisa tribe and had attacked and injured a Jiao and Shuang Linglong. The figure retained the same undulating form as before, and Shisa's gaze was intently drawn to the ample curves of her bosom. Thus, Emperor Jun must have prepared the location for establishing the original teachings and other necessary arrangements, the leader of the Jiao sect remarked as he descended the mountain. Suddenly, I felt a pressing need to relieve myself and dashed to the restroom. Haha, Yu Tian sheepishly explained. If a Yun Han finds anything amiss, I shall refrain from acting. That should suffice, right? They found their distance from AI Liang increasing, helplessly watching him draw closer to the off-road vehicle. Who says there is no spice? Mo Yuhan entered the kitchen, presenting 2 plates of dipping sauce she had prepared. I apologize for my tardiness, but I have thoroughly familiarized myself with this script. We can commence now, she stated apologetically upon arrival. Volume 1, Chapter 167. Contracting with the Ice Emperor's realm soars. In a world blanketed in white, the snow on the ground grew thicker. Hui Yuhao gazed at Chao Chang's upright silhouette, ultimately unable to resist the allure of the Tianming ice silkworm. He chose to quietly depart from Chao Chang. Although he had selected the opportune moment while Chao Chang was navigating a steep slope, concealed by the mental veil of the Tianming ice silkworm, he was still detected by Chao Chang at the first instance. With a disappointed sigh, Chao Chang lamented, indeed, human hearts are inherently selfish. I had intended to enhance your fortunes by utilizing the primal power of the ice realm to elevate the Ice Emperor to 600,000 years, but alas, you have chosen the wrong path. Catgirl Xiaobai, lead me. Could this be the legendary method of advancing through flatulence? Yiming below could not suppress his laughter, accompanied by piercing screams. Zhou Kai's evolutionary power and the armor beneath his clothing were torn apart, leaving horrific wounds from 2 void blades. Regaining his composure and sensing the dwindling evolutionary power within him, Du promptly retrieved several apprentice-level evolution stones, closed his eyes, and began to recuperate. The first to react was Fan Xiaolu, who was sipping coffee nearby. She rushed over, pulling Qi Jinyan close for a thorough examination, and, upon discovering only minor swelling, breathed a sigh of relief. Yet now, she had become resilient, strong, and persistent. These traits had transformed into her very essence, requiring no repetition from others in her ear. My grandmother insists I bear a child with her, and it is true that I was drugged and taken to the hospital. Indeed, it was she who brought me there, though it was not she who administered the drug. Facing his brother, Jairolin did not conceal much, knowing that such embarrassing matters were not limited to this one. Beneath the grayish-white bone helmet lay a fresh visage, a blend of Zhongzi and Godan's features. His eyes were tightly shut, his expression calm as water, exuding an inexplicable charm, devoid of the previous ferocity displayed by the two. Perhaps sensing Huang Tian's lingering gaze upon her, Zhou Yu shot a fierce glare back, and the two engaged in a silent competition as they descended to the parking garage on the third underground level. Hey, 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 hey. Yiming quickly turned his head away, finding the scene too stimulating to bear. He feared that if he continued watching, he might end up with a nosebleed. Douluo shook his head and began to act, retrieving a multitude of experimental records from various lab stations and cabinets. Hold on. If you leave this formation, you wish to become my protective beast, do you? The ancestral figure inquired. At this moment, Yangming Restaurant, in comparison to the situation when Lu Hui departed, has seen an increase in patrons. Gathering two groups of culinary apprentices poses no challenge whatsoever, and Chef Ning Chung had already made arrangements while seeking assistance from Liming Academy. Soucier observed the Inglongier Siluvit. A faint, almost imperceptible smile of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, which he quickly suppressed as he turned his attention back to the chaotic battlefield. However, brother, he is indeed formidable. It is not a matter of self-deprecation. In my lifetime, it seems unlikely that I could ever surpass him. As Jiang Yi uttered these words, a flicker of intuition shone in his eyes. Moreover, during the process of cooking with starlight ingredients, if one could infuse it with a drop of liquefied stellar energy, the efficacy and effects of these starlight ingredients would be maximized. Additionally, these liquefied stellar energies possess other remarkable effects, which A.O. Tianfu discovered during his experiments. It is impossible for him to dismiss this, for he has already experienced that wondrous effect. To disbelieve would be foolish. At this moment, Xia Yang, eager to eavesdrop on their conversation, dared not turn around but strained his ears to catch any further discourse. Who? The sudden voice of derision made Yu Qi whirl around sharply. Upon seeing Mei Ruiying and her companions, his initially fierce gaze softened considerably upon meeting Mei Ruiying's countenance. A confident smile graced his lips as he approached her. In Chapter 168, Tanya and Zhou Shihan unleashed their fury, while Bei found herself on the brink of collapse at Shrek Academy. It was once again that crucial time of year when school commences. CaoQiang had returned for a while, spending his days nurturing his relationship with the two sisters, Zhou Yi and Zhou Shihan. They had ceased to resist serving CaoQiang together, and after their initial experience, they had become enamored with the thrill of cultivating alongside him. In recent days, he had managed to keep them firmly bound to him, leaving no opportunity for Tanya to intervene. Early in the morning, as CaoQiang observed the throngs outside Shrek Academy, he mused, time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, we have become upperclassmen. Beside him, clad in purple school attire, his subordinates were astonished. The three prominent figures on the streets of Qi City, known for their arrogance, found themselves submissive and apologetic in the presence of Qin Feng. Lin Xiaofeng recalled that he had indeed taken a trip far away, and without his phone or cash. He nearly perished of thirst in the vehicle, prompting an awkward smile. However, he had invested considerable effort to cultivate a considerable number of members, securing an activity room from school. This Hu Lijing had even defeated professional bodyguards ambushed outside the Zeng family estate and departed with ease. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage sat comfortably. Kakashi Hitaki, Asuma, Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, the passionate Akai, Nara Shikaku, and Shimura Danzo stood to the sides. Mitarashi Anko and Bayu occupied the center, where Anko recounted their experiences along the way. All pretenses fell away in the face of such direct encounters. Since all efforts seemed futile, Wang Bufan stood up, ready to confront what must be faced. Zhang Xiao, we welcome your esteemed presence. Master, Zhou personally came out to greet the guests. What is the situation here? Upon seeing the group sprawled haphazardly on the ground, Zhuangzhou could not help but roll his eyes. AI Luo subdued them through bloody means. They bowed in humiliation to hold a grand wind shadow ceremony in my honor. Subsequently, invitations were dispatched to various nations and ninja villages. Thus, AI Luo became a genuine wind shadow. Naruto Uzumaki's declaration sparked public outrage, yet no one dared to act, as Huayu entered, standing beside him. As for Zhao Lele, she was completely overlooked by King Songzi. With his discerning eye, he immediately recognized that Zhao Lele was unaffected by his aura, entirely shielded by Shinfeng. Wang Di observed her departing figure, his expression fluctuating between shadows and light. gesturing for others to leave, retaining only his trusted attendant, Zheng Gonggong. In recent days, whenever Wan Huiyue ventured out, Li Mu invariably accompanied her. Following Wan Huiyue, he had little interaction with the outside world, yet gleaned insights into the local lord. A formidable figure at the first level of Taiyan's hygiene, named Han Chong, who always bore a pleasant demeanor, resembling more of a merchant than a lord. Li Mu formed a large seal, pressing it toward the shadow. The seal glowed gradually, heavy and unmatched, imbued with immense power. He complied and struck down forcefully, creating a colossal spatial rift before him. The bronze warmth coursed through Li Mu's body, soothing his flesh as if attempting to mend his injuries. Alas, its efficacy was woefully inadequate. The two generals wielded their horse reins, urging their steeds forward, while one brandished a weapon in pursuit of Zhao Yun. Zhang Jin arrived first, contending with Zhao Yun at the head of their steeds, his long axe drawing level with Zhao Yun's spear. Zhao Yun swung his spear repeatedly against the axe, hoping to dissuade his opponent from continuing the conflict. Thus, when Zhao Dezhu led his men to this place, the soldiers within the camp had already assembled, charging forth to engage in battle with the Zwak. Upon reaching the third tier, spiritual beasts might begin to form an inner core within, which is the essence of their spiritual energy. Generally, this phenomenon occurs in spiritual beasts of the fifth tier and above. The likelihood of third or fourth tier beasts forming an inner core is exceedingly low. In Chapter 169, the eerie grove instilled fear in Tanya, while Bei Bei provoked CaoQiang, leading to her being trampled by the two prominent beauties of Shrek Academy. This incident quickly spread throughout the academy, yet the following day it sank into obscurity without a ripple. CaoQiang, I will find the opportunity to retaliate, making you wish you were never born. Bye-bye lamented. Her face swollen like a pig's head. As she lay on the bed, her words garbled with anger. Beside her, Su Sanshur and Dai Huabin, hearing this, sighed. I warned you not to act impulsively. That CaoQiang is not as simple as he appears. However, Bei Bei, rest assured, this grudge shall be avenged. If he dares to step outside Shrek Academy, I, Dai Huabin, shall ensure he pays dearly. Like a child, he glared at Nanfeng, who was still chuckling maliciously on the side. Thunder reverberated incessantly, blooming like flowers, causing the rebellious forces to flee in terror. Those who once wielded torches had long discarded them, scattering to avoid the divine thunder that could strike at any moment. I understand, came the response from the bathroom. For Muxia, this was indeed welcome news. Perhaps you would no longer have to heed Nanfeng's insistence to care for that individual. The brothel's former patron had been the vice minister, Chen Guoting. During the Fangla uprising, he had deemed Kai Jing, Wang Fu, and Zhu Yin culpable and deserving of severe punishment, which incited Kai Jing's wrath, leading to his demotion to Huangzhou. With the loss of their backing, Chuixiang Tower's business naturally suffered, and Chen Sun had long contemplated selling the establishment. At that time, Kobe had never heard of Westbrook, yet he believed Westbrook played exceptionally well, a prodigious star in the making. Mother, why on earth did you give the company to her? Zu Montag he called upset in despair, covering her face in tears. Yang Ji raised his hand, wanting to speak, but faced with Lu Min's furious expression, he dared not interject. He stood awkwardly aside, uncertain whether to speak or remain silent. The phone for Yi Yuan's date rang 5 or 6 times, yet Yin Firen leisurely reclined in the bathtub, stretching her limbs, feeling utterly comfortable in both the environment and the awaited companion. It appears that my whereabouts have yet to be discovered by the myriad of demons, allowing me to exhale a sigh of relief. However, I find myself pondering where I should go next. With this thought, Yin Firen set aside her computer, reclined on her bed, and gazed vacantly at the ceiling. Though she appeared to be lost in thought, her mind was racing with contemplation. As the daylight gradually faded, the vast office fell into darkness, prompting Mo Shang to slowly lift his head to check the time. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. It was done. This venomous allure had no cure, and could only be resolved through that particular means. The mischievous electric spirit cat silently lamented the predicament. While Lin Han's body plunged into a section of the ghostly beast forest, his form becoming increasingly feverish. Covered in sweat and breathing heavily, he exerted all his energy to suppress this sensation. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as Di Meng regained her freedom, she swiftly produced a jade talisman and shattered it with a decisive snap. As the words left her lips, a white radiance enveloped Ina Duo once more, causing the passage to tremble, and the bodies of Fang Heng and his companions vanished from their location. Wang Ruian watched the backs of the two, longing to pursue them, yet hesitated, knowing that such an action would likely incite even more disdain from Zhongwuan. Just moments ago, she had been deeply concerned for him, tenderly comforting him with embraces, gentle strokes, and songs. The primitive steam launcher, although capable of meeting range requirements, was lamentably inaccurate. Yet this peculiarity inadvertently resulted in an unforeseen outcome. The warriors of the Great Gold Nation were utterly incapable of discerning where the next explosive package would land among the tents. Yang, momentarily disoriented, uttered, "I love you too," only to realize the implications of his words. Fortunately, Suyu felt no emotions at present, for in this divine perspective, her feelings had been obscured. In Volume 1, Chapter 170, while training alongside Tanya, who was undergoing the evolution of her martial soul. The speaker was none other than CaoQiang. Upon seeing the face of a newcomer, Tanya felt a wave of relief wash over her. Calming her thoughts, she addressed CaoQiang. "CaoQiang, there are terrifying things lurking deep within the forest." CaoQiang smiled faintly, expanding his consciousness. And soon a disdainful grin graced his lips as he muttered, "Minor tricks." With a swift motion, he reached into the void, and the devouring star vine shot forth, ensnaring a dark object and pulling it into view. Observing the shadowy figure resembling a monkey, Tanya curiously inquired about its nature. CaoQiang explained with a smile. "This is a mechanism known as the Great Fox Monkey, a second-tier soul guide device. Inside, there are a pair of young lovers engaged in intimate activities." Meanwhile, Zhiji, who was poised to share lunch with Lu Xing, unceremoniously merged her table with his. "Well, you have the numbers on your side, and, while I appreciate the congratulations, I must still consult Prince Wang. He must confirm that he has seen it before any decisions are made," Qi San stated. Fortunately, the first step for Jin Liuli was to enter seclusion and diligently memorize all that was mentioned in the techniques detrimental to Tianhe, gradually revealing the required elements to master by Jingjing of the Pansadong. If Lu Xing feared that Aisha might be abducted by nefarious individuals, he should simply remain by her side. One must admit, this girl is simply adorable. Nonetheless, there exists a simpler method to locate the Zhenghua, which is to identify the area with the faintest presence. That is where the Zhenghua lies. "Nana, Ming, good morning." Lala cheerfully greeted her two sisters in the living room. How could this immortal engage in such morally reprehensible acts? Dangzhen, gulp, casting an angry glare at the golden armored deity before gracefully ascending to the golden armored hall. "Father and son, please do not fight on my account. It would only lead to my being blamed. I do not require much. Just a few sets of clothing will suffice," Wang Hao remarked. The leader of the Guangming sect, Luo Lei, and others felt quite frustrated, yet he understood that with two of the three golden immortal cultivators gone, even if the Guangming sect were not destroyed by the forces of Mo Song, they were in a precarious position. In the midst of battle, Feng Lin swiftly turned around and noted that Si Yun bore not a single injury, remaining completely unscathed. Furthermore, due to its proximity to the elven forest, the relationship with the elves was relatively amicable, making it exceedingly difficult for any external adventurers to traverse the barriers into the forest. This posed a challenge that Roy and his companions were soon to encounter. "Pan Bao, you should go retrieve it. Do not let an outsider make a mockery of us." A youthful voice suddenly echoed from the rear of the shop. Shortly after, a boy of similar age to Yu Kuang emerged from behind. At that moment, he perceived a sound that was faint yet distinct, resonating clearly in his mind. Just prior to this, the spies dispatched to gather intelligence had returned with new information. Lu Ying, Zhao Shui, and their party had traversed the Maojin River and had arrived at the Hongnon territory, drawing ever closer to Chang'an. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo, having achieved his goal of befriending Zhang Yang, wasted no time and promptly set off. In terms of business dealings, it seemed rather trivial to claim a strong relationship. How lowly was this excuse? What remarkable social skills did Guan Zikai possess? Or was he simply of exceptional utility? Sure, he employed the inch-heart, 1,000 miles technique to remotely control the white true qi, pressuring the purple true qi. As the layers of white gas gradually encroached upon the purple, he set his plan into motion, squeezing the last bastion of defense. After casting the ice spear technique, AI Luen had exhausted all her magical energy. A wave of fatigue overwhelmed her, and she let out a groan, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath. At this moment, the newly ascended, 5-colored pattern double-horn python was equivalent to a cultivator in the early stages of the condensation vein period. However, due to its instinctual cultivation, It lacked the extensive array of spells that humans possessed and could only unleash a single attack, a spray of toxic mist. Additionally, it relied on its formidable physical prowess and venomous fangs in its primal instincts. In Volume 1, Chapter 171, as CaoQiang engaged in dual cultivation, rumors began to circulate about him, prompting Cui Yiji to become anxious. Having been struck by Tangya, Beibei instinctively retreated a couple of steps, while Dai Huabin suppressed his urge to confront Huiyuhao, shifting his body aside to allow space. Su Sanshi feigned ignorance of CaoQiang and the others, turning his head away as if admiring the purple chrysanthemums in the academy's garden. Observing their demeanor, CaoQiang and his companions could not be bothered to respond and were preparing to depart. At that moment, a tall girl, developed early and comparable in height to Dai Huabin, approached, accompanied by a slightly shorter girl, less imposing than her taller counterpart. CaoQiang recognized these two. They were the same girls who had been in the same group as Dai Mubai during the new student assessment. The light machine gunners set their machine guns upon the shoulders of the assistant gunners, using them as makeshift mounts to unleash a barrage into the sky, while the riflemen were equally relentless in their assault. Hai Fei gazed at the round, plump moon overhead, resembling a large pancake, and felt unsatisfied with his meal. In the past, he could hardly mention Xing Fan in front of Su Xianwan, yet now, the mere mention of Xing Fan would elicit a reminiscent smile from her. Zhou Yuchen remained silent. As a mother, she sometimes found herself swayed by her child's feelings, even when she knew the right course of action. As for escorting Li Jun and his companions, it was not a formal task assigned to him, but rather a covert mission entrusted to him within the military network. A secondary obligation that could not be made public. Unbeknownst to them, with Zhang Fan's assistance, Qin Luoshui's strength had far surpassed that of an ordinary innate master. And she was not far from becoming an invincible master. The great battle raged fiercely, and in the face of the devastating Chongzhu, everyone felt utterly powerless. No matter how formidable the divine arts or secret techniques, they seemed as ineffective as mere tickling against the Chongzhu's tough exterior. Chu Tianyue had no justification to stubbornly affirm matters she scarcely understood, since everyone agreed to transform the Eloa Xingluorun and Nangaming into star puppets. That was the decision made. Fang Jueqian unfastened his cloak and advanced toward the 3 golden needles, the plum blossoms embroidered on his cloak appearing to come alive, fluttering in the brisk wind. For years prior, upon conceiving her 3rd child, the matriarch had made a vow before the Bodhisattva, promising to eat vegetarian meals and chant sutras in the temple for 3 years if this pregnancy could culminate in a safe delivery. The inertia of his forward motion, combined with the force of his arm's throw, propelled the cross dart at a velocity that could rival a bullet, imperceptible to the naked eye. It tore through the air with a resounding crackle, creating a fierce rush of wind. This discourse left Tong Ro enlightened, prompting her to scrutinize the enigmatic man before her with newfound diligence. When the first zombie lunged at Li Xuan, a dazzling bolt of lightning struck the zombie's chest, rapidly spreading outwards like ripples on water. Waves of violet light danced angrily from one zombie to another. At that moment, Yin Hanzhan could not fathom that what he deemed just might obliterate his entire political career. Lenya paid no heed to the old Taoist's inquiry. Instead, he bombarded the latter with questions that flowed from his lips like a barrage of cannon fire. Upon returning home, Jiqian promptly sent the materials regarding Kongshuan Group and Wei Kongshuan to Su Shi, who sat on the sofa perusing the documents, while Jiqian retreated to his room to converse with Linghe over the phone. After a remarkably smooth journey, when Xue Dao seamlessly commenced his career at Amazon following his graduation from Columbia University. However, he added a stipulation, a change in gameplay, yet still involving dice. As manager Li Tao stated, placing limitations on the gameplay. Under the immense influence of the Ye family in Linhai, his father found it exceedingly challenging to secure employment. The once arrogant Song Xiao Libin lost the face to remain in the gymnasium and fled in disgrace. The lotus buds, poised for bloom, radiated a sacred light, surrounded by crystalline lotus leaves, intertwined with flickers of eerie yellow lightning. Guopolu's full force strike missed its mark, causing him to stumble forward. Realizing too late the peril he was in, as his balance was disrupted by Lu Yu, leaving him no means to counter. In Volume 1, Chapter 172, Lan Susu, Lan Luo, and brother Cao Qiang, a girl with short golden hair, aquamarine eyes, long eyelashes, and a few playful freckles appeared behind Sueiji. 2 other girls stood beside her, one with red hair and red eyes, exquisite features, and a chilling gaze, the other with shoulder-length light green hair and dark green eyes, appearing delicate and fragile. Ning tin, WFNG, Nangu Ypsilonenir. Suei's gaze swept over the three. During the freshman assessment, her team, consisting of Zhu Lu and Dai Huabin, had faced them in battle. They were all students of the new student class 9, associated with Mu Zhangtian. Step by step, Zhangtian inserted his weapons, saturating the area before the colossal statue could react. Xia Xue emitted a soft moan, slightly furrowing her brow, turning her rosy cheeks to the side. Su Mairon was neither a hero safeguarding Earth nor a philanthropist. At best, he could be deemed an unscrupulous, ambitious figure alongside Bao Wei, remembered by historians as a shameless usurper or a charismatic rogue. Thus, the activation of the Time Monument, following the formation of the Higgs field, was not an end, but merely a beginning. Upon hearing this, some could not help but swallow hard, their eyes widening. It was merely a rivalry fueled by jealousy, a wealthy person's playful antics. Yet no one anticipated such a significant uproar. The ongoing duel between the two utilized the Likong sword, having entirely discarded the most rudimentary sword techniques. He Linya gazed at the towel, recalling the moment Mu Chun had handed her a handkerchief in the elevator. Her grip on the knife tightened with renewed resolve, her focus shifting back to Meng Ta, swiftly drawing a tang knife. A cold glimmer forcing 7 steps back from Bu Yi as she herself lunged toward Meng Ta. You may observe, but while octopuses enjoy burrowing, I truly do not believe you dare follow me in. Last night's actions by Nian Gao instilled a profound sense of security in Tong Gao, allowing him to feel he could entrust everything to this man without a care in the world. In response to Guangfa Shangren's words, Lu Xiaoxing began to struggle violently, as if he wished to speak. Unfortunately, his mouth was sealed with a talisman by Guangfa Shangren. Since you fear not the Guxing alliance, we, father and son, harbor no fear either. Ultimately, Zhu Tian chuckled heartily, signifying his agreement. The crowd began to murmur, and Xia Dongdong, observing their expressions, nodded in satisfaction and continued. Let us now welcome the first auction item, the Tai Yin Yang sword. Upon this announcement, the room erupted in uproar. I find myself somewhat bewildered. How could I find a substitute left behind by Xing Chenzi after his demise here at Duantian? Could it be that Xing Chenzi had some collusion with Duantian? Yinjin contemplated numerous thoughts, ultimately deciding to boldly infiltrate the camp ahead. The gentle and compassionate sound of the Buddha's voice enveloped Luo Zijing, causing the tumultuous thoughts in his mind to vanish instantly. To be frank, relying on Yaoqin's body refinement to escape the clutches of 2 divine infants was an inevitable outcome, and the manifestation of the Black Stone Ball's power was merely a consequence of circumstance. It seemed, as Bilingo had stated, that entering this world was facile, but exiting was a daunting task. He found himself utterly unable to discern a path to freedom. Tiefurong pressed several acupoints on Princess Jilan to halt her bleeding and alleviate her pain, then forcefully withdrew the dagger from her chest, causing her to faint from the agony. Gazing at the temple at the horizon, Huijua softly recited a Buddhist chant before striding purposefully toward the temple ahead. Gij, you truly have a way with words. Zhuang Yao praised him for his quick wit, managing to refuse without causing offense, thoroughly enjoying the moment, covering her mouth in delight, while simultaneously feeling the robust energy radiating from her chest. Grandfather, angered, declared that he would show you two some color. Did you really think you could act without restraint? With that, he plunged his long sword heavily into the floor, reciting incantations, as a surge of black mist arose, summoning 5 or 6 hellish, flesh-eating spirits to appear beside him. In Volume 1, Chapter 173, the almost blissful Lan Susu and Lan Luo sisters engaged in conversation, which Cao Qiang overheard clearly from outside. Upon entering, Lan Susu and Lan Luo each took hold of one of his arms. Lan Susu said, Brother Cao Qiang, we have made a decision. From now on, we sisters will serve you together. Cao Qiang feigned surprise, asking what? Lan Luo shyly replied, My sister and I have discussed it, and we can both engage in such activities with you. As her voice trailed off to an almost inaudible whisper, Cao Qiang laughed, playfully slapping her rear and exclaiming, Good. Good, good. You are so understanding. I will do my utmost to elevate your status. According to his own words, it would not take long to sweep across the entire Xiling domain, until even the Xingyu Academy had no one left to rival them. The realm of the soul and the realm of cultivation are distinct, Even the slightest advantage can have an immense impact on oneself. This notion has not gone unconsidered, yet few dare to ponder it deeply. Qin Wujing's face displayed an unmistakable excitement, his palm trembling slightly, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. I beg your pardon for my impertinence. It is merely that you bear an uncanny resemblance to an old acquaintance of mine. Though he spoke thus, a hint of suspicion lingered. The scene before him grew increasingly indistinct. Accompanied by a wave of dizziness and distant cheers, the entire teleportation array erupted in radiant light, and the figures of Yulan Mu and the others vanished abruptly. The 4 stones of spiritual energy on the teleportation array dimmed, crumbling into white ash. As the light faded and the cavern succumbed to darkness once more, Yulanin was able to pass the time, no longer idle, while also boldly intervening in company affairs, laying the groundwork for her future takeover of Haoyun and effectively monitoring Lin Xingyuan's every move within the company. Truly a threefold benefit. They exhibited no anger, as they were not of the living. Ji Yu's voice carried a note of gravity. Both individuals were legendary figures in martial arts, and today's clash was eagerly anticipated, not only by the crowd, but also by the old demon Tuoluo, who looked forward to witnessing Dao Wuqing's long-restrained blade techniques after 150 years of seclusion. You are unaware, perhaps, that in recent years, Gu Rang has accumulated considerable wealth. He is no longer an ordinary artist laboring for mere monetary gain. Pyra managed to juggle driving and gossip with equal finesse. She called out sharply, her hands forming intricate gathering spirit seals, each incantation infused with celestial energy, swiftly inscribed upon the white jade. It is worth noting that the source of such respect stems not from fear, but from genuine admiration and love, and that is sufficient. Her demeanor suggested she had uttered words to Wang Yu that compelled him to compete against Lu Hong. When the air currents descended upon the beast's brow, it was akin to an atomic bomb's detonation, rippling outward, despite their extraordinary talents and combat prowess, nearly rivaling that of a martial sovereign. The sheer number and might of the monsters here proved overwhelming. Many were royal tier, and their strength was insufficient to contend. They might have been engulfed by the relentless tide of beasts before even reaching the Golden Tower. Lin Lang now faced internal and external strife, as the court had detected abnormalities within the Hasaki tribe. Initially, they sought to expel foreign elements, but the situation escalated into open conflict, culminating in the slaughter of all outsiders. Yet many continued to infiltrate the capital. Master Zhou was notably protective of his disciple, cheerfully taking Huaoliang's blueprints while merely smirking. Likely overwhelmed by the situation, Eli Xindi encouraged everyone to take a seat as the high-ranking technical and management personnel of the Armament Supervision Bureau gathered. Sun Cheng's astonishing victory over Chu Qinxiu, who ranked 3rd on the North Courtyard's Hidden Dragon list, spread rapidly throughout the Tiandao martial manor. Shuemu was not overly concerned about Mai's lack of seriousness. With the presence of the Hyuga clan leader and the Jinchuriki from Sunagakure, their influence was formidable. And should they perish here, Konoha's status as the dominant force in the ninja world would be severely compromised. In Volume 1, Chapter 174, the surprise of Elder Gong was palpable. In the second year, Class 1, CaoQiang stepped forward for assessment. CaoQiang approached the center of the arena, where 2 middle-aged teachers served as judges. A red-haired adjudicator inquired, "What is your major?" CaoQiang replied coolly, "Control." The judge continued, "Choose the soul beast for your assessment. Remember, you have only one opportunity, and the control system must embody the essence of control." CaoQiang nodded firmly, responding, "Understood. Are there any 10,000-year soul beasts? I wish to select one of that age." His words sent shockwaves through the audience, all gazing at CaoQiang with disbelief. It is well known that a 10,000-year soul beast is of the Soul Emperor level, a rarity beyond compare. The second-tier purple light condensing pill, which could not be procured even if an entire family corporation pooled their resources, was used to refine 3 dragon scales from the colossal dragon in Lu Tuo's mind, transforming them into an overwhelming surge of true energy that tore through Lu Tuo's 6 meridians and 8 acupoints. Upon returning, Jiu remarked, "If you blame me, you must speak well of me." Yangbin chuckled. Little did they expect the magic hand to wield such power. It was indeed one of the dark artifacts. Yu Jian turned with a forced smile, as if he had long anticipated the magician's every move. The trio finally ceased their activities, wiping the sweat from their brows. While Su Jingqi had prepared dinner, laying out a feast that stirred appetites, the elder could not help but express his delight. At that moment, Huagua would not allow me to be free. Lu Yu chuckled bitterly as he glanced at Ji Huang and Old Man Qin. Qi Sha, as the challenger, chose to attack first, which, by all accounts, seemed a perilous decision. As the saying goes, it is easier to seize a kingdom than to maintain it. One must possess skill to be challenged. The gates of Baidi City closed, and the sun hung low, casting a long river that resembled a divine chasm. The waters swelled tumultuously, rising high as a dark shadow loomed ominously above. Swirling torrents surged toward the heavens, and hundreds of sea-dwelling sharkmen rode upon their war tridents, accompanied by orca and golden sharks, charging forth like a tempest. Zhang Yu apologized. "I'm sorry, I forgot." With that, she dropped her blade and hurried off in search of a bathing place. The three stood atop a solitary peak, so high that it seemed to trample the clouds beneath. With the vast expanse of yellow earth rolling below, dust clouds swirling in the air. "She has already departed," Shi Wei Lin remarked gravely, though it seemed heartless. She recognized that as someone capable of determining life and death, the nurse simply could not accept the reality. Her sole task was to awaken the young medical staff to the truth. Upon arriving at the target planet, silently appearing behind Yin Su, none noticed when Yin Yi had materialized. The attendant at the entrance led Zhong Nan to the celestial room. Upon entering, Zhong Nan scanned the space, discovering only the building and his close aide. Upon seeing the arrival of the distinguished guest, the aide promptly approached, and after exchanging pleasantries, they each took their seats. Now, her objective was to eradicate the pirate threat entirely, ensuring Shi Han Yu would never emerge again, while Chu Xiaoxiao would reap the consequences. Everything else could be set aside. There is no inconvenience. Long before my relationship with the prince blossomed, he had already prepared to provide for my mother. Furthermore, the Zhaoling Wang mansion is spacious and accommodating. My mother could reside there for as long as she wished without affecting us. Guiya feigned ignorance. Dismissing his words lightly, the day after the morning court session, Emperor Wanli seized an opportunity to summon Zhong Nan once more, this time addressing him directly to discuss his views on the Woku, as he was a first-hand participant in the anti-Woka conflict and thus held significant insight. The Demon Realm's Tiger King urged me to leap into the river, and Muda Shao, expending his final ounce of strength, summoned the Tiger King, who carried him toward a nearby great river before he lost consciousness. Liao Qing'er found it peculiar that two paths, seemingly unconnected, would intersect repeatedly. Could it truly be fate? In Volume 1, Chapter 175, the law must never bow to lawlessness. Justice may be delayed, but it will ultimately prevail. Just as Cao Chong conversed with Elder Gong, Mu Jin's gaze remained fixed upon Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, contemplating that if they could join their ranks, she would surely surpass Zhou Yi in the future. Mu Jin had long held a prestigious reputation at Shrek Academy. It can be said that she is evenly matched with Zhou Yi. Otherwise, she would not feel the need to compete with her on every occasion. In truth, aside from opposing Zhou Yi in matters of affection, she is also a responsible teacher, renowned for her rigorous teaching approach and outstanding results. However, she recently became the center of public discussion, even becoming the subject of ridicule. After being defeated by Zhou Yi, upon uttering this sentence, the elder began to gasp for breath, casting his gaze towards me as if beckoning me to approach. "Yes," Su Qianling replied softly, refraining from disclosing his own realm, for Liu Xue would hardly believe it. At that moment, a powerful dragon aura surged like a relentless river, flooding into Long Bo's body, sealing all of his acupoints, and even restricting his consciousness, preventing him from escaping with his primordial spirit. Mu Rong's expression darkened as she slowly turned her eyes towards her, her gaze piercing like frost, fixed on Fu Li without revealing any hint of her thoughts. Subsequently, she lost her memory, seemingly falling into a deep slumber, only vaguely sensing someone lifting her and gently placing her onto the bed. "Allow me, I shall deliver another strike." Another warrior utilized a charge skill, swiftly appearing behind Zhou Wei and striking him. He then glanced at Xia Qingran, who promptly returned his gaze. Instinctively, he wished to avert his eyes, but after a moment's thought, he met her gaze. Upon hearing Bai Yuer's question, the figure slowly turned, staring blankly at them for a while, before nodding in a dazed manner. They arrived at a dilapidated bamboo house, yet the surroundings remained quite beautiful, with plum blossoms adorning the yard. The owner of the bamboo house, an elderly man nearing his twilight years, was said to be named Xing Nian, though Pei Heng always referred to him as Uncle Nian. Yet time has smoothed everything, even covering the traces of past burns. but it cannot erase the pain that lingers in her heart. The scars of her long wait for his return serve as proof of her persistence. She believes that only an explanation from him could mend the rift. Here lies the true core of the Divine Realm continent, a place even Yefeng had never ventured deep into, as it is the stronghold of the Dao God clan. Within a courtyard, Qing Xiujing, clad in loose martial arts attire, executed his moves with the grace of a soaring dragon and the stillness of a rock, creating a striking contrast that left a profound impression. The 48 forms, though merely a sequence of simple movements, held a captivating power. That night, my heart felt heavy. Restless and unable to sleep, I rose to the balcony for some fresh air. As for Liu Zan, he is indeed a lone wolf. Serving as the Prime Minister of Litang, he advises the Emperor to relinquish his position. It is remarkable that he could utter such words. Yet if he wishes to remain in this esteemed position, he must do so to gain favor with the new ruler, preventing his immediate exclusion upon the ascension. With a thought, the forces of the world surged forth, the skin of the divine intertwined swiftly, sprouting tender shoots that healed the wounds. "Let us visit the master this afternoon. I even brought some tea leaves for him," said Yang Jiahui. In the eyes of many disciples of the Sword Alliance, the lazy and unruly Lu Xingyao was merely fortunate to have met Chen Yuxiang early on, attributing all his success to Chen Yuxiang's influence. Yet Chen Yuxiang held a different perspective. In a matter of days, multiple bands of thieves emerged in the Sanfu region, severely disrupting the lives of the citizens, among whom Li Hui and his companions were included. Hiding in their base, Zheng Jia and others, relying on Zhang Lan's psychic scan, observed Fu Shi's actions, initially puzzled by the sudden halt of these individuals, wondering if they were inadvertently providing Li Xiaoyi and Ling Dian an opportunity. Volume 1, Chapter 176. Lan Susu and Lan Luolu proved themselves. In Shilek City, the atmosphere in the Lan household was extraordinarily tense. Lan Susu and Lan Luolu's parents, Lan Qingtian and Bai Tsayun, sat solemnly on the sofa, urging them to reconsider their class placements and join the formidable Class 2 of the second year. Their tone was filled with unwavering determination, as if they had already mapped out their daughters' futures. "Susu, Luolu, your father and mother hold great hopes for you, wishing for you both to become the pinnacle of strength on the continent. You must understand that CaoQiang is merely a soul master incapable of surpassing level 36. He is unworthy of you." Lan Qingtian's voice carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Da Chuizi was instantly enraged, rushing forward without hesitation to deliver a kick to Li Feilong's chest. Now that communication has been established, it signifies that the true reality of the world is nearing its end. However, the man reconsidered, suspecting that Qin Shen was merely posturing before him, deliberately making such claims, undoubtedly unable to afford it. Secondly, he was to play the game as instructed by the other party, aiming to earn 100,000 yuan in the industrial sector within the shortest time using an initial investment of 100 yuan. "Old Wang, we can be considered individuals of status now. When can we have our own vehicle?" Wang Yang complained from the back seat of the bus alongside Zhanghua. Zhang Chu was also entranced. Though she was beautiful, in comparison, Liu Yueru exuded an even more striking elegance. "What happened? Who did this to you?" Wang Yang asked with a solemn expression, noticing the severity of Guo Qiao's injuries, indicative of a ruthless attack. Zhang Liren maintained his icy demeanor, insisting that he must force Liu Shuang to reveal Lu Laozi's satellite phone number. As Jiang Bei emerged, everyone quickly surrounded him, clamoring to know how he had managed to inflict such harm on Dao Lingling and how the two notorious figures had escaped through the window. On the afternoon of December 28th, a convoy of horse-drawn carriages appeared at the entrance of the basin. This was a team from Sakating City, led by a chief named Maier Bailuan. In other words, this was Maier's caravan. Zhuer, with her innocent charm, and Lan Fu, with her gravitas, always remind me of Ko-er and Zhang Lu. Coupled with my previous experiences as a servant in the princess's palace, I have always treated the maids kindly, unwilling to impose excessive constraints upon them. On the staircase, Shi Murong extended his right hand, and two shuriken flew from his grasp, tracing elegant arcs through the air, their surfaces imbued with a layer of azure energy, a testament to the wind attribute chakra transformation. The individuals within the room finally reacted, beginning to scrutinize the watermelon vendor closely. To their surprise, the vendor's appearance was indeed quite handsome. I, standing at 6 feet tall, slowly rose, only to find that the doctor in the white coat was a head shorter than I. The thugs who caught sight of him withered instantly. their bodies collapsing to the ground in wrinkles. Yet when I thought of the 3 companions who had followed me for so long, abandoning them below would be a betrayal of my original intentions. With these thoughts, I returned to Duofu Xuan. Zhanlu greeted me with several maids, saying, "Zhao Xuan has returned," and we made our way back to the room. Meanwhile, many talented individuals present were fixated on the young man in white. I believe it is appropriate to grant the dark web a degree of public status, as its scale has grown significantly, making it increasingly difficult to impose limitations. An elder remarked. At the entrance of the bar, footsteps echoed as several police officers entered with grave expressions, asking, "Who called the police?" Their faces were grim as they inquired in a low voice. Discussions ensued regarding the gambling bets, Lin Ku's identity, and the items dropped after Lin Ku defeated 4 bosses. "It was not my fault. I did not invite him," Yalisha retorted angrily, engaging in the cultivation of both physical strength and spiritual enlightenment, while refining the internal organs. Is this endeavor truly aimed at transforming the practitioner into a mythical beast? Nonetheless, such is the essence of ICDR. Ling, unfazed, responded with a cheerful smile. In the moonlit night, Sueya Jie resembled a blooming peony, resplendent and enchanting. She gracefully approached CaoQiang, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination, as if that radiance could penetrate the darkness of night and reach the depths of his heart. "CaoQiang, I wish to be with you forever." Sueya Jie's voice was gentle yet resolute, imbued with an irresistible charm. She wrapped her arms around CaoQiang's waist, her body pressed against his chest, as if yearning to meld completely into him. CaoQiang felt the softness and warmth of Sueya Jie, a warm current surging within him. He gently grasped her hand, a glimmer of wisdom flickering in his eyes. Yuefei's expression soured as he clasped his hands and remarked, "King Kong has treated me with great kindness, for which I am deeply grateful. However, with the Tada army yet to retreat and the siege of Bianliang unresolved, the emperor is in peril. How could I indulge in feasting and revelry?" With that, he swept away in a flourish of his sleeve. At that moment, Dalu's lips were pursed in anger, her gem-like eyes glaring fiercely at Yin Xuan, her expression seething with rage, as if she longed to pounce and bite him. No, how could that be? It was all others who did the killing and delivered it to me. Having experienced the grand world, he quickly regained composure after a brief disorientation, driven by a desperate will to survive, setting aside the accuracy of acupoint striking. The length of the broken branch from the dirty towel was astonishingly similar to the distance between the Shaoshang and Higo acupoints when he clenched his fist, as if it had been measured. If one were to claim this was mere coincidence, it would be an absurdity. As he spoke, Yin Xuan's gaze could not help but glance toward the unfathomable abyss below the cliff, a wave of trepidation surging in his heart. By the heavens, if it were not for you, why would I lower myself before him? After finishing with Jing'ang, Dilan tightly gripped Jing'ang's collar, their bodies pressing closely together as he whispered. Luo Xinyan repeatedly referred to Deng Lin as seventh young master, belittling his own status. His words laced with a tone of humility that astonished Deng Lin, leaving him momentarily speechless, while Long Jiuan furrowed his brow. Kai was taken aback, lacking a clear understanding of this square dance matron, uncertain of her significance. The Storm Brothers could be considered veterans of Thailand, having left numerous footprints here in the past. They were well acquainted with the locales of entertainment and culinary delights, forming friendships aplenty, with the tourist routes primarily frequented by Chinese travelers, thus enabling basic communication. Tong Luo withdrew his gaze, acknowledging that one must bear their own burdens. Since the events arose from their actions, they could not simply walk away. Despite the sudden influx of memories, Ma Song did not feel dizzy, but rather a heaviness in his heart, concealed beneath the surface. Although merely 2 months older than Ningya, Xu Chuyan showed no mercy in asserting her advantage. Upon reaching Yuqian, situated 50 li from Linan, Zhao Xian halted his steed and gazed ahead at the densely packed tents of the left Imperial Guards. I unleashed my physical speed entirely. After a sonic boom swept past my ears, I appeared before the boulder-hugging bear, envisioning myself as a titan and crashing into it with great force. I left the purple-clad youth far behind. Benefiting from the geographical discoveries, the consumption levels of Europeans at that time exceeded those of other regions globally. Not to mention the trepidation brought on by the darkness and the uncertainty of direction. Even the mere muck beneath their feet was enough to instill fear. Jiang Jing attempted to say something, but as soon as she opened her mouth to utter 2 words, Ningya swiftly pulled her into his embrace. lifting her and a princess carry toward the entrance of the Victorian restaurant. No wonder it was said that the tents outside the military camp were like a canopy, stretching for miles. This was the reason. Yet, in recent days, things have been going well, having hunted 2 spirit-grade poisonous sand creatures and obtained their souls. Thus, it is rare for accomplished practitioners to seek companionship among the mundane. They often find partners within their own realm, forming dual cultivation relationships. In the first volume, chapter 178, rejecting Yin Shaozhi's invitation, I only prefer the outer court. CaoQiang sneered, saying, "What do I intend to do? Naturally, I wish to teach you a lesson, to make you realize that some individuals are not to be trifled with." As they conversed and fetched their lunch, Tongluo suddenly spotted Xu Lei at a separate table with an empty seat beside her. However, Yin Xuan did not attempt to touch her impressive bosom. Instead, he gently unfastened a crooked button and resecured it in its proper place. Feng Xian had initially regarded Bai Shi with disdain, yet upon hearing the mention of fine wine, he felt a flicker of interest, swallowing hard before beckoning Bai Shi to approach and speak. After much contemplation that left him with a headache, he abandoned the idea of probing further and obediently followed Zhao Feifan, channeling his energy to prepare for a swift escape at the opportune moment. The 2 individuals, who should have been at odds, found their spirit beasts chattering together as they teased each other's pets, eliciting laughter from the observation platform. When the time came, the laboratory door opened once more, and the bed carrying the dragon's thorn was automatically wheeled out, where 2 playfully teasing nurses awaited at the entrance. Liangbo was elated upon learning from Tan Xiang that Yin Xuan had chosen to go to the Qilingu Ta, having eagerly eaten breakfast before heading out to wait. Good heavens, this is the legendary dead zone, and I never expected to encounter it. Tai Hushan observed the desolate mountain below with excitement. The eternal spring swayed gently, its leaves opening and closing, closely monitoring the actions of the Xianhu. The 9 major mercenary groups were theoretically ranked from 1st to 9th, and the Oak mercenary group appeared to hold a significant position. Otherwise, we would not have gained 3 ranks. Vittorio twirled a lock of his hair while speaking. The man devoured 7 pieces in succession, showing no signs of stopping, while Duman grew increasingly impatient and ceased to pay him any further attention. Just as they were mere steps away from their goal, a shadow suddenly darted beneath the truck, catching the sentinels off guard with a gasp. Compared to the Tai Bai, Shun Jianzong, allying with the other 2 factions was akin to courting disaster. Yet, since they had set their sights on this, there was little we could do but wait for the intentions of the Tai Bai, Shin Jianzong. At this point, Hao Yue felt utterly drained. Such a conspicuous 3rd floor. Yet no one knew its purpose. There was certainly something amiss. Once settled, further investigation of the 3rd floor would continue. The tip of the iron spear caught up with a retreating blood-red cone. The collision caused the cone to explode, and the spear plunged downward, piercing the head of the green stem plant, driving straight to the bottom of the cave. "Sister, I have never been to a place like this before. Today, I must eat until I can no longer walk, or it would be a disservice to my stomach." Su Hong, beaming with excitement, walked backward while smiling at Su Chen. Those entities instantly transformed into a cocoon of water, enveloping Fong Xing, while the liquids, brimming with boundless vitality and immense power, gradually entered his body. "Join me, and let us storm the villa." Yang Chong spoke and took a step forward, as if instantly confronting the attacking swordsman. Moreover, Hu Jintian had succumbed to drug addiction a year prior, with annual expenses reaching millions. In Volume 1, Chapter 179, The New and Old 7 Monsters of Shrek Academy, Xian Lao conveyed his intentions, informing CaoQiang that in just over 20 days, the new Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul fighting competition would commence. He wished to invite CaoQiang to join the Shrek preparatory team. Upon hearing this, CaoQiang fell into deep thought. A smile crept upon his lips. Xian Lao certainly knew how to be a persuasive advocate, understanding his desires. As a senior member of the Sea God Pavilion, Xian Lao's words carried weight. Watching Dan Heng depart, San Yuqi proposed, logically, the 6th prince should not be overly joyful, but instead hastily seek reconciliation with him. As the 2 approached, 2 formidable forces collided violently, threatening to tear apart the very fabric of space. Just a few steps away, Guan Yu rode a chestnut steed, his fierce gaze fixed on Qin Ming, filled with fervor. A cold voice emerged from behind, as a powerful hand rested on the child's shoulder. Heavy as if supporting a mountain, she had prepared herself for the encounter. To ensure Ting Xiaoji's satisfaction, she would endure any difficulties posed by Qiao Qingcheng without retaliation, silently bearing the burden. Water cascaded from her hair, gliding down her smooth back, outlining her graceful curves, a scene reminiscent of a beautiful maiden emerging from a bath. Cui Jianhong's sorrow was lethal. Feng Xiaoshan uttered a phrase, his expression remaining calm, yet he knew the cold sweat trickling down his back. After a thorough examination, Yi Tian discovered his parents merely had superficial injuries, nothing serious. He breathed a sigh of relief, knowing such wounds were easily treated. In truth, he had shrunk back, concealing his plump figure amidst a pile of goods. Xiao Chun understood Xia Ao Shui's intentions. Ascending to the 9th level was a requisite path for every strong individual and the first major hurdle, one that anyone would regard with utmost seriousness. The Lao AI family set 6 banquet tables, inviting prominent villagers and specifically calling Fang Xianshan to meet everyone. As he spoke, he furrowed his brow while examining the documents, indicating he had not disclosed everything to me. I placed my hands on Su Li's shoulders, sighed deeply, and suddenly realized I was growing old, my once ambitious aspirations now fading. Their gazes met, and AI Qiao did not hastily look away, but instead smiled warmly, her eyes curving in friendliness. How could it be? My money is your money. Spend it as you please. She recognized her place as part of him and the Mu family, a status she coveted. She picked up a piece of pig liver, steadying her hand as she offered it to his mouth, but Mu Jun firmly closed his lips. If it weren't for my father, my mother would not have left the Lin family, nor would she have suffered during my birth, making you the target of Uncle Lin's revenge. Yet such a simple demand, in times of disaster or war among the powerful, could render even the most basic sustenance unattainable. Additionally, men would be conscripted to fight, and the cause of the battle would remain a mystery. Ling Yifeng gazed at me with his enchanting peach blossom eyes, a hint of sorrow evident, almost causing me to spit out my last mouthful of rice. A pause ensued in my thoughts. Did she mean that the exhaustion had not subsided in the past year? What Qiao Yubai? I looked up. Indeed, Qiao Yubai had been with Luo Jinghan and Chu Exinhua throughout the year, showing no signs of decline. Yet I knew this was merely an illusion. I had seen him with skin that appeared dehydrated and shriveled. Do not forget, you are still an outsider in America. Be humble and pay attention to teamwork. Fang Tung retained the mindset of a point guard. Ali and DG's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was quite pleased. In the next moment, DG reached out and snatched the elixir, consuming one for herself and tossing another to Ali, remarking on its pleasant taste before striding away. In Volume 1, Chapter 180, Dai Yao Heng. Hu Hao, you have chosen your path to death. Xian Lao addressed Cao Chong and the other 7. Your participation in this competition is far from that of mere spectators. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, each of you may have the opportunity to take the stage. If faced with weaker opponents, you will serve as the main force in battle, thus concealing the true strength of the main team. His words were laden with clear directives regarding their responsibilities and opportunities. Upon hearing this, Cao Chong was not surprised. Xian Lao's summoning had a purpose. Conversely, Hu Hao and the other 6 were filled with elation upon learning they might represent Shrek Academy in the competition. Astonished by the unexpected opportunity, representing the academy in battle was a rare honor for them. Thankfully, she was deeply asleep. As long as my movements were gentle, she would remain undisturbed. I snapped a photo and sent it to Chen Ziyin, and after a few minutes, a reply arrived. However, many considerations remained. His sailboat was entirely a wind-powered vessel. The term wind-powered vessel refers to a boat propelled solely by wind against the sails, lacking any other form of propulsion. Although oars may be used, you say you cannot. Those who attain high positions do not rely on the goodwill of others, and once enmity is established, it is a matter of life or death. I prepared the interrogation room. Pablo was indifferent to whether you wore an Armani suit. He was the type to roll his sleeves up regardless of attire. Here, to act arrogant towards his subordinates would yield no courtesy. I must inform you, should Chu Shui wish to follow you wholeheartedly, you will have to marry her. Do not harbor any thoughts of harming her, Shui Tianlan declared fiercely. This is the nature of imperial authority. If the royal family is reasonable, consider it a blessing. If they are unreasonable, unless you possess the power to overturn the dynasty, former princes and nobles may become mere victims. Otherwise, the grace of the ruler, in the form of thunder and rain, must be endured. Having said this, Hua Ying commanded the green demon skateboard to soar into the sky, vanishing into the horizon before the astonished eyes of Wushuang City. Wait. I have not yet called the meeting to a close. There are matters we must discuss, CaoQiang said, growing impatient as everyone prepared to leave. Without attaining a sufficient position, one lacks the qualifications not only to select but even to align themselves, merely adding to the ridicule. Yet in truth, the laboratories along this path are hidden industries under the pharmaceutical department, each conducting research on matters that the secular world cannot tolerate. Lin Yong appeared in the void. The blazing sun above momentarily disoriented him. Upon closer inspection, he found himself in a vast, vibrant grassland, alive with vitality, utterly devoid of the desolation typical of winter. Zhang Long, whose tear-filled eyes barely opened a slit, squinting at Dongzi. Do you agree? Lin Yong inquired once more. His experiences over the past year and more forging a formidable side to him, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Self-detonation entails igniting all of one's bodily powers, yielding tremendous strength, coupled with the fact that Wanhua Lao Run was a pinnacle deity. Unless unforeseen events occurred, all 10 deities present, including the Red Robe Master, would be obliterated alongside Wanhua Lao Ren's self-detonation. The immortal slaying flying dagger moved as if in an uninhabited realm, cutting through the formation with unstoppable momentum, ready to shatter any celestial being it encountered. The expression of Zhou Yuang Ji Gong Nia turned pale as the immortal slaying flying dagger approached him. Very well. Now that you have found your direction, let us commence with the practice. Mu Zhifi spoke calmly, having unwittingly immersed himself in the sensation of being a teacher for the first time. However, after 80 years of arduous cultivation, the most significant enhancement lay within the essence of both the Huangji Fenshun and the Xantian Benzun. Were it not for the security guards staunchly guarding the entrance, it is conceivable that those reporters would have rushed him like invaders. Nevertheless, even in such circumstances, the journalists clamoring to gain entry still rendered the guards somewhat beleaguered. Volume 1, Chapter 181. Selecting team members for battle despite the presence of 2 Soul Emperors. The Soul King level warriors under 20 years of age remained astonishing. To become a disciple of the Inner Academy is no small feat, let alone to stand out among them and represent the Shrek Academy in battles across the land, demonstrating that each individual is a prodigy of remarkable talent. Wang Dongya, Hui Yuhao, and Xiao Xiao were simultaneously astonished. Although Tangya and Zhou Shihan had already attained the status of Soul Saints, Wang Donger understood that their ascension relied heavily on external forces. Most teachers are benevolent and harbor no biases against any student. Even those who struggle academically or exhibit mischief will find favor with teachers if they show willingness to learn. When the truth of her own demise was unveiled, she found it laughable. She had never fathomed that her life and death were in the hands of someone entirely unfamiliar to her. Li Jiayu was about to voice his sarcasm when he noticed the news reports flooding the screen. Did he truly possess such immense capability? Shi Zhuiji was somewhat skeptical regarding Zhang Jiaoyang's abilities. A grave expression crossed Zhang Jiaoyang's face as he addressed Niu Shengzhong. You are aware, Governor Niu, that while I am a member of the provincial committee, my primary responsibilities lie with the Huanghai region, and I cannot meddle in other matters. Zhang Jiaoyang understood what Niu Jifeng wished to discuss and preemptively curtailed his words. Even the mere thought of it allowed her to envision that if everything was as Jiang Yanqing described, then Li Guangyan would have nowhere to hide while alive. And even in death, he would be remembered with infamy. Although it was true that she earned more than Grandma Yi did while selling vegetables in town, one can never be satisfied. Once one has tasted the sweetness of a good life, how could they ever wish to return to hardship? Mr. Oyen, you just mentioned you would tell me the results of the competition. Is it that you are kindly diverting Oyen's attention? Thank you, Gu Xiaojun replied, a hint of embarrassment evident in her demeanor. She found herself at a loss for words and felt a pressing desire to return home. After such an incident, even having been rescued, an overwhelming sense of insecurity lingered. All she wished was to return to her familiar surroundings swiftly. The crowd instinctively glanced at those still listed, only to discover that the number of jade tokens displayed behind their names was all below 3. Damn it, Huang Xianglan cursed inwardly, having overlooked the fact that this was the water room. Although it was still in the final stages of completion, with 3 out of 4 walls already tiled. Even if a rat could climb, it would only be able to traverse the unpainted cement walls. Zhao Yuchuan shook his head. I do not have a father, he said, gazing pitifully at Tong Guai Guai. After contemplating for a moment, Tong Guai Guai turned to speak. Upon entering the grand hall and merely glancing at the situation, GFA directed his gaze towards the delicate figure that had captivated his thoughts lately. just as Tong Guai Guai and De Guai Guai engaged in their playful banter. The door to the office swung open. The instant Zhang Fan's presence was felt, the Jiaolong exhibited extreme surprise, becoming even more ferocious, baring its teeth and lunging at Zhang Fan. Seeing that Su Yiren appeared indifferent, devoid of any expression, and lacking the joy of a new mother, Tu Baobao sensed that Su Yiren might already be contemplating terminating the pregnancy. However, she felt that if the child were lost, Su Yiren might come to regret it. Long Ming had visited a few times after their marriage, but upon seeing Long Ming, Hua Hua would retreat to her room, ignoring him. Long Ming understood that Hua Hua had distanced herself, yet it felt somewhat like a sulking gamble, with lingering ties that he aimed to sever for Yun Yun's sake today. After Kate's remark, Zhang Tianya comprehended that he was undoubtedly referring to Shuntang and the others. While he was uncertain if Go Yu and Makelin were aware, the Queen Bee certainly understood, as she cast a fearful glance at Kate, which he feigned not to notice. Volume 1, Chapter 182, The Sorrow of Xianlao. Heroes and responsibilities. The contest between CaoQiang's team and Ma Xiaodao's team undoubtedly stood as the centerpiece of this friendly match. Both teams were comprised of the finest members from their respective ranks, embodying strength intertwined with wisdom. CaoQiang stood at the center, his gaze piercing, fixed upon Ma Xiaodao. He was acutely aware that this confrontation would be a clash of titans, leaving no room for error. With Xianlao's command, the match commenced. Ma Xiaodao launched the first attack, her form flitting about like a specter, each strike imbued with fierce soul power. CaoQiang, however, remained as steadfast as a mountain, his stance unyielding while he effortlessly neutralized Ma Xiaodao's onslaught with a mere lift of his hand, showcasing his profound soul power. Upon hearing the news, Han Lingsha's face initially lit up with joy. You are absolutely correct. What do you call it when one takes advantage of a situation? What is it called again? Han Lingsha's mind momentarily blanked. Wu, are you alright? Why are you sweating? I released his hand, inquiring with genuine concern. An astute audience member suddenly leapt to their feet, eyes wide with disbelief. Because there are things far more precious than the universe that must be safeguarded. Apologizing awkwardly, Yin addressed Kieran, her pride momentarily set aside. Upon hearing this, Karina felt a chill run down her spine. She recognized from Qin Tian's expression that he was undoubtedly aware of her spare key. A torrent of pure magical energy surged forth, exuding an overwhelming aura of annihilation directed towards Qi Yi and the others. Tang San released the handbrake, and the jeep gracefully exited the parking lot. The time was still early, and the traffic was sparse, allowing for an uninterrupted journey. However, before the magicians could react, the main door swung open of its own accord. Upon seeing the visitor, the profanities that were about to escape the magician's lips were abruptly swallowed back. As Prince Chun advanced towards the center, he instinctively twitched his nose and abruptly veered right towards a large water jar positioned at the edge. Do you wish for me to declare that you are ample yet vacuous to satisfy you? He mused, as he vanished in an instant onto the eaves of the hot spring establishment. Lin Yi promptly inspected the team badge, discovering that the emblem representing the team leader had extinguished. Meanwhile, those seated beside Chu 5, including Shuro, were left bewildered, uncertain of what scheme Chu 5 was concocting. Tang Iran had never suffered any grievances. After experiencing a setback with Gong Gong, she was undoubtedly seeking her mother as support, inevitably uttering some disparaging remarks about Gong Gong. Her mother might return seeking retribution, even if her cultivation was lacking, as long as sufficient time was devoted. One could certainly reach the 8th or 9th level of physical cultivation under various forms of guidance. Therefore, under favorable circumstances, Wang Tao still hoped to avoid forging a mortal enmity with the Holy Temple, steering clear of entanglements that could lead to endless troubles in the future. Regarding pregnancy, Yuhan was also quite fearful, having never experienced it before, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Although it was said to be tea, they arrived at the tea house, yet Fang Yishan served them not tea, but rather liquor, high-concentration Fuxiqing tea, which was essentially strong alcohol. Meanwhile, Zhao Tai snatched a long knife from a nearby guard, swiftly turning around to parry Jiang Fei's Jiaolong sword. The passage of January feels as recent as yesterday. As thunder erupted across the skyline of Shanha town, and rain poured down in torrents, cleansing the earth, a shadowy figure descended from Lingtai Mountain, enveloped in mist. If I were you, I would definitely refrain from drawing my sword, Li Ji remarked without a backward glance. In the eyes of Brent, the lives of common folk held no significance. Moreover, This village bore no relation to him, while Alex remained his favorite successor. Even if Alex were to slaughter the entire village, he would harbor no objections. Certain families had disciples who were alchemists or blacksmiths, engaging in the trade of goods from within their clans. Nephew, what difference is there in stature between you and your second uncle? Gu casually inquired, though she had pondered this question for quite some time before finally voicing it. Volume 1, Chapter 183. Let the light of justice illuminate every inch of our land. CaoQiang and others could surmise what Elder Xian desired, and the seven responded almost in unison. We can. Elder Xian felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with moisture. It may be premature to require these children to make a choice, yet he felt helpless. Their exceptional talent warranted their inclusion in the inner court, lest he regret it for a lifetime. Elder Xian began recounting the history of Douluo continent, originally vast and boundless. Its expanse grew immeasurable after merging with the Sun and Moon continent. Among the four great empires, the Sun and Moon Empire possessed the most extensive territory and abundant mineral resources. However, they remained outsiders despite their integration. While urging the troops onward, he surveyed the surrounding landscape. Having resided in Xiliang for an extended period, he had memorized the terrain. His haste indicated that he was nearing Longyu. All right, enough of this. Let us rest, Zhu Mu interjected. Ling Xiao approached the stone tablet, glancing back at the towering cliff shrouded in black mist. He Zi and Han Xiener had yet to appear, and a thick fog began to loom in Ling Xiao's heart. Upon arriving in Beijing, I intended to visit you. Earlier, Long Aoyan forbade me from doing so, but I eventually encountered Captain Tang, who gave me the directive. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether we could meet. Zhu Siki remarked. Curiously, I slipped the ring onto my finger, and an unusual sensation flowed through me. I sensed changes occurring within myself, and instinctively checked my attributes. For such a formidable man, if he could not become a Lord of Light, who else could? Should we truly summon a Do-Di? Awaiting outside, Gao-Shi was filled with anticipation, eager to witness how the garment would appear on Keelymate. Zhu Siki had seemingly left a favorable impression on Deng Xiangtao. When Zhu Siki was about to depart, Deng Xiangtao personally escorted him to the door. Later, Deng Weiyu mentioned to Zhu Siki that this was a considerable honor, indicating his father's high regard for him. A foul odor wafted through the air, mingled with a gentle breeze. Where could the wind in this cave possibly originate? Ling Xiao inquired of Lao He, employing a guiding approach to facilitate understanding. Your Highness, the Jia family has been waiting for quite some time. Kneel and listen to the edict, announced a trusted eunuch of Zhao Kuangyin, underscoring the significance of Prince Jin, Chai Zongshuan. We are here to receive the edict. Chai Zongshuan knelt first, followed closely by those accompanying him, including Huyan Zan and Zhongfang. Binglan gazed at the resplendent imperial city behind her, her heart aching. Even the warmth of blood relatives could not thaw her frozen heart. This was not a matter of indifference, but rather a profound detachment. She cast a concerned glance at Su Mu, aware of Elise's kindness towards him, and feared he might hesitate. The next day, sitting on a high-speed train, Lu Fan felt a whirlwind of confusion within him. All second-year students were assigned to external activities by the academy. If Huang Yin intended to make mischief, it would likely be easier now, but would the formidable General Huang, who controlled a quarter of the power in Yiheng Kingdom, also take notice of him? Seizing the moment while others were distracted, Chai Zongshuan quietly slipped beside Huyan Zan and whispered a few words. Huyan Zan, skeptical at first, ultimately yielded, offering his steed to Chai Zongshuan while dismounting himself. The wind howled, stirring up layers of sand as Tang Xing struggled to find Shi Yue's whereabouts in the desert. The moment the phantom blade emerged, its sharp, overwhelming aura sent shivers down Li Luohua and by fulling spines. Binglan, still nursing her wounds, had embarked on her journey. The scars left by Qin Xinhua were already challenging to heal, and for Binglan, it was even more so, as her heart was fragmented, tethered to numerous loved ones. Volume 1, Chapter 184. The First Overseer's Task. CaoQiang, brandishing a trident, emanated a chilling aura of lethal intent, as if capable of freezing the very air around him. This symbol represented both the god of the sea and the god of slaughter, and only those who had reached the pinnacle of carnage could manifest such a phenomenon. Astonishingly, CaoQiang, at such a tender age, had managed to replicate this extraordinary display, leaving others incredulous. Elder Xian was profoundly shaken. He had merely intended to gauge the resolve of CaoQiang and the others, yet he had encountered an unexpected revelation. The room bore no decorative embellishments. Apart from the essentials like oil lamps and candles, it resembled a freshly tidied space, exuding a sense of desolation. I would be grateful if you could act as my guardian, Xingqiang said, bowing slightly to Yuan Hong before gradually closing his eyes. The Deputy General's office oversaw all Deputy Generals, a position akin to a modern-day Chief of Staff, representing a senior martial role, subordinate only to the division commander. Ling Xia coveted this position for a long time. By merely choosing to withdraw, he could realize his ambition. If the crown prince were to rightfully inherit the throne, I would pledge my unwavering loyalty to him. However, the emperor has already ascended, selected by the late emperor to inherit the throne. Thus, I hold no divided loyalties. As for the title and honors promised by the crown prince, I have no desire for them. The restoration of several fairy spirits dimmed momentarily, but subsequently broke free from the fissures in its forehead. Isn't that simple? Let the fellow who defected act as our inside man, first deceiving the townsfolk to vacate, then using the teleportation array to transport our people in, seizing control. The Emperor of Heaven explained with a smile. Thus, she had always believed they were merely comforting her, fearing she would be disheartened by her inability to cultivate, fabricating this tale to amuse her. Xian, do you know them? Gu Ruger asked, frowning as she scrutinized Sidu Qingyin. Amidst the vibrant hues of crimson and violet, a pungent scent gradually dispersed, causing Xingqiang to wrinkle his nose in distaste. Director Qiao, I raise a glass to you. You have worked hard, Pei Huazhang declared, lifting his cup to share a toast with Xiao Dayu. Yet he discovered that the most terrifying thing was his utter ignorance of the matter, regardless of the reason. He seemed to lack any sense of idolization, dressing casually in hoodies and jeans, yet Qin Qing felt he appeared almost dangerously handsome at that moment. After Su Yi departed, Su Luo remembered that he was supposed to give the cloak to Mu Yin. I did not intend to ambush you. Su Luo exclaimed, abruptly quoting Hermot. Realizing that for a brief moment, she had indeed contemplated such an action. There is no need for concern. It is merely a slight redness and swelling. I shall prepare a herbal infusion for you to wash it off, which will suffice, by Chao gently reassured. Su Yuqin at this moment was indeed at a loss on how to confront Yi Xingqian. To be honest, she had yet to gather herself to face her, and, as she held onto her hand, she felt an overwhelming urge to break free. The thought of Qian Baobao's pitiable, tear-filled eyes and the impending ordeal she would face caused Sua Yang immense heartache. The moon hung high in the sky, casting silvery light upon the ground and the ancient castle, enveloping it in a misty veil of silver. The surrounding area was eerily tranquil. The massive castle loomed like a giant in the darkness, akin to a colossal beast lying low upon the earth. As for Hailan, the framework was already established. Regarding the north, with Kong Xiqing's firm decision, it had become a matter of certainty. Chun Qing, your graduation photo was taken directly from the internship company, and you wore formal attire. In a state of urgency, she rushed down from halfway up the mountain, while Huaikong Gongzi's meridians had yet to be opened. Typically, she donned loose sportswear at school, so Song Xiaoyu imagined that her wardrobe consisted solely of athletic gear. Volume 1, Chapter 185. Ma Xiaodao. Chao Chong, I shall carry you. Hui Yuhao offered an awkward smile, while Ma Xiaodao continued to elaborate on the details of their mission. Determined not to squander this opportunity to impress Chao Chong, one day, she vowed to present herself to him and compete in endurance. This band of robbers fancied themselves as harbingers of death, rumored to be led by an extraordinarily powerful evil soul master. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution and not let our guard down. Most of you may have never experienced true slaughter. This time, you will encounter an entirely new experience. I must emphasize that our surveillance mission's objective is to capture them all without leaving any survivors. As Jiang, Yin abruptly stood up and informed Xing Yi that there was an urgent matter at the company that required his attention. He felt no concern for Xing Ye's safety with Dong Xing present. Lu Zhengjing was undoubtedly deceased, a certainty established in merely 3 minutes. What could possibly occur? Zhao Fengyu thought his father overly cautious. In the distance, in the sky, Lu Zhengjing and Xiao Wanren had already forced the remaining 6 mechas into retreat. After Yang Lin was conferred the title of Wang and took command of the 12 guards of Chao Gu, a wave of bloodshed swept through the barracks. With no fewer than 100 beheaded, Yun Xiao found himself amused, sensing the bitterness in Ling Wang's words as he realized that his cousin, under his careful protection, could still emerge independently. She was no ordinary person. I had a servant who served tea to the young Master Lu pass me a note, arranging a meeting at a tavern. After much pleading, I begged my mother to allow me to leave the house for a breath of fresh air, and she eventually relented. However, he felt as if he'd been marked by death itself, rendering him unable to breathe. That sensation had resurfaced. Shui Yolan's eyes glimmered with cold intensity as she deftly deflected the crimson flames with her spirit sword, then pursued the fleeing scaled beast with swift steps. Among the three present, although Xiao Wanren possessed formidable strength and the longest tenure, he was not a core figure in the Homing's power structure. Furthermore, when he encountered his own weapon, his dagger offered no forewarning. That individual was either a ghost or Nan himself. As dusk fell, the palace was illuminated by flickering candlelight, casting an eerie silence. Hong Yuan even thought that this palace was less lively than Qing Shui village, where at least one could hear the barking of dogs and the gentle flow of the river. At that moment, Qin Zong suddenly neighed, prompting Qin Xing to tighten the reins, gazing towards the Kanglan direction from the majestic mountains, where thick smoke billowed like a monstrous beast baring its teeth. Mui Chen wore an expression that seemed to urge her to leave hastily, while Qin Mu could no longer endure the tension. Initially, she intended to speak with him amiably, but upon noticing the absence of a ring on her finger, he suppressed his anger. When she began to explain, his fury erupted entirely. At this moment, the Emperor Han Sheng had soared above the Wuang Heavenly Palace, pausing abruptly to gesture, opening the barrier. This palace had likely been abandoned for ages, a thick layer of dust cloaking it, yet the chaotic blue lotus remained untouched, radiating brilliance, astonishing Zhang Tian. Jibu was momentarily taken aback. Although he had not outwardly expressed his thoughts, had he already locked onto the right flank? His voice was surprisingly calm, devoid of any added pressure, yet emanated an overwhelming authority. Indeed, as they journeyed, the foliage and blossoms were gently left behind, without any obstruction. One could only wonder which unfortunate soul bore the brunt of this. He would likely spend the rest of his life in its shadow. Do you still doubt her capabilities? Shinyu merely leaned against a nearby tree, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Although General M.O. was strikingly handsome, akin to an ethereal being, he was not to be trifled with. Could it be that, due to his extraordinary nature, General M.O. discreetly confined their commander within his estate? Was that the reason he resided in Daxing and refused to live in the capital? Volume 1, Chapter 186. Ma Xiaodao expresses her feelings. Relationship with CaoQiang deepens. Be cautious of CaoQiang, he suddenly shouted. In his mental probing, he was horrified to discover that the corpses strewn on the ground were rapidly swelling, turning red as if driven by some sinister force. Suddenly, those bodies exploded, sending forth a foul, black liquid intermingled with flesh and blood fragments. This was the gruesome technique of corpse detonation, a cruel and malicious method of employing corpses as explosives to deliver fatal strikes to enemies. Although Ma Xiaotao and her companions were formidable, they had not anticipated such a vile tactic from the robbers. Taken completely off guard, they were immediately splattered with the putrid black liquid. A faint blue energy surged through his chest as various energies began to divide and assault his exposed skin. In an instant, he vanished from this realm. It felt like consolation, yet the taste of schadenfreude lingered in the air. Liang Kai gritted his teeth in restraint, silently untying the ropes binding him. After blocking the fire meteor, Kong Ling floated in mid-air, employing the Taiji sword array to safeguard the skies above Yunying Village. Based on their tone and behavior, it seemed they were merely toying with Yunying Village, Kai remarked, though she had not witnessed the scene firsthand. She could not deny that Du Yunying was indeed brave and formidable, as she had heard from others afterward. The next day, Guo Peiyuan arranged a different meeting location with Xiang Chuan Xiaonao, exchanging a substantial bag of documents for cash. As for Tang Huan, who was not well known, he was the young master of the Tang family, formerly paired with the recently deceased by Hua Wuming, known as the dual scions of Baoshan Kingdom. He was accustomed to bullying others. Who could have imagined he would find himself in such a predicament? As she posed her question, she suddenly drew a dagger, aiming for Sheng Ju's chest, but he caught the blade with his hand, the tip still piercing his flesh and drawing blood. He soared above the enormous vortex of quicksand, which was astonishingly vast, with a diameter of at least 100 meters. Anything that fell into it would be eternally buried beneath. Since the advent of the internet, never had there been an event that garnered such immense popularity, maintaining its headline status for such an extended period. Records are being shattered one after another, and data is being rewritten. In comparison, all popular variety shows have become insignificant. When Wei de Kuan and others discerned the attire and appearances of these individuals. They were astonished, nearly collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, those in the vehicle also witnessed the situation with the zombies. They had started the car, preparing to leave, when they saw Miki leap from the vehicle and dash towards them. Tang Ze had entrusted his company entirely to Han Jing, and he had never participated in any business negotiations. Thus, it was impossible for anyone to approach him regarding contracts. The heavens and the earth, the sun and moon, the mysterious laws of the universe, all converge within oneself. The 8 trigrams and Tai Chi safeguarding the family. Lei, despite merely being a janitor, was noted by Miki as seemingly the most proficient in the local planetary language among the Weixing people. Just before sleep, he had complained of back pain, which was actually a precursor to a heart attack. By nightfall, he had perished. Now, he returned to this ailing body, and it would be strange if he did not feel pain. After a few days, the colleagues gradually grew accustomed to it. After all, tending to flowers and raising birds is merely a typical elder's life. Hey, husband. Lu Qi appeared somewhat fatigued, her voice lacking energy and still tinged with sleepiness. It seemed Chu Bin's call had woken her. Naturally, there was no need to elaborate on Harden. His robust physique, agile footwork, and penchant for step-back jump shots characterized him as an excellent shooter, though his mid-range shooting was average. It is essential to understand this is a lifeless piece of paper, which I meant to flick between 2 fingers into an incense burner several meters away. This is no jest. Does Big Brother enjoy such things? Observing Ji Yu's face reddening to the point of fainting, even Lu Xing felt a profound sense of embarrassment. Tai Bai Jin Xing pondered deeply and realized that none of the deities he knew possessed such formidable combat prowess. Volume 1, Chapter 187, Tang Ye's Second Martial Soul. The Awakening of the Haotian Hammer. After the event, Xian Lao sought out CaoQiang, his gaze filled with admiration and reassurance. CaoQiang, I am already aware of your situation with Ma Xiao Tao. Xian Lao's voice was deep and powerful, as if it could penetrate the soul. CaoQiang was momentarily taken aback, then replied candidly, Xian Lao, you are aware. Xian Lao nodded and smiled. This recent corpse explosion would be difficult even for a Soul Emperor to withstand. Had he not acted promptly, the Shrek 7 monsters would have suffered considerable losses. On behalf of the Academy, I extend my gratitude. CaoQiang hurriedly waved his hand, stating, Xian Lao, you are too kind. We are a collective. Protecting our comrades is my duty. Xian Lao gazed at him, and in truth, he yearned to confess to his sister-in-law about his affair with Cheng Ping. Yet the words eluded him. This was a clue obtained during the investigation led by Wu Yu Lao Dai and his entourage, as well as the identity of the perpetrator behind a series of incidents. That punch could not merely be described as painful and heavy, for that arm, on the verge of collapse, was too limp to even form a fist. Wu Yu 23's punch struck Ling Meng's face with unimaginable agony. In the next moment, under the operation of the reverse dragon decision, the reverse scale flew out from Su Ju's body, charging towards the outside of the house. The atmosphere in the car was truly oppressive. I did not favor it, leading to a buildup of tension within me, resulting in my tone being somewhat cold and serious. It was impossible. How could it be? Although she and Big Brother were married for a short time before their passing, it could not possibly be her first time. This conveniently bought Ali some time to leave. Otherwise, a fight could ensue, especially since Ali was still injured. Yang Yin inhaled deeply. If my Yang family were to ally with the Crown Prince, would that not mean we would have to oppose such formidable foes? Moreover, Ife is already pregnant with the dragon's offspring. If a male child is born, would the Shun family truly support the Crown Prince? Yang Yan's eyes widened, his expression displaying a maturity and composure not befitting his age. Murong Ho furrowed his brow. Huangfu Song's words clearly indicated that if he did not return soon, the Huangfu family would commence an assault on the city. Little did they expect, for the teetotaler Eliza, her first drink was not a celebration but a separation. Upon entering, one would find a corpse lying on the ground, with 2 blood holes in the knee, staring at the ceiling with an expression of unyielding death. However, ever since he joined the security team, it was a constant cycle of brawls every 2 days and major disputes every 3 days. Anyone who dared defy him would be met with his fists, resulting in daily disciplinary actions and wage deductions. Were it not for his supervisor uncle's protection, he would have been long gone. The snow in the backyard had been thoroughly cleared. The hard, frozen ground bore only the marks left by the sword's wind. When Jiang Mo returned to see Peng Peng, the latter had already turned 8, calling her aunt in a sweet voice, until a shriek and roar erupted above. accompanied by splashes of stones and the scent of gunpowder. The plot surrounding Huoxiu came to an abrupt end, and the embroidered thief met an untimely demise. Should she wish to avoid the conclusion of the narrative, she would need to contemplate carefully. Bai Tianyu and the leader of the demon sect agreed to a duel at Tianshan, pressing for victory to ensure the demon sect will be barred from entering the city for life, likely within the coming years. After all, the 3 years spent in prison made him thoroughly familiar with every move of Su Che, the unruly devil. Before departing, I visited great-grandmother and grandma, Yi once more, unsure if I would have the opportunity to see them again. The eyelashes, curled like butterfly wings, lay limply together, trembling slightly with the chilling breeze that swept by. In the aftermath of the grand battle, apart from Long Chengguan, the remaining 18 cities had all been thoroughly sacked by the Shiqin army. Entering them felt akin to stepping into purgatory. Any person of sound mind witnessing the horrors here would inevitably face a mental breakdown. The malevolent curse was repelled. Riddle, in a fit of rage, flicked his wand, and in an instant, 3 or 4 curses were hurled simultaneously upon him. You can become a legendary hero or an unparalleled demon king. All wishes can be fulfilled. He nodded, his eyes downcast, his body shivering with cold. He forced himself to muster the energy to respond. Gu Chunhua cheerfully nodded, observing that Ji and Ning exhibited no airs. Her fondness for Ji and Ning deepened. Volume 1, Chapter 188. In remembrance of Xiao Wu and his child. In the early morning, Xing Luo City was gently awakened by the first rays of sunlight. This capital of the Xing Luo Empire revealed a solemnity and majesty in the golden dawn. The streets surrounding Xing Luo Square were encircled by silver-armored soldiers like an iron wall, with the area around the Xing Huang Grand Hotel teeming with soldiers. Dense as a forest, the streets leading to the square had long been sealed off, leaving only one path designated for the academy participants. Resembling a narrow bridge amidst the galaxy, accessible only to those emerging from the Xing Huang Grand Hotel. From Wang Yan's account, CaoQiang learned that this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition was not hosted at the core of Xing Luo Square, but stood proudly before the main gate of the Imperial City. In the distance, he spotted Meng Wuxia's imported Volkswagen CC sedan, now preparing to enter the large parking lot of Qianwang Square. The ancestral statue of the Nine Nether Palace was stolen, marking the first such incident in its history. This was deemed a profound humiliation by the Nine Nether Palace, one of the 5 major sects of the demon domain, and it was only natural for it to create a stir throughout the realm. It was not until the deep autumn of that year, 2 months after the Song Dynasty army crossed the Yellow River, that Zhao Tian you received the last batch of supplies transported via sea route, providing the soldiers with brand new winter clothing. However, that was not all. Among the next few items were not only several inferior magical artifacts, but also a few supreme cultivation manuals. Siki currently resides deep underground, enveloped in soil, while above him, approximately 7 or 8 meters, lies a clandestine chamber housing 5 masked men, their eyes reflecting a merciless disregard for human life, or a bloodthirsty fervor. He is acutely aware that prior to Zhang Yi's visit to the supermarket for daily necessities, an agreement had already been established with him. In the rear, Ufa, though youthful, exhibits extraordinary valor as he and Yang Zixing flank and bolster the passage opened by Wang Jia. Indeed, since you inquired about this matter, I shall disclose it to both of you, so you may prepare for what lies ahead. As he spoke, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in the Xianwang's eyes, while Yefeng perceptibly noted the intense battle spirit emanating from him. What assets does the army of the Dasong possess? The earliest invention of gunpowder, which began to be employed in warfare during the Northern Song, gave rise to a plethora of innovative weaponry, such as the Tuhua Jian, Pai Lai Pao, and Huolong, among countless others. The only weapon that Li Ming could liken to these was the third, exquisitely crafted heavy sword of Dugu Qiubai, forged from mountain stones, thereby enhancing its potential even further. In an instant, her form was fully revealed before him. Previously, she had been too shy to turn on the lights at night. Now, gazing upon her, Qin Mukin felt his blood surge. Observing Dai Li's demeanor, Qiu Xuan smiled faintly, though he refrained from elaborating further. Upon returning, do extend my regards to your parents. Remain at home for a while, and return when you feel the time is right, Qiu Xuan advised. He recalled that his master of the twin blades once mentioned that Jiu Kong, not only a formidable weaponsmith endowed with potent spiritual energy, also possessed knowledge of talismanic formations. This encapsulates the current situation. While the strength of that peak has regressed with age, Others have experienced growth, some at a remarkable pace, while others have progressed slowly. Is this not a rather reckless course of action? You yourself have acknowledged that you are not on the same level as him. Li Xiang expressed concern, casting a disapproving glance at Feng Do regarding his notion. Tomorrow morning, let us execute a four-pronged encirclement, capturing the turtle in a jar. Zhu Pingjin excitedly shared the plan with his subordinates. Just by examining the document in hand, one could discern the formidable nature of the research team behind Tutian. It is undoubtedly one of the world's top-tier teams, especially in the realm of lithium batteries. Engaging with such a team would yield substantial benefits for them. Naturally, there is no reason to decline. Her eyes widened in astonishment, unsure of how to react as he passionately captured her lips, his tongue patiently and tenaciously prying open her pearly gates, entwining with her own in an intoxicating dance. Volume 1, Chapter 189, The Fusion of Wuhuan among CaoQiang. Zhou Yi, Zhou Shihan, and Tangya. As night fell, the lights of Xingluo City twinkled like a poetic tapestry, reminiscent of a celestial river cascading down to the earth. On this tranquil and enigmatic evening, Zhou Yi stepped lightly beneath the moonlight and quietly pushed open the door to CaoQiang's room. A day apart felt like 3 autumns. Her longing surged like a tidal wave, blossoming into boundless tenderness and affection within her heart. She approached CaoQiang with the grace of an elegant feline, settling beside him with effortless poise. Their gazes intertwined in the air, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still, leaving only their shared existence. In this warm and intimate atmosphere, Zhou Yi's defenses melted away like the gentle evening breeze caressing her. Gradually, she leaned closer to CaoQiang, their breaths mingling. Moreover, Exener's demeanor appeared somewhat peculiar. Their previous behavior resembled that of individuals under the influence of an aphrodisiac, unable to restrain the fervent flames of desire igniting within them. A group arrived outside the factory, where the perimeter had been cordoned off with a circle of antler fences per Jiangda's instructions, preventing unauthorized access. If you leap again, I'll toss you overboard, commanded the officer in charge of the airship, observing the burly man bouncing about. Chu Feng let out a deep sigh, a hint of melancholy flashing in his gaze as energy coursed through him. Yet, this individual was insatiable and sycophantic. Witnessing Liu Bei's waning power, he sought to realign himself with Han Wei. If the demon overlord still lives, then the ancient powers of Earth must also endure. Yichen asserted, his eyes sharp. Severely injured, he consumed the essence of the Xinghe divine elixir, radiating starlight and exuding ethereal energy that enveloped the realm, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The sword of the figure in black pierced the water, and the water dragon showed no signs of abating, crashing directly into the dark-clad figure, sending him tumbling down the mountainside. As he fell to the ground, the water dragon dissipated, drenching him thoroughly. The collective gaze shifted towards the harrowing scene depicted before them, an expanse littered with corpses, while the sky erupted with fleeing lights. The fleeing cultivators exhibited no trace of combat spirit. The imagery presented to them resembled a grand escape. A sudden dragon's roar shattered the darkness as a resplendent golden figure erupted like lightning, breaking the surface of the sea in an instant. On the battlefield, the golden light Arhut under the command of Wuliang Fuang had nearly been annihilated by Yin Yang and the evil wind, yet they too suffered numerous injuries. Apart from the formidable Gui Wang and 2 army generals, Miao Xuan, Chang Shixiang, Tan Yun, and Yin Tong also bore varying degrees of wounds. The Zhang family appeared somewhat taken aback. Typically, it is the parents who name the child or consult a master with a birth date for guidance. Why then was Donya so eager to bestow a name upon the child today? Listening to Cui Ziyuan's relentless queries, Zhao Fangji could only sob loudly, unable to muster a single retort. This place was no longer shrouded in darkness. Instead, it was brightly illuminated, and the scene no longer resembled the interior of a tower, but rather that of a grand estate from ancient times. She awakened once. Yet, due to the arrival of that man's mother, she decided to wait until she departed before entering. The tall figure fled, leaving no target for teasing. The other substitute players remained fixated on the court, not uttering a word, and Gung Haoshi had no choice but to obediently watch the game. In the forest, there were ambushers, and many of them. Were they planning to rob the 2 of us? Hong Xian jested with her sworn brother. I understand. The familiar scent enveloped her senses, and she stared blankly at him, recalling the sensation of his lips upon hers. There are cameras. Yes, cameras here. There must be cameras. Grasping Su's arm, as if it were a lifeline, she exclaimed. Meanwhile, Wei Lanhui quietly breathed a sigh of relief, observing Yan Jiaojiao's demeanor, which suggested she could no longer continue. Was she conceding? The implication was unmistakable. Do not think of using Suanxiang, for from this day forth, Suanxiang shall be rendered powerless. Volume 1, Chapter 190, The Emperor's Dream. Cao Qiang smiled and nodded, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He understood well that Jiang Nanin's Wuwen, the Rogumei too, excelled in speed, yet its inherent power and technique were equally formidable. Should her strength be incorporated into the vast Taoda Tianwang, it would undoubtedly enhance its might and perfection. A wave of inexplicable excitement and anticipation surged within Jiang Nanin. She had never imagined she would have the opportunity to engage in such a miraculous fusion of Wu Huan with Cao Qiang and the others. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she slowly approached Cao Qiang. The five of them formed a circle, each releasing their respective Wu Huan. Jiang Nanin's delicate charm danced lightly beside her. After the three arrived, Lu Chuan Zhengshang succinctly conveyed the situation, expressing the school's desire for both families to reach an amicable resolution, avoiding any escalation to the media or law enforcement. The institution preferred to remain uninvolved in such matters, serving only as a mediator. Today, a persistent haze clouded my mind, and, as I attempted to write, I found myself battling drowsiness, which may have slightly compromised the quality of my work. I kindly ask for your understanding. Nanyang's Ozi took the fragrant essence, inhaled deeply, and nodded toward Wang Manshan. At that moment, Xiao Shan and Ingzhu Zhaiwe approached. Xiao Shan, intrigued by the alluring scent in Nanyang's Ozi's hand, directed a curious gaze towards her. In the early stages of its development, Lin Tian had been approached multiple times by representatives of venture capital firms, all with the same intent: to intrude unexpectedly. Religious sects are commonplace in Japan, yet Fukuyama Eiji swore he had never heard of a sect that issued uniforms. She politely greeted the blushing Okada, and then proceeded to arrange flowers in a vase, while the three members of the Okada family followed suit. The remaining clients were mostly familiar faces. It turned out that the banquet hosted by Ziyu Home Textiles was organized by geographical sectors, primarily comprising clients from the North China region, such as Hebei, the Imperial City, Shandong, and Shaanxi. Elder Qingzhu observed with satisfaction the talents who had passed the first round. These individuals would undoubtedly become the backbone of Tianhua Academy in the future. He remarked with a smile, "Boss, I'm back. You scared me." At that moment, Qiuwen rushed in from the entrance of the underground palace, her appearance somewhat disheveled, revealing a portion of her ghostly form that mirrored her appearance at the time of her death, making her seem somewhat bulky and unattractive. Today was indeed a lucrative day. The Japanese had promised that as long as they stirred up trouble, they would be rewarded with 500 silver dollars. A most fortunate opportunity for a typically idle and destitute wanderer like Jiang. The considerable energy expenditure and his evident growth suggested that this fellow might have undergone an evolution. Although the Grand Elder refrained from stripping him of his position as sect leader, considering Murong Ye's advancement to the Golden Core stage and the pain of losing a child, he had a moment of leniency. In this battle, the Yellow Turban Army suffered total annihilation of 480 troops, with all their assets seized. The Guoguang Army sustained casualties of 840 men, and Tai Shirzi felt a pang of sorrow. Nevertheless, the experience gained by the thousands of soldiers in this campaign made it worthwhile. It is important to note that Li Fugue, with his noble lineage, esteemed family background, and exceptional cultivation talent, was cursed with a repugnant visage that incited lifelong resentment, particularly towards the dashing, jade-like young men. The final round had commenced, and prior to this, aside from Byuxin, no one had been able to match the cards. This highlighted Du While's superior gambling skills far beyond those of the other three. What if I can never accept it? Tao Yiting smiled faintly, her languid gaze fixed on Zhang Fei. Lin Qingxian shouted, 3,000 spirit stones. He had just doubled his bet, and the previously chaotic atmosphere fell silent as many turned to look at him. After the meal, the Liu family engaged in conversation with Ruhua, and it was only through Wu Li's persuasion that Ruhua was allowed to leave, escorted home by him. Thus, the guard of the Divine Martial Guard nodded in agreement with Lord Wang's words, contemplating that with so many pursuing Wu Jixin, capturing him should not be a challenge. This matter was to be handled by the governor of Yingzhou and Lord Wang, while he simply needed to return to the capital for a debriefing. Volume 1, Chapter 191, The Dominance of CaoQiang. The entity engaged in combat with Tuo Yuan was indeed a young girl, adorned in a pale blue gown. Her figure graceful and her features exquisite. At that moment, she stood before Yuan, a hint of disdain gracing her smile. Gasps arose from the crowd as someone recognized Yuan, the son of Prime Minister Hai, inciting a wave of astonishment. How did he end up fighting with Jiang Nanan from Shrek Academy? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Jiang Nanan's name resonated throughout Xinglua City, for she was not only one of the 3 most beautiful women at Shrek Academy, but also renowned for her exceptional strength and talent. Thus, when her identity was recognized, those around expressed their astonishment. Recalling Yi Lei's temperament and current prowess, Yi Batian felt an immediate urge to slap himself. Although there were no leads at present and no means to ascertain the suspect's whereabouts, analyzing the fragments of the deceased's clothing indicated that they were designer brands, suggesting that the deceased was quite affluent in life. If they lacked wealth, perhaps their boyfriends were wealthy. Tang Long deduced this based on the deceased's designer attire. Jiang Peng promptly replied, having just read the letter and thus recalling the matter clearly. Only moments ago, Luo Fong had designated Zhuke as the Mount of Shiwangmu, and they had subsequently departed for a main mountain with Zhuangzhou. Legolas, eyes gleaming with excitement, shouted, "Dance wildly, death whirlwind." At that moment, he ceased concealing the aura of the undead as the black threads rapidly filled the formation, transforming what had appeared as a transparent whirlwind into a pitch-black tempest. Indeed, the celestial sovereign is thoughtful. I am truly grateful, the emperor remarked, feeling that Wu Tian was exceptionally generous. A torrential river of blood surged forth as though cascading from the cosmos, engulfing the divine light and rushing toward the youth in the fur coat, as if it sought to devour everything in its path. He inquired of the system about the situation, which explained that since both individuals were summoning entities and the fire-breathing dragon was a summoned beast, regardless of the world they inhabited, specific techniques could be employed to summon them. In an instant, a crescent moon of pure white materialized in Yi Lei's left hand, shimmering with a faint silver glow. "You covet what belongs to me. Is that my fortune?" Yi Wushuang glared at the two, a cold smile gracing her lips. Were they intending to showcase their prowess by targeting him? Conrad's mind raced as he struggled to recall if he had offended anyone recently or encountered such a formidable hacker. After driving around aimlessly, unsure of his destination, he received a call from Fong Yinyao. It felt as though he could hide nothing from Lu Boding. Yet Yi Li was determined to maintain her facade, unwilling to be fully seen through. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced through the darkness, followed by a second and third, all converging upon him. The powerful surge of energy rippled through the crystal ruler, causing it to emerge from its state of complete stillness and ascend once more. Aunt Xiao initially felt a surge of joy, only to furrow her brow in dissatisfaction with the outcome. Ever since Tang Wan assumed leadership of the Chun family, she had never truly enjoyed a leisurely outing at the market. Everything was prepared and delivered directly to the Chun residence for her selection. After a few days apart, upon seeing her now, he finally understood why he had felt so out of sorts recently. Duan Niu supported Dongfang Wushuang as they approached the edge of the ravine. Peering down, and even Dongfang Wushuang's composure faltered, drawing a sharp intake of breath. Lin Ming could not suppress her laughter, though tears shimmered in her eyes. She had always held back, making it difficult for others to discern her true emotions. Kong Yu lamented why he had never considered studying locusts to address the issue fundamentally. The floating world dragon boat docked. Could it be that Mo Zhangjiao intended to attend his master's ceremony? Montauk Nancian exclaimed in surprise, knowing that the floating world dragon boat of Fusher Dao seldom docked without significant events unfolding. No wonder he had seen him at the inn on the mortal plane, yet not at the auction the following day. It turned out he was aware that the inn was not a sanctuary and had sought refuge elsewhere the next day. Volume 1, Chapter 192, The Moonlit Confession and the Mysterious Carving Knife. The commencement of the elimination round seemed to infuse the entire Xinglua city with renewed vitality. Emperor Xinglua stood majestically upon the high platform, delivering a solemn address that resonated throughout the arena, stirring the hearts of every spectator. He welcomed all to Xinglua City to collectively witness this grand Soul Master tournament. The emperor's voice was imbued with fervor and anticipation, promising the display of countless Soul Masters' glory and magnificence, as well as the rise and growth of a new generation of Soul Masters. He urged everyone to exert their utmost efforts, showcasing their strongest abilities to present a spectacular competition. As the emperor's speech concluded, the judges erupted in a flurry of exclamations. Yet some remained undeterred, continuing to place bets with heightened stakes. The dealer from Dingjun Mountain wore a grin so wide that it nearly obscured his eyes, while Ouyang Jiajing, who had been an observer, displayed a look of satisfaction. This phenomenon stemmed from the accumulation of luck carried by the fallen mighty cultivators over countless years, leading to an overwhelming surge of energy gradually solidified by the unique laws of the underworld. Enough. What nonsensical drivel are you spouting, Shuepeng? When did you ever take people to capture the young lady Linger? And did she really bring along Taoist foam for that endeavor? I pay my respects to your majesty. Upon entering the tent, the two men beheld Mo Foam seated at the head and immediately knelt before him. What nonsense is this? Please repeat yourself, Chinyu queried, doubting his auditory senses and seeking reassurance. What are you talking about? An extraordinary existence? Just look at what your Yu Hong has said. It sounds almost credible. I wonder just how formidable this extraordinary being you speak of truly is. Could it possibly be more powerful than the imperial clan? Bai Chuan surmised that this so-called young Master Zhai was deliberately seeking trouble. Although he had just emerged from seclusion today, he was already familiar with the bureaucratic system of Wenlu City from years prior. As Yu Qi released her grip, Ouyang Zihan finally breathed in fresh air, feeling as if she might suffocate if she had to endure any longer. Tang squinted at Bai Chuan, causing the ever-brazen Bai Chuan to feel his handsome face flush slightly. He privately pondered whether the young lady from the Tang family genuinely harbored feelings for him. The crux for a scion to transform into a super scion lies in the accumulation of S cells within their bodies. The method to enhance these S cells is rather simple: maintaining a tranquil heart. This is quite challenging for the combative scions, yet for those living on Earth, it is not as difficult. Anything related to the palace is synonymous with trouble. And Mu Xinyu felt an overwhelming burden as she observed a glint of cunning flash across Xianyuan Li's face. Just as Lin En had anticipated, the river flowing directly into the sea indeed traversed this town. In terms of area, it could rival Heishui City, though the outer walls are significantly sturdier. Equipped with numerous defensive mechanisms, and several individuals were patrolling back and forth. Once the techniques were presented, they naturally attracted many individuals eager to exchange points. Bushuang smiled as he closed the system interface and began to cultivate with a foundational pill. General Mu and Madame Mu, along with concubine En, were no longer suited to remain at the Li Wangfu following their discord with the prince. Xianyuan Li, who had been lost in thought while observing Mu Xinyu, returned to reality and disdainfully glanced at Beat Sai, questioning how such an unperceptive servant could remain in his presence. The attention of both the emperor and Fengyang was wholly captured by Gu Yinfei, as if the other attendees had ceased to exist. Mu Xinyu had long since grown accustomed to his unrefined demeanor and pulled Xianyuan Li aside to clear a path. Amidst the clouds and waters, a vague silhouette gradually emerged, drifting on the surface and allowing the vastness to engulf him. In the next moment, he floated above the 9 heavens, reclining upon the clouds while gazing down at the earth. Because Bushuang did not confront the lightning tribulation directly, relying instead on Zhou Shuo and others as intermediaries, the process took considerably longer. Unfortunately, at this juncture, the beast tide once again surged forth. Thus, Qi Ying understood that Tang Wanner was currently employed at the Central Palace and was aware of her close association with the Fourth Prince. In the first volume, Chapter 193, Battle Against Qianling Academy, Zhou Yi revealed mysteriously during breakfast that today's adversaries hailed from the Qianling Advanced Soul Master Academy of the Doling Empire. This academy shone brightly in the educational realm of the Doling Empire, nurturing countless elites. Today, they would clash. The outcome was shrouded in suspense, leaving everyone eagerly awaiting the results. In the grand arena of competition, if one were to consider the privileged noble class, Shrek Academy would undoubtedly stand unrivaled. Today, they retained the honor of claiming the first battle, a privilege they had chosen for themselves. Surrounded by the radiance of glory, Shrek Academy radiated brilliance upon the arena. As the sun reached its zenith, the bell for the competition rang. However, the emperor often found himself preoccupied with state affairs, lacking the leisure to visit his own domain. For instance, the mountains and rivers, the flora and fauna, even the inanimate stones, had grown significantly larger due to years of nurturing by spiritual energy, rendering them far less novel upon frequent observation. Yet, as he prepared to depart, new thoughts flickered in his mind regarding Shang Feiyu. This fellow was so enamored with wine that even Qin Wenlu could not compare. Perhaps he feared soiling the wine within the gourd, which explained his neglect of the refining process. The palm strike, empowered by the system-enhanced Kirin arm, was incredibly fierce, directly tearing the lines from the demoness face. His inquiry stemmed from previous remarks made by the Earth Fiend Demon King, who had mentioned that the incursion into the territory of the Lioli Empire was motivated by the impending emergence of a treasure within its borders. Although the authenticity of this information remained uncertain, Lin Shi's presence here sparked doubt regarding the veracity of the claim. An eagle-eyed hero, observing the map, exclaimed in surprise and joy that they had unexpectedly stumbled upon an energy converter, a revelation none had anticipated. Before he could finish speaking, he was met with a frosty gaze from Ziyu, whose tone dripped with sarcasm and disdain. Among the few classmates, though astonished by the audacity of the two scholars openly embracing in class, they perceived this couple as having been together for quite some time. Thus their intimacy did not strike them as surprising. For the more capable students, medium-grade resources sufficed, but high-grade mentors reached the 8th or 9th tier, marking them as true powerhouses among cultivators, with their disciples being few in number, yet extraordinarily gifted. When Xiao Yun had called her name, she instinctively observed her expression. Noticing her distant demeanor, he felt a surge of delight. Luo Manqing felt a throbbing in her temples after hearing this. It seemed that Chu Shan and the original host had mutually detested one another, refusing even to engage in superficial pleasantries. No, why was she even considering this? What she truly wanted to understand was the nature of Chu Shan's behavior. The surrounding onlookers pointed and murmured about the delicate young master, while the martial artist prepared for the assessment displayed disdainful expressions towards him. Shunlan's Tiger's Roost Dragon's Coil technique was indeed formidable, and combined with her physical advantages, she maximized her strengths. Had it not been for her miraculous shot, she might not have triumphed. For those unversed in business and investment, having the means to purchase a home at this moment was undoubtedly the best outcome. Although Su Kuei typically exuded a carefree demeanor, he proved exceedingly cautious at critical moments. Regardless of the elder's ulterior motives, the provision of such a precious beast blood pool for his cultivation would be forever etched in his memory. Akin to the 7 bottles of beast blood essence offered by Instructor Khan. It's nothing. Li Yiqi smiled casually, glancing at the delicacies on his table before beginning to savor them slowly. The Federation enforces stringent regulations on firearms, which prevents many individuals from engaging in shooting activities. Meng Luo's solo kill undoubtedly invigorated his teammates, shattering the oppressive atmosphere like a massive stone creating ripples in still water. Fei Qian and others paused in curiosity to observe Yi Kai. Through their brief interactions, they had come to understand that Yi Kai was a remarkably cautious individual, one who would never halt his actions without good reason. Thus, his sudden pause indicated that something significant had transpired. Volume 1, Chapter 194, Xiao Zhao's Subtle Thoughts. That night, after a vigorous encounter with Zhou Yi, CaoQiang was summoned to Wang Yan's room. Wang Yan's expression was grave as he stated, "CaoQiang, the team you will face next possesses 3 Soul Kings, their overall strength far surpassing that of Qianling Academy. How do you intend to respond?" CaoQiang smiled slightly, asserting, "When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water rises, I shall dam it, suppressing all." Wang Yan frowned, replying, "CaoQiang, I am aware of your formidable strength. In individual or team competitions, you can lead your team through adversity. However, what if it is a 2 versus 3 match?" Wang Yin was unaware that Tanya and Zhou Shihan had both reached level 80, as CaoQiang had been keeping them busy with trivial matters. Within the Sheng family, only Sheng Weiyang dared to speak of Sheng Shi. In truth, the myth created by Sheng Shi within the Sheng family remains unbroken to this day, let alone anyone being able to stand alongside Sheng Shi. Ling Shi nodded, closing the car door and taking the driver's seat, hastily driving toward Yinghua Hospital without pausing to thank the officers. "Mom isn't running anymore. I'm a bit tired, so let's take it slow." Ling Baolu, having just started her menstrual cycle, opted for a leisurely walk, while Qiyu followed suit, gradually distancing himself from Lian Rong. These 2 individuals could be regarded as remarkable figures in today's world, especially in a society where traditional Chinese medicine has declined and martial arts have become obscure. Individuals like them are indeed hard to come by. The intertwining flames resembled the dragon's fury, both being massive fireballs. The distinction lay in the fact that dragon's fury harbored dragon attribute damage, whereas the intertwining flames did not. When Xiao caught sight of them, he breathed a sigh of relief, scrambling out of the soil with hands and feet, hastily moving toward them without bothering to dust off the dirt covering him. "Very well. Since you have made your decision, let us now consult with the sect leader and also investigate the traitorous disciple who leaked information, Qin Songyun concluded. Repeated failures and assassination attempts made Cheng Wang realize that his brother, who had distanced himself from the court for over a decade, was not so easily dealt with. You villain, you didn't even give me a warning. You nearly scare me to death. On the other side, Lin Xiao landed steadily with Xylona in his arms. For others, such a height could result in a severe fall, but for Lin Xiao, it posed no challenge. He simply hadn't announced his intentions, causing Xylona to be startled nearly out of her wits. How should I know? Although she secured a verbal promise from Shang Shi. Whether he comes or not is beyond her control. I recounted Lord Bao's ideas to him, of course omitting my concern about potentially losing too much blood. Had I mentioned that, he would surely have opposed it. The Crown Prince, Jun Yufeng, reclined on his couch, receiving hasty treatment from the arriving physician while closely observing the movements of Zi Chu and Jun Yuchun. As someone experienced, he immediately recognized that the steed was a genuine Wei horse, and among Wei horses, it was of superior quality. Its strength and speed were exceptional, and even if sold cheaply at the horse market, it would still fetch 200 to 300 taels of silver, a considerable treasure. In an instant, the spirits of the lost appeared, eyes wide with desperation, their faces marked by pleading expressions, devoid of their previous arrogance and superiority. Zhang Su glanced from one thing to another, feeling both helpless and pained. He was contemplating whether the decision to keep Chu Jiangli here was right or wrong. The thought of having Chu Jiangli remain would undoubtedly make the Wang residence quite lively in the future, for reasons unknown. Perhaps it was the beloved man's call that stirred the slumbering Shui heir as her fingers twitched slightly. Guling Heir's eyes flickered with sudden realization. Nevertheless, Guling Heir could not ascertain whether her feelings for Chun Heir were genuine. Even if there were feelings, how deep could they be? Could they surpass her bond with her adoptive mother? Watching Zi Chu depart, Jun Yuchun also wished to follow. Unfortunately, he was restrained by the Crown Prince, and after finally breaking free, he searched throughout the entire Hellion residence, only to find that Zi Chu had vanished without a trace. Volume 1, Chapter 195, Winning Without Battle. CaoQiang, Tanya, I seek your guidance. CaoQiang proclaimed in unison. Yang Yifan, Yu Mengdi, please. Yang Yifen's gaze fell upon Tanya, while Yu Mengdi's attention was naturally drawn to CaoQiang. Although Tanya was beautiful, CaoQiang's charm was unparalleled. His innate nobility and self-confidence captivated every girl around him. It was only upon close proximity to Yu Mengdi that one realized how handsome CaoQiang truly was. His sword-like brows and starry eyes, with striking features and a profound gaze. Locking eyes with him sparked an irresistible urge to share a future with him. No wonder so many girls were infatuated with him. Even yesterday, girls from their reserve team actively sought him out. As I became ensnared by the ancient walls of the city, I almost lost track of time, only to discover that I had reached a city gate bearing the fated and damaged characters, Yuxiang men. A chilling aura of slaughter emanated from this ancient book, causing Lin Tian's internal energy to instinctively surge, his blood boiling with an overwhelming desire to unleash the pent-up battle spirit within. Is Madame Alfonso a water magic sorceress? Hermann inquired, seemingly having caught on to the issue. Elder Dugu, what do you require of me? Lin Tian approached slowly, noticing the grave expression on Duguye's face, which made him feel increasingly anxious. As long as the city lord is well, even if there are only 10 shadows, they would not stand a chance against him. However, given that the city lord is currently unconscious, the number of guards will surely be multiplied. They are from the National Security Bureau. Allow them to take over. You all should withdraw, Qin Jingru stated succinctly, leaving no room for further inquiry. As the pain subsided, Ziyu felt as though she had entered paradise. In her 19 years of life, she had never experienced such a profound sense of being alive. Useless, even if you cultivate for decades. You cannot break through my master's barrier. It was specifically designed by the ancestor to confine individuals like us. Tong Wuxin's childlike voice echoed in Zhang Zihang's ears. The effects were somewhat noticeable. Her physique was indeed more robust than that of her peers, and her strength surpassed that of ordinary individuals. After all, the flesh of spirit beasts was priceless. If it proved useless, it would be a waste of Lin Feiling's efforts. The countless stars within a galaxy are beyond human comprehension. Even the strongest individuals, exhausting their entire lives, cannot connect with them all. What then? The creator of the galaxy sword technique devised a solution, to cultivate one's own stars. The nursing staff merely overlooked the detail. One went to the cafeteria, while another washed dishes in the public restroom. In that fleeting moment, CaoQiang vanished. Guangzhou Air was both furious and anxious, pacing in circles. Dialing CaoQiang's phone yielded no connection. Luo and, however, seemed to revel in the attention, as those around him showered him with flattery, their sycophantic words flowing freely without a hint of embarrassment. Upon returning home, a sense of unease enveloped me as I sat motionless on the sofa, clutching the phone as if awaiting a verdict from a judge. I recalled the time when Du Fanchuan had just purchased his car and insisted on taking me far away for a meal. We were unfamiliar with the route and made several wrong turns along the way. At that time, the vehicle had yet to be registered, and we would simply reverse when we made a mistake, even brazenly running red lights. In the presence of Xiao Zitian, he always felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, one that rendered him easily out of control. For reasons unknown, despite our lack of connection, I felt uncertain in front of Su Qi. After sipping my tea, I repeatedly chastised myself for my allure, which seemed to invite trouble. Why had she not called for consultation yet? Shouldn't there have been an excuse to call and engage in some light banter? Bai Shui approached, calling out Grandma, as the elderly lady grasped our hands. Her eyes slightly reddened. Everyone present felt a surge of emotion, invoking the entire lineage of Zhou Zijin. In Volume 1, Chapter 196, Zhou Yi breaks through to level 85. And CaoQiang remarks on my arrogance. Su Sanshur scoffed, stepping forward, enveloped in a dark shell, resembling a colossal Xianming turtle, exuding a weighty and steady aura. Zhou Shihan wore a bewitching smile, her enchanting eyes shimmering with captivating brilliance, intoxicating all who gazed upon her. Tang Xiaolei exchanged glances with Bloodwolf, a flicker of doubt crossing their eyes. They were well aware of the illustrious reputation of Shrek Academy, yet Su Sanshur and Zhou Shihan were not as well known to them. They did not believe they would face defeat. Since you do not recognize the favor offered, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Tang Xiaolei snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with violet light. In fact, Duo instinctively felt that Song Suier was not the long-sun patriarch, yet he had no reason to act so. Had he not released him back then, the arrow would have pierced her abdomen, injuring them both. Rongyu was undoubtedly aware of this. His reason for saying so was to prevent her from feeling uncomfortable. However, she did not wish to see him struggle in a wheelchair. It was not disdain for his mobility issues, but rather a deep-seated sorrow for her. Upon seeing the competition schedule, he felt a surge of despair, resenting the national champion for mingling at the provincial sports meet. Nevertheless, the competition must proceed. What are you doing here? Zhai Kuer had come to find Zhai, Fei Bai, and Chu Yu, only to unexpectedly encounter Gong Minyu and Gong Lan. To be honest, she held a favorable impression of Gong Lan, as he was handsome and obedient, while regarding Gong Minyu, she preferred to overlook him. After a day, she discovered she had accumulated 2 large bags of items, even surprising Mao Dianyue. Upon learning that they were gifts for her younger brothers and elders, Mao Dianyue expressed her envy. Yet, he hesitated. He had confidence in controlling Hou Ziqiang, but dared not take risks. A slight movement of the dagger could sever Xinyu's carotid artery, a thought too dreadful to entertain. As a physician, he understood the dire consequences of untreated broken ribs. Yet the current situation made it clear that going to the hospital was out of the question. As the game unfolded, just as Lao Zhao placed a piece on the board, Xinu made her next move, as if she had already anticipated Lao Zhao's strategy. Thus, he demanded that several of the top kings of Kibizu receive his protection, yet not a whisper of his affairs should be divulged. Yang Feier felt a tremor within her heart. The fact that Huang Taiji could utter such words was enough to prove his remarkable capabilities as a sovereign. Indeed, Manchu and Han people are not Chinese. Why distinguish between races? After several centuries, do they not all remain the same? Of course, Vettel's intense challenge against Yi Feng did not carry any ulterior motives of disruption. He merely sought to prove his capabilities to the world and the king of racing through a straightforward overtaking maneuver. Dressed in male attire and donning a headscarf, he proudly admired himself in the bronze mirror before stealthily exiting his abode. The 3 ferocious beasts were enraged, although Xia Sun and his companion were not powerful. The combat spirit they exuded was fearsome, attacking unflinchingly at critical moments, constantly creating opportunities for their ally. The white-clad sage informed them that arrangements had been made within the secret realm, allowing all foundational cultivators and even Qi practitioners to enter and undergo trials. Her face flushed increasingly red as she lowered her gaze, her voice trembling slightly, as if her mood had yet to improve. Faced with Xia Sun's fierce strike, the warrior snorted, swinging his arm to counterattack. Understanding the principle, Qin Yin would no longer be passive. He stepped forward, and suddenly a vast starry sky appeared on the chamber floor. Those genuinely wishing to bid were bold enough to confront some of the higher-tier sects. Xiao Mu and AI Airfan ranked among the top, their prominence far exceeding that of the subsequent competitors. In Volume 1, Chapter 197, Yu Mengdi's angelic martial spirit evolves. Expressing love. The night sky over Xinglua City was exceptionally enchanting, with twinkling stars and moonlight cascading like water. In a tranquil tea house, Yu Mengdi arrived as promised. Clad in a flowing white garment, resembling a celestial being, exuding purity with an air of nobility. CaoQiang had been waiting, quietly savoring his tea, anticipation evident in his eyes. As Yu Mengdi entered the tea house, she searched the crowd for CaoQiang's figure. Upon spotting him, her eyes sparkled with surprise as she hastened to sit beside him. "CaoQiang, what brings you to seek me?" she asked forthrightly. CaoQiang smiled slightly, setting his teacup down and slowly replying, "I sought you because your martial spirit evokes my heartfelt devotion, a reliance beyond measure. After countless expressions of gratitude to the heavens for your favor, how could you so easily toy with my affections, reducing me to a mere jest?" Beiju continued to position himself facing east, sitting cross-legged, tilting his head towards the heavens, his hands raised slightly, inhaling and exhaling deeply. He visualized the breath settling into his lower abdomen. Noticing this situation and witnessing Xia Wanque's fierce advance, Lin Lu felt a surge of fear and quickly signaled to Xia Wanque with a wink. "Beta Star, I will slay you." The one who had repeatedly uttered this phrase, Yusu Feiyate, had long since vanished, and now it was Johnny Depp who spoke, unleashing two golden dragons towards Beta Star. "It turned out to be Snow Maiden. I sincerely apologize for the earlier task." Luyan expressed his regrets. "Are you worried about the two brothers playing a game of Mantis, stalking the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind?" Lu Ran inquired. Suing Xue was not a 6th grade alchemist. Her rank was only 4th grade, so how could she concoct 6th grade elixirs? Yet at that moment, the white fox seemed to heed Shen Tianlan's words, slowly closing its eyes. Just then, Bai Kong and the others approached me, and I handed them the stone tablet, allowing them to exchange insights. Yunyan secretly gritted her teeth, vowing to find a spirit pet more formidable than Bao Bao upon her return, as she could not tolerate being overshadowed by the utterly useless Murong Ningyue. General Pu did not disturb those currently filming, choosing instead to conceal himself in a corner, observing Wu Ma's performance. Otherwise, given this fellow's temperament, he would not have necessarily chosen such an aggressive course of action. After receiving the message, Xie instructed Li Jun to meet him, and then they boarded a flight to the beautiful country. The environment here is exceptionally conducive to the growth and propagation of flora. The Nalaku Oasis is replete with a plethora of flowers, grasses, trees, and oddly shaped rocks. Approaching the towering stone chain known as the Heichong, at the terminus of a lost bridge, the trio beheld a colossal latch suspended by magical iron chains. This latch bore a resemblance to the first one on the lost bridge, yet possessed its own unique characteristics. 3 days later, a Qi Foundation stage cultivator unexpectedly arrived at Zhuhai Peak. After an exchange with Qing Xianzi, he astonishingly reverted Qing Xianzi's assignment. The task of guarding the Feng market was entrusted to this Qi Foundation cultivator, while Qing Xianzi returned to safeguard the spiritual mine. The fantasy genre, in essence, is an extension derived from foreign masterpieces such as Harry Potter and The Hobbit. Regrettably, as he raised his great sword, the sword demon began to lose his reason. Overwhelmed by an intense desire to slay the man before him and seize his corporeal form. Adhering to rules here is quite commonplace, and Gu Yuan is not one to stand out. Captain Carpenter was right. Signal the messenger. Command the warriors of the 7th Legion to engage as well. We cannot allow the brothers of the 5th Field Army to fight alone. The commander of the 7th Field Army smiled in agreement. Here, Wang De emphatically pointed to a specific location on the map. The crowd hurriedly gathered, realizing he was indicating Yinzhou, nearly parallel to Qingzhou. Empress Xiao poured herself a glass of wine from the jug and gulped it down, seemingly attempting to mask the somewhat awkward atmosphere. However, in her haste, the wine only deepened the flush on her face. She then summoned a few clever and attentive attendants to join her in listening to Teacher Liang's lecture. Volume 1, Chapter 198, Yu Mengdi. CaoQiang I wish. CaoQiang and Yu Mengdi walked side by side, their silhouettes gradually fading into the night. They arrived at a secluded hot spring, the moonlight casting shimmering silver waves upon the water surface. Yu Mengdi gazed into CaoQiang's profound eyes, a mysterious impulse surging within her. She gently grasped his hand, leading him to the edge of the spring. CaoQiang, I wish. Yu Mengdi's voice trembled, yet her gaze remained resolute and fervent. CaoQiang looked at her, a potent emotion swelling within him. He understood that this moment marked the elevation of their feelings. He gently embraced Yu Mengdi, and together they stepped into the warm waters of the spring. Outside the prince's residence in the capital of Xia, a carriage halted at the gate. The guards at the entrance thought to themselves who had the audacity to drive a carriage directly to the door. Even ministers visiting the court would have to park their carriages nearby and politely greet first. The Lie Tianmong, a legendary serpent capable of rending the sky, is immensely powerful, rivaled only by the bloodlines of the 4 divine beasts, making it a first-rate divine beast. They helped me secure the windows before hastily departing. I silently expressed my gratitude for their sense of responsibility, a rare quality in our demon realm. I found merit in the president's words. After some contemplation, Zhu Ren nodded, pondering that perhaps this alteration in the rules of the Master's Alliance would yield unforeseen consequences. Li Mao Gong spoke in a deep tone, exuding an aura that suggested he might erupt in violence at any moment. According to ancient beliefs, after a person is buried, their true energy merges with the yin energy to form vitality, which, through the interplay of yin and yang, influences the fortunes of their living relatives, thus ensuring blessings and peace for future generations. Lin Shuiyao's expression remained grim. She did not wish to bring her emotions to the dinner table, yet she found herself unable to contain them. She was doing her utmost to maintain composure. It was evident that Yang had not heard the words he longed for from Lin Shuiyao, and he was far from satisfied. As for the perpetrator, he began to flee, scattering lethal toxins in his wake, causing the people of Yunwu Mountain Villa to perish until he escaped. The rough, weathered blue stone slab suddenly became smooth and glossy, resembling a mirror that could reflect one's image. Dense thickets and wildflowers blanketed the ground, each plant reaching knee height. He felt as though the blood coursing through his veins was boiling uncontrollably under intense heat. For instance, when individuals witness injustice on social networks or in the news, they instinctively empathize, igniting negative emotions and condemning the decay and corruption of contemporary society. No matter how he concealed himself, he could only remain within the confines of Zhu Long Cheng Zhai, and when the fire cloud evil god arrived, he knew he must confront him. This was due to Lu Jian's prolonged use of spiritual soul power, which, over time, depleted the energy within the soul stone, manifesting as cracks on the surface. At that moment, the dragon known as Longji Jia engaged in a fierce battle with Qin Chuan's heart demon avatar, widened his eyes in horror at the scene before him. This was not a psychical pressure induced by martial arts imagery that would create illusory sensations in the mind. The most significant threat was Adams, who played cunningly, causing Endembiel and Ollie to receive red and yellow cards in the first half. The position of the prince's legitimate wife was long since predetermined, yet the position of the secondary concubine remained uncertain, leading various esteemed families to compete fiercely for beauty and elegance, ensuring their adornments were of the highest quality. Chu Zifeng and Su Mu found themselves in a setting where one donned a blue robe and the other a white robe, both garments flapping wildly in the strong winds. Mr. Yi bore an expression of incredulity, while Li Hu appeared to be sweating profusely, and Ru's face was creased with worry, and Huang Shanzhong displayed a countenance that suggested murderous intent. Volume 1, Chapter 199, Starry Auction House. The moment Ling Luo Chun and CaoQiang descended the stage, Wang Dong-er and the others immediately surrounded them. They soon realized that the usually frosty Ling Luo Chun appeared exceptionally handsome when wielding ice powers. Of course, she acknowledged the diligent efforts of CaoQiang behind the scenes, and during the spotlight, she was not stingy in her praises for him. Following the conclusion of the competition, the representatives of Shrek Academy, as always, did not linger, swiftly departing the venue to return to their hotel. What remained were fervent discussions regarding Ling Luo Chen's ice control and CaoQiang's versatile support. Strategies to counter them had become the hottest topic of the day. The round-robin matches had now progressed to the fourth phase. Witnessing Luo's protective demeanor, Ling Xiao felt quite dejected. They had previously fought fiercely over the position of the sea god, and now their relationship had become so intimate. Our family's Tianya brews the best coffee. He set down his cup nonchalantly, crossing his legs. Ling Er's expression shifted dramatically, acutely sensing the overwhelming pressure of a powerful presence, clearly perceiving the strength of the opponent. Ziqi's phone, this is it. She dialed the number, and after a few rings, it was answered on the other end. Throughout the night, numerous attractive individuals approached him, yet he did not even lift his eyelids. When drinking, he kept his gaze lowered, his lips tightly pressed together with a resolute demeanor. I followed him into the rain, where a vehicle with a shattered front headlight awaited outside the iron gate. Lianqing opened the door, and we stepped outside. A furious roar erupted from the smoke, instantly conjuring a whirlwind that dispelled the thick loathing, while a beam of golden light shot into the sky from Ling Zhao's eyes. The manifestation of Arceus's ultimate skill, judgment. Argo, having perceived the entire situation, chose silence, feigning the demeanor that Wu Shiye and Bai Baoguo wished to see. Two formidable presences clashed within the confines of the magical ape-infused conference room, neither party willing to yield. Kay articulated the gravity of their transformation upon donning the black attire. They must sever all ties with their former lives. Henceforth, their existence would remain a secret, even from friends and family. Although Qin Feng could not catch up with Lu Changfeng, he had traced his footsteps to the gates of Yongla Palace. The relationship between the emperor and consort was fraught with unpredictability, and given the pressing matter of the assassin, he dared not let his guard down. Each of the 12 rooms marked with the prefix X was equipped with sensors to record the game statistics, allowing you man to simply wait in the boss room's monitoring chair for the results. Thank you. Zhang Yusin smiled warmly at Hu Yi, raising her head to finish the beer concealed beneath her blanket. The second princess furrowed her brow, her delicate, snow-white fingers slightly lifting as a white paper crane gracefully descended onto her fingertips. Captain Shangu, known for his ferocity, exceeded his subordinates tenfold. The enemies facing the White Wolf army often succumbed to terror upon hearing their dreadful name, and Shangu took great pride in his White Wolf army. As the icy blades of wind approached, a glimmer flickered in his eyes. Yang Sini sat at the table, her face darkened, and upon hearing Xia Jinya's words, her gaze pierced toward Xia Ji like a blade. Xia Ji remained unperturbed, ignoring her menacing glare. Upon arriving at the amusement park, it was indeed as the driver had described. A visit to the park was merely for enjoyment. Frustration mounted, and Zhang Ning remarked in exasperation. My face is as cratered as the moon's surface. I wish it were even worse. Indeed, had the doppelganger merely spoken nonsensically without any evidence, the demon god Hong would undoubtedly refuse to merge with him. Guo Chao and Ran attempted to intervene, but their lack of strength rendered them ineffective, allowing the others to escape. Before she could retort, her lips were sealed as Mo Yichen kissed her, pressing her onto the bed and guiding her hands beneath his clothing. Lin Xiang led the charge, first into the ghostly gate, descending toward the staircase. Volume 1, Chapter 200, The Elegant Martial Soul Evolves, The Starry Sky, Snake Emperor Realm Unveiled. Observing the graceful and elegant figure before him, Su Sanshur and Bebe whispered conspiratorially, "This female auctioneer is truly captivating. Why not ask her if 2,000 gold soul coins will suffice for a visit?" Su Sanshur jested. Jiang Nanan shot him a fierce glare. Su Sanshur quickly fell silent. Chao Chong gazed at Qingya, feeling an unusual sensation. He recognized her martial soul as a water snake, reminiscent of the Bai Lin Snake Emperor, Digayen. He wondered if her martial soul could evolve into the Bai Lin Snake Emperor for the benefit of our Tang sect. He whispered a few words to Tangya, who beamed at him, her bosom brushing against his hand. In the 42nd year of the Jiajing era, the Li family bore a son, Zhu Yijuan, for Zhu Zaiho. Following the death of Jiajing, Zhu Zaiho, who once had no hope of ascending the throne, unexpectedly became the sole heir of the late emperor, experiencing a remarkable turnaround as he took his place upon the dragon throne. The moon goddess smiled, choosing to remain silent, instead gazing at Zhu Sansi beside Zhou Min, pondering if he might indeed be Zhang Liang's master. Beneath the sheets, there was neither mattress nor bedding. A simple wooden board was riddled with nails of various lengths, densely packed, their sharp tips protruding, seemingly capable of inflicting injury upon mere contact. The remaining figures, Zhu Ling, Mei Yun, Hong Hui, and Chang'e, were closely matched in cultivation. Yet Hui wielded the Panga Bao, forged from the spine of the Panga deity, while Chang'e possessed the innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidered ball. Thus, the ancients deemed Chang'e to be the most formidable warrior under the banner of Xuanmu Island. Concurrently, in the northern realms of Dalu Prefecture, the western He and southern Yan prefectures, the teachings of Jesus Christ and Muhammad's Islam expanded alongside the demonic sect, forming an encirclement around Dongxing Shenzhou. Yi Xin and the Tiger King remained undeterred, relentlessly searching for the elusive fire cloud Qilin. Yet no matter how diligently they sought, it remained hidden. The existence of Western Wu had long served as a barrier. The powers of the Southwest restrained one another, none willing to allow another to grow too strong. In recent years, the Western territories had thrived, recently attempting to seize Western Wu and open a passage. However, they found themselves besieged and dared not engage in prolonged conflict with the Southern Chun and Central Wei reinforcements, hastily retreating to negotiate. After departing Chongqing Street, Lei Tingting was escorted by Madame Qian into a vehicle headed toward an unknown destination. In Madame Qian's words, they were taking Lei Tingting to report in. Regardless, having secured this promise, I now possessed an additional layer of protection for my life. Yuan Fudong cackled maniacally, suddenly embracing Dai Jiao and retreating toward the back hall. At last, the day had arrived. Becoming the bride of Zhao Zhengce brought relief to Deng Qiao. She understood that securing a man as exceptional as Zhao Zhengce entirely for herself was an impossibility. In the realm of immortals, the air was refreshing and abundant with spiritual energy. Soaring through the atmosphere was indeed a delightful experience. The sunlight filtered through the radiant clouds above, casting a comfortable warmth upon them, seemingly devoid of ultraviolet rays. Fool! Who would dare to voice objections while accompanying my wife? Besides, the company won't collapse without me. And isn't my father still around? Jing Liken grasped her meaning, aware of her concern, and felt as if he had consumed honey, his heart swelling with sweetness. Has he forgotten about us? A fashionably dressed young man ventured tentatively. Ouyang Peiyu observed her unwavering determination and, with no other choice, supported her toward the smiling intensive care unit. If only our room were connected to theirs, Zhang Xiaolong mused dreamily. The police officer observed Chang Ming'an, who was weeping unabashedly, and sighed. Zhou Fong was merely 20 years old, a time when youth brimmed with vigor. The referee, startled by Gung Haosher and his companions casually chatting, was taken aback anew by Yu Manman's whip crack. Initially, the referee intended to penalize them for their contempt of the game, but the sudden loud noise startled him into forgetting this thought, promptly blowing the whistle to signal the continuation of the match. I report to the Empress Dowager. The situation in Sichuan is dire. The Northern Yuan is aggressively assaulting Diaoyu City. The Imperial Guard bowed their heads, hands raised high. Volume 1. Chapter 201. Zhou Yi's martial soul evolves. The Starry Sky, Snake Emperor Tower. Cao Chang knocked on the door, and Zhou Yi opened it, instantly revealing a stunning sight. Zhou Yi's flawless figure, accentuated by her nightwear, appeared even more alluring, captivating in a manner that rendered her feet invisible. She swiftly pulled Cao Chang into the room and closed the door. Gazing at Cao Chang's handsome, composed face, she playfully blinked her eyes and asked, "Do I look good?" "Indeed," Cao Chang replied earnestly. Zhou Yi flashed a playful smile. "This is something I specifically bought for you. It's my first time wearing such attire. Do you like it?" Zhou Yi's beautiful eyes lowered, displaying a hint of shyness. She had come to regard Cao Chang as more precious than her own life, devoted to him. That older man must be wealthy. He looks so cool, another remarked, appearing infatuated, as if yearning to be pampered. Before long, all members of the Qin family's faction had entered the city, gathering with several key figures from the Qin family. As suspected, the white figure was indeed Bai Zhan, who had been drawn in simultaneously. He appeared gravely injured from a violent impact. Lu Ping returned from a stroll and coincidentally encountered a messenger sent by the leader of the Blue Tribe to summon him and Lan Ling. As they descended the mountain, they aimed to observe the formation of the officials and soldiers. Ultimately, the two conspired to finalize their next course of action. To ensure safety, they planned a birthday banquet for Song Aijia on the evening of the 6th, which was tomorrow. The intention was to intoxicate Lu Yue, while discreetly relocating Haizi and his companions, simultaneously disposing of all the troublesome individuals. While the expert physicians outside were engaged in their murmurs of discussion, Li Yu's keen hearing captured every word with clarity. Annoyed, Wang Xingxin dismissed the city dweller Zhao Meipa, allowing the guards of the Qin residence to escort him back home. Continuous explosions reverberated from that direction, akin to a relentless barrage from artillery. There's no signal inside. If we venture in and the intelligent brain has already set traps or sealed off the area, we might never escape. CaoQiang marked. Lin Bin, having succumbed to a bloodlust, wept as he gazed at the fallen Luo Yinhong, brandishing dual swords with a fervor that no one dared approach. Yet she understood that this was not the moment for banter. Her anxious gaze turned towards Gongwen, her beautiful eyes inadvertently revealing a hint of fear she was unaware of. Consequently, beneath Bai Lishi's Weibo, an eerie scene unfolded, with every popular comment receiving even more popular replies. Su Yiwei and Hao Xiangdong merely indulged in 2 cups of coffee and 2 portions of half-cooked steak, not costing Yu Chengkai much. Throughout their time, Su Yiwei and Hao Xiangdong exchanged only a few words. A cold smile involuntarily crossed her lips as Song Ji noticed her black robe unfurling, revealing the bones of her wrist beneath. The searing hot branding iron loomed before her, and Fian could feel its scorching temperature. A mere step forward would result in it searing her face. Aunt Su was uncertain how long she could stay with Su Bangxia, so she wished to make the most of every moment, additionally eager to learn about Su Hongxiang's recent developments, hoping Su Bangxia could provide detailed insights. At that moment, a Fu, accompanied by thousands of bats, launched a chaotic assault, his hands thrusting forward with great force, having already spun several large circles in midair. Bai Lishi suddenly recalled his earlier declaration that he would not charge any medical fees. A day's wage could scarcely amount to a single tael, and the villagers were perplexed by the village chief's unexpected generosity. Presently, Madame Shang found it inconvenient to visit, and Shi Fuwei speculated that Zhou Yiyang was likely in a state of panic. If the higher-ups did not oppose, although he could not be released, they could at least offer some comfort to prevent him from causing a disturbance. The Yaoling Zun master had previously been completely deceived, believing he had truly fallen victim to a soul-capturing spell. After all, he had tested it several times. Even with a weapon poised at the opponent's throat, they remained immobile, which was beyond the pretense of an ordinary person. Volume 1, Chapter 202. The Eye of Life Strikes, Victory for Jiugong Princess. Let's enter. Wang Yin suddenly turned to address the Shrek crowd in Xinghua Square. The members of Shrek Academy followed Wang Yin inside, with the students from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy trailing behind. Next came the teams from previous competitions, the Doling Battle Team. Perhaps due to the significance of the event today, the audience at Xinghua Square was unusually large, with people packed densely together. A glance revealed a sea of colorful heads. In stark contrast, the competition's rest area appeared desolate, as the vast majority of participating teams had faced elimination. Only 16 teams remained. In the rest area, each team possessed a unique identity. I fully comprehend it. Although it is somewhat profound and intricate, I believe it requires further digestion, Yang Lu remarked, feeling somewhat uneasy. The killing bear exhibited no dissatisfaction, resting his right hand on his head, his doll-like eyes emanating a faint, peculiar glow. Mu Yang gathered electricity in his palm through the electric grasp, delivering a punch that rendered Mr. K unconscious. Wang Huayuan, a graduate from the previous session who remained at the school, was known for his dedication to work. In other words, he relished earning recognition. However, this recognition evidently failed to entice Nangong Su, who continued to regard her with eyes as frigid as ice, his expression devoid of warmth. Clearly concerned, he remained trapped in his own world, reluctant to take that crucial step. The students, fixated on the pool's activity, were startled by the sudden appearance of a massive water python. Initially, they were taken aback as Su Daoxing's conjured water python was rather colossal. West felt a chill permeate his shirt and reach his abdomen, startling him. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that unbeknownst to him, Nangong Su had pressed a dining knife against his stomach. Kong Yu's finger flicked, effortlessly neutralizing Su Daoxing's mountain-shaking force, though her body was continuously pushed back towards the edge of the arena. After returning to the shore and glancing back, they noticed that the previously drained section of the river had miraculously refilled, and the chained golden turtle had returned to the riverbed. The boss's treasured jewel had, for the first time, employed this vehicle to fetch a boy of similar age, and although he was not one to gossip, he felt a twinge of curiosity. However, this was within his expectations. After all, at over 40 years of age, it was not surprising that someone would attempt to seize the possessions of teenagers in their teens and 20s without a hint of shame. Not only Guan Mingyu, but everyone shook their heads. They were not incapable of intervening. Rather, they chose not to. Altair, the longest-serving student under Douglas, felt compelled to consider Douglas's feelings as he opted for self-destruction. As for the secret in his mind, he chose to disregard it. Meanwhile, Chisin City was renowned as one of the key fortresses of the formidable Blackfire Hall, a significant bastion guarding Blackfire City. Shadows descended, and a strand of Yin Ryu's hair floated down, while CaoQiang's yellow garment tore slightly, and Lu Yi's face flushed crimson. Ji Haoyue was no less exhausted, panting heavily as well. Now, Birxing's task was to wait for all family members to gather before discussing the details with the old steward. Ultimately, the two were in agreement that sending someone to Mumbai to lay the groundwork was of utmost importance. Their clientele comprised large corporations and factories, rendering traditional advertising and promotional methods ineffective. Teacher Hua chuckled wryly, but refrained from answering Li Jia's inquiry. Clearly, this might involve secrets not intended for Li Jia and others to know. This shop bore little distinction from others, with a canopy at the entrance displaying some crafted weapons and armor, along with tools for blacksmithing. You mentioned that the puppets encountered later would be stronger, which is to be expected. However, why do they cease to appear as we proceed? The strength and complexity of the opponents were formidable, yet their numbers made it impossible for them to intercept all. Volume 1, Chapter 203, A Triumph for the Ages, a Fortuitous Start. In the rest area of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, a figure clad in black stood quietly before the window, his gaze penetrating as he observed the competition grounds in Xingluo Square. His silhouette appeared particularly enigmatic in the dimly lit box, as if merging with the surrounding darkness. My lord, the individuals from Shrek Academy are indeed remarkable. A deep voice resonated behind the figure in black, belonging to Meng Hongshun. The figure clad in a black robe did not turn around but spoke calmly. Indeed, they are formidable, yet our strategy shall not waver in light of their strength. In this match, both you and your brother must compete. Even in defeat, we must ensure that all bear witness to your prowess. Feng Yu eagerly anticipated her performance, and others were no exception. Their gazes fixated on Gu Shijin, adorned in theatrical attire. Their expressions varied. It resembled a challenge in a game where a character at level 1 dares to confront a level 10 dungeon. Such a vast disparity could lead to catastrophic failure with the slightest misstep. The affection felt was genuine. Every word spoken was sincere, and the emotions were authentic. Gu Manman understood that this sufficed. Jiang Jingqing would surely recognize her feelings and would no longer regard them as mere jest. Upon hearing Chun Qian inquire about him, Chen, the receptionist's demeanor shifted instantly, her face betraying wariness as she regarded Chun Qian as though ready to summon security at the slightest provocation. During this time, Han Xian, having discerned Uncle Zhou's intentions, was acutely aware that intervening was inappropriate, yet he felt powerless to act, thus temporarily relinquishing control over Xiang Zhuang's tactics, while anxiously deliberating on a strategy to counter Uncle Zhou's clumsy maneuvers. The serpentine beast seemed less a guardian of the spiritual flora and more a captive within it, likely drawn by the allure of the plants. Someone wielding a secret treasure was spying on them, indicating a considerable background. Otherwise, such a powerful artifact could not disrupt the sage's perception. Although there were no outsiders present, it was somewhat unbecoming to be sprawled on the ground. He was a person who valued his image greatly. Beneath the city of Qima, reflecting on the years since leaving Tongdu, Gan Qingxi recalled the night of his departure, escorted by Jin Shun, yet they were no longer the same as in those days. Zhang Ying had an inkling that after absorbing so much Dao rhythm, he was on the brink of transforming his Dao Dan into a true golden elixir, merely awaiting the right opportunity. Swallowing the words he wished to express, he adhered to the demeanor expected of a competent ZMM member, saluting in the direction of AI Zhenlin. It was undoubtedly not a matter of delay. During the last special mission received in the Beast Fighting Arena's prison, uttering an incorrect word had elicited an immediate system notification. Yet now that the words had escaped his lips, retracting them would be unfeasible, especially since he had already committed to the second elder. The person in the back seat curled up, seemingly trembling. Her white dress, soaked by the rain, clung to her form, marred by a few stains, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. However, from the faint outline discernible, her figure was quite alluring. Shun Xiaoming emphasized the term official road, as it symbolized safety. Thus, ordinary bandits would not dare to take such risks. When the door swung open, the man approached the table before her, shaking off the ash from a cigarette, skillfully obscuring the gaze of those seeking to pry. Just then, as the window of the Maybach descended, Suyu caught sight of a familiar face within. One she had encountered only once, and under rather awkward circumstances. She bore a resemblance to Kimura, though her features were not of an African descent. Yet her beauty was undeniable. They stumbled in a fluster before Zhu Yang, who graciously assisted both of them. Wu Yong entered the room, casting his gaze upon one of the jars, which contained the lively child who had once been before him. Yet now, that child was bereft of eyes, reduced to a mere human stick confined within the jar, appearing on the brink of death. Volume 1, Chapter 204, Overcoming Inner Demons, Anxiety, and Fear are not dreadful. As the competition concluded, the Emperor of the Xingluo Empire personally presented the awards. Aside from receiving 10 million gold soul coins, Shrek Academy was also bestowed with 4 soul bones. In addition to the 3 allocated for the champions, there was an extra ice blue scorpion left arm bone. After resting in Xingluo City for a day, the Shrek team prepared to return to Shrek Academy, but on their way back, the evil fire within Ma Xiaotao erupted uncontrollably. Recalling the expressions of Xiao Hongxun and Meng Hongxun after their defeat on the day of the competition, CaoQiang suddenly understood something. He hurriedly checked the physical conditions of the other team members, discovering that everyone who had participated alongside him in the Shrek team was afflicted. This left a certain wolf feeling quite vexed. Originally, he had intended to accompany the 2 girls individually to explore the new abode, which would have allowed for more intimate interactions, but with both of them together, he found himself without the opportunity. That evening, Lin Xingxian was meditating on his bed when a sudden impulse led him to gently open his storage bag, retrieving an object, the land plaque housing the soul of Lan Cai. If anyone dared to cause trouble during the opening of the sea, troops would be dispatched to quell them. How could one instigate war so brazenly? Bai thought to himself, wishing for the Spaniards to stir up trouble, as this would provide a pretext to eradicate them in Europe. This was not unexpected. What surprised Yixia and Mosvar was that the stone spears were halted before Phoenix by a wall of flames, which soon engulfed hundreds of stone spears, reducing them to ashes. However, just days prior, she had received news. A disciple returning from the Grand Formation reported that Li Haizi had established a foundation within the formation in just 1 year, achieving success, evidenced by the manifestation of unusual phenomena. Tang Mengfei understood that once Hu Guoqiyuan's temper flared, he would not heed her words, leaving her no choice but to seek assistance from Lin Dong, glancing in his direction. I will try to be gentle, lest I tear you to shreds," Jack proclaimed, letting out a roar akin to that of a savage bull as he charged towards Yi Ziming. The muscles on Xiao Jian's face twitched. Was this truly the pinnacle of human physicality? It was astonishing. He had long been aware of Mosfer's prowess, yet it consistently delivered shock beyond imagination. To abduct Morong Qingyan, it had to be done swiftly. With this thought, the man in black gradually vanished, only to reappear behind Morong Qingyan, seizing her shoulder and transforming them both into a streak of light soaring into the sky. Laughter rang out in the courtyard as Lu Jinxi's playful antics caused Wang San to tumble from the wall, struck in the eye by Lu Jinxi's toy airgun. Why let everyone know that Shui had affections for him, only to be cast aside later? Such a revelation would render Shui's future encounters with them quite awkward. It was merely a means to preserve the last remnants of dignity for Shui. However, he lacked the means to support so many wives. As a second-rate elite, he existed in the lower echelons of society. Engaging in certain actions without clarifying matters could lead to perilous consequences, as they lacked the capacity for balance. At the very least, everyone would be aware of their objectives. Success was not guaranteed, but there would be ideas, and each individual would be assured of their contributions. Under the watchful eyes of numerous guests, Lai Fei suddenly began to move, his garments fluttering as he stepped gracefully toward Xian'er. Yu understood what Lin Chaofeng sought to learn, yet her response was decidedly resolute. After traversing a patch of uneven terrain, several wooden open-air toilets stood atop a hill. This iconic structure marked the destination of Gong Maoyang and his companions, the mine. Impossible. If I could concoct the Piao Dan, I would have long since prospered. Rather than being here, Yu promptly denied the claim, shifting the focus back onto himself. However, the scattered cultivators are now cornered by the sex, with no retreat available. When a rabbit is cornered, it will bite back, and though they are no match for their opponents, they grit their teeth and endure. In the Royal Soul Mentor Academy of Ryu, the towering Mingda Hall stands proudly. This hall is spacious and bright, adorned in a unique style, primarily featuring a light golden hue that exudes a metallic quality rather than opulence. Above the entrance of the hall hangs a plaque, with the words Ming to Hall in dark gold characters, imposing and solemn, evoking a sense of reverence. At this moment, seated in the center of the hall is a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, stout yet commanding. Before him, a person is prostrated on the ground, trembling as if they have committed a grave mistake. He is the leading instructor of the Royal Soul Mentor Academy, and the stout middle-aged man is none other than the renowned figure. While the secular world may seldom witness the presence of cultivators, many have indeed come to the CaoQiang sect's trading event. With Lei Ting, Douluo Te, and Wei Xiao present, they only hold the third pick. Why would they need to act independently? They do not possess a second-round pick this year, but they do have a commendable 25th pick. In truth, this is merely a slight application of the externalization of the armed color. The captains are not far from Louis, remaining within his release range. Louis is someone who constantly seeks to hone and elevate himself. I pondered. This statement is still aimed at the entirety of the Taoist methods. I initially intended to flatly refuse and take action. However, seeing Luo Qizheng's expression, it seemed he had more to say, so I refrained from interrupting and continued to listen. I had just settled my thoughts, as there was nothing pressing here. Fang Qian paused, glancing around. Although she is an intern, she dares to instruct us formal teachers, directing one person after another. Money? Where would the money come from? I was taken aback. Feeling around the bedding at the end of the Kong, and indeed found my few stacks of talismans. I examined them closely and confirmed they were talismans, not money. Puzzled, I pulled on my clothes and tidied myself up. If possible, the goal of the Sun Wang is the city, but for now, he must remain here to await the appearance of Di and Michi. Wasi Lan was furious, but with her hands and feet bound, she was rendered helpless, ultimately closing her eyes in despair. A group of guards had already arrived in Seoul the previous day, completing the initial preparations ahead of time. Nie Qing's teasing words left all listeners dumbfounded, and Xie Bai Wei's face turned beet red with anger. Chao Yu and Dai Dai are among the most outstanding members of the Yinlong team in terms of shooting, although there are specialized snipers within Yinlong. The two can assume that role at any time. Lu Changhe realized that if elected by vote, his son Pang Hu had little chance of becoming village chief. And to make Pang Hu the chief, there was only one path to take. Dai and Lu did not understand, but with the knife in hand, he felt no fear or tension. Instead, he felt that the knife was a part of himself. Gradually, Park Zilong by Ma Jun, Jin Shuijun, and Zai Shu all ascended the stage, with the loudest cheers coming from the audience when Bai Ma Jun took the stage, a reaction the TLs were accustomed to. Boom! 9 tails relentlessly struck against the energy shield above her head, causing the entire space to tremble. The 14 Golden Dan cultivators exerted even more effort, their flying swords ruthlessly aimed at her tails. Lin Yu approached Lei Jia, producing several silver needles and piercing them into his forehead and chin. Meng Xiu continued to walk with a less vigorous pace, step by step approaching Zhang Xiaozhu, glancing back at the car and then at the large hammer in Zhang Xiaozhu's hand. After Bai Ma Jun finished singing, the filming scene, which had initially felt like a music program, abruptly returned to reality. However, what the official army did not know was that once they crossed a Wang Zhuang heading south, the disguise of the Wang Zhuang was swiftly lifted. A large number of soldiers began to gather, ready to burst out and cut off the retreat. Chen Wu, Mo Guahao, and Sun Tian arrived together at the earthen enclosure of Da Wang Zhuang, gazing at the retreating official army. Chapter 206. Xian Lin Air's midnight visit. Upon hearing Yan Xiaozhi's voice, Xian Lin Air's face revealed a rare smile. Although she did not travel to Xing Luo Cheng, she had heard much about Chao Chang and was filled with anticipation for his return. Finally, he has returned. Gazing at the towering Shrek Academy, Wang Dong Air could not help but exclaim. Accompanying her remark, figures gracefully descended. The first to catch the eye was the stunning Zhou Yi, followed by the amiable Wang Yan. Chao Chang, Wang Dong Air, and the student team from Shrek all landed in succession. The disheveled Xian Lao, concerned for everyone's safety, was the last to touch the ground. At that moment, the scene fell into a profound silence, with everyone holding their breath, and Ron, witnessing the might of Patriarch Philip for the first time, was momentarily taken aback. This price is somewhat exaggerated. To be honest, red wine is hardly popular in China at present, and the foodies have not swept through the red wine market. Even though the 1953 law fight is quite valuable, it is not rare in the market. If one were to spend money to buy it and search diligently, it would be enough to purchase over 10 bottles. Zhang Tianyang made no resistance, not even a slight motion, as he was swept away by the tempest. In reality, it stemmed from trust in Nanheng Long and was dulled by the previous calm. Thus, on that day, when he suddenly received a call from Lu Kai, Jing Jian was taken aback. So, did his sudden control by Hai Zhu relate to this matter, attracting away Bing Yi? Why would Bing Yi choose him instead of Xiao Xianzi? As he thought about it, Bei Xiao unexpectedly felt a sense of pride, nearly bursting into laughter. However, Gu Jia broke her vow due to a single statement from her mother. Her mother's status in Gu Jia as hard. Is that significant? Lin Xin, being his homeroom teacher, is one thing. But just the call she made to the principal at the beginning of the school year means the school leaders dared not treat Chen Feng lightly. Time flies, and half a day has passed. The 5 abysses surrounding Yang Tian are shaking violently, indicating that something is about to emerge. The environment around has been dark for a long time, and finally, at the last moment, I felt the light. At the same time, I sensed the light. A chilling, killing intent surged from afar. The meeting took place the following evening. Without the Audi, old Jiang arrived at our agreed location, driving a dilapidated Fiat. This fellow still donned a suit, appearing weary, yet ever the picture of a diligent working-class individual. Lu Hailan felt somewhat awkward. She could not believe her son was infertile. While appearing calm, when it was time to sleep, she began whispering with Su Yanghua, amidst old grievances and new animosities. This League Cup semi-final required no mobilization from George or Wenger. Both teams' players were already eager to teach their opponents a lesson on the field. Can it truly be profitable? Is the profit margin high? What model does Sweden operate under? Is it possible to recover all principal and profits in the future? In such a backward place as Beishao, employing a few 21st century American techniques would suffice. Even the Italian team, renowned for their defensive prowess during the Euro 2000, succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the Dutch for a full 120 minutes, conceding 2 penalties and numerous shooting opportunities. How then could the current Tottenham team, whose defensive skills and awareness are decidedly inferior to that legendary Italian squad, withstand such pressure? After leaving the traditional Chinese medicine shop, Li Shiyu sought out renowned masters to exchange insights on cultivation. While cultivators do engage in discussions, such interactions typically occur among those who are well acquainted. Don't mind me. I must save him. A Chong, young and vigorous, was certainly beyond the grasp of an elderly man. Therefore, for Giggs and Scholes, who yearned to conclude their playing careers at Manchester United, they would never recklessly disclose their intentions without a guarantee of their own safety. Nonetheless, despite Arsenal's uninvited presence inciting discontent and hostility from the Tottenham club and its fans, the animosity between the two clubs can be traced back to the aftermath of World War I in 1919. Volume 1, Chapter 207, Becoming Lovers with the Orange. Opening a new world. The girl's hair cascaded like a waterfall, her age reminiscent of blooming peach and plum blossoms, her eyes sparkling with a hazy, ethereal light. Her skin was as flawless as snow, delicately sculpted, seemingly capable of yielding pure spring water with a gentle squeeze. The same school uniform fit her, as if tailor-made, accentuating her graceful figure. Perhaps she did not possess the breathtaking beauty of Jiang Nanan, yet the natural charm exuded in her languid demeanor was enough to stir one's heart and cause lingering gazes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am an exchange student from the Ryu Royal Soul Manor Academy, known as Juzi. The name Juzi itself carries a hint of sweet fragrance, evoking an irresistible allure. Lin Feng raised the divine punishment sword high, and amidst the shimmering light, an immense surge of elemental energy emanated forth. Characteristic of the Mo Jianming Gui technique's initial stance. Boom! With a resounding crash, Lin Feng brought his sword down, unleashing a blood-red blade of elemental energy that sliced through the air like a massive crimson crescent. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Your Highness, auspiciousness." He nodded towards Ku Yinyu, Zhong Binhua, Han Binyong, Wei Chao, and Wei Jinzong, then proceeded with the group of eunuchs, escorting the crown prince, Zhu Youjiao, towards the grand hall. Upon entering the city with the main contingent, everyone retired to their respective beds to rest. Su Heng, the esteemed elder, had declared a ceasefire, procuring a hospital certificate to take a month's sick leave, thus avoiding the daily confrontation with the unpleasant visage of the old crone. A fleeting silver light flashed by, akin to the sudden descent of the sun, only to vanish in an instant, allowing all within the sacred domain to witness the change clearly. "You, girl, who is the guardian you speak of? Don't tell me it's that mad uncle. That's just a story your sister concocted." Chen Qingqiang poked Chen Qingqiao on the forehead, demanding an answer. Noticing Chun Ching Sao's eyes darting about, she promptly tapped the back of her head. The ability to wield weapons on the field and assist with cooking at home makes one remarkably versatile. However, I must inquire further. Does Chi Dada possess any other talents to showcase? The host, feigning ignorance, asked Pale Yang. It appears that while the techniques here are formidable, they overly rely on them, lacking in personal potential. Upon hearing Zhao Yang's remarks, Xing Ju grasped the situation. Otherwise, he would have assumed that the Nangong family had specially dispatched disciples for this grand event. Zhang Yuan chuckled and said, "Third brother, you were the one who insisted on seeing my mask first. I lost, and will only gift you this blue cloth I mask, nothing more. If third brother refuses to duel, then please make way, as I must return." He well understood Zhang Yi's temperament. Much like fishing, steady and unafraid of Zhang Yi's refusal to bite. Encountering the crown prince weeping outside the grand hall, he did not alter his expression, passing by without a ripple of emotion. After the group was divided for training, everyone trained diligently throughout the day. By evening, Su Xinyao stepped outside, only to find members of her company waiting outside. It felt as though he had experienced a long dream, wherein Luo Si approached him through a muddy path. A cat had infiltrated the grand hall, prompting the guards to rush in and drive it away, while Yu Yang seized the opportunity to slip inside. Overhearing a live broadcast featuring Liang Yingjun's voice, Daoist Hai Sheng, visibly irritated, muttered a complaint and exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Yang. In unison, they drew their thunder control sword and blood-sealing sword, striking down forcefully. Hu Yun, possessing a fiery temperament, raised his hand without inquiry, prompting 4 henchmen to draw hidden steel pipes and rush towards Yu Yang. Ji Liang emerged from the bathroom, drying his damp hair. Clad in a white top and light-colored bottoms, his soft-toned casual attire rendered him even more handsome, significantly diminishing the dark aura surrounding him. The jade hairpin twisted into an elegant style was adorned with flowing ribbons and pearl strands, as if she might ascend to immortality at any moment. Qian Xin, the treasurer of a special department, typically oversaw financial matters, always smiling and advocating for amicable dealings. Yet, everyone knew he was a quintessential hothead from the Northeast. Volume 1, Chapter 208, The Orange Divine Crossbow That Astonished Level 8 Soul Mentors. Over the course of a year, although CaoQiang enjoyed a sweet relationship with Juzi, he never neglected his own cultivation. He continually engaged in discussions and exchanges with Zhou Yi, Tanya, Zhou Shihan, Jiang Nannan, and Ma Xiaotao. As a result, her realm has now ascended to level 40, and a Myriad Realms map has opened nearly 100 regions. The treasures and resources acquired are countless. Coupled with the time spent discussing and researching with Juzi, along with consuming 3 kilograms of oranges from the Orange Realm daily, his innate talent for soul-guiding devices has reached extraordinary heights. He ingeniously combined the Tangmin concealed weapon Zhuge divine crossbow with soul-guiding devices, creating a powerful new type of soul-guiding device that does not require soul power to operate, making it suitable for ordinary people. Upon hearing Yin Chi's comment, the crowd expressed disappointment, quickly redirecting their attention back to the 2 combatants in the arena. It seemed as if his injuries had miraculously healed, and even his rapid breathing had significantly calmed. Fortunately, he had previously received 300,000 from Ding Zi, investing in some bank financial products, leaving him with around 100,000 in liquid assets. As she witnessed the flames suddenly erupting in Li Xian's hand, the roaring fire engulfed him. Moments later, Guan Xinlian saw the flames extinguish, revealing only a small amount of powder in Li Xian's palm. Qin Shin remained unconvinced, yet the heads of various martial arts families present gazed at him in curious astonishment. The author wishes to convey Zhuozhua as the spring moon willow and Sususu as the wind beneath the pines, both derive from the Shishua sinew. Observing the object, Sang Ruo rubbed the deep blue swamp ring on her finger, realizing she had previously believed there was no danger and failed to charge it in time. Consequently, she could not perform a complete deep blue swamp spell. Perhaps the storyline I initially chose was not the one embraced by the masses. Ling Yifan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Despite being only 20, his martial prowess had already reached the inner strength realm. A feat not solely attributable to the support of the Ling family, but also his own exceptional talent. Sang Ruo glanced down at the hand that had grabbed her, asking, "What is your connection to Senior?" Last night had indeed been perilous for him. In this dream city, who did not know that Fang Qigong was a greedy lecher? Han Yunfeng never entertained clients in bed, which only served to provoke such individuals. Naturally taking advantage of the absence of the brothel owner in Dream City to indulge in debauchery. Once again, the act of killing the chicken to warn the monkey yielded nearly no effect. The majority of the commanders of the garrison forces, arriving from various regions, were as reckless as Su Hongxian. They mounted their steeds, raised their weapons, and led their troops once more into an assault against the fortified camp held by Guan Yu and Su Huang, displaying an utter disregard for their own safety. The divine sword swept through, shattering the very fabric of space, revealing a kaleidoscopic void as fragments of reality unraveled before the world. As Shui Wu and Ni Chong glided past, the ruptured void froze instantaneously, the terrifying force of the rift coming to an abrupt halt. Lei Tian extended his right arm, grasping Lian, applying slight pressure. Lian winced in pain, her face contorting with anguish as she instinctively crouched down. The blood-winged bat, once soaring in the air, suddenly trembled violently, erupting in a spray of crimson from its abdomen. After letting out a pitiful shriek, the creature succumbed to its injuries, spiraling helplessly toward the ground. 5 minutes later, Lao Qian extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. As the head of the household, he knew he must make a decisive call. He suppressed his mounting anger and declared, "What in the world is happening? You need to clarify this to me now." One by one, the rock monsters launched themselves from the ground, colliding with the fire bell dome activated by Yi Chuan, only to be rebuffed back along their original path. "Is it not you? What is going on?" Gowdy shouted into the phone in a fit of rage. According to regulations, university students were required to reside on campus for the first year, with the possibility of renting off campus in their second year. However, Hua Yubing and Chu Mingyao were fixated on the tank in their villa and were adamant about not living on campus. "Let us settle this one-on-one." Yi Chuan turned to face the earth-veined giant, now reduced to a mere arm, determination glinting in his eyes. This sentiment found resonance among all present. Yet, as Song Fei listened to their scheming against Han Jun, she felt an indescribable sense of helplessness, fully excluded from the discourse. In Volume 1, Chapter 209, titled Orange, "I only care about your feelings," the vibrant laughter of Xiao Hongchun echoed through the air. By her side stood a towering youth, a veritable giant. Standing over 2 meters tall, his physique was robust, rivaling that of He Kai Tu, who had accompanied him. His skin was a deep hue, embodying the noble prestige of the Sun and Moon Empire. His short, thick brown hair framed a face that sparkled with a keen light. Clad in a uniform, it seemed as though his muscles were stretched to their limits, poised to unleash boundless strength at any moment. Beside him stood a delicate young woman, her figure slender like willow, her beauty perhaps not overwhelming but possessing a unique charm. She stood at approximately 1.60 meters, her eyes sharp and fierce, reminiscent of a young tigress brimming with vitality. Upon hearing his mother's words, Wu Hua felt as though a knife had pierced his heart. Despite possessing substantial wealth, he had never shared it with them, fearing their overthinking. With school closed the following day, everyone indulged in a night of revelry, breaking their usual custom of tea for alcohol, ordering 24 beers at Tai Bai Lu. The throbbing heart ached painfully at the sight of the thick stack of advertisements in his hands, as though it were gripped by an unseen force. Captain Tao pondered, what danger could arise from the Tang family inviting us so openly? Meanwhile, Chen Tian and Director Bai exchanged awkward glances, clearly aware that Zhou Homing's demeanor was directed at Wu Hua. It was time to determine how to conclude this situation. "Do you truly not understand why?" Wu Mei halted, gazing into Zhang Sanfeng's face as she spoke. Tian Boiguan hastily withdrew, but in his self-absorption he did not anticipate that Ling Hu Chang's punch would land squarely on his nose, delivering a bone-deep pain that caused him to lose consciousness once more. The gathered cultivators inhaled sharply, realizing the gravity of the situation. Many turned pale, while only a few array masters displayed expressions of delight. At that moment, she, gravely injured, understood that even if she emerged, it would be a perilous path. Therefore, she resolved to remain behind, contemplating that perhaps the most dangerous place was, in fact, the safest haven. After reconciling, Jiehua had prepared herself for CaoQiang to utter those words. Sitting beside her, CaoQiang's expression remained unchanged, as though discussing a mundane matter. Observing Ross and Mike's lack of confidence, Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle, confidently proclaiming her own assurance. Just after Su Yi finished her message, the head of the Enchanter's area, Master Enchanter Randall, promptly replied. The thunderous sound of cannon fire left the inexperienced malicious soldiers in stunned silence. They paused their tasks and abandoned the wooden stakes they were erecting, mouths agape at the spectacular scene before them. Meanwhile, the translator approached Lieutenant Colonel Sato, the aide to San Pu, and exchanged a knowing glance. This translator was a disciple of Yuan, tasked with eliminating the nearby aide. Desperately aware of the necessity of gaining the support of the lower class to seize control of the empire, Lelouch understood that the best way to achieve this was through monetary or material investment. Qi Yufeng laughed heartily, exclaiming with excitement as the dark purple aura coalesced around his fists. Yet, despite his relaxation, Li Chuyi remained cautious, not removing his human mask. The fear of being recognized by someone who stumbled upon his true identity was a risk he could not afford. The avaricious individuals present wore expressions of concern, apprehensive about a potential confrontation between Zhao Yishan and the violent foe. Zhao Yishan shook his heavy forehead, choosing not to pursue the fleeing Niu Yao. Instead, he unleashed his bloodthirst, sending brilliant blades of light hurtling toward the fallen chicken, duck, dog, sheep demons, and the rolling rabbit demon. After slaying the black-clad warrior, Long Chun swiftly readied a piercing arrow aimed at the leader. In Volume 1, Chapter 210, titled Cannot Be Taken Away, Xiao Hongchun and Meng Hongchun informed Xianziwen of a near-fatal incident involving Zimu. Adjusting his golden glasses and stroking his stubble, Xianziwen pondered aloud. Why'd he not use the orange god crossbow against you? The group exchanged puzzled glances, failing to comprehend his words. Xianziwen continued, since all is well, refrain from provoking him in the future. CaoQiang is the leader of this exchange program, although he is only level 40. I have observed that his strength rivals that of an ordinary soul emperor. Engaging him in close combat is tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, his talent in soul-guided devices far surpasses that of our Sun and Moon Empire. Brother, are you planning to extend your influence over the entire underworld? Long Yi exclaimed with great excitement. Hu Guishan faced a dilemma, as the Japanese forces outnumbered them 2-1. His preparations for armored units for He Guoxing were already meticulously calculated, with He Guoxing showing no intent to cross the river and attack. He had no choice but to deploy the armored units. Li Zian, accompanied by the remaining soldiers, found themselves entrenched in a final desperate battle atop the mountain. Meanwhile, at the base of the mountain, Colonel Matsuma Zongyo watched the fierce clash between the two armies through binoculars. Lights, those individuals may return seeking vengeance. Would you care to join us for practice? Nanxiang Qingfeng inquired softly. So tell me, what level have you reached? Calder sensed the source energy controlled by AI air and smiled mysteriously. The demon god Han Wolf is but a step away from the divine pulse, comparable to the chaos trio. At this moment, the crowd gathered by the Han Dun, who seemed to comprehend why Han Lang was revered as the foremost genius of the Shan Imo continent. Do you truly believe you can meet the Emperor at your whim? The more seasoned members of the Imperial Guard spoke of the Emperor with faces full of reverence. After its evolution, the Gui Jiao's aura surged a millionfold, while the Jiao Shao Shenlong, due to the dispersal of its avatar, sustained severe injuries. Presently, with a bruised visage, I wish to avoid any encounters and asked Song Sisi if she could come over to discuss matters or if we could converse over the phone. Song Sisi informed me that she was unable to, being preoccupied with numerous responsibilities today. A vast open area was left behind as various sects prepared to contend fiercely for the title of Wulin Mengzhu. In the West, during the semifinals, the Rockets effortlessly triumphed over the Spurs with a total score of 41, advancing to the Western Conference Finals, while the Grizzlies and Suns battled to a decisive Game 7. In that seventh match, Shaquille O'Neal was relentlessly outpaced by the Suns, leading to a shocking upset as the Suns prevailed and advanced to the Western Conference Finals. The Grand Elder was once again infuriated. However, this time he wisely refrained from engaging with Yilan, having already witnessed her ability to infuriate others. All right, let us disperse. Director Wang waved his hand, exiting with a disgruntled expression. In a previous life, the mobile company had awkwardly developed a TDS-CDMA system for the third-generation standard. Not only did they fail to circumvent the patent barriers, but they also squandered enormous resources, ultimately leading to its complete obsolescence within a few years. He had never anticipated that the same news reaching the domestic front could generate such explosive reactions. Upon entering the elevator, he headed straight for the Baoku Mankey magazine, located in the same building. The murderous intent that had surrounded him moments ago dissipated instantly, as Chun Taizhan remarked casually behind him. Comparisons inevitably lead to discomfort. In this context, Lefulin's cautious demeanor appeared somewhat inadequate. Of course, it was not merely a simple matter of reallocating the Longquan elite forces. The Tang Empire had mobilized elite troops from its 1st to 12th armies, totaling 150,000 men to bolster the northeastern region of the empire. Yet the dilemma remained. Xiao Hai hesitated, pondering whether it was necessary to recruit a superstar for the Rockets, as his career with them was nearing its conclusion. In the first volume, Chapter 211, Slaying the Millennia Silver Wolf King, Zhuzi whispered something to CaoQiang. CaoQiang nodded slightly. Observing the awkward expressions of Hui Yuhao and Kai Tu, CaoQiang realized they must be financially constrained. From Zhuzi's account, he understood that transporting the soul guidance device from the experimental zone would necessitate the submission of certain material fees. Typically, the material cost for a 5th-level soul guidance device amounted to around 50,000 gold soul coins. What is the material fee? CaoQiang inquired, locking eyes with Yi Jinghong. Intentionally complicating matters, Yi Jinghong replied, 100,000 gold soul coins. CaoQiang was taken aback, while Hui Yuhao and Kai Tu expressed their outrage. Even Zhuzi exhibited discontent. The pilots aboard the Douluo war machine were also in a quandary. They desired to escape, yet had no idea where to flee. The terrain was utterly desolate, devoid of any airports, just an expanse of rugged land. I focused intently on the 10 headless knights charging toward me, an unsettling sensation gripping my heart. Sit down. I have matters to discuss with you. After a comforting smile, Sun Shangyun motioned for Sun Weidong to take a seat. Upon hearing Dong Fengling's words, a member of the Supercar Club turned pale, mouth agape, instinctively wanting to retort, but at a loss for words. Xiao Yu found himself seated cross-legged, his hands weaving, conjuring a yin-yang taiji to heal his wounds while contemplating his path. Shen Ningjia's mind reverberated with a familiar sound, causing his struggling movements to subconsciously ease. Luo Ping possessed the Qian Kun Wan Wu Ding and could utilize the powers within to comprehend the methods of ascending to the Zhao Hua realm at any time. Kong Haoqian had awakened the memories of Confucius, the reincarnated sage, making the understanding of life's principles no arduous task. Silly girl, why do you apologize to your father? Never forget that you will always be daddy's treasure, Yi Dongxing said with a smile. It is time, if not now, when? An ancient elder from the Xuangu sect spoke, as younger elders nodded in agreement behind him. Conversely, when chaos or collapse occurs in space, the strength of spatial storms is immensely powerful. During such times, one can utilize spatial convergence to redirect the violent spatial currents to safety, compared to the inability to breach the Huaidong army's blockade. Zhou Fan was more concerned that Yi Ji and Luo Rong might abandon them, regarding the Yutong Jade that had yet to reach her, and the words Tang Ming had spoken to her, along with his attitude. A wave of jealousy and anger surged within her. Dozens of level 2 zombies were reduced to mere scraps of flesh within 2 minutes by the experimenters. However, the energy crystallization's mutations had not yet receded, and the experimenters wildly swung their machine guns, resembling madmen. Such scenarios could typically only be witnessed in films or television, which drove them to madness. Logically, Yan Jigui's authoritative tone should not be something Duanmu Ci could accept, considering both age and status. Duanmu Ci would never allow anyone to speak to him in such a manner. Even a gentleman with a broad mind does not remain unaffected. I haven't done anything, Qin Sheng said innocently while looking at Gu Ming, even rubbing his head against her shoulder. You all tidy up the private room first. Call me when it's ready. I'll come back later. Gu Ming noticed some patrons in the tea house had already begun to pay attention to the commotion, prompting her to decide to take air Sanaway first. The appraisal of a common item outside costs only a few hundred yuan, as long as it could placate her son. Spending a few thousand was no burden for her family. Why didn't you get to me earlier? Zhou Jiahao grumbled, drawing the Longquan sword and elegantly performing a flourish, moments later snapping the 4 large pillars supporting the roof. The two had already retreated far away, watching as the 2 ghostly-faced Azuras were buried beneath the rubble. In the first volume, Chapter 212, Cuckoo expresses her intentions. The multiverse power map is unveiled. The 4th soul skill, Mental Confusion. Hui Yuhao felt a mix of amusement and exasperation at his newly acquired soul skill. The mental confusion effect could only be applied to one target at a time. Should the target's mental strength not exceed 1/3 of Hui Yuhao's, they would fall into a state of mental chaos, mindlessly attacking everything around them. If it exceeded 1/3, burning mental strength would be required. with the cost potentially leading to dizziness. Observing Hua Yuhao's expression, akin to having swallowed a fly, CaoQiang recognized his dissatisfaction with the soul skill and offered consolation. Yuhao, every coin has two sides. Don't be too disheartened. You're already married? You look quite youthful, the aunt said awkwardly, chuckling nervously as she walked away. Long Yu and her companions had become accustomed to such conversations. Yet the Ning family found it somewhat challenging to adapt, particularly Ning Shuangshi, who suddenly felt a pang of jealousy and anger. The banquet tables were not numerous. A fortunate number, 18, with attendees of notable status, either esteemed guests or close relatives of the Mu family. Disregarding the customary etiquette surrounding marriage, the crowd could only think of one phrase to describe her gait: bold and decisive. No, that's not quite right. Suddenly recalling the fireworks, she thought it better to adorn the night rather than let them go to waste. Yes, it must be so. Holding her phone, she sat on the chair, chuckling foolishly for a moment before finding Mu Yichen's number and sending him a text. What should I do? I'm falling more and more in love with you. It was the voice of Songming. In her heart, Nan Shuyu felt a surge of joy. She had finally located them, and they should be safe now, which put her at ease. The Great Sun Buddha Sutra continued to circulate, healing the injuries sustained, yet shortly after entering a state of recovery, a distant, intermittent melody of a guqin suddenly resonated. Ahem, it was now Yuan Qingfeng's turn to cough. He had not anticipated that the first news of his parents would come under such circumstances, leaving him with an inexplicable anxiety. He longed to inquire about their well-being, but ultimately decided against it. As he opened the door, a torrential downpour swept in, soaking the hem of his trousers. In a manner akin to discarding refuse, he unceremoniously cast Mu Yuqing, clad only in a fitted outfit, onto the rain-soaked observation deck, then shut the door leading to it with a heavy thud. Under the influence of the Hunyuan puppet's scissor-like hands, thousands of sharp tips were neatly plucked and swiftly presented to Xiaohan, each leaf and hair accounted for. Skill bite, inflicting significant damage on the target with a certain probability of inducing a bleeding state. She knew that with her mere Linglian stage strength, she could not contribute much in this Lingning stage confrontation. Indeed, she might even inadvertently cause trouble. The damage value of 745 soared above Shanao's head. Startling Qianjin Sanyi. How could his charge inflict such minimal damage? Yet, regardless of the might of his celestial arts, he could not escape the backlash of being attacked in return. Half a month had passed. The Tianmen had been compelled to gather forces in the capital city, where tens of thousands were stationed, while the allied forces of the three factions amassed outside the city, awaiting the final battle. Sure, he stepped out of the room, glancing back at the slumbering Master Mantoshi before confidently shutting the door behind him. This situation was quite embarrassing, yet the two gunmen did not falter. They understood that retreating now would lead to certain death. The moniker Father of the United Nations held immense allure, symbolizing the pinnacle of honor in life. Pierre could not refuse, grappling with inner turmoil before finally retrieving his wallet and placing several bills on the table. Strictly speaking, this could not be classified as a secret society on par with the He Jinmen or the Chongqing sect. Su Shui was taken aback by Chun Jiangbei's arrangement for her reception, finding him increasingly inscrutable. A truck laden with knowledge glided through my mind, leaving deep ruts in its wake. Volume 1, Chapter 213, Consequences You Cannot Bear. The bond between CaoQiang and Ku deepened, their figures leaving traces of sweetness in every corner of the academy. They trained, studied, and researched soul-guiding devices together. Ku's wildness and burdensome maturity captivated CaoQiang. Whenever the night grew still and the moonlight bathed the campus, three silhouettes could be seen strolling along the academy's paths. CaoQiang, Zhizi, and Ku, their shadows stretching under the moonlight, as if to draw their hearts closer together. However, tranquil days are always fleeting. Just as Jing Hongchun abandoned her assassination plans against CaoQiang, Xiao Hongchun and Meng Hongchun set off for the Shrek Academy to enhance their own strength. The soldiers of the Special Operations Team were exceptionally dedicated. Yilei had instructed them beforehand not to regard these individuals as human, but rather as animals to be mistreated. Is it not a good thing that while you do not believe others' deceits, they do believe yours? Pu Wei has a son? Did not Qi Luan state that Pu Wei was still single? Did he not wish to use this point to draw Yin Shirxiu into his schemes? That night, nearly all the elite of the Qianrong kingdom gathered here, the sounds of toasting echoing endlessly. Ling Shaoquan leaned against a smoke-stained wall atop a roof, polishing his beloved sniper rifle. The entire 88th Division possessed so few sniper rifles, all of which had been allocated to Yi Lei's special forces. Numerous ancient deities transformed their thoughts into terrifying powers that struck down, colliding with Xian Yuan Petion's form. With a resounding roar, Xian Yuan Petion raised his foot and strode forward, a powerful rumble emanating from his body, shaking the very fabric of space. Let's commence. Zhong Zia waved his sleeve, and the sandalwood zither loomed in the void, exuding a formidable spiritual energy that caused the space to tremble more intensely than during the first performance. Upon hearing the words of the Empress Dowager, Rong Wanqi was not surprised, but merely heightened her vigilance. Having spent most of her life in the inner palace, how could the Empress Dowager not have her own informants? It was not unusual to know that the Emperor had taken her out for revelry, returning only this morning. Under his instructions, the group returned once more to the altar. Though they were closer now, the silver threads remained difficult to discern with the naked eye. Aware of its tenacity, the group had abandoned any thoughts of acquiring the golden statue. Everyone exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, hesitant to make any sound. Chu Xiu had witnessed Zihan's temperament today and understood that Shun Yu would definitely not favor her. Consequently, Chu Xiu's aversion to her lessened, replaced by sympathy and helplessness. We are from the CaoQiang Sub-Bureau. You are gathering here to brawl, severely disrupting public order. All of you will be taken back to the Bureau, and I will personally interrogate you, stated the Vice Director. Kent hung up the phone, his rage boiling over. He would seek to restore his son's honor from the hands of the Huaxiao people, even if it meant shedding blood. I shall seek the assistance of the Luan Fein Yang, Chu Xiu replied without changing her expression. She believed that if Luan Su spoke, Mu Wang would undoubtedly acquiesce, but would also be infuriated at her manipulation of his beloved. This could implicate the entire Yun clan. Thus Chu Xiu would refrain from approaching Luan Su unless absolutely necessary. Before long, the carriage came to a halt. Lu Ping discerned that they had encountered the guards of the Taishuo. Just as he was preparing to speak with them, the carriage veered inward, heading straight to the residence of Beilu Zhai. Even if you are unwell, I shall return another day to propose marriage. Without waiting for Lu Xiang'er to finish, Hua Qingsong declared this and turned to leave. When the second brother's words were uttered, aside from Bai Qi and a few others whose eyes lit up, the rest appeared somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, two powerful spiritual pressures erupted, and the cascading lake water along with residual energy waves were swiftly suppressed. Gazing at the empty lake's surface, Heihan's expression turned grim. Disregarding Yi beside him, he transformed into a streak of light and dove into the lake in pursuit. Volume 1, Chapter 214, The Downfall of Wang Xiaojie. Wang Xiaojie was momentarily rendered speechless. He indeed had no evidence. This was a farce of his own making, merely intending to use his cousin's hand to teach CaoQiang a lesson. Observing his cousin's reaction, Wang Xiaojie became even more brazen, insisting that it was indeed CaoQiang who had struck him. Cousin, you must believe me. It was he who attacked me. Wang Xiaojie's tone was urgent, as if fearing his cousin would not believe him. Yet, the middle-aged man remained unmoved. He cast a deep glance at CaoQiang, a flicker of wariness flashing in his eyes. He understood that CaoQiang, as an exchange student at Shrek Academy, undoubtedly possessed a remarkable background and formidable strength. If he rashly attempted to capture CaoQiang, it would likely provoke significant trouble. In the water, as Yuan Fei retreated, his speed diminished, and his powerful fists unleashed a barrage of strikes akin to a rapid-fire cannon aimed at Yuan Fei. As he spoke, he seized a teacup and hurled it towards Li Er and Mei Er, who dared not evade and could only endure the blow, kneeling on the ground in submission and pleading for mercy. Some individuals exhaled flames. Others were enveloped in crackling lightning. Some appeared as if devoid of bones, their limbs stretching and extending in various fantastical ways, showcasing an array of extraordinary talents, diverse and peculiar. Zhang Biao, merely a 7-star battle spirit, found himself at a disadvantage in terms of realm, despite the assistance of the two-headed He Li, yet he remained undaunted by the enemy. Encountering strength only fueled his resolve, and in a direct confrontation, he astonishingly matched his opponent blow for blow. She instinctively performed a somersault, evading several bullets, and when she soared into the air again, she vanished into the forest like a bird. However, regardless of the circumstances, Mr. Alien, your selfish motives for instigating this invasion are undeniably malevolent, expressed Xin Hu Fei Sha Zi in an irate tone. Malaysia, an Islamic nation, has constitutionally prioritized the Malay people. Once the Chinese population comprised 50 of Malaysia. But due to long-term policies of oppression and discrimination, many have emigrated, and the current Chinese demographic has dwindled to less than 30. Aside from those wishing to remain, others were instructed to return to their tents and await further orders. Chen Zheng glanced at the multitude of agents who turned to leave, with only a few remaining, seemingly harboring ulterior motives. The curved corridor mentioned by Xiao Air was, in fact, a winding and convoluted passageway, while the double-layered corridor featured 2 levels. The intriguing design of the outer corridor, also known as the external corridor, involved erecting a partition wall in the middle of the dual passage, creating 2 distinct long corridors on either side. Jiang Jun felt overwhelmed, having recently dealt with Du Haidang, and now found himself in tears. Jiang Chan was enveloped in a chilling aura. The mysteries of the ancient era were too profound, which explained the warning he received when inquiring about the system. Like a tempest, the esteemed figures were unsettled, fixated on the bronze fragment in Jiang Chen's grasp, as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. Reluctantly, the tourists were ushered away, though some reporters still attempted to sneak in. Undoubtedly, unforeseen circumstances could allow these 2 individuals to escape peril, though the likelihood was minimal. It seemed clear that the second floor harbored malevolent spirits. Everyone was aware, especially after the earlier statement regarding the director's demise at the hands of a ghost. Feng Shirua's eyes sparkled with realization, feeling that her decision today was unprecedentedly wise. Yuan Chang had reasons to suspect that Xian Qing was behind this scheme, conspiring with the Tushan clan to eliminate Tushan Li, thereby reducing Yuan Chang's allies. Feng Yimou's Adam's apple bobbed as his long fingers rhythmically tapped on his thigh, creating a tense atmosphere. No one dared broach unhappy topics, while Jiajia eagerly recounted her school experiences to her mother. Stephen, now the most formidable spellcaster of the 5 Rings Tower, surprisingly had yet to recover even a third of his strength. He had slaughtered 100,000 deities to instill fear. Having committed the act, he need not hesitate. It would be better to eliminate all threats to pave the way for the future. Volume 1, Chapter 215. Cao Chang captured, Orange in a frenzy. However, tranquil days are fleeting. Merely half a month had passed when Cao Chang, drenched in sweat, emerged from Cuckoo's chamber, only to encounter a middle-aged man. This man was none other than Su Mo Chun, whom he had recently met, also known as Wang Xiao Jia's cousin. Su Mo Chen's father held significant power as a prince, and he himself was a capable lieutenant under the 3rd prince, serving as the captain of the patrol squad. After Wang Xiao Jia returned, he had remained subdued for only half a month, yet the gossip surrounding Cao Chang's daily exits from Cuckoo's room, drenched in sweat as if he had engaged in vigorous activities, had become rampant. Furthermore, the 3rd goal was scored by Modric, marking his first goal since joining Granada. His goal was unremarkable in its execution, a direct free kick, yet it was beautifully struck. To think such a person existed in Jinyang. Why had he not emerged to challenge before? Gao Fei chuckled. At that moment, despite the numerous disciples of the Mingjiao sect, they were suddenly engulfed in a massive flame, causing chaos in their ranks. After all, even the disciples of the Fire Flag were adept at fire attacks, but could not extinguish flames. The voice of the Huangquan spirit resonated softly, yet profoundly in Wang Yi's ears, lingering indefinitely. At that moment, one could observe the comical expression of his silly son from the sidelines, prompting a hearty laugh. I have just pulled you from icy waters, and you turn against me, seeking my demise. Do you find that appropriate? Yin Qing not only refrained from leaving, but also nudged Dong Fongjin aside to sit next to her. Lingzhou Palace is located on the mist-shrouded peaks of Tianshan, just west of Xingqing Prefecture, approximately a 5 or 6 person journey. Not far at all. As Yuan Lang found himself in a dilemma, the 10,000-year princess summoned someone from the side hall, revealing a person with long hands and large ears. An unmistakable figure, Liu Bei, also known as Liu Xuanda. A 2-point difference is merely a single game. During the 34th round of La Liga, Granada faced off against Atletico Madrid. Lin Yu gulped water, then strained to swallow a morsel lodged in her throat. Jinju, stop speaking nonsensically. Come, your aunt will take you to see a doctor, Zhang Dinyang said, pulling Lin Jinju along. Upon accessing the guild's back-end to review the recent statistics in the live broadcast room, Yang Ruo Qian finally understood why Ruan Min Air's numbers had surged recently. She did not wish to linger here too long, concerned that by the time the matters with Qian Renfeng were resolved, she would still have unresolved issues. All right, I hope you keep your word. Of course, if we encounter a similar situation again, be mindful of your strength. I believe your performance today was commendable. Go. The officer smiled. However, as Yang Hao leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, he suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder, timing perfectly. Just as Yang Hao finished sending a text and tucked his phone away, he arrived at Beijing International Airport. Watching Siyu slowly return the knife to the drawer, Li Zong suddenly chuckled to himself, wondering if he was worrying too much. Su Pei gradually relaxed her guard, her thoughts beginning to flow with Xu Jindong, and both seemed content with their discussion. The next morning, having rested well, CaoQiang entered CaoQiang building, stepping into the employee elevator. If it were her, she would effortlessly throw out pawns for Zhang Junya to catch, and her performance would be no less than his. Once the old man finished recounting the events, the steward's son, devoid of compassion, burst into raucous laughter. Tomorrow, returning to the office, he instructed Qing Chu not to wander. Unfortunately, Qing Chu's assurances were notoriously unreliable. Sitting anxiously at his desk early in the morning, he feared any mishap involving Qing Chu, a girl who even he found troublesome. The other party quickly reacted, gripping the blade tightly, preventing Chun Pai Fu's military knife from advancing further. Volume 1, Chapter 216, A Once-in-a-Lifetime Opportunity. What did you just say? Jing Hongchun, who was quietly admiring the 10,000-year-old soul beast embryo, suddenly erupted with rage, nearly shattering the divine platform sealing the ancient creature. Master, please temper your anger. Our priority is to rescue CaoQiang swiftly. The patrol team is reckless in their actions, and I fear for CaoQiang's safety. It would be difficult to explain to Shrek Academy later. The mention of Shrek Academy ignited a fierce glint in Jing Hongchun's eyes. Does the Royal Patrol dare to rebel? How audacious to capture someone from my Ryu Royal Soul Master Academy. Such lawlessness cannot be tolerated. I shall deal with them on behalf of His Majesty, he declared, believing that even the Ma family was but ants before the realm of the underworld. As long as Ichio could intervene, she would remain unharmed. Many of the spiritual herbs had been harvested long ago, leaving several completely withered and devoid of any possibility of regrowth, which caused Mu Qing some distress. In contrast, Yang Kong renounced his biological father, Yang Tiexin, and continued to revel in his identity as a prince of the Jin kingdom, enjoying wealth and luxury. Had their identities been reversed, Yang Kang's actions might have been deemed heroic. In front of so many witnesses, Zhou Bingbing was once again rebuffed by Lin Shaojin. Her anger caused her chest to rise and fall dramatically, her figure strikingly prominent beneath the constraints of her uniform. The selection of these three divine beasts was deliberate, as each possessed unique skills and speed, which was precisely what Tai Yi lacked. He was in urgent need of a powerful movement technique. 5 minutes later, her internal temperature had barely recovered to 36 degrees, just 1 degree shy of the normal range. Simultaneously, Wei Ruolin's surface temperature began to rise as well. Indeed, the path leading to the Dan Hall was evident shortly thereafter, as the elder murmured. Who else could it be but sure. Who else could bear that name? Yu Tanshi immediately realized her sister was behind the mischief. The 10th level transformation spirit beast stood guard, and the Lan Shui sect indeed exuded an impressive aura. Witnessing the scene before him, Wang An felt an overwhelming shock. Subsequently, the resounding cheers erupted from the Sky Sacred City, as the two allied clans that had previously rendered them helpless were now nearly obliterated. After this strike, even if the Phoenix and Qilin clans chose not to retreat, the Sky Sacred City would have ample time to breathe. The existence of spatial wormholes is inherently unreasonable, violating the cosmic law that dictates the automatic repair of a shattered space. 5 millennia ago, the great Emperor Huang Tian sealed it with a heavenly seal, a mere temporary fix rather than a true solution. At this moment, the elder refrained from correcting Qin Jiu's term for the old matriarch, yet reminded him not to refer to her as such in front of outsiders. As they spoke, he entered, bowing to Su Mu and greeting Su Jingxing, her beauty and grace evident. Although the one-armed man's aura had reached the yuaning stage, he bore no yuaning within, indicating that his cultivation was likely based on martial arts as a path to enlightenment. The statue was crafted from a special material, impervious to the elements, continuously emanating a faint glow. Despite this, he felt a sense of pride, seemingly forgetting that Wu Shanshan had always been by Fang Yuan's side until now. This is impossible. How could Du Yuan, the national teacher, fall so easily? I refuse to believe it. The first prince, Chun Tianyun, exclaimed in sheer terror. The Shaolin disciple could not withstand the pressure and retreated, only to be surrounded again by 17 disciples of Shaolin, repelled by Guanjini. This time, our Tiangong camp must claim victory, Liu Yong asserted defiantly. The notion of the listening seashell seemed incredibly extraordinary to Yu Luo. As his conversations and whispers with the seashell, Maiden brought him both joy and restlessness. Inheriting all that the creator possessed, he instantaneously acquired the abilities once held by the creator, as if countless universes were stored within his mind. He could perceive everything that transpired clearly and distinctly. Volume 1, Chapter 217. Facing torture with equanimity. The young man in white suddenly comprehended. The matter that holds such significance for the master must be of great consequence. So, what you imply is, Juzi spoke softly, the master holds an unparalleled position within the empire, and many princes yearn to befriend him. Yet, His Majesty has issued a decree forbidding royal descendants from associating with Ming Detang. No one dares to defy this order. The young man in white nodded slightly. I am well aware of this truth. Juzi continued. In recent years, the Royal Patrol's actions have become increasingly reckless. Even without the involvement of the exchange students from Shrek Academy, they did not inform us of their intentions ahead of time. Lei Ting Ting Jokid. Your shoulders must be suffering alongside you. Her tone betrayed a hint of bitterness, as these matters had never been disclosed to her by Zhang Yanzu. Do you know why Sister Fuyu is so wary of you? Jiang Min shook his head, wishing he had the insight to resolve the situation. He hoped to complete his task swiftly so he could return home, fearing that if they grew too close, his curses might manifest, leaving her with no means to cope. That night, Li Changwei and Hassan stayed at the repair shop, while Asi and Zhang Yinzu returned home. He and Hassan often took turns sleeping in the living room, like a rotating duty. There is no doubt that, in today's world, unscrupulous merchants dominate, seeking profit at all costs, hoarding grain, and selling old supplies, with a mixing of white rice with sand being alarmingly common. It was somewhat absurd for a man who had killed the current emperor to call for purging corrupt officials, which amused Zhang Liang. What do you mean by saying Zhou Yuan is dead? Was she not imprisoned? Mo Ruo suddenly felt that many events had transpired without her knowledge, secretly blaming herself for not being more attentive to her dear friend. As the hand of the clock spun, his heart raced, eyes fixated on the location of the divine blessing. Climbing to the gates of the Duke's residence was a Herculean task, yet the young lord was eagerly watching, harboring his own plans. Why not take this opportunity to encourage her to visit the palace more often, if not for the white ash scattered across the ground? One might think everything they encountered was merely a dream. The Lord of the vast void could be counted among his few old acquaintances in the nine heavens. Yet this time, he too had descendants arriving to vie for the stars he left behind. It felt as though they were engaged in a serious examination that would determine their futures. Thus, regardless of how many times they had prepared beforehand, the moment the exam papers were distributed, anxiety gripped them. She then approached the statue of the Taoist deity, kneeling in prayer for Xiao Yu, performing the same ritual she had maintained for a year without faltering. Listening to Yafei's words, the gathered warriors nodded in understanding, grasping the underlying principles. The surrounding foliage began to rustle, and thick vines surged forth, transforming the area into a perilous landscape. Of course, it is feasible. However, this medicinal formula is not so easily obtained. Are not all medical organizations worldwide engaged in the research of effective remedies? Moreover, his target was not merely a commoner on the earthly rankings, but rather a prodigy worthy of a place among the top 100. Currently, Xiao Yifei felt lost, uncertain about the path his life should take. Indeed, life is most fulfilling and motivating when one has a clear goal. Wei Yang spoke calmly, eliciting confusion in Shang, who felt a surge of anger, wishing to slap the other's face to vent his frustration over missing such a golden opportunity. Ji Cheng's furrowed brow did not relax in the slightest. Rather, it deepened with intensity. At this moment, the air throughout the entire realm seemed to solidify, as if the very fabric of space had been utterly sealed, rendering everyone immobile. This was precisely the effect he desired. The more chaotic and tumultuous the black market, the more likely he was to acquire what he sought. If he were to perish, would I still possess any qualifications? Lu Mei took deliberate steps toward Mei Li. I vividly remember what Chun Yu had said. If Yuan Ji Sun saw through her ruse, she would meet her demise instantly. Conversely, if she managed to deceive Yuan Ji Sun and escape the capital to relay messages to Ji Zhe, the dangers I would face would be immense. Yet at that moment, for the sake of Ji Zhe, I unhesitatingly cast my vote in favor of the trap she had laid. Volume 1, Chapter 218. An eye for an eye. Second brother. This fellow still has some backbone. Should we employ the dragon flaying pillar? It's been ages since I've heard anyone scream in agony on it. How nostalgic. A younger soul emperor approached the dragon flaying pillar, a sinister grin plastered across his face. The pillar was adorned with 81 sharp spikes, which, upon activation, would pierce various parts of the body and then slowly rotate, tearing at the sinews and bones of the victim's back, inflicting excruciating torment. This was regarded as the most brutal form of punishment employed by the inspection squad. All right, fourth brother, activate the dragon flaying pillar and let him experience the sensation of his skin being flayed and gradually torn apart. The figure known as second brother, a soul saint, spoke up. Chao remarked on the oppressive heat of the day, acknowledging its propensity to incite irritability. Nanyu used a tissue to tend to Gong Bei Chen's nosebleed. Upon waking, she found herself alone in the room, unaware of when she had fallen asleep on the bed. He had already felt guilt over Lu Zhang's bipolar disorder, and now he could hardly bear to hear such words. Ma Li's expression shifted as she recalled an incident from 3 days prior. She would not dare to even utter a word, let alone call the police. Jiang Yuzhao pondered on her way back home how to facilitate an encounter between the crown prince and the second daughter of the Han family. When suddenly their carriage was halted, Yu Shang felt a twinge of discomfort at the mention. Such feelings had never surfaced during her relationship with Jiang Huai. The matter of her child entering kindergarten needed to be addressed, and he compared 5 or 6 institutions, ultimately opting for the one with the finest educational environment. Zhao Shan sensed danger and led Nanyu to an open area to await Qin Tian. Wang also felt reassured by Lu Lingfeng's presence and ceased to worry for the two, directly pursuing the scarred-faced man. Meanwhile, Sang Zhan had spent many years in the ghost realm with her, yet she had never noticed any peculiarities about him. It was rare for the boy to remain seated after class. She was surprised to learn it was for this reason. Move. He moves. Listening to my wife's command. Be a considerate and dutiful husband. In an instant, he raised his hand, tore off his upper garment, spun around, and descended from the bed. Fabiani, upon receiving the ball, did not hesitate. He struck towards a goal, each kick reverberating with a booming sound, akin to heavy bombs being hurled into Shun Bei's penalty area. Due to the superior material, the knife handle was crafted from polished oxhorn, costing Ivan over $200, enough to purchase 4 or 5 of the iron knives. After contemplating the situation in his mind, the clan leader concluded that this matter would likely not involve Shun and Jun and the others. At the Xianghe training base at 5 in the morning, a gentle breeze wafted through, mingling the earthy scent with the freshness of moisture. Although it was summer, not a hint of heat could be felt, a testament to its reputation as a splendid place for leisure. After walking a short distance with his head lowered, he suddenly heard the sounds of sword dancing nearby. Looking up, he saw Yang Zijin standing before Shang Qingning, assisting her in training her left-hand techniques. He furrowed his brow, wondering when his third senior brother had begun to take an interest in such matters. Either he would not inquire, or he would focus on the essential points. The 2 questions he posed nearly caused him to lose his composure. Zhuang Yin felt a hard object pressing against his ribs and glanced down to see 2 gleaming daggers. He had once admired Mao Xiang's talent, yet now he began to harbor doubts regarding the character of this individual. In unison, He and Bai Wuchang responded, then leaped into the ravine, vanishing in the crimson waters of the Nai River in the blink of an eye. The group was small, with time constraints and heavy responsibilities. The martial arts academy needed to retain some personnel to guard against disturbances from the Nanchang Gang and the Lianghe Gang, while also ensuring business was attended to, leading to a contingent of merely 500 individuals. Mu Dongchang remained composed. After delivering his speech, Lin Wei stared at the man across from her for a while, convinced she had seen him somewhere before, yet she could not recall where. Her words were somewhat harsh, and, as she spoke, her face intentionally displayed an expression of disdain, causing several of the underworld emissaries to furrow their brows. I am willing, Lan Zhuan eagerly replied, having long sought a Prince Charming. And De Vijian was precisely the one she envisioned. Volume 1, Chapter 219. Xiao Hongzhu, what are you doing? Seal, title Douluo. The soul saint exclaimed in shock. Though the impact sent him crashing against the wall, causing pain to radiate throughout his body, the shock within him was even more profound. Lin Jiayi, who had accompanied Jing Hongchun, rushed to Cao Chang's side upon witnessing him drenched in blood, inhaling sharply at the sight. He quickly retrieved a delicate blue and white porcelain vial from his storage soul guide, hesitating briefly before pouring out a jade green pill, the size of a longan, and carefully administering it. Just like the burly bald man now, who upon feeling his smooth head, opted to test the goods on the spot. For the con artists in the old Silver City were constantly finding new ways to fleece the unsuspecting. In a mere 3 days of training, Mao Yu and a group of new employees became quite familiar with Li Xian, who was jovial and generous, endearingly referred to as Boss Li by Mao Yu and her companions. Thus, while the players were engulfed in jubilation, Diego Simeone's heart was laden with worry, as leading his team to consecutive victories in La Liga and the Champions League could very well mark the pinnacle of his coaching career. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? Chu Ching-chun provocatively gazed at Qin Muyang, intent on intimidating her. It was no easy feat to scare her off, for her mission was far from complete. Moreover, Anna, being rather traditional, altered her surname to Yang during registration, henceforth known as Anna Feng Yang. Even he could not help but feel curious. Although his reputation had significantly improved compared to before, it was still largely reliant on his own prowess. Do tell, what reason do they have not to meet you? Hearing Chu Ching-chen's analysis, Tang Shering increasingly found her words to be compelling. This person has been in the army for too long, treating everyone like his soldiers, utterly lacking in tenderness. Knowing her leg is injured, he still dares to compare her to his troops. It's infuriating. Despite her constant banter with this man, presenting an air of defiance, Mao Yu understood that he was an unequivocal genius. Upon their first encounter, his application of mechanics to control Ji had left her in awe. Money is never-ending. What is the purpose of earning it, if not to provide a better life for one's family? One can only assist others. That is the true essence of earning wealth and accumulating virtue. Noticing that the seal of the grapes was indeed superior to that of strawberries, Chen Ning felt that consuming this celestial fruit today had yielded more remarkable effects than the last. At that moment, the ethereal ancient Buddha sensed that Yi Long had reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, on the verge of attaining the mixed Yuan great immortal level. Upon entering the particle world, he felt at home, freely expressing the madness and desires within him without any pretense. Hongjun Laozian, such a formidable presence. How could he possibly meet demise so easily? Perhaps he is in seclusion somewhere. Yi Long remarked. Certainly, we are all virtuous individuals. Ross wore a standard yet amiable smile. As for Xiang Cao and Guangzi, it is indeed plausible that they would engage in these actions. For Guangzi would not want their game to be ruined by a mere mouse droppings, and Xiang Cao would not wish for an uncontrolled streamer to gain excessive fame, lest it leads to calamity for the entire Xiang Cao. Undoubtedly, the so-called Tianjiaobang inheritance is precisely the act of stealing the legacies possessed by the candidates revived through the Tianjiao platform. In the next moment, Yi Long executed his movement technique, arriving before the ethereal ancient Buddha, and then inserted the energy orb he had previously acquired into the Buddha's mouth. As if to affirm his statement, a second bolt of calamity thunder immediately struck down, leaving Lin Fan no respite whatsoever. Chu Yunming sat in the vehicle, observing the scene before him, initially stunned. What kind of identity had Lin Hao brought over that commanded such immense intimidation? Volume 1, Chapter 220, The Most Beautiful Mentor. The newcomer was a girl of around 15 or 16, clad in the uniform of the Day and Moon Royal Soul Mentor Academy. She possessed long, shoulder-length hair in a pale lavender hue, large eyes of the same color, skin as fair as snow, a high-bridged nose, and alluring red lips. Yet, even more astonishing than her beauty was her figure, which exuded a sultriness unbefitting her age, even in the relatively loose school uniform. Her impressive form was still hard to conceal. Upon hearing her voice, the young physician became flustered, hurriedly fastening his buttons, turning to face her with a guilty expression, and asking, "Little girl, what brings you here?" Little girl regarded Xia Hongzhu's flustered demeanor, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Hua Qingyi continued to stoke the fire in the furnace, unwilling to allow the room to grow too cold, for at times it was not merely the chill of the room, but rather the coldness of the heart. The Qinkuan fan could no longer withstand this force and began to disintegrate, while Feng Xiaonan, suffering backlash, felt blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before him. Clad in black robes, the 18 snow eagles from Shuiyingling wore black eagle masks, obscuring their expressions. However, despite Ding Huo's reluctance to invite trouble, the very location he occupied was the eye of the storm. Nearby islands, also observing this battle, displayed extreme astonishment. Had they been wearing glasses, surely dozens would have shattered simultaneously. Now, the once tranquil life had transformed into a tumultuous one. In a time of strained relations with Demoz, she feared that any misstep could be exploited by unscrupulous journalists, exacerbating her conflict with Demos. Have you never considered avenging your son? Hua Qingyi continued to provoke Luo Jiuqing. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing Luo Jiuqing's calm visage, he felt compelled to elicit a more expressive response from him. Yet he failed, as Luo Jiuqing remained utterly unchanged. Zhou Xin seemed to share some acquaintance with Tang Zhao's master, thus treating her rather well throughout their journey. Fu Qian, blood streaming from his wounds, approached the martial arts platform, his disheveled hair framing a dark face that suddenly broke into a grin. Thank you, but I'm not hungry. You may eat first. Fu Hongyu draped a blanket over Liao Fan, a hint of shyness flickering across her face. However, compared to the first type, there exists another class of individuals that I loathe even more. These are the ones who take others' wealth without offering protection from calamity. Upon the arrival of Lu Bu's army at Anding, the governor Zhou Shenglai urgently reported, the northern governor Fu Gan is in distress. The southern Xiongnu have breached the northern defenses, and the forces under his command are insufficient to resist, with countless cavalry defecting mid-battle. The giant hammer fell to the ground as the Lu surname muscular man supported himself with his arms, his broad muscles trembling, his eyes nearly bursting, blood oozing from between his teeth. Meanwhile, bystanders fell unconscious, clearly succumbing to faintness. This reminded me of my visit to the filming set of Qianlanlan in Japan, where I encountered the vengeful spirit Shoto Toji. With your speed, it would not be difficult to intercept it. Why not pursue? Ming Xian approached with a smile. Curiously, on this day as competition, an unexpected host appeared, seemingly plucked from a logistics department, donning a standard work uniform, which appeared somewhat comical. Wei Yu, shy as the tide, lowered her head, resting her chin on her knees, gazing at her toes, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding chatter. Guan Yu seized a clay bowl, downing the foul wine in one gulp, rising to bow deeply before turning to descend the mountain with the remaining men of his faction. His thoughts were rather conservative. His first reaction was to assume he had inadvertently stumbled upon the gates of hell, with the wretched sounds emanating from beneath his feet, surely the cries of demons. What? Zhou Gongming was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. If Jing had already slain a figure renowned on the saintly list, the star-picking Taoist, why would he fear those few saints? I was greatly astonished. The Gale Step is indeed a skill suited for me. Could it be the BM from the World of Warcraft? The bitterly cold and tragic winter was nearing its end, and my spring was about to arrive. Volume 1, Chapter 221. The Four-Element Soul Sect also desires to emulate the hero saving the beauty. Li Bin smiled slightly, revealing a row of even teeth, and said warmly, Tang Xuemei, Xia Xuemei, you are both here. His smile was like a gentle spring breeze, causing Tang Xiao to gaze at him as if entranced. Xiao Hongzhu cleared her throat, prompting Tang Xiao to snap back to reality, her cheeks flushing crimson, hastily releasing Li Bin's hand, nervously saying, Li Bin, senior, we just came from the infirmary and did not expect to encounter you here. Xiao Hongzhu also stepped forward, greeting him with a smile. Li Bin, it's been a while. Li Bin nodded, his gaze sweeping over the two, ultimately lingering on Tang Xiao, a glimmer of recognition in his eyes. Indeed, at that moment, Yin Mu Hua had donned a serious expression. As Wei Qi Mu stepped out of the palace doors, he beheld signals in the distance. All 4 palace gates had been breached by the enemy. Speaking of this, she was utterly indignant. The mere thought of Ji Lan's hypocritical face ignited a desire to spit on her. Her health had not improved, nor had she engaged in any cultivation, her complexion remaining pallid throughout. Within the prison, there was no day or night. The dim candlelight cast a sinister glow upon everything. The scent of alcohol mingled with the damp and chilly air, sending shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, without waiting for the disciples and elders of the Yazi faction to advance, Feng Run took the initiative, his form darting forward, leaving a fleeting shadow in mid-air. And in the blink of an eye, he was upon an elder positioned at the corner of the formation, unleashing a sword chi that howled, the pale golden blade taking shape. Xian Tian's body was instantly reduced to a mist of blood under this overwhelming force. His form shattered, yet his skull remained intact. Hurtling away, you have worked hard. Mu Fu, she revealed a rare smile, turning to walk into the inner room. Hao Yin Zheng rode upon his warhorse, followed closely by the 4 great Imperial Guard generals, alongside Xiao Ximing and other commanders. Suddenly, with a resounding dragon's roar, Mei Yin Shui swung her ancient bronze sword, and in an instant, countless sword shadows emerged, transforming into a gigantic lotus that enveloped the two. Originally expected to bring joy, Qi Yin suddenly posed a question. Yin Yu, even if she were foolish, realized he had misconstrued the situation. Most importantly, this photograph had been pointed out for its commonality, notably the same attire and similar physiques. Apologies? I apologize for any futility, as I favor matters of practicality. Now, let me introduce you to the profound calamity of this immortal entity. The ancient corpse immortal unleashed a beam of yellow light, which inexplicably split in midair, surrounding Xiao Zilong and his companions entirely. Congratulations to team member Yang Fan for completing the side quest, Mother's Wish, earning a bracelet of maternal love. Are we finished? As Pu Qingjing spoke, his assistant's gaze conveyed an unusual expression. The guards accompanying the emperor this time were all elites trained by Su Ran, who had previously demonstrated his formidable skills, instilling in the guards a fear akin to that of mice before a cat when confronted by this seemingly harmless and handsome youth. Your young master has departed, and I am unaware of his whereabouts. Chu Sun lied, his composure unwavering, as if Bai Yutong had truly left and he had no knowledge of his location. Upon hearing this, Tian Xuanzu immediately perked up, eagerly inquiring about any good news or delectable treats prepared by Lan Lingling. What is the true situation in the capital? Why has he lingered here for so long? If not for his constant self-reminders, he might have forgotten entirely. The life and death on the battlefield are never dictated by oneself. Fate governs life and death, while wealth resides in the heavens. Yi Qian felt her legs weaken, barely able to stand, her vision blurring, uncertain how much longer she could endure. Consequently, when the announcement was made, this scholar Wu indignantly inscribed his poem on the wall of Guanhai Lu, drawing a crowd of thousands to critique. Just as Qing Ting was fortifying defenses at Shanhai Pass, Li Qingdong and Du Yinshu, with the cooperation of the Jinyui, launched a surprise attack on Shenyang. Upon capturing Shenyang, Li Qingdong's subordinates promptly resumed their former activities. Volume 1, Chapter 222, This Man is Truly Handsome. As CaoQiang's words fell, the black vines in his hand surged violently, resembling a colossal black dragon, sweeping toward Li Bin. The vines shimmered with a dark glow, seemingly brimming with immense power. A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Bin's eyes. He had not anticipated that a mere four-ringed soul master could unleash such formidable offensive strength. However, being a seven-ringed soul saint, his soul power far surpassed that of CaoQiang. He sneered coldly and swung his fist to meet the black vines. With a resounding crash, the black vines collided with Li Bin's fist, erupting in a fierce wave of energy. Surprisingly, Li Bin was forced to retreat repeatedly, while CaoQiang stood firm as a rock. Furthermore, after her ascension to the esteemed level, having fully merged with the power of the netherworld, he could no longer transport her to the underworld as he had previously. Alas, Miao Miao awakened. Wu Jing gently patted her face, attempting to rouse her from slumber. Once the fierce beast departed, Qin Long revealed himself, relieved to have narrowly avoided discovery. That beast was incredibly powerful, truly formidable. Qin Long felt a shiver of fear. Had he been discovered, he might have faced a fate akin to that of the bones he had seen. Zhang Shuhua smiled and nodded, observing the siblings carry items to the kitchen before retracting his gaze, massaging his numb legs while quietly waiting. Qing Bo was correct. He had been seated in the courtyard for several hours, and his legs would soon ache. Lost in thought, his phone rang. It was his boss calling. Just as he intended to answer, he realized the phone was out of battery. Such misfortune. Man Jia pressed her lips together, silently praying that her boss would not assume she had ended the call. Fu Xingyan maintained a relaxed tone, yet the rigid knuckles gripping the steering wheel betrayed his tension. Why did you stop and run over? Logically, shouldn't you have instinctively driven over instead? The traffic officer inquired sternly. In a few succinct sentences, Wei Yang expressionlessly summarized her 28 years of life, encapsulated in those mere words. As the mist dissipated, a face gradually took form, shifting through myriad visages. First Lei Muge, then Li Yizhou, followed by Yin Yi, Cheng Shi-san, and Yi Ji-feng, seemingly all the men who had ever been associated with her. Manjia, has she returned home? Chun Zimo could hardly fathom that, despite his musings, he believed Manjia would be the least likely to return home. Congratulations. However, this is merely the commencement of your path to enlightenment. Various trials await you, and I hope you can traverse them fearlessly. The voice expressed with reassurance. The treatment of Letitia and the numerous actions and statements regarding the humiliation of the community had driven He Tu to the boiling point. Kill these wretched beings for me. The Nineteen evil god bellowed furiously, pointing at Hong Run and the others. Pei Luos and the other youths fell silent, clenching their fists in frustration as they begrudgingly resumed their seats, irritably gazing at the fire. One by one, the monkeys launched themselves at Solomon, only to be slain by the fishbone sword in his hand. Since Karuaw City declared independence, key docks, ports, and transportation hubs have been guarded by soldiers, and the populace dared not speak of a leader, for discussing the leader carelessly could lead to imprisonment, let alone dare to march in protest. As those who did were sentenced to death, Lung Miqian felt her blood run cold at the elderly man's somber voice, and upon reflecting on the words spoken by the two men earlier, she seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Yi Kai's complexion began to regain its color. It had been too deeply tainted by death energy, leaving his hair irretrievable. Su Yifan activated his spatial scanning, promptly detecting the movements of the female Mutuo, instantly retreating into the dimensional space. He had matured significantly compared to a year ago, resembling a fully grown man, radiating an aura of masculine allure. Upon hearing Bardock's command, the ancient sage of the 5 clans rushed out of his territory without a care for the repercussions his massive form would have on his domain. Volume 1, Chapter 223, Accepting Song Qian's Trial. CaoQiang, Xia Hongzhu, and Tang Xiao navigated the winding mountain path back to the Day and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Along the way, Xia Hongzhu and Tang Xiaoyao praised CaoQiang's bravery and wisdom, to which CaoQiang humbly attributed his escape to mere luck. Upon returning to the academy, accompanied by Xia Hongzhu and Tang Xiaoyao, CaoQiang arrived at the teaching office. The director, Lin Jiai, raised an eyebrow in surprise at the sight of the trio. He inquired, "CaoQiang, how did you three end up together?" CaoQiang replied, "Director Lin, we happened to run into each other. They are our friends." Prior to this, CaoQiang had already discussed with Xia Hongzhu and Tang Xiaoya. Mark, though not a qualified commander, detested fighting after fully realizing the horrors and brutalities of war. Reluctant to cause unnecessary sacrifices, this Feng he was utterly chaotic, particularly regarding interracial mating. Who could fathom how those strange races came to be? On the banks of Luo He, naval forces were stationed, and the commander of the 1,000 cavalry camp, Chun Xuanli, remained silent. While a court official boasted and strutted with self-satisfaction before him, he could sense that any slightest movement would invite a thunderous strike, with no chance of response. Facing instant execution, even if his true identity was one of the 7 great generals under the throne of the king of the underworld, it would not spare him the merciless wrath of the cold-hearted monarch. Stepping outside, he gazed at the dawn on the horizon, feeling the onset of a new day. Qin Bai, who had long coveted this soul weapon, was determined to risk everything. He understood that if he could forge such a soul weapon from the first universe, it would elevate the survival capabilities of the original universe to immeasurable heights, surpassing even the rank of a king, and perhaps even achieving the status of a commander. Upon hearing the elder mention his red scarf, Zhang Riyun was suddenly jolted awake, hurriedly searching his body, only to find the crimson silk missing. Uncertain of the elder's intentions, he broke out in a cold sweat. Wu Damei swung an axe directly at Su Yu's face, causing Deng Erbao to hastily grab hold of the weapon. Liu Yanchang was on the verge of being cleaved in two by Long Shuer, when unexpectedly, a radiant light emanated from him, transforming him into a figure of clarity and resolve. With hands clasped together, he sent Long Shuer reeling back. Ajin discreetly slipped into an empty warship, seeking refuge in a corner where no eyes could see him, relieved not to have to act like a gecko this time. The viewership ratings, needless to say, were through the roof as families gathered before their televisions at prime time. Dear friend, I implore you to show mercy. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask this old man directly. As this voice resonated, a bald elder emerged from the village. I was just thinking about him, Xia Qianrui murmured, the image of Xiao Yu flashing through her mind. Meanwhile, Lin Nohuan grew increasingly perplexed. She had never added any friends online, so how could she possibly have known him so early? Mo Fan, however, sensed something lurking within the pond, as if a pair of icy eyes were watching him from beneath the water's surface. Elder of the clan, their expressions turned fervent. For so long, they had been steeped in guilt. Initially indifferent to the rebellion of the immortal clan, they had later concealed themselves here in hopes of preserving the last spark of their lineage. Haha, whatever skills you possess, feel free to unleash them. To be frank, once I transform into a blood puppet, as long as a single drop of blood remains, I cannot be killed. The blood-colored monster rasped, evidently unaware of how Lin Yu had just vanquished one of his kind. Is he your master? Truly, your discernment is remarkable, GMO retorted, unwilling to be outdone. The three departed, still burdened with numerous questions. Yet, if the other party was unwilling to speak, they had no better recourse, as erupting into conflict would only diminish their already scarce numbers. To be honest, Yu Chuxian would swear that from the beginning of his freshman year until now, he had never witnessed Wang Rinxin and Tang Hao so united in opinion. Ultimately, after repeated pleas from Yu Chuxian, the trio finally afforded him the opportunity to don his coat. In the first volume, Chapter 224 at the Ryu Royal Soul Master Academy, a serene atmosphere was abruptly shattered. In the sky, figures streaked down like meteors, descending rapidly around Mingda Hall. Leading the group was a figure clad in a black robe, his countenance stern. It was none other than the leader of the Benti sect, Dubu Si. He cast a piercing gaze over Mingda Hall and declared in a deep voice, "Today, we have come solely for the 10,000-year soul beast embryos. Those who recognize the situation should willingly surrender them. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Jing Hongchun, having received the news, led the Academy's 9th-level soul masters to confront him. With a grim expression, he glared at Dubu Si and bellowed, "Dubu Si, you possess audacity indeed. How dare you openly assault our Ryu? Sister Si Mei, the Tang family is here seeking trouble with Yi Yingfan. They might encounter difficulties. Should we assist him?" Mao Busan hesitated. Two figures appeared, one wearing an imposing dragon mask, the other a fierce tiger mask. As Xue Nai's fingers brushed against the chain, a red light spiraled around it, flowing into her body before vanishing. Unlike the piece played in the Lan Gui Fong in Chang'an, Shi Qingxian performed a lively and refreshing melody today, like the invigorating breeze of spring, full of vitality and depth. "How dare these inferior beings compare themselves to my clan?" Zhujiang retorted loudly. Had she not destroyed Yao Wolin's grave and remains, Chu Yinduan might not have gone mad. Without his madness, the Seven Absolute Sect would not have suffered such heavy losses today. In truth, adhering to the principle of frugality during the initial stages, alchemists would often select cost-effective formulas for their apprentices to practice, not seeking immediate results, but at least familiarizing them with the process of alchemy. Due to past quarrels between the two brothers, Wu Song left home, which is why Wu Dalong wished to avoid outsiders mentioning the matter. Luo Yi paused. She had initially planned to have someone bring a torch, but upon seeing Qin Tian's advanced electric light, she fell silent. Consequently, Barriero, upon hearing of the Song Dao family and discovering that the software virus disaster on the day of the finals could potentially be attributed to Qin Tian, sought to contact him. Hanke had just laid Li Feier down on the bed when her porcelain white legs ensnared him, and her arms tightened around his neck, pulling him into her embrace. Without a word, she parted her lips and initiated a kiss. Aside from that Fong Feipeng, everyone else has been eliminated, not a single one left. Dongzi spoke nonchalantly while lighting a cigarette. Yet at that moment, the dragon seemed increasingly dispirited. Still, the people persistently watered the dragon and offered their poultry for its sustenance. But the dragon refused to eat, and the good fortune did not last. Indeed, Nan Feng nodded, noting a single massive claw print on the right side of the turtle's shell, measuring nearly a foot in size. "Sister Zhao, is there something you need?" Lin Yun, already enjoying breakfast at a diner, held the phone in one hand while eating with the other. "Who is at fault?" Dongzi gazed at Tang Jiro, who was pouting in anger, and felt as if the softest part of his heart was being caressed by dozens of hands, sending tingles throughout his body. "Stop!" Yuan Yang Junren intervened, extending his right arm to block the approaching Long Hu Tianzun. "I am quite curious how you managed to escape. Did that old beggar release you so easily?" I inquired, looking at Long Ao. "Enough of this. You just arrived today, and there are many intriguing sights in Toronto Royal City that you have yet to experience. Soon, I will take you to explore," Anthony said with a mysterious smile. "Teacher, we have slain 20 bandits, fulfilling your task." Gaia glanced at Leona before addressing Muzi Fei. He was aware that the final shard of the flying immortal gate he sought was likely hidden among those white jade stones. In the first volume, Chapter 225, refusing Nana to become a servant in order to rescue Nana's parents, CaoQiang was filled with determination and courage. He understood that relying solely on himself and Sister Nana would likely be insufficient to contend with the formidable forces of the Holy Spirit sect. He must cultivate those around him. Thus, he decided to enlist the help of Huiyu Hao, along with Kai Tu, Zhizi, Kuku, Xiaohongzhu, and Tang Xiaoya, to journey to the Holy Spirit sect's branch. The 8 of them were currently among the elite of the Ryu Royal Soul Master Academy. each possessing unique skills and extraordinary strength. CaoQiang believed that as long as they united their efforts, they could surely triumph over the malevolent forces of the Holy Spirit sect and rescue Nana's parents. Under the cover of night, the 8 set off quietly, traversing the spatial gate, revealing a Narnia shrouded in ice and the breath of death before them. As I gaze once more at the spatial gate behind me, the dream world begins to shatter. This dream, which is intrinsically linked to Aisha, has now diverged from its original trajectory. Naturally, the dream realms beyond Narnia will also succumb to destruction. I could scarcely believe that the Holy Church would dare to openly assault Shushan. Do they truly believe that the Shushan sword sect is devoid of defenders? Just days prior, I had encountered the prince. Why did he not mention such matters? Fury flickered in Hu's eyes. Observing her son's expression, Xiao Qi understood fully and playfully pinched his cheek. One day, Satan was to attend a prestigious scientific award ceremony. Jing expressed his desire to join. Satan, eager to oblige, promptly arranged for him a VIP seat, seated among familiar faces from the Beiji Ta family. Jing Hao's purpose for attending was elsewhere. In the midst of winter, a thick blanket of snow adorned the landscape, yet the city thrived with lush greenery. Just as I prepared to argue my case, a tall man ambled by and collided forcefully with me. The initiation rites of a celestial sect are typically quite elaborate, necessitating rituals such as bathing and changing attire, along with the offering of tea. Yet, Jiang Yu, disinterested in such formalities, allowed Xu Yin to merely bow 3 times as a token of respect. Yu Mingji was exceedingly vexed but could say nothing further, repeatedly lamenting Lu Yunzhao, her anxiety mounting with each utterance. On December 20th, the court sealed the edict, granting Xiao Shu some leisure time, which he spent alongside Song Mujin, sweeping dust, writing couplets, and simmering laba porridge to welcome the new year. Dear fellow cultivator, we are disciples of Pin Wei Zhai. Meddling in others' affairs is ill-advised. Fei Pong remarked with a smile, the threat unmistakable. He then knelt, supporting himself with his palms, resembling a snow fox resting upon the ground. After careful consideration, he resolved to visit the city soon, curious to see if any traditional medicine shops offered similar wares. As flying swords and talismans assailed once more, Xiaobai felt a pang of anguish and helplessness, compelled to continue wielding his sword in defense. The military system devised by Lu Xiu effectively mitigated production disruptions while enabling the rapid assembly of vast legions, showcasing the true strength of this framework. Perhaps feeling he had played long enough with these humans, Kaigan suddenly unfurled his wings, unleashing a fierce gale, and a radiant magical array materialized around his right hand. Ultimately, under the reluctant gaze of Tian Xing and the hopeful eyes of Tian Xingsheng, Tianming sighed inwardly as he gradually vanished from their sight. The guards flanking him grew anxious, noting that the Ming Army's infantry appeared to be stirring. There stood Zhu Bao, Yeshue, Tang Shiyue, Si Dao Yu, and Si Dao Fei, all elegantly dressed, alongside Han Tingxiang, each adorned in exquisite dresses. Manda Hai, observing silently, refrained from speaking. He was well aware that Dou Erguin's willingness to show favor to the Ku'er Qin tribe, even amidst the heat of battle, was entirely due to the connection with the Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang, whose family belonged to the Ku'er Qin tribe. Meanwhile, Haming had also reached a firm conclusion. He must venture to the ancient ruins. Originally hesitant, he finally resolved to proceed after receiving a bottle of Jiuzhuan Dan from Old Ma. In Volume 1, Chapter 226, Tong San remarked, "Young lad, you lack martial ethics. The tale of a rat is a disgrace." The bond between the ponytailed maiden Nana and Cao Qiang deepened over time, culminating in their union after weathering numerous trials. Nana's martial spirit, the Phantom, endowed her with a unique advantage in combat, and Cao Qiang diligently aided her in enhancing her cultivation, making her ever more formidable. By chance, Cao Qiang successfully activated the Phantom Realm within the myriad worlds. This mysterious and perilous domain harbored boundless opportunities. Recognizing this as an exceptional chance to assist Nana in her cultivation, they entered the realm hand in hand, navigating treacherous paths until they finally located the fabled nether fruit. This fruit is imbued with formidable power. It is unclear when it began, but Song Xiaofan knew that Jiang Jia harbored a deep-seated fear of darkness. Particularly at night, it seemed that without light, she could not find solace in sleep. Very few were privy to this matter, with only a handful from the city Lord's Manor aware. Ing Sai Chun had even personally investigated, confirming its existence. Xiang, in a daze, seemed to hear a faint voice, as if it emanated from the heavens or perhaps from within his mind. Bei Gongyi acquiesced, and Lanyin concurred, feeling that Guanzhang was indeed superior to Bei Gongyi for such special treatment, allowing partial cultivation within the formation. Xuanyi had long ceased to be surprised. Yue Hong, however, was astonished to learn of such matters for the first time, feeling a wave of bittersweet emotion. Today, within the Shinnongding, the group required no external assistance from other paradisiacal realms, as they continuously broke through barriers. At that moment, Li Tianxin, wielding the Shinnongding, transformed once more into Yan Di Shinnong, soaring aloft and exuding an unparalleled majesty that cast a gaze over all. Upon learning that viewership ratings had shattered records, Li Tianxin set down his phone with a sense of satisfaction and began grilling pork skewers. Each thrust of his spear pierced a white-clad demon, the force contained within obliterating them. What? Danyo gasped, alarmed at the thought of the sun god, sustaining the sky dragon's assault and suffering grave injury. She had long since disseminated this information, so their arrival here was hardly surprising. Within the expansive sleeves, hidden from view, Han Lingxi clenched his fist, finally lowering his gaze to the pair of starry eyes that had haunted his dreams. Just as the words formed on his lips, they were abruptly stifled. Liu Huanqing watched as he released her, but did not ride away. Instead, he remained still upon his steed. Fang Jinshi, feeling helpless, stepped forward to guide the horse, leading them towards Bianliang City without glancing back. Fang Jinshi surmised that with Shi Chuan present, accompanying Tang Kuobian to other venues would pose no issue, so he returned to inform Shi Chuan before descending the stairs with Tang Kuobian. Xu Eling helped her to her feet, and, as she lifted her gaze, Liang Tsue Rong was also looking at her. Xu Eling hastily lowered her head. Liang Tsue Rong, not only beautiful, possessed a gaze that seemed to penetrate one's thoughts, leaving Xu Eling feeling shy and unworthy to meet her eyes. Yo, you personally took to the field, wielding a night vision camera to capture evidence through the windshield. After a while, feeling he had collected sufficient proof, he prepared to withdraw, only to realize that Ma Qianli had discovered him. Such a peculiar sight. Participating in an online event to celebrate an idol's birthday while seated on the idol's bed and using their computer was unprecedented. Why had a hidden ghost gate, dormant for 5 centuries, suddenly appeared before me? Why, upon its emergence, did it demand that I grant them a pair of yin-yang eyes? Moreover, after 5 centuries, how grand must this ghost gate now be? Fang Jinshi had initially intended to advise Shi Chuan against opening a branch of Jin Xinzhuang in Yoyinshi Liuzhou, but at that moment, he felt compelled to support Shi Chuan, even knowing that such ventures were destined for loss. This year's spring festival was also tumultuous, with prohibitions on pasting couplets and making visits, rendering the celebration devoid of joy, as the traditions of yesteryear were cast aside, leaving the elders weeping in despair. Volume 1, Chapter 227, Oranges. Cuckoo faces life and death crisis upon seeing that CaoQiang was unharmed. Wang Donger finally felt relieved. Pouting her lips, she feigned anger and declared, "If you dare to do this again, I shall ignore you." CaoQiang chuckled, embracing Wang Donger as he replied, "Donger, I was wrong. I promise it won't happen again." The two indulged in their affectionate exchange for a while before returning to the academy. In the days that followed, CaoQiang prepared gifts for Wang Donger. Aware of her long-standing desire for a high-grade flying soul guide, he resolved to surprise her with a level 7 flying soul guide. Utilizing the thunderous power he had acquired in the Thunder Realm, and combining it with his unique understanding of soul guides, he began to craft the gift. CaoQiang secluded himself for several days, as he needed to create a piece that was not overly complex. Although Ji Lingzhou had remarked this way, she ultimately refrained from discarding the item in her hands. After completing his task, he inquired in the old doctor's office about any dietary restrictions he should observe. As anticipated, the viewership had surpassed 10 million, with comments flooding in so rapidly that they were impossible to keep up with. The pain he felt was akin to sharp blades repeatedly cutting into his heart, a memory that invoked waves of piercing anguish. Yet there was Aurora, who remained unrelated to him. They merely acknowledged each other's existence. After all, if things were not tightly knit, the fortress conceived by the first Duke of the Lion family would become a mere jest. She sighed inwardly, realizing why men often enjoyed teasing her. It was because the feeling of being playfully teased was simply delightful. The regions of Shuntianfu, Wanping County, Daxing County, as well as Jijin, Liaojin, and Dongjiang Town had all endured a tumultuous upheaval akin to an earthquake. However, he was the root cause of these tribulations. And now the consequences were solely of his own making. He could blame no one else. Having sensed her steady breathing, Ji Lingzhou had yet to fall asleep. How could he not understand Cheng Mingran's intentions? Currently, Cheng Mingran had an uncanny ability to soften hearts. But this was not due to anyone's persuasion. It was her own volition, as she chose what she deemed a satisfactory, mid-sized base at the time. After placing the phone bug, which had transformed from a lewd visage to a normal state, Richard sat on the deck, lost in contemplation. Regrettably, he no longer had the opportunity to continue speaking, as Chu Tian had already snapped his neck and quietly knelt beside Chu Qing, producing a strawberry-flavored lollipop and a diamond-shaped pendant from his pocket. However, upon noticing Yin Zhishang's gaze, Feng Wan Qingyun discovered a beautiful purple bird indeed. At that moment, Lin Chi approached Zhuang Sui, whispering a few words in her ear, after which Zhuang Sui appeared relaxed and skipped joyfully out of the room. Regardless of how Wang Qi shouted and pleaded outside, Lin Chi strode towards her bedroom as if she had not heard a thing. Originally, the Fengling clan did not entertain outsiders, but since several of their own were injured, they had brought you back to the village for healing. Meng Shui Rao abruptly sat up from the ground, stretching her back and inspecting her internal injuries and external wounds, only to find they had all healed. After circulating her spiritual energy, she realized it was fully restored. Yuan Piaoxiang, shedding her earlier demeanor of anger and argument, beamed with a smile as she sat beside Lin Chi, cheerfully inquiring, "Sister, is the jar of wine you sold me truly that miraculous?" Despite the setbacks, Richard had glimpsed the possibility of success through the variations in running distances. Treasure hunters were inherently devoid of rules or principles. As long as they could obtain money, anything was negotiable. Daru glanced up and indeed found Lulu and Qian blushing, turning their heads aside. Unfortunately, the wagon's compartment was quite small, and even with their heads turned, they could still catch glimpses out of the corners of their eyes. He San Shao gasped for breath, cold sweat streaming down his face, his expression nearly frozen, fear evident in his eyes, failing to clarify matters beforehand. At such a critical moment, the Su family feared that Zhou Yu would be displeased and, in a fit of rage, disregard them entirely. Volume 1, Chapter 228, CaoQiang Fortress. Just as Cao Chong believed everything was coming to an end, a powerful pressure suddenly descended from the sky. This weighty force felt as oppressive as a mountain, making it difficult to breathe. Cao Chong looked up to see dark clouds gathering, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, as if some terrifying presence were about to descend. His heart raced, realizing that the situation was far from simple. Indeed, the next moment, a colossal figure burst forth from the storm clouds, charging directly at them. It was a gigantic soul beast resembling a three-headed, six-eared hound, its enormous form radiating a formidable aura. It opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a thunderous roar directed at Cao Chong and the others. Cao Chong's expression turned grave. This was likely due to their failure to manifest divine attributes, leaving them unable to fully assimilate the overwhelming divine power. Hundreds of pseudo-soldiers felt voiceless as they huddled together on the outskirts while simultaneously dispatching personnel to chop down trees. They were soldiers in name. Yet after aligning with the Japanese army, they had become mere logistical support and cannon fodder, a consequence of their earlier choice to betray their country. "Scoundrel! You wretched scoundrel! Luo Dong, you cannot treat me this way. I am still so young. I would rather die than endure this." As Luo Dong stood before the ominous portal of the Divine Soul Palace, the once arrogant Ao Shuang cowered like a mouse before a cat, frantically screaming. It was quite simple. Chun Ping was a strategist, recommended by Wei Wuji, the grandson of Wei Wuji, one of the 4 young masters of the Warring States. Known for his cunning, the Pei Gong understood the importance of a strategist in warfare and thus immediately employed him. Those who wandered the dark paths were comparable in stature to the Han King, meaning they had been placed on the candidate list for scapegoats. Is this the 9 deaths revitalizing pill? Gazing at the pill resting quietly in his palm, when Tian muttered to himself. The sound of an explosion echoed in the ears of others. The sound of the giant eagle slicing through the air was as terrifying as thunder. Diao and Ao Rong simultaneously lifted their eyes, witnessing a handsome man clad in the Heavenly Emperor's dark robe standing before them, a gentle smile adorning his face. The scene before him grew increasingly hazy. The 9th princess, who had never shed a tear even when wronged and sold into hardship, now found herself weeping uncontrollably. It seemed her prior stoicism was due to her ignorance of such pain. "I am here." Sima Xian promptly rose to salute, surprised to discover he too had a fief. In the days spent alongside Xiangyu, he had never heard him divulge this detail. As the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Yao Chushi did not feel she had bestowed any great favor and had not considered how to repay her kindness. Yet they treated her exceptionally well, resulting in a bond of goodwill. Some powerful loose cultivators often turned out to be the founding ancestors of formidable sections. Background was inconsequential. What truly mattered was one's cultivation and innate talent. You should say that my wife is fortunate to have found such a handsome and dashing boyfriend like me. Lin Yifeng boldly remarked with a grin toward Bai Ran. Zhao He quickly grasped the situation, simultaneously sounding the alarm and shouting to the guard team. Those who charge forward shall die. He then opened fire, taking down 4 or 5 of those who rushed forth, prompting the others to realize and veer off to the side. Upon arriving in the south to enlist, he encountered the Silver Shark King Chanin Sha. In just a year, he attained the status of a ghost immortal and became a Dao partner, winning the affection of a beauty. He also clashed with the champion Marquis and Hong Xuanji, gaining recognition as a sub-saint. Each individual has their own destiny. Given the appearance of me back then, which girl was not afraid of me? I hope that my husband's indiscretion will not be deemed disrespectful. As Xiao Yi spoke, he drew his beloved wife closer into his embrace. He intended to confer with Zhao He and the other officials about replenishing the missing 100 or so men. The fact that over 100 had fled before even engaging with the government left Yang Su somewhat disheartened. However, during these times, few individuals with families dare to risk their lives in opposition to the authorities. With the departure of the Undying Lord, the remaining skeleton army lost its cohesion and immediately turned upon one another in chaos. He rushed to the central platform, embarking on a spree of slaughter. In Volume 1, Chapter 229, alongside Wang Donger, CaoQiang gazed at the ancient and enigmatic CaoQiang fortress before him, an overwhelming sense of curiosity and anticipation swelling within him. He understood that this place might conceal the secrets of the CaoQiang sect, perhaps even harboring astonishing treasures or unprecedented opportunities. Taking a deep breath of the moist air, he savored the brisk vitality of the mountain breeze, then strode confidently towards the grand entrance of the fortress. Zhuzi and Ku followed closely behind, while Wang Donger maintained a protective proximity to CaoQiang, as if to shield him at any moment. Upon reaching the entrance, the 3 large characters' CaoQiang fortress seemed to emanate a mysterious power, instilling a sense of reverence that deterred any casual approach. While Wei Kaiwei assisted with the preparations, Mrs. Wei's demeanor grew increasingly cordial, bustling about to curry favor with the Qi sisters. It was only when the sounds of firecrackers and drums resonated from outside, heralding the arrival of the matchmaker to bestow the red veil upon the Qi sisters, that Mrs. Wei reluctantly exited the room to join Mrs. Liao and the others in the front hall. As Qin Yiling felt herself on the verge of fainting, she clutched the necklace in her arms with unwavering resolve. Regardless of the extent of her injuries, she guarded it fiercely, ensuring it remained unscathed. Qinya's right hand tightly grasped the blue necklace, holding it close to her heart. Su Yiqing picked up Yang Yang, quickly tidying up, shutting down her computer, and leaving the kindergarten without delay. Although she was aware that Si Luin was unable to consume anything at present, it remained imperative to have the servants deliver some sustenance to him. He grasped his ankle and gently caressed the position of the wheat ear tattoo, inked by Zhong Ming, who had promised that if it could not be removed in the future, he would have a matching one inked in the same location. Feng Yuanbin stared in astonishment at the 4-star badge that had unexpectedly appeared on his chest. After being wounded by a bullet, the Minotaur was filled with shock, anger, and fear. In its memory, apart from those stronger than itself, only individuals wielding special weapons could inflict such harm. It had never before been so easily injured. However, Jim had previously arranged for Yin Yin to settle into the school, and now she was comfortably established there. By the time he finished sorting through the spoils of the battle at Bayer, the adventurers from the Alliance, stationed on the 5th level of Hell, had concluded their war and returned to the City of Vigilance to celebrate their victory. Master, I kindly request that you dispatch 2 shadow ninjas to impersonate my master and me for the next few days, said Ryu. At the moment when Ji Feng was about to unsheath his sword, a few shurikens flew out of the smoke, aimed at him. Utilizing the bell left by Zi Yuan's mother as ammunition proved to be an apt choice for this firearm technique. Yu Jia and Su Xiaomei each drank their respective cups of floral silver needles, both feeling invigorated and refreshed. Simultaneously, the disciple from the Huajian sect sent to retrieve the treasure emerged from the bedroom, carrying a locked box. He had always been quite respectful. Yet this statement was delivered with an air of arrogance, inciting Chun Onxing's ire. Even Li Chuxiong, who had been persuaded by him, was seething with rage. As Lu Huai and his companions engaged in lively conversation, a soothing and invigorating scent of sandalwood wafted from the spiritual abode, revitalizing all who inhaled it, banishing their fatigue and weariness in an instant. Without diligence and ambition, without a steadfast commitment to strengthening oneself, even miraculous phenomena, such as the undying realm, cannot affect transformation. In the midst of this cacophony, the fate of the once mighty Red Dragon had been momentarily overlooked by all. All personnel, prepare for battle. Direct all magical cannons and crossbows towards the airborne vessel. Wang Shiwan bellowed. The intent behind this list eluded everyone's understanding, except for the knowledge that it was intended to preserve the main players for the Champions League showdown next week. It was difficult to discern how this haphazard starting lineup could emerge unscathed against a determined Middlesbrough fighting for survival. In Volume 1, Chapter 230, did you not wish to ignite sparks with Ling Luochen? During the journey away from CaoQiang Fortress, CaoQiang and his companions engaged in discussions regarding their recent expedition. Juzi and Cuckoo were in awe of the fortress's grandeur and mystery, while Wang Donger was more concerned about whether CaoQiang harbored any reservations regarding her identity. Upon their return to Shrek Academy, Zhou Shihan and Jiang Nanan anxiously sought out CaoQiang, urgently informing him of crisis. Tangya and Ma Xiaodao had been taken by a dark force, and the dragon god Dalu was battling against more than 10 titled Douluos alone, with old wounds resurfacing that might not hold out much longer. CaoQiang's expression turned grave upon hearing this news. He sensed an ominous connection to the mysterious Holy Spirit sect. He knew he must go to any lengths to intervene. Xiao Long could only respond with an expression that conveyed, "Do as you see fit." This matter was beyond his authority. He dared not speak out without the decree from the great sage. From that point on, no one dared to leave Luoyang City. The few bold enough to attempt it did so quietly and under the cover of darkness. "I certainly know it is a flower. I merely inquired what you intend to do with it," Rongjung remarked, bowing his head to resume his tasks. The soldiers guarding Li Chundi and his elite entourage, upon spotting a large group emerging, made no inquiries and simply joined the throng, akin to victors celebrating a hard-won battle. "What are you doing?" Gu Beichun asked after answering a phone call, entering the suite to find Jian, M.O., smiling gleefully at her computer. Teacher Nya! Zhao Yuanhang exclaimed in a tone tinged with urgency, regretting his mention of the matter, recalling vividly the frightened expression on Nye Wanluo's face that day. Li Qianni smiled slightly and said, "Comrade Zhu Guohua, I wish to reconfirm. Are you willing to take responsibility for your statements?" Just as the trio found themselves at an impasse, the sound of approaching hoofbeats gradually echoed closer. They exchanged wary glances, spotting 3 dark figures advancing from the west. Due to their limited numbers, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei remained undaunted. Perhaps it was the shadow of her previous departure that haunted her, or perhaps his own anxiety rendered him sensitive and intolerant of her absence, which seemed to pierce his very soul. The sight of his son's belongings further ignited his distress. Pei Shireen turned pale at Xiao Sufan's cutting remarks, rushing out of the restroom without washing her hands. She could no longer bear to remain, not for a second, fearing she might lash out at Xiao Sufan. After a cloud of smoke dissipated, the audience became aware of the phrase, often quoted online, "I will obliterate you to dust," which was entirely plausible in real life. They witnessed the formerly pristine mahogany platform, now reduced to a heap of scattered wood dust, prompting everyone to rise and erupt in synchronized applause. At that moment, Hezian pondered why her teacher had never mentioned the myriad dangers they faced or asked her to share in the burdens. Longran is certainly not Lu Xiaohui. After a profound kiss, he exhibited the reaction typical of a normal man. Now that their contest has concluded, do you wish to engage further? Kong Si Deng provocatively inquired of Yi Fei, fearing that he might take the opportunity to withdraw. It is essential to note that Xianji Ying comprises not merely 10 demigod practitioners, but a formidable cohort of 49. This represents the utmost combat strength that Dongfang Jiao can mobilize. However, at this moment, only 45 practitioners remain in Qianjiying, as 3 have been slain by the young master, and 1 opted for self-detonation. Upon hearing the preceding words from Yang Liao, Xian, and Tang Xiao, they fell momentarily speechless, a surge of indignation coursing through them, yet they refrained from acting on it. Their expressions were akin to having consumed several pounds of pig liver, and nothing more. Yi Ku and Hu Dai arrived once more in their elegant black and white attire, and upon catching sight of their ensemble, Xiao Feng found himself questioning whether their appearance was intentional. Certainly, if it involves marrying the cousin of a Zhu, the old general would be exceedingly pleased, for in his recollections, Shen Mu is a remarkably obedient child who should be manageable. After contemplating for a while, Li Yan ultimately settled on two matters. These individuals are expected to depart in 8 months, and they intend to instigate trouble upon their departure. The first is to hire an assassin, while the second involves an attempt on his life the evening before their departure or on the very day itself. In Chapter 231, CaoQiang reflects that the sweetness of a forcibly harvested fruit is inconsequential. From Wang Dong Air, CaoQiang learned that the Haishan Yuan event is held annually, typically scheduled prior to the assessment for the new cohort of inner court disciples. During the Haishan Yuan event, the inner court scholars are afforded the opportunity to showcase their abilities and boldly express their affections. Provided both parties consent, they may embark on a romantic relationship. The Academy sets several challenges to test the male and female scholars participating in the matchmaking event. The initial stage is dubbed mutual appreciation. At the Haishan Yuan matchmaking gala, regardless of whether they are male or female, the Academy provides a water lily leaf of approximately 1 meter in diameter as a flotation device. Falling into the water is deemed a disqualification. The elder, gravely injured, is in no condition to resist, and with a swift motion, his head was severed, falling to the ground without the slightest suspense. Initially, I presumed this was merely a trivial task assigned by the lascivious elder, yet the reality proved to be far more complex than I had anticipated. In the presidential suite's dining room, the two sat across from one another, with Xiao Shuizheng uttering not a single superfluous word. When a man is weary, he often prefers silence, and his mood may not be particularly uplifting. Xiao Yun cast his gaze downward, inadvertently noticing the trash been filling up, contemplating asking Fat Jia to tidy it up later. A scar ran diagonally from the right brow of Santa, traversing the nose, ultimately extending to the left cheek before concluding at the lower jaw. The emergence of the Tian Yen seal leaves no rival, as the Buddhist incantations were instantly obliterated, dissipating into the ether. Zhou Yuanji instructed Pang's son, Brother Pang, Su De Gu and I plan to conduct a nighttime reconnaissance of Shaolin. You are to lead the disciples of Chong men in waiting here. Should we not return by dawn, do not linger for us, but proceed directly to Jiangnan to summon my father to rally forces for the rescue of Shaolin. A torrent of fury surged within Liu Fei, who glared at Han Xinair, exuding an aura of imminent confrontation. Su Ji and the others remained silent, pondering the identity of the traitor within Shaolin, each lost in contemplation. A series of harrowing events unfolded around Liu Fei, even causing Master Huitong and Huang Tian to avert their eyes in compassion, unable to bear the sight any longer. The corpulent owner wiped the sweat from his brow, feigning calmness as he instructed the employees behind him to move the stones inside. The two reclined for over 10 minutes, as Xiao Ruo's breathing gradually steadied, while Sun Mo found it challenging to sleep, for he had yet to unlock the door. After concluding a phone call, Sun Mo approached the floor-to-ceiling window, squinting to observe Zhao Ziyu driving away, his keen eyesight allowing him to glimpse the joy radiating from her face. As they neared the Bayou Chonglang, Zhao Shunping could see more clearly, his admiration deepening. Among the three young women, Mo was particularly drawn to the one in the center, whose sweet visage was perpetually graced with a gentle smile, exuding comfort. In the stillness of midnight, when most had succumbed to slumber, an unexpected visitor arrived. Lin Baiyu rolled her eyes in disdain. Would she permit Li Binwei to lie beside her if she did not accept him? A genius remains unrecognized. A master leaves no trace. This individual possesses exceptional talent. A true strategist, comparable to a wise minister, Lin Baiyu remarked. Lin Jiulan muttered a soft curse, surveying the scene below, where Long Han Ming, Mo, Qian Hen, and Lu Linggu were present, yet Dean was conspicuously absent. This kitchen was designated for the staff of an Lebao, where a stout chef was diligently working. Jefferson requested a bowl of white rice, chicken, and potatoes, along with a serving of creamy apple soup, which he took back to his office. At least, it appeared that there were no lurking individuals nearby, nor did it seem likely that a vehicle would suddenly emerge to endanger them. Within a dim cave on Lingyan Peak, Zhou Meiqi, clad in red like fire, sat in meditation on a stone bed, diligently practicing for days and nights without respite. Having endured the oppressive atmosphere within the house for a month or two, I finally succumbed to the urge to step outside. As I walked along the path, I noticed several individuals casting peculiar glances my way. A sense of curiosity arose within me, and soon, I spotted an old acquaintance, prompting a faint smile as I waved in greeting. In Chapter 232, the matchmaking event saw the participation of 75 scholars, 57 males and 18 females, including Su Sanshi, Kai Tu, and Xiao Xiao. CaoQiang's striking appearance undoubtedly drew considerable attention. However, his rate of cultivation left much to be desired. Although he had now attained the rank of 50 in Soul King, with soul rings enviable to many, his achievements were predicated upon entering the academy at over level 30. After nearly 5 years of toil to reach level 50, how far could he progress in the future, even with relentless effort? Consequently, during the second stage, love at first sight, only Xiao Xiao and Ling Luo Chun lit a candle for him. Yes, we are headed to Beicheng, to a place I am familiar with, to procure something we require, Yuan Tian Shun remarked with a smile. Taking a deep breath, he removed the hand that had encircled him and stepped aside, creating some distance. He was acutely aware that he was not a good person. He always focused solely on outcomes, employing ruthless and unscrupulous means without remorse. Afterward, Lu Zmo lit a cigarette, and the room soon filled with the fragrant aroma of smoke. The scoundrel was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, blood spraying as he collided with 7 or 8 trees before crashing heavily to the ground. Mu Feng claimed that the peak of Dongyang's sect was already astonishing. Now to assert that it could also prevent Dongyang's sect from transmitting messages was even more unfathomable. Do not disturb him. Let us observe from a distance, to see what Master Mu Feng intends to do, Elder Mo Tong advised. However, Hao Ren hesitated to act, merely encircling without engaging, as he sought to prolong time, deliberately engaging in a war of words while awaiting Hao Li's arrival. After speaking, Qi Ming Chun rose, taking the wine bottle with him. The red wine had been opened, and to prevent him from becoming suspicious, I took it to help you repackage it, then opened the door and stepped outside. Liao Guiha felt a surge of anxiety. He was uncertain about the unfolding events in Luoshui village. The encroaching darkness only heightened his concern. If Zhang Zhun and Zhou Hai had yet to emerge, it was likely they had encountered some unforeseen predicament. Oh, Lei Zi, you are being overly courteous. Upon arriving in our Shihai cultivation realm, you should feel as at home, he said, dismissing formalities. Long Wang Ao Jun immediately exerted his power to lift Duanmu Xiaotian, halting his attempt to bow. Ding Feng suppressed his thoughts, burying the information deep within his heart. He scanned his surroundings and retrieved an ancient tome titled Speculations on the River of Time. In this era, no one could rival the ferocity of the wilderness. There was no need for concern. The immortal sects had fallen to the claws of the beasts, and the strength of demonic cultivators could hardly surpass that of the immortal sections. In Lin Yi's view, Sangshi Valley posed no danger. They raised their cups, clinking them lightly before consuming the immortal wine in hearty gulps. Neither of them was a connoisseur. Regardless of the wine's quality, they drank deeply. Should they truly kiss, it would indeed be a slap in their own faces. In the hospital, she had resolutely rebuffed him, yet now she shamelessly took advantage of the situation. Once she scolded him for being a rogue, and he had always defended himself, as it had been an unintended misstep. But this time was different. Both were fully aware. She resolved to find joy in the orchid and discern the Tao from it. Was this the path of Lan? How wonderful it would be to possess a soaring beast! They exclaimed in unison. Upon reaching their destination, the masked individual produced large, durable sealed inflatable bags, instructing everyone to climb inside. The airbags were submerged in a pond, allowing them to emerge from the pockets into an underground passage. Driven by curiosity regarding the situation in the Xianling realm, Li decided to lead his 300 cultivators in a battle. For the sake of greater strength and the desire to uncover the secrets of the Xianling realm, he resolved to take this bold step. The two great families in the ancient wilderness's western forest had hunting grounds comparable to the Tang Empire, spanning 3,000 miles. After centuries of hunting, few beasts dared to intrude upon this territory. Volume 1, Chapter 233, The Choice of Ling Luocheng. At this moment, Ling Luocheng's gaze was firmly fixed on CaoQiang. She observed his calm demeanor and unwavering confidence, stirring a ripple of emotion within her. The junior she had previously overlooked now stood before her with such assertiveness that she felt compelled to reassess her judgment. Ling Luocheng took a deep breath, realizing she could no longer maintain her previous indifference. She resolved to scrutinize CaoQiang more attentively in the upcoming rounds to determine if he truly deserved to be her match. The second round of mutual affection continued, with each male participant cherishing this opportunity to showcase themselves. The Shadow Guard took the lead with a prayer bead, followed closely by Juning and the remaining Shadow Guards, who diligently protected her. The black cloak was discarded, revealing his eunuch attire, which differed from others who wore thick undergarments. He was clad in only a thin garment, accentuating his tall stature. Linglong's thoughts increasingly turned to Nizir, fueling her desire to uncover who had leaked information about her. Xiao Weifeng also grew anxious. The three priests had previously assisted Qing Beihuang in elevating her cultivation, but now their spiritual energy was nearly depleted, rendering them unable to provide further assistance. Lu Guan sighed, gesturing to his temple, indicating that the young woman was not functioning well. She often claimed to hear voices, and although everyone initially bore with her and investigated her claims, they ultimately discovered nothing. She resembled a fox spirit that had cultivated for a millennium, her every gesture exuding charm, her eyes brimming with allure, tempting the young holy monk to descend into the depths of temptation. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a soft arm wrapped around Situ Ye's neck, enveloping him in a firm embrace. A warm tear fell upon his neck, trickling down his skin to his chest. "I love you." The moment Mu Linglong uttered those words, she realized what she had said, her eyes widening in surprise, the words she intended to convey now lost in the familiar surroundings. An outsider? How could I possibly be an outsider? She thought, a native of Linchuan City, feeling utterly at home. She had faith in herself and in Chu Li. Their brief separation would not undermine their bond. Kong Ling Yaowang's swift elimination of Long Air stunned everyone, evoking a sense of loss. The azure dragon had been within reach. Yet it was gone, obliterating countless years of hard-earned cultivation. Su Chu felt a surge of anger, turning his steed and galloping away, while Ma Chao attempted to pursue him, only to be thwarted by the approaching soldiers of Chao. Ma Chao's silver spear claimed countless foes, yet in that moment, the soldiers fought with reckless abandon, their lives disregarded in relentless combat. Today, Su Lin witnessed Ji Gongqingzi's frail appearance, prompting her to act with uncharacteristic aggression, lunging toward Ji Gongqingzi. Unlike the extravagant Tang army, who would not don clothing worth less than 10,000 yuan, they favored Italian brands like Nuoyu Piena. While I would not even glance at the likes of Jean Li Lai or Bao and I, the most expensive outfit being from CaoQiang, exceeding 40,000. Well, now that the eyesore has departed, let us continue our discussion on how to proceed, Lin Tian said with a hint of ease, smiling. I heard that the governor of Beiping, Sun Xing, is the brother-in-law of General Zhang? Shiqing asked Zhang Ji directly. Upon seeing Shiqing, the charioteer smiled amiably. Acknowledging him, the passengers in the carriage appeared less imposing, their demeanor softened yet still retaining an air of restraint. Shiqing needed only a glance to recognize that the charioteer was Wakue, while the passenger was naturally his father-in-law, Ma Qiu. Over the past 3 years, Huang Zhong had guarded Renan alongside the two girls, Ling Er and Zhu Rong. Upon hearing Guan Yu's disdain for Lu Qiling, Huang Zhong could not conceal his displeasure. Jess? Lin Tian recalled this man, the leader of an assassin organization. He had once crossed paths with him in America. Jess had remarked that those who offended him would face dire consequences. Volume 1, Chapter 234, Refusing Ning Tian's Temptation. The atmosphere around them instantly transformed into a warm and sweet embrace, as if the entire sea god island rejoiced in their moment of happiness. Ling Luocheng felt an unprecedented sense of security and joy in Chao Chang's arms. She knew she had found the one worthy of her lifelong commitment. Meanwhile, Hikaitu also encountered the moment he had long awaited. Xiao Xiao approached him, her bright eyes filled with expectation and affection. She softly said, Hikaitu, I know you have much to say, but I only wish for you to understand that regardless of what the future holds, I will always be by your side. Upon hearing her words, Hikaitu's eyes glistened with tears. To ensure that Yi Jian could successfully complete her first jump and overcome the anxiety, obstacles, and fears associated with it, they had observed the weather for several days, ultimately deciding today was perfect, sunny, and with a visibility of 100%. Dr. Zhou looked at Zhong Matzi and detailed the situation. As for Wei Xingyu's leg, it remained uncertain, as there had been no significant progress. That is thanks to my hometown, Yunnan, where one can savor authentic flavors unattainable in big cities. Xia Yi gazed through the swirling mist at Shen Running, realizing that even the character who had stepped out of the painting possessed a certain warmth. Typically, such individuals share a common flaw. They allow only comments on their youth, but will not tolerate remarks on aging. The figure clad in white descended upon the bronze cauldron, commencing an unceasing absorption of energy from the shimmering embodiment of Lioli. replenishing its own essence. Perhaps in a few days, Duan Mian replied ambiguously, uncertain of how long the task would take to complete. It seemed that the matter of Zhen'er having once been a servant was common knowledge among all. The subsequent grievances were truly difficult to articulate. Gushi sat at the cash register, collecting payments while also inspecting the inventory to discuss with the store manager later. Entrusting matters to Yin Fuzi, CaoQiang felt reassured. Yin Fuzi was pleased with the gift, and in future teachings, would undoubtedly be more stringent. It was a relief to head to the capital. It was evident that the restaurant's manager was no ordinary individual. Mu Jingli had never shown such attentiveness to anyone else. Even the opportunity to reconnect with Zi Yin had not arisen again. Despite being in the same space, an inexplicable emotional barrier always loomed between them. One that they could not surmount no matter how hard they tried. Come again. Xie Qingyun shot a fierce glare at Zhang Zhao, then turned and crossed several steps westward. Adopting a confrontational stance, his gaze fixed intently on the bald figure. Li Jingwu stroked Zhao Hui's head, saying, "I will miss you too." They remained silent, leaning against each other quietly. "Speak up. Who have you offended now?" Ma Yong remarked nonchalantly, yet could not ignore his brother being beaten. "I must uphold Dong Ji's reputation, but how I do so depends on his sincerity." Dewey leaned back against the chair, observing the smile on Sun Dong's face. "I have a mission. As for where to go, Lord Orochimaru has stated that the most perilous places are often the safest." Ye Zhang spoke enigmatically. "Well, why didn't you say so sooner?" Su Qingcheng called out loudly in fluent Korean, likely a name. From the moment he glimpsed Mi Lin's photograph, his heart shattered. At that instant, he finally understood the true meaning of heartbreak. Zhao Hui and Li Jingwu walked ahead, purchasing 2 ice creams at the cold drink stall, and sat down on a shaded chair to indulge. Yin Rouge and her companions entered, removing their hats, causing Feng Lianqing's expression to shift. Although they had never met, the unique mark between their brows was unmistakable. They were the 8 formidable demon generals of the demon realm, yet their numbers seemed insufficient. "Thank you." Wang Qiaoyang picked up a lighter, slowly igniting a cigar, inhaling deeply to calm his nerves. He had struck true. This marked the first conscious victory for Jin Mu, granting him the strength to contend with ordinary ghouls. The remaining 2 lunged at him, but they were no match for the now enlightened Jin Mu. On the morning before the festival, a light mist enveloped the sea as the 2 awoke early, nestled together, watching the crimson sun rise laboriously from the horizon. In the sacred realm of Sea God Island, the moonlight bathed each participant's face. The moment of union had finally arrived, intertwining the tension and anticipation within the hearts of the students. Though Ning Tian had turned away, the unwavering determination and hope reflected in her gaze moved everyone present. Wu Feng, a close friend of Ning Tian, stood resolutely beside her, her eyes shining with an unyielding spirit. Chao Chang and Ling Luocheng stood side by side, their gazes filled with trust and affection for one another. They understood that no matter the challenges that lay ahead, as long as they faced them together, nothing could obstruct their forward march. However, the elder Fan and elder Lien at the back of the team had already vanished from sight. Their purpose in following the group was solely to ensure the safety of the Hua family disciples. They would not interfere with daily commands or combat arrangements. Previously, she had been willing to leave everything behind, believing in a peaceful separation, but now, with everything that had transpired, she could not allow herself to be bullied by those individuals. After a night of indulgent feasting, aside from Lin Song and Lu Xiao who abstained from alcohol, the other 3 had partaken to varying extents. Having spoken, she no longer regarded the man's expression, instead meticulously arranging the fruit basket before placing it into Yan Li's hands. News from the living quarters indicated that the 2 mice remained elusive, as if they had completely vanished, rendering all investigative methods futile. Through the protective veil of the forest, a youth approached rapidly from 1,000 meters away. Musashi obscured the heavens, his eyes, swirling with dark, ethereal flames, resembled the gaze of a deity, indifferent as he looked down, coupled with the geographical fortune of the 20 strands. A total of 12 strands of fate and spiritual treasures soared toward the eastern seas of the primordial world. The sound of gunfire erupted in quick succession, the zombies collapsing in response, each head bearing multiple wounds. Waves of overlapping sword energy surged forth, seemingly devoid of gaps. The residual force of the previous strike lingered as subsequent sword energies began their assault. Meanwhile, Tai Xian expanded, his form aligning perfectly with the primordial world's cosmic membranes, absorbing the incessantly encroaching chaotic spiritual energy and malevolent aura. Previously, The spiritual fish captured on the first level of the Dianxian Palace had been sold to the system by Hao Bai. Now, if he desired to consume them, he could simply purchase them again. Yet, at that moment, although the sword had not yet taken form, a tremendous sword energy surged upward, piercing the heavens from the sword pool, stirring the winds and clouds, causing all weapons in the world to tremble and sing as they were drawn from their sheaths. After tentatively moving about, Chen Zhang had Black 7 and the others lower him into the sea, acclimating to the diving suit. As Black 7 noted, the essentials of donning a deep-sea diving suit were not many. The primary consideration was to move slowly underwater. There were still no changes here. Even time remained unchanged. Whenever Hao Bai returned from the world of Hua, Qiangu, it was always the same moment. In the past, he believed that heavenly punishment was the will of the heavens, but now he understood that all retributions were executed by the Thunder Department. Of course, whether they secretly supported others in rebellion was beyond Lucia's current considerations. Regardless of which direction the team member pushed, the central disc remained motionless, and the team member pressed down on the disc in the center, which emitted a click. The opposing team consisted of 5 individuals, each formidable, and moreover, each possessed a powerful beast companion. Just as Leda Chue raised his hammer, preparing to strike, a trembling, fearful voice emerged. Pursuing them into the Shadow Realm would be the height of folly, akin to a dragon attempting to dive into the ocean to chase a colossal deep-sea whale. Achieving success was improbable, especially as they currently lacked the means to stabilize their entry into the Shadow Realm. An extremely cold, resentful, and familiar voice drifted from the white cloth, each word indelibly etched into Chen Bo's heart. Chapter 236. The past of Sister Zhou and CaoQiang's sister Zhou inhaled deeply and said, "CaoQiang, this is not your first visit to this world. At that time, I was only 9 years old, and my parents lost their lives in an accident. My grandmother lost her sight, leaving us without even the basic means of sustenance, forcing me to drop out of school. It was you who, upon learning of my situation, helped me complete my education. Under your influence, I also engaged with soul-guiding devices, showcasing extraordinary talent in this field." At this moment, Sister Zhou abruptly paused, her expression contorting in anguish, her voice choked with emotion, rendering her speechless. CaoQiang gently brushed away the tears from the corner of her eyes. However, this particular race possesses a fatal flaw. The strength of a lioness that has just given birth to cubs is significantly diminished, remaining at a lower level throughout the entire lactation period. Under normal circumstances, Zhongqing would have been moved by her own noble actions, but at present, her heart felt as though it were burdened by a heavy stone. Her inadvertent gesture had inadvertently aided that demon in cultivating his powers. Wasn't Yu Wuhin now in grave danger? Originally unable to contend with Ling Xiaotian, she feared that now she would be even further beneath him. It remained uncertain whether the people in the mountain villa were overly complacent or simply too confident. The defenses of the villa were not stringent, allowing Sheng Fenghua to enter with ease, making her way towards the illuminated courtyard. After returning home, Sheng Fenghua and Si Zhanbei informed their parents of their safety before heading to the villa where Song Ning and the others resided. "Father, do not worry. I will look after Mother," Qiu Shaoza earnestly assured Qiu Jingchen as he reached the door. Upon noticing Gue Lingzi directing attention towards him, Hao Chan furrowed his brow tightly. From the previous conversation between the two, he had vaguely gleaned some insights. When Hao Chan discovered Gue Lingzi's spirit body, the latter was imprisoned within that space, who possessed such power to confine him. Subsequently, a resounding roar from the earth bear echoed in everyone's ears as it violently pounded its muscular chest, throwing its head back to let forth another fierce howl, its fur flying in all directions. Tools like shovels were all neatly categorized in one corner. However, due to the sheer number of tools, it appeared to be an independent space. Alighting from the bus at Ningyi Street, Qin Siyu turned left and right before arriving at a youth hostel. Upon entering, the proprietor of the dilapidated inn rose, leaning on a cane to greet her. After all, even the largest Daluo could only reach such a height. Each meal, the appetite of this sow was indeed astonishing. At this juncture, matters in the realm of the Grim Reaper had reached a conclusion. What remained was Zhao Hao's venture into the world of One Punch Man. A Miao meticulously observed the 2 living corpses, noticing that the wounds sustained during the recent battle were gradually healing. These undead were relying on blood to mend their tissues, and she could not allow them to succeed. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward, as Li Zhengzhe and Huang Yinger were uncertain how to react. Should they leave first or engage in further conversation with the director? Bai Ma Jun's expression was stiff but relaxed slightly, as the unfamiliar situation became somewhat more manageable. Of course, aside from the extraordinary powers at play, it was also due to charitable endeavors. Good deeds performed by capable and available entertainment companies often allow their artists to participate. Ling Luo was visibly recovering at an impressive rate. Her previously rough skin was becoming radiant, her coarse hair now gleaming, and her emaciated form appeared to be inflating, becoming more robust. Observing the panic on Smith's face, Liang Dong and Charlie Buman exchanged glances, knowing that their purpose for visiting had largely been fulfilled. Yi Fan's heart jolted with joy. Although he possessed the ancient sacred body, the current environment indeed prevented him from cultivating. Even the great sacred lands could not provide a solution to this matter. While he had not given up, his path to future cultivation remained shrouded in uncertainty. Volume 1, Chapter 237. Wang Xiu'er and the most handsome man of Shrek. After a period of arduous travel, CaoQiang and the others returned to Shrek Academy, weary from their journey. Along the way, CaoQiang inquired about Yi Shishui's past from Xianlao, who recounted the entangled histories between Yi Shishui and the dragon god Douluo, as well as the dragon emperor Douluo Long Xiaoyao. From Xianlao's narration, CaoQiang learned that Yi Shishui's transformation into an evil soul master was indeed connected to these two ultimate titled Douluos. Remarkably, the dragon god Mu In, the dragon emperor Long Xiaoyao, and Yi Shishui were all prodigies who had participated in the same high-level soul master competition across the continent. The three had met through conflict, yet unexpectedly developed feelings for one another. Both dragon god Mu In and dragon emperor Long Xiaoyao harbored affections for Yi Shishui, who reciprocated their sentiments. Bai Yin, while speaking, expressed that Chun Shi should live humbly, akin to a dog. It is I, and this beside me is my husband. Yi Fei maintained a perpetual smile, her tone notably calm, yet her gaze remained as icy as ever. However, his thoughts had veered away from conversation to lifting Lin Baiyan's short skirt, pulling it up to her waist. Gazing out at the white snow, Heng Yu suddenly recalled an event. The winter of 2008 was not merely marked by a single snow disaster. Qi Ruiyu, witnessing Li Yunfeng descend from his meditative position in midair, was taken aback and hurried outside. Yet, the dragon Ling Hui displayed no strength, though he radiated the aura of a wise man. A perplexing combination that left Lang Fei momentarily indecisive. Aware that he too was heading to Baihu City, Lang Fei intended to observe him closely. Their vital energies, having accumulated throughout the day, crashed against the blocked meridian of Mu Ningyo's San Yinjiao. The moment was critical. With an arrow knocked, it must be released. Since the two had already engaged in song, there was no turning back. They had to endure and complete the duet. Lang Fei exerted a gentle force to free himself from her grasp, swiftly moving to Bai Yingmei's side, advising her not to underestimate the enemy merely because they were bound, lest it be she who suffers in the end. With that, he lightly tapped Bai Yingmei's head. Though radios had become nearly obsolete among the youth, there were still those from the older generation who utilized them. The narrative had offered numerous hints from the outset. However, they remained fixated on discovering clues within the story while overlooking those beyond it. The blood-red figures were merely the transformed corpses of the masked individuals and could not be rationally understood. Observing the dark passage, Yi Wuchen realized that this was a deliberate act by Hong Ho, intentionally opening the door for those wishing to close it, only to use lasers to eliminate those who entered the passage, representing her final gambit. It was a trap. Carl Malone connected the dots between the leisurely pace of the adversary and the snares laid out. Recognizing that they had prepared extensively for his arrival and had accurately predicted his escape route. When Phoenix had passed through with him years ago, this mountain peak had also collapsed. However, no one had known of its peculiarities at the time, making the dangers they faced then even more severe. Phoenix had been buried beneath, ultimately escaping with the aid of a crystal ice wand. Consequently, Zhang Feng and the others took stock of the fairly decent equipment before logging off for lunch. It was late. The river of fate that had flowed into my hands could not be returned. Lin Qing declared, disregarding the sword behind her, and directly vanished into the chaotic sea. Mu Fan grew increasingly irritated by the back-and-forth banter among the three, his empty hand striking the ground before soaring into the sky once more. This time, Li Xing attempted to obstruct him, but in the next instant, Mu Fan Shunyu suddenly slipped from his grasp. Thus, the undeniable truth emerged. She had gifted Zhang Feng a brand new vehicle as a birthday present. After saying this, she left, and I followed closely behind her under the moonlight. observing him clench his teeth tightly. Yet, the few bottles of Tianxiang Biluo left unattended in the cabinet starkly illuminated her humility and timidity. Volume 1, Chapter 238. Wang Qiu'er acquires the sixth spirit ring. CaoQiang and others encounter a 100,000-year spirit, having secured honor in the internal selection competition. CaoQiang, Wang Qiu'er, Hu Yuhao, and the others did not slacken their efforts, fully aware of the brutal and fierce nature of the Continental High-Level Soul Master competition. Especially Wang Qiu'er and Hu Yuhao, as newly ascended level 50 Soul Masters, have reached the pinnacle of their soul power and urgently require the hunting of soul beasts to acquire their fifth soul ring, thereby enhancing their strength. Under the guidance of the two formidable soul Douluos, Zhang Lishuan and Han Ruo, CaoQiang and Wang Donger embarked on their journey to the Stardow Forest. The Stardow Forest, one of the most renowned soul beast forests on the Douluo continent, is abundant with diverse and powerful soul beasts, serving as a training ground for soul masters to hone their skills and hunt. With a resounding bang, Ding Lei's head burst open, his white brain matter and crimson blood blending into a grotesque tableau, splattering upon Long Mashuan's body, hands, and face. To be frank, Senior, I am from a true world beyond this realm, having inadvertently entered this world. Xingfei was not surprised that lazy uncle could discern his distinct aura. As a powerful being who had reached the realm of the seven-star true emperor was indeed formidable, far beyond what he could contend with at present. The performance of the mammoth was undeniably successful. All the members of the Halley tribe, including Gu Qi, gazed wide-eyed in astonishment. It was only when Mu Tuo handed the firearm to Halley Gu Qi that he managed to suppress his shock and respectfully accepted the weapon. This is the map of the treasure of the Cycle Demon. How can we trust you? The Lord of the Gods abruptly rose from his seat, his gaze fixed intently upon the ancient, yellowed parchment in Meng Ji's hand, his voice grave as he inquired. Chen Yuding let out a slight sigh, choosing not to speak further. She was somewhat aware of Qian Yujia's family situation, yet whenever she wished to offer her assistance, it was invariably declined. She insisted that she needed no one's charity, even though it was not charity at all. To don the golden holy armor, one requires not only immense strength, but also the purest light power and unwavering loyalty to the church. Moreover, it is essential to achieve a perfect soul fusion with the golden holy armor, which is precisely why 7 out of the 12 pieces remain without a suitable master. Special effect: the Spirit of the Storm. When teamed with members of the Storm Guild, each teammate increases their overall strength by 5. Indeed, the Shadow Matriarch possesses the unique trait of self-invisibility, maintaining all attributes while in stealth, and her appearance for an attack does not incur retaliation. Feng Yun declared triumphantly as he cradled Chu Tian's arm once more. How is the situation? Is everything settled? Chu Yan was not preoccupied with how Lung Liao felt. His sole concern was ensuring that all those who dared to harm Lung Liao were eliminated, as instructed to the god of cars before his arrival. Had he the ability to summon that master indirectly, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. The Li Group, South Korea's largest monopoly enterprise, controls the country's most significant industry, the electronic sector. South Korea's electronics industry is renowned worldwide, with famous brands such as Samsung, LG, and Hyundai. However, it is the Li Group that truly holds dominion over these 3 brands. After Bella's father committed the name to memory, he decisively left the scene. Shortly after exiting the building, police cars flooded in, encircling the area tightly. I need to take it off before going out, so I won't wear it all, Li Weining stated as she sat on the sofa. For example, Lu Wei had no intention of orchestrating an attack on Han Shuang. Since Han Shuang dared to come, it was evident she had means of escape. You are fortunate. I did not kill you last time, but now you have come to me willingly. The Holy Lord, stepping into the void, radiated an overwhelming aura as he regarded Mu Feng, seemingly unfazed by his breakthrough to the pinnacle of martial spirit. Li Min curiously peeked from behind the stone, spotting the queen seated with a man, enjoying tea. These 4 characters were penned after much contemplation on my part. In this society, one cannot directly inscribe divination on the doorplate, lest it attract the attention of the city management. Volume 1, Chapter 239. 2 young dark gold dragon claw bears. The ice-blue Emperor Scorpion spread its massive pincers in the air, a chilling aura instantly enveloping the battlefield, causing the 10,000-year-soul beast to slow under the weight of this coldness, its eyes revealing a glimmer of surprise and fear. A cold smile crossed CaoQiang's lips as he uttered, "Heaven has a way. You chose not to follow it, yet you dare to trespass into hell. truly seeking death. Upon receiving CaoQiang's command, the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion soared through the air, each swing of its pincers conjuring a storm of ice crystals that blanketed the surrounding trees and ground in a thick layer of frost. The 10,000-year soul beast, caught in the midst of this tempest, found itself increasingly burdened. Although its speed remained impressive, it was becoming ever more challenging to maintain. I can offer you a suggestion. Xiahou Lilo calmly turned over, facing Mo Xuanyu, and spoke with grave seriousness. Everyone need not worry. We have eradicated the bandits. If any further issues arise, you may still consult General Hai Rui. His words brought immense joy to all present. However, rebirth from a cocoon does not only yield beautiful and resplendent butterflies. It also brings forth grotesque and unsightly moths. What Li Chongming never anticipated was that his most beloved disciple's seclusion was far more complex than mere despondency. Sister, this chestnut chicken was prepared by the prince. Knowing you love it, I personally brought it to you. Why aren't you eating? Wu Yiwei feigned guilt as she inquired. Upon seeing Yin Ling, clutching a rabbit plush toy, appear before her, Lin Ji let out a sigh of relief. Yet, the crimson clouds in the sky thickened noticeably, as the red flag on the training field fluttered, becoming increasingly indistinct under the suffocating crimson haze. Lin Xiao, will you take me for a ride on the wooden horse? A youthful voice chimed in her ears. Xiandia quietly listened to the physician's words. The prescription had never been incorrect, with the issue lying solely in Lin Sushi's health being somewhat more robust. Stealing money? It appears he is indeed a habitual offender without principles, willing to pilfer from friends. Zhao Qinhang escorted me back to the hotel, and after he left, my door was suddenly knocked upon. Had it not been for the fear of alarming the local families, the leader would have come himself, and we would not have needed to make this trip. The man on the left, a black man, said with a smile, "Rest assured, Master, there will be no oversights." Upon hearing Peshi's response, Callan's dark eyes flickered with a hint of panic, but he quickly regained his composure and solemnly promised Peshi, "I mean no offense. I merely wish to verify with the room, to see if the principles I gleaned from the Buddhist scriptures hold true." Chun Mingyi stated earnestly. After confirming that all procedures were complete, Tian Ci instructed Ma Jie to close her eyes, for he was about to perform a rite. Xiang Lao also instinctively stepped back a few paces, granting Tian Ci ample space. On that day, the entire room, and indeed my very heart, was filled with the threat of a virus. In the afternoon, Jiang Ziyun recovered, invigorated, while I succumbed to illness. At that time, there were still no machines for harvesting. I followed the adults who had come to assist my family, using a sickle to cut down bundles of golden rice. Watching the golden grains transform into individual rice kernels, my hands and legs bore the scars of labor. It was my first experience of my mother's hardships, and the first time I had truly felt the weight of providing for a family. I lowered my head, momentarily speechless, recalling how the room still resembled that day, with the chairs overturned and the bedding in disarray, as if the events had only transpired yesterday. Only the dust on the table subtly revealed the passage of time. Gong Qianzas had never so easily mastered several sword techniques in half a day, panting and exhausted, yet filled with joy. Yes, Helan Yao was not surprised to know Long Jiechi and Li Exine. After all, Long Jiechi was the 11th princess of Asia. In the first volume, chapter 240, the theory of Hua Yuhao received recognition, leaving him profoundly moved. Two dark golden dragonclaw bear cubs, resembling two adorable black puppies, added much joy to CaoQiang and the others during their adventure. As they delved deeper into the forest to find a suitable soul ring for Hua Yuhao, they soon encountered a 10,000-year-old soul beast, the Yin beast. The silvery fur of this soul beast shimmered with a metallic luster, and its eyes revealed cunning and ferocity. The group understood that the strength of this Yin beast was formidable. It possessed a unique skill called Tu Yin, allowing it to replicate the abilities of other soul beasts and soul masters to launch attacks against them. Since they were in the inner region of the Star Do Great Forest, powerful soul beasts frequently roamed here. To avoid causing unnecessary alarm, Li Tianfeng remained silent upon hearing Nangong Yuewu's words, his brow furrowed. He was well aware of what she spoke of. However, not having seen Feng Chue's figure made it impossible for him to feel at ease without confirming her safety. What is this stinky lung? Yuan San Yi pondered in confusion. Wasn't the spirit body supposed to be formidable? Why had it not recovered after being pierced for so long? Given her relationship with Gong Shifeng, even if she learned that Gong Shifeng was not her biological brother, it likely wouldn't alter her feelings. Witnessing his actions, other breakfast patrons, especially the younger ones, couldn't help but stir in excitement. What does this mean, Lord Incheng? Li Hongzhang's expression remained stern, like an ancient snow that had never melted, causing Incheng's heart to tremble. Upon hearing that their destination was Mount Xing, the elder finally felt a sense of relief, fearing they might linger in the city and not depart, as it could not withstand several assaults from the forging sect. Upon entering the photography studio, the proprietress immediately invited them to sit on the sofa at the entrance, while the photographer handed over a beautifully designed album, rich in artistic flair and romantic sentiment. Throughout the vast history of China, spanning 5,000 years, the brilliance of Hua Tsubing remains unassailable. As one of the three great cavalry geniuses alongside Wei Qing and Li Jing, his combat prowess was unparalleled. Digua, your task is to intercept that purple fellow. Do you have confidence? At that moment, Li Tianfeng disregarded the astonished gazes around him and spoke to Digua. The weapons on display were varied and elemental. Though they couldn't compare to the likes of the Guangxi Shadow Chain, they were clearly not ordinary items. As the class reunion reached this point, continuing to play lost its charm. After greeting Gao Minghu, Li Yang returned home. The man in black was startled and retreated, but upon regaining his composure, he felt an unusual humiliation and was about to erupt in anger when he noticed that his companions were all retreating in fear, their expressions frantic. Chanting Buddhist phrases, they fell like moths to the flame beneath the giant swords of the Iron Arm camp. Fortunately, the members of the Iron Arm camp were merciless butchers, caring little for whether a person was blessed by a bodhisattva, delivering the first strike without hesitation, as they were all believers in the supreme heaven. Just as he reached Jiang Tian's side, he was sent flying by a single slap, proving utterly defenseless before Jiang Tian. Chun Fan similarly had no desire to recuperate at home. He hailed a taxi and traveled to an old courtyard in the suburbs. He had initially been elated to acquire this treasure, as it granted him spiritual roots, thereby transforming his previously meager existence. He could not fend off these demonic creatures indefinitely. But at least at this moment, he could assist Feng Chun and the others, buying them enough time. Chun Fan understood that the other party regarded him as a returning customer, eager for another romantic transaction. His profound cultivation nearly shattered Xiao Zifeng's 3 souls and 7 spirits with a single lash, causing him to writhe in pain on the ground. In attendance, not just any surgeon, but any doctor could likely master 4 different knife techniques. Wonderful. Miss Coral, I have something to present to you. This place is not suitable. Let's find a more secluded spot. With that, he moved swiftly, darting towards a cave on the left. In the first volume, Chapter 241, titled The Sword's Name, Slaying Dragons. While Hu Yuhao's theory stirred waves at Shrek Academy, Xian Lao sought out CaoQiang, Hu Yuhao, and their companions. A grave expression adorned Xian Lao's face, seemingly conveying important news. Children, he spoke in a deep, powerful voice. The pressure of this upcoming competition is not to be underestimated. Upon hearing this, everyone displayed serious expressions. CaoQiang stepped forward and inquired, Xian Lao, is there a new development? Xian Lao nodded and slowly revealed. The Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy competition will take place in the Sun Moon Empire. Recently, the Sun Moon Empire had engaged in conflict with the original forces of Douluo continent. As the Eye of Wisdom opened, a terrifying sight emerged around him, with invisible ghosts crowding him, ready to pounce. However, that was not the only source of his unease. The true source of his trepidation lay in a single soul, one currently standing beside Huang Mao. I wish to battle that Gaolan. I wonder if I can prevail. Gan Ning appeared equally eager for combat. However, with Zhao Feng present, there was no need for fear. Who in Liaodong or the entire Han dynasty would dare to offend Zhao Feng? What good is it to speak to you? You? What can you do against the Dong family? Before Gao Buofeng could respond, the elder of the Gao family could no longer restrain himself and cursed loudly. Before them stood a man clad in armor, his face obscured, revealing only 2 red lights beneath his helmet. He wielded a somewhat familiar sword, yet Qin Zheng could not recall where he had seen it. Consequently, the players of the Imperial team commanded the Apocalypse to retreat, ceasing their attacks on Captain Plank. Upon hearing Wang Song mock the Dream Team, the audience couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, continuing to watch the large screen in anticipation of Captain Plank's revival and hoped for improvement. Uncle Fu was momentarily taken aback, intending to offer a few words of advice, but ultimately chose silence and called for a horse to be brought over. A stone he accidentally kicked caused arrows to shoot from the cave walls, a seemingly ordinary step almost led to a misstep. Despite Captain Plank's cannonballs continually landing on the enemy heroes, the two enemy heroes' health remained unchanged, still at full capacity. Between the Li and Song families, an inexplicable magnetic force seemed to bridge their differences as individuals from disparate backgrounds and experiences unexpectedly found a kindred spirit in one another, affectionately addressing each other as relatives, growing close as if they had been lifelong friends. As these words fell, Qi-Chen's gaze suddenly turned colder. "They are coming," he whispered, and I heard footsteps outside. Numerous in number, they were undoubtedly from the Confidential Bureau. Zhao Darren, the prefect of Shuntian, Zhao Sheng, was over 40, appearing frail and unfortunate, yet he was, in truth, cautious and astute. The new drug's second-phase clinical trials in the country had shown remarkable efficacy. Having personally experienced it, Meng Qian knew it was absolutely reliable. Thus, he eagerly anticipated its expansion into Europe and America, planning extensive Phase 3 trials covering diverse age groups. If all went smoothly, he would submit for review next year. "Such vigilance?" he remarked, handing over a blanket, thinking it more prudent to take it for himself than to wait for him to provide it. Once wrapped in the blanket, he chuckled at me, a playful glimmer in his eyes. Meng Qian was acutely aware that although the company had substantial backing, the principle of conducting business was to avoid unnecessary provocations. The jade pendant, emanating a soft crimson glow, seemed to have been summoned by someone, soaring from the dark corner and landing gracefully in Yu Linglong's hand. With a slender figure, a trim waist, and long legs, she clad herself in a yellow and black fur coat over a short skirt and tank top, appearing surprisingly comfortable despite the sweltering heat. Lin Feng aspired to enhance his strength, relying fundamentally on the ancient tome. Completing the random tasks triggered by the tome or the fixed tasks it contained would yield mysterious rewards, particularly the latter. In the first volume, Chapter 242, Ji Juechen sensed an unusual tension. When he met Wang Qiuer's gaze, the reason for his unease became apparent. "Ji Juechen, I challenge you." Wang Qiuer's cold voice pierced the air. Hui Yuhao chuckled. "Brother Ji, you are in for a treat. Sister Qiu's martial soul is the golden dragon. Ha ha ha." With that, he executed a swift movement, retreating several meters, while Cao Chong offered a faint smile to Wang Qiuer, following suit. Ji Juechen stood ready as Wang Qiuer unleashed her martial soul, declaring, "Come and fight." With a powerful step forward, her aura surged. "Hello, this is the Xianjing Hotel. How may I assist you?" A man's voice came through. After the holiday, Shui Yuexing was assigned a task. Although Fuzhou Shirsi Lang considered making him the vice-captain, such a decision would not be made lightly. Miao Miao and Shui Yuexing observed everything from within the inner space, and upon witnessing the scene, Miao Miao couldn't help but chuckle. It was moving to think that the man before her could trust her enough to express such sentiments. As a fist, imbued with power, swung towards his shoulder, disciple Wu Gang met the strike with his palm, stumbling back a few steps but managing to steady himself. Knowing that the man before him placed such trust in him, he felt an unwavering resolve not to disappoint. The so-called rattan shield was indeed aptly named. It resembled an oversized round shield, the only distinction being the material used in its creation, woven intricately from rattan. This local skirmish was witnessed by several timid Baymart people. After Reynaldo's defeat, they hurried back to the central church to report the events to Jacques. It was precisely because of the trust placed in him that such words were spoken. An assault came once more, striking with the same ferocity as before. Clearly, Himoming had gauged the depth of the duel. In this context, he sought to conserve energy where possible. "Old Huang, everyone knows that Zhao Qian saved your life. Are you now inclined to protect him?" The elder Lu glared, revealing that the dark-faced figure was indeed Zhuguo Gong Huang Jinxiao. While the elder Lu was Zhungguo Gong Lu Huayuan. Although his abilities were modest, that was relative. His courage certainly justified the elite title of the military. Fortunately, the room lacked any restrictions, otherwise it would be too stifling. Zhao Qian surveyed the simple arrangement of the room. There were no tables or chairs, just a bed with a meditation mat, reminiscent of a recluse's abode. With no objections raised, everyone gathered in Zue Yu Qingfeng's room. Though it was well past midnight, he still welcomed his brothers with vigor. With a kick using the arch of his foot, he executed a flawless strike, devoid of difficulty. As the football approached Gilardino, it seemed to subtly accelerate, slightly altering its trajectory. At that moment, he thought, If we were to perish together, perhaps we would remain in that beautiful world forever, preventing anyone from taking you away from me. Qin Feng gazed up at the night sky, a hint of happiness in his eyes. Take him, for instance. He commanded the Zhan Yi Shan Jiao, leading an army of 1,000,000 cultivators, with even several Saint Emperor-level existences under his command. The potential of such power was immeasurable. And what of Chun Fei? His situation mirrored that of others. Without the resources poured into him by a premier sect like the Hua Shenzong, achieving his current level of cultivation would be exceedingly difficult. In the first volume, Chapter 243, Tang Min faced an attack, teetering on the brink of life and death. However, Ji Juechen did not waver. As a disciple of Tang Min, he understood the necessity of standing against evil forces to protect his homeland and comrades. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his fears and anxieties, fully immersing himself in the battle. The three of them formed a formation, enveloped in malevolence, creating an impenetrable barrier. Ji Juechen moved like the wind, darting between the three, each strike precise and lethal. Yet, the three evil soul masters were no ordinary foes. Their techniques were devious and relentless, overwhelming Ji Juechen. In a fierce clash, Ji Juechen was inadvertently struck by an evil soul master, his body reeling backward. Most players' perceptions of a king are utterly misguided. Even a king cannot master every position or every hero. The realm is rife with escalating tensions, war ravaging the land, and the populace displaced, leading to a surge in mortality. For reasons unknown, the Qiandian's messengers found the deceased were not truly dead, and soul collection proved impossible. I wonder if the Yuming Dian has encountered similar circumstances? Due to their dwindling numbers, after a chaotic skirmish, UF teams Syndra and Luo fell, leaving only Mu Jingxia and Su Yanen's Zhao Xian alive, while EBF team also suffered the loss of Reinhardt. In UF team's top lane high ground was inevitably seized by EBF team. In the subsequent matches, Yang would need to alter his strategy. Just as Kobe increasingly adopted back-to-the-basket tactics, if he could not withstand injuries, he must adapt to them. The reason he had not played support was straightforward. With several pages of VP to flaunt, it was inevitable that someone would relinquish their position for a chance to win easily. Big brother, what happened? Jiang Dong sensed that the elder had secretly communicated with his grandson. He wondered if their relationship would yield any insights. You are the murderer. Sun Yen, devoid of reason, adamantly accused Ma Qi of being the culprit. Even if her son was at fault, she insisted Ma Qi was the true offender, deserving punishment. I understand. You may leave now. Zhang Liang waved his hand at the maid, then leaped gracefully towards the bamboo forest. The terrain ahead was defensible but challenging to attack, certain to be guarded by the heavy forces of the Zhu Indian. Unfamiliar with the geography, we could not commit all our troops to a frontal assault. That would only lead to unnecessary sacrifice. Xian Yuanhao turned, noticing her sweet smile, which lifted his spirits. He playfully stroked her delicate nose, gathered the little one nestled nearby into her embrace, and donned the cloak handed to her by Yuzhu, draping it over her slender shoulders while lifting her from the bed with ease. It was evident from the embroidery alone that this outfit was somewhat inferior to the previous two. Emoya stared blankly at the grand door before her. She could simply knock and enter, yet the thought of facing Lin Yu's parents filled her with trepidation. Others present, encountering that concealed master, remained silent, perplexed by his thoughts, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Their wealth, connections, and personal vision predetermined their future achievements. Tang Luo shook his head, raising his coffee cup. The warm liquid cascaded down upon Sun Lishi's head. Han Yuxuan, seated on the sofa, teased Hung Hung and Era. Upon noticing the two enter, she greeted them. Guo Gai Zeplet, realizing that she need not fret over the matter, for Zhao Yuan would naturally assess whether Wang Tian's company was worth pursuing. Qian Feng glanced at Tian Lazy, feeling increasingly unsettled, quickly averting his gaze. Steeling himself, he lowered his head and addressed the peak leader, stating, "If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." At this moment, Qian Feng felt an inexplicable urge to depart swiftly. "Sir, please allow us to conduct a check," the American police officer said, casting a glance at Lin Yu before producing a photograph. Volume 1, Chapter 244, The Resolve to Protect Tang Min. In the night, the radiance of the Xianming turtle shell formation flickered like a candle in the wind, unsteady and fragile. At the moment the formation shattered, Ji Juechen, sword in hand, led the charge at the forefront of the Tang Min disciples. Each swing of his sword was accompanied by a piercing scream, a testament to his struggle against fate and his unwavering loyalty to Tang men. However, the onslaught of the evil soul master surged like a tempest, relentless and suffocating. Ji Juechen's wounds multiplied, blood staining his garments, yet he persisted, gritting his teeth in defiance. Just as despair threatened to envelop the crowd, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed from the heavens. "Brother, my place is rather humble," Xiaoziling remarked, her gaze fixed nervously on Li Rui's expression since entering the house. Upon seeing the bitter smile on his face, her cheeks flushed and her tone softened. "No, since I promised to give you that machine, I shall not go back on my word. Moreover, now it is a one-on-one situation. I will not lose." Susan felt invigorated. After such significant losses, she was determined to recoup her investment. That evening, Hua Fema astonishingly whisked away Hua Yurong right under his nose with an inexplicable force. Upon receiving Luo Yuling's affirmative response to the invitation, Nangong Jin immediately rose, eager to leave the carefree palace. Lu Xiangyi had expected to hear various gossip and jokes about Lin Shanshan being abandoned on stage, but to her surprise, she witnessed a stunning dance that captivated the audience. Casting a glance at the Xianjun of the South Pole, Zhan Xintong continued to evade the murderous gaze of a certain individual, ready for battle at any moment. With him around, I feel at ease. However, what he desires to give me is his heart. What he expects in return is naturally my own. But where is my heart? Do they not all wish for my demise? When they could not kill me back then, they certainly cannot now. Murong Shengxiao placed the bowl on the table, his expression abruptly tranquil. After leaving Lady Wendy S., he returned to Yulang and summoned Shimu and Carl, sharing the situation, leaving them equally bewildered. He then called forth the lions, instructing them to mark their territory in this area, allowing them to bask in the joy of conquest while demonstrating their strength. Gu Yuanbei felt displeased that this girl frequently visited Shinduo, yet he could not intervene. She had already voiced her intention, and he did not believe he possessed the capability to stop her. Zhang Yi was taken aback, momentarily frozen by Gao Shun's abrupt action, muttering incoherently. Du Tai lightly knocked on Duan Tianqing's door, only entering after hearing a call from inside. "Damn it!" Gao Fatsi cursed angrily, preparing to jump down and confront the speaker, but was firmly restrained by Xia Bengu. Nangong Lini began kissing the skin behind her ear, trailing down to her collarbone. His hands growing increasingly restless, his cool fingertips gliding over her abdomen and lingering at her bosom. Ouyang Ingqi instinctively grasped the hand that was becoming too audacious on her body. Ignoring the surrounding stench of blood, Minghua hurried forward to rescue the person from the Imperial Guard. The guard drew his sword in response, but at this moment, Li Liang signaled for the guard to withdraw, his weapon reluctantly returned. On the night of vacation, Mu Langbing invited me out. I agreed, and he took my hand, leading me to the park. I fed the fish with fish food, while Mu Langbing stood beside me, observing the passers-by in the park. Dong Zhuo watched, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Among these individuals, he held Gao Shun in high regard, confident in his loyalty. Yet he could not demand Gao Shun take command of the army immediately. "Do you see clearly who I am?" Ming Han was provoked by Ming Rong's nonsensical words, growing increasingly furious and preparing to strike. In truth, this brief moment was inconsequential even to those who possessed endless time, let alone to ordinary humans. Volume 1, Chapter 245, 2.5 years of remaining life. Life in Tang men gradually returned to tranquility. Yet CaoQiang understood that the threat of the evil soul master was not entirely vanquished. He contemplated how to further enhance the disciple's strength to prepare for potential future crises. One day, CaoQiang approached Ji Juechen and Jing Zian, his expression grave as he informed them, "We must discover a method to rapidly elevate your abilities. I know of a place where a miraculous plant exists, capable of awakening one's potential, though it may entail some danger. Are you willing to venture there?" Ji Juechen and Jing Zian exchanged glances, determination flickering in their eyes. In unison, they proclaimed, "Master Elder Chao, since we live in this society, we often cannot escape the necessity of these red bills. Even making a phone call requires them." At this moment, Zhuang Haiming also realized the gravity of the situation, silently grateful that he had not spoken out, or he would have faced great embarrassment. His educational background was genuine, earned through diligent study. Yet he had been momentarily dazed by Zhang Hao's jibes. Before long, Shida's phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at it and saw it was a call from Yuan Shuezhing. Hearing that voice, Shunlinger looked skyward, puzzled. Who is speaking there? So ancient-sounding, It must be an old man of at least 100. Shen Lingya giggled, her sweet laughter echoing far and wide. She was the beloved of Chu Feng in his past life, who sacrificed 50 years of his lifespan to forge the sacred artifact. The few of them cooperated skillfully, sealing off several possible escape routes for Diana before approaching her with lewd smiles. The will of heaven, since that Qin Yu had already endured the thunder of the water, gold, and wood gods. Zhang Taichung had also departed, with Wang Baoguei captured. Zhang Hao no longer needed to worry about the matters of Lesan village, and he drove towards the Rong family, where Rong Lao and Zhang Hongdao were basking in the sun in the courtyard. Unexpectedly, Feng Junyang remained silent, merely pressing his lips together as he followed closely behind her, not allowing her to distance herself. Upon hearing that Longlinger was unaware of where Ao Tian had gone, the chubby man resembled a deflated balloon, gazing at Longlinger with a lifeless expression. Yes, Chui no longer dared to ask further, yet concern bubbled within him. Their return surely signified a major crisis. The two listened for a moment longer, carefully observing the actions of the several leaders. In a short while, most of the villagers gathered in the courtyard were dispatched. And Chen Yin, along with Lu Xiao, pretended to be one of the villagers, trailing behind towards the southern gate. As for whether anyone resided in that wooden house, Ao Tan could not ascertain. After all, such a dwelling would hardly appeal even to a beggar, offering little more than a few planks of wood for shelter from the rain, and hardly resembling a proper home. Miss Dai? The guard's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Dai Xiao, now transformed into a different visage, leaving him speechless. The slightly rounded figure of Chang Wei did not render the ceremony ludicrous. Rather, it emanated a maternal radiance from her very being. In this world, nothing encapsulates the essence of life more than life itself. The vehicle had long run out of fuel, and he had exhausted his funds. His stomach growled audibly, and were it not for his affluent attire and handsome appearance, he might well have resorted to begging on the street. It would be best if everyone agrees. Dai, he remarked, gradually narrowing her fox-like eyes. A level 150 dark magic pig appeared outside Fengshen Valley, instantly sparking a flurry of discussions among the players present. There were certain things that Ma Qingming felt reluctant to voice in front of Lu Sanshi, yet at that moment, he could no longer remain silent. However, there are always those who prefer to cling to power. Even if they lack the desire themselves, they cannot resist the flattery of others, like this fellow named Zhou Xian. Bai Qinyang quickly closed his mouth and ceased his shouting, returning to his seat. It's truly maddening. Let's leave. Upon seeing Jiang Jun's discomfort, Bai Qinyang's earlier excitement vanished completely. Volume 1, Chapter 246, Journey to Mingdu. Cao Chang's expression bore gravity as he gazed at the ancient scroll in his hands, a tumult of indescribable emotions swirling within him. He inhaled deeply, slowly lifting his gaze towards the distant ice and fire duality eye, as if glimpsing a glimmer of hope. The legendary herb, Xiangxi Duan Chang Hong, could indeed save Wang Donger's life. Cao Chang murmured to himself, his voice laced with determination and resolve. He understood that this was not merely a quest, but a battle against fate. Ji Juechen, Jing Zian, Hui Yuhao, and Kai Tu, along with Wang Qiuer, gathered around, sensing Cao Chang's weighty resolve, even though they were unaware of the scroll's specific contents. Master, Cao Chang murmured. The creature remained awake, yet devoid of spirit. Its pupils unfocused as it lay motionless on the ground. The elderly matron, having rushed in with urgent news, argued with the clan leader and several elders for quite some time. Parched and exhausted, she finally sank into a chair, gulping tea to soothe her throat. Qing Feng and her companions were anxious but powerless. Having delayed, even for a moment, they found escape impossible as the aura of the divine beast drew near, leaving them no time. I cannot imagine how he would regard me if he were to learn of my relationship with his mother. Yet, I harbor no fear. In the following days, everyone noticed that Mo Xiaohua seemed to have become quite compliant, cooperating with their treatment and no longer throwing tantrums. It is said that the celestial stage is the most difficult to breach, and once one surpasses it, their cultivation progresses slowly. Amid the gasps of the crowd, Luo Yu's brow twitched, and with a flick of her sleeve, she summoned a faint white light that caught the descending medicinal cauldron. At that moment, the ferocity of the beasts, combined with the onslaught of the others, skyrocketed their battle prowess, rendering the Prince of Later Qin unable to advance an inch. In the sweltering summer, at the half-moon pavilion where the North King resided, the air was filled with the sounds of cicadas and insects. Although the northern lands are not as scorching as the south, the weather in July and August still brings about a heavy sweat. Qing nervously awaited Qi Lianshan's reprimand, which he indeed delivered. It was far from what she had anticipated. Mu Yunfeng sighed softly, while the Mu siblings exchanged bewildered glances, as if to say, "You do not know this?" During several attempts to break through, the battlefield gradually shifted, and the trio sought out a strategically advantageous terrain, taking refuge beneath a steep cliff, defending their position. As Wang Chen departed, Snow Na watched until his figure disappeared around the corner before retracting her gaze. After the establishment of the Mayin nation, both of his prime ministers were his brothers. The left prime minister, Ma Kan, had consistently maintained close ties with the kingdom of Wu, urging Ma Yin to surrender on multiple occasions. Regrettably, sending Fan Yu to seek a renowned physician had yet to yield results. He mused inwardly. Lin Yi's performance was impressively remarkable. Not only did he win over the opponent, but he also delivered a severe lesson to him. Wang Chen not only survived, but appeared unscathed, even absurdly standing firm against a direct blow without so much as a tremble. This was undeniably abnormal. Of course, although Yang would disagree with the notion of allowing Zhu Chuanzhong to redeem the captives at this juncture, he consented to potentially reaching that arrangement in the future. Matters from that era were far more intricate than you might imagine. It is best not to take them too seriously, remarked Yao Yi, wearing a grave expression. When the beach army advanced within the archers' range of the Huainan army, a command was issued, and suddenly, a volley of arrows rained down from the ranks of the Huainan army, accurately striking down a multitude of unarmored beach soldiers. The new play began rehearsing. Under the guidance of Fang Yun and her companions, Yang Zong and others gradually familiarized themselves with the performance style, and after a morning's effort, they were nearly in sync, able to perform adequately. Instantly, waves surged forth, swirling and transforming into a magnificent dragon, roaring as it expelled torrents of frost upon the water's surface. His large eyes were fixed intently on Yang Shao, yet he failed to notice how this being, suddenly appeared before him, seizing his throat and rendering him incapable of uttering another word. Volume 1, Chapter 247. Those who insult the master must die. The Shrek's 7 monsters traversed the broad road to Mingdu, the scenery gradually shifting from dense forests to bustling towns. They rode on a soul-guiding carriage, relishing the rare moments of leisure. Huai Yuhao sat at the rear of the carriage, rod in hand, leisurely fishing by a nearby stream. His gaze was focused and profound, seemingly merging with the tranquil surface of the water. Before long, a silver fish was caught, and with a gentle tug, it arched gracefully through the air before landing in the prepared bamboo basket. "Yuhao, you caught another fish," Jing Zian called out, her voice bright and melodious. She shot a conflicted glance at Lan Qing, who returned her gaze with equal conflict before looking at the mutated wild chicken under the tree. Ultimately, he grasped her hand, performed a gesture, and led her away from the nearly toppled tree. "What is it?" Chen Qing instinctively inquired, only to realize the implications of the youth's words, causing him to erupt in anger. This area, at once, returned to its former silence, save for the shattered stone pillars and the lingering dust swirling in the wind, bearing witness to the fierce battle that had transpired. She had come to understand many things. A frail human, a drifting soul, confronted with a wholly unfamiliar world, compelled to cultivate strength for survival. "You? So you already have someone you like. Who is it? Could it possibly be Ling Tianxiu? That couldn't be right. After all, you scarcely even glance at Ling Tianxiu." Tang Lin's gaze was as sharp as a knife. Lei Zhe, situated in a hollow on Death God Island, was surrounded by mountains, with a central marshy depression. Perhaps due to its unique geography, the skies above were perpetually shrouded in dark clouds, with frequent lightning strikes, hence its name. In the darkness, a sound suddenly pierced the cold silence, striking a balance neither too heavy nor too light. It resembled the tearing sound made when someone rips a folding fan into shreds. And although it was not particularly loud, it resonated with striking clarity in the stillness. "I've always been busy, lacking the leisure to ponder." After saying this, I cast a contemplative glance at her. "Time is a potent remedy for wounds. You shall gradually relinquish your hold on my heart." Upon uttering this phrase, I felt as though all the strength had been drained from my body, leaving me utterly powerless to even raise my hand. During his confrontation with King Jingang, Duan Weia had refrained from intervening, embodying the pride of a monarch. They may endure defeat, yet they scorn the idea of besieging Ningjiang. Even in the lower realm, he had been able to engage in a fierce battle with the primordial pure Yang ancestor, and since his ascension to the heavenly realm, His strength had only surged further after being baptized by the essence of creation. Mother, do you plan to reveal to me the identity of my biological father, or shall I undertake the investigation myself? Cheng Yu, having lost interest in pretense, spoke directly to Bai Xiang, and upon noticing a hint of unease on Bai Xiang's face, he could not help but let out a cold chuckle. As a spiritual avian, the Qiyang stone essence required for human cultivation held little value for him. Hence he possessed none of it. The demon domain. Su Mo Yin was indeed taken aback, not due to the honor of accompanying the esteemed one, but rather out of fear of the demon domain. Clap, clap, clap. Truly worthy of a saint, he remarked in admiration as a middle-aged man in a blue robe leaped down from a tree. The piercing laughter of the Tianxing gong echoed in his ears, and Mu Yun Cheng abruptly raised his head, his eyes aflame with fury. Once lost, the other three great families would undoubtedly seek to trouble them, potentially leading to a chaotic 1 versus 3 situation. Qi Ming felt a violent surge of memories from his mind, and an intense anger welled up within him. At that moment, Chu Qing Xian realized that she had already conceived a child of the Chu family long before that fateful night. Had she disclosed this matter earlier, perhaps Shen Ji would not have met such a tragic end by her hand. Zheng Sheng, in a state of urgency, raised his gun and aimed at the wheels of the carriage, firing shot after shot, all of which went astray. Any room will suffice. She had no reservations. As long as she could find shelter, she could not leave the border for some time. Volume 1, Chapter 248, Arrival at Mingdu. The night was as dark as ink, with myriad stars illuminating Ji Ju Chen's path. His eyes sparkled with determination as he gripped the sword of judgment. His steps resolute and powerful. He traversed through dense woods and crossed winding streams, finally catching up with Feng Ling and his companions, who were resting in a secluded cave, their campfire flickering and casting light upon their triumphant faces. Ji Ju Chen approached stealthily, the sword of judgment poised for a lethal strike. However, at that moment, Jingzi Yin suddenly emerged from the thicket, seizing him by the arm. Ju Chen, do not act impulsively, she whispered, noting that while these individuals were arrogant, their current situation was precarious. Jinan Yin, bored, absent-mindedly scrolled through her phone and inadvertently opened her photo album, where several images instantly captured her attention. If Li Mu Bai intended to act against him, he would not hesitate to kill, especially since Li Mu Bai sought to possess his wife and sister and eliminate them. Such thoughts ignited a murderous intent within him, compelling him to eradicate these lawless individuals and cleanse the world of its evils. For he understood all too well that, in this world, the most despised were those who fancied themselves clever. Presently, Qin Huai's words felt akin to a sentence of exile. The items Song Cheng had purchased for her last time were rather expensive, and Shen Yishu did not wish for him to spend any more on her. At that moment, the remaining 20 or so members of the Black Dragon Society suddenly rallied together, launching a coordinated attack on Yifeng. Naturally, Lu Bu had always regarded Chen Gui as his confidant, believing that Suzhou was as secure as a mountain under Chen Gui's protection. Qin Ching Shan wore a broad smile. Such words struck a chord with him, for who does not relish flattery? If the entire Ji family belonged to him, then the old woman and the elderly Ji Chongming would have no choice but to heed her orders. Teacher Lu could only make such a decision. After all, matters like these could not be judged on the spot. Should any mistakes arise, it would be detrimental to all involved. When the Ao Tian army beheld the gruesome, severed head, it immediately became their nightmare. Their shock surpassed that of the 5,000 Feng Yun troops who had previously been encircled, leading nearly all of the Ao Tian soldiers to turn to stone in an instant. Do not worry. With these street ruffians, I need not lift a finger. The old dog confidently stroked his beard. At that moment, Zhou Dao had been stealthily following behind for quite some time. Initially, he could keep pace, but upon noticing others approaching and fearing detection, he gradually slowed his speed, ultimately losing track of them. Blood demon, hold on for a moment. I shall soon deal with the Qiyang, shouted the god of war. His once porcelain-like face was now marred by shallow wounds, blood still fresh. His formerly cunning eyes were now swollen and red, as if they had been struck. His lips, once playful, were now pressed tightly into a straight line, stained with crimson spots, and his body was covered in dust. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that her smile seemed to convey more than mere joy. There was something else beneath the surface. Given his familiarity with her, it seemed that her triumph was not his defeat, but rather the realization of her own objectives. After disembarking, Chen Yu let out a deep sigh, The events of the day were too shocking, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Not only had Chen Xing emerged unexpectedly, but there were also significant mysteries surrounding his father's affairs. Alas, the unfolding events were indeed difficult to digest. As the boss charged toward him, Wu Jie remained unfazed, swiftly donning the equipment of the falling moon bow and launching an aggressive assault with the ashen sword. Intent on intercepting the boss and forcibly severing its aggro, lest Ningong Shui find herself in peril. At that moment, a flash of red light streaked through the air, and a vermilion talisman appeared in the heavens, inscribed with the 5 characters of the Taoist golden seal: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, binding the talisman's intent. The Shixian was rendered immobile and bound, now only able to express his anger by blowing saliva through the gaps in his mouth towards the old monk. "Yes, you. Go fetch me a basin of hot water," Li Jing commanded, pointing at Zhao Guodong, who promptly complied and headed to the kitchen to fetch water. Volume 1, Chapter 249, Reunion with Tanya. The appearance of the middle-aged man immediately captivated everyone's attention. Wherever he walked, people instinctively stepped aside, as if afraid to meet his gaze. Upon reaching the center of the hall, he surveyed his surroundings, finally fixing his eyes upon the members of the Tang clan. It seemed that this grand competition had indeed gathered talents from all corners. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, his voice resonant and magnetic. Huayu Hao and the others exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion in the other's eyes. They did not recognize this middle-aged man, yet his status was evidently extraordinary. Just then, the voice of the welcoming maiden rang out in the hall. "Esteemed guests, this is our Empire of the Sun and Moon's Scorpion Tiger duel. Very well. If you truly manage to uncover the whereabouts of the Maochi Gold, I shall impart to you a unique skill," Gu Qiu stated from the back, addressing Xie. "What did you say?" Yu Ao Tian looked at her smiling face with bewilderment, questioning whether he had misheard. As she turned, that smile faded away. Genuine feelings? The truth had become irrelevant to her. The brother and sister exchanged simple pleasantries, and Feng Chun, he then took Yao Yao to greet others. The cement wall that obstructed everyone quietly slid into the adjacent wall as the bricks were pressed down, and immediately slippery water began to flow out through the widening gaps. The venerable Lai Yang was in a state of panic upon hearing such dreadful news, unable to maintain his composure any longer. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was once again startled. The reincarnation seal was indeed the key to achieving the reincarnation realm. Now that he possessed a reincarnation seal that had already merged with his soul's essence, did this mean he had the potential to ascend to the reincarnation realm? The men, as if under a spell, clapped their hands in a daze while swallowing nervously. Reflecting on previous events, Hao Dong felt a sense of confusion. Could it be that this person had some issues preventing them from leaving the ship, and now that trouble had arisen? They sought a companion for their demise. There was no joy to be found. His cold demeanor was more distant than that of a stranger. What was the purpose of his presence? There was no longer any need for such theatrics. Since the incident with the deranged fan, it had been challenging for her to show any warmth to Heine. If he truly was their president, capable of such unimaginable cruelty that he could utterly destroy Shi Zhongjie. Could she still doubt that Su Yao sought to entice Shi Zhongjie? She retrieved some superior medicinal herbs for hemostasis from her spatial pouch, ground them into a paste, and applied it to his wounds. Yifeng had just settled down when, upon hearing the sudden scene before him, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Xiaolao Wu and several mercenaries remained asleep on the alchemy platform, and to prevent them from waking abruptly, Yi Yushi instructed the shadow to feed each of them a pill. Despite the late hour, the Gu residence still had many lanterns lit. The two feared being discovered by the guards and could only navigate through the darkened paths. With a sigh, she bitterly smiled. The two wounds seemed to mock her as if the heavens themselves were taunting her. However, she was quite pleased with the growth of Qin Feng and Gu Shou now. Qin Ibai walked with a secret joy. She no longer had to worry about manpower. Her trembling hands were stained with blood, and she feared facing Li Jinya, who was knocking at the door. She did not want him to see her in such a state, worried for her. "My wife, my children, thank you for taking care of them while I was away. If I did not know that my brother would look after them well, I might have lost my resolve during my trials." Upon being questioned by Tuo Bayuer, Bai Jingyun felt a warmth in her heart, mixed with a hint of guilt. "As you wish," he chuckled, yet did not follow Ban's footsteps, instead murmuring to himself as he watched Ban's silhouette from a distance. In the first volume, Chapter 250, preparing for battle, when Tanya's injuries had somewhat healed, the princess of the Xing Luo Empire, Jiu Jiu, approached them. The members of the Tang sect were slightly surprised, but quickly understood. This princess always left an impression of intelligence. She must have sensed something and wanted to investigate. Gentlemen, I hope I'm not interrupting you, Princess Jiujiu said, revealing a captivating smile upon seeing CaoQiang. Not at all, CaoQiang replied with a smile. Are you not inviting me in for a seat? Princess Jiujiu asked. Of course, please come in, CaoQiang responded, realizing his oversight. The princess entered the room and sat across from him. When his divine body went out of control, his true self also succumbed to madness, overwhelming destruction filling his mind. If he were not the heir of this roasted chicken shop, he might have impulsively joined them on their journey to the western regions, a life he had never experienced and longed to try, rather than remaining confined to the chicken shop. You drive away my deputy, so you must return him, Hong Yunzun just stated with his back to him, as if aware of his thoughts. His tone brooking no refusal. Broker Yang Lei emerged from the announcement hall of Tianyuan City, feeling somewhat disheartened by the recent poor business before suddenly spotting a familiar figure. Indeed, nothing in this world is simple, Jingxian sighed deeply. As for the officials, let that rigid old man take on that role. I shall quietly remain a wealthy and talented gentleman. Previously, Cheng Feng's abrupt confrontation with the leader of the Tianxia sect had occurred so suddenly that most of the powerful figures in Linglong Valley were left perplexed. After a prolonged absence from causing trouble, he found himself unable to calm his restless mind, which startled him. She forced her to pound rice all day, and if she failed to meet a certain amount, she would go without food. Subsequently, Lu Ho summoned Zhao Wang Rui, the son of Qi Ji, from his fief to the capital with the intent to kill him. Upon learning that his mother, Lu Ho, had summoned Rui, Emperor Hui of Han realized her murderous intentions. Alchemists are human too, and their aspirations for power often surpass those of ordinary individuals. Li Yang's pupils constricted slightly. He felt fortunate for not having rashly attacked the two, or else the talisman would have undoubtedly struck him. Previously, he had burned his suit with smoke, and now he faced provocation in such a manner. They had not grasped anything. Judging by Li Ji's appearance, he seemed to have truly comprehended something. As she had anticipated, on the other side, they were respectful and polite, allowing Yu Qingli to continue her stay, even providing her with a better hospital room. Mu Zi dared to employ this method on Mu Lingsha because she possessed the power of devouring, which could safeguard Mu Lingsha's heart veins at critical moments, significantly reducing the danger. The entire process was perilous yet uneventful. Lin Ting hid underground, predicting the ripening time of the seven-hole stone. As the speaker activated at the scheduled time, the cacophony of human music blended with the heavenly sounds of the tidal waves, causing the enraged cloud python to shatter the speaker. At that moment, Mu Zi had ceased her confrontation with a dozen or so perfected beings, silently facing off against them. Lin Ting praised, "You are indeed beautiful, everyone." He stroked the thick skin of the sky whale and channeled his mental energy through his fingers into the colossal beast's body. However, after sulking and leaving home for a week out of spite, he had made himself look quite unappealing. Upon receiving Mu Zi's praise, Lin Dong beamed with joy, standing tall and savoring the awe-filled gazes around him, feeling exceptionally elated. Ji Yanqi was in a good mood today, believing her silence indicated she was appeased. He planted a kiss on her cheek before leaving. However, the sound of a gunshot rang out, and he felt a sharp pain coursing through his body. Ying fell to the ground, looking down to see a gaping hole in his waist, revealing what appeared to be a portion of his intestines, blood gushing forth. In the first volume, chapter 251, The Evil-Eyed Tyrant, the night was as dark as ink, enveloping the bustling city. CaoQiang stood by the window, gazing at the distant starry sky, his mind brimming with thoughts. Wang Donger stood quietly beside him, aware of the immense pressure he was under. All she could do was silently offer her support. "CaoQiang, do you think war is truly imminent? What should we do when it arrives?" Unable to bear his silence any longer, Wang Donger inquired. CaoQiang's eyes narrowed as he gazed at Wang Donger's exquisite face, determination gleaming in his deep-set eyes. "Dongya, war seems inevitable. However, for us, we must make a final effort to win. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed, spring has given way to summer, and it has been precisely 4 years since Qin Hao traversed here. And he has shattered the iron sandbag." Ma Yu Su, oblivious to the implications in Xing Fuchen's words, was still marveling at the elegance of that punch. Many are concealing the news regarding Lu Wei's incident, wishing to keep them unaware of his plight. After the research was concluded, General Wang invited the two of us to dinner, as it had been a long time since Sister Liang and I had gathered together. Ultimately, General Wang proposed to include Sui as well. Given that the Yushur Tai has already launched its offensive, the criminal department and the Dali Temple, aligned with Chang Sun Wuji's faction, have naturally become even less lenient, wielding the law to strike at Chu Suiliang, with each charge backed by substantial evidence, thus placing Li Chengxian in a notably awkward position. Everyone present, regardless of age, had seen horror films, although they were unsure if real life contained such possession. They understood the terror depicted in cinema. Amidst the clamor, everyone retreated in unison. The mahjong tiles laid out on the table, crafted from ivory and adorned with jade inlays, have become a standard among the nobility of the Tang dynasty since Qin Hao gifted Li Yuan the supreme set. Therefore, nothing remarkable transpired on my first day at work. After hours, Sister Liang waited for me to ensure my safety and accompanied me home. Do not underestimate the seemingly simple act of grasping iron. It embodies numerous principles of massage and bone realignment, comprehensible only to experts. Some individuals may spend their entire lives without grasping the essence of this technique. Never crossing that threshold, upon awakening once more, I discovered that the outside world was illuminated. Groggily turning over, I noted that Sister Liang was absent, sending a jolt through me. I promptly rose and exited the bedroom in search of her. The Central Plains have fallen, and the Twilight City has succumbed to the Dark Domain. Half of the faction has defected, while the Jingling Court, despite repelling the onslaught of the Demon Dragon, saw members of the Zijing family seize the opportunity to infiltrate the prison, liberating not only the Zijing matriarch, but also causing the disappearance of Deng Jiawu. These individuals arrived at a most opportune moment, as the lonely Marquis murmured to the Black Moon. After meticulously reviewing the contract and confirming its validity, Hu Jiabing affixed his signature. Following the signing, Su Qing escorted Hu Jiabing to Tian how to complete the payment. The source space is an extraordinarily peculiar realm. Here, Roy, as one of the administrators, holds a majority of the authority. However, many others share the same rank and privileges, which leads to Roy's powers being subjected to incessant interference, ultimately rendering them nearly ineffective. Enough of this, here is the phone. Do not disturb me. Zhang Mo waved his hand, lowering his gaze to scroll through his phone. Ning Hao observed Zhang Mo with a smile, finding his disdain amusing, yet his fervor was undeniable. Such passion cannot be feigned and is only sparked by encountering a compelling script, a truth well known to him as a director. After contemplating for a moment, Su Qing found merit in Du Qingji's argument. Upon graduation, they need not necessarily pursue careers strictly within their field of study. Recognizing that the moment was ripe, Malashenko seized a nearby walkie-talkie and called out to the surrounding team members who were in standby mode. This cannot continue. Young Master Jean, in a state of urgency, realized that should he persist in this frantic escape, he would soon exhaust himself, with dire consequences looming. Volume 1, Chapter 252, The Power of Chao Dong. Devouring the Sacred Dragon. The being by Emperor Scorpion rolled its eyes and retorted, "You big fool. The master surely has his reasons for acting thus. Focus on your cultivation. Do you truly believe you can compete with an extreme Douluo, should you be released?" The Titan Snow Demon King ceased speaking, despite his ascension to a 50,000-year cultivation level. He could not compare to the extreme title Douluo of being exceedingly close to the divine, the true rulers of the continent. Your clan is small in number, ignorant of the battlefield's cruelty. While we may act now, have you considered the repercussions? Once we engage, if a hidden power observes us, this secret could be disseminated. What kind of fiend are you? I exclaimed, suspecting that this figure might be a human manifestation of a serpent demon. Under such circumstances, could they truly survive? Each one recalled that scene, his expression shifting through various shades. Even after a millennium of cultivation and countless trials, he remained haunted by the memory. He merely needed to nod. Whatever he desired, I would provide. The wizard spoke with a hint of pride. At that moment, the previously soothing and melodic flute suddenly transformed into a powerful and exhilarating sound. Even Lin Ran, who was wholly unversed in musical theory, felt a surge of adrenaline, as if an army was rushing forth. They returned to their rented home, where Wang Lan retrieved the 500 yuan bills to inspect. The sudden windfall filled her with excitement. However, upon closer examination, she was taken aback to discover that the bills had transformed into ghost money. "Sister Ting, I may have eaten something unclean before work and am experiencing a bit of stomach upset. Please wait for me in the car for a few minutes." The driving auxiliary officer, Xie Yong, informed the passenger, Xia Yuding, before swiftly shutting the car door and hurrying into the restroom. Yet after some reflection, she thought at worst, this would lead to a complete breakup. What of it? Wasn't this the outcome she had long desired? The worst-case scenario was merely this, a self-inflicted consequence. Dang Yao, equipped with night vision goggles, focused intently on the green tent less than 50 meters ahead, as bait. He pondered whether to feign a move toward it to draw out the hidden firepower of the adversary. The haunting images of its demise lingered in my mind, rendering sleep elusive. The mountain demon and other extraordinary beings could discern that it could grant longevity, yet now things have shifted. Are others able to perceive it more easily? No, this is only a dream, a figment of my imagination. I vigorously shook my head to dispel the eerie smile from my thoughts, but it only grew clearer. What is happening? Has Jin Yang set his sights on me? The Southern barbarians have invaded. Pam Lei slammed a card onto the table, while the other 4 players either discarded cards, shouting kill, or no flaws, or silently concealed their health points. These elements, seemingly derived from mythology, manifested vividly in reality. A deafening crash echoed as the protective barrier of the flying vessel shattered, sending countless fragments scattering. They could not withstand the sudden night winds, being swept away, trembling and swaying perilously. The spotlight vanished as the tension in the strings reached its peak, plunging the stage into darkness. Yet, within moments, another spotlight emerged, illuminating Li Yimu, who sat in contemplation before a music box. Brother Zhang's body arched in pain, resembling a boiled shrimp. He clutched his right hand in agony, his eyes bloodshot. She had previously given Song Ning her business card, yet a day had passed without any contact. It seemed she would have to take the initiative. King Qi, residing in the deep palace, remained unaware of his actions in the court, yet the promise he made brought her an inexplicable sense of peace. With nothing left to worry about, she burrowed into her bedding, glancing at the emperor lying on the floor. She no longer cared for matters of modesty, her dark yet bright eyes fixed intently on his form, diligently ensuring every inch was thoroughly cleaned. Volume 1, Chapter 253, Confrontation at the Dragon Gate. Upon receiving this news, CaoQiang's expression turned grave. The following day, he returned to Mingdu. The Continental Youth Soul Master Elite competition has now entered its second day, and the atmosphere is charged with tension, no less than on the previous day. In merely 5 matches, there have already been 5 serious injuries and 3 fatalities, highlighting the fierce competition among the representative teams. CaoQiang's injuries remain severe, yet he has made the effort to attend, as the first combatant for Tangmen today. His presence is essential to uplift the team's morale. As the next match approaches, Tangmen faces Delongmen, and both teams enter the waiting area, prompting the announcer to call forth the first competitor. The announcer's resonant voice reverberates, sending a shiver through Tongmen's members. Hua and another individual are out for breakfast with Chunyang, a plan arranged the previous day. Li Fan responds, his eyes reflecting surprise, realizing that nothing escapes the notice of Emperor Xinyu. As a professor at MIT, with a substantial annual salary, coupled with side projects for various tech companies, his income reaches at least $300,000 to $400,000 annually, with his peak earnings exceeding $1 million. With the system in place, while exhausting himself, Jiangbai has already ascended to the 3rd rank and is on a rapid trajectory towards becoming a Grand Master, likely achieving this milestone within half a month. The absence of Yuan Tianguan is unusual, and Xiao Pingyi keeps a keen eye on the distant Heiwu clan, observing the lively scene where patrons indulge in their meals. The innkeeper's eyes gleam with delight. After a bout of nausea, Wang Chong stumbles to the front desk, promptly tossing several banknotes and requesting a luxurious private room. Well then, let's enjoy the show, he muses. This performance of the legend of the White Snake is indeed captivating. I find it quite enjoyable. Situ Tianfeng mistakenly assumes that Deng Yueru intends to attack him from behind, reflexively turning to retaliate. Mo Zhantian, witnessing Chun Yang's casual exhalation, feels a twinge of disdain, regarding it with skepticism. Following the Great Fire, many vines of the ghostly infant vine were reduced to ashes, yet its roots burrowed into the ground. Clutching remnants of the vine, Emperor Li observes the determination in his gaze, sighing inwardly as he passes the ball to Yang Biao. In the recent commentary, Ivan's performance resembled that of a well-educated scholar, igniting her anticipation. Picky patrons with exceptional palates can discern even the specific cuts of fish and meat that Jiang Menglin has prepared. Zhuang Yin grows increasingly perplexed, believing he comprehends human nature, yet it appears he knows far too little. The more he contemplates, the more he senses something amiss. he muses that Chen Lei may have conspired with Tang Ru, who seems well prepared. Indeed, Yin Yu is reluctant to recall her school days regarding Lin Qianxia, who was often preoccupied with food. Moreover, she marvels at how Lin Qianxia could eat endlessly without gaining weight, consistently remaining at over 90 pounds, never exceeding 100. To be frank, in a later era, while mandarin fish have become exceedingly rare, the varieties available on the market are predominantly farmed. He Jibin begins to regard Zhuang Yin with newfound respect. While he contemplated investigating the cause of Xiang Tianxiao's death, his inquiries were limited, heavily focused on pathological and pharmacological analyses, neglecting the latter's daily habits. Zhuang Yin furrows his brow. Though skeptical of supernatural tales, the atmosphere compels him to feel unsettled when he hears Chen Jie utter the word ghost. During the Great Wu era, Guchun enforced strict regulations on officials in the court and soldiers in the army alike. I gaze at the bizarre corpse before me, bewildered by the serpentine matriarch's machinations, which have yielded such a frightful creation. Volume 1, Chapter 254, The Power of Destruction. Greetings, I am Nan Xiuqiu, Captain of Dalongmen. The young woman from Dalongmen proactively greets Hui Yuhao. Hello. Hui Yuhao replies with a smile, exuding politeness. Nan Xiuqiu continues, I recognize your prowess. However, please exercise caution in the upcoming match. Thank you. Hui Yuhao responds calmly. Yet, suddenly the voice of CaoQiang echoes in his mind. Yuhao, this woman is formidable. Be wary. Initially feeling elated from winning 6 consecutive matches, Hui Yuhao's demeanor shifts to one of heightened vigilance. Observing Nan Xiuqiu, he senses an added weight of seriousness. The match commences. With the referee's call, Nan Xiuqiu unleashes her abilities. Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Zhang Xiong hurriedly approaches to express gratitude to Hong Xian. Zhang Xiong, tall and robust, makes his bow, causing Hong Xian to feel slightly embarrassed. She quickly raises his arm with her hand, while onlookers marvel as Zhang Xiong finds himself unable to lower his head. He is astonished by the immense strength supporting him from Hong Xian's hand. Within the 12 rooms designated with the prefix X, sensors record the match statistics, allowing you man to simply relax in the boss room's massage chair while awaiting results. I heard that the court has established a patrol office here, with the inspection office located to the east of the town. A new inspector has taken office. Says Master Xia. It is timely. The population in Liuhua has become chaotic, and there have been numerous incidents. Rumor has it that there are water bandits along the waterways, and it is high time to address that. The princess observes the city defense map in her hands, feeling both astonished and puzzled, yet ultimately refrains from asking questions. Proceeding to arrange the siege plans. A multitude of individuals, fueled by anger, brandish their weapons and charge towards the red demon wolves. However, the truth is, I am now the fiancé of Jing Liqing, and we have already registered our marriage. Yue, momentarily bewildert, retorts. Throughout life, one inevitably encounters various obstacles. No one possesses a flawless existence. It is through navigating these challenges and continuously honing oneself that one can live the best life possible within their capabilities. Xiao Yue gazes at Zhou Jiqing, who lowers his head and cannot help but say, I wish you happiness in the future. Zhou Jiqing pauses his steps, saying nothing, and strides away. Qin Yu cannot resist reaching out to touch his face, wanting to reclaim a moment of advantage after being taken advantage of by him so often. Upon realizing that Kong has fled, Hong Xian, Nie Nong, and Yifeng return to the Grand Hall to assess the situation. Generals Lu Wang and Air have organized the Divine Strategy Army and the Flying Dragon Camp, arranged neatly along the steps of the hall. Within the Tianyao Mansion, Niu Qingyun orders the dismantling of several vacant houses at the location of the foolish Tianmen, establishing a production hall for spicy magical beast jerky. With 5 spirit practitioners at the helm, he also organizes the disciples of the foolish Tianmen to forge a set of spiritual tools for producing spicy magical beast jerky. Should the results indicate that we are not blood relatives, we will head straight to a hotel. Young Liu Shan clinches her fists. However, after witnessing Tang Seng's terrifying prowess, he no longer wishes to confront him. Tang Seng's rate of growth is astonishing. As long as the device connecting to the Yalante universe is destroyed, there will be no means of surveillance. Ling Lunsang often interacts with individuals from the Shattered Star Domain, who are generally optimistic about their homeland's future. Whenever the subject of war arises, they exhibit a profound sense of pride and confidence, which evokes in him a unique sentiment. With a resounding crash, 5 colossal fireballs were unleashed, incinerating everything within a 10-mile radius to ash. After a total of 8 thunderclaps, the fire clouds that had gathered in the heavens gradually dispersed. Confronted with such formidable attacks, even Sai, whose strength had ascended to the 8th rank of Dozun, had no choice but to muster all his power. The Do-Chi within him surged like a tempest, spiraling from his dantian to his arms, accompanied by a furious roar that echoed through the air. In the first volume, Chapter 255, titled The Bet, Nan Xiuqiu possessed a rare martial soul known as the Yin Long, which excelled not only in annihilation abilities but also in long-range attacks. Liu Hao understood that he could not afford to be complacent in the face of such a powerful adversary. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his soul power into his palms, preparing to meet Nan Xiuqiu's next wave of assault. Nan Xiuqiu moved across the arena like a wraith, each of her movements accompanied by a gust that sent tremors through the entire stage. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, shimmered with unwavering determination. Seemingly intent on shattering Yu Hao's defenses, he fixed his gaze on her every motion, wary of any opportunity to exploit their internal discord. Hoping that Yun Konglan could find a way to infiltrate their ranks more easily, Xiaobai clearly remembered that in the military base for survivors in Ice City Prison, supplies were allocated daily based on headcount. Although the quantity diminished over time, the distribution never ceased. There was a misunderstanding when someone intruded, fearing that the intruder would pose a threat to the guests, leading to a hasty decision that they hoped the guests would forgive. The searchers felt a moment of embarrassment upon being caught in the act. That person suddenly reacted, glaring with bloodshot eyes at Xiaobai. Had she been a zombie, he might have already unleashed his fury. The police searched the premises thoroughly but found no valuable information, clearly indicating an unsolvable mystery loomed ahead. There's no need to be overly aggressive, Chun Mo remarked, grasping the hand of the blonde. Although the shopkeeper found Yu Meng's request somewhat peculiar, given the difficulty of packing so many items, he honored the customer's wishes and signaled his chefs to begin their preparations. Naylan was acutely aware of the terror that the Waziki had once instilled in countless shamans, even now confined within the Pantheon cave. It was not something 3 individuals could contend with. With Bai Luofeng and Jie Kong's fates uncertain, he could only trust they were still alive. Today, only by utilizing the Bishui Jian to subdue the white ape could they hope to escape unscathed. The man holding Carter hostage was clad entirely in pristine white, his short silver hair reflecting the moonlight, and his amber eyes held a chilling gaze, hinting at a deep-seated bloodlust that enveloped all pride and nobility. Bai Hua furrowed his brow, thinking that since they were present, they should enter, conduct their business, and then leave, rather than knock at the door. Since dawn, news regarding the national exam scores had been trending, with the rankings remaining high. Scores from top students across various regions and cities were being disclosed. This year, despite the markedly increased difficulty of the questions, a few unexpected candidates had emerged as dark horses. At that time, Li Shengsheng was engrossed in auditioning for her endorsement and had no time to bribe the examiners. The villa's butler presented her with 2 checks, one for 500,000, the other for less than 10,000. After agreeing with Du Aidong's assessment, Sun Simiao refrained from further comments, while Du Aidong ordered Zhang Wei to escort the Taoists to the authorities. These beautiful and exceptional young women often hailed from gradually declining noble families, where extensive genetic screening had already taken place over many years. According to the system, such individuals were truly 1 in a million or had undergone evolution due to some special criteria. Li Shimin had his suspicions, and upon hearing the news, Empress Chang's son collapsed in despair. Yidi remainit silent, unable to help but ponder whether her willingness to wait outside for Xie Yihan was due to her affection for Qin Lang or something else entirely. If someone indeed wished for her to take Xie Yihan's place in death, how would she respond? Undoubtedly, she would resist. She would never acquiesce. Du étant incroyable. What do you desire? You were the one who initiated this. Had it not been for you, how could I possibly be entangled with you? In the first volume, Chapter 256, titled I Am Wang Qingxi, Please Be Gentle, Hu Yihao turned his gaze toward CaoQiang and nodded in response to the signal. Upon noticing CaoQiang, Nan Xiuqiu's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never encountered such an incredibly handsome man. However, she wondered why his complexion appeared so pale. Curiosity stirred within her. Standing at the edge of the arena, Nan Xiuqiu followed Hu Yuhao's departing figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had never imagined herself defeated by someone from a lesser sect, nor had she anticipated revealing such vulnerability before a stranger. Yet in this moment, Her heart brimmed more with curiosity about CaoQiang and admiration for Hu Hao. Sun Kuang smiled gently, nodded in agreement, and after bidding farewell to others, he mounted his horse alongside a throng of followers. Under Yin Ruyu's earnest gaze, Xiao Chun approached Yi Xingyan, tenderly taking her hand. "Stop drinking. If you get drunk, let's head home for a rest." "I'll take you," Lin Xiao said, reaching out to pull Lin Cece. As the soft sunlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, it gracefully enveloped him, softening his once rigid features. In the stillness of the space, she could only hear her own faint breaths. With a twist of her mind and a rush of heat, she concocted a clumsy excuse, claiming she was full and had no need for a meal. In the past, she would have never touched a drop of alcohol, but today, amidst her joy, she shared a drink with each team member and joined them for another round. Upon hearing the Beast King's vague inquiry, everyone was taken aback, uncertain of its meaning. The magnificent yet eerie scene before them left all present momentarily stunned, including Wang Yuetian, whose face exhibited an unprecedented shock, as if he had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. Pafeng stared at her for several seconds, a theory forming in his mind that filled him with dread. Yet, observing their indifferent expressions, he felt the weight of their disdain. Even he had become a target of their resentment, as if he had committed an unspeakable offense. His naturally menacing visage now appeared even more fearsome, instilling an uncontrollable fear deep within. Bai Lao and Xianxian led the charge, while Yang Lao faced two initial stage Xianxian opponents alone. As for Chunhong, he remained in a stalemate with a young Xianxian in a state of burning his primordial spirit. Though this was his second marriage, the first had been too hasty, failing to impart any meaningful experience. After all, how could one who possessed the ability to heal without seals, had an immortal body, and mastered the kaleidoscope technique be an ordinary ninja's rival? Yu Yichen recalled the string of Buddhist beads he received on his 12th birthday from Jimu Yi. She rose from her bed, approached the bronze mirror, sat on a stool, and gazed into the reflection, adjusting her collar as coldness flickered in her eyes. Wang Mu was preparing to witness the river goddess performance when she suddenly sensed an unusual occurrence, causing her heart to tremble with foreboding. Liang Shujin had walked away, allowing Fu Hancheng to finally raise his gaze. The deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Yuan Fengzhan, approached them. The two, of roughly the same age and having served in the same dynasty for numerous years, naturally congregated to converse whenever matters arose. As the lights flickered, the audience observed that torches were positioned several zhang from either side of the stone cave, which was a natural formation, albeit widened by human endeavor. Dan Danxin, accompanied only by Chun Yu, Jin Shi, Chen Yao, and Zhang Dazue, left the others waiting at the inn. Given his current circumstances, ordinary conditions would fail to sway him. However, the child represented Wang Chailing's sole vulnerability at that moment. With a resounding crack, the crystal coffin shattered into fragments, and Huang Li felt the shards lacerate his arm, blood trickling down. "Greetings, esteemed elder. We are adventurers from afar, seeking entry into the city." Qian Yunyu clasped her fists in respect. I smiled faintly. As a merchant, Sietahai's concerns were not unwarranted. He had every reason to be wary, knowing we could be akin to a den of wolves. Hence he refrained from uttering a single word. In the first volume, Chapter 257, Wang Chengxi's enigmatic soul technique was revealed. As her words fell, a surge of soul energy emanated from beneath her feet, causing 5 soul rings to illuminate in succession. Their colors a combination of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and purple. Compared to CaoQiang, she lacked a black soul ring, yet her overall prowess was similarly formidable. "Let us commence." Wang Chengxi, CaoQiang stated calmly, his voice weak yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Seeing this, Wang Chengxi hesitated no longer. She raised her right hand, summoning a pitch-black iron sword that appeared from thin air and dashed towards CaoQiang with remarkable speed, akin to a bolt of black lightning, reaching him in an instant. However, Li Dongxing questioned the nature of these robots. Despite lacking souls, they exhibited independent thought and even possessed the capability to innovate, a trait traditionally associated with humanity. Fortunately for him, he stumbled upon several exceptional Dahong Pao tea plants, allowing him to enjoy all the tea for himself. As for Tion's dual guns and mechanisms, they appeared to be perpetually at his side, seamlessly integrated into one entity. The fearless aerial combat golems suffered significant losses, yet the remaining black steel gargoyles and azure sickle mantises continued their advance, unfazed by the vigilant Huang Niao, who evaded and completely dismantled their forms. These aerial combat golems, driven solely by combat commands, exhibited no fear, coldly executing their orders. Upon entering, Yiming and Yun Juexiang beheld the scene before them, and, without uttering a word, turned and exited, not daring to inquire further. The Center's personnel were solely responsible for recruitment and onboarding training, neglecting all else. This Lunar Center's only aspect of technical merit lay in its onboarding training, which, under the scrutiny of professionals, was deemed laughable. The Steel Apostle found it challenging to decipher the Thunder Apostle's intentions, his words laced with sarcasm and caution. Wang Tong parked the vehicle at the corner of the President's Avenue. Beyond lay a military-controlled area, where passage without a permit was impossible. Sun Qian called Guanju, and the phone rang, still being answered by Hao Jin. All right. At this moment, sitting in the divine martial arena, the ancient monarch of the Guiyun Academy observed Chun Hao's performance. I have nothing to explain to you, nor do I require your permission to manage my affairs. The previously flustered Lucy, upon hearing Yun Cheng's words, suddenly glared at him with disdain, compared to the impeccably composed, yet somewhat chilling deputy city lord. This one exerted far greater pressure. Gao Ming exited the office of General Huang, contemplating whether he should send a message to Su Han, advising her not to resign hastily. Count Isolde was consistently treated by southern physicians, making it difficult for others to gain an audience with him. Subsequently, Jiang Han's countenance paled, as if all blood had been drained from his face in an instant. They were fundamentally mere laborers. Stephen required miners with a certain level of literacy to comprehend the operations of mining tracks. Resonators, needing to borrow divine power and resonate with deities, could never achieve a perfect success rate, thus always harboring a slight chance of failure. He then recounted the events experienced on Feiyun Peak, expressing the touching scene of an elderly couple supporting each other before revealing his genuine inner feelings. I only wished to surpass him, never contemplating his demise, Cui Lai remarked, glancing at the black star demon phoenix. Nonetheless, Xiaoyu could still discern the surprise and disdain embedded within those two words. Days passed, and finally, 3 days after the conclusion of the racing competition, the Li family received an invitation and itinerary for the birthday banquet from the Shun family's event committee. Walking along the wooded mountain path, observing the streetlights lining either side, Zhang Niu smiled knowingly, reflecting on the wisdom of the decision to install them. In the first volume, Chapter 258, the world's finest man emerged. Sword light, serpentine hair, and white-eyed brilliance. 3 distinct yet remarkably fierce attacks erupted simultaneously. CaoQiang stared in astonishment at Wang Qingxi, realizing her talent rivaled that of Nan Qiuqiu. Yet, compared to him, she remained too young. Suddenly, the Devour Star Vine in CaoQiang's hand expanded dramatically, spinning rapidly in the air, but then there was silence. The 3 forces unleashed by Wang Qingxi were simultaneously absorbed by the power emitted from CaoQiang's Devour Star Vine martial spirit. Had he not acted promptly, Wang Qingxi would have been utterly engulfed and perished. Wang Qingxi gazed at CaoQiang in terror, feeling as though her life hung by a thread. Even her most formidable martial spirit, Medusa's gaze, could not save her. He had just attempted to match speeds with his opponent, but alas, carrying the ball proved inferior to running without it. Ultimately, he was forced to retreat to the edge, barely managing to deliver a cross that merely offered Nku a warm-up opportunity. Then let us proceed, as you say, the Fujin mused, considering that at least such benefits were granted. Whether others appreciated them was their own concern, and it was unreasonable to blame them if they did not. Xiang Zhuang's strategy to suppress the burgeoning power of the aristocracy was straightforward yet effective. The later advocated policy of assigning officials to regions distant from their origins. In simpler terms, the gentry of Jiangdong could only serve as officials in Jingxiang or Bashu, while Jiangdong officials were to be filled by the scholars of Jingxiang or Bashu. Top scholar, have you said enough? Old Wang, unable to dream but striving to maintain the integrity of Wanggu, interrupted the top scholar's words. Yet, the harsh reality made it difficult for him to speak with conviction. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure enveloped the battlefield as a cavalry general appeared beside Zhang Liao, his indifferent gaze igniting a flare of anger upon noticing Zhang Liao's wounds. In truth, I sensed he was in a predicament, with no crown prince established. The choice for a marital alliance with a westernly kingdom had to be approached with caution. In his view, this union should embody his envisioned choice for a crown prince. Shun Lin felt disgruntled. Had she known the Fourth Lord would eavesdrop, she would have refrained from speaking carelessly. thus inviting trouble upon herself. Although Wang Gu had been in a frenzy for quite some time, he did not feel exhausted. Instead, there was a sense of exhilaration from releasing pent-up emotions. After all, the elders were robust. For every sovereign, there exists a reality that must be accepted, yet is profoundly unwelcome. Reflecting on this, the implications become truly terrifying. Who, then, is the architect of such calamity? What motives drive this individual, and what immense power must they wield? No one can articulate the nature of this conflict. For since the era of peace among the myriad realms a millennium ago, such a level of battle has become a rarity. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Yin Xiao felt a jolt of alarm, quickly focusing his mental energy to scrutinize his internal condition. In that moment of introspection, he experienced a mix of astonishment and joy. It was a sign of impending breakthrough. Cast aside the illustrious actions of renowned sects from yesterday, for throughout history, the heroes of Jianghu have always emerged stronger with each wave. The so-called Dragon Gate heroes are merely assembling the mightiest force to eradicate the water bandits of Penglai Jiang, yet with only a handful of leaders, 7 or 8, perhaps a dozen, required to lead. The endeavor of weight loss, often, is merely a matter of words. As for the companion on this journey, silence is the wisest choice in such moments. Old Zhuang, with a stern expression, brandished the thunder seal, mercilessly striking the golden toad, causing the entire palace to reverberate with lightning and thunder until he could no longer catch his breath and reluctantly ceased. The golden toad lay deeply embedded in a pit, its body coursing with electricity, twitching sporadically. Inaction will not lead to demise, Wei Xian muttered to himself, contemplating how to tidy up the aftermath, reminiscent of his escapades across 8 realms during the Huang Liang dream. Nowadays, everyone possesses ample wealth. As long as the quality of one's goods is high, customers will not hesitate to indulge. Yet, many merchants still fail to grasp this fundamental truth. What has transpired? Lu Xueqing inquired, setting her hands down, though the swirling dust obscured her view of the surroundings. In Volume 1, Chapter 259, A Hopeless Battle, A Grievous Conflict, Nan Xiuxiu stood in the audience. Her tears long since dried, leaving only hollow eyes and boundless despair. She watched CaoQiang, teetering on the brink of collapse upon the arena, her heart heavy with unending anguish. She understood that this confrontation was not merely about honor and victory for CaoQiang, but also about her, an expression of their shared emotions. Each gasp and cough from CaoQiang struck her heart like a hammer. Observing the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, an indescribable fear surged within her. She feared that he might fall in this battle, terrified of losing the man she cherished so deeply. CaoQiang, you must hold on. Zhou Yuan and his companions, previously dozing, straightened their backs at the sound of a gentle cough, resuming their philosophical musings. Soldiers, amidst the icy wilderness, pursued the anti-Japanese League, with the death toll rising and no victories in sight, harboring resentment that often fell upon their direct commander, Xu Zhizhi. The emperor-level peak of great perfection is incomparably beyond the mid-level emperor rank, capable of contending with 5 or more mid-level emperor warriors. I have claimed this immortal isle. Come, let us drive away all others, Xing Fei proclaimed, unleashing a thunderous roar and soaring into the sky like the wind. Let's go and take a look. Ultimately, he could not resist Lucy's pleas and agreed. For all these years, it has been Sister Ro caring for me. Recently, she even saved my life. I could spend a lifetime repaying her, Xiao Yuye declared solemnly. At this moment, Linglong opened her eyes, gazing at the stone pillar with a hint of confusion, yet devoid of that deep-seated pain from her soul, indicating that she had sealed away those untouchable memories. I had no intention of acquiring the Earth Flame Stone, and my purpose in obtaining it was solely to elevate the rank of my medicinal cauldron. As for the Earth Fire, it is of utmost importance to me. Hence I have taken it away. Chu Gu soothed the agitated fire dragon serpent. What secrets lie within? Why is it that everyone knows while I remain in the dark? Luo found the situation somewhat amusing. 10,000 soldiers burst forth from the north gate, and the archers atop the city wall coordinated with those below to unleash a volley of arrows. In that instant, the combat prowess of this 10,000-strong guard slightly surpassed that of the barbarian forces. Then, at the center where Lu resided, a dazzling inferno erupted, spreading over an area of several dozen meters, with flames leaping up to an exaggerated height of nearly a meter, engulfing the ground beneath. You may now present yourself as a high-ranking elder of the Su Ling. It is time to eliminate Qing Ling. The wounded Xing Yin plummeted uncontrollably towards the valley, resembling a plane in distress. The sky had turned completely dark, devoid of stars and moon, but lanterns illuminated the path, and familiarity with the route alleviated their fears of getting lost. Before the seating area, countless points of light floated, some flickering brightly, others softly glowing, and some dull and silent in shades of gray and black. Other cultivators typically achieved breakthroughs in a state of seclusion, subsequently transitioning their vital essence in one vigorous effort. Tongguan, the foremost of the four passes, was built by the Qin people during the Warring States period. Facing the Yellow River to the north and nestled against the mountains, it spans 100 miles east to west, carved through the fissures of jagged rocks. With a single guard at the pass, no one could pass, originally named Hanga Pass. It was renamed Tongguan during the Eastern Han Dynasty. If the Legion commander refuses to comply with the orders, the village leaders have limited options, resorting only to expulsion or more drastic measures. Should the commander of the Rogue Legion perish, the structure would disband, allowing for the reintegration of its members into the village. He quietly admired his vast pastures, sighing softly after a while, yet revealing little concern. The drought's impact on the Sun River pastures was minimal, potentially delaying the cattle's market time by half a month to a month, which would not incur significant losses. In Volume 1, Chapter 260, A Hard-Fought Victory, CaoQiang's figure on the arena resembled a flickering candle in the wind, each breath appearing excruciatingly difficult. Yet, his gaze shone like the brightest star in the night sky, resolute and unwavering. He understood that surrender was not an option. He must bring glory to the Tang sect and secure the rights that Nanxiuxiu deserved. At that moment, an unprecedented surge of power coursed through him. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated the remaining soul energy within him upon the devouring star vine. In that instant, the vine seemed to be imbued with life, its tendrils growing wildly and radiating a brilliant light. 5 soul technique fusion, devouring diamond transformation. CaoQiang roared, his form shifting as he prepared for the next phase. Shang-Chi initially resisted, but, unable to withstand the persuasion, ultimately conceded. To facilitate caring for her mother, Shang-Chi had Shi Jinping escort her back to her home. Along the way, she pondered her mother's illness, acutely aware that it was most sensitive to any form of provocation. Thus, the matter of suing Luo Yichen needed to be resolved swiftly. His words startled Teacher Qi, who thought to herself, "So, Douluo is related to Luo Zong. Thankfully, I have committed no significant errors, or else I would surely lose my job." Luo Yichen exchanged a glance with Teacher Qi, signaling her to remain silent for the moment. On a colossal mountain range, a considerable distance from the previous CaoQiang secret realm, a group of individuals moved forward at a leisurely pace. The game has only just begun, and I am eager to discover how many sharks will surface. The anticipation is palpable. The young master gazed expectantly at the distant, layered mountains. There is no harm in dating someone with vastly different habits, but one must be cautious when it comes to marriage. Consider whether you can endure each other's differences in the long run. The elders were instantly enraged, ready to break through the heavy barrier when a massive, ethereal white light suddenly surged within the courtyard. Since my brother has spoken, why should I refrain from soaring freely? Although I find myself trapped in this whirlpool, I cannot help but laugh heartily, my body plummeting downwards, eager to discover the secrets of this ancient demon pool. This is for the best, as it prevents us from losing manpower. However, facing Cui Long with just the two of us will indeed be quite challenging. Ling Jingyu nodded in agreement with Ying's perspective. Given the current circumstances, Ying's suggestion appears to be the most prudent. The colossal tree of reincarnation soared forth, as if it were channeling the very energies of this realm. A tempest arose, the energies of heaven and earth becoming tumultuous. Such phenomena, infused with an ominous might, would be difficult for even seasoned practitioners who have traversed the Taoist realm for many years to influence. However, this was not the first time Xianqing dealt with such matters. He was well acquainted with the process. Yet, due to the involvement of Li Macho's beloved in the original narrative, Xianqing felt an inexplicable sense of altering history, merely spectating without intervening. Enough. Since you insist on this, if I do not comply, we shall be the ones acting pretentiously. Follow me. Jiang Yuan clasped his fists in gratitude before proceeding with the elder towards the exit. Li Dou swiftly stuffed a piece of steak into his mouth. Such a rich and flavorful dish was a true delight. The moonlight had deepened, and Dong Huang Tai had already departed, while the specter remained captivated by this mirage. Tang Shuai's countenance changed dramatically. That terrifying energy was a deep crimson, infused with an eerie hint of dark violet, exuding a bizarre, cunning, and violent force. Did Lu Huangshu harbor any disdain for Shi Yuan's appearance upon their first encounter? Zhuge Liang inquired. Zhang Fei's meaning was clear. The intensity of this bout was akin to previous competitions, as the strengths of the participants were closely matched. Lord Hokage, ahead lies the home of Uchiha Fugaku. Huh? No, that's not right. The Umbu members were shocked to discover that merely 100 meters away stood two ordinary buildings closely situated together, seemingly devoid of the clan leader's residence. A sharp sound echoed as the kunai struck his arm, producing a metallic clash. Jiang Yuan reappeared several hundred meters away, not wishing to be delayed by these individuals. He employed his utmost speed to traverse that distance, which now represented his limits. Volume 1, Chapter 261, The Curiosity of Nan Shui. Upon hearing this, Nan Chi hastily released her grip, anxiously observing CaoQiang, fearful that she might have truly hurt him. She quickly inquired, "Are you unwell? Should I summon my mother to examine you?" CaoQiang shook his head, signaling that he was unharmed. He propped himself up against the headboard, gazing at the morning light filtering through the window, softly sighing, feeling merely a touch weak. With a bit of rest, he would recover. Seeing that CaoQiang was indeed fine, Nan Chi felt relieved and returned to his side, her hands tightly holding his, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. "CaoQiang, you are truly remarkable. I never imagined you could turn the tables in such a situation." He emerged once more. The first thing he noticed was the quiver of arrows that Lin Zhifei carried, alongside the fire god crossbow and its arrows. In that instant, he exhaled deeply, knowing he had not wasted time. As Chun Zhong lunged again, he swiftly changed direction for a second attack, akin to a famished tiger that had spotted its prey, unwilling to relent until it had captured its meal. She believed that after demonstrating her previous skill, Aol Wanjing would surely wish to inquire further. As matters had escalated to this point, Chun Feng hesitated no longer, directly infusing his divine essence into the opponent's body. The plum grove lay to the north of the Imperial Garden, but Zhou Yi proposed to seize the night to pluck the plum blossoms. So Ruikenkirth, both harboring the desire to meet their mother, and now having received the Empress's personal consent, they found little inclination to visit the plum grove. Instead, feigning an interest in the night snow's beauty, their steps slow, their gazes frequently drifting towards the Weiyang Palace. During training, Lung remained almost inseparable from the group, occasionally observing the progress while diligently recording notes. The yin-yang man spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest slightly caving in, relying on the protection of the goo insects. He was at a disadvantage in direct confrontation, especially when caught off guard. Just from that single punch, he had sustained grave injuries. "My lord, should we report to the prince and request reinforcements?" If this truly involves someone from the crown prince's side, and Sikong Meng clearly did not act, it indicates the arrival of a new adversary, and we must remain vigilant. Sun Weo suggested once more. The referee announced the results, concluding the morning's battles, leaving the spectators yearning for more, wishing for the fighters to continue their clash. The next day, Su Ruhue tidied herself and, still adorned with a pair of jingling bells, went early with Zhou Yi to the Datai Hall to pay their respects and express gratitude. The Empress's attendant, Aunt Xiao Xiang, emerged to invite them inside, while Hua Qingxie attended to the Empress's grooming, smiling and nodding at the two girls. Outside the cave, the high-ranking shadow demon responsible for guarding was swiftly annihilated by Han Xiao. At this moment, Luo Lihu felt an indescribable shock, her breath catching, overwhelmed by a mixture of astonishment and emotion. Just now, I mentioned the phrasing Guanin Fu City, and according to Lu Chang'e, for these years, only our Chun family has been associated with it. The underworld's emissaries should be aware of this, judging by the reaction of those two emissaries. Could it be that they were frightened off by our Chun family's reputation? He raised his left hand to support his right, the wrist guard swelling violently, emitting a piercing sonic wave attack from his palm. The pedestrians traversing the streets wore smiles upon their faces, as if the death of Hanzo had not significantly impacted them. "Brother Rhine, you are being overly polite. The Koro are our common enemy, and we ought to assist each other," Xian Ba said, clasping his fists courteously. The first to arrive as the vanguard was Niu Fu, leading 30,000 troops as Dong's advance force, reaching Hulao Pass ahead of others. A violent explosion engulfed Wu Tian at its center, and the expressions of the disciples from the martial god temple and the Hong family finally relaxed. Even the visages of Hong Xingda and Shun Qiangu softened unconsciously. "We have met many times before," the elder directly addressed Luo Tianwan. The vast majority of the black-robed elders were merely shrouded in a thin layer of black mist, evidently mere illusions. Volume 1, Chapter 262, The Seed of the God of Desire. CaoQiang's cunning smile resembled the rising sun, imbued with a hint of mystery and playfulness, causing Nan Shui's heart to flutter slightly. She could not help but recall the days of her youth when she first met Nan Chi's father, during which they, too, brimmed with youthful vigor and aspirations for the future. Nan Shui subtly adjusted her posture, focusing her gaze intently on CaoQiang. She discovered that this young man possessed not only exceptional strength and talent, but also an indescribable charm, one that felt simultaneously familiar and foreign. "CaoQiang, you seem quite interested in this competition?" Nan Shui inquired tentatively. CaoQiang nodded, his eyes reflecting the brilliance of such a youthful prodigy, even surpassing the talents of Xiao Chengzhu Zhouyiqian. If Lu Hao were not eliminated, the future of Divine Weapon City would be fraught with turmoil. As the distance closed, the condition of the black giant whale became increasingly clear to Wu Yi. Nei opened the door and stepped outside, seeing Nei leave the room. Fite restrainet had inet impulses. Once she regained her composure, she gazed at the empty room, recalling Nei's farewell words, and after a moment of silence, she spoke. These were the 10 rooms she had previously intended to reserve for Matsuko, one of which she planned to keep for herself, while the other 9 were designed with various styles of decor. At this moment, within a humble dwelling near Corruption Street, 2 pairs of eyes were astonishingly fixated on the speeding Wuling Hongguang in the street. However, despite the harsh words exchanged, it seemed unreasonable to blame the esteemed Wang Tai for the temporary slumber of Princess Changle, as she was reluctant to accept his proposed treatment. After the village chief fully grasped the situation, he anxiously inquired of the villagers nearby, fearing that his descendants might forget to document the events, which would surely infuriate him. Following this, Chun An's voice fell silent, and the reflection in the water returned to its original state, leaving the perplexed Ho Wenjun in a daze by the riverbank. The collection and alteration of aberrant energy generated by time-space anomalies must not provoke the will of dimensional entities. Lu Hao found himself at a disadvantage, lacking powerful offensive spells, relying solely on the innate thunderous abilities of his spiritual root. Observing the suddenly enlarged figure of Fu Shi, the Beast King felt a fleeting moment of astonishment, which quickly shifted to disdain. "You may toil like a beast, but from now on, you shall follow me," Fang Yi declared, allowing him to continue recuperating. In that instant, Xiang Hao sensed the surge of dragon spirit energy boiling within his dantian, coursing through his meridians until it erupted outward, gradually transforming into the form of a tiger under his command. At Guanjikan, when it became evident that Lu Yong had brought enemies into the village, seemingly engaged in amiable conversation, Zhou Tsang and his companions were left dumbfounded for an extended period, ultimately bowing in submission, unable to rise. The man exuded arrogance, completely disregarding Sun Yang's fury, his mocking smile growing more pronounced. Yet, when one's forehead throbbed with blood, reason became exceedingly fragile. Once Fang Yi acted impulsively. Not even the mightiest deity could restrain him. One could see the armed individuals on the ground, each wearing a fierce expression, as they unleashed a hail of gunfire towards Song Hanyan. "The Zhonglong general can reach Guangzhou in just a day and a night," Guisi shouted, galloping closely behind the man. "I am aware," Cao replied, observing the flickering currents of electricity amidst the clouds, a sudden smile gracing his face, thick with murderous intent. They expended their lifetime's cultivation, along with their innate divine abilities and several extraordinary celestial artifacts, merely to withstand the recent surge of power. Even so, they emerged battered and bruised. The distribution of points among the support class players in this round of combat was precarious. No team would allocate points in such a manner. With the sword sheathed, Huang Wei let out a slow breath, his back drenched in sweat within mere seconds. Lung Ruo Bing seemed less astonished than others. Yet her gaze fell upon Fang Feifei. It must be noted that inviting Fang Feifei to host a live stream came at a considerable cost. "Huaijiang, are you planning to seek refuge with the Wei clan?" Bai Lu inquired, realizing that among the 3 prominent families in Yinzhou, the Shangguan clan resided in Qingling, while the Wei clan was situated by Huaijiang. In Volume 1, Chapter 263, "What of your name, Shunyan?" chuckled the god of desire. Upon hearing the voice of the yin-yang ancestor, CaoQiang fell into deep contemplation. Having spent time in the divine realm, he was well aware of the god of desire, one of the terrifying entities among the 7 deadly sins. Why had she planted a seed of desire within the waters of Nanshui? What were her intentions? Was it possible that malevolent deities in the divine realm had begun to target him? Yet, after the yin-yang ancestor spoke but a single sentence, he vanished into silence, as if succumbing to slumber. This left CaoQiang in a state of great distress, compelled to conjecture about the designs of these powerful beings. Gently stroking the trembling spine of Nanshui, he sought to comfort the soul ensnared in madness and suffering. In the village, rumors about Yi Ning began to circulate, with many claiming he was a monster disguised in human skin, explaining the collapse of the statue. Although it might not be immediately useful, it could potentially save him from many missteps in the future. The Lord of Demons always sensed that beneath the seemingly clear circumstances of the 3 realms, something was amiss. In their excitement, Qin Shifeng and his companions did not pause for rest, but instead ambled slowly through the forest, feeling the chilling winds and the ominous presence surrounding them. At this moment, only Lin Mu's scenes remained to be filmed for the completion of monster catching, and the entire crew awaited him. For matters that tarnished the reputation of the Earth Research Institute, Xingrong would employ every means to prevent them. At the end of the celestial ladder, there was only black mist, an endless void where any energy that struck it would vanish swiftly. All right, it is settled then. I shall surely trouble young Master Deng later. Qin Shifeng thought cheerfully, expressing his gratitude. Particularly this time, he had made an unprecedented post, accompanied by a perplexing remark. He had never intended to punish Zhang Ruofeng. If he were to expel him, Wu Tong would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Presently, he regarded Zhang Ruofeng as a cherished treasure, cradling him with utmost care, fearing he might be harmed. At this moment, the individual had sprinted to the midpoint of the slope. Surrounded by white light, his legs continued to ascend, yet his upper body lagged noticeably behind. My arrival is different from yours. I genuinely seek to pay a visit to Brother Xia, with no ulterior motives. Levi Sudanli exclaimat. Indeed, Feng Dao responded. However, it has been quite some time since I last heard news of Lord Blair. After a lengthy pause, Ren Tang finally endured the torment and fled the Shunren Hall, only to find a place to expel the contents of his stomach, tears streaming down his face. Previously, there had been the Confucian 4 Great Concepts debate, and now a formidable opponent had emerged, representing the struggle for the Taoist lineage, naturally uniting against a common foe. The once antagonistic young nobles swiftly banded together. The doors to the fire escape were not all open. Feng Zhenjin walked up to the 4th floor before locating an ajar door and pushed her way inside. Hello, Zier, what is the matter? Shengwan Yunfei answered the call, aware that if it were not for something significant, Zi Xing would never have called. Yet, he was curious about which faction in the south dared to challenge the authority of Longmen. At that time, he felt an unprecedented sense of grievance and humiliation. Yet he said nothing, maintaining a gentle smile on his face each day. Even when others were cold or ignored him, he would turn away with a smile. Xiang pondered whether it was necessary to have the 4 spirits learn about mundane experiences when a melodious voice suddenly echoed in her ears. Even so, Pei Donglai remained cautious. Having subdued the 7 demon beasts, he promptly divided a portion of his consciousness to inscribe his thoughts deep within their souls, thus mastering their fates. The large size of the beasts correlated with their clumsiness, leading to their primitive weapon-making techniques. This was evident from their attire of animal skins and their crude wolf-toothed clubs, which if not for a few iron nails, would scarcely surpass a firewood stick. In Volume 1, Chapter 264, the 4th level automatic charge soul guide, gun displays its might. The referee interjected, "Enough of your bickering. Victory is determined by strength, not words." Wang Donger perceived the referee's scrutinizing gaze directed at her, and calmly remarked, "Do not show favoritism. You will regret it." The referee was momentarily taken aback. In all his years officiating matches, this was the first time he encountered someone bold enough to threaten him. This young lady, Wang Donger, was indeed formidable. CaoQiang noticed the referee's expression and smirked, realizing that Wang Donger had not spoken in vain. With regard to Wang Donger's background, if one wishes to make a referee who is not even a titled Douluo disappear, it is indeed a simple task. At this moment, Chao and Nangong Han's doubts have far exceeded the limits of his tolerance and understanding. Moreover, as an heir to a conglomerate, how could he endure the torment of suspicion? Unbeknownst to them, The seeds of a fractured marital relationship have already been sown. Han Qidi is unaware of the sheer ferocity of Luo Yu's physical prowess. How could she not know? Withstanding the onslaught of a six-stage Dookie wave without a scratch, it seems that even Wang Zihan stands no chance of victory. As soon as Chun Rong exited the hospital, she could not help but burst into laughter. After a couple of chuckles, she covered her mouth with her sleeve, lowered her head, and rushed back to her courtyard. Jean Lufeng naturally understood that Tan Yazi disclosed the violation she endured to gain his trust. But he was taken aback by Xie Dajuan's despicable actions, willing to send his own wife to be trampled upon, a deed more beastly than human. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Qingzi pondered that persuading Su Yuqing to accept the family inheritance would not be an easy endeavor. Clearly, Jiang Qingzi's unexpected arrival breathed new life into Lin Yi's previously stagnant existence. It is evident that Lin Yi had long envisioned herself as Cinderella, with Jiang Qingzi embodying her Prince Charming. Why? Yun Jing meticulously observed for nearly 10 minutes, yet even as over 500 black-winged dragons were nearly eradicated, she could not discern the reason behind it. As she exited the dean's office and found no one in sight, she trudged with a furrowed brow to the cardiothoracic department where Hua Jinsheng was. Yi Fan smiled faintly and led Lu Qinyun towards Tianlong sacred capital, where he had a stake in a family estate and the protection of the ancient elder from Zihu Academy. Presumably, even if you're not home, Lu Qinyun would remain safe there. At that moment, she felt as if she were in a dream, a princess forced into a distant marriage with an enemy nation. While Jiang Qingzi was her beloved, a valiant general sworn to her. Jin Tian, unafraid, released his grip, and the Shao Xuesheng in his hand plummeted from a height of 100 meters, crashing violently to the ground. The previously fierce Lin Meng turned pale upon receiving Jin Tian's strike, tears and snot streaming down his face as he crumpled at Jin Tian's feet. The third aspect was to strengthen one's physical form, granting immense power and defensive capabilities. Su Jin stared blankly at the thermos on the table, somewhat speechless, pondering how bold Chu Xiaoqing was, still unclear about the awkward relationship she shared with Su Mingyang. After all, there was a significant age gap, and in light of the vast wealth of the Duke family, they would rather see Komen Duke withdraw voluntarily. In the instant the formation attacked, Bai Yunfei let out a loud shout, infused with a mental assault, causing the soldiers to momentarily lose their senses. Li naturally did not require formidable techniques. With the enhancement of his mental abilities combined with the strength of the Sea Walker, he could traverse through the giant beasts without restraint. Days later, upon learning that they had already hosted a banquet to publicly unveil this matter, he felt even more unsettled. It had little grounds to voice his concerns, especially since he had not been invited to this banquet. Luo Shan arrived uninvited, uncertain if Dongyang Sacred Institute would welcome him. Luo Shan chuckled and strode directly onto the platform, where four youths stood in a row below, poised and proud. Volume 1, Chapter 265, Bombarding Xiaoping. After hearing this, Shi Xing hurriedly turned and left, as if he had unearthed a treasure, his heart brimming with an insatiable thirst for the pursuit shadow gun. He understood well that possessing such a soul guide would be invaluable for his future cultivation. Meanwhile, Wang Donger maintained her composure and tranquility, as though everything were firmly within her grasp. She stepped aside, quietly adjusting her state in preparation for the next competition. The Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon sent forth a robust youth for the second time, resembling a hefty stone, broad-shouldered and stout, yet standing only 1.60 meters tall, with arms more robust than a typical man's thigh. His short hair, akin to steel needles, exuded a fierce aura. Such a sight was overwhelmingly terrifying, with flames engulfing the sky. While Fang Yin and Jin Yuanzi might not have been fazed, given their identities as alchemists and their affinity for flames, others were distinctly different. With such intense heat, anyone who came into contact would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. Who would have imagined that the director of the program, typically associated with joy, was currently in a corner, smoking in silence? While everyone remained skeptical, particularly Adams Tay, who found it hard to believe that the leader could be so accurate, having swiftly bid farewell to Su Junsheng before heading to the Site Lake residence. Adams Tay felt a mix of curiosity and disbelief regarding the leader's precise predictions, especially with the Christ Mountain Bandit supposedly residing at the Site Lake home. Although it was clear that the outraged voices were laden with disparagement, it was assured that they lacked the capacity to penetrate the mecha's exterior. Therefore, the powerful individuals being insulted could sit at ease within the cockpit, responding with a few indifferent, scornful smiles. After making this remark, the French fries chuckled self-deprecatingly, closing the webpage and commencing work. Moreover, the other party had proactively approached him, yet he had consistently ignored them. Even if there was a reason, it seemed somewhat unfeeling. Lu and Sarah both turn around, their expressions shifting to resemble that of Porter, especially Sarah, whose face contorted as she raised a hand to cover her mouth to stifle a scream. Edwin was somewhat taken aback that Lu Yang could launch an attack without gathering energy. Yet he displayed no significant panic as he loudly admonished the two in front of Hans while being hurled backward. Accompanied by a pained scream, he was once again injured, his back a bloody mess from a strike delivered by a cultivator at the divine refinement stage. Despite the absence of super soldiers from the enemy, Captain Plank and his crew remained busy, garnering admiration for Huang Fu Huang's actions. She wept in his embrace, shaking her head, tears seeping through her mask onto him. At that moment, he ceased to inquire, to doubt. No words were needed, no glances exchanged. They shared an unspoken understanding. He knew she was indeed her. Tang Yi leaped once more onto the back of the evil dragon spirit with Ling Yun, as the evil dragon spirit carried them through the Dragon Gate whirlpool. They were unafraid of battle, each consumed by a fervor, their spirits exalted, their hearts fearless. Although his speed was not slow to the point of appearing in slow motion, it was merely at the level of an ordinary person within the Lingzhu world. Observing the tattered clothing on Jiao, Qiuruoshi felt a myriad of emotions. How could they endure such hardship? The security guard initially disbelieved, but upon glancing at the photos and the rumors, his body trembled, eyes wide in disbelief at Tang Yi. After a long while, the two finally stood up, realizing the state of their teacher's wife, and comprehended that this was indeed their father's arrangement. Drinking leisurely from his drink, occasionally nibbling on a snack or a piece of fruit, he was now a step ahead of most. Thus he should delve deeper into the game as content, striving to seize more opportunities before the public beta. Upon witnessing her parents' outrage, Xiao Chan's grievances surged to the surface, causing her eyes to redden as she silently lowered her head and ceased speaking. Fang Li rushed forward, clawing and biting, but Fang Zhanyuan could not evade in time, earning several scratches on his face. Volume 1, Chapter 266. Wang Donger responds passionately with the triumph of Hikaitu. Talman's momentum in the competition grew increasingly formidable. In stark contrast, the team from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy appeared to be struck by a colossal boulder, their morale plummeting. Xiao Hongchun clenched his fists, his eyes betraying a mix of resentment and fury. He understood that the forthcoming matches would be even more arduous. He needed to recalibrate his strategy to confront the formidable strength of Tang Men. With a grim expression, Xiao Hongchun stepped onto the competition stage and declared, in the next match, "I will take the lead." He could no longer allow Tang Men to deplete their resources. This time, he must take the stage to mitigate losses. On the other side, Chao Chong, seated in the Tang Men waiting area, spoke up, "Winning a few matches is sufficient." As Su Xiaojiao witnessed someone speaking against her mother, she immediately rushed to confront the individual. Upon understanding the situation, she realized that the person was reacting vehemently due to their disdain for the character Rong Mama from Huanzhuge. Encouragement and affirmation serve as the driving force for progress. Within the brief span of less than 3 months, the once dim Jamie's spirit had soared, yielding a plethora of brilliant ideas. The crowd's astonishment grew in intensity, with many almost declaring Jamie a natural-born criminal. Lubu pondered briefly before erupting into hearty laughter. He issued orders to Cho and Pangda, commanding the selection of prisoners. All the old and weak must be returned to the fields, while the elite soldiers were to be sent to Japan for mining. The remaining captives were to be enslaved, tasked with cultivating the borderlands, while the rebellious and skilled fighters were to be executed. "Your Highness, if you truly long for home, shall we return for a while?" Ying Yi, noticing the nostalgia in Emperor Chun Qing's gaze, couldn't help but suggest. When Xing Luo re-entered the self-knowledge chamber, he instinctively approached the entrance of Jingwei Hall. Upon seeing the 3 characters of Jingwei Hall, he paused in surprise, standing still for a long moment before heading towards the distant Hongyu Hall. He made no effort to provoke anyone, instead retrieving a jade slip and examining it closely with closed eyes, while the elderly flower man conversed animatedly with a middle-aged practitioner. Lubu nodded in satisfaction and said, "You are free to act as you see fit. Make sure to overwhelm them." Zhen and Mi responded in unison. Touching the corner of his lips, Yi Ziluo warned himself not to become too complacent. The esteemed adult had once mentioned that he had ventured into another realm, indicating that there was still much for him to learn. Moreover, he had only just stepped into the 6th tier of the Xingyun technique, and had yet to enter the next tier of the Chaos technique. For now, he could only barely consider himself a Voidwalker. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, Du Pingxi would escape from his sister's imposed heavenly forest barrier. If circumstances permitted, perhaps he should seriously contemplate leaving Tianzhao Temple. The two individuals each retrieved their jade slips, jotting down notes. Gao Yu recorded various formations, techniques, and unique storage device cultivation methods obtained from the divine realm, while Qin Yu noted the cultivation levels, techniques, and artifact refinement methods from the immortal realm. Indeed, let us do it this way. After all, the group will conduct unified training for the sales representatives. You may attend the classes, and I plan to recruit a general manager for the time being, under whom you can learn the systematic management. Hearing this, Zhou Taoshu smiled complexly, then nodded with some embarrassment. The citizens of the underworld city swiftly evacuated like migrating spiritual beasts. Qian Fansheng and his companions also retreated over 100 miles on the fire python. Despite the distance, the flames still illuminated the sky. Jiang Yisheng's brazen poisoning of Jiang Yiyu was uncharacteristic of him. Was he truly willing to risk everything? Others' emotional affairs are beyond our comprehension. Now that they have divorced, the matter has already caused enough of stir. If you truly care for Su Nuo, refrain from adding chaos, Gu Mingho said solemnly. These were his favorite pastries, yet osmanthus was not available throughout the year. To make authentic osmanthus rice cakes, it was essential to gather the flowers at night, after they had been moistened by dew. Volume 1, Chapter 267, Capturing Wang Dong'er, Tang San's Fury in the Divine Realm. Tang San sat face-to-face with a beautiful woman, his expression a mask of rage as he glared at the phantom mirror reflecting his daughter, Qingqing, in a cozy embrace with CaoQiang, his teeth grinding in frustration. The beautiful woman addressed Tang San. Brother San, is it truly fair for you to target CaoQiang like this? I believe he genuinely cares for our daughter. Before she could finish, Tang San bellowed, silence. What do you understand? This is my test for him. What is CaoQiang to my daughter? The woman wished to persuade him, yet the murderous glint in Tang San's eyes silenced her. She knew well the temperament of her husband. When the chief referee blew the final whistle, the entire Ibiza Sports Stadium erupted like a volcano. What do you expect me to do? None of these options resolve anything. Tell me how to fix it. Gu Zhao retorted, frustrated. This time, Lung Ningxuang truly experienced the imminent threat of death, a reality that, while not typical for her, began to cause her concern. Kill them all, leave no one alive. It was as if Li Kuangye was issuing orders to his soldiers, or perhaps to himself, as he simply stated this command. Yang Tianxiao stepped forth, declaring with righteous fervor, "Listen to Chao Duzhu. Let us stand together." He then summoned the village leaders and clarified the situation, turning to leave. After communicating with 10 villages, Shui Dingyuan could not resist transmitting to several more. Unsure whether to enter the current village, which was filled with such cacophony. Were there still normal people within? A laugh emanated from beside me, adjacent to Lu Feng. What is so amusing? Is it my tragic fate that causes laughter? His inner strength was growing steadily, and he was aware that Fu Shutong's heart belonged to him. This was not a one-sided endeavor, as Fu Shutong was also making efforts. Power was out this morning, and your uncle had to head to work. Just grabbed a little something before leaving. Had you not come, my mother might have gone hungry, Xiaolan chuckled. As a result, every night, Wang Yifan found himself too afraid to sleep. The vividness of his dreams had led him to feel an overwhelming sense of illusion about the sea. He even began to question whether he had once been a fish in that vast ocean. Mada's right foot was evidently less capable than his left, causing his cross to be too low, intercepted directly by Mustafi, followed by Arsenal's counterattack. In this current distance, over the past half-month, they had endured no fewer than 100 attacks for demonic beasts. I am at the airport, about to fly to Boston. You should arrive around 3 in the afternoon. He initially intended to surprise her, but upon hearing her words, he could not bear to keep his whereabouts a secret. If it were Daxiong himself, he would have undoubtedly acted without hesitation to block Li Liang's shooting angle during this breakthrough. What? An imperial-grade, top-tier technique. Hanan found it hard to believe his ears. What did imperial grade even entail? Guan Ho Xianjun scoffed, and the crowd assumed Chen Shi had not demonstrated his abilities, as it was inconceivable that someone without the status of an immortal could perform so many techniques in their presence. Within a grand hall, the celestial demon captured Ju Mo. Observing the imposing figure before him, whose eyes flickered with ominous light. Han Yun could not suppress his anger. Amidst the frenzied cheers of the Lan Yu Liang fans, Li Liang and Datue exchanged silent glances, unable to articulate their emotions. Lucia, with arms crossed and a beaming smile, observed them, while the others anxiously focused on a singular direction. Bavaria, located in the southern region of Germany, has led fans to affectionately dub Bayern the Southern Star. Half a minute later, Yi Junjie settled the lawyer's consultation fee and departed the office with his father, Yi Chong. Qing Wan, I have a piece of news that is undoubtedly favorable for you, Donghao declared, grasping her hand as she attempted to withdraw, but he held firm. In Volume 1, Chapter 268, titled Aesthetic Violence, Wang Dong'er and Xiao Chong spent a night together, during which Xiao Chong indulged in certain activities that most men would relish. Both experienced slight improvements in their spiritual energy. It was time to rise. Casting a glance at Wang Dong'er, who remained comfortably nestled in his embrace like a sleepy kitten, Xiao Chong could not resist pinching her smooth cheek. Wang Dong'er opened her eyes a fraction and lazily remarked, "Brother Xiao Chong, the sun hasn't risen yet. Let me sleep a bit longer." Xiao Chong chuckled. "Today is overcast. The sun won't make an appearance. When you plan to get up, you little lazy bug?" "I'm not a lazy bug," Wang Dong'er retorted, turning to Duya. "Send someone to the cold palace. See to it that it is cleaned thoroughly." Her tone was both cold and fierce. Despite the lack of significant emotional fluctuation, she merely smiled calmly before casting a final glance at her long-dormant abode and disappearing. However, facing Arsenal signified the end of their journey in the FA Cup. Although half of the Gunners' main players rested, Wu Jie single-handedly ended the suspense of the match with 2 goals in the first half. Thus, I must express my profound gratitude for everyone's life-saving assistance. For had my multitude of hematomas developed further, they would have posed a serious threat to my bones. Surely, you have heard of this well-known company, the largest garment manufacturer in Fujian City. Given your current circumstances, would you care to try your hand at our company? We are classmates, and you will undoubtedly receive preferential treatment, Feng Xiaoying suggested. You're just in time. Do you recall the recent incident where jelly skincare products were challenged in the market? Qin Lin raised his head to inquire. Eileen could hardly believe his words. Having spent nearly a month by Su Fei's side, she noted that aside from training, he spent most of his time in a daze, hardly busy at all. A royal offering appeared at the Shaojun residence, respectfully reporting that the emanating aura had reached the celestial realm. Lu Caoqiang noticed Nanjin's gaze, and his smile faltered momentarily. Having recognized Nanjin as the fervent fan who had formed a team in hopes of recruiting him, seemingly named Lin. Indeed, in due time, this fervent clam may very well produce another closed-eyed pearl. Another chimed in, their words brimming with happiness. Aunt Suan felt somewhat flustered at the health clinic. When a doctor inquired, she fumbled about, prompting Sheng Bing to accompany her for support. "Well done, Sha Yu," they praised. As the others who had dealt with their adversaries arrived to witness, "Sha, you had already cleared the obstacles." "In that case, I shall join," she declared, having been persuaded with a nod. In a fit of rage, Long Yuan publicly uttered the most disgraceful words to Shui Menghua, his evident fury teetering on the brink of explosion. However, not long after, Nangong Nanyue found herself momentarily stunned upon hearing the sound of helicopter blades. The leader of the Jingyi sect's expression shifted, while the nearby Lu Yinzun and Duo Ling Xiangu also exchanged puzzled glances with Sheng Longzun, seemingly bewildered as to why he would mention such a secret technique. Of course, the most significant commonality lies in their visual appeal, ensuring a more pleasant work experience. This is exceedingly vital for Yi Tianyu. Otherwise, each day would be unbearably monotonous. Lung Yu gazed in surprise at the side profile of Feng Qiyi, feeling a sense of warmth and security with him nearby. As she emerged from Xingyun Palace, her earlier anxiety transformed into realization, discovering that her garments were drenched in sweat. The refreshing night breeze now felt chillingly cold. With the vacation concluded, be at the television station's main gate before 7 tomorrow morning, and come along with Qin Xing. Lan Rojin commanded, her tone akin to that of a superior, leaving no room for negotiation. In Volume 1, Chapter 269, titled The Goddess of Light versus the Blood-Sucking Bat, Ming Yuzong's second contestant was a youth named Ade. This pallid young man, with skin as white as paper, exuded a sickly hue. Though his hair was short, it was meticulously styled into a slick back, gleaming like jade. His light brown eyes held a cold, profound gaze. He was slightly stooped, appearing slender yet tall and upright, with elongated arms hanging gently by his sides. Upon his entrance, an eerie, chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. The match commenced. Ade's eyes suddenly transformed. The once icy light brown hue ignited with fervor, as though instantly stained by blood, deep and terrifyingly red. A flurry of footsteps echoed as a middle-aged man clad in gray robes entered by M.O. Shi's chamber uninvited. Much like the Wang family of Langia, the world only recognizes the Wang and the Ma as rulers, unaware of the profound heritage of this foremost noble lineage. Sui was a trusted aide to the crown prince, originating from the Imperial Guard, while Xinyan hailed from the local Shun family in Linjiang County. Are you implying that their celestial ranks were conferred by His Majesty? Longsun Wu Ji asked Li Shun incredulously. The captain snorted, signaling the surrounding by family warriors to encircle Lin Xiao and Yi Kai. Come, what do you wish to eat? It's on me. I'll treat you to your fill, Lin Xiaofan teased, indulging Yi Jinjin's playful spirit. According to Ji Jin, the population of Guangzhou, approximately 6 million, requires 360,000 stones of grain monthly. However, the total grain stored across various counties merely amounts to 300,000 stones, with the court's monthly transport contributing an additional 120,000 stones, resulting in a staggering monthly grain shortage of around 200,000 stones. Then you may continue washing, she said, though her feet showed no inclination to leave. Let us meet that esteemed individual, the elegantly dressed man stated calmly, his tone carrying an air of unyielding authority. Clearly, his purpose was singular, to negotiate peace or perhaps to plead for mercy. After all, the former was often just for show, as most could not afford it, while the latter, despite its high cost, offered a glimmer of hope. With no resistance whatsoever, the razor-sharp sword energy pierced through the bone shield, directly penetrating the right arm of the terrified and flustered necromancer, causing his staff to clatter to the ground. Reflecting on how Jiang Taisher and others had chosen the Sunstar as the competition venue, it was likely that they had intended from the outset to use it as a means of information transmission and to expose the location of the Dragon Domain. On February 12th, anxiety gripped the hearts of the inhabitants on our northern border island, engulfing us in profound fear. Reports of man-eating beasts began to surface increasingly frequently. It turned out that Yupa possessed considerable spiritual power. Under normal circumstances, within 3 months, he could resolve all toxins within Long Jingyu's body. However, Yupa must continuously absorb nutrients to fulfill its purpose. Over the past 3 days, the essence of Yupa has been exhausted, finally rendering it ineffective. The magma giant demon stands like an impregnable fortress before the source flower, mercilessly repelling anyone who dares to approach. Still feigning ignorance? Disher raised her delicate hand and waved it casually, revealing 4 amber-hued space-time portals that appeared before Wukong. Alice successfully drew the attention of the man in the brocade robe, who promptly abandoned the 3 Yenshur aliens and coldly surveyed Alice. Li Guan, Siting Silanli, overheard the surrounding discussions, filled with both regret and indignation. Shi Fan, that man who led the charge, appeared to evoke little admiration from many. The abundance of Mo-ing grass here is desperately needed by us. We harbor no intentions of theft, Qin Haonan quickly clarified. Such an offensive capability, is it not excessively high for levels below 10? Qin Haonan and Tang Tang stared in disbelief at the scattered equipment, momentarily at a loss for words. Volume 1, Chapter 270, Xiao Zhao's Resilience. In the third match, Wang Donger exited, and Tang Sek's Xiao faced Mingyu Sek's Qin Yaya. Xiao possesses the dual martial souls of San Sheng, Zhen Hunding, and Jiufeng Lai Yixiao, one focused on defense and the other on control, while Qin Yaya wields a long-handled cleaver, measuring over a yard in length, nearly 3 feet wide, with a razor-sharp edge emanating an eerie azure glow. Like Xiao, she is also a soul king, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings, 5 optimal soul rings. As the match progressed, the audience's excitement swelled. When Xiao stepped onto the arena, facing Qin Yaya from Mingyu Sect, the entire venue seemed to freeze in anticipation. Contemplating this, Su Yi's resolve strengthened. He believed that by continuously integrating various cultivation systems, they would burgeon in strength over time. As these systems coexisted in the same era, the earth would undoubtedly become a more splendid place. Gazing at the horizon, Lu Chu clenched his fist, his obsidian eyes slowly filling with a chilling intensity. The Azura god king narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing a flicker of threat emanating from Lin Feng. Indeed, from the moment Lin Feng stepped through the space, The Azura God King felt an inkling of danger. After being humiliated at the auction, she now faced another setback, having bandaged her wounds and remained silent with her head bowed. Suddenly realizing this, Zhou Xing's heart raced as he shifted his gaze to the genetic data extracted from the Mother Worm organization. The biological experts assigned to the fleet promptly transmitted this genetic information without waiting for the living tissue to arrive for research. He possessed the method of dual cultivation. Although its effectiveness would be significantly diminished in the absence of celestial energy, it could certainly save her. What is the purpose of Xiongfeng's nourishing soup? If you have consumed it, please share your thoughts. Lin Luoyu inquired with curiosity. The Mo, Xie Emperor, and Yuling Zun are the most trustworthy individuals for Lin Feng, serving as his right and left arms in guarding the Divine Palace, overseeing the entire North River Star system. Moreover, with Lu Chu and Yin Er seemingly united, they are now family, eliminating the need for formality. Since the beginning of the expedition, ominous signs had emerged, weighing heavily upon the old matriarch. After bidding farewell to Xingyong, Bai Yun and the others returned home, each taking up their weapons to train in the bamboo forest, a routine that had nearly become habitual. Only Xiaolan and AI Air had also developed a habit, with AI Air beginning to familiarize herself with sword techniques under Bai Yun's guidance. Number 000 furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings but finding nothing, so he removed his socks and slowly approached the administrator with the sock in hand. Lu Xian realized his reaction might have been excessive, but such caution was indeed warranted. A suddenly appearing radar might not be a good omen. Erasing memories is an exhausting endeavor, and I lack the ability to do so independently, relying solely on Yun Qingyue's assistance. What do you truly desire? Does my existence pose a threat to you? Lin Weiwei asked with a smile. It took me quite some time to comprehend that the Kuai-Yu it referred to might be what we know as ghosts. Hearing the name World Dance, she recalled a prestigious variety show for her past life. Pondering whether having her mother produce this show could serve as a launchpad for Tianshang Entertainment's foray into the entertainment industry. With her left hand pierced, her magical crystal fell to the ground. At that moment, I could have pursued her to inflict further injury, yet I instead rolled over and seized the magical crystal. Strangely, Lin Weiwei had done nothing but simply infused a bit of spiritual energy into the chaos zither, yet she felt a faint connection forming with it, as if it had acknowledged her as its master. Meanwhile, AI Iluoc had arrived beside Alu Diba. Previously, during the fierce battle, they had been unable to assess his condition, but now they could. Volume 1, Chapter 271, As Steadfast as a Mountain, Zhang Tainyo, Manifestation. The fifth participant from Mingyu sect is their captain, CaoQiang. At CaoQiang's signal, Xiao promptly conceded, wishing to avoid wasting time and directly proceed to the team battle. The referee granted them 1 minute to prepare for the team fight. In this team match, Tang sect holds a considerable advantage. They have 5 members yet to take the stage, all in excellent condition as core fighters. However, the opposing team has only 4 members. Yu Chun and Ada are severely injured, and Qin Ye and Xue Bing are wounded as well, leaving their combat strength at merely 3. Nevertheless, Mingyu sect has not abandoned the match, indicating their absolute confidence. A minute passes swiftly, causing even men to break into a sweat as both sides prepare for the match. She originally intended to retrieve her companion's belongings. Upon seeing my pacing figure, a shadow of gloom flashed in her eyes. Yang Ruofeng rose from the ground, filled with resentment, vowing that once his cultivation surpassed hers, he would make her obediently shower him with 1,000 flirtatious glances daily, punishing her for even a single omission. Meanwhile, the gravely injured Sai Yu was lifted onto a stretcher by the medical team and swiftly transported away on a hovering platform to the hospital. Zilian, do not act like this. Where's the antidote? Tell me where the antidote is. Feng Qinshuan shook Zilian, desperate to prevent her from dying. For Yuan Baojing, the world is rife with traitors. He lost Wei Chun Yuan, the backing for his restoration, and ultimately even his true identity slipped away. If it were indeed a series of numbers, there would be no way she could decipher them within the limited time. To rescue Su Muting, he exerted every effort to navigate the situation, akin to his initial attempts to save Yu Zhao. Whether it was worth it, he had not yet contemplated. Her head hung slightly, but he could still discern Wangu's furrowed brow, sensing that she must have been pondering something. Hence, there was no need for him to beat around the bush. He could speak directly. How far I go is my concern. It has nothing to do with you. Those zombies do not dare approach your car. Surely, you possess some monstrous creature within it. Do not attempt to deceive me. Are you trying to lure me into your vehicle to feed that beast? Qiu Haoran coldly replied, this time speaking at length. Qiu Lia happily went to accompany Shi and Bai Shui, while Qin Wanner returned to her room, where her computer awaited. She had become engrossed in gaming, unable to extricate herself from that world. However, on this night, she lacked the motivation to play, having faced repeated failures after only a few attempts. They were originally meant to guard the entrances to the south and east, yet for reasons unknown, they appeared here. Casting a glance at the peculiar, luminous shards surrounding him, Nilu grasped a stone whose internal structure had been almost entirely obliterated and hurled it outward. Just as his order was issued, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from behind, bullets whizzing down the street and striking the stone mill with a cacophony of sounds. One bullet struck Miyazaki in the rear, prompting a loud yelp as he collapsed to the ground. After placing the core of the blazing steed into a designated storage ring, Chen commanded the others to advance. Tianqiu discreetly drew 2 shurikens from behind him, observing the snake-like creature bearing its fangs at him. He abruptly launched 2 darts, one aimed at the creature and the other directed outside the window. This formidable stronghold was nestled deep within the Luoxiao Mountains, shrouded in secrecy due to its geographical isolation, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. However, Madame Gu never anticipated that merely visiting her son would inspire such sordid imaginings among netizens. Adjusting his wind-tousled hair with his left hand, Nilu leaned slightly forward, forcefully planting his heel into the earth behind him. I ponder what manner of person you are, the mute woman remarked, her gaze fixed upon the dark, foreboding coffin ahead. Despite their frequent visits, most of them had never engaged in conversation with the young masters and ladies of the Jin family. Each encounter merely exchanged smiles that conveyed a sense of welcome. Volume 1, Chapter 272, The Bet Between CaoQiang and CaoQiang. In the face of the Tang sect's relentless assault, the captain of the Mingyu sect, CaoQiang, finally unleashed her fury. With bare hands, she crushed a cannonball shot by K2, emitting a piercing shriek. The 7 members of the Tang sect were taken aback. Even CaoQiang did not foresee that CaoQiang would erupt with such ferocity, shaking his mental domain and creating ripples within. I must claim this woman tonight. CaoQiang's gaze upon CaoQiang grew increasingly fervent. Capture her, he commanded, and with that, an opportunity swiftly locked onto CaoQiang. Vang Diengir Ying Nan. And Xiao Xiao also directed their attacks at her, while Hui Yuhao, Zhang Tiniu, and Keita were tasked with restraining her. In the elevator, Qin Songruo contemplated what to do if she were to encounter Lu Yenying shortly. Should she greet him? Bai Wushuang brought the teacup to Bai Yumei's lips, who, well aware of its contents, refused to drink. On the stairs behind them, Xia observed his hunched silhouette, his heart filled with countless sentiments. That lonely and desolate figure tightened the hearts of those who watched. The disciples surrounding the true Crimson Ancestor finally understood why he had previously urged them to be prepared to retreat at a moment's notice. At that moment, Qinzheng furrowed his brow and glanced toward the western direction of Wanlong Mountain, which pointed towards the Tianquan Empire. The title of Wuxiang Ancestor is merely a designation. Any practitioner achieving the status of Ancestor within the Wuxiang sect can bear this title. Hence, it does not refer to a single individual. However, presently, only the violet-haired elder holds the rank of Ancestor within the Wuxiang sect. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Bai Wushuang announced to the others before departing, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Bai Yumei, it is time we settled accounts. At this moment, the nobility endeavored by every means to extract the remaining value from the laborers, compelling them to cultivate land for free or work in a merchant's workshop, all for their own benefit. The cliff face was as smooth as a mirror, seemingly carved into a flat surface by some unseen force. Otherwise, it appeared unremarkable. That day, Gao Changsu proactively approached her to discuss his intended betrayal and the need for her cooperation. Such injuries were akin to dancing on the precipice of death. Even if one were to survive, they would likely be rendered incapable for the remainder of their life. The leading soldier halted, issuing commands to his comrades, who promptly scattered to search the rooms here. Taking a deep breath and feeling her ravenous stomach, she contemplated calling for cleaning staff, tidying the kitchen before ordering takeout, devouring it hungrily. Both were warriors of the ultimate realm, racing at full speed. Within mere days, they would reach the South Sea. It depends on how you perceive the relationship between Su Qingzhu and me. While the company promotes us as a couple, in reality, I prefer to avoid company romances. This is the truth, though you may not believe it. Yet I am indifferent. Furthermore, After obtaining Yang Xi's approval, Zhang Yuan reported the interrogation methods he learned from him to Yang Er. The forging servant approached the guards with thunderous steps, each stride shattering the cobblestones beneath his feet. Ge Hong suddenly uttered a low exclamation, causing Mo Yunqian to change countenance and swiftly turn to look at Chu Yang and the others. These villagers were merely ordinary folk. If they were warriors, it would not be so easy to ensnare them. At that moment, those present suddenly shifted their expressions, casting eager glances toward the entrance of the military tent. Dozens of cavalry had already fallen to these few youths, although they were brave and fierce. The disparity in strength was too great. Ultimately, mere fists could not contend against many hands. A warning alarm echoed from the heart monitor attached to him, causing Eric to spring up in alarm to summon a doctor. Before Xiao Yan lay an endless sea of brown flames. The fire surged like waves, incessantly battering the invisible barrier surrounding it, producing a sound akin to thunderous roars that delivered a visual and auditory shock. Volume 1, Chapter 273, CaoQiang, Master. Do you truly not desire this? The competition resumed, and CaoQiang stood on the arena, his gaze calm, yet profound. He inhaled deeply and gradually unleashed his martial soul. The devouring star vine. As the devouring star vine emerged, the entire arena seemed enveloped by an invisible force. The vine twisted through the air like a mighty dragon, exuding immense pressure. The onlookers were astounded, unable to fathom that CaoQiang harbored such formidable martial prowess. CaoQiang was equally taken aback by CaoQiang's martial soul. Yet she did not falter. In a flash, she transformed into 3 dark golden bats and charged toward him. However, under the influence of the devouring star vine, her speed diminished significantly. Ma Bai smoothed out the letter that Ma Lu had discarded on the ground, glancing at its contents with a smirk. The online segment of Qian'an Prefecture primarily operated 2 products, the Tongqiao Forum and Happy Farm. Meanwhile, Happy Elimination and Watermelon Slicing had been transferred to the mobile gaming division a week prior, with most of the relevant talent accompanying these 2 mobile games to the capital. As Chen Shuang turned a corner, she arrived at the last office at the end of the hall. Sitting in the chair, she casually propped her feet on the desk before her. You're Yezuan? Did you kill Suoi? Zila Stameret. Yet they had already lost the courage for vengeance. However, the bird did not fly away but lingered in Nalan Ryu's room. It would venture out but always return, seemingly treating it as its home. Initially believing she would not cry again, during the past 6 months since Gu Weiyan's departure, she thought her tears had long since dried. Do you not have direct evidence? Fei Qing, filled with confusion, inquired how one could arrest someone without evidence. Furthermore, she mentioned that Xing Dong and her family were formidable figures. Could anyone truly be apprehended without proof? She had not seen Indi for 5 years. The once casually acquired white fox in Xianhua City had returned to its rightful place, now radiating unparalleled grace. The ability to act without drawing suspicion, even from Li Xiangling. The concerned party was indeed impressive. Up to this point, the narrative seemed rather ordinary, but what truly troubled Lin Lang was what lay ahead. After such tribulations, Yu Qiao remained with Dong Hua Gongzi. For the evening's banquet, Yin Man had meticulously adorned herself in a dark green pai pa collar chi pao, complemented by blue agate earrings. Her cascading hair elegantly pinned at the back. The beauty swayed her head, displaying a proud and joyful demeanor before entrusting Lu Dier to her father and preparing for bed. It was only then that I realized he was providing me an escape, prompting me to hastily apologize and exit the private room. Throughout this encounter, Jin Yin regarded me with a cold stare, offering neither a friendly expression nor relief from my embarrassment. The abbot gazed at him, perplexed, understanding each word, yet failing to comprehend their arrangement. However, at that very moment, the previously bright daylight abruptly succumbed to darkness, leaving the surroundings devoid of light. The front courtyard of Ji Changyugong was an expansive venue, allowing congregants to partake in religious activities. The Holy Shield Brotherhood had indeed experienced a dissolution, leading to the emergence of several global factions such as the Shield Bureau and Hydra. Yet shortly after, the remaining members reassembled and rebranded themselves as the Elders' Council as a reminder to themselves, as Zhang Taibai noted. Could it be that New York harbors vampires as well? I had assumed they existed solely in Europe. Upon hearing Zhang Taibai mention the vampire proprietor of the Blue Organ Tavern, Tai Su was thoroughly astonished. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yu Wanyang nodded fervently, fearing his wrath might lead to her demise. Atop the hill, 6 young men clad in uniform stood with swords drawn, forming a vast circle. Their expressions grave as they stood guard. In the center of their formation, a swirling mass of white mist obscured the area somewhat tightly. Volume 1, Chapter 274, Wang Qiu'er, CaoQiang, shall we have a child? The night was as dark as ink, with stars glimmering in the sky. As the celebratory banquet of Shrek Academy resonated with laughter and joy, CaoQiang found himself at the heart of the crowd, flanked by Lan Susu and Lan Douluo. Alongside a beaming Wang Qiu'er, dressed in a delicate light blue gown, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, she exuded elegance and charm. Her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, radiating warmth and admiration as she frequently glanced at CaoQiang, her gaze filled with affection and gratitude. Sensing Wang Qiu'er's attention, CaoQiang slightly turned his head, their eyes meeting in a silent understanding that flowed between them. With a gentle smile, he raised his glass to Wang Qiu'er, who shyly returned the gesture. Bai Lu, what are you doing? You kill my subordinate. Tao Shi-san glared angrily at Bai Lu. Song Wei, trailing her splendid gown, stepped gracefully into the mysterious backdrop, entering the photographer's frame. At that time, there had not been significant findings, but it was now apparent that the true masters behind the Ming family were likely the second prince and the eldest princess. Suyin shook her head and remarked, "At this moment, my consciousness remained clear, though my actions were somewhat unresponsive. AI Rue dispatched someone to investigate where Shan Fan had been taken. They had special channels, thus avoiding wasting too much time." This statement had formed a thorn in Luo Yutong's heart, leading her to harbor resentment and seek opportunities, though today everything aligned fortuitously. The expression on Butler Lu's face was one of struggle as he slowly pushed open the door, timidly entering the room. The Divine Slave Army, armed with standard weapons from the Iron Nation, subsequently surged in, and after this battle, many would shed their identities as slaves to become honorable protectors of the faith. The opportunity lay before them, and they could not let it slip away. For every celestial being that perished, a phantom of law would emerge, and the Jade Emperor's 10,000 dragon seal would absorb the phantom of the law. Li Hua believed that if he were not overly particular, he could likely accept the title of a scatter officer granted by the court and leave Wusheng Academy by next month. The shares held by me represented my trust in Wancheng and our shared risks. Moreover, as Wancheng operated the company, he would understand that if he employed excessively outrageous tactics and was caught, I, as the legal representative, would face imprisonment. He would think of me and refrain from crossing the line. Old Wei finally comprehended why Lu Wancheng had swapped identities with him. It seemed that all of Mr. Hope's psychological activities were under the control of their boss. No wonder he amassed billions by his 30s. Lu was indeed exceptional. Haha, don't look at me. I don't know you. We are not familiar, Yang Fei stated, adopting a posture to distance himself. Mu Linxiang hesitated momentarily, her languid gaze captivating those around her. Had she truly returned to the age of 16? He Shi's eyes hardened as he averted his gaze to the window, contemplating Hinwanliang, Gu Zhiheng. It is my turn to play this game. Mu Linxiang enjoyed the first half of the conversation, but when she heard his last statement, she found herself bewildered. Even the fatigued Qing army, after days of travel, maintained formidable combat strength, engaging in a fierce battle against the troops of Zhu Dazhou, evenly matched in power. However, Long Xuanyu remained in a state of shock, momentarily unable to process what he heard. And it was only after a reminder from Lung Qiqi that he managed to close his agape mouth and respectfully salute Ouyang Yan, still unsure how to articulate his thoughts. As time passed, numerous Tartar foot soldiers appeared outside the city, pushing shield carts as they gradually advanced toward Tongzhou City, accompanied by Qing soldiers bearing scaling ladders. The first two installments had secured their premiere rights through Mango TV, ultimately achieving record-breaking ratings and acclaim, which led to soaring advertisement prices. Yet this could not deter the fierce competition among advertisers, resulting in substantial profits. Observing that Li Ziru had already caught up, a nefarious plan hatched in his mind, and he swiftly turned to flee. However, he did not anticipate that before he could escape, a long, thick rope unexpectedly ensnared his waist, and upon realizing what it was, he gasped, his body being violently tossed about. Volume 1, Chapter 275, Su Tianjin. In the quarterfinals of the prestigious Continental Soul Master Duel, the competition between Shrek Academy and Mingdu Soul Master Academy finally commenced. The audience erupted in cheers, a cacophony of excitement, while on the stage, CaoQiang and Wang Qiu'er faced the elite of Mingdu Soul Master Academy. Wang Qiu'er stood resolute on the platform, her gaze unwavering and bright. as if capable of piercing through all obstacles. Her opponent, Su Tianjin, renowned for his sun-martial soul, combined immense soul power with the fiery force of the sun, making him an unstoppable force on the battlefield. On the arena, Su Tianjin possessed a sweet appearance and an enchanting aura. The three of them opened the door, entering and raising their lights, only to find numerous corpses strewn across the ground, many having fallen to a hail of arrows, the bloodstains dark with age, with no indication of how long it had been. Dan Gao had only spoken halfway when Ku Ka quickly interrupted. He then raised his staff and tapped it on the ground, enveloping everyone in an invisible soundproof barrier. In this bloody battle, the Blue Moon Wolf clan of Pirate Paradise was deeply involved, their howls echoing as they achieved remarkably impressive results, inflicting significant losses upon the Dark Church. To evade the impending wave of Blood Flame players, Zhang Wei and his companions chose the mountainous path, having already overexerted himself multiple times in his superhuman state. Walking was a challenge, let alone traversing the rugged terrain. Even within a dream system, moving about proved quite strenuous. Ultimately, he could no longer endure and sat down. Let us proceed to the mountaintop and behold the entire peach garden, Lu Peng urged as he guided Manager Dong to the summit. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao nodded repeatedly, recognizing that in future conflicts with Jingxiang, the Qing and Shu provinces would serve as a shield. Should either province falter, the warlord from both factions would be at a disadvantage in the waters of the Yellow River. However, in Huaxia, within such a brief span of time, the bombardment had concluded, leaving Wang Kun with a disorienting sense of time distortion. Initially, the zombies were bloodthirsty, malevolent, and merciless, wreaking havoc upon countless lives. Millions, even tens of millions. In ancient times, when zombies ravaged the world, the carnage was unimaginable. Come back quickly, it's time for dinner. Otherwise, the dishes will go cold. Han Shu-Wen said, glancing at Cheng Ying. She promptly picked up a ladle and served several bowls of thick soup, placing them on the dining table. Accountant Zhu looked at Lu Peng with a face full of grievance, uncertain how to respond to the situation. While everyone else dared not breathe in the presence of the visibly irate Director Lu, when he glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder, Qin Beichu felt a deep sense of helplessness, lowering his head in silence. If this world were to perish and Chunhao were no longer present, they would be left without a father figure, a reality they could not allow to unfold. Zhang Xiao did not flee far before being relentlessly pursued by the wolf demon. Perhaps due to its newfound intelligence, the wolf demon opted for an elusive approach, appearing and disappearing like a game of hide and seek. Just as they were embroiled in a heated argument, Chu Han pushed the door open and entered the room, finding the furnishings unchanged from when he left. Save for a layer of dust, clearly, it had not been attacked, leaving him perplexed as to why everything remained the same. When the price surged to 18,300 gold coins, the numbers on the screen finally stabilized. The intention was commendable, yet reality proved harsh. It was not as simple as Qianxi imagined, merely a figment of his own idealism. He had consumed copious amounts of candy, and the cup he had drunk from still bore a hint of strawberry flavor, which Su Tanshi found somewhat sweet. Nevertheless, the three sovereigns of the human race wielded immense renown and formidable strength in any world they inhabited. Bai Xiaolin's daily necessities were all brought back by Cheng Yuan from outside the school. Even on half-day breaks, Bai Xiaolin never left the school's grounds. Cheng Yuan mumbled to herself, opting not to rest by the icy bed, recalling that after a night's sleep previously, she had awoken sore all over. Beyond the 5 pairs of eyes, outside of the primordial chaos, a calm young Taoist stood, holding a sand table upon which the flow of fortune gradually diminished. Volume 1, Chapter 276. Princess Weina's bold proposal following the conclusion of the contest between Shrek Academy and Mingdu Soulmaster Academy. The decisive battle between Tang Min and Shui Mo sect was poised to commence. This competition represented not only a clash of strength between the two factions, but also a contest of honor and dignity. Tang Min, a time-honored sect on the continent, was renowned for its unique hidden weapons and poison techniques. In contrast, Shui Mo sect had emerged as a formidable new force in recent years, with its members each possessing exceptional skills and fame for their ruthlessness. In this climactic showdown, the duel between Hui Yuhao and Long Outyin became the focal point of public attention. Hui Yuhao, a leading figure among the younger generation of Tangmen, possessed not only immense soul power but also excelled in wielding various hidden weapons and poisons, drawing the vigilance of the Qinglong Association stationed at the Black Dragon Starport. where the Thunder cruiser battleship, adorned with the Sun Alliance's flag, lay anchored. Han Xin was well aware that these two fools held no status in front of Ing Huai. He did not require Ing Huai's recognition. "Please, have a seat." Xiao Jian gestured toward the empty spot beside him. In the past, the two would often sit on the steps before the door, gazing at the stars, and yesterday was no exception. "Have you miscalculated the expenses, Principal? Or should we head to the finance office for you to itemize the 5,000 Alliance coins?" Li Su continued tapping the laser baton, her smile tinged with an unmistakable threat. The monster, realizing it could not fool them, quickly produced a genuine human head, the flesh having been consumed, leaving only bare bones. Li Xiaomai remained lost in her own musings, taken aback by Lu Yinyue's unexpected question, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Li Su's unwavering gaze upon the pale face of Ranran, Qin Ming understood that Li Su was concerned for Ranran due to her selfless rescue of his grandfather and older brother. Throughout the year, I had never ceased inquiring about her whereabouts, but the outcome left me feeling defeated, with no news to be found. Xiao Jian's voice was filled with bitterness. "Moreover, your physique perfectly aligns with the silver dragon, which has led to this transformation," the Eye of Understanding explained slowly. "He is a powerful figure within the game world, and you will come to know him in due time," A Feng said mysteriously. Upon hearing A Feng's words, my heart finally settled, and I exhaled deeply in relief. She had long since grown accustomed to being the center of attention upon her appearance, initially indifferent, yet after the family banquet concluded, she noticed that the young man continued to watch her. Hong Zhuang and a few others leaped lightly to the kitchen's edge, peering through the window to find the room eerily silent, as if Zhang Biki were not present. "What skill!" the burly youth, Xiao Changxian, exclaimed, having witnessed the earlier scene with great enthusiasm. This place was quite remote, situated in a village near Xianyang, and as they approached, the sky was overcast and raining, casting a gloomy pall over the surroundings. "Very well, I shall show you my appearance for tomorrow." Zhen Huang spoke in a subdued tone, unveiling a thin layer of skin to reveal a fresh visage, with a striking mole on his chin that was quite eye-catching. "Sister Feng, what are your thoughts on the esports industry?" At that moment, Yi Ling, engrossed in her game, suddenly inquired. Daizheng and Zhang Biki had always been utterly obedient to their master. Once a decision was made, they had no right to oppose it and could only comply. In the next moment, with a flick of his finger, a drop of blood fell upon the black wooden sword, glistening with an otherworldly red sheen as the sword slowly absorbed the blood. When the silhouette of Tian Ming had fully vanished by dawn, Yu Zhanhan and the members of the Mo family finally emerged. "I have it." Feng Wuhan was contemplating where to improve his racing skills to the highest level, wishing for the ability to exchange real money for in-game currency. The two subordinates searched the depths of the water for a long time and found several bodies, but could not retrieve them. Tian Ming paused, but upon seeing Qing Wu's serious expression, he obediently followed her instructions, rising to approach the altar, bowing as the previous 8 had done, and then sliced his palm to let a drop of blood fall into the offering. Volume 1, Chapter 277. I still want Chao Chang gazed at Princess Weina, her eyes sparkling with curiosity about the unknown and a thirst for power. He smiled slightly, feeling somewhat surprised by her proposal, yet recognizing it as a rare opportunity. "Princess Weina, your suggestion indeed astonishes me. However, though our martial souls belong to the plant category, each possesses its unique characteristics and secrets. If we truly wish to explore the possibility of a double weekend, we must delve into the characteristics and complementarity of our respective martial souls," Chao Chang stated calmly. Wei Nan nodded, a glimmer of determination flickering in her eyes. "Brother Chao Chang, I am quite intrigued by your devouring starvine. I believe that if we can locate the 4 swords of slaughtering abyss, standing at the 4 corners of the end of days, we can seize the boundless malevolence of that realm." He intended to first showcase his rhetorical prowess, hoping that if he could successfully persuade him to turn back, it would be a perfect conclusion. If not, it would at least buy some time. The moment this thought crossed Xin Cheng's mind, he felt a surge of displeasure and resolved to alter the situation. "If anyone is to take the lead, it should be me. How could I allow you to seize the initiative?" Observing Yang Yuan's somewhat despondent expression, the elder continued, picking up his bowl and chopsticks, and then chuckled heartily. It must be said that this mission was considerably more challenging than the first, with waves of monsters attacking consecutively. The initial task had been relatively straightforward, merely requiring the defeat of the deep-sea giant serpent. According to Han Dynasty customs, Only the upper fields were exempt from rotating rest periods for annual farming. Fields like the middle and lower ones could only be cultivated every other year or even every 2 years. Fortunately, the fields currently under cultivation in Anping County will be classified as upper fields once the irrigation channels were completed. Sun Sheng remarked, "Since the three of us are quite full, why not take a stroll around the palace to see what surrounds us? It would also aid in digestion." Wu Bai and Zhao Xiaoyang naturally had no objections, sharing a curiosity about what the Sanqing Palace held. During the registration period for new university students, the electric bus was crowded with a variety of students, the carriage filled with their conversations, most discussing the virtual game, Fantasy Century. Suddenly, the previously tranquil atmosphere of Mang Mountain was shattered. Two doctors engaged in a fierce battle, leading to mutual destruction, resulting in the abrupt loss of 2 Yuanian cultivators. Each of these cultivators had friends who were indignant, embroiled in a cycle of conflict. After all, the recruitment drive had not attracted many individuals, and utilizing shopping vouchers for employment was limited to Taoyuan Village. In just a few breaths, the powerful layers of restrictions were shattered by Yi Yan. He radiated golden light, his arms outstretched as if tearing through fabric, directly disintegrating the barriers into fragments. Now overseen by the transport department, the highest official there was Zhu Qian, the uncle of Lu Yan. Chu Feng glanced at the creature once more, illuminated by the flames, and at that moment, the creature was also observing him. The passage sloped downward, nearly devoid of light, exuding a chilling atmosphere akin to an abandoned dry well. After hundreds of exchanges, the speed of the two slowed. Yet the morning dawn immortal found himself at a disadvantage. Seizing the opportunity, the middle-aged man from the Bai family unleashed a powerful punch, enveloping it in a formidable aura that formed a massive arc of brilliance. "Create an opportunity for me. I wish to meet Rindong. If this is her own volition, I shall respect her choice. If she is being coerced, then I shall make a mess of this Baoyue Tower," Chun Hua stated solemnly. "Brother Wu, I truly do not understand what you are saying. I, Dai Ziming, conduct myself with integrity. If it were truly my doing, it would not be so unsightly." Dai Ziming retorted angrily. Thus, 9527 suggested heading to the Xingtai service area they had seen earlier, to which Wu Ming had no objections. After all, where else could they go? They would simply adapt to the circumstances. Currently, the northern desert, under the leadership of Helian Bobu, had to be wary of both the Diue and the Daki, making it a precarious situation. To conquer the northern desert, one could only secure allegiance rather than resort to brute force. Volume 1, Chapter 278, the second fusion of CaoQiang and Wei Na as the night deepened. Within the Mingyue Hotel, the fusion of CaoQiang and Wei Na's martial souls persisted, while the external clamor quietly approached. The fierce battle among the top 4 of Shrek Academy and Tianlongmen commenced amidst the watchful eyes of the multitude. This was a contest of the powerful, a struggle for glory and dignity. Wang Qiu'er, the girl endowed with the golden dragon martial soul, captured everyone's attention with her unparalleled strength. Her opponent, Yu Tianlong from Tianlongmen, wielded the top-tier martial soul, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, ensuring that their clash would be a fierce battle of dragons and tigers. On the competition stage, Yu Tianlong initiated the attack, his form like lightning, swiftly closing in. Dismounting from the carriage, Jing Rong maintained a smile, intimately embracing Mu Shuefu as they entered the Wang residence, whispering and laughing in her ear until they encountered Princess Yu, at which point his smile abruptly faded. Lin Jixiao believed that once the president of B country departed from here, the high-ranking officials would promptly arrange for him to be admitted to the military hospital in Haiqing, where he would undoubtedly undergo a comprehensive medical examination. But how could emotions be so easily sealed away? Mu Ri and Zhao Yu grew increasingly close, their feelings deepening. One day, they forgot the celestial family's rules and became entangled in the Jade Washing Palace. Is it truly that severe? Long Tianwei regarded Su Jiling with incredulity. Given Lei Tingting's temperament, she would have immediately retorted if someone had dared to speak to her that way in the past. Yet now, with a guilty conscience, she could only shrug awkwardly. Zhang Liang gazed at the Guqin in the pavilion, unable to resist reciting a makeshift poem, easily deducing that this place was a sorrowful sight where a bygone evil emperor mourned his beloved. Lin Jixiao fell momentarily speechless. How could he know where Lin Xiaojiang's soul might wander after lending him his body? A monarch's wrath could lead to thousands of corpses adrift. Who would dare to speak in such a moment? All fell silent, not daring to utter a single sound. However, He certainly would not be foolish enough to admit the truth, for doing so would shatter his image in Feichuan's eyes. Wu Qian observed Ao Yi gazing at Yin Er, suddenly realizing something. From his expression and demeanor, it appeared that he had never acknowledged her presence. Spade K approached the bedside, striving to suppress his impatience while inquiring. He had never witnessed Plum Blossom K in such a despondent state, so despite his urgency, he spoke with as much gentleness as possible. Hua Wuck narrowed his eyes slightly as Guan Haitong shot Hua Wuck a peculiar smile. A sense of crisis welled up within Hua Wuck, and he instinctively raised his hands to shield his chest. Guan Haitong launched a punch that struck Hua Wuck's arm. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Wang Nanbei finally sensed something amiss and quickly interrupted Ian's discourse. How could you Yue Wei be so beautiful yet deny any opportunity for me to pass the interview? Certainly, the teacher found it challenging not to notice. As with 7 out of 10 male classmates glancing back at her intermittently, it would take considerable effort not to discern such attention. She had just emerged, trying on clothes at a renowned luxury brand store in France. The teleportation portal, triggered by the survival capsule, rippled momentarily, revealing several waves, as if a membrane had been pierced, followed by Su Ho's arrival. His right hand's 5 fingers constantly posed along his eyes, waist, and hips, flowing with the rhythm of the music. Due to this astonishing discovery, Kashi sat on the sofa, contemplating for a long time. He recalled the information he had gleaned about the Dark Hunter organization through the old Hunter Heb, along with some hidden truths. The Shui family was indeed of the same lineage as the sect leader of Tianxin sect, though not from the same direct line. The Shui family was vast, divided into eastern and western branches. The sect leader hailed from the eastern Shui, while this side belonged to the western Shui, yet the two branches maintained a close relationship. Hey, who are you? One of the men pursuing the opponent with fierce intensity stepped forward to demand an answer. However, that is all there is to it. After all, she is merely a Jiaochan. No matter how formidable her enchanting abilities may be, without the appropriate opportunities to showcase them, she remains just a unique talent. Much like the likes of Gongsun Dajiang and Zhao Fian, who are still confined within their territories. In the first volume, Chapter 279, Wang Qiu'er took the initiative for the first time. I desire to be with you. The joy radiating from Cao Chong and Vina was palpable, yet amidst this elation, Wang Qiu'er felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Observing their tightly interwoven hands, an unfamiliar emotion surged within her heart. She suddenly realized that she harbored a special affection for Cao Chong. She stepped forward and softly remarked, Cao Chong Gij, you are truly remarkable. The power of this martial soul fusion is simply breathtaking. Cao Chong turned to Wang Qiu'er, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated her appearance at such a moment, nor did he expect her to express such sentiments towards him. He smiled gently and replied, Qiu'er. Wang Qitian was utterly devoid of funds. Despite working tirelessly every month and economizing, after accounting for utilities, food expenses, and various miscellaneous costs, hardly any money remained by month's end. Over the course of the year, the total barely amounted to a few hundred, insufficient for university tuition. You choose your attire. Its suitability is for you to decide, Yi Lengfeng said nonchalantly, engrossed in his phone. To Ming Xiuyu, Fang Jilan had always been like an elder sister. During her most arduous childhood, it was Fang Jilan who provided her with the warmth she needed. Upon concluding her statement, the Bowenghua activated her spiritual mark, which then descended upon the 3 contracts. In an instant, those contracts vanished, enshrined within the secret realm of the Heavenly Academy. Should any breach occur, the efficacy of the contract would be triggered, imposing penalties upon the transgressor. Fang Jilan frequently playfully tapped Zhou Nianping on the back of his head, often with a mix of jest and annoyance, but this time she was genuinely angered. In truth, he overthought it. Although Huang Yu had grown stronger, in comparison to Paul and Lao Mo, he was undoubtedly superior. However, when measured against Griffin and James, he fell woefully short. The willpower of the two had been shattered by the nightmare demon, spilling forth all they knew like a tipped bamboo tube. On the flat ground, surrounded by enemies outnumbering them several-fold, even a deity could not guarantee victory. Consequently, most of Yusilian's time was consumed by construction, to the extent that even the production of the Tentacle Princess was delayed. Absolutely not. We are comrades forged in adversity. We shall live or die together, Shui Huahua resolutely declared. In the next moment, a sharp clap resonated through the air, prompting everyone to look up, their eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, This was the caravan of the Lu family from the southern region. The day after they learned of Lu Shuangyang's reappearance in the eastern region, the head of the Lu family organized a team to head there. However, as the family head needed to ensure all matters were in order before departing, their departure was delayed by several days. Moreover, that corpulent monk was excessively arrogant. It was one thing to act recklessly, but he also insulted others and, at the slightest provocation, sought to resort to violence, completely disregarding human decency. Such individuals were the most detestable to Yun Xiaoping. Although the battle against the betraying deity was widely known and the divine court suffered heavy casualties, the lofty deities no longer commanded the same awe as before. Nevertheless, people continued to gaze up at those majestic white towers, venerating them as pillars of the heavens. At the northern outer streets, Jiangji pawn shop, seeking Master Ji, Mother, you must wait for me. Lung Jiang grasped the ship's pole. He maneuvered the great wall swiftly upward, and as soon as it surfaced, he leapt from the spiritual space, the whooshing yao of the great wall promptly entering his brow. Yet, a gigantic sea beast charged toward him from afar. Wei Xian executed a long-distance perception and swiftly vanished into the clouds with a move known as Cloud Flying Tiger. That was a close call. They almost got discovered. Reflecting on the preceding events, Lu Shuangyang and Gu Chuan felt a wave of trepidation. I require an entirely new Ling Dao alliance, and I place my trust solely in them. With that, Yanxi rose, indifferent to whether Ling Daozi would acquiesce, as her purpose was merely to inform him. Even if he refused, she would seize it by any means necessary. In the first volume, Chapter 280, The Starry Sky, Vine Dragon God, CaoQiang turned to Vina, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. He understood her kindness and thoughtfulness. Her suggestion undoubtedly alleviated his and Wang Qiuer's concerns. Taking a deep breath, he resolved within himself. He looked at Wang Qiuer once more, his gaze filled with tenderness and determination. Qiuer, since you were so insistent, let us give it a try. However, you must promise me to protect yourself, no matter what happens. Tears sparkled in Wang Qiuer's eyes as she nodded vigorously. CaoQiang Gij, I promise you. Regardless of the outcome, I will safeguard myself and face it alongside you. Thus, with Venus Shuilian martial soul, and even without these reasons, the restrictions on the elixir would have hindered Meng's breakthrough. The system had only made an exception due to his near-death state. Now that he was lively and well, how could the system possibly assist him? The Baxi barrier was lifted, allowing Caitlin to approach. It must be said, Caitlin was indeed stunning. Despite her high heels adding 7 centimeters to her stature, even without them, she still towered over Chun-Yi. It was a mystery what she consumed to grow to such heights. Her figure was undeniably impressive. The damage to the naval vessels was not uniformly dire. Those ships intended for deployment were diligently maintained by the soldiers. Considering that the sea was their sole means of transport, a sunk ship would spell doom for them. Thus they understood the stakes. Ling Zhen nodded, stating, currently, we have amassed a sufficient stockpile of various bolts for the crossbows, including explosive bolts, incendiary bolts, solid bolts, and chain bolts. We have also prepared a batch of explosive-tipped crossbow arrows. Recalling the near catastrophe he had almost unleashed in the capital, Ling Zhen felt a tinge of embarrassment. It is nothing, merely a recollection of past events. Let us not dwell on this. I intend to equip all this gravitational equipment to my 2nd regiment. I remember your father holds some procurement rights. Please keep an eye on this matter. Ling Tian remarked nonchalantly. Following behind Gong Gonghua, they passed through numerous hidden and open sentries and traversed countless bends before Mo Tong finally reached a spot where Gong Gong was stopped in front of a place prominently displaying the prince's insignia. Ho Yangping, why do you ask? What trouble has he stirred up in Ninghai? Old Smoky inquired, puzzled. Subsequently, the illustrious head of the Far Saka family, Far Saka Shurchen, became a catalyst, procuring numerous items for Yengue Run to maintain her swords. Without mercy, he seized an ashtray beside him and hurled it fiercely at Bian Yuanhong's head. Father Gouei looked at the ghastly scars revealed after removing the bandages from Gupapa, her heart aching profoundly. We are family. Upon hearing Chu Zhang's words, those who had been cursing immediately shifted their tone, all claiming to be from the Chu family. In an instant, the more than 500 survivors transformed into spies for the Chu family. Lu Shiran spent several days at home, engaging in minor tasks, teaching Lu Shizhe to control his abilities and occasionally venturing out. Although she had yet to earn money for purchases, this tranquil lifestyle oddly evoked memories of a time before the apocalypse. Gupapa purchased spaceship tickets online, and they strolled through the bustling streets of Central Star. After a rare shopping excursion, they boarded the vessel bound for the German Star. Then I shall congratulate you in advance. Lu Jinxing is utterly indifferent to whether when Ruyu will become the empress. Her sole aspiration at present is to amass wealth and subsequently escape the palace. I shall indulge your whims. In a moment, Lao Mao will guard the shop, and the rest shall accompany me. Do not bring any weapons. I smiled at Lu Yang and the others. Lu Yang, having just joined us, still exhibited a trace of timidity in his speech and actions. Together in life and death. Zhang Kaiying smiled sweetly, gazing with compassion at Lu Wei's wound. In this moment, she realized that regardless of what the future held, she would eternally cherish this instant. Initially, upon receiving the remnants of information from the Black Wind ancestor within the Black Wind Shrine, Xiaji developed a comprehension of the Hansher Mountain. Later, the Master Chen expressed concern over his own safety, cautioning him against recklessly venturing forth. Volume 1, Chapter 281, The Enraged National Master. The figure cloaked in black struggled to rise, malevolence flickering in his eyes. Clearly incensed by the counterattack from CaoQiang and Wang Qiu'er, his aura surged once more. 9 soul rings igniting simultaneously, radiating a blinding luminescence. You actually managed to injure me. This is truly unexpected. The man in black sneered, his voice laced with murderous intent. However, this only solidifies my resolve to annihilate you. With that, he launched another ferocious assault. His attacks grew increasingly savage, each strike imbued with a potent aura of destruction, as if intent on obliterating the entire room. Yet, CaoQiang and Wang Qiu'er exhibited not a hint of trepidation. After resting for over 10 minutes atop the snow peak, casually nibbling on dry food, they pressed onward. The sun sets early in the great snow mountain, darkness enveloping the sky by 4 p.m. They could not afford a pause, needing to ascend above 4,000 meters to the Wusan snow peak before twilight. Hee. As long as you're happy, be sure to treat Mr. Li well for me. I cannot be absent from my duties at the moment, so please take great care of Mr. Li on your return journey. Xiang Shaohua instructed over the phone. Meanwhile, Su Guofeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he knelt on the ground. Countless memories not his own erupted within him, leaving him utterly astounded. Even a dual-element mage adept in wind and thunder could only masterfully construct a blend of wind and thunder magic internally, finding it challenging to merge both forms of magic after casting them. Now that Huangfu Shiqian was absent, Chen Feng had no choice but to revert to his old methods, taking matters into his own hands. However, it was not yet time to train these individuals. He intended to assess the situation in Daytown first. Of course, what struck Yasuda was that General Green, a seasoned warrior, surprisingly allowed himself to be led by the nose. In the old residence, the eerie sounds of lamentation grew louder, akin to a chilling wind incessantly drilling into the ears. Li Qingfeng, brimming with excitement, waved his hand and proclaimed, "We shall depart immediately to seek Lin Shui, positioned 10,000 miles to the east." Consequently, Zhaoying made a resolute decision to refrain from romantic entanglements during her studies, thereby extinguishing any aspirations the men might harbor. The youth clad in green noticed that Chu Feng failed to breach the shield, and the terror on his face dissipated, replaced by a mocking grin. Ouyang Feng gazed earnestly at Iran. For some reason, Iran found his words amusing. As dawn approached, the resounding war drums echoed outside the West City Gate. Soon after, with a command from Li Yuan, 100,000 soldiers brandished their weapons, elevating siege ladders, and surged toward Daxing City. Hong Lian received news from Carlo and had already gathered her crew on the ferry to confer with Bariki. When she received a call from Karak, Hong Lian breathed a quiet sigh of relief. As a recent addition to the family, she had long yearned to contribute something meaningful, to help the family recognize its strength amidst adversity. She would never admit that this was merely raw material for crafting glassware, that broken pieces held no significant difference from whole ones, as they would all melt into a puddle of liquid. Zhong Yushi lowered her head in confusion, observing her delicate hands, still adorned with vibrant red nail polish. They hesitated, torn between their desire for the wealth so close at hand and the fear that this decision might lead to the dissolution of their team. Excitement painted the faces of the crowd. Typically, they dined in ordinary taverns, finding their fare quite delectable. Yet, compared to the dishes served at the Zue Xian Tavern, those meals seemed akin to swine feed. Jean Feng, upon seeing her parents, felt no joy, her anger compelling her to curse, yet her voice faltered, making even that impossible. Yin Wanqing appeared profoundly disappointed, having expected her opponent from yesterday to be remarkably exceptional, only to find them to be so lackluster. However, the thought that the Zhou family would be annihilated today brought a surge of delight. From now on, Xianfeng City would belong to the Xie family, and he felt that one genius was quite sufficient. Volume 1, Chapter 282, Two Old Shadows. The National Master, though seething with rage, managed to suppress his murderous intent. He understood all too well that Su Tianran's words were not without merit. The competition's rules and the convoluted forces behind it were intricate. He could not afford to sacrifice the greater good for a trivial matter. Nonetheless, he had not abandoned his pursuit of CaoQiang. He contemplated how to discreetly eliminate this nuisance after the competition concluded. The competition came to an end. Inside the Minghua Hotel, all participants from the Tang sect attending the prestigious continent-wide Duhun competition gathered in a spacious room. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly tense. Finally, after a prolonged silence, Hui Yuhao could no longer contain his growing anxiety and turned to CaoQiang, asking, "Elder Chao, in the video?" Wang Meitian held Tian Shu milk and took a generous sip, her beauty captivating as white droplets glistened on her lips, rendering countless netizens transfixed, exclaiming that she was enticing them. Reforging the Wanshou Wujing banner necessitated at least 12 ancient beast demon cores. The demon souls previously granted by the White Emperor were incomplete. Thus, while they could enhance the banner, they could not forge a more potent divine power. Presently, he possessed the demon cores of Yayu, Zhaozi, and Zhuyin. It still required 9 more. It is no wonder that Zhao Tianlai is of such lineage. He is the eldest son of the Zhao family conglomerate. Typically, he ventures out accompanied by bodyguards. The tender voice of his grandmother echoed in his ears, yet he knew that henceforth, that stern yet caring matriarch would never again impart such words to him. Is that so? Mu Zifei inquired with a lingering curiosity, then, with a mischievous glint, crossed his arms, observing the blushing Shuer with an air of amusement. After persuading Empress Zhao, Minghua still required formal appointment. The ambitious minister Tiandan, intent on fostering greater animosity between Yin and Zhao, naturally opposed this, yet could find no concrete reasoning to refute it. Utilizing his affluent status, a mere phone call to the head of the Industry and Commerce Bureau could resolve matters in no time. Ultimately, the Yin state largely acquiesced to Zhao state's conditions, and Minghua made concessions, relinquishing Tang County, which remained under Yin military control, in exchange for 4 other border cities and the surrounding area of Moji Mountain. Just as Lin Feng was about to withdraw from his meditative state, he suddenly felt his Qinkuan bag vibrating. Before he could discern the cause, a large chunk of black material materialized with a thundering crash. The mere thought that his second aunt intended to seize his inheritance incited a fury within him. The household had only one son, Zhui Yihong, and even if she did not contest, the position of family head would inevitably belong to Zhui Yihong. However, those in power often contend with a singular dilemma. I can grant you authority, but you must not directly usurp it from me. He recalled that on that day, there were even those who coldly mocked and suggested that the county should not engage in any half-hearted efforts to demolish illegal constructions. Instead, why not simply transform these areas rife with violations into sites for urban development exhibitions? This would not only generate revenue through ticket sales, but also foster mutual benefits with the violators, making the entire process far more efficient and advantageous. Guyu gazed in astonishment at the youthful figure before him, behind which stood the sealed Jinlong sword, and clad in a suit of armor left by the soul of a warrior, exuding an undeniable air of authority that had intensified in the days since they last met. There is no need for such reverence. Are you aware of the current situation of Yao Yao's parents? Qian Ruoro remarked as she entered the vehicle. The elder looked at Jiao Huang with a hint of admiration and respect in his eyes. This year's riddle had been crafted in a deliberately unique manner by the master. Had it not been for already knowing the answer, the elder himself would have struggled to decipher it. Yet unexpectedly, Jiao Huang had managed to guess it in an instant. Lin Hanyu fell silent. Had it been Luo Yao Yao in this predicament, he too would likely have made the same choice. Under the penetrating gazes of the two princes, the urgent report of the soldiers felt an involuntary tension rise within them. Just as he grappled with how to alleviate the awkwardness, he suddenly heard Boss's voice. Mu Kuan's words dissuaded many citizens from their earlier impulse to leave the city. They now pondered the significance of his recent remarks. Volume 1, Chapter 283, Ultra-Concentrated Level 9 Soul Cannon. Tang Si, my friend, Your last visit left a profound impression on us. After this competition, we must cultivate a closer relationship. Nangong Wan expressed with great interest as he regarded CaoQiang. There is nothing to foster here. We are merely here to compete and will not entangle ourselves with your underground forces. CaoQiang retorted with a hint of disdain. His contempt was genuine. He truly looked down upon these underground factions that had caused untold suffering and destruction to countless families. Nangong Guan Chakil, no Wedis. We shall discuss this after the competition. Chenin, please introduce our 3 young friends. After the dispatched individuals returned, they accurately informed the 3rd princely Yumba that the 2 were dead, their bodies still present, adorned with jade pendants and other tokens. This is your punishment. Rest assured, you will not perish. From now on, every month will bring forth new tribulations. You must endure and await the descendants of those you wronged to claim your miserable lives. Should they choose to court death, I, Ding Ning, shall show no mercy. Even if you are the son of the heavenly emperor, I will take your life. Each time he exited the bath, he would repeat the previous actions until ultimately he chose to forego treatment altogether, ceasing to spray and no longer attempting to calm himself. Upon receiving the commencement orders, the students began to form teams. Lu Lin and Li Yin, along with Zhuo, quickly assembled a group, while Tu Shan Ling eagerly requested to join. For the final member, Lu Lin decisively sought out Mo Yiming. Hey, Xingyan, are you from Tiandao City? You seem unfamiliar with the route to Ye's medical hall, Lu Lin inquired, puzzled by Yang Xingyan's apparent lack of familiarity. How could this calamity also be present? Gong Zhixian murmured to himself, and as he wrestled with the unexpected arrival of Tan Daoqing, the expressions of the 3 elders of Zixia shifted slightly, while the divine being Mi Lushan Ho displayed an exceedingly peculiar countenance. Why do you keep staring at me, Master Huang Tian? Are your eyes unwell? Xuanyin boldly inquired, her directness akin to a slap across Master Huang Tian's face. Mu Chuchun adhered to custom, separating from Gong Qian for a day, only to meet again on the wedding day. She organized her departure from the Gong family. However, it was evident that the other party wished to protect the few young ones behind them. In an instant, a surge of admiration moved Zhou Hao, compelling him to remain. A voice echoed in his mind, urging him to stay. Su Yang's magical robe was torn by a lightning strike, revealing a scorched chest. Wei Xiao stared intently at him, unable to discern the extent of his injuries. The audience was sparse, and since they were primarily outdoors, amidst beautiful and tranquil surroundings, it truly felt like a sanctuary for those weary of urban clamor. Zheng Chunji appeared gaunt, his cheeks devoid of flesh, yet his spirit radiated vigor, evidently immersed in pursuits he cherished, which brought him great joy. Nevertheless, this did not sever the flow of information to the Shu army. Yang Lai merely needed to await the next offensive from Tian Chao against the Shu forces, at which point he could have his informants within the army relay the news. If necessary, a longer route could always be taken. Did Tian Chao truly believe that this would resolve the issue of the informants? Would you prefer to set up a tent in boredom or savor delicious grilled delicacies? Just follow the enticing aroma wafting from others. Do you not yearn to taste it? Not to boast, but my grilling skills are unparalleled, Ye coaxed Bumei and the others, knowing they were the only ones susceptible to his persuasion. Just moments ago, the dong had been trailing behind him, seemingly idle and smoking, yet suddenly he had vanished. Could it be that this place concealed something unclean? Otherwise, how could Mr. the Dong have missed the chance to seek help? The 2 cultivators from the Baiguang realm were filled with delight, never expecting that a monumental opportunity would fall upon them so soon after the bounty was issued. Bang! Mumu's hand struck forcefully against a nearby carriage. How despicable it is to harm others for one's own gain. Volume 1, Chapter 284, Shangwanwei Air. The west outskirts of Ming, the competition venue, was established here. As the night breeze gently blew, the crowd arrived in luxurious carriages. CaoQiang's eyes narrowed, his mental perception expanding, and he felt a sudden shock. What a grand spectacle this evening, he mused. In his mental landscape, he sensed at least several thousand people nearby, distinctly divided into 3 factions, each adorned in garments of varying colors. The Shishui Alliance donned black. The AO Du Merchant Association was a group of robust men in white attire, while the Ping Fan Alliance primarily wore yellow. According to Chunin, the stipulation was that no faction could exceed 1,000 members, with the remainder being spectators. But weren't numbers previously reported casually? Why has it changed now? Duo Zhua, Shan interjected, unable to contain his concern. Qin Hong Zi hesitated, realizing he could not afford to offend him. He had to consider how to speak such that he could retreat without losing face. He began to regret his impatience and questioned his decision to show him the video. Qiao Mu pursed his lips, swallowing the word that had nearly slipped from his mouth. Noticing Qiao Mu's gaze directed his way, Li Jie instinctively straightened his posture, yet he had no time to adopt a superior demeanor before witnessing Qiao Mu gently turn away. Seemingly uninterested in engaging him at all, under the scrutiny of the surrounding disciples, he confidently descended the dual platform, while the disciple who had previously wagered with him approached Lin Yi, grinning broadly. For Yi Tan, such behavior was futile, utterly ineffective, and instead, he interpreted it as a form of affection. Over the past 8 years, Wang Jin had mastered the power of lightning to a degree he could hardly have imagined in the past. Yi Ru, wielding a long knife, mounted his horse, gazing intently at the iron gate as if awaiting its inevitable breach. Chang Taisai and Shun Katie exchanged a glance, and without any prior discussion, they flanked Yali from both sides. During Shun Katie's swift movement, a sudden blur caught his eye, and Yali abruptly appeared before him, throwing a punch that caught Shun Katie off guard, halting him in his tracks. Han Miao Miao staggered to the side, unable to bear the strain on her body, and was on the verge of collapsing when Lung Feng timely supported her. However, the tranquility did not last long. Suddenly, a roar of a divine beast echoed from outside the grand hall, abruptly ceasing. A severely injured figure seemed to materialize from the void onto the back of the divine beast, rushing straight toward the hall. The divine kings and the deities felt a sinking sensation in their hearts, silently lamenting the dire situation. Where did the enemy from the north come from? Could it be that Wu Anfu possessed immense power to traverse Hunan and lead troops from Hebei to attack? Lei Yuan's astonishment quickly turned into horror as he attempted to pry Han Miao's hand off the syringe, only to have it forcefully swatted away by her. Father, do not grieve. The dead cannot return to life. Since our fourth brother has fallen on the battlefield, we must avenge him. I implore you, Father, to issue the order for me to lead the troops into battle, ensuring the demise of Lu Wuzhou and Wei Qigong to honor our brother's spirit, Li Jianqing stated. She appeared composed, yet her heart felt ensnared, as if a net had been cast to tightly bind her emotions, causing her thoughts to thrash about in search of an escape. She had always believed herself capable of anything, but in that moment, she realized her utter helplessness and inadequacy. Witnessing her resolve brought a smile to his heart. He had to concede that she had indeed mentioned her intent to revamp the fabric shop, and now it had become a tangible reality. At the very least, here he could see her, could he not? Thus, with the physical form of Mo. Xie serving as a catalyst, the molten iron within the furnace was successfully melted, and the treasured sword was forged seamlessly. A male and a female sword were named Ganjiang and Mo. Xie, respectively. The air trembled with a thunderous roar, sending ripples through the fabric of space. The colossal white-horned beast was hurled back along the path it had come, its immense body crushing countless demonic creatures amid their terrified and despairing cries, with a stream of blood gushing forth like a brook from beneath its iron hide. In the first volume, Chapter 285, The Temptation of Guanwaner. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention that I represent the Aida Chamber of Commerce, wagering 100 million gold soul coins on them. Should they triumph, this entire sum shall belong to them. Upon hearing this, myriad individuals gasped in astonishment. What does 100 million gold soul coins signify? Even if the odds were merely 1 to 1, that would still yield a prize of 100 million. This is a figure that could drive countless people to madness. It should be noted that, in the past, even the existence of 10,000 years of soul beasts and spirits fetched only 15 billion. This 100 million gold soul coins hold an irresistible allure not just for the soul masters with considerable expenses, but for the vast majority of individuals across the continent. The Aida Chamber of Commerce can promise such a sum, although this is not the true annihilation divine thunder. Even the Zixiao heavenly thunder is sufficient for Su Zijian to indulge in a drink, let alone the presence of annihilation divine thunder. Targets appeared before me one after another, and I instinctively fired my weapon. The emergence of these targets was random, devoid of any discernible pattern, thus rendering the sequence of memory utterly irrelevant. The translator's proficiency is remarkable. Such intricate vocabulary is rendered flawlessly, indicating a profound understanding of medicine. At that moment, the commander of the Italian Legion cavalry, Flavinius, personally engaged, leading the cavalry to counter the Germanic cavalry of Apis. Energy attacks arrived in an instant as the apostle opened his mouth wide, almost creating a vacuum in front of him, capturing a massive purple energy orb in a single bite. The city lord had just returned and immediately took Ding Lei and Kelly to the guild hall to reissue the gold level badges. In a larger tent, the diplomat, under the pretense of inspecting the camp, managed to distract the lord, prompting the merchants to hastily utter the aforementioned words. Altogether, Yu Renhao and his companions exchanged glances, drew their swords, and charged forward alongside the crowd. Did I ever say that? He chuckled coldly, a sinister glint in his eyes. Indeed, Myling, you should stay here and watch over them while the three of us continue ahead. Once again, they split their personnel, pressing onward to the location sensed by Veronica. Li Mingqiu's anxiety was evident on his face, and Ouyang Lanru could easily discern his genuine concern for Jin Taiyan. The next day, Tai Zheng and Gan Hongbai briefed their companions before plunging into the starry sky to commence their plans. Terry still occasionally indulged in trash talk, but soon became somewhat more reasonable. At least in his own mind at that moment, his power had surged several-fold, with his will following suit. All his strength not only erupted, but could be wielded effortlessly, as if no one and nothing could obstruct his path. Hellies couldn't help but deeply admire Broly, as the immense shockwaves were surprisingly manageable with merely 2 hands. Just then, a tingling sensation surged throughout her body, creating a burgeoning tide within her, as if an urge was ready to burst forth. Lu Xinro did not leave. This girl had completely lost herself in play, spending her days in revelry, more so than the wild girls of the countryside. However, with Lu Qingshan doting upon her and the elders of the Lu family absent, she was indeed free, akin to a bird escaping its cage, flitting about without a care. Before long, Kai Jing and Kai Mao each boarded their official sedan chairs, leading dozens of household servants in a hurried rush toward the imperial palace. As they approached the Xuanda Gate, they spotted a familiar official sedan chair. Ahead, chaos roiled, and wherever the Kunlun's sage tread, the chaos instinctively parted, creating a path. Ternanx frowned and coldly addressed Hellies. Who exactly are you? How do you know my name? What else do you know? Tell me. The last sentence was delivered with a shout. An elongated arm reached from the shadows, caressing the aging figure of Lao Qin. Having surpassed 50 and nearing the end of his days, could indulge in such exquisite pleasures solely due to the money in his hand. In a haze of intoxication and allure, the more he experienced, the less inclined he was to relinquish his position on the principal's throne. In the first volume, Chapter 286, The Femme Fatale, 7 judges stood solemnly on either side, their eyes betraying both anticipation and reverence for the impending competition. At the signal from the chief judge, an invisible force enveloped the entire arena, silencing all sounds, leaving only the tense and heavy breaths echoing in the air. Simultaneously, the 3 competing teams made their way to the center of the arena. Their gazes were resolute and their steps steady, clearly having prepared thoroughly. On this expansive competition platform, in addition to 7 comfortable large chairs, there were 9 soul guide device crafting stations. He glanced at her, then turned his gaze back to the sea. Our primary concern now is daytime. We can search in the ocean, but what about the sunlight during the day? As he spoke, he lowered his head, observing the waves continually crashing against the shore, his mind racing with contemplation. Chen Huishu and Xiu'er departed for Guanyin Temple, taking Master Ilian as their mentor. Fan Zhao betrothed Zhang Qiaoyi from Jiaxing as his primary wife, while Fan Yi married Yunyan. It was evident that not only did the local immortals recognize him, but he also recognized them, and judging by their current demeanor, there was a significant story between them. We swiftly evaded, only to realize that the avian head had reversed its course to pursue us. Once we distanced ourselves, we discovered that the door we had just encountered was, in fact, the blooming tail wing of the Zhuke. The bird's head hung ominously above the entrance, its eyes fixated upon us from the shadowy heights. Fan Zhao recounted an incident from 10 days prior, when he had sought the fortune-telling services of Baiwa while the wedding boat docked in Wuxi, receiving the floating dream pill that transported him back to the era of the Yu taming the waters. Yet, despite this, the god-slaying battle halberd remained a terrifying force. For the laws of the great Tao could only be wielded by celestial beings. Should the nameless individuals attempt to harness it, they would likely be unable to even manifest a fraction of its power, rendering their efforts futile compared to fully unleashing the might of the heavenly laws. A sharp claw carved 3 deep gashes into the left rib of the great black ape. Although the strike was substantial, it failed to penetrate its formidable defenses. What thoughts occupy your mind daily? Sit down and ponder slowly. I shall descend to grab a bite. Wan Zihong's fabrications were evident. It was not hunger that plagued her, but rather fear that Situ Xian might unleash his primal instincts. Once he confirmed that his right hand had reconnected, Lei Xiao promptly inquired about Lin Yin's condition regarding Kanyu. Qian, may I ask you, what is the greatest taboo in cultivating? Situ Xian did not respond, but posed a question of his own instead. The second function currently seemed trivial to Tian Lu, as he was invincible and faced no formidable adversaries. Thus, there was no need to waste energy creating a doppelganger stronger than himself when he could simply enhance his own prowess. She was in a state of panic. For Lord Tsunade had never lost to her, and could it be that she would truly be used to settle gambling debts? Lu Changqing's ghostly visage had been revealed. Yet even in this form, he could not best Zhong Kuei. Further conflict would be tantamount to courting death. Her gaze wandered across her body, a mysterious smile gracing her lips, exuding both pride and satisfaction, occasionally glancing towards the bathroom door, as if anticipating something. After observing for a while, she began to feel faint, unaware of the emotions that compelled Ding Feng to leap from this very spot. Lin Zhonglong was about to greet her when a sudden chill enveloped the back of his head. In that fleeting moment of relaxation, he had become the target of the adversary, by he who unleashed a fully charged sniper shot that ended his life. Could Lu Qingyan possibly have recognized his identity? Otherwise, why would he utter, Cao Cao arrives as Cao Cao is mentioned? The following morning, Lin Feng noticed that the orange cat had begun to frolic energetically. Aside from the bandages that remained, the feline seemed to be in excellent condition. It appeared that these mutated creatures possessed significantly enhanced self-healing abilities and overall resilience. In Volume 1, Chapter 287, Yi Gui developed an affinity for Cao Chong, who regarded her with disdain, questioning the allure of a femme fatale. After Nan Gongwan concluded her remarks, she descended from the arena, and Chief Judge Yi Yulin raised his hand, signaling all contestants to take their positions for the competition. Hui Yuhao pushed Cao Chong toward a soul-guided device production table, while he and Kai Tu positioned themselves at two other contest tables. The countdown began. The soundproof shield ascended. As the 9 contestants took their places, a soft blue barrier enveloped the competition platform, forming a gentle hemispherical shield around it. The next moment, after hours of tying, they were famished, and just as they completed the raft, it disintegrated upon contact with the water. The master and apprentice, exasperated, cursed their luck, but had no choice but to retrieve the wood, readying it anew. This is the Gathering Spirit Array. My father secretly set up multiple array flags within the city, which serve as the core of the array. Through it, he can gather the collective spiritual aspirations of the city's populace and convert them into usable spiritual energy. Naturally, the church possesses a saint-level guardian. So if one were to inquire who could accomplish such a feat, the church would certainly be an option. However, neither side fully believed that this was the work of the church. The legendary sword saint of Camberlat spoke in frustration. On the same day that Zheng Jia and his companions reached the far east, Uzici commenced formal contact with the United Nations forces after gathering ample intelligence. This is my grandfather, Yang Jiangwo, and this is my assistant, Han Xiao. After Yang Yu provided a brief introduction, he turned to Hu Kuan, eager to discern his true intentions. The body of the demon Yi Feng reclined as he soared back to the central island, his palms tingling and blood surging within him. Another downpour of blood, accompanied by a chilling wind, rained down, leaving many martial artists in a state of alarm. How many martial saints would fall in this unknown realm? After stumbling through various depths for about 10 minutes, Zhou Qingfeng noticed an increasing number of flames. As he approached in the dark, a gust of ominous wind revealed that what he had perceived were not campfires, but rather phosphorescent flames, or ghostly fires. The headless ghost was filled with dread, wishing to cry for help, but found itself unable to utter a sound, having forgotten how to speak after a prolonged silence. The deceased child may not have been born of Lady Shiho and another, but rather the offspring of Shiho himself. Observing Lu Weiwei's malicious glare, she bore an uncanny resemblance to the wicked stepmother in a fairy tale. Pang Sun speculated there must be others present. Checking the time, he realized that the class meeting was about to commence in less than 3 minutes, and he doubted anyone else would arrive. Li Shen, noticing the persistent calls from the other party, worried that something might have happened to a relative of the original owner. Thus, he pressed the answer button. Consequently, they resolved to indulge in a wild night, or else it would be some time before they could meet again. 14th brother, you seem eager to meet someone. Mo Yin Yu slowly approached Mo Jingxian, her crimson lips parting as she spoke in an inscrutable tone, leaving Mo Jingxian astonished. However, even though he felt anger brewing within, he could do little, for Jin Zichuan had already issued Lu Weiwei an ultimatum. General Shui, hailing from a prominent family, demonstrated his prowess through a discourse that encompassed both grand strategic viewpoints and a meticulous analysis of the current state of warfare in China, revealing that his belief in the Japanese forces not launching a large-scale offensive was not merely blind confidence, but a pointed acknowledgement of his earlier displeasure. Indeed, when the Japanese military physician feigned extracting the bullet, he deliberately conducted a ballistic analysis, concluding that it was the result of a long-range shot, thus absolving him of all suspicion. Should a challenge be undertaken, they would be confronted with genuine third-tier spirit beasts. At this point, it became clear that the Feng family was not solely targeting the Han and Tang dynasties, but included him as well. Lu Zhanghua remained silent. He understood the helplessness of the Cheng chief family, yet could offer no assistance, for any persuasion would be in vain. In Volume 1, Chapter 288, CaoQiang's mood soured as he inadvertently obliterated half of Mingdu. Yet, just as CaoQiang ascended within the ranks of the Ordinary Alliance, fighting alongside Yi Gu, Yi, and contributing immensely to the realm of soul-guided devices, his spirits unexpectedly plummeted. One day, while immersed in solitary research within the soul-guided device workshop, he endeavored to transcend the existing technological barriers. Engrossed in his work, he lost track of time until nightfall, when he finally realized he had not rested the entire day. However, upon setting down his tools and preparing to leave, he discovered that his creation had not turned out as splendidly as he had envisioned. Standing before the production table, he gazed despondently at his unfinished work, his heart heavy with frustration and disappointment. He was further troubled by the fact that Dali Siqing Feng Jingyun also claimed that Shui Pan had died from sudden illness. As a prestigious individual, it was not uncommon for someone to succumb to the harsh conditions of imprisonment after enduring repeated torture. There was nothing particularly suspicious about it. Very well, Wu Shuang nodded. What you cherish, I too shall hold dear. What you wish to protect, I shall guard with my life. Jiang Lu, upon hearing this, realized that this CaoQiang was not merely using words to provoke him, but was actually belittling his master through her remarks. To Yang Su's astonishment, Zhu Cheng, who was recuperating in Xiangning County, arrived in the capital accompanied by the Gu siblings, Gu Zhongyun and Gu Hanxin, along with Lu Jingye. What does it matter? Luo still could not comprehend the other's reaction. Enough. I am the emperor of the Yunyuan's empire. Guanhong, Yi coldly surveyed the surroundings and commanded. Implicitly, the emperor could not be a solitary figure. If by Jingshua's earlier words were truthful, either Yao Chushi had not entered the palace willingly, or it implied that the emperor and Yao Chushi were incompatible. Thus, Ren Yi seized the last string of the Guqin, and an icy inner force swiftly penetrated the string. After stretching the string to its maximum, the inner force gathered at the point between Ren Yi's thumb and index finger. When Ren Yi abruptly released his grip, a shocking phenomenon occurred. Yi Shi, upon hearing the term Sui Gong, speculated it referred to the annual tribute from the Cheng Kingdom during the Spring Festival, where gifts were presented to the emperor on New Year's Eve, who would reciprocate in kind. Cheng Huailiang cautiously observed for a moment, confirming she had indeed moved far away, and then swiftly escaped back to the residence of the Duke of Lu. You have skilled practitioners in your family. Just one master at the transformation stage would suffice to bring about my demise. Do you truly believe I would let you leave? Chu Feng squinted and smiled. After an entire night of mental exertion, coupled with the strain from her injuries, it was a feat in itself that she had managed to endure thus far. She felt quite distressed, having thought it a simple matter, yet after searching for so long, she still found nothing. Previously, it was likely her unfamiliarity with the workers during the renovation of the courtyard that caused her to ignore them. Yun Yifeng gazed deeply as Sinuhing is silhouette, closed his eyes, turned, and departed back to back with her. Throughout the journey, Junifeng was lost in thought, utterly unaware of the direction he was heading or where he intended to go. Lin Yunxiao certainly understood Chen Xiao's implications, yet there were many things she could not express in her presence. The extreme night was exceptionally rare. Perhaps the Buddha was aware that such a night would come to pass, which is why he deemed it necessary to approach Zheng Lanin. In the entire Buddhist realm, few possessed strength comparable to his. When she saw someone emerge, her anxious heart finally settled. She lifted her gaze at the grievances swirling above Zhang's residence, which had begun to dissipate gradually. Resolving the matter in a short period should indicate it was not severe. The punch was as forceful as thunder, striking with incredible speed, creating a whooshing sound in the air as it hurtled toward Chu Feng's chest. Yinner, Ling Zheng is right. Have you not always supported your elder brother and a second brother? Feng Tianyu affectionately patted Feng Yan's head. That is acceptable. I doubt the Archbishop's people will venture out of the city to find us, Fide remarked before following Iona northward. Volume 1, Chapter 289. CaoQiang is dead, Tang San smiled. In the distant realm of the gods, within a majestic palace, Tang San sat quietly by the window, gazing down at the sea of clouds beneath. His eyes were deep and bright, seemingly capable of penetrating all illusions. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow slightly, as if sensing something. CaoQiang is dead? Tang San murmured to himself, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He bore no profound enmity toward CaoQiang. Yet the latter's reputation and achievements in the mortal realm compelled even a genius from the divine realm like him to take notice. CaoQiang's demise undoubtedly stirred a tempest in the mortal world, yet for Tang San, it appeared more like an opportunity, one that would allow him to perceive the circumstances of the mortal realm with greater clarity. There is no choice but to participate. This game will surely yield a victor. If one does not engage, the likelihood of love and peace joining the Justice League becomes non-existent. Yes, I know you are on leave, but I am inquiring about what you have been doing, Gongfeng Yuan Alisha said. Qiming added, today there is no rush to depart. Without waiting for Jiala's response, she continued, you know, the dishes I prepare are so delicious they could make one's eyebrows fall off. She feigned an exaggerated expression, appearing particularly charming. Ishi Chuanfeng launched his assault like a tide, relentlessly aiming his katana at Yi Tian, seeking to conclude the battle. However, Yi Tian moved with the agility of an eel, giving him no opportunity whatsoever. After having gained an advantage with Tang Yun, he was taken aback by Tang Yun's reluctance to pursue the matter, leaving him feeling quite aggrieved. Yang Song observed as well. The scene appeared ordinary, yet suddenly, the King of Darkness executed the previous King of Red. What on earth is going on with you? You haven't shown up for days, and haven't even bothered to inform anyone. Were I not to find you at home, would you have simply rotted away there? Gao Haoyu gently inquired. Consequently, all the media reporters eagerly raised their hands, their eyes fixed on Shun Mengqing on stage, filled with a fervent desire that spoke. Pick me. Pick me. My heart has been steeped in molten steel. He had evidently developed feelings, yet his words remained sharp. Were he accompanied by formidable allies like Bai Yi and Qing Yi, he would not be overly concerned. However, who could have anticipated that the Dragon Palace's entrance possessed an instantaneous teleportation mechanism? This meant that Ling Long and the others could very well be scattered. With this thought, Qin Yu felt a twinge of unease. Although incapacitating the opponent is the key to scoring at the outset, with both sides' glamour levels fully charged, an ordinary strike would not suffice to deplete the glamour bar. The decision to reduce the screening volume ultimately reflected Jiahe's assessment of a film's popularity. After the light-hearted prelude, Lin Shun took hold of Zhu Jingyi's hand and began to sing in harmony. Of course, Pure was merely speaking whimsically. If truly pressed to act similarly, Pure would find it impossible. In fact, Pure's remarks stemmed from the belief that Yu Er had likely already considered this and would have some measures in place. Yado God Shikyu watched Lin Shun with an expressionless face. Should Lin Shun utter another word urging her to leave, she would likely burst into tears immediately. Internally cursing the pervert, Ting Shu glanced at the innocent-looking Ming Huan. Finally understanding why Ming Huan was reluctant to engage in a more intense battle with the ultimate move and the super dream. Just as Yin Xiao had said, Yu Tian's golden pupils, though a form of ocular supernatural ability, contained within them the power of replication. Rina, you are so understanding and wonderful. Lin Shin excitedly pulled Nagi Kiri Irina over, placed her onto his moon retreat, and kissed her, saying, you're truly remarkable. Whether to copy Jiping Jiating or back to the Ming dynasty as a prince. After some thought, Xiaoqiu ultimately decided to replicate back to the Ming dynasty as a prince. Zhu Tsong pointed out the approximate location, and Zhang Ashing stepped forward. Grasping Ninshi Ren's pure steel-carrying pole, raised it high, and struck down fiercely. Take this, my old son's staff. Su Renying received the blow from Sun Wukong, only to provoke the beastly nature of the monkey. Volume 1, Chapter 290, Reunion, Xiao Wu, Brother Cao Chong. With Cao Chong's return, the evil soul masters seem to have found their backbone, rallying under Cao Chong's banner, vowing to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the mortal realm. Cao Chong was acutely aware of the immense responsibility resting upon his shoulders. Not only must he evade the relentless pursuit of the divine realm, but he is also tasked with guiding the Zai and Tang men in their quest for true identity and power. However, a profound concern lingered in his heart, the impending birth of his child. He understood that his resurrection was not merely a twist of fate, but a gift of strength bestowed upon him by his offspring. This newfound power instilled in him the courage to rise once more and solidified his resolve to protect the mortal realm. Amidst CaoQiang's anticipation, a gentle breeze stirred, and with a sudden exhalation, a vibrant azure flame coalesced into a magnificent fire dragon, charging forth with ferocity. Shun Machin could no longer suppress his mirth. Observing Cao Tao's expression of tragic grandeur, he let out a soft chuckle. Although they had brought stealthy guards with them, the sheer number of people present rendered their efforts futile. There was no way to contain them in such a crowded setting. Contemplating the matter, he realized the fourth prince was an exceptionally low-key individual with a penchant for fine cuisine. A voice, aged and ethereal, as if echoing from the heavens, drifted from the silk, with grand Sanskrit characters materializing in the air. Even in the gaming realm, the atmosphere had turned whimsical, prompting Dai Jiajia to exclaim in exasperation, nearly choking on her own blood, as she lamented the absurdity of it all. While Xiao Ran busied himself, Li Jing was streaming live, introducing Xiao Ran's methods for hunting wild rabbits to the audience, occasionally engaging with fans who playfully requested gifts, making the scene seem exceedingly pleasant. Bai Ying had already prepared water in a basin, and after Wanner washed her hands with Xiao Ran, they settled at the dining table. She recalled the moment at Vila Bridal Manor when she had overheard Zhao Juanji discussing this very matter with Yun Ro. No. Father, I want to watch. Yuan Miao immediately protested, unwilling to leave, just as he had the rare opportunity to witness his parents in a fierce exchange. Time flowed like a fleeting dream, and amidst the hustle and bustle, who truly shared in the sorrow? Humanity felt fleeting, emotions like the wind. A cup of murky wine, followed by a hearty laugh, seemed to resolve the endless affairs of the mortal world. You're like a dream, love like a dream. Dreams are but faint verses swirling endlessly in my mind. With a fierce resolve, the formidable General Hu Fun, with flaming crimson eyes, surged back into battle, swiftly dispatching several knights of the new national army. He soon faced his nemesis, the vanguard commander of the new national army, Lang Zhendong. Lady Ru Yin furrowed her brow, her expression grave. A sense of doubt swelled within her. Under the vast skies of the Qi, how could a living being simply vanish without a trace? Within the confines of the Mo family estate, Mo Wudao suddenly produced a communication pearl. Upon probing it with his consciousness, astonishment flickered in his eyes as he murmured, "The Lingzhu continent has unexpectedly arrived 30,000 years early. It seems my family's grand scheme is set to commence ahead of schedule." With a glint of determination in his gaze, he vanished from sight. "I shall ask you plainly, do you truly like Mei Zi?" Lily's tone was earnest, devoid of jest. "Then let us give it a try. If they refuse you access, do not shed tears." Zhongyi relented. The once disarrayed forces of General Qinglong now displayed an unexpected unity, deftly parting to create a wide pathway. In truth, she seldom indulged in gossip, otherwise she would not be unaware of Qin Su's identity. 10 years prior, within this city's commercial realm, nearly everyone recognized her. "Child, if you continue on this path of slaughter, the consequences will be dire. Your two masters have not taken as many lives in their entire lifetimes as you have in a single night. This is not a healthy phenomenon," Lady Song cautioned. The painted-skinned demon paused, taken aback by Jiang Xie's sudden inquiry. Initially, the agony of the stitches had been unbearable, and the painted-skinned demon had harbored a deep resentment toward Jiang Xie's ancestors. The words flowed with boundless longing and joy, tears welling in her eyes, as if she wished to pour forth all her emotions. CaoQiang held Xiao Wu tightly, feeling the tremors of her body and the quickening of her heartbeat, a true reflection of her feelings. "Xiao Wu, I have returned," he whispered, his voice imbued with tenderness and comfort, gently wiping away her tears while his eyes brimmed with affection and remorse. "Brother CaoQiang, I missed you so much." Xiao Wu clung to him, as though yearning to merge their beings. Her voice trembled with emotion, yet it resonated with happiness and contentment. "CaoQiang, Sly." As the expeditionary forces were compelled to take a defensive stance in the heart of the grasslands, aided by the magical troops of the Northern Domain Empire, establishing fortifications and a robust magical defense perimeter. Simultaneously, Tuoba Hong had returned to the Academy's stronghold, convening in the conference hall. "I have decided to secretly share my improved cultivation techniques with her," Yet considering the unknown power within her, I shall opt for a gentle approach, he resolved. In the depths of the shop, Feng Yun stood 2 steps from the door, flanked by 2 attendants, cheerfully observing the shopkeeper welcoming guests. Such significant events in northern Hebei could not have escaped the notice of the capital. Not only were they aware, but influential figures in the capital were also orchestrating matters. With Emperor Li Longji as the principal instigator, reflecting on his strengths, I pondered that my intellect was my greatest asset. I excelled not in close combat, but in synthesizing all my skills. The dynamics between the primary and secondary spouses should indeed acknowledge one another's existence, yet remain eternally apart. The serpent sovereign's pupils ignited with a sinister brilliance, unleashing a peculiar energy that engulfed him. As he unleashed his power, the grand hall began to shimmer with an ethereal quality, akin to an alternate dimension where the surroundings warped and twisted. Simultaneously, the deadline approached by noon the following day. From this morning until then, those depositing funds would receive a 400% interest rate, while those who refrained from withdrawing would enjoy a 100% increase. This is manageable. In a few days, I shall register under Ding Yuan, reverting to the original Lu family of Jiu Yuan. I shall adopt the name Huang Gun, courtesy of my grandfather. He mused, recalling the awkward laughter of his grandfather, who wished to forget the matter of his plans to usurp Han. Even the memories of the past would elude him, necessitating a gradual relearning process. She reminisced about 3 years ago when she was the one in control, while Yin Qing was the unfortunate soul, oppressed and unable to even reach the stage. The sacred space had been fully established, a domain constructed at the cost of over 1 million units of world essence. It was not as grand as anticipated. In the next moment, Zhao Shanyu lightly tapped her toes, unleashing a terrifying sound wave that surged toward Lu Mingfei. Regardless of abilities, Zhao Chu's requirement was a 1-to-1 restoration of his current form, sparing him the need to familiarize himself with his body. He would merely traverse worlds of equal or greater rank, for the balance was already quite nauseating, let alone seeking further trials. No nos actions granted caesar precious moments. As Dictue duo returned to Caesar's grasp, but now the true battle awaited. Once the turmoil subsided, Lu Mingfei discovered that the wounds he had previously sustained had vanished, as though the torn muscles and tendons were mere figments of his imagination. Chen Mo could only place his hopes on the awakening of heroes. For over 2 weeks, he had not awakened any new heroes, nor had he actively sought them out. After speaking, Rong Chung ascended the stairs with a swish of his robe. Since learning that Xiao Xin was unable to conceive, Wu Pongzi had frequently called her, showering her with flattery. In Volume 1, Chapter 292, Lulling the Little Rabbit to Sleep. The sin of War II. With the fall of the god of gluttony, the dark clouds above the ice palace dissipated, and moonlight once again bathed the courtyard, illuminating the resolute and victorious figure of CaoQiang. Xiao Wu hurried forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement and joy. She leaped into CaoQiang's embrace, exclaiming, "Brother CaoQiang, you are incredible. You have actually defeated a first-level god and slain him." CaoQiang smiled faintly, stroking Xiao Wu's silky hair. He was merely a first-level god. If they come one by one, I shall grow even stronger. CaoQiang chuckled confidently, but suddenly felt an unusual sensation within his body. Glancing at Xiao Wu's autumn-like eyes, he recognized her intelligence. However, such cleverness made her even less suitable to marry the heir, and Doshir became increasingly convinced that her decision was correct. How could one think to practice martial arts in an underground fighting arena? A hoarse voice reached Lin Yiyun's ears, as if the speaker were someone familiar. And their relationship was not superficial. Unfathomable. How could one like us, mere cultivators, dare to invoke divine punishment? Xiao Fei's cold smile deepened. Believing that Chun Fei was utterly oblivious to his own luck, foolishly thinking that a long sword could rival divine punishment. Nini observed that, after Wei Yong encountered the beautiful father, she appeared dazed and foolish, feeling somewhat disdainful. Before Jun Wuyin could speak, she had already interjected. However, those at the driver's seat were not so fortunate. The bullets fired from the truck struck the front of the vehicle. The subordinate who was a beat too slow was shot dead inside the car, shattering the front glass of the business vehicle. Fu Sheng noticed Chui Yueying struggling to maintain composure and hurriedly glanced outside, worried that Director Shun might return. Suaping, I have already inquired, and Wolf 3 cannot come out. But do not worry, I will certainly take care of you and your daughter, ensuring you suffer no grievances. Suaping, look at how far I have come. You haven't even offered me a cup of water. Gao Zenzi Zestet? Lejiji, the beggars are back. Prepare to send them off. Fu Sheng said cheerfully to Lejiji in his office. observing the 4 or 5 police cars parked nearby. He surmised something must be amiss inside the bar and decided to enter. Although this meal seemed somewhat ill-timed, the deliberate cooperation of the group made it rather harmonious. Mo Jiuqing grimaced upon hearing Hui Ying's words, realizing that Zisu had truly made a mistake. Even if a man dotes on you excessively, failing to give him face in front of many will leave him feeling humiliated. The list of official appointments had yet to be published. How could I find someone for you? Xiangmin shook his head, declining Shanshan. It seemed that breaking the boundaries of reality and unlawful methods was a cause for fear. However, upon reflection, aside from the annoyance of spending money, comparing oneself to the boss seemed trivial, for one must still face the boss daily. Xiaxing admired Li Shuxi's ability to turn the tide effortlessly. Song Jiming was clearly attempting to sabotage the reconciliation between the two nations, while Li Shuxi merely utilized CaoQiang's thoughts to deftly avert a catastrophe. Moreover, the monarch remained, his health severely afflicted, yet when not ailing, he bore little difference from an ordinary person, and for the time being, the court would remain intact. Furthermore, the Empress Dowager hardly appeared to be one who prioritized the troubles of the world above her own. In Xiqing, the brave and the fire lion, upon taking flight, were enveloped in a whirlwind of fierce, bouncing scarlet lightning. The fire lion roared, and that mass of red lightning surged forth, resembling a colossal crimson lightning sphere, hurtling towards the arbiter. Lu Feng understood her words, stating, "It will disturb the master's rest." He did not wish for Lin Mei Man to know what he had done, even if she could neither hear nor see him now. The man in white smiled slightly. "Senior brother, you flatter me." As he tended to the flames, he glanced around, sensing a presence nearby, yet he could not detect anyone. He could not help but sigh inwardly, realizing that this person's martial prowess was on par with his own, and that if this person harbored ill intentions, his brotherhood could be in grave danger. In Volume 1, Chapter 293, Slaying the God of Destruction, as the echoes of victory resonated above the ice palace, CaoQiang did not allow himself to dwell in fleeting glory. His gaze transcended the present tranquility, focusing on a future far beyond. He understood that true peace and serenity are never easily attained. They require countless battles and sacrifices to safeguard. Though we have won, we must not become complacent. CaoQiang's words were steady and powerful, instilling a sense of security akin to that of a mountain. Next, we must fortify the defenses of the ice palace, enhance everyone's strength, and prepare to face potentially more formidable foes. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's eyes sparkled with determination, knowing well that CaoQiang's words were not mere rhetoric. As a former martial artist, what? However, Ulu's reaction startled Magus. Ulu abruptly turned back, disbelief etched on his face. His reddened eyes fixed on the powerful crossbow in Magus's hand. Do not be too smug." The spirit of the weapon angrily withdrew Chongning's longsword, her complexion paling. "The motherland will not forget them. They are truly commendable," Li Zilong said, his eyes reddening. "He is not Duoxiang Gongzi." Gao Mohan waved his long sleeves, causing the veil of the false Duoxiang Gongzi to disintegrate into powder and scatter in the wind. What emerged was a rather unremarkable face, easily forgotten. In the Zheng Wugong residence, the lady was preparing the fruit and vegetable pastries for the Qiu family banquet that evening with Zhang Yan. Noticing Zhang Yan's distracted demeanor, the lady felt a headache coming on. Seizing the moment when the maidservants had gone out to arrange the moon-viewing courtyard, she sharply poked Zhang Yan's forehead, rousing her from her stupor. Wei Qi paused momentarily upon hearing Su Lei's urgent admonitions, bursting into tears. Yet, now even Pingzhou City was afflicted by plague, and the simple but most effective method of sealing off the village may no longer suffice. Chongning was unaware of how she returned to Chongningju. Her emotions fluctuated wildly that day, and she found it impossible to sleep. Chongning merely gazed intently at Bai Yi, smiling without speaking. They had never been friends, but he owed her a life-saving grace, a debt he must repay. Jean Qing felt a twinge of anxiety, even panic. She was just a poor girl from the countryside, with all her family's savings amounting to barely 100 coins, insufficient for the expenses of an average household. The young man with the thick beard, noticing his seriousness, hardened his attitude and proactively poured him tea. "Master, are you leaving just like this? Are you abandoning us, your brothers? Are you forsaking the Bai Hu men that you fought so hard to build?" Zhang Dekai called out to Xin Yuanshun, who had taken just a few steps away. With a wave of his scarred hand, the middle-aged man commanded the men in black to surround Xian Zijian, attempting to seize him. An unusually clear voice, inappropriate for the moment, sounded a rumbling from the stomach, but it was not Qin Feng's. "What? Ling Chun is your master, and you have joined the Longdian." Fang Yong, What is the matter with you? As a senior member of the Bai Humen, how could you affiliate with another faction? Fang Deong remarked. Does this imply that as one ages, one's desires intensify? Is that the meaning? She could not help but wonder if this necessitated the presence of a man. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, everyone ascended along its slope, with Song Ziming and Ning Lan leading the students in their climb. He had anticipated that the other party would be exuberant to the point of forgetting their own surname. Yet unexpectedly, Lu Xun merely furrowed her brow. A cacophony of cries ensued, followed by a series of resounding thuds and continual wails. A tall figure clad in white suddenly materialized before Niu Bai and others, as if conjured from thin air. The entire palace was engulfed in a black mist, denser than the surrounding atmosphere, from which chilling screams intermittently emerged, the nature of which remained a mystery. When his mental energy sought to extend beyond the confines of the room, a formidable resistance abruptly intercepted it, rendering him unable to penetrate even a fraction further. Volume 1, Chapter 294, Slaying the Goddess of Life. However, just as everyone was immersed in the euphoria of victory, a more ancient and profound vibration quietly surged from the opposite end of the continent. This force was neither the ferocity of destruction nor the tranquility of order, but rather the pinnacle of life, the goddess of life. She descended upon this recently tranquil world in the guise of the mother of all things. The arrival of the goddess of life was neither to celebrate peace nor to interfere in conflicts. Her presence seemed to conceal an unknown secret and purpose. With a gentle demeanor, she wandered across the earth, where life blossomed anew. Yet beneath this vitality lay an ominous undertone regarding the essence of existence. A raucous, joyous laughter echoed, followed by a resonant male voice booming from outside. Su, my brother, after so many years apart, this is how you welcome me? As soon as the words left his lips, for swift, ghostly figures leaped through the open window. The townsfolk held him in high esteem, and coupled with his age and noble title, his influence soared in Nanjianxiao. Any feng shui master must learn to use the compass. A master ignorant of the compass is undoubtedly a charlatan. Regarding Tang Miao Miao, while Zhang Chun did not obsess over her as other male classmates did, he found her rather intriguing. However, Emperor Han Ling, Lu Hong, might have recognized the impropriety of his actions, thus appointing Yang Su as Taichong and specifically exempting him from the ceremonial fees. I'll talk to you when I have time. Master Zhuang, is this your phone number? Danjian Ziplit Dietz Missing. As he gazed at the 3 incoming laser-guided missiles, Baiyu remained remarkably composed. Half a year prior, he had been struck, gravely injured, and plunged into ESI Lake. The confrontation between the two nations' regents was a spectacle that captivated all eyes. With a thud, Douluo, overwhelmed by the oncoming force, was compelled to kneel on the ground. On the other hand, he was growing increasingly weary of the workplace's comings and goings. If he could carve out a niche in writing that would sustain him, it would provide a safety net. Indeed, Han Yuanhu's desires dissipated, fear overtook him, and he dared not act recklessly, opting instead for a month of recuperation. It turned out that nearly half of the soldiers from the 10,000 soldiers demon map had surged forth, launching an assault against all participants in the Tianxiahui, except for those within the Emperor's alliance. The Emperor's tomb's stone forest transformed once more into a battlefield ravaged by devastating, irreparable blows. That afternoon, Du Yuesheng and Yuan Shanbao visited Huang Chujiao, proposing to acquire the Huang family's dock to extricate him from his predicament. Huang Chujiao, taken aback and furious, vehemently rejected Du Yuesheng's offer. Qin Zhao felt a piercing pain radiate throughout his body. He groaned, unwillingly closing his eyes. Emphasizing his presence and raising his voice in a peculiar tone, he inadvertently amused Wang Nan. The office here was unlike any ordinary office. It resembled a training ground for cultivation. At this moment, interrupting Zhang Tian's seclusion was perilous. What if he were at a crucial stage of his practice? In Shiqi hastily intervened. For several days, the entire nation of China had been engrossed in that farce, and Du Yuesheng was no exception. He meticulously perused the newspapers daily, always calculating the end date of the restoration. Now that the restoration had concluded, he fervently wondered about the fate of Kang Yuwei, whom he had desperately sought to protect. Heaven's punishment can still be survived, but self-inflicted misfortune cannot. As Jiang Huairan spoke, he struck out with a palm, sending Zhang Luodi flying once more, blood spewing forth in an arc. With a resounding crash, Zhang Luodi landed on the table, which splintered under the impact. Zhang Luodi fell unconscious, unaware of his fate. As the final layer of petals was on the verge of shattering, The heart of the figure in black was filled with triumphant thoughts. If he could break this last layer, the weakened opponent would be at his mercy. Volume 1, Chapter 295, Slaying the God King Tang and assisting the ancestor of Yin and Yang in materializing his form. Just as the evil god was on the brink of being completely vanquished, a startling secret emerged in CaoQiang's mind. He suddenly realized that an ancient and intricate connection existed between the goddess of life and the evil god. Thus, at the final moment, CaoQiang made a difficult choice. He did not opt to obliterate the evil god entirely. Instead, he employed his own power and wisdom to seal it within a special space. In the Jinghua military district, Lin Xiang donned a dark green general's uniform, exuding a majestic aura, complemented by his handsome visage and the imposing presence of a thunderous general. Behind him followed the equally formidable Wang Gang and Li Tao in their colonel uniforms, along with the noticeably formidable Li Yu. Zhou Zian led over 30 villagers from Hanzhou village to the dam in Yanwei village, where they observed a gathering of 4 to 5 dozen individuals standing before a hastily constructed shelter. "Brother, what should we do?" Ling Bing approached Zui, fury blazing in her eyes as she gazed at Feng Hai. "What do you mean there's nothing of significance? I have stated that I want this nightclub." Gong Shashan casually tossed the handbag to Ding Rushan and comfortably seated himself at the desk, as if the nightclub had already become his possession. "I have nothing of significance. Firstly, I did strike him, but it was in self-defense. Secondly, it is not a matter of whether he will pursue my responsibility, but rather that I will pursue theirs. Thirdly, must I inform you of my intentions?" Zhou, he stated. Today's theme was dubbed the Shark Fishing Banquet. However, while the people aboard the ship had eaten their fill and quenched their thirst, they had not encountered any sharks. Could it be that sharks are also considered an endangered species? Since there were no sharks in sight, Li Yasu suggested going for a swim, but that would require a change of swimsuit, and with no cover available, how could one change? Jiaoyan approached Li Si, her hand gripping the dagger poised at his neck, while her other hand opened the storage space to retrieve a vial of Hua Bing Lan, her eyes not daring to stray from her father's gaze. "I did nothing. Everyone went to extinguish the fire, and I merely followed," Elder He Kun explained. But in such circumstances, it was unlikely that reasoning would suffice. The tiger-tooth warriors were taken aback by Lin Xiang's words, their expressions shifting from shock to excitement. Filled with aspirations for greater strength, they yearned to attain higher levels. And Lin Xiang's words ignited their enthusiasm for this so-called dragon group, especially since some of them were entirely unaware of the significance of special forces. When you cast a glance at Lei Li and the others who had just entered, then turned away, choosing to ignore them, Huangmen halted in his tracks, astonished, for he had become alert due to the sound of a cabinet moving within Qingqiu Yuan. Thus, he had previously visited this courtyard chosen by Miao Yun. In a moment of crisis, Ma Fuqiang transformed into his phoenix form, rescuing those who were about to fall into Qingqiuan. "I had already anticipated your arrival and saved you a spot," Yin Yu Yuan said, patting Yin Jue on the shoulder. Accompanied by He Luna, Li Ningyu entered the grand conference room of the municipal hall, where many had already gathered, including the 3 titans from the Netherlands. This formation utilizes the heavens as a shield, mountains for sustenance, the earth as a vessel, time for transformation, and flora for perception. It withstands 100 strikes without destruction. And even an experienced horse may err and cannot retreat, Liu Ziyu stated. Concurrently, the 2 major military coalitions convened targeted military meetings, deliberating on the formulation of extensive battle plans, striving to seize the initiative at all times. Consequently, such a delay would double the time, as the Far East Navy frequently advanced in parallel formations during numerous naval battles, often aligning themselves in a single file to confront enemy fleets before engagement. Volume 1, Chapter 296, Heavenly Fire Sacred Land, Qishui Sacred Land. You have already chosen the path to demise. Cao Qiang and Yinyang Laozu held the Hahuan Divine Flower, feeling the immense power coursing through it, as if they held the pulse of the entire world. Their figures, illuminated by divine light, appeared even more extraordinary, resembling war gods and sages descending from the heavens. This flower is extraordinary. It will surely aid us in safeguarding this vast universe, allowing the light of peace to shine upon every corner, Yinyang Laozu said, his voice tinged with excitement. For he understood that this was not merely an enhancement of power, but a profound comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. Just as they prepared to depart from Hahuan Zone to continue their unfinished guardianship journey, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared in the sky, Colorful, auspicious clouds gathered, and celestial music echoed. However, none of this mattered to her. She closed her eyes, feeling the cool breeze brushing against her, sensing the heartbeat and breath of the man holding her. Jiaoer was startled and turned abruptly, tears welling up in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Yahan stood frozen, a wave of intense unease surging within him as he flew forward, attempting to intercept one of the individuals. At that moment, everyone came to an abrupt halt. 15 terrifyingly powerful divine abilities descended upon Huang Xuanling like an oppressive force, causing all who beheld it to turn pale. "Senior, my foot is still numb. And please refrain from calling me little sister. Just call me Shir," Li Shir said, tightening her grip around Gung Hao Shir's neck. The assembly was rife with discord regarding whether to present treasured items in search of royal protection, leading to heated debates. Yahan internally lamented, having long suspected that such benevolence was too good to be true. Indeed, everything was a conspiracy and a trap. Shortly after Gung Hao Shir left in his vehicle, a series of booming sounds echoed over Qinji Taiyuguan. The night wolf was no ordinary foe. He effortlessly escaped the opponent's grasp in midair and landed steadily on the grass. Before long, a paper crane carrying a voice flew from the alley, followed closely by a figure wrapped like a zongzi. Zhong Lei was sent flying, yet this was not the end, for the second attack from Yuan Lei's avatar approached. This time from entirely different direction, colliding with Zhong Lei. Upon hearing this, Shinji was momentarily taken aback, and the other palace masters were similarly stunned before breaking into smiles. The cool evening breeze swept across the desolate land. Looking up, one could see the darkened sky, ominous and heavy, evoking a sense of oppression akin to the prelude of storm. Before the two magical artifacts could strike in, they suddenly plummeted to the ground, as their owner had been vanquished, and thus the artifacts lost the spiritual energy sustaining them. Rest assured, there is nothing to worry about. Although building foundation pills are exceedingly rare, I will acquire one myself, he reassured. Ha, Huang Xiong, the next match is yours. It is time to showcase your prowess. Li said with a smile. The aged voice repeated the same phrase, and at that moment, the seven-colored giant foot once more descended upon Xiaoning. The dual-winged monster, struck by Gu Li's palm force, was sent sprawling, unleashing its ferocity, and with a mighty roar, it soared into the air, tracing a graceful arc before pouncing fiercely once more. Golden light cascaded down, gently suppressing all impurities, while the flames of karma flickered, restoring clarity to the space. The night in Sucheng was slightly chilly, as the cold wind penetrated deeply, reminiscent of the biting chill of midwinter. He began to speak to her with coldness, no longer displaying the intimacy they once shared in their work. For an extended time thereafter, they exchanged only the most perfunctory greetings, after which he would disregard her entirely. Once they arrived at Yurandao, he was determined to reclaim his dignity from that group of people after this humiliation. Just wait. She should be arriving here shortly. I have been tracking her, and she comes here every afternoon to collect scrap, Xiang Wang stated. In the main hall, Non-Kitchen maintained the posture of bending down to move a chair, his hands resting on the seat, trembling uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Volume 1, Chapter 297, Rescue Niet Qingqing, Slay the Fire Leopard of the Heavenly Fire, Sacred Land. Cao Qiang traversed the stars, guided by the celestial bodies, with a singular resolve to rescue his mother. The universe was vast and perilous, yet Cao Qiang wielded the newly acquired power of the Divine Emperor, effortlessly clearing his path until he finally reached the edge of the Qishui Sacred Land star system. Just as he prepared to infiltrate the sacred ground, a sudden, urgent sound of breaking air interrupted his thoughts. A brilliant sword light streaked across the sky, followed closely by several blazing flames. Clearly the pursuers from the Heavenly Fire, Sacred Land. The sword light gradually dimmed, ultimately descending into a concealed asteroid belt. Cao Qiang felt a surge of curiosity and decided to investigate, approaching silently. To speak candidly, the number of adversaries faced by lone wolf players and professional club players is undoubtedly the highest, as maintaining one's stature in the professional esports arena necessitates relentless combat. In a scenario of scarcity, would not the senator wish to secure additional funding for his constituency? The words of Captain DUI and Medical Examiner Zhao, along with the forensic staff, played like a film's voiceover, synchronizing with the images stored in Jiang Feng's photographic memory, resembling a low-frame-rate card-style movie. Since that incident, she and Sushan had kept in touch, and she was aware that Sushan currently owed a debt to Gao Min's studio. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Bai's nose twitched, drawn by a tantalizing aroma, prompting him to sit up halfway, eyes wide open, scanning his surroundings. With a splash, water erupted from the well, revealing an expansive underground lake at its bottom. I understand. Now go do your research. Hurry outside. I want to eat roast chicken, she said. Those cultivators who came here to seek treasures must overcome significant environmental challenges at great cost. Su Changqing furrowed her brow, instinctively softening her breath as she concealed herself behind a jagged rock, observing the three disciples while contemplating their intentions. In the next moment, she stowed away the composite bow she had previously used and replaced it with a larger, more formidable one. That is good indeed. There is no urgency in reporting to His Majesty. We shall wait until Miss Wuma is well. Geloghead Alkmardli. Lin Fei found herself firmly embraced by Yi Bai, unable to evade. Considering that she had already been kissed by him, and that too in front of a large crowd, she did not struggle excessively. Yi Bai dared not move, and naturally, Peng Bei would not act recklessly, especially since she had already contacted her grandfather. However, within less than 3 days, the entrance of the military camp was adorned with over 10 corpses, serving as a grim warning to the laborers not to cause disturbances. Her curiosity intensified, as the dean only referred to Dr. Chun, of whom she knew neither the full name nor had she ever seen him. Thus, driven by curiosity, she turned her work badge to examine it closely. Ah, come fort. Let me witness what the foremost among the 6 great geniuses truly embodies, and see what qualifications you humans possess to hold yourselves in such high regard. Lang Hongxiang declared, laughing maniacally, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty thirst for slaughter. Long Kuan resolved to engage in fewer social obligations and spend more time at home with Hongmei, closely watching her every word and deed. At that moment, Hao Shuai felt that his brave stand the previous day, despite sustaining an injury, was entirely worthwhile. Let's go. One must learn to be independent. Those who cannot stand alone shall not survive on this continent. Gudu Sunbai raised his hand and gently waved at Yadong. The intense heat of the purple flames caused the walls of the cavern to crack ominously, and his garments were reduced to ash-like mist in an instant. Had he not swiftly utilized cold air to isolate himself from the heat, even his hair and eyebrows would have disintegrated into smoke. He was already half a step into the realm of a respected one, on the path to becoming one. As long as he successfully refined the primordial embryo, he would step into the ranks of the revered. Ruan Junzhou was merely a practitioner of the 9th level of the sect, his strength inferior to Long Kuan's by more than a small margin. Volume 1, Chapter 298, The Fire-Burning Emperor. With the defeat of the people from the sacred land of heavenly fire, an indescribable oppressive atmosphere enveloped the meteor belt. The elder in red staggered to his feet, his gaze filled with both unwillingness and fear as he trembled and shouted, "How dare you be so audacious? The fire-burning emperor will never let you go." Upon hearing this, Cao Chang's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes betraying disdain for the so-called fire-burning emperor. Fire-burning emperor? What level of cultivation gives you the audacity to claim such a title? With that, he vanished in an instant, appearing beside Nie Qingcheng, gently patting her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "Leave this to me. You should return now." Upon hearing this, Nie Qingcheng's eyes sparkled with realization. This time in RB, I can say I did not come in vain. I enhanced my strength, reclaimed 10 treasures for the nation, and more importantly, I have consumed all the fortune of RB. The luck of RB has vanished, and I estimate that within 10 years, this nation will surely disappear from the earth. However, when my hand touched the rotten flesh, it completely transformed into a liquid-like substance, slipping from my grasp and reassembling at my feet, making it impossible to consume. I often ponder this issue, but perhaps it is related to the spirits I perceive. As long as I use my cultivation, I can see the various forms of spirits floating around. For all things possess a spirit. I shook my head. Mental trauma can indeed affect your current state and can lead to significant psychological harm. If the damage is severe, one would need a long time to recuperate. Having spent considerable time together, the 3 Mouse Kings had come to understand my temperament, knowing I would not harm them. Thus they spoke to me without reservation. As the man beckoned and walked forward, the occupants of the vehicle also took notice, and the military Hummer gradually came to a stop by the roadside. Further ahead stood a figure in a red mask, inscribed on the left with life and on the right with eternal. I knew that once I emerged, I wished to live alongside Lan Ruashi, but I could not remain confined in the apartment with so many spirits. Thus, I needed money. Although I could not sense the battle prowess emanating from Bo Go, I could tell that his aura was far more terrifying than Wang Heng's. Wang Heng stood no chance against Bogo, as his speed and strength were vastly inferior, leaving him with no choice but to evade and buy time. Jiang Xunhuan smiled, finding Jiang Qianqian exceedingly foolish for believing such words. If Zhou Dehai had proactively sought other forms of assistance, she might have hesitated, but the mere thought of lending money triggered an instinctive refusal in Jiang Yu. Just as Chun Feng and Yi Chunhua returned to the hotel, Zhao Na on the opposite side of the street clenched her fists in excitement. Is something unfortunate happening over at H University? Yin Mu looked at Shun Yu with eager curiosity. However, once again, his hand did not reach toward Jiang Xunhuan. He had only extended it halfway when he felt another powerful force grip it tightly. His hands involuntarily encircled her neck, entwining her closely, aligning with his rhythm as she slowly responded, allowing the tingling sensation to stimulate her senses. The giant's sword plunged into the sea, instantly disintegrating into an elemental storm, creating towering waves that surged skyward before cascading back down like rain, with countless fish caught in the turmoil plummeting freely. Amidst the tidal wave of applause and cheers, Inanji ascended the stage to accept the trophy, nervously expressing his gratitude. Noticing that they momentarily kept their distance from her, she finally exhaled in relief. Glancing towards the director, after a series of operations at the self-service ticket machine, Zhao Yingjun found the displayed ticket price remained at 80, with no half-price option appearing. The Antarctic customer remained unfazed, using his bare hands to intercept the weapons of the three, while simultaneously wielding an iron rod to keep Zhao Ning and others at bay. When he transformed back, although his wife recalled their shared memories, she could not return to the past. Volume 1, Chapter 299, Confronting the Demonly Shao. The Mysterious Elder Strikes. In the distant depths of the universe, Princess Luo Li, once the most radiant saintess of a sacred land of heavenly fire, was now imprisoned in a hidden palace within the Qi Shui sacred land. Deep within her soul, there seemed to be a delicate thread of connection that spanned the boundless starry sky, binding her tightly to her son, CaoQiang. When news of CaoQiang's fierce battle with the fire-burning emperor in the meteor belt reached her, unprecedented waves surged within her heart. Her eyes sparkled with the joy of reunion, glistening with tears, as if she could already see that resolute and indomitable figure. Yet, profound worry enveloped her. Fearing for his safety in that treacherous star region, Luoli indeed found Chun and quite admirable, possessing both talent and charm, but most importantly, he exuded an air of elegance, distinctly different from the scoundrels one might encounter in the Xinghai Academy. Accepting punishment for wrongdoing, Bian Guanyue was willing. Yet the thought of her exclusion ignited a simmering anger within her. Daihao was the full name of Dai Wuye. At this moment, Dai Jiang addressed him directly, revealing the extent of his fury. However, due to Shi Yi's outstanding performance in the battle against the Lava Hound Lord, Lu Feifei held him in high regard, which led her to discreetly arrange for Gage to place Shi Yi directly into the fray. Su Chen's voice carried shock as he spoke of the concept of initiation, which is rare in Taoism, but exists within Buddhism, particularly in the esoteric sect. Bai Kai wore a beaming smile, as she vaguely guessed some reasons. It certainly was not due to Chun An's lack of funds. Regarding the evaluation of the feng shui of Yin residences, the geomancers have not established a precise grading system. Naturally, the dragon's lair is deemed the most auspicious, yet opinions regarding the subsequent classifications vary widely. Fortunately, in a state of relentless ambition, Shi Yi possessed boundless energy, and through 3 consecutive ambushes, he redirected the guards' animosity toward himself, ultimately vanquishing them with the aid of the sword's servant and the berserker. From that day forth, he traversed various locales within the city, intertwining the red threads of fate to discern romantic destinies. I gazed out the window and slowly uttered the words, "Chief Editor." Laughter and applause erupted from the crowd. It is essential to note that Yi had already defeated the armored scorpion, and for Yun Fei to prevail, he must hunt a beast even more formidable than the armored scorpion. Yet I hold the belief that beyond this realm of martial prowess lies a vast ocean. To behold the ocean, one must first traverse this expanse of rivers and lakes. Tang Yi gazed out of the carriage window, for it had been an eternity since he encountered an opponent worthy of his full attention like Jiang Nan, and an even longer time since he showcased his exquisite martial skills. At this moment, he yearned to forget everything, driven by excitement and a desire to truly shine. It appeared that the treatment of the situation would be contingent upon Yin Petion's response, causing Hanyu, who stood nearby, to feel a surge of anxiety. The absence of economic income would inevitably lead to the decline of the silk industry, a devastating blow to this trade, and it would adversely affect the nation's economy. Wangzhe had always encouraged the citizens of the Xia kingdom to wear silk garments, particularly in the sweltering southern regions where the prevalence of silk was significantly high. Cursing under his breath, he instructed Qin to keep watch from a distance, while Yunfei leaned on the window ledge, eavesdropping on the conversation within. In a sudden surge of resolve, as CaoQiang launched another attack, he pivoted his body, extending his right hand from below to firmly embrace her waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Yang Su earnestly advised Yang Jian, "Your Majesty, it is imperative that our great Sui dynasty seizes this opportunity to launch a full-scale assault on the Xia kingdom while they are still precariously established on the grasslands. This way, the Turks may retain hope and confidence for a counterattack, and our Sui dynasty can eliminate the northern threats." The most crucial point is that Sun Shanwu, as the heir of Taiyan acupuncture, is unable to cure his own ailment, nor can he accurately diagnose his condition. This has caused him to lose face before his peer, Chen Fan. Reflecting on this, Li Yunfeng couldn't help but ponder, having never heard of the legendary ancestor. Perhaps it truly had been an eternity. Volume 1, Chapter 300, Seeking the Heart of the Sea God, Falling into a Mysterious Black Hole. 8 parts of a sea. This location lies at the far western edge of the sacred universe, a realm of chaotic seas, said to have once birthed 8 marvelous tribes, remembered by posterity as the 8 parts of the sea. Upon CaoQiang's arrival, he was immediately captivated by the aura of this place. Through the clouds, he beheld the wonders before him. The 8 parts of the sea, vast and boundless, with azure waves stretching endlessly, yet concealing countless mysteries and perils. Beneath the heavens, chaotic energies swirled, transforming into roaring beasts and violent storms, as if even nature itself quivered in response. CaoQiang stood atop the clouds, gazing upon this legendary seascape, feeling both reverence and an indescribable thrill. Additionally, his catapults launched magical explosive shells, which unleashed widespread devastation, yet could only serve to seal breaches at critical moments. The bizarre and absurd nature of this scene, coupled with the disjointed sounds that softened the ears, evoked a sense of dread. Shui Wan released Xie Qingli, reaching out to wipe away her tears, and Xie Qingli ceased her weeping. "What manner of vessel is this?" the colonel inquired, turning to the captain of the Coast Guard. "On the 3rd day, we finally emerged from the endless quagmire and marshes, returning to the border." Chen Yao was not only a man devoid of ambition and responsibility, but also a shameless individual who had been unemployed for over 3 years, living off his wife, while frequently indulging in mahjong and drinking. Many friends and relatives, including Chen Yao himself, understood that had he not married such a remarkable woman as Shun Xiu, their family would have long since fallen apart. There, upon the chest of the Yuanzong ancestor, emerged a grotesque wound, as if clawed by a beast, bloodied and deep enough to reveal bone. Upon hearing this, Jinshan immediately fell to his knees, banging his forehead against the ground. Consequently, there are virtually no cultivators in the cities. They reside in the deep mountains and forests where the spiritual energies of heaven and earth are rich. The renowned 14th Prince's Auction House of Longshu Kingdom is established here with numerous branches. Indeed, it is remarkably fortuitous that at the 14th Prince's Auction House, Changmin Nyepa encountered an acquaintance, an exceedingly familiar face. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled at this moment, it did not hinder him from possessing valuable items that could facilitate his return. While people were contentedly believing the world had transformed into a village, they were merely weaving a web of impressions in their minds about the entire world. Fang Chan expressed his regret before recalling the floating mountain manuscript in his mind, which inspired a new plan. It is said that the Celestial Clan employs the number 360 as a foundation to create all things, enabling them to conjure objects from thin air. Simultaneously, he set up a confinement array, which, while not immensely effective, would still exert some influence over them. "You yourself still need to be held. What are you talking about? If you fall to the ground, I will strike you," Shui Ting retorted, unwilling to comply, as she had not yet had her fill of holding. As the two drew ever closer, the cheers and encouragement of the soldiers on either side grew increasingly fervent. Even the man Gu Green Frog, despite being the weakest during spawning, was not something an ordinary transformation realm expert could withstand. In half a day's time, rumors spread that the right martial guards had transformed into merciless demons, and the Yin King became the subject of public discourse as a great villain. By the way, there was also a peculiar matter regarding the black elephant that was the topic of much speculation in the Tian Yuan domain, though its truth remained unverified. Suddenly, Liu Yao seemed to recall something, and hurriedly spoke up. Nila's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at the abyssal bishop, marveling at how a mere chime could incapacitate this hunter. How had he achieved such a feat? Gu Yishao had never contemplated returning in such a manner. Upon returning, he could not bear the thought of being troubled again, so he decided to treat this experience as a dream, knowing nothing, and to start anew upon his return. This was not how he had envisioned it. He had assumed Zhao Xiyuan would follow the young master without complaint, claiming not to seek recognition. How was he to continue that conversation? Volume 1, Chapter 301, The Essence of the Long Life Sword. CaoQiang and Ruolian were unexpectedly swept away by a sudden force, the surrounding light instantaneously consumed by darkness, leaving only their hurried breaths and the echo of their heartbeats within the confined space. "Is this a trap?" Ruolian exclaimed, her voice tinged with tremor. She gripped her long sword tightly, seeking a glimmer of light or an escape, but could only feel the frigid stone walls and the encroaching darkness. CaoQiang swiftly adjusted his mindset, the tendrils of the dark trident emitting a faint glow, illuminating a small area for him. "Do not panic, since we have arrived here. There must be a way out." His words were firm and reassuring. Their flight had been booked on the latest flight, and, as they returned to the capital, the sun had just dipped below the horizon. Upon arriving home, Sushi had just finished tidying up when a doorbell rang. They then descended from the sky into the forest, which lay in eerie silence, as the presence of strong individuals had caused all creatures to conceal themselves, minimizing their visibility. "Ha! Have you not yet informed Bai Dong about our matters?" Tang Rou spoke with a smile. Jiang Wuheng finally understood the significance of Feng Yunling's numerous inquiries that day. "Do you have any objections?" Sushi's voice slightly rose, though it was not loud. It carried an undeniable weight of authority. For some reason, Bai Bing felt an urge to cry. She sensed that this emotion had eluded her for a long time, akin to the sensation of something most precious returning after being lost. A white-robed elder gently stroked his long beard, resembling a sage from another realm. And as he spoke softly, Dong Lin was immediately astounded, dropping to his knees. If material evidence could also embody deception, then what, I wonder, is worthy of belief? Perhaps it was after completing the construction of the shelter that Dagu, having earned the title of builder, felt elated and began sharing his insights on shelter construction in the channel. The stove had been set up, the oil heated, and, after frying a few dumplings, Yin Sirui felt it was rather lackluster. Since they had already fried, why not fry some more? The expressions of Qi Lang and his companions turned grim, as they had already incurred losses of 7,000 to 8,000 spirit stones before completing their herbal gathering task. Thus, Qiansei Chan arrived at the most secluded row of houses belonging to the Lu Sheng family amidst a cacophony of miscellaneous chatter. The 12 giant gods dissipated into the void, their mission accomplished, as the main universe faced a reckoning. However, do not forget, he is not only a warrior but also a mage, and moreover, a necromancer. If that is truly the case, would you accept my pair of AJ shoes as a gift? Those shoes are worth quite a sum, Mo Fanshan said, raising his hands in resignation. Gu Yan's eyes curved into crescents, his raven-black lashes casting shadows upon his fair face. Yet the laughter within him was uncontainable. After 1997, the permits applied for were, to put it simply, no different from tourist visas. Li Qiuchan's body crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a massive divine pit. "Your Highness, this is a misjudgment. How could my meager fortunes compare to those of the virtuous concubine?" "It is merely serendipitous," Su Ruhui humbly replied. "Father, I have not been reckless. A few days ago, I traveled far only to play with Wu Chun. We fell asleep together, and now I am pregnant." Ling Fei shouted, grasping Wu Chen's hand, who could feel her body trembling. Mao Lian took a deep breath, extended her delicate hand, and approached to unveil the imperial edict, only to be immediately surrounded by 4 guards who inquired her name before escorting her into a carriage that galloped towards the imperial palace. After carrying a burden for so long, it was impossible to deny fatigue. Coupled with the jolting of the bus, Wu Chun sensed a twinge of weariness. She had not slept a wink the previous night, tossing and turning in bed for an eternity. She thought of Song Daojuan's shamelessness, but also of the sacrifices he had made for her. While she was present, the atmosphere was inexplicably tense, not from fear of Nanshu, but because her beauty compelled others to gaze upon her. Now that she was gone, The expressions of the actors were complex and revealing. Volume 1, Chapter 302, Devouring the Heart of the Sea God versus You Cannot Kill Me. The two, imbued with the sword intent of the CaoQiang sword passed down from the sword of eternal life, were filled with an unprecedented strength and resolve as they continued their quest for the heart of the sea god. The dark cavern seemed unable to impede their advance any longer, each step resonating with unwavering determination. Navigating through a labyrinthine passage, they emerged into a more expansive space. No longer confined by cold stone walls and narrow crevices, but instead greeted by a resplendent sea of stars. The celestial bodies sparkled like diamonds, embedded in the inky canvas of the night sky, seemingly within reach. Amidst this stellar sea, a luminous bridge wound its way toward the unknown horizon, guiding them forth. Look, a soldier augmented by power, witnessing the demise of his comrade, was overcome with fear, causing him to descend into madness. With a swift stroke, the shadowy figure before him dissipated. Damn it! Follow me. The young king, enraged, cast aside his precious bright yellow royal robe, revealing his close-fitting armor, and drew his dagger, preparing to charge into battle personally. Yet, Jing Mofeng knelt there, motionless, seemingly deaf to her voice, causing Ling Qingrui's heart to tremble with unease. That sense of foreboding surged within her once more. Su Feng was uncertain, but with no escape above or below, the only option left was to fight on for survival. The biogas portion of the engineering project was his design, marking the first large-scale implementation on the ground. The online preliminary competition had officially commenced, and the 5-member team from Qingyu Network was aptly named Qingyu Network, continuing their ID style. Only the Princess of Ling could soothe the pain within the heart of the fifth brother, allowing him to smile genuinely and live as a flesh-and-blood individual, rather than a soulless being concealed beneath various masks. While Bai Yuntao engaged in puzzles, the high-ranking officials of the Tianjin coalition were caught in a state of panic, as the Qing army's counterattack exceeded their wildest expectations. Very well, from this moment forth, Heiyun Ridge and Baiyun Mountain shall henceforth be the cloud hall of my martial god sacred domain. I, Lin Danda, hereby decree that today, any faction daring to intervene in your affairs shall be met with death. Chu Yun stated calmly. Some university students also rose, eager to accompany, while those still asleep were disregarded, as they were deemed dangerous wild animals. Faced with the olive branches extended by numerous enterprises, Han Jun found himself overwhelmed, unable to handle them all individually. Hence, he entrusted the matter to the relevant departments of Hailong Automotive. Han Jun's intent was straightforward. As long as the conditions were right, we would incur no losses, and collaboration would be welcome. Is it possible to avoid entry? Cui Xiaoying said fearfully, glancing sideways at Kim Tion's reaction. Afterwards, he remained by the window, gazing at the blue sky. Initially, I thought he was reminiscing, but when he smiled upon seeing the moon, I suddenly realized he was awaiting the arrival of night to bid farewell to Xian Mingyu. After that moment of awakening, Yinhong never opened her eyes again, remaining tranquil as if she had never opened them at all. Her breath was calm and prolonged. This must be a jar of yellow wine. Every household possesses a large jar, as many indulge in yellow wine to the point of it becoming a significant pastime. Zhang Guodong used. Wang Fei, reprimanded, could only force a smile. When he handcuffed Li Shangshan's legs, he saw him still smiling, which ignited a surge of anger within him. And he raised his hand to slap Li Shangshan's face, but was dodged. In excruciating pain, Pan Zhang contemplated throwing himself into the river, only to be stopped by his loyal guards. Everyone spoke hollow words of comfort, yet their hearts were filled with profound disappointment in this ineffectual commander. However, to avoid returning to Gaiju camp as a deserter, this commander still held some value. After this battle, the United Front could dominate this nation, and the commander-in-chief prestige would reach a level that most would revere. Piao Piao. This is the esteemed gentleman of the Protectorate's mansion. Even the old matron, usually cheerful. War Frown. Volume 1, Chapter 303, The Alluring Female Physician. In the face of the mysterious elder's brazen provocation, CaoQiang felt an unprecedented surge of anger and defiance. He understood that conventional methods would not suffice to eradicate the chaotic essence embodied by this malevolent deity. Yet, in this moment of life and death, a fierce resolve ignited within his heart. Since conventional power cannot subdue you, I shall offer my own body as a sacrifice, igniting my divine form to completely seal you away. CaoQiang's words exuded an undeniable determination, as if flames danced within his eyes, embodying both a fervent desire for victory and an unwavering commitment to protection. Upon finishing his speech, a dazzling brilliance erupted from within him, a manifestation of the heart of the sea god intertwined with his own divine essence. He remained uncertain whether she had witnessed his earlier actions. In the face of the unknown, all he could do was feign an air of formidable composure. Fortunately, there were no onlookers near Xiangjiang at this hour. Had anyone witnessed this spectacle, they would surely suspect the filming of a martial arts movie. Occasionally, I found myself moved by the expressions of the characters within, particularly as Shun Yifeng gazed in astonishment at Su Yajun's animated lips, contrasting with the reticent Yu Hua, rendering the world surreal. In this instance, Tang Lang had severed the head of Murong Shani, serving as a scapegoat, and if he were to perish, it would provide an even better excuse for Tang Lang when Murong Shan returned. Dai Wenna had long been prepared, adeptly navigating the schemes of Helamir with calm resolve. Thus, from this day forth, Bai Jie would ascend as the new leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, declared Chu Xiongtian. Zihan felt a chilling gaze upon her, prompting an involuntary shiver. Based on the information available to Chun Yuan, the cultivation techniques of the mortal realm, the foundational paths, and internal energies paled in comparison to the celestial path he had cultivated. Why wait for spring? If the season failed to reveal itself, would one not be left waiting in the fields for seedlings, for ripening, and ultimately for harvest in autumn? Xiao Chun furrowed his brow. Having grown accustomed to navigating with divine maps and vanquishing foes with ancient scrolls, seemingly reliant on all things in combat. After a moment of confrontation, the shadow approached me, revealing a strikingly beautiful and resolute visage, a figure of strength and grandeur. In the end, Yi Lang was not only unaffected by Li Yan's words, but his standing in Li Yu's heart had also risen, further endearing him to her. Try to provoke him, echoed the words of the demon god, instantly silencing the four from the light, their gazes toward Tang, god brimming with animosity. How did the king acquire this sword? Xiao Chun pondered, seeking confirmation on whether it truly belonged to the Zhuan Tidao Ren. Hu Ren displayed a cold smile, recounting how he had encountered a celestial ancestor of the Qianyo tribe in his youth, and this pair of bovine horns was among the most formidable of techniques. Though celestial-level martial arts could not compare to saint-level, the crux lay in who could unleash the true power of such techniques. A being offered words of comfort, while Du Gu Shan stepped forward, presenting a fragrant handkerchief. Fiancé, Cheng Jie and Dong Ku exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. Xiao Yun's body quivered slightly as the fragmented consciousness merged with his primary awareness. Fong Chunliang, naturally unwilling, clasped his hands tightly, struggling against the excruciating sensation. Far worse than the pain of a shattered egg. An ordinary person would have surrendered long ago, but through sheer willpower, he expelled the invasive mental force from his mind. Such a statement left Lu Hong perplexed, prompting her to raise her voice further. Indeed, after navigating a labyrinthine corridor once more, and he had discovered the source of the sound. Xia Mo had been in low spirits, and upon encountering Soling, thoughts of Jiao Air surfaced. The news of a memorial service in Nanjing for Jiao Air deepened her sorrow. The guard in the prison were all Joseph's men, upon Robert's arrival. They hesitated momentarily before raising their weapons, but refrained from acting without Joseph's command. Volume 1, Chapter 304. I apologize. I should not have coveted your body. He was not a man to be trifled with. Although the female physician was young and attractive, she did not align with his aesthetic. Moreover, she was not human. If Chao Chong had not misperceived, the blood coursing through her veins was serpent blood. She was a captivating serpent. The female physician inhaled discreetly, her fullness accentuating her form, further enhancing the allure of her slender waist. In her mind, how could such a self-destructive youth resist her temptation? She resolved to drain him completely. With this thought, her actions grew bolder. Her delicate nose emitted a faint hum, her white teeth lightly biting her lips supported by her tongue. She had already envisioned the scene, preparing to kneel on the bed. I think Jing Yan's idea is splendid. You shall treat us to lunch today. After you complete your tasks, feel free to leave early. Jin Jixiong remarked, stroking his chin. On the surface, Wang Cheng's opponent was a 7 tribulations expert, thus his odds appeared significantly higher. Coupled with the odds set by the gambling god, many placed their bets on him, while others wagered on Wang Cheng, believing his audacity implied hidden prowess. Is that so? A cold glint flashed in Lu Yuanxiao's eyes. Anyone daring to steal from his Lu Guang sect must face death. Securing the Earth Immortal Spirit would grant his sect an additional powerful figure. With the spirit to temper their foundation, breaking into the Earth Immortal realm would not be improbable. The United States was preoccupied with dealing with Sun Fugue. At this moment, a ninja from the land of the rising sun appeared before Sun Fugue. Amidst the thunderous applause, Kong K, seated at the edge of the front row, approached the stage with a smile. Though unaware of the other's intentions, Jia Yin was unfazed. If they believed they could deduce his strength from his battles and devise strategies against him, they would unwittingly provide him the opportunity to gather them all and eliminate them in one fell swoop. The lead singer of this British band was no ordinary individual. A top-tier star in England, he was immensely popular and well-known throughout Europe. With a tentative hope, Lin Yuna opted for the points withdrawal feature, transferring over 360 Korean won directly to her online banking account. Your objections are futile. We are well aware of your family's password, Kim Tae-yun stated, licking her lips. Were it not for the constant mentions of Gu, Shi, and Yi, she might have seriously considered taking matters in her own hands. Initially, he had confirmed Xiang Gang's attributes without error, but was taken aback when the person was changed midway. It was only when he noticed Xiang Gang's suspicious behavior that he investigated further, discovering that the individual before him was not the original. A fine drizzle began to fall from the sky, and the gloomy weather rendered the entirety of Sea City damp and dreary. Accompanied by several bodyguards, Duan Ling and Lin Xiaohuan's examination at the hospital proceeded smoothly. In the ensuing days, we, along with third brother, busied ourselves with registering the company. The name would still reflect our brotherhood, with the addition of real estate at the end. What was she so fixated on? It was not as if she had been preoccupied with him. A good man should have multiple choices. Departing without a trace of longing, not even uttering a single word of resentment, he left with an unencumbered spirit, not even glancing back. In the moment the gray prison cage formed, Qi Ming felt an immense pressure enveloping him. Shinjun, there's nowhere to run. Ice Lin's face contorted as he shouted. Subsequently, Shinjun felt a chilling aura wrap around him, rendering him immobile no matter how he attempted to move. Li Zixiao found it strange. Instead of emerging from the cherry blossom tree, he chose to remain hidden and observe. The sorrow expressed was profound. This place would forever be etched in Yi Shaoxuan's memory. Yet he had no choice but to depart. Sai, go ahead. It's not something shameful, he said. For some reason, when confronted, the previously arrogant Yu Huang softened. I trust you grasp the essence of my words. The reason your father has sent you to Danyang Shi is primarily to shield you from peril and secondarily to impart certain life lessons. Is there something specific you wish to discuss with me today? Xiaoqin spoke softly, his gaze fixed upon AI Ma. Volume 1, Chapter 305. Let us proceed to the hotel. Lin Na, with a smile, attempted to voice her thoughts, only to be seized by Gue Huoge by her hair. Do not attempt any tricks. Your lips only stir my desires when you serve me. Bestowing upon you the role of lead surgeon is a privilege. You must accept it. Hey kid, come here. My shoes are filthy. Clean them for me, and it might spare you some suffering later. As he spoke, the young man with yellow hair spat a thick glob upon the shoe's surface and withdrew a dark, menacing handgun, pointing at Cao Chong, laden with threats. Very well. I shall clean them. Cao Chong instinctively wore a smile. The yellow-haired youth was momentarily taken aback, yet in that fleeting moment of distraction, Cao Chong advanced towards him. Within Xian Huangjian, as Qin Yu and others plunged into the dense fog, they were met with an overwhelming and terrifying tempest, surging from all directions. However, judging by the appearance of Su Wu Tunyan, it seemed he was no benevolent being. Should the star domain be unleashed, the consequences were unfathomable, especially since the situation within the star domain remained a mystery to Xian Kong Zi and his companions, who were unable to breach it. This spectacle left the myriad warriors of the Baijian Huang Chao and the dense assembly of Zhenwu Huang Chao soldiers atop the Luo Shao city walls utterly astonished. As if ensnared within a dream, Jun Shui stepped forward, extending her hand, and upon taking her third step, her fingers brushed against an unseen barrier, palpable yet invisible. In the void, a sound akin to fabric tearing echoed, and then they beheld Chu Feng, his hands shimmering with golden light. Rippling waves pulsating as another realm unfolded before him. Hee, that is your concern. This competition is significant, yet there is no need for desperation. Do your utmost. Yi Chun remarked with a smile, exhibiting a relaxed demeanor, quite unlike his usual impatient self. Chu Feng positioned Qing Lin upon the bed, channeling the purple crystal-sealed Di Long Zhen Yuan. With a series of cracking sounds, the surging Di Long Zhenyuan erupted from his dantian like a furious dragon. The mere thought of a man violating her while she lay unconscious made Guan Mu Ling yearn for a place to cleanse herself thoroughly. Alas, the circumstances demanded she prioritize the greater good. Sighing, one lamented, "With my earth-level perfection, I have faltered on the 8th level." The individual replied before departing. Fortunate to have over 2 months remaining. With some additional effort, perhaps he could still become a deacon disciple. A hint of disdain flickered in the eyes of the square-faced youth, his torment of Casa so serving to draw Li Yin out. For the divine palace forbade disturbances during cultivation. Even the temple disciples lacked the authority to intrude. Humanity, existing through consciousness, is distinct from all else in Yun Tian. Possessing consciousness shares a commonality with other Boltzmann brains. How could one forsake awareness? With a few decisive strikes aimed at a man's head, even if he did not perish, the remnants could sever his neck. Recalling the myriad abuses she had suffered, Emoli wished to bite the man seated in the chair to death. Hua Hongyi's demeanor was no better, yet he exuded an innate grace, seemingly unaffected by external factors, always maintaining an air of tranquility. Such a sensation is heavier and more terrifying than death. Though she sensed the breath of mortality and the scent of annihilation, standing at the threshold of the underworld, she remained alive. Unexpectedly, Loren and his companions had not departed. They had successfully vanquished the heavily guarded Wu Wei. Having narrowly escaped death, Castor rushed to Loren's side, partly to ensure his safety against the potential uprising of these rabble. In the dwelling, Loren, clutching his lower body, was oblivious to the fact that he had become the enemy of the nobility. Several soldiers hoisted him from the ground, attempting to lead Loren through the crumbling walls to safety. Yet, as soon as he stepped onto the stage, having just assisted Qin Feng, Xia Jinxiu sensed a provocative gaze upon her. Lin Yuji was taken aback by Lin Qingji's words, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, and shouted at Lin Qingji. Volume 1, Chapter 306, The Path of Cultivation. As night deepened, the neon lights of the city flickered amidst the ruins, adding an air of ambiguity and unease to the apocalypse. CaoQiang and Lin Na walked side by side down the desolate streets, their strides resolute and harmonious, as if dispelling the surrounding gloom. "Nana, since the path of cultivation is arduous yet not a dead end, let's explore that unknown realm," CaoQiang declared, his voice imbued with unwavering determination, his gaze piercing through the darkness as if he had already glimpsed the dawn of the future. "In this world, strength is the law of survival, and what I desire is to ensure your safety amidst any storm." Upon hearing his words, Lin Na felt not only moved, but also a surge of warmth. Why would a man find other men exceedingly handsome? Sensing something amiss, Xia Chong glanced down, flustered, hastily turning her head away to adjust her work badge, thus failing to notice the subtle smirk forming on someone's lips on stage. The newcomer, clad in a long robe, bore an aged visage, a slender golden chain dangling from his chest, adorned with 2 crystal-thin sheets bordered in gold, resembling spectacles. Wang Jing finished his statement and downed his drink, discarding the empty bowl before lifting another. "I thought you would not come." Lu Yin approached Su Ha, nudging his shoulder and speaking in a hushed tone. Zhao Heng smiled, well acquainted with Wang Jing's temperament over the years. The battlefield erases many things, even names, such ephemeral entities, pale in comparison to corpses. "Captain, they have exited. Shall we commence now?" A colossal telescope, capable of revealing the furthest galaxies in the sky, was positioned at a high point northwest of a row of abandoned houses. During our wedding, it was agreed that I would take charge. Yet, look at my husband. His words are untrustworthy. Mu Ling, uncertain of the nature of their relationship, admonished, "Do not present me with those hollow gestures." As she tossed Mu Ling to the ground, observing Xue Xing rant silence, Ling Feng's blush faded, and his expression turned cold. Thus, she not only intended to use Ling Jingshu, but also to ensure everyone recognized her regard for Ling Jingshu. Su Kai Feng did not yield, his attention fixated upon her hair. "Did you change your hairstyle?" he inquired, his tone peculiar. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing realized where the oversight had occurred. Only one person had witnessed her during the Linglong Tower conflict. During the Yu Qiao banquet, she had encountered only members of the Ji clan, and this individual did not appear to belong to that lineage. In the ensuing struggle for the soul-devouring Locke and the Sha Li Zhu, she had not revealed herself before any cultivators. "I carry the hopes of my family. Though I cannot reach your heights of enlightenment, I am not entirely foolish." I must strive to be a cultivator, not merely a practitioner, the narrative continues. However, there exists a melody titled Chun Yuan, which the young monk was genuinely unaware of. The Yin Wang, burdened with concerns, paid little mind to the thoughts of Yin Wang Fei. Once aboard the carriage, he maintained a sullen silence, amidst relentless assaults. As his allies bolstered the economy, he crafted the endless and green fork, achieving considerable critical damage, leading to Su Qian being swiftly eliminated. It is of no concern. Everything has been arranged. Let us see what further tasks the Wang Ye has in store. Qi Ming remarked, finding his master's benevolent demeanor quite rare. I must say, your club is merely a haven for the elderly. If you truly harbor aspirations, I advise you to depart sooner rather than later, Black Cat retorted mockingly. At approximately 23 minutes past the hour, Su Chun and his companions gathered to set forth. The path here was rather narrow, which favored Roger's poke strategy. However, with the dusk settling and Yu Wanchuan's core defensive equipment nearly complete, Roger's harassment had become rather ineffectual against them. In Chapter 307 of Volume 1, I can accompany you in the wilderness. CaoQiang and Lin Na exchanged a knowing glance, an instinctive chill running through them. In this apocalyptic world, the arrival of the security team often heralded unpredictable turmoil. Yet, upon reflection, it might just present an opportunity to extricate themselves from their current predicament. Nana, please go dress yourself. I shall answer the door. CaoQiang instructed in a hushed tone, swiftly tidying the room to leave no trace. Lin Na hastily donned her clothing, a flicker of vigilance in her eyes. Upon opening the door, CaoQiang was met by several uniformed security personnel, led by a striking female officer whose penetrating gaze seemed capable of discerning the very essence of one's soul. The vendor felt a surge of anxiety, primarily concerned about unforeseen complications, as incidents of betrayal were all too common. Should the previous associates, Wang Laowu and his ilk, discover them, matters could become exceedingly complicated. Lu Daij instinctively tugged at Chu Chao's back, but when he failed to catch him, he quickly turned and pursued. Shun Xin looked on with embarrassment. He could scarcely fathom how many years of training it would take to master such a tear. The dutiful son hesitated, glancing at the geographer, but ultimately steeled himself, relinquishing the filial token to another brother. He recited the incantation Su Kuan had instructed, kneeling thrice and bowing 9 times before igniting a stick of incense at the cemetery. He oscillated between ideals and reality, striving to find a self-consistent equilibrium. Although she instinctively sensed that Lin Chun, this pretentious man, was merely posturing, she recognized that men often loved to project a facade. He organized tasks, arranged accommodations, and gently guided the members of the Lawrence family, intentionally separating the young from the old. What does your adoptive father go by? Xie Zhao inquired, unwrapping a piece of candy as they conversed like old friends. This is the spirit of the Chinese military. Wang Chaoyang suddenly became serious, producing an identification badge from his trouser pocket. Thus, it was evident that Fu Tianhai was no ordinary individual. His ability to read the room and act decisively set him apart from the common crowd. In truth, I felt little from the post responses. After all, these matters were trivial. I focused instead on the contributions of the user Li Meihuan, fully anticipating a series of exchanges devoid of substance, merely a futile back and forth. Yifeng chuckled at his own irony and turned to leave, only to find Wang Yiyan had spotted him from afar, instantly recognizing him despite the distance. Mo Duo cast a glance at the astonished Lan Ruoxin before continuing his explanation. Thus, the preference of most males for female beastmen can be attributed to this crucial reason. You might be unaware that no male wishes for their partner to transform into a beast after giving birth, never to revert. How could one who has received formal military training and completed countless missions possibly be defeated by a mere neophyte? Wang Chuyang abruptly pressed his left hand over the mouth of the terrorist before plunging a dagger into the terrorist's throat. The assailant fell without uttering a sound or putting up any resistance. At this moment, Yifeng remained unfazed. Rather, he exhibited an unprecedented calmness, feigning an intent to flee. He and the mute seemed to be perpetually at odds, each encounter igniting a fierce desire to overpower the other. Observing Yun Qixi enigmatic smile and the glimmer of confidence and intelligence in her expressive eyes, Dan Liqing unceremoniously interrupted her reverie. Yu Yang was taken aback. How could Yu Zhonglei possibly know of this? After all, he had kept a tight rein on Jin Lan after rescue, and only his own people had access to this affair. Could it be that one of his own had been bribed by Yu Zhonglei? A loud crash resonated beneath their feet as the ground revealed an otherworldly glow and intricate patterns, as if some malevolent force was colliding with the Earth's crust. In Chapter 308, Lin Na's turmoil and her ex-boyfriend, CaoQiang and Lin Na returned once more to the apocalyptic hotel. Unlike their initial visit, their auras had become chaotically intertwined, clearly a side effect of utilizing genetic power. Upon entering the room, Lin Na shut the door. With a click, the mechanical lock engaged, and she could no longer restrain herself, embracing CaoQiang tightly, her body trembling slightly. CaoQiang, let's be true partners. I am in anguish. CaoQiang felt the warmth and softness against his back, and he too struggled to suppress the primal urges stirring within him. In a room shared by a solitary man and woman, especially with such a voluptuous figure making advances, it was inevitable that the battle-hardened cavalry would withdraw from the fray, calling forth a handful of rangers to pursue the direction from which the ambush had originated, soon engulfed in a torrent of crimson light. Princess Nosa, previously trapped at the city gate, regarded the approaching party led by Liao with a glimmer of interest, her gaze filled with a complex mixture of emotions. Where is the wandering scholar you mentioned? I must ascertain whether he is the one sought by the Alliance leader and the National Master. A disciple of the Sword Alliance inquired. It was evident that Shang Rui's fair skin had developed a black, leathery film, a consequence of prolonged exposure to the dense magical aura in a confined space, leaving her body permeated from the outside in. Furthermore, she had remained in a deep slumber, perhaps due to the magical energy infiltrating her nostrils, causing internal transformations. At least he knows when to retreat, King Ulrich scoffed softly. Noting that the Bark's empire had also become restless, Liao's methods were commendable, though his power was formidable based on their previous displays of strength. He knew he was no match for them. Upon entering the game, Ku Xiaobei guided his hero towards the lane, while Lin Xiao remained engrossed in studying the hero's abilities, occasionally voicing her confusion. As the last member of the Tiantan team fell, the audience erupted into a fervent cheer. For this experiment, Romney intended to utilize the blood of a Gaia ghost, bloodwood blocks, and blue molten magma as the nutritive components for his cultivation dish. If you possessed the twin blades, you could traverse the entirety of Wei without hindrance. Yet with the loss of the black blade, your escape becomes exceedingly difficult. Were I Wei Yong, I would certainly allow Qian to deceive you into relinquishing your white blade, Chenzi mused. Crossing the great river and navigating the clouds, Yunji soared high above, appearing leisurely, yet feeling an underlying urgency. The act of stealing the Shi Rang heralded the commencement of a full-scale war between humanity and the serpent deity. As Shun believed in the inevitable victory of mankind, yet remained oblivious to his own fate. When Su found himself atop Han Shishuan's delicate form, sensing the gentle rise and fall of her chest while listening to her soft breaths, suddenly he lifted his gaze, locking eyes with her. As her long lashes fluttered like the wings of a delicate butterfly, and her radiant eyes sparkled like bright stars, framing a visage that seemed to belong to a realm beyond this world. Jack, come here, Deng Yinan called out from a distance, and a tall, slender Caucasian immediately approached, standing before Wen Su and Deng Yinan. You are intimidating me. I will report you. Wang Henshui trembled with rage, pointing an accusing finger at Yifeng. After a fit of laughter, Li Xian felt a sense of accomplishment as he reviewed the scene multiple times, yet a hint of sorrow soon crossed his features. Most infuriating were those who, rather than plead for his mercy, merely stood by to witness his plight. The fundamental principles of confidentiality, loyalty, and justice were paramount. Yet the Huaxiao bodyguards were prohibited from bearing arms, rendering the gun clearly a counterfeit. I insisted he enter, but he was so obstinate, refusing to listen to any of my words. Chen Shui cast a helpless glance at Zhou Xiaoming. The keen senses of a dog detected the scent of Yi Mo on AI Li from a distance. One thing was certain. The peculiar thoughts did not directly correlate with the realm of consciousness. Such sensations arose only upon witnessing unfolding events. In Volume 1, Chapter 309, Journey to the Heihu Gang, Lin Na's words sliced through the air like a sharp blade, instantly chilling the atmosphere in the room. Li Debiao's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and white, clearly struck where it hurt. The two security personnel behind him exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Zina, you, Li Debiao began to retort, but was interrupted by CaoQiang. Captain Li, we respect your duties, yet we also possess the rights of citizens. If personal grievances overshadow the truth, and lead to the abuse of power. Then where lies the justice of the law? Where is the trust of the people? CaoQiang's voice was steady, each word resonating with a sense of conviction. If this continues, it will surely lead to disaster. It would be better to offer Huawei 60%, at least there would still be 40% left. The academic faction increasingly seemed superficial. Gao Lu complained with a furrowed brow. Lu Xuan grasped the blade of the angel's sword, her eyes radiating a terrifying intensity that could haunt demons as she met the angel's gaze. The first 2 periods of class were dedicated to talisman studies, and the classroom was eerily silent. After Teacher Pan finished her lecture and left with a stack of papers, hushed whispers began to ripple through the room, escalating into a cacophony. After the dealer dealt the cards, he gestured towards player 4, the next in line for the big blind. Fang Hongjian, accompanied by several deputy directors and prominent actresses from the television station, awaited at the entrance. This was a typical strategy of Fang Hongjian. Leaders tended to be sympathetic towards the fairer sex, and with these actresses present, it was unlikely that Duan Zitao would lose his temper. Unfortunately, Huang Yuru was unaware of Han Shengqi's intentions or the formidable trump cards he held. She merely perceived his arrogance as excessive. The management trainee program was undoubtedly aimed at nurturing future leaders for the company, enhancing its appeal to exceptional talents with leadership potential, and shaping them into the finest leaders to maintain a sustainable competitive edge. Contemplating this, Lu Qing bit her lip in frustration. It was merely an attack on the lower body, and why complicate it when it concerned a man? After a few steps, Han Shengqi found himself consistently pressured back by Luo Lingyun. Despite his efforts to defend against Luo Lingyun's onslaught, he ultimately succumbed to her formidable assault, falling short after 28 steps. Han Shengqi indeed could not endure to 30 steps. The Lu family had a tradition of vacationing at Disney every year, predominantly visiting Florida's Disney World, with only one visit to the California Disneyland. Contentedly, he stepped out of his bedroom, only to discover that Lu Zihan and Zhao Li were not at home. The yard was empty except for Liao Mingyu. To facilitate the smooth execution of the plan, Fu Xingye had authorized the joint fleet to dispatch an additional 100 mecha battalions to the Xie continent, acting as envoys of the Moon God Temple to assist the lords in the screening of demonic hosts. The essence of chaos possessed the dual characteristics of being easily manipulable by earthly energies while also embodying the terrifying and domineering force of chaos itself. He hoped that Xia Chongming would take a gradual approach, as enhancing inner strength was fundamental. However, given the circumstances, she had to train relentlessly for survival. Thus, when Li Shuahuang mentioned taking Xia Chongming away, he had not opposed it, and throughout these days, Li Shuahuang had taken Xia Chongming out to train without protest. Perhaps it was the inadequacy of that gray mass that diminished the sword sheath by about 1/10, ceasing further activity. After preparing the medication for himself, Qin began to work on the bruises on his feet, and in no time, they healed. He merely needed to walk more and apply the medicine diligently. When Zhou Huijin mentioned that Lu Yang harbored secrets and advised caution, he had been skeptical, but now he found himself somewhat convinced. However, lacking subtlety made it difficult to navigate. His father had always sought to find him a respectable job, yet he found them beneath his standards, unwilling to compromise, thus prolonging his stagnation. In Volume 1, Chapter 310, advancing hand in hand, CaoQiang gazed at the ruins shrouded in smoke and dust, feeling no sense of relief. Despite the recent cataclysmic battle, an instinctive vigilance deep within warned him that the ordeal was far from over. "Hey Hu," he whispered, his gaze fierce, piercing through the lingering haze as he sought to trace the fleeing shadows. However, all that surrounded him was desolation and silence, devoid of any signs of life. Just as he prepared to probe deeper, a faint sound of wind slicing through the air above him caught his attention. CaoQiang abruptly looked up, witnessing a fleeting shadow dart through the ruins, its speed astonishing. Indeed, not dead. CaoQiang was taken aback, yet also remained alert. Her car halted outside the bar, and after assisting Ji Xin into the vehicle and fastening her seatbelt, she returned to her own seat. At that moment, Jiu felt a stirring within. She did not trust Mu Qianxun. In truth, she was wary of many people, not just him. Despite her desire to attend Lu Er's wedding, she had only just escaped that household, and returning to be entangled by Aunt Lu would be far too costly. Xuanting's gaze softened slightly, yet when he looked at Yi Zhen, his eyes narrowed, and he reluctantly released his grip. "I will not buy." Su Yiwei hung up the phone and turned to leave. Her manager and Yu Fei were uncertain whether she intended to depart or sign a contract. and hurriedly followed her out. Not wanting to hear her affected voice incessantly chattering in her earpiece, she simply muted the game's voice chat. Fengwu narrowed her eyes, concealing her emotions as she observed Nai Nai's retreating figure. The matters outside were unfathomable to someone who had never ventured beyond the island. It seemed she had made numerous enemies, though she was unsure who they might be. Generally speaking, it is beneficial for young people to exercise. Mo, Yen responded seriously, not engaging further. This country owes my uncle. I will reclaim what is due. Situ Ding owes my uncle. I will ensure he repays double. Luo, Qiling declared, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes, causing a shiver to run through those who beheld her. Su Yang believed that having conjured an intangible flying dragon indicated he had undoubtedly transcended the first stage of spiritual energy and entered the second. He never anticipated that this breakthrough would be so effortless and straightforward. Tian Xiao, how do you know that these ghost generals have not departed but are lying in ambush here? Li Xiangqi asked hastily. Zhou Yingxiong retorted with indignation. You saved my life, yet refuse any form of recompense. Is this not a sign of disdain towards me? Her anger flushed her face, rendering it as radiant as a rosy dawn, exuding an alluring charm. Ran, what troubles you? You seem burdened all day, as if grappling with some dilemma. Yun Yuixi inquired closely. At that time, she was with her 2-month-old Ning Ning, running and striking, yet emerged unscathed. She marveled at Ning Ning's robust vitality, noting how fiercely vibrant this child was from the very womb. Hearing Su Yang's words, Hong Ying nodded gently, feeling a swell of emotion. She too wished for this lifetime to see both her and Tian Ying thrive, cherishing and caring for one another. But why? Why must they move in circles rather than face each other directly? If they desired to be together, why take such a convoluted path? Mo shook her head in confusion. A gust of ominous wind swept through, and it seemed that someone caught a glimpse of Lu Shenglong's figure wavering momentarily. Mei Li was quite discontent with Lu Xia, believing she was wholly unworthy of Su Yang, both in heritage and appearance, which were vastly inferior. Moreover, she was increasingly irked by Lu Xia's incessant jealousy. Standing amidst the dense fog, gazing at the recently cleared battlefield, one could discern a gluttonous expression on their face, eyes flickering like a black flame, reminiscent of a devil from the depths of hell. Lin Chen shared the boss's information with the team, causing Gu Yi Yuming to gasp in shock, realizing he could hardly withstand the damage inflicted by the Wind Spirit King. In the first volume, Chapter 311, the terrifying Level 3 warrior, as the cafe was cleared and the young girls rescued, Cao Chong and Li Wanqing stood in the soft light of dawn. Observing the liberated girls, their hearts tinged with an almost imperceptible sorrow. These young women, who should have been brimming with youth and carefree joy, had lost many of their most precious possessions due to the maleficence of the Black Tiger Gang. They had endured indelible fear and despair. In their eyes, there was joy in rebirth, intertwined with deep scars from recent suffering. Cao Chong sighed gently, his gaze tenderly sweeping over each girl's face, as if wishing to soothe the wounds within their hearts. You are safe now. For today, Yi Tianyu would show no mercy. Regardless of whether anyone was affiliated with Zhang Zhenghai, Yi Tianyu had never considered employing genuinely gentle methods. Instead, he forcefully intervened, seizing Zhang Zhenghai's power. Shortly after few arrived at Zhao Fuxin's home, someone brought wine and food. There were 5 people in the room, and had it not been for Bing Lian's misfortune, Zhao Fuxin would have brought her as well. Reflecting on this made Zhao Fuxin sigh. The Snow Mountain Giant Wolf. This beast should already be a spirit creature under your control. Lu Feng scoffed, gazing disdainfully at Jiang Han and Gui Yunjia. Although the process differed somewhat from his expectations, the outcome was still acceptable. Furthermore, learning that it was her suggestion to unleash the dogs to search for the missing citizens garnered unanimous praise from the crowd. Lung Yu's voice, soft and laced with a hint of languor, rose as she looked up into Feng Chie's bright eyes, gently inquiring. Song Yi excused herself. The Princess of Xian likely knew something and merely offered a few words of restraint, not insisting. Before long, under Xiao Yijuan's reluctant insistence, Song Yi and Lu Shi bid farewell to the Xian Wangfu and returned home. Feng Chie gazed deeply at Feng Lingxiao, somewhat surprised by his actions, though not alarmed. However, he resolved that military power would undoubtedly rest in the hands of those he trusted in the days to come. I am well. I am en route to the grand residence, and the driver may be a bit disoriented. Recent events have been rather overwhelming. I have delegated the remaining matters to Li Ziliu. It is nothing. Guan Chenxi also stated everything was flawless. At that moment, Grandfather Li was engaged in combat with Qing Wan. Grandfather Li primarily relied on his hands for attacks, occasionally using palms or fists, while Qing Wan solely focused on evasion. Qian Hao pressed his hand against his injured arm, astonished, while Zhou Siming had half his skull caved in, exposing a pulsating cerebral cortex. Yet this individual had not perished. His vitality was remarkably formidable. Fei Chui was anxious, resolute in his determination to shine in this battle. If he achieved such a dismal performance, not only would he lose face before Wei Fan and the others, but he would also have no face to show his peers. Consequently, some among the Lin family soldiers watching the live stream became increasingly furious. Dong Bin was somewhat astonished, given CaoQiang's current status. Many investors were likely willing to offer money for him to direct a film or television series, yet he surprisingly sought to secure Lin Yang's drama instead. Bloodshaw was unwilling to accept his fate, but he could only guard against the illusion, unable to break it. Unaware of Lu Yan's whereabouts, he could only fixate on Moing. At that moment, the white-robed figures in Tian Sua descended, followed closely by Xianyi. Du Dian glanced at the viewing platform, where Felix and several well-dressed individuals looked down upon the scene, akin to spectators at a zoo observing rare specimens. In the room, Xiao Peng did not feel he had committed any wrongdoing. He was merely a newcomer. He had previously relied on hardball tactics to advance newcomers. Yet nothing had come of it. Of course, Xiao Peng was not foolish. He recognized that there had been opportunities to shoot at that time, but what of it? The college entrance examination was undoubtedly significant, yet did not mean the child would forego it. They only required 3 days. In the first volume, Chapter 312, Intense Battle, Cao Chang's gaze was sharp as he surveyed the 3 imposing adversaries ahead. Although his heart roiled, his exterior remained tranquil. He understood that facing such formidable foes, even the slightest hint of panic could lead to a fatal flaw. I am Cao Chang. He slowly stepped forward. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated across the battlefield, imbued with an irresistible force that stilled the restless air around him. The elderly man in red narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Cao Chang closely, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Young man, your courage is commendable. But do you realize that today you face not only the alliance of 2 factions? Knight Hidden's defensive abilities were commendable. However, at this moment, he did not deploy any defensive maneuvers, but instead relied on his exceptionally elusive agility while entangled with the flame-imbued dragon soul. The elder of the Yang clan could not restrain her and had to follow her out, while on the other side, the head of the Bai clan brought by Zhan Feng, immediately blocking the path between the elder of the Yang clan and Yang Xueqing, evidently intending to confront them one-on-one. Knowing he was a 5th-grade university scholar, the audacity of the newcomer to block the road alone was indicative of significant backing. Although the terrain of Tianzhou was relatively complex, concealing a highly skilled force of over 2,000 was not overly challenging. However, with numerous scouts from the Chongding army deployed and various beasts like the giant bloodhound, bloodthirsty wolf, and giant snout rat tasked with tracking enemy movements, there remained considerable potential for the Bai Lian army's whereabouts to be discovered. In the ancient times, the occurrences of the Huaniankou were scarcely more than a handful, with legends claiming its presence on Yuan Hanhai's Baishou Island. Yet, it was only obtained by mortals on a mere 2 occasions, each event reverberating throughout the realm, prompting even the great emperors to intervene, as foreign tribes gathered in attempts to seize it. Uncle, from today until Christmas, I implore you to impart to me the essence of Xingyi Quan, and for this, I shall offer you a daily remuneration of 10,000 Mai Yuan, the youth declared, presenting a check to the astonished elder. Those foreign, ancient demons, observing from a distance, were overwhelmed by the sonic waves, their vital energies churning painfully, forcing them to retreat. The black, translucent serpent, controlled by Lin Wei, loomed like an ancient mountain before Wu Tingshou. Multiple grotesque frog-like eggs and their hatchlings were utterly annihilated by fierce artillery. As commanded, Great Conqueror, the warrior leaders echoed in unison upon hearing the young man's directive. Following days of deliberation, Lu Dongli and the others decided to first report the battle situation to the court. On one hand, scouts must continually be dispatched to guard against any deceptions from the Chen faction. On the other hand, all within Dingyuan Pass must remain vigilant, awaiting the return of Feng Jingjia. When the gravity of the situation was articulated, the group found it reasonable. Given Wang Tu's current state, it was not only the criminals who were suffering, they themselves felt the burden. Since matters had reached this point, what harm was there in trying? If failure were to ensue, with Feng Jingjie present, it would not fall upon others to bear the blame. They had naturally perused the intelligence. Yet none had contemplated its profound implications or distant ramifications. The excited figure was oblivious to Lin Ronqing's intentions. However, in a moment of serendipity, they inexplicably nodded solemnly at Lin Ronqing, as if making a certain promise. What sort of beast's egg is this? Why does it bear such mysterious and intricate patterns? Yi Xian exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the egg held by Xiao Haoqi. Indeed, it is he. Have you seen him? Why does his portrait appear here? Ling Xiao inquired repeatedly. With a casual wave, Tianxian Universe conjured a luminous screen before them, revealing none other than Yi Xian himself. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence as they faced Ahan's seemingly insurmountable dilemma, contemplating the cycles he would inevitably face. The formidable beings capable of turning the tides in a mortal realm were engulfed in a deep sense of helplessness. The members of the Sima family dutifully adhered to tradition, offering incense to their ancestors in waves. When they concluded, it was already late afternoon, and the entire family reconvened in the banquet hall for a meal. The appearance of the middle-aged man was akin to a flash of lightning cleaving through the night sky, instantly igniting the flames of hope among all present on the battlefield. He was robust, each step exuding a palpable sense of power, as if treading upon the very heartstrings of his adversaries, causing even the fire elder to momentarily falter. Yet another fool who knows not the heights of heaven or depths of earth. The fire elder scoffed, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of seriousness. He understood that anyone bold enough to step forward at such a critical juncture was far from ordinary. The middle-aged man remained silent, gripping his long sword tightly, his figure like a flash of lightning as he engaged in fierce combat with the fire elder. The dance of sword light was intricate, and the middle-aged man cursed inwardly. How unfortunate that my first foray into the outside world has led me to such nefarious individuals. Recently, he had heard whispers of organ trafficking. Could it be that he had stumbled upon such a dark scheme? Uncle Wang, seeing that Lu Er could not be saved, sighed heavily and squatted down, producing a large syringe to draw a full vial of blood from Lu Er's arm. However, as Zhou Yun prepared to venture closer for a better look, he was abruptly blocked by a group of individuals whose attire markedly differed from that of the other disciples, each bearing the character chef prominently sewn onto their garments. This was the reason for Gu Bei's audacious antics. Even the cruelest of beasts refrained from harming their young. The infamous Jin Jinping, a notorious figure, would not escape the truth that Gu Bei's extreme actions were solely for the sake of his only son, Jin Xingze, thereby ensuring that he would not face retaliation from Jin Jinping in their ongoing rivalry. The once feeble spark of life was gradually gaining strength, with the Qingmu Dan beginning to manifest its effects. Liu gazed in astonishment at the Buddha statue, astonished that it could so swiftly discern his thoughts. Opportunity? What do you mean? The third generation was unclear about Orochimaru's intentions, wondering how it had transformed into an opportunity. A cold voice resonated as Lan Yin erupted from within the demon flame, surging directly toward the still-stunned Guanju. Splendid. I knew Brother Ning would never abandon Ke, exclaimed Meng Ku'er and the others, their faces alight with joy. With a flick of his hand, Liu orchestrated a terrifying array of 86 Sheng-level flying swords, forming a formidable constellation. Brother, you truly are a braggart. A computer costs over 30,000, and earning millions in 2 years seems impossible. Shang Yunlitolzit, attempting to temper his emotions with a hint of sarcasm, aware that the other was merely a 17 or 18-year-old youth, no matter how mature or seasoned. He could hardly withstand such skepticism. On that dark, rain-soaked night, the filthy man and his lewd laughter haunted his memory, as did the shoes he had lost in his panic. Every detail was vivid, even the pain from the stones digging into his back, while those men hurled torn clothing at him, cursing him as a disgrace. Today, departing from Iyo under such embarrassing circumstances seemed rather dishonorable. Yet the situation had reached this point, leaving him with no other choice. With blue skin, pointed ears, fangs, and a long, sharp tail, he resembled the demons of myth and legend. As I exited the main entrance of the Sun family's grand building, I pulled out my phone and glanced at the incoming call number, and indeed it was Zhou Yaja calling. Si Yin returned to her room, having just installed the power board. When a call came in, upon checking the caller ID, she was surprised to see it was the editor-in-chief. Now, at the Zhu family, she at least had 2 assistants, making things considerably easier. After all, to attain freedom, one must inevitably pay a price. If this was all that was required of her, she felt she had struck a bargain. Zhu Fuguwei gazed at the disheveled food containers, knowing he was beyond redemption, and glanced at the now snowless sky, formulating a plan. She slightly turned her head, resting it against his neck, and spoke of a matter she had been contemplating since early morning. Furthermore, all my assets have been transferred to her. A single misstep could leave me destitute. Zhou Bai allowed him to touch his face, staring blankly into the void. Lost in thought, as he watched Li Wanqing's figure gradually fade into the distance, Zhou Jingda's once radiant smile began to darken. That wretched woman dared to humiliate me publicly. Just wait until I have her in my grasp to see how I shall torment her. He seethed, angered that someone else had dared to hold her hand. Zhou Xiao, please do not be angry. Do not take it to heart with Wanqing. She has always had this temperament, spoiled by our parents since childhood. Rest assured, I promise that after she marries you, she will surely amend her ways. Upon seeing Zhou Zhengda's displeasure, Li Debiao quickly donned a flattering expression. You promise? What guarantees do you have? Tian Xingjie and the others have been practicing the Zhan Yuanju since childhood, achieving some results. Yet Tian Jie always fell just short of success. For the past 2 years, she had been troubled by this hurdle. But now she sensed she was on the verge of grasping the key to the Zhan Yuanju. And it was none other than Gu Qi who had saved the youth. Gu Qi, after carefully excavating the spirit flower, instructed Yi to untie the rope. At this moment, it seemed that the words from above could only join their battle. Since that was the case, why not take a moment to rest and gather her energy in the cave she had just discovered? I remained vigilant, scanning my surroundings, sensing something amiss. It was intended for her to follow my arrangements, yet now it seemed as though she was directing me instead. Could it be that this individual had sensed your presence and deliberately concealed themselves? Hui Mao inquired. A large hand reached out, seizing the guard by the neck and applying force, fingers deeply embedding themselves into the guard's throat, severing his windpipe, while the other hand restrained the guard's weapon-wielding hand. Disengaging the safety. An insider, Li Tan suppressed his voice, yet could not conceal the astonishment that welled within him. If one could no longer hold on, they would inevitably fall. At a height of 3 meters, the soft grass below might mitigate the pain of the fall. Sure, Lu yearned for this gathering. Despite the presence of numerous prominent figures, the main stage belonged to the youth. At his age, he was filled with youthful fervor and could not remain immune to such excitement. He also wished for Yi Shi to witness it. Thus, when Yi Chan extended the invitation, he accepted. In the center was a tea table adorned with dishes prepared by the cooking brigade, accompanied by Wu Liangyi, with 4 individuals seated around it. Li Mu, Shirlei, Zhao Yiyun, and Lin Yu. Only Geng Shuai was absent from the old 5th class. A heater in the corner gradually emitted warmth, maintaining a comfortable temperature within the room. Ling Er contemplated, and in an instant, the white light rapidly contracted and coalesced, transforming into a white cloud that soared back to Chu Yin. The white cloud birthmark on her collarbone flickered with glimmers, returning to its usual state. Hailing from humble beginnings, Chen Xiaoshan reflected on the capriciousness of fate, unable to do anything but lament. Li Xiu Yuan procured a ticket for Zhao Fong from Shundu to Beidou, scheduled for 3 days later. He still hoped Zhao Fong could meet the venerable Zhao Laoyi, who had silently protected her over the years before departing Shindu. Is adulthood significant for the fire sprites? Is there some special ritual or physiological phenomenon? Oh, Lianqidat. The demon warrior produced a blood-red orb and placed it within the remnants of Yao Wuliang. Chen Xiaoshan did not seek out Tanji. Yet Tanji approached him of his own accord, as the framework encountered challenges and matters became rather complicated. Wang Luo remarked, when could there be a more opportune moment for something to occur than when I am meeting guests from across the nation? As he spoke, he retracted his sword and seized Su Lu, who was still rummaging for poison in his embrace, deftly twisting his hands into several segments. Brother, I must accompany you to the cafeteria, for my appetite is immense. Remaining at the post would surely lead to my demise, Zhang Chang declared, summoning his courage. Very well. As long as there are no more cats and dogs involved, Lucas stated, having no intention of opening a pet shop. Volume 1, Chapter 315. Lin not captured. The perverse Zhou Zhengda. In the shadows, several second-tier warriors sent by Li Biao, poised to ambush Chao Chong, were petrified upon encountering the 3-headed black lizard king, their bodies drenched in cold sweat as they stood frozen in place. If the lizard's sense of smell were to detect even a hint of human presence, They would likely meet the same fate as CaoQiang within the belly of the Black Lizard King. Just as they anticipated CaoQiang and Li Wanxi's distraction of the Black Lizard King's attention to facilitate their escape, CaoQiang prepared to sacrifice everything, vowing to protect Li Wanxi during the retreat. A cold and authoritative voice suddenly resonated from deep within the forest, piercing through the imminent danger and despair. You wish to say that you have forged a pact with the Wolf Fong, thus preventing mutual infringement, do you not? Konglu asked. She gradually opened her eyes, reached out to touch the protrusion, forcefully flipping it open. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped the item pinned beneath the stone and returned to the surface. Upon landing, Zhao Jun's body fully restored to its original form, albeit in a rather pitiful state, for his trousers were missing. She had never felt such a profound sense of crisis. Influenced by this emotion, she straightened her posture. Although it was said to be stranded, that description was slightly inaccurate. The vessel remained at some distance from the shore. It could no longer move. Bai Yao Long smiled, realizing that Jin Ling was still concerned about whether she truly believed her mother's words, considering her ungrateful. Chen Ding returned to the rest area of Wanxing Academy, where nearly everyone rose to their feet in cheers. This victory was indeed pivotal. Director AI immediately instructed Meng Jing not to apply ice, maintaining her swollen face for the subsequent filming. In these tumultuous times, provisions were essential. Most of the grain had been requisitioned and dispatched to the military camps, leaving scarce supplies in the hands of farmers. Coupled with the corruption of officials who concealed their actions from the court while imposing taxes, the farmers suffered immensely. Yu Jiangbao sensed the change. His expression shifted slightly as he quickly propelled himself backward, leveraging Jiang Ye's body. Indeed, it is likely more than that. It is an American blockbuster, a dragon demanding dollars. Do you have any idea how much that costs? The two brothers exchanged astonished glances, turning to Qiu Delong for clarification. Gue Dai's tone remained unremarkable. Even that pool of blood was exquisitely beautiful, yet undeniably silent. However, what colors lay concealed in the depths of her gaze remained a mystery to all. Ugh, I even welcomed you. Now, go take a whiff. The room still carries the scent of alcohol, Sister Hua exclaimed. Her face flushed as she shot a glare at Huda Fa. I initially intended to engage in self-reflection, yet for reasons unknown, it felt as though I'd lost my soul, my mind blank like that of a vegetative state. This Su Jianxiang indeed left me speechless. Moving my phone aside to let him lecture the air, it seemed that old Su held a rather unfavorable opinion of me. However, it mattered little, for I was not his subordinate, free to act as I pleased. I was not part of the establishment, and he could not command me. Nevertheless, during this process, the Eternal Life Organization also recognized the formidable nature of the Jiuli people and their outrageous immortality. As born warriors, they were indeed exceedingly powerful. Moreover, every individual among the Jiuli was naturally inclined towards bravery and combativeness, making it exceedingly difficult to persuade them to surrender. This was precisely why we could not confirm our suspicions. We could not simply open the entire cabinet. Indeed, this could not be blamed on others. It was solely my own naivety, believing that Jiang Linyu and the others could delay him momentarily, allowing me to hear the final words of the elder. Yet I had evidently forgotten that Jiang Linyu was not my friend. She had no obligation to allow her people to pay the ultimate price to buy time. Upon entering the room, a peculiar medicinal fragrance enveloped me, reminiscent of a life-saving elixir. Yet beneath this invigorating aroma lay an unmistakable stench of decay, a despairing essence of death, as if something were rotting away until reduced to dust. Sui Yu's expression reflected concern, for Bing He likely possessed other hidden cards. Yet her caring emotions infused her crimson gaze with a sparkle, making her eyes appear like beautiful red agate. Volume 1, Chapter 3:16, The Chaos of Love Magic. Li Wanqing falls in love with CaoQiang again. As night deepened within the secret realm, the starlight flickered, illuminating the tightly furrowed brows of the two. CaoQiang and Li Wanqing navigated through the dense forest, seeking opportunities to swiftly enhance their strength while also devising plans to rescue Lin Na. However, the relentless journey and inner turmoil left Li Wanqing particularly fatigued, with fleeting glimpses of vulnerability evident in her eyes. One day, they inadvertently stumbled upon a hidden spring, its waters crystal clear and surrounded by a gentle, ethereal aura, as if nature had specifically crafted this sanctuary for weary travelers. Upon witnessing this, CaoQiang proposed that Li Wanqing take a brief respite while he kept watch around the vicinity. Li Wanqing complied. Her voice, once rendered mute by poison, gradually regained its strength, though it still bore the roughness akin to gravel. Miss Qin, do you think the master will heed Qin Jingya's arrangements? A flicker of unease appeared in the eyes of Steward Liu as he hesitated momentarily before asking softly. Though her appearance was unremarkable at that moment, her smile blossomed like spring flowers. Bai Weichen contemplated how wonderful it would be if one day Xiang could cast aside all her worries and smile, jump, and shout with such joy. He understood that these individuals likely recognized the truth but were reluctant to acknowledge it. As Xiao Yu's words escaped his lips, his heart raced. If his suspicions were correct, the Divine Realm and the Demon Clan must be intertwined, meaning Feng Lingyue and the Demon Lord occupied the same space. Discovering Feng Lingyue would inevitably lead them to the Demon Lord. Had it not been for your grandfather's financial support back then, how would you have come by any silver? Now that he is gone, you conveniently choose to move your maternal family's possessions to your husband's home, the elderly matron exclaimed, disregarding the steward's presence. There were a full 72 bone generals, distinctly different from the usual Earth-grade ones, emanating a far more potent aura of death, clad in ancient, archaic battle armor. An imposing presence filled the air, powerful enough to cause even the winds and rains to cease their tumultuous dance. She and Fang Qianyuan were contemporaneous prodigies. Logically, they should be compared, yet it was evident that Fang Qianyuan had far outpaced all his peers, even surpassing many esteemed seniors. Fudonglu arbord, no piti. Though wielding a mere wooden vine whip, it unleashed formidable power in his hands. However, Fang Xinwu was astonished that no matter how hard he exerted himself, it felt as though he were grasping a block of iron, immovable. As long as the army deemed it satisfactory, he would not insist otherwise. Historical development must adapt to the circumstances of the time. Surpassing too greatly may not necessarily be beneficial. In the end, Wells limped back, his injuries appearing quite severe. One must admit that this ploy of self-inflicted suffering was indeed effective, at least convincing the masked man. Zhang Chunmei and Liu Xiaoli's family, though dual income and relatively well-off, only indulged occasionally. At the moment the sacred fire of the primordial imperial clan was unleashed, both their imperial bloodlines surged to their utmost potential. Consequently, various merchant associations were quite proactive, submitting applications to the court, with the most sought-after establishments naturally located in major cities or transportation hubs such as Shenyang, Liaoyang, Haicheng, and Dalian. Clearly, the branches and leaves could be utilized for cultivation, and once the flowers and plants grew anew, they could be pruned again, unlike Sun Tian's earlier approach of completely refining the flora. However, there was one event that Huang Han and Liu Yao could not refuse, as it was a joint initiative by the counselor and the student council president to conduct ideological work. Through layers of mist, he seemed to glimpse a distant and unknown land, faintly connected to him. 3 varying shouts echoed in the courtyard, and soon after, the figures of Lu Qingyu and his companions appeared almost simultaneously within the garden. Lacking a ticket naturally meant he had no seat. Wherever he went, Wang Yu was met with scorn, and even if he now approached the audience, he would face the derision of many players around him. Volume 1, Chapter 317, Love in the Secret Realm. The exploration within the depths of the dense forest grew increasingly arduous, yet CaoQiang and Li Wanqing, bolstered by their newfound synergy and strength, continued to navigate the intricate paths of the woods. One day, just as they prepared to traverse an area shrouded in thick mist, a series of urgent yet orderly footsteps shattered the surrounding silence. Who goes there? CaoQiang instinctively positioned himself in front of Li Wanqing, quietly channeling his spiritual energy into his palms, ready to confront any potential peril. Amidst the fog, 4 figures gradually emerged, clad in uniform black attire, their gazes sharp, unmistakably seasoned warriors. The leader, wielding a glimmering long sword, advanced with steady strides, exuding an extraordinary presence. We are. Qingyu abruptly opened her eyes and rose, declaring defiantly, since death is inevitable, I shall tread more paths before my end. Earlier, the leisurely variety show, despite Shi Fei's scandal regarding her lack of preparation for the concert due to her participation, still garnered her considerable fame due to her impressive performance on the show. Thank you, sister. With a knowing smile, Wu Er watched the vehicles depart before finally opening the camera to view the captured moments. As heartwarming and serene images appeared on the screen, A smile blossomed on her face before she turned to head back. The angel god is the legitimate successor of the Douluo divine realm, residing in the divine realm. However, the previous angel god has fallen, and this oversight has led to irrevocable consequences in the ensuing turmoil. Yi Tian's appearance had always been praised, yet now doubts emerged, with some even presenting purported evidence, as everyone awaited the unfolding drama. The upward curve of her eyes was exquisitely shaped, adorned with a gentle beauty mark, and the brilliance in her gaze was dazzling. The craftsmanship of the handball was not overly complicated. It was formed from bamboo wrought tan, enveloped in thick leather. The favored concubine's hand had gone numb, witnessing the bloodied eunuch and the guards turn to dried corpses strewn about, setting aside the deadly factor of the courtesan Xue Ji. Yang Song unexpectedly introduced an enticing promotion. On the opening day of Wangyue Tower, each patron would receive a cup of imperial jade wine, a promotional strategy that was inherently unfair. The rustling footsteps faded, and armed police emerged from the shadows, with the sound of police sirens outside the villa. What more was there to understand? A small faction of individuals, knowing they could never withstand the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation, resorted to extremes, destroying their foundations and remaining forever in the innate realm. When Mu Ningxuan awoke, she found herself in an unfamiliar room, faintly scented with orchids, quite pleasant. It seemed that Lin Yu's abilities were indeed formidable. Zihan, in China, sipped juice while observing the opening ceremony captured by a digital camera on her computer. Wang Gao swerved the steering wheel left, but missed entirely, nearly colliding with the roadside guardrail. Now, she was at a loss, cradling the injured Hua Qianzhong in the car, feeling utterly helpless. Zihan breathlessly entered Ru Yan courtyard, smiling at Yan Fei. Upon seeing Zihan, Yan Fei glanced disdainfully and continued to nibble on pastries. Interesting. Even I couldn't discern it. Shan Tianqing's eyes sparkled as he prepared to pour a drop from the porcelain vial into his mouth. Originally a spiritual artifact, its severe damage and loss of spirit had relegated it to the status of a magical tool. However, Mu Ningxuan had reassured her, stating that Wu Jialong was a man of good character, seeking a virtuous girl, indifferent to distinctions of status. Only then did Mu Ningjia feel somewhat at ease, deeply grateful to Mu Ningxuan, hoping that should she truly marry into the Wu royal residence, she could offer assistance to Mu Ningxuan in the future. Alas, the Buddhist principle of universal salvation and equality among all beings has faded. In the face of calamity, power reigns supreme. Had it not been for her overwhelming strength to subdue the indestructible Buddha, she might have already returned to the celestial realm to confront the sword of immortality. Upon returning to his room, Yang Guohua perused the materials sent by Huang Qin. This compilation pertained to the provincial political landscape, and it was only upon examining the photographs within that he recognized the two groups of individuals who had sought him out at the hotel the previous day. In the depths of a secret realm, time appeared to soften and slow, making every shared moment particularly precious. CaoQiang and Li Wanqing's hearts had long been intertwined, inseparable. As days passed, a gentle yet resolute thought blossomed within Li Wanqing. She yearned to bear a child for CaoQiang, a life that would embody their love and hopes. This idea took root quietly in her heart, and during the stillness of the night, she would gaze upon CaoQiang's sleeping visage, filled with boundless tenderness and anticipation. She envisioned a future where they would welcome a little life, one that would inherit their essence. "I am your junior, and I have admired you for a long time," the young man declared, yet he continued to hold her hand firmly, allowing her struggle to persist. As Tang Ger stepped outside, she charged ahead with Bai Jingjing, prompting Huang Xiangning to urgently caution her to walk slowly, lest she fall and find it difficult to rise again. "May you perish," he told him, as the hunting blade was drawn, gushing forth an astonishing amount of blood that drenched the battlefield. Liu Bang, feeling the pangs of fear instilled by the Qin army, vowed silently that from that moment forth, whenever the Qin forces advanced, he would ensure his escape came first. Ideally, he would remain as far from Li Yuan, that harbinger of death, as possible, never to cross paths again. Thus, most cultivators wishing to enter the northern region would typically approach from the western region, where vast stretches of desolate land lay at the border, almost devoid of life, even the beastly kind. Provided one stocked ample provisions and water, safety was relatively assured. Indeed, the one who hired us was the old man sure. "Now that the employer has passed, you are no longer our target," Gieno stated. Beyond this, he yearned to draw his great knife, thirsting to charge forth and eliminate Tang Shun, who was perched upon a wooden post. It seemed as though heaven had sensed Zhu Ji's urgent feelings, orchestrating a smooth journey that allowed them to set off that very day and reach their destination by the next. In that battle, the yellow-skinned horse and the iron spear, the youthful and valiantly Yuan stirred envy in Yin Lu and his young followers, such as Luo Jia, Bai Guangji, and CaoQiang, ignited within Yin Lu a desire for rebirth. Through the events surrounding Yin Gongyao, Zhang Sheng deduced that his current awkward identity was not wholly trustworthy, whether as a Manchu or Han, and that under favorable conditions, employing wealth was the most prudent strategy. Hearing Lin Yifeng's name, Chun Xiaotian became agitated once more. Had it not been for that wretched person, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Although Xiao Yang was injured, he still possessed the ability to fight. Even if it meant clinging to life, he must confront Yi Han. He raised his bloodied sword and charged at Yi Han. After exchanging polite nods with Lu Ji and Huang Fusong, He Jin approached Xiao Yi, as Heng Ji and Yuan Chao were obliged to pay their respects first. Indeed, General, he had become quite the figure of prominence. He cared not for how Aziz had become an assassin. He merely wished for her to abandon that life henceforth. Ha ha, what a thick skin you possess. Can you truly attribute these events to yourself? He scoffed, dismissing any claim to glory. Rest assured, General, Su Huang replied succinctly, aware that a pivotal location such as Nampi would inevitably be a focal point of contention for both sides, thus requiring meticulous investigation. A task he and Dian Wei could accomplish without further discussion. Upon hearing Huang Jintu's words, Zhuang Yulong understood his intent. After all, Huang Xianling was merely a boy of under 16 years. If word got out that he had reached the martial sovereign stage at such a young age, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir both domestically and internationally. He observed the Yetting office behind him. It was evident that this was a joint effort between mother and son, though Li Jinghuan had refrained from intervening, allowing Changsun Wuyo to take action instead. While the Zhang family members were uncertain of Huang Xuanling's motives, they noted his grave expression as he gazed ahead, anxious that the Yin family might seize the ancient tomb before them. Yet they managed to quell their restlessness, waiting anxiously. The arrival of Qiu Ran was akin to a streak of black lightning, piercing the darkness of the underground world. With his hands clasped behind his back, his robust physique resembled a small mountain, each step seemingly treading upon the void, leaving behind a series of afterimages. As he ventured deeper underground, the formidable aura emanating from him compelled the lurking beasts and factions to retreat in trepidation, unwilling to meet his gaze directly. Before long, Qiu Ran arrived at Zhou Jingda's encampment, where Zhou Jingda had already been removed from the holding chamber and taken for medical attention. Li Debiao, his hands clenched in anxiety, paced back and forth at the operating room's entrance. Upon encountering Qiu Ran, Li Debiao was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. He had not anticipated that Zhou's mother would send such a formidable figure. Chen Dehai, somewhat apprehensive, stepped forward, recalling that their group had, just moments before, exhibited no talents during testing. Yet now, witnessing an equally initial stage ferocious beast, he found himself utterly disheartened at their inability to even approach the creature. Enough of the pleasantries. Lie down here, Lei Zhun commanded, his anger igniting as lightning coursed around him like a dragon. Although Chunemu was but a steward, he possessed considerable strength. Having reached the peak of the Ghost Emperor level, mere opportunities away from becoming a Ghost Sovereign, all prison cells were under the jurisdiction of the prison system, each facility equipped with its own subsystems as secondary preventive measures, alongside manual operation systems, which are reserved for mid to high-level operatives, ensuring that large-scale prisoner escapes could not occur. As for why one would willingly venture into known peril, it was in part due to the sweet taste of victory experienced in the battle against Xia Jia. When the time came, Cheng Yuanlong would undoubtedly lead the experts of the Feitian sect to retaliate against the Xiaoyao clan, both to avenge his son and to restore the tarnished reputation of the Feitian sect. At this moment, as Han being made to exit, those around him instinctively stepped back, clearing a path for the young man reeking of menace. However, the alchemist insignia adorning the two individuals bore slight differences from the standard insignia used across the Tiangong continent. Their flame patterns were more flamboyant and domineering, unlike the composed demeanor typical of the Tiangong alchemists. Ha, I did not expect you to catch wind of the situation. Zhao Feng, Deng and I remarked with a cold snort and furrowed brow. Following 2 days of intense conflict, the entire Taiyin Divine Kingdom had suffered tremendous losses. with more than half of her followers perishing. The second round involved presenting a patient afflicted with a complex ailment, one that even the Yinsha Medical Association found challenging. To the gathered healers, had they known, they would not have suggested the agency to seek out the hospital's outpatient building and ideally a room on the 4th floor. After dinner, the group engaged in light conversation, offering words of comfort to CaoQiang before retiring to their respective quarters. Yi Chenghua's eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped, unable to fathom the scene before him, his breath quickening. His mother was absent from the ward, while his father, Wang Dahu, sat in a wheelchair, his head bowed, seemingly unaware of his surroundings. Yet she still felt it insufficient. Even her belt began to bear bundles of cash. As long as wars were continually waged, souls could be harvested, subsequently utilized to forge the cursed weapon, Soul Devourer. Just as she had bid farewell to Wang Jing, he discerned that he would soon be welcoming Su Xian. Chuanshu lies upstream along the Yangtze River, and the speed of vessels descending the river cannot be rivaled by Jiangdong. Moreover, they must contend with Liu Biao's Jingzhou, making any attempts at defense futile. Shunan would still unhesitatingly choose this path, for he possesses a unique ability to control the forces related to spatial folding, rendering him a significant variable in this scenario. Meanwhile, Song Qi, who had just engaged in a skirmish with Su Hang and had no time to present flowers, felt quite vexed as Shunan halted her from plucking them. Yet upon seeing this face, this smile, and this gaze, Chao Mingliang was engulfed in a sense of despair and desolation. Sato Aishi nodded, stating that although his speech was not fluent, he could generally understand. As many workers from the eastern countries resided here, the soldiers could also discern the urgency and panic in the voice. Curiosity led them to wander, stopping intermittently to glance back. Volume 1, Chapter 320, Crisis. The night was as dark as ink, the stars obscured. Chen Nan's footsteps echoed with unwavering resolve in the tranquil night. The wind seemed to accompany him, carrying a hint of chill intertwined with a barely perceptible glimmer of hope. Within his heart lay a mix of past grievances and future aspirations, a defiance and struggle ignited by the weight of fate. Along the way, wild grass flourished, and the sparse moonlight cast long shadows, resembling a solitary traveler venturing into the unknown. Chen Nan silently recited the name of his uncle, Hongdu Shisan, his childhood hero, the pinnacle of swordsmanship in his eyes, and a poignant reminder of his parents' demise. Pang Mo had never interacted with the princess consort of Gongwang, thus unaware of her hostility. However, since appearances were to be maintained, she could not afford to lose. The myriad clans lamented, for under such overwhelming power, all preparations and resistances were in vain. Furthermore, Pang Mo's unwavering feelings were made clear by her attitude upon encountering Lien Dai. She was envious and angry. My proposal is to establish the Yantai Naval Academy as the primary campus of the Naval University, with branch campuses in Cheongzhou, Yulin, Guangdong, Fangcheng, Qinzhou, and Beihai, striving to make Yantai Naval University Asia's largest high-level naval institution within a decade, Chen Ning remarked. Expel them from Shandong, seizing all land, houses, and industrial assets within the province, and confiscate other properties as well. After completing the task, directly occupy the Yantai Coastal Defense Camp, Chen Ning instructed. Do you dislike it? Lu Shaoling asked coldly, a tear glistening at the corner of her eye, a flicker of sadness illuminating her gaze as she confronted Wang Xiandong. The coffin plunged into the silvery waterfall. The weighty Tianyin mercury, combined with the abyss beneath the land, exerted a powerful pull, swiftly drawing the coffin into the lake formed by the Tianyin mercury. The next day, Qi Yu rose early, enduring the excruciating pain in her legs, joyfully donning the prepared wedding gown. Upon hearing the sedan chair from the Jin Wangfu had arrived, her heart swelled with sweetness and with a smile. She was assisted by a matron to bow to Qi Yeru and the Dong family in the main hall. Additionally, within the inner coffin, Cui Feng immediately spotted a flat piece of fiery jade, nestled in a shadowy corner, emanating warmth that was palpable even to the naked eye. What about me? Why did you suddenly come to the hospital that day? Nioli directly inquired, still harboring suspicions about Mei Bailu. Do you wish for my old man to enter the operating room once more? Please refrain from sending your belongings here in the future. Li Qingmei's voice was harsh, devoid of her usual grace. In a secluded grove, Along halted the vehicle, gripping the man's hair expressionlessly as he dragged him to the dock. The bamboo slips fell heavily, creating a loud clatter, and with Bai Jinsu's sharp voice, infused with spiritual power, The imperial authorities' pressure intimidated the assembly of ministers. Fatty, how inconsiderate. Are we still brothers? Wang Ming glared indignantly at Wang Xiaodu. Zhou Rongshuan vented his frustrations by smashing objects, gradually calming down, his expression dark and malevolent. His eyes cold and venomous, akin to a coiled snake. After observing everything was completed, I waved at Zhao Su, who responded with an okay gesture before turning away. Curiously, she reached out, gently passing through the waterfall. At that moment, she gasped and vanished as well. After Chen Fucai spoke, he feigned sorrow, saying, "But Li Xiao, the crucial issue now is that she is married, and her husband is a wealthy businessman. That affluent individual may not agree to let his wife enter the entertainment industry." As for why they had not immediately commenced basketball training matches, it was because Man wished to observe the game mentality of a team nurtured under the guidance of long-term, inept coaches. It seems I should mention Chang Weishan less often. Today is not like the past. Sun Huzi is an extraordinary being, and, as an ordinary person, I am unworthy to compete for her affections. Volume 1, Chapter 321, The Terrifying Fourth-Level Warrior. CaoQiang was gravely injured. The night deepened, the stars seemingly consumed by heavy clouds, leaving only boundless darkness and the unknown terror. Chunnan and Hongdu Shan exchanged glances, a silent understanding of survival amidst despair forming between them. CaoQiang, though young, you have already demonstrated remarkable potential and courage. The path of the strong is never smooth. Each step requires caution. Hongdu Shan's voice echoed in the silent valley, laden with gravity. This place is not safe. We must leave promptly and seek a more secure location for your continued training. CaoQiang inhaled deeply, a flicker of resolution passing through his eyes. Walking by the pond, Hua Shangxue could not help but ask, only to find Ali clinging to her like a koala, enjoying herself immensely. The mysterious superpower not only unearthed such a piece of primordial stone from the depths, but also inscribed divine laws upon it with unparalleled prowess, ultimately establishing a long-distance teleportation array. It is easy to imagine just how terrifying this enigmatic figure's strength truly is. Where is this? Mu Shui opened her hazy eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, instinctively tightening her grip on Li Mu's hand. Not far from a snow falcon, a figure stood atop the black eagle, seemingly engaged in conversation or perhaps an argument. Chao Tulu was the perfect example. If even he could not reach them, how could one seek others from afar? Long turned around, his profound gaze difficult to meet. Yet Simon showed no signs of retreat in the face of such scrutiny. At that moment, her phone rang, not a text notification, but a call. Surprised, she picked up the phone to check. This was her first incoming call. Who could it be? Aside from Hua Shangxue, Yumi Shui, and Wu Yi, the others were enjoying tea in the second-floor hall, while Jiuyu led a group directly to the third-floor private room. The intense training over the past 10 days was all arranged by him. However, for Simon, who possessed the ability of recovery fruit, no amount of training posed a challenge. It could only solidify his foundational skills. With his meager strength, he could not stir up trouble in any city, for it was well known that every city lord must possess at least the cultivation of Tianzi. Xiao Ting was aware of this. For professional players, trembling hands are utterly unacceptable. It is the most fundamental principle. Yet at this moment, his hands shook. After Wu Qi clarified the address, Wang Yu immediately hung up the phone, disregarding the need to inform anyone else, and rushed out of Lianqing University in a frantic hurry. His van was nearly out of fuel, insufficient to reach the destination, so he reluctantly hailed a taxi outside the campus. AEWA directly reduced the health of the opposing Yasuo to half, prompting Riven to unhesitatingly unleash her ultimate skill, Gale Slash, striking Yasuo as he passed through her. Chunde observed the slowly departing black Buick with a contemplative expression. Indeed, the arrival of this ambassador was related to AOC. However, judging by his tone, it seemed he was still making overtures, and AOC and his associates were entirely unaware of his visit. Yasuo, like Riven, Jie, Daomei, Chaoshi, Blindmuck, and Vian, was a hero of exceptional popularity, a status that bore no relation to the hero's strength or the version's balance. What mattered was the allure behind the character. One could understand how the formidable E family in Shanghai could evade scrutiny from an esports club. Lu Jurong recognized this as well, thus deliberately styled his hair into a double sword bun, adorned with pearls and jade, drawing more attention, while allowing 2 strands of hair to cascade down his forehead, softening his otherwise sharp demeanor. Although upon closer inspection, the intensity was still discernible. The Tsutai Palace was also a grand edifice. It likely had not been thoroughly cleaned in such a short time. Merely tidied up the main hall to ensure the child was not slighted, the Empress had personally instructed. While they conversed, for teams of individuals suddenly entered the hall, each with distinct appearances, every team comprising 8 to 10 members. Aside from one group clad in dark cloaks, with pallid complexions tinged with a hint of green and lips ashen, emanating a chilling silence, the others were boisterous, overly friendly. In the first volume, chapter 322, Li Wanqing's gentleness unfolded under the night sky, as CaoQiang and Hong Du-Shursin sped through the air, golden dragon wings slicing through the heavens, leaving behind brilliant trails. The roar of Qiu Ran echoed from behind, like a soul-chasing specter, causing the very air to shudder. CaoQiang understood that with their current speed and strength, escaping this fourth-level warrior's pursuit entirely was a formidable challenge. Senior, we must find a concealed location. I must employ my last trump card, CaoQiang contemplated inwardly, his tone revealing an undeniable resolution. Hong Du-Shursin, though worried, recognized the lack of alternatives and nodded in agreement. The pair navigated through dense woods and mountains, while Lien Yunqing promptly released his acupoints and assisted him to the inner room, where the Amei disciple, CaoQiang, was already peacefully asleep, breathing quietly. Mei Yanzhuang, upon seeing CaoQiang, finally believed Lien Yunqing's words, gazing at him with a sorrowful expression, unable to articulate the myriad emotions swirling within. This banquet bore significant meaning, organized by Qi Tianshou or the Zhenyuan Ho to formally integrate Yu Fei into the military. At this moment, Xiao Xiao remained calm, her complexion pale and delicate, unable to convey her feelings. The gathering heard her softly declare, "Today, as the sect leader, I have come to congratulate the new head of the Amei sect and have no desire to converse with those who overestimate themselves." After the celebratory feast concluded and the troops were organized to return to camp in an orderly fashion, it was already 6 or 7 in the evening. "All right," Xiang Yu said, aware that he could not raise a hand, having internally acknowledged Wang Hao, yet his words remained sharp. Konya struggled to suppress the anger ignited by this German captive, fully aware that such arrogance stemmed from the German army's overwhelming advance and their own humiliating retreat. This did not signify anything definitive. However, following that battle, Guang Lianzi became the head of the Wudong sect, and his disciples, to avoid criticism from the righteous sects, either secluded themselves or expelled from the sect. "Go on. The next time we meet will be when you ascend to the celestial ranks." Wang Hao discerned the intentions of the 5 ghosts and stated. Meanwhile, for Tang Zong, the lunar powers bestowed upon him by Chang'e were immense, far surpassing the strength he had felt during their first encounter. Feng Lin approached with a smile, separating the two, regarding Lu Guanghua's device as truly formidable, as it allowed him to discern anyone arriving in the world. "I know where to find even more extraordinary treasures," Bai Zhe called out as he saw Tsang Yuan preparing to leave. Approximately 10 minutes after Lu Hua and his companions vanished into the western Old Forest, over 30 armed individuals converged from the north, south, and east, seemingly belonging to 3 different factions. Though all were employed by a mysterious, malevolent force, some suspicion lingered among them. In such circumstances, unless Su Yuan took the initiative, it was inevitable that his refusal would persist. "Feng Hao, is it?" The barbarian king casually tossed his disheveled hair, casting a sidelong glance at Feng Hao. Outside Yuzhou City, BAS led hundreds of thousands of Batu soldiers. But after a day and night of waiting, there were still no signs of the city gates opening. Xiaofeng observed Yu Bingxiao for a while, removed his shoes, lay down beside her, wrapping an arm around her slender waist, while the other hand removed the pillow obscuring her face. "I shall tell you a true story. Last month, Mr. Yamamoto flew to Yushan City for business, while Aunt Liang was at the hospital caring for her ill mother. The eldest of the Chu family sensed trouble and found an excuse to inspect the branch office in the county below, leaving the house desolate. With only myself and Fo Yi remaining. "I will feed you," he said, as Jing Moshuan freed one hand to lift chopsticks and feed Qianruo. Lu Ziming pinched his nose, getting himself drenched in soup, as if emerging from millennium-old sewer. The flawless jade-like form left Feng Hao parched, inciting a distinctly male reaction. In the first volume, chapter 323, the cheeks of Li Wanqing flushed with 2 rosy clouds, and she gently nodded, her gaze radiating both shyness and anticipation. Upon noticing this, CaoQiang felt a warm surge within him, fully aware that no matter how arduous the path ahead, having Li Wanqing by his side was the greatest source of strength. Wanqing, do you know that the techniques I have mastered trace back to ancient times, intricately linked to the legendary black myth Wukong? CaoQiang spoke in a lowered voice. Shrouded in mystery, his words conveyed a sense of reverence and yearning for that ancient tale. Li Wanqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity and surprise at the mention of the black myth Wukong, a being said to shake the very heavens and earth. Yi Qing discerned that these individuals were trying to exploit the situation, thus assumed they would naturally fear the police. However, unexpectedly, upon hearing his words, laughter erupted from the crowd. Yi Feng initially felt a chill, but seeing that the Qingwan bird did not appear to harbor ill intentions, he relaxed, soon understanding why it was behaving this way. Several sect leaders immediately began to protest, as the price offered by the plump and handsome Wang was indeed difficult for them to accept. Having experienced Wang Yao's situation myself, I know people can easily become stubborn and get stuck in a rut during such times. I worry Lu Mingjun may fall into that state. So I pointed it out to him, he expressed. However, what troubled Yi Feng was that although the peak of the Flower Sea also featured blue skies and white clouds, those clouds appeared rather oppressive, and the visible blue sky seemed somewhat illusory. The sky here was evidently transformed by a restriction, still shrouded under its influence. Observing this, I informed the playful Gu Zai in the back seat that it was time for him to take action once more. Greetings, senior brother. A group of cultivators, upon seeing their senior brother arrive, promptly stepped forward to pay their respects. Their sect's senior brother had returned from the stronghold of the powerful, and it was already certain that he would be the next leader, prompting these disciples to curry favor with him. How infuriating! Wu Kaichan felt her cheeks flush as she noticed Yi Feng's gaze directed at her bosom. I suppose I shall refer to my master as grandfather from now on. It seems a bit out of place, yet I find this outcome quite agreeable. A deep smile lingered in Xie Yiming's eyes. Her hair flowed like clouds, intricate and carefully arranged, adorned with golden and jade ornaments. As she moved, the glimmer of gold and silver sparkled, while the gold threads of her hairpins dangled pearls, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. This occasion served not only to introduce Lin Feng to the upper echelons of Beihai, but also to familiarize them with him. Du Feng and others watched curiously as Han Yu directed the three men to transport the items to the backyard, following her closely with their eyes wandering. The emperor occasionally visited the central palace, accompanied by a steady stream of imperial physicians. Two men with formidable auras arrived just in time to witness the dissipating image of Xiang Dinghua's spear. It was precisely due to Zhou's presence that AI Luo's stand-in exhibited an unprecedented display of perfect capability last night. I watched his silhouette fade into the distance, closed my eyes, and turned to walk in the opposite direction towards Qingyi Garden. Especially after Lin Feng's recent display, Huang Jigang found himself filled with even more speculation. It seemed these individuals had been lying in wait for quite some time, anticipating the assembly of the Heiji Guild leader. Su Zaij and Gao Mohan silently reached a consensus, exchanging nods as they pursued the direction in which Yin Qing had just departed. At the moment Chang Ning was bowing, a yellow aura flowed from the stone tablet into her consciousness. Initially, she was somewhat flustered. After all, while her mental strength was formidable, it was also exceedingly fragile. She had never known that something could directly penetrate another psyche. Chang Ning remained vigilant below, anxious that pursuers might trace their scent to this location, hoping they would not discover the water cave. That day, I had no intention of taking Lu Shimi's life, Ouyang Mingwei explained, furrowing his brow, seemingly dissatisfied with Lu Changning's attitude. Volume 1, Chapter 324. Beast-Tide and the Woman in White on a Night in a Certain Abandoned Tavern. Lin Na pushed CaoQiang back onto the tattered sofa, lifting her alluring strap. Darling, have you missed me? Lin Na gazed at CaoQiang with flirtatious eyes, straddling him as her chest began to rise and fall. The scene, both subtle and enticing, drew a curse from CaoQiang as he exclaimed, "My dear, you are becoming increasingly seductive. How could I not miss you?" He wrapped his arms around Lin Na's slender waist, pressing her against his abdomen, the long-standing yearning igniting an unusual impulse within him. Their gazes grew increasingly intimate. "Love me well, love me fiercely." As Lin Na and Xing Ran entered the council hall, she collapsed into Dong Fenglia's arms, unable to contain her tears. No matter how one looked at it, Xing Ran was still a child, having been away from home for over 3 years, and in the brief time she had returned, it was impossible for her not to feel anything. The crowd buzzed with chatter, informing CaoQiang that their master had been mysteriously reclusive since returning from Longquan after setting up the equipment, seemingly stimulated by some unknown force. Engrossed in his research, Lu Chong and Sun Jian remained outside Hanga Pass, hesitant to approach too closely, diligently executing Sun Yu's plan. Zhu Jun was one of the 3 great generals during the reign of Emperor Ling of the Han, deeply loyal to the Han dynasty. Early in the campaign against Dongjua, he had nearly incited a rebellion from within. After the dizziness of Yu Yin subsided, he found himself in a golden, transparent chamber measuring over 30 zhang in diameter. The platform beneath his feet emitted a faint golden glow and a humming sound, situated at the center of this vast chamber. With nothing else to occupy his time, he slowly practiced the contemplation of the 4 truths. Only when the world was at peace could one hope to have children. Liu Yi lamented. However, Cheetah showed no reaction, merely grinning foolishly alongside the others. Duanyi noticed that his gaze was gentle and calm. Not only did she not back down, but she also fixated on the solid staircase above, contemplating how to eliminate the individual in that room. Kill! Regardless of who it was, Chun Dao shouted loudly, charging forward, yet deliberately moving outward, ready to slip away at any moment. One thing was certain. The spies would glean no useful information. Would they merely relay tales of 2 people displaying affection? It must be tried. It was essential to seek out the restrictions of other caves. With only 20 days remaining, Lang Yu needed to find a way out. Huazin glanced at Miao Baibao, then at the elder of the Ji family, her frivolous gaze tinged with disdain. News spread quickly that Fan Zhao would heal Qin Shiji of his day's condition, igniting a flurry of discussion among the crowd, with opinions about Fan Zhao varying widely. She donned a gown of light yellow gauze that appeared slightly transparent under the glow of the lamps. A pink bodice accentuated her alluring figure, while her green skirt and embroidered shoes completed the ensemble. With a graceful flourish, she concluded her song and dance, her skin glistening with sweat, enhancing her beauty. Navigating past the hidden sentinels, he drew closer to the forest encampment. Under normal circumstances, he should have been able to see the outer wooden walls of the tribe by now. Instead, he was met with a thick fog. He stood frozen, surveying his surroundings, noting the absence of mist in the jungle, yet puzzled by its presence in the encampment. Perhaps it is to witness the forging competition, Missouri Lee casually remarked, uttering the thought without a second glance. I apologize, my lord. This is the governor's directive. We are merely following protocol, the iron-faced man replied coldly. Upon hearing of that Ba's chess match causing him to cough blood, everyone was astonished by his tenacity, leading to a flurry of discussions, with mixed opinions on that Ba. Fan Zhao saved that Ba, who shifted from tears to laughter. The crowd believed that Qian Yi Qian Shui had successfully persuaded him, allowing them to relax. Unaware that Qian Yi Qian Shui had ulterior motives. Volume 1, Chapter 325, Li Yuner bathed in the glimmer of falling snowflakes. The woman descended like a celestial being into the mortal realm, her eyes profound and luminous, seemingly capable of perceiving the world's turmoil. With a gust of wind, she landed gracefully. A mechanical battle blade was drawn from the metal case strapped to her back, exuding a chilling aura. Her wine-red hair billowed in the breeze, appearing even more enchanting under the morning sun. Once drawn, the mechanical battle blade elongated with the swiftness of a dragon's tail, reaching an impressive length in an instant, its bright silver surface shimmering with a faint blue light. The members of the demon squad fixed their unwavering gazes upon the blade, their eyes filled with envy. It was a peak sea-gray battle blade. Su Hongshun and the others frowned but steeled themselves to approach us. After all, Brother Yang was their leader. If he did not flee, they could not abandon him. Jackie Chan remained silent, casting a question into the air as he stood still, resembling a wise elder who had weathered the storms of time. Seeing such a scene, Butler Tsangmu tactfully withdrew, gently closing the door, and instructed his subordinates to investigate the surveillance footage of the young man seated in the back seat. The reason is quite simple. The Omega Potion utilized by the Nilong Zhu contains an indispensable ingredient, the Titan Amorphophallus. I cast a glance at Hansen, who nodded confidently at me. Subsequently, Hansen and Shihao stepped forward, while we took a few steps back, forming a circle to grant them the space needed for battle. However, the velocity of the high-level explosion talisman was such that even a cultivator at the late stage of Ling Xiu could not evade it, let alone Zhao Yuan, who had just reached the Ling Xiu stage. Zhao Yuan momentarily halted, and a spirit talisman adhered to his body as if it had fused with his garments, rendering him unable to extricate himself. The Luo, full lantern extinguished, heralding the onset of calamity. The master of the Luo Fu Tower gazed at the dimming lantern and involuntarily recited the two phrases inscribed upon it, an expression of horror manifesting in his eyes, as if witnessing a terrifying spectacle. This cannot be possible. How could this happen? Jia Shi's face was a portrait of despair. Meanwhile, Yelin, having just advanced, was beginning to exhibit signs of fatigue despite the formidable true essence and physique bestowed upon him by his Yao Long doppelganger after an initial display of strength. In contrast, Fu Zhuang, who had been entrenched in the pill realm for many years, had a firmer grasp of the power at this stage than the recently advanced Yelin. As for Tang Ziki, her experience stagnated due to unfulfilled tasks, all counted against Shilong. Prepared for everything, Hao Nan began to charge the beast tamer ring, and upon completion, he extended the activated ring towards the Luan Shenlian with a mage's hand simulated by original force. The snow petals danced in the wind. The vermilion ribbons fluttered, and with the first step of the immortal dust, the earth transformed with the seasons, the spring breeze caressing as if reborn, captivating the world in astonishment and marveling at the wonders of creation. You might say his words are utterly irrelevant, yet each time they elicit a barely concealed amusement. Among the team, only Ma Chenxing, who walked at the back to avoid revealing his wet trousers, and Xu Mengru, who was ensnared in conversation with Yue Wang, bore expressions that seemed somewhat stiff. Of course, aside from that, Xiaofeng's martial prowess was also a reason why Su Xinghe and others willingly regarded him as the deputy leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Huh, don't tell me you have never considered becoming a princess, said Ling Er. As the two clinked their cups, they resumed their contest of drinking capacity. Kabai Sui, known for his arrogance regarding his drinking skills, had never encountered a match in the drinking arena, but unexpectedly faced a formidable opponent in Lin Pingji. While he felt himself becoming tipsy, the latter remained unfazed, and he could not help but feel indignant. However, due to the command issued by the company commander, they had no choice but to comply and temporarily follow Gao Jian's orders. Moreover, spending several thousand on potions without the certainty of a return felt utterly devoid of the thrill of combat. The sudden attack seemed to startle the giant bird, which abruptly halted its advance. Its massive wings flapped rapidly, allowing its immense body to hover in the air, its sharp claws retracting slightly as if poised for an assault. In Volume 1, Chapter 326, titled Siblings Recognized, Li Yun embraces CaoQiang. During this prolonged wait, CaoQiang suddenly felt a sharp pain radiating from his gums, as if a multitude of needles were simultaneously piercing him. He could not help but furrow his brow and pressed his hand tightly against his mouth, fearful that any sound might invite unnecessary trouble. This pain was not sudden. It had been lurking recently, but at this moment, it had intensified to an unbearable degree. CaoQiang understood that this discomfort might stem from the relentless days spent in the secret realm, compounded by frequent battles, leading to some bodily issues. He endeavored to regulate his breathing, attempting to suppress the pain with inner strength. However, the agony in his gums was not trivial. The red scarf-wearing woman screamed fiercely, her hair billowing ominously as her eyes turned a haunting red. I was chewing bubble gum, a lollipop in my mouth, and had purchased the most expensive leisureware, exuding a nonchalant charm that instantly captivated everyone's attention. However, Xu Xiaoming's true intention was not merely to deceive Yang Hua, but to vent her frustrations and allow him to experience the taste of being cornered, much like when she had forced him into a position with no retreat, thus betraying her heart and wounding Ye Yang's feelings. Xu Xiaoming felt a mix of anger and urgency. In her flustered state, she had no time to contemplate thoroughly and dashed up the stairs. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaqing, equally eager, caught sight of Xu Xiaoming stealthily making her way upstairs. This was entirely unexpected for Ye Yang, who questioned whether Xu Xiaoming was truly so carefree as not to recognize the dangers inherent in this situation. It is the potency of the elixir crafted by Qing Lian that has enabled my successful conception. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude, she said, smiling while shaking her folding fan. Although Jing Xiao appeared cheerful, her tone bore no trace of anger. Yet the likes of Zhu Que and others understood that she harbored intentions of violence. Muing gripped his sword, arms crossed, exuding an icy demeanor. Ma Gongzi, I can only mourn for you. May you not be beaten to the point where even your mother fails to recognize you. Brother Qin, I never expected you to be so well-liked, as evidenced by the multitude of carriages sending you off, though knowing it to be untrue. Lin Jinyang joked with Chen Shanhu. We are all thousand-year-old spirits. Why cling to purity? Xining pondered, surrendering beneath him with soft moans. His son, having read the letter, was at a loss as to how to communicate the truth, merely urging Wei Long and Wei Hu to hasten their journey, while secretly instructing them to reach the capital within a month and a half. Xiao Wenya, taken aback by his sudden attack, shot him an angry glare before stepping off the stage. For the past few days, I had been residing in Jiangzhou East Villa, and each time I recalled the fire I had set, my heart ached unbearably. Truly priceless? Yang Qingqing blinked at the side of the crown princess, glancing at Aunt Mama. An apology lodged in my throat, dry and unformed. Luing was oblivious to what he had done wrong. Observing Yang Qingqing's sudden movement, a sinister face emerged from behind a nearby shrub, turning to dash towards the courtyard where the crown prince resided. As Yang Qingqing expressed her sentiments, she was led directly to the courtyard prepared for her by a maid from the crown prince's residence, leaving her no chance to participate in the wedding ceremony. In this era, attending memorial activities for Lenin was not particularly unusual. However, he felt no familiarity with Lenin and saw no need to partake in such festivities. Come on, how many times did we hit just now? We have to do it again. A disciple from the beggar's sect brought a chair for Yeshu to sit on as he began to fan the others one by one, supplying them with inner strength when he sensed their endurance waning. Madame Xiu had already been deeply affected by Xiu Yo's affairs, and upon hearing that Princess Jingyan had encountered trouble, she could scarcely bear the weight of it all. We have been living apart for centuries. You no longer love me. She had experienced this type of boyfriend before, one who would gladly cook with her in the kitchen, yet they eventually parted ways for various reasons. In Volume 1, Chapter 327, titled The Fifth Level Master Jian Linglong, as the tender moment of sibling recognition unfurled, the surrounding perils seemed to dissipate. The setting sun's rays filtered through the treetops, casting a golden glow upon them, illuminating this moment of reunion. Cao Qiang gently caressed Li Yun'er's silky hair, his eyes brimming with tenderness and resolve. Sister, from this day forth, we shall never part again. No matter how many unknowns and dangers await us in this secret realm, I will stand by your side to confront them together. Li Yun'er, upon hearing those words, felt tears cascade down her cheeks once more. Yet this time they were tears of joy. She raised her gaze towards Cao Qiang, her eyes shimmering with trust and hope. Brother, with you by my side, I fear nothing. As the wealthy merchant's words sank in, the crowd gradually regained their composure, finally recalling the purpose of their visit. These were the words Zhao she had overheard upon her departure, yet she remained unaware of the reason behind the brute's utterance. This only intensified their ire towards the amnesiac brother. Every time they witnessed his ostentatious antics beside the crown prince, they wished nothing more than to rush forth and drape a chamber pot over his head. I momentarily entertained an image inspired by the old lecher's description, my stomach churning violently as I nearly retched up last night's meal. The general broke through the encirclement, while a certain individual stood guard. The captain sent someone to restrain Xiao Run, leading a contingent down the mountain to provide cover for him. Yi Tianxuan's heart raced with anticipation for the response from the esteemed elder Yuqi, yet the outcome proved to be disappointing. Suddenly, a series of anguished screams echoed from outside the room, drawing closer and resonating in a disconcerting chorus. Curiosity piqued, the inquisitive Fian managed to crawl to the window, only to be met with a grotesquely distorted visage. Ling Jinyan clearly intended to divulge the limited duration of the Qi Guang Lioli Pan, hoping to divert most of the attacks toward it. Consequently, as its user, he bore a far greater burden than Ling Jinyan. Zhang Hao's mind was a whirl of chaotic thoughts. After a long while, he realized he seemed to still be alive. As the two of us, battered and bruised, concluded our combat, an inexplicable noise emanated from the rooftop door, as if something had been toppled. Though the offensive responsibilities on Shi Lei had intensified, he did not hesitate to expend his energy when it came to defense. Luo Nan entered the room, looking weary and disheveled, clearly having just returned without changing clothes. Hurrying over lest she grow anxious waiting. The marked location halted at a distance of 560 meters, indicating that the length of this aquatic expanse, from the cave entrance of the Grand Canyon to the exit of the underground realm, was merely 560 meters. Cheng Lanyun cast a fleeting glance at Chu Majin before swiftly averting her gaze, feigning ignorance of his presence. Raising her riding crop to point at Yun Xian, and said, "Yin Qian, are you afraid?" Her tone was gentle, yet she exuded a commanding presence far surpassing Cheng Lanyun's. Kun Ansi had toiled for the better part of his life, amassing wealth through business ventures, and though not all of it was bestowed upon Jason and his companion, it was still a considerable sum. After Publius finished speaking, Apis turned to recite. A cryptic smile played upon his lips. Mao Yu observed the silent child before her, pondering how long it would take for him to emerge from such a state and interact with other children, leaving this dining table behind. Such experiences instilled faith in the power of science among future generations. Over the past 2 centuries, following the invention of the steam engine, human technological advancements had surpassed those of the preceding millennia, ensuring that, for the first time in history, the majority of the world no longer suffered from hunger or cold. In this context, Lang Duo, recognizing the futility of the situation, begrudgingly brought the ball back to his half, awaiting his teammates' positions before initiating an offensive. The crossbowman's task was to continuously replace their bolts and aim them at the advanced creatures before them. With every option seemingly unfeasible, what was to be done? Xiao Qianguang found himself at a loss, helplessly observing his superior. In recent years, Wang Zhan's residence in the capital had become a favored destination for the elite, even though he often remained in the palace attending to the emperor. Those in official positions or visiting the capital would seek various excuses to pay their respects, often bringing lavish gifts that left one astounded. Volume 1, Chapter 328, The Formidable Sword Linglong. Li Yun'er's words were akin to a gentle spring breeze, igniting Chao Chang's fighting spirit in an instant. The two stood back to back, swords pointed forward, radiating an indomitable light, as if at that moment they were no longer solitary travelers but comrades in arms, each other's staunchest support. The silhouette of the reindeer king gradually emerged from the depths of the forest, surrounded by a faint black mist. With each step, the ground trembled slightly beneath its massive form, covered in thick silver fur that shimmered with a cold brilliance in the waning sunlight. Its eyes were deep as abysses, seemingly capable of perceiving all things in existence. Now fixed intently upon Chao Chang. The incidents involving Qin Tian and the highway robbery were not isolated. Some had been targeted for theft, while others had been deliberately lured into confrontation. Perhaps one day, there would be no need for Mars to seek out Alice. She would simply present herself before him. With another forceful tremor, the white rope creaked ominously, yet remained unbroken, instead drawing blood across its surface. Li Zichen furrowed his brow, leaping at an angle, and summoned his jade sword. Yet it remained ineffective, his hands ensnared by the white threads binding him at the waist, rendering him unable to wield it. Xiao Jun had no choice but to release Shangguan Yun, though animosity still flickered in his eyes, while Jin Tianze, Tao Tianche, and Zheng Tiandu regarded Shangguan Yun with ill intent. Approximately 5 minutes later, senior sister Wendy had sketched a rough likeness of the South Sea deity. Noticing the time, she suddenly remembered having skipped dinner and dialed Long Jianfei's room on the landline, but there was no answer, so she inquired at the front desk. Xie and Mobi's halted simultaneously, turning their heads to find themselves locked in a gaze with a pair of bone-chilling eyes. Xiang Tianyu could not afford to leave. Not only were there matters concerning the Tianyu group to address, but more importantly, Li Shishir had reached her due date, and it was conceivable that the child could arrive at any moment. "Oh, it's nothing to worry about. Your husband has plenty of money. Since time is short, we should make the most of our time together," Mobi's replied, glancing back at Tangia, patiently explaining. Each fire spirit flitted past the centers of the 2 round tables, igniting the candlestick situated there in an instant, causing the flames to rise. Fu Lin recklessly collided with the punishment staff, resulting in a bloody head. Yet he stubbornly attempted to argue his case. Zhongli Huizmirke, dismissing Wang Xiu's entry into the Privy Council as nonsense. Qin Hui was indeed a master of manipulation, executing his plans with nearly flawless precision. Even if one sensed something amiss, no incriminating evidence could be grasped. Wan Ju stepped onto the stage, facing an opponent who was also an acquaintance. A young man named Ma Long whom she had encountered in Shigu Town. Lu Shiju cheered, approaching the nearest fruit tree and plucking a fruit with his hand. Rubbing it briefly, he took a bite, immediately savoring the sweet juice cascading down his throat. Upon seeing the figures on stage, Sharona's eyes sparkled with excitement. Karuna noticed the glimmer in Sharona's gaze and inquired, "Sharona, have you seen the windspeed dog belonging to Guyi?" Indeed, the windspeed dog was summoned by Guyi. The Ping and Co. was a precious talisman bestowed upon his descendants during Bo Li's visit to the capital. Having been consecrated, it should not be carelessly damaged, especially since its loss was still a mystery. Zhao Shui struggled to comprehend their vague references to entering and exiting, yet she understood that Feng Junzi aimed to awaken Zhao Lei using a unique method, and this Xiao Yuni was here to assist. She cast a grateful glance at Feng Junzi, opening her mouth yet uncertain of what to say. Chao Meng followed Gu Ye's instructions, yet the shadow remained indifferent, evading whenever Chao Meng's psychic energy approached, showing no regard whatsoever. The geomantic axis in ancestral tomb feng shui is delineated according to the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams, representing an exceedingly profound practice of divination. Thank you. We will continue to seek your verification in the future. The other party did not respond to Li Dada's words and directly hung up the phone. Li Dada held the phone, momentarily dazed, and suddenly recalled something. He dialed the operator to inquire about the origin of the previous external call. Volume 1, Chapter 329, Lin Miaoga returns. Upon returning to Mu City, the night was deep. The stars adorned the sky, shimmering with faint starlight, bestowing a unique hue upon this decaying city. After confirming safety, CaoQiang finally opened the Shifeng map, releasing Lin Na and Li Waner. The moment Li Wanqing emerged, she dashed into CaoQiang's embrace, her small fists incessantly pounding against his chest. CaoQiang, you big bad guy, why didn't you let us out earlier? Do you know that if you die, we won't survive either? Li Wanqing's voice was filled with sorrow, easily stirring emotions in others. Lin Na, with reddened eyes and biting her lip, remained silent. It was evident that she held CaoQiang responsible for his prior actions. If it were not for her despicable means in seizing her Jinghenggu, how could her father have been captured? Huang Shihai was displeased, and Zhang Jiaoyang was equally vexed. However, as Huang Shihai was the elder, Zhang Jiaoyang patiently stated, "Third uncle, Yangzheng Group is engaged in illicit activities in Huanghai, and the evidence is irrefutable. We must act according to the law." Yi Miao gradually comprehended that Yi Miao had often been bullied at school. She recalled her arrival in this world. Her head still aching as Yi Grandma had said she was pushed down. Those individuals must surely be the ones before her now. Oting took Yu and Tom to a restaurant called Xin Yuan, which you had seen highly recommended on Weibo for its exceptional flavors, although reservations were notoriously difficult. At times, booking a month in advance might still not secure a table. Before the youth could respond, a clear voice resonated from beside him. Turning to look, he noticed that the previously unconscious man had somehow turned and sat up, his profound gaze fixed on Han Bai, filled with curiosity and suspicion in both his look and tone. She realized that the man beside her was observing her lively interactions and noted that Mai Can was already preparing to intervene, unable to endure the awkwardness. She could manage until Mai Can arrived to rescue the situation, which was ideal, as there was no need for concern. However, being rescued was an entirely different matter. Experienced reporters could discern from the seating arrangement who would speak throughout the event and express disappointment, as they were eager to hear the Shadow Doctor, making his first public appearance after the incident. In the bright, glaring lights, the floating vehicle of the Equal Rights Association arrived at the aerial landing pad. The camera zoomed in closely, capturing the moment the door opened, revealing a pair of starry shoes stepping onto the red carpet, the feet adorned with a flawless complexion, shimmering with a pearl-like radiance. Prepare a few outfits suitable for him and bring some food. I will write a prescription and you will ensure the required herbs are ready. Finding a few reliable individuals, Qing Wu instructed slowly. Li Yin, with his head bowed, supported Yang while diligently noting down Qing Wu's directives. Thus, the selection of the Baiyang City Welfare Institute was undoubtedly not solely due to the majority of children having black hair and eyes. Perhaps there were other reasons, such as it being a model welfare institution. The residents of Shansheng had a habit of strolling after dinner. As an old saying goes, 100 steps after a meal ensures one lives to 99. I told my parents to refrain from returning to our former residence during this period and to temporarily withhold our new address from relatives and friends who might call. Once, numerous masters from the 11 halls of the Dark Palace opposed me, yet they ultimately became allies in battle. In this world, is there anything truly impossible? A flicker of light shone in Gao Han's eyes as he moved his hands, and before that black light, a black vortex suddenly appeared. The black light, frightened, turned to flee but was ensnared by the vortex and dragged within. I observed clearly. This girl bore a cold expression, her eyes seemingly concealing an iceberg. Yet she was undeniably beautiful. I gazed at her in a daze, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. 2 bandits were suddenly shot dead, leaving the remaining robbers astonished, bewildered by the unexpected attack. Meanwhile, having just expelled the contents of my stomach, Xiao Huai on the other side also succumbed to the urge to vomit. Volume 1, Chapter 330, The Clash of 5th-Level Titans. The news of Lin Miaoga's return struck like thunder, swiftly igniting a tempest in and around Mu City. This once favored gem of a high official, the most beautiful woman in the underworld, and now a formidable figure in the military. Her return would undoubtedly reshape the power dynamics of Mu City, making the already turbulent city even more unpredictable. The fleeting tranquility felt by CaoQiang, Lin Na, and Li Wanqing in the abandoned hotel was abruptly shattered by this unexpected news. Both CaoQiang and Lin Na harbored animosity toward Zhou Jingde. While Li Wanqing was regarded as a treasured possession by Zhou Jingde, he would not let them off easily. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both anxiety over the unknown and the reality of their plight. As for Chun Shiru, whether she was willing to follow Li Su, starting anew in Bin City with nothing, remained uncertain. However, the man lounged on the sofa, seemingly indifferent, leaning slightly while his arm draped over the couch, casting a languid and dismissive gaze upon her. Xin Wuqing herself was skeptical. Would the demon doctor truly commit to the arduous task of connecting her left hand in public? After all, connecting a human's limb was not comparable to attaching prosthetics to a magical beast. Having fled for 3 hours, they finally managed to shake off their pursuers. Gu Lingji and Rong Huashang collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Cheng Yi and Yin Yu simultaneously found themselves at a loss for words, nearly causing a scene that would necessitate police involvement. "You're back. If you are, hurry up and get to work," Gong Yeqing remarked, glancing at Lu Han, who stood at the center of his office. It seemed that the family head would not agree to matters between him and Tai Xiangxue. One's destiny ought to be grasped by oneself, especially since deeper mysteries awaited unraveling, requiring patience and perseverance. This journey would undoubtedly be long. Gu Lingji resolutely made a decision, sidestepping an attack. Yet, her heart suddenly raced as a strong sense of danger surged within her. A flash of silver hurtled toward her brow with alarming speed. "Grandfather, just wait a moment longer, and you shall eat. I will fetch some vegetables from the garden," Ning Nanxing called out from the kitchen, spotting Shenzhong and greeting him before limping towards the vegetable patch. "Ah, we are merely workers. Boss Me sent us here. This is our home. We promise to perform our tasks as diligently as we would for Boss Me. If there are areas where we fall short or if you have any dissatisfaction, please do not hesitate to point them out." The group humbly chimed in. "You are an alchemist?" The semi-saint powerhouse was momentarily taken aback, his previously assertive tone softening. Witnessing the fierce approach of the cavalry from the island nation, the battle guard was also alarmed, with spear wielders relentlessly targeting the mounted soldiers, while archers aimed their shots at them. Various weaponry designed specifically for cavalry emerged, including grappling hooks, 3-pronged ropes, and fishhook nets. His face was filled with disbelief as he rubbed his eyes vigorously, glancing skyward once more, only to find his expression mirroring that of the earlier individual. Increasingly ghastly, as if he had seen a ghost. Was that shape enlarging? Yet, they all fell silent, each brooding in their own thoughts. At this moment, I found myself increasingly disheartened. Just as I finally found an opportunity to intervene, I was met with a cold shoulder, leaving me with no choice but to shrug in resignation. Observing the perplexed expression on Lao Chui's face, Ling Xia, with a grave demeanor, issued a command. From this point onward, Lao Chui would no longer partake in military training or charge in a battle. His sole responsibility would be to gather intelligence. The Yulei gene axe was enveloped and scorched by the black flames, gradually purging its impurities, which only intensified the malevolence radiating from it. I had gathered intelligence about the D people, in addition to the nearly 200,000 troops of the strong Duan Wang. There were also the 15,000 soldiers of Lei Ding Wang, totaling 350,000 men. Among them, the forces of the strong Duan Wang were primarily composed of D people, while those of Lei Ding Wang were interspersed with a significant number of Han slave soldiers. In the military conference hall of Mucheng, Zhou Jingde was fuming, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. How could it be that my mother took action against CaoQiang and those 2 wretches, yet they managed to survive? I refused to accept this. Zhou showered calm, explaining that it was thanks to the intervention of the esteemed elder Jian Linglong from the Tai Jian men that they narrowly escaped this calamity. Next time, they would not be so fortunate. Li Debiao, trembling with fear, attempted to offer comfort. Nonsense. How long must I wait for the next chance? My grandfather is already aware of this matter and has ordered my immediate return. My mother was injured due to this incident and is currently recuperating. I am filled with rage, yet have no outlet. Understood. Gulan vigorously nodded, securing the iron piece in front of the other party, then obediently remained in place, awaiting further instructions. Real person, what have you been doing for the past 200 years without acquiring a proper cultivation method? You are not faring well at all. She felt an urge to tremble, to wildly flail her arms at the sky like a mad woman, and to collapse onto the puddle-ridden ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Yet, she yearned even more to confront the arrogant scoundrel, to unleash a thorough beating upon him. Just as her carefully arranged emotions were disrupted by an unexpected wave of tenderness, Sue felt a painful ache in her chest, hastily inhaling a couple of breaths to stifle the tears welling in her eyes. She lifted her head to speak, only to be gently kissed by Vino on her lips. However, when faced with such a person, one must never provoke their hidden vulnerabilities, lest the consequences be dire, a lesson starkly illustrated by the fate of the Earth Tyrant who fell victim to the 8 gods. In truth, she had come to deliver a cake, harboring a desire to engage in a sincere conversation and possibly reconcile. Should anyone be healing within, they would inevitably be affected. Even if they ceased all actions, they would still experience the repercussions. Min Shu offered a sheepish smile to the young man who, despite possessing a rather handsome appearance, was so stern that he could come across as somewhat intimidating as an apology, and hastily rose again. Just as he began to speak, the smile vanished from his face. Tong Bayan and Gulan exchanged puzzled glances at the sudden silence, while Yuan Sui trembled, halting his steps just in time to avoid colliding with Gulan, who had not managed to stop, despite Baiye's utmost effort to escape the clutches of the second great demon king. Our esteemed Baiye had already laughed himself to exhaustion in the face of the tickling technique. Although Tao Bing had gained some popularity, her fan base remained largely unstable, lacking the scale and organization to rival Heizi. She and Li Yin were separated by an entire academic year. This semester, Li Yin had entered her senior year. She thought to herself that, regardless of the circumstances, she wanted to bravely attempt it one last time. In ancient times, people revered deities, and now, amidst these tumultuous years of war, they were even more inclined to believe in such excuses. Yin Cheng and Luo Xiaoza had not prepared for Li Miao Miao in this regard. If they disassembled the gun in such a manner, Li Miao Miao could easily restore it after just one glance, proving her to be a true genius. The fluffy fur of the German shepherd floated through the air, and even after the 2 security guards swiftly restrained and secured the dog, Lu Lin could not help but continue sneezing. Hui Yuhua glanced knowingly at Zirwei, wondering how she discerned so much in just one encounter. Tian Yu felt speechless towards his 3 good brothers. He had long intended to elevate their bloodline levels. Although their recent behavior had disgusted him somewhat, he still distributed 3 Tian Yao Dan among them. By the way, wasn't Li Xueba attending the provincial competition with her? It was said that the 2 of them had made it into the provincial team together, and they must have met here. It was unexpected to see their relationship appeared quite good. Indeed, they were all scholars who could come together. Su Chusheng suddenly spoke up, resting his chin on his hand and analyzing the situation intently. However, the second sister-in-law's initiative was unparalleled. She immediately disembarked from the vehicle. Realizing this, he hurriedly followed suit, determined to protect her from harm, for he could not face his elder brother were anything to happen to her. Zhou Jinda departed the night before Li Ruyin joined the Dang Mo Xiaoyan Tuan. The surface world was besieged by demonic beasts, and the military examination commenced ahead of schedule. He returned to the surface world alongside his mother, Lin Miaoga. Simultaneously, Jian Linglong, distinct from them, received a summons from the Sword Sect, bidding farewell to Chao Chong and others as she hastened back to the surface world. There exists an unwritten rule in the surface world. When besieged by demonic beasts, warriors of level 5 or above must return to the surface world immediately, regardless of any pressing matters at hand, or they will face severe repercussions from the Martial Alliance, including the revocation of their qualification to train in the Star Tower. Meanwhile, within the Justice Alliance, Wang Yuanping's predicament had not gone unnoticed by the Shui. He had dealt with Wang Yuanping long enough to understand his character. Subsequently, the hundreds of soldiers behind him echoed in unison. "Congratulations, Lord He." Their voices rang out, piercing the sky, and in an instant, the previously bustling entrance of the Chun residence fell silent. Wang Yuanping observed that, unbeknownst to him, Her once beautiful long hair had been cut short, making her appear more capable and composed. However, her words were somewhat brusque. As she approached within his reach, he swiftly extended an arm and gently pulled her waist, unexpectedly drawing them closer. In the next moment, his face buried itself in her embrace, resembling a sorrowful individual seeking solace. Moreover, if not for the golden serpent in his hand, which was imbued with the powers of the Lao Jun furnace, Yin Shi would not have been able to breach the 8 Immortals' great formation so easily. At that moment, he swept his gaze across the room, landing on a bottle of air freshener on a nearby counter. Wang Yuanping's final words bore a hint of pleading. Chen Dabin and Yun Changsheng did not dare to be negligent, responding in agreement. Tian Yin was astonished, both palms glistening, hazy and indistinct, trailing down the eel's spine, as pure Taoist energy sought to extinguish it. The celestial beings watched as the 2 jade-armored figures dragged the golden-armored man aside, vanishing alongside the Jade Emperor from the sight of the crowd. Throughout the journey, they had seen no servants, making it evident how little regard was held for Yongqing Garden. Originally unwilling to pursue further, Pei Yiling was compelled to rush over when she saw the door being locked unnecessarily, vanishing right before the bathroom door. The day was drawing to a close. You two should return and rest, the Empress said, leaning against the headboard while gazing at Lin Chuxia. They were well aware that continuing down this path would be exceedingly detrimental to them. Consequently, they joined forces, utilizing their formidable strength to breach the barriers of the first and second layers, entering the second level of the Sheng Mo Tower. Shang Qing offered a faint smile to Ni Chong before stepping inside. Subsequently, there were Ni Chong and Ling Xiang. After joining forces with Long Si Chu, despite gaining the upper hand, they were still unable to bring about Yi and Pei's demise. Instead, as they struck him repeatedly, the web that could have preserved Rong Shaoqing's life began to unravel, strand by strand. Ilan, you're forcing me to take your life, Zhu Xiaomin declared through gritted teeth. Yet I refuse to end your life. I wish to keep you alive, to repay the affection I have harbored for you over the years. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, Qing Ying and the others turned to see Huang Fu Ro's silhouette and quickly stepped aside. She walked inward and beheld Zhou Lao bound tightly to a chair. Although he bore no visible wounds, his face had turned exceedingly pale, likely due to recent injuries sustained during the conflict. My lord, what has happened? Li Jiao, unable to perceive the deathly aura within the Li family, nonetheless sensed a momentary change in Meng Changsheng's expression and instinctively turned to him. Initially, I felt indifferent, but after old Yang's reminder and recalling the host's smile, a sense of unease crept in. Third Aunt Lin Mi was cursing in indignation, while the conversations among First Aunt, Second Aunt, and Su Jinghui continued unabated. Nian Sheng, lost in thought, removed a red gemstone ring from her finger, lifting it as if to scrutinize it more closely in the light. What do you think of this ring? She asked softly, her gaze never leaving the jewel. Volume 1, Chapter 333. A Gentleman Does Not Save. The Xingkong Tower, revered as a sacred site among martial artists on the surface world, has long been sought after as a place of cultivation by the strong. It harbors the profound truths of the universe, with the flow of time within differing from that of the outside world. Once one enters, it feels as though they have stepped into an alternate universe. A single day of cultivation here is akin to several years outside. This is the dream destination for all martial artists. However, the conditions for entry are exceedingly stringent, requiring outstanding performance in a martial examination and an extraordinary willpower. Fortunately, Cao Chong possesses both attributes. For Cao Chong, every moment spent within the Xingkong Tower is invaluable. Once inside, he must seize every opportunity to cultivate with all his might. Within the span of a single hour, he must maximize his efforts. Previously, when his elder brother Lai accompanied her, she never thought it was a disadvantage to lack her parents escorting her to school. He readily produced 6 mid-grade spirit stones, demonstrating his wealth without hesitation. Had he returned too early, she might have missed seeing old Master Qin and his assistant. Without their presence to provoke her, she might have forgotten her past memories. The ability to communicate through sound, disregarding distance, exists between many individuals, allowing them to connect as long as they know each other's names. If it becomes cumbersome, one can choose to disable it, refusing all communications. However, the Yuan family was impoverished, lacking space to accommodate Dong Cheng, Hu, and Gu Shuexiu. They had no intention of burdening the Yuan family and, after a brief stay, expressed their desire to return, leaving behind a considerable sum of silver for old Madame Yuan. Yang Chi-Chi had long feared this moment would come, and now that it had, her heart was heavy with discontent. Waves of flames crashed against him, causing Lu Li to continuously melt, yet heal again with the aid of her immortal bloodline. The quality of the door at home was exceptionally high, despite several attempts. Hang Jin could not force it open. He resolved to dismantle the guest room tomorrow, pondering how she would evade him thereafter. The two shared a sudden jolt, recalling how arrogant this individual had been at the ancient ruins entrance. He dared to confront not only Hu Tianliang and Feng Qifan, but also the likes of Long Yu Fei, a prodigy from the Sky City, without a hint of trepidation. Even in such moments, Tang Luo, though unable to see anyone, gently closed her eyes, instinctively embracing the waist of the figure before her. It is incorrect to say she had never visited the heavenly realm. Yet, had she encountered the Tian Shu star during that time, there would have been no opportunity to accept him as her disciple. After all, if she were to return to confront Long Jun, he might become displeased and whisk her away once more. Yi Chun cast a few glances toward Lin Lin, who just happened to look up, their gazes locking in a moment of connection. Farewell, I will not participate next time. Jian Lang spoke the truth. He had attended this event to escape from Shui Fei and resolved not to repeat such folly. He was someone who would fulfill his promises to others, diligently practicing at home to overcome his inner obstacles. Upon returning to the private room, Li Fengzi bore a grim expression, whispering a few words to Long Hu, whose countenance turned equally dark. The memory of how he had previously appeared brought a pang of sadness to Wen Huan, who felt he had burdened him. Dun Yu, who had followed the group into the village, huddled in a corner of the house, chewing on meat. Noticing Lin Yi's gaze, he grinned broadly, displaying a simple, honest smile. With a laugh, Yu Yin decided to return, mentioning that the teacher would arrive shortly. At this moment, Luo Tianling suddenly remembered her exhaustion, recalling how Yi Si Ming had taken Luo Wu Hua into his room from the very beginning. Qi Song concluded the call, and Lu Shua gazed at the disconnected line, raising an eyebrow with a relaxed demeanor. The curved blade piloted the Chevrolet SUV along the mountain road. Earlier, Jessica had called, and after a brief conversation, they lost connection due to poor signal, now awaiting a signal to re-establish communication once they exited the mountainous terrain. Volume 1, Chapter 334, Saving Wu Zhigong. Inside the training room, CaoQiang felt the powerful energy surging within him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of responsibility and mission. He understood that this was not merely a personal enhancement of skill, but a solemn commitment to the future, to his companions, and to the world. Remember, no matter what you encounter, never lose hope in this world. Gurua Sheng's words echoed in his mind, like the brightest star in the night sky, guiding him forward. CaoQiang silently vowed that regardless of the challenges ahead, he would protect all that he cherished with unwavering faith and courageous resolve. As he delved deeper into his training, at the same time, in Shanghai Ju, Ouyang Pengcheng was likewise troubled by a certain matter while he earnestly advised a foolish young man. Lung Yu shook her head, holding him tightly, while Nian Jiuling trembled slightly, suddenly flipping him over and pinning her down. Before she could react, his heated lips were upon hers, seemingly releasing emotions long repressed. Dear heavens! The demoness let out a piercing scream, and in an instant, her body erupted into a cloud of black mist. Moments later, the mist vanished, and the demoness herself was nowhere to be found. Chuyu felt a surge of indignation at the mention of her cousin, struggling to comprehend how her astute grandfather could be so easily deceived by this grandson's facade. With a haughty stride, she exited, dismissing the servants with a wave of her hand, and communicated the Liu family's intentions, instructing the family servants to withdraw as well. How did you get in here? Why can you use divine perception here? Annie inquired, puzzled. Ouyang, Ji, Shui Jingwu paused, aware that for many years, Shui Dahai had maintained a connection with Ouyang Xie, yet he wondered what calling her now could possibly change. Lung Yu recognized that any words spoken at this moment could be perilous. Only by maintaining composure could a glimmer of hope remain. The exquisite jadeite objects, intricately carved, must retain their uniqueness, for rarity begets value. Only in this manner can they fetch astronomical prices. Otherwise, should multiple pieces emerge simultaneously, they would inevitably be sold at meager prices. For instance, the piece of blood jade sold by Xiao Yao to Zhuangya Jewelry. Zhuang, who had no intention of selling the entire batch of blood jade. At this moment, a large pool of blood had gathered beneath the man, his pallor akin to wax paper, due to excessive blood loss. He He regretted deeply, wondering why he had provoked these individuals out of sheer boredom, a foolish act indeed. Among the cultivators traversing the city, some with sharper instincts sensed the oppressive aura of high-ranking cultivators in the sky, and, driven by the instinct for self-preservation, discreetly avoided the area. After all, the leeching base was not far from the old city, compounded by Wei Fan's lightning-like speed. As the master had mentioned, in the future, Xian Air would be alone. Shun Lingfeng remarked, excluding Feng Xiao Air, that was not the case. In a haze of consciousness, she felt as if she were ensnared in a swirling vortex of ice and fire, faintly sensing the currents of air around her. At times, scorching her skin like a raging flame, at others piercing her nerves like icy daggers. This time, Old Hua was determined to accompany them, regardless of Wei Fan's persuasion. Simultaneously, various construction machines expanded Wei Fan's horizons, including wall-building machines, painting machines, and drying machines. For 3 consecutive days, all officials in the court had been at a loss for effective strategies to address the flooding issue, and the emperor, equally helpless, anxiously thought of his son. The crown prince, who had not attended court for several days, believing that this talented son might possess a solution. Sun Li Juan remained silent, having packed her belongings. She strode out with her bag, her eyes ablaze with hatred, her expression contorted. This truly astonished Qin Wan, who skeptically glanced at Feng Chun's belly, which remained as large as ever. Wang, who furrowed his brow slightly, silently tidying up these items, as she had always done. In Volume 1, Chapter 335, Wu Zhigang entrusted herself to CaoQiang. Before parting, Wu Zhigang gazed at CaoQiang, her clear and profound eyes shimmering as if stars were gently twinkling, leaving her entranced. This sudden act of salvation melted the frost in her heart like a warm ray of spring sunshine, quietly planting the seed of affection within her. Wu Zhigang spoke no further, her gaze brimming with deep emotion, vowing silently in her heart to repay CaoQiang. CaoQiang bore a grudge against Zhou Jingde, and as someone relatively close to Zhou Jingde, Wu Zhigang was somewhat familiar with CaoQiang's basic information, originally intending to enter the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy together with Zhou Jingde. Bai Zhiguang, you deserve to die, the words, dripping with murderous intent, escaped Jiang Ani's lips, sending chills through the courtyard as if swept by a cold wind, causing many to shudder. After a prolonged silence, several individuals turned to look, only to see Wang Hu, appearing as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, a look of relief on his face, shoulders slumped as he plopped down, legs spread, with a silly grin plastered on his face. You watched as the Xianyuan sword vanished before your eyes, then gazed upon Yun Chen's somewhat pale face, leaving Qing Long momentarily speechless. Qin Ming nodded and went to check the kitchen, and then he mentally prepared that evening's menu. He said to Yumeishi, sister, have a chat with Chang Xin. You two should get along splendidly. Yumeishi nodded and departed. The next day, at Shunshi, a carrier pigeon landed at Qingshan Water Village's pigeon loft. The guard hastily retrieved the bamboo tube from the bird's leg and rushed it to the gathering hall. Wang Tiangang extracted the secret message from the tube, which read, Biao Chu Yongchang, Jianji Qingshan. The invisible arrows ignited upon striking the ice wall. But Lu Ding Tian paid them no heed, changing direction and heading straight for the gray-clad figure. Mu Ziyun concentrated a vast amount of energy into his right fist, then swung it, sending a fire fist over 3 zhong wide and tall towards the black steed. The black steed extended its right index finger, pointing forward, releasing a visible wave of fiery air from its fingertips, with a semi-transparent firewolf shadow manifesting around it. Not only was Zeke clad in pajamas, but he also bore no shoes, his bare feet freezing against the snow, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, his teeth clattering like a typewriter. A sudden loud bang drew his attention, and upon looking, he saw the fist imprint, gasping in shock. The sound of laughter erupted once more, lifting the mood, echoing above Zheng Jun's tent. The commander's relaxed demeanor infected the soldiers, and the guards below smiled, casting confident glances towards the distant desert riders. In times of scarcity, goods are precious. Qi Sun Yang spent 50 taels of silver to purchase 20 chickens, 10 fat pigs, 10 jars of mung bean wine, and 20 bundles of 600 coarse porcelain bowls. She had enlisted the village women 3 days in advance to assist in slaughtering pigs and chickens, frying oil, and preparing intestines for the grand celebration upon entering the residence. As the ancient saying goes, in silence, One either chooses to become perverse or continues to be so. Lu Mingming might be worried I would become the second Ma Jiajue. Really? Then I shall send someone to Jiuxiao Mountain for assistance immediately. Lu Bancheng seemed to find a glimmer of hope and promptly instructed the steward to prepare horses, seeking a reliable individual to go to Jiuxiao Mountain, kneeling until they returned with the person. Pei Xiuji opened her mouth to speak, but Han Mingjing leaned in to seal her lips. However, this was merely the beginning. As he slid his hand beneath her coat, Han Mingjing whispered into Pei Xiuji's ear, causing her to tremble with fear, her tense body seemingly unwilling to budge. For the Xiongnu, the Wolf-Ju-Su Mountain was a sacred ancestral site that could not be disrespected in the slightest. The Qin army's rallying cry to flatten Wolf-Ju-Su Mountain was intolerable to the Xiongnu, inciting furious outrage. As they yearned to engage the Qin forces in a life-or-death struggle, their battle spirit ignited. First came the clash of the bony fish-toothed dagger against the white tiger's claw, as Mo Qinshun felt a wave of heat wash over him, accompanied by a foul stench. In Volume 1, Chapter 336, The Beautiful Senior Sister and the Genius Senior Brother, the next morning, when CaoQiang and Wu Zhigang awoke. The morning light filtered through the mist, playfully illuminating their faces. CaoQiang stretched lazily, while Wu Zhigang, somewhat bashful, crawled out from the opposite side of the bed. They had shared much conversation the previous day, and, for some reason, CaoQiang's smile had turned somewhat mischievous as he pinned her down, his gaze fixed intently upon her, offering to give her a massage. Having had a delightful experience with CaoQiang, she yielded to him, albeit half-heartedly. Little did she know that CaoQiang had boundless stamina, and his massage lasted several hours, leaving her somewhat apprehensive about getting up now. With a smile, CaoQiang tossed her some clothes, urging her to wear them. However, even so, to slay the Golden Emperor Palace with a single strike would prove challenging. It might be feasible against those with ordinary defenses, but against monsters adept at defense or possessing special defensive skills, one strike would undoubtedly fall short. His heart raced, and his complexion changed dramatically as he instinctively clenched the cigar tightly in his hand. Leon was, of course, aware of Ulysses, sharing a similar background. Their personalities mirrored one another. Yet, perhaps due to an aversion between the same genders, he found himself attracted not to Ulysses, but to Li Hansha. Lin Hao, do you have something to say? I will speak with you shortly. The impact on the citizens has been significant. You cannot simply let it go. Chen Bing stated. A grand fleet descended slowly, and Li Hansha's heart tightened upon spotting a transport ship in the distance, its design reminiscent of the two vessels previously dispatched by Wen Liang. The first matter that Teacher Sha would attend to after receiving his salary was to fly to Yi Xingchen's doorstep early in the morning, rousing them with vigorous knocking and urging. As silence enveloped everyone, in the 15th VIP room, Duan Chou raised an eyebrow, unexpectedly uttering a remark. This enchanting demoness must be dealt with. At this pace, even an AD would inflict terrifying damage. Yasuo, formulating a plan, marked the enchanting foe in the top lane, casting a glance at her extravagant equipment, questioning the necessity of such lavishness. The Kai family's human experimentation had recently come to light, even within their mysterious investigation bureau. Initially met with skepticism, the lack of evidence over time had led them to lose interest in the matter. When she saw you return home, covered in blood, she nearly broke down, fearing she might never see her brother Hao again. Fortunately, the situation was not as dire as she had imagined. Timely medical attention had only revealed a ruptured liver, and the surgery proceeded smoothly. The talented one's uncle, Sen Wai, arrived as he was a distant relative of the Zhou family. By lineage, San Wai was 2 generations older than Zhou Haishan and 1 generation older than Zhou Guangren. I once forged an entity known as Wuxiang Yinling, a spirit whose cultivation level was perfected in life. I utilized this spirit to monitor Lei Wanqi and Mo Jinyang, thereby acquiring this intelligence. Feng Fan, momentarily contemplative, swallowed hard and fixed his gaze on Gu Huaizi, calmly stating his resolve. Very well, I agree to attend your concert, but I insist you take this pig away immediately. Wu Xianming wished to avoid the sight of the two any longer. What is it? Have I struck a chord with you? Do you wish to engage in a quarrel? This was a characteristic gesture of Zhuge Tianshi before a storm, prompting Wang Qingfeng to sense something amiss, compelling him to provoke with words. Considering the current circumstances, it was indeed inconvenient for him to venture out. The reporters could dissect him alive. His arrival for safety was, therefore, deemed acceptable, and he generously divulged the address of Ling Lai's new residence. The talented one remarked, Very well. The two returned to the service desk, where the talented one waited for Ha Shunri to ascend and request leave from the manager. TC, you wouldn't understand this. There are three main reasons, Qin Shaojie declared pompously. When receiving others, it is customary to employ armored buses and luxurious vehicles for safety and prestige. However, for James, they opted for a new prototype helicopter still undergoing tests. In the first volume, Chapter 337, The Perilous Tianji Daochang. Upon hearing this, Cao Chang felt a jolt of inexplicable anxiety and excitement. He followed closely behind Changgu and Mo Sure, weaving through the academy's intricate pathways, pondering the nature of this so-called Tianji Daochang. Was it yet another new instance? The trio sprinted fervently, soon reaching the academy plaza. At this moment, many students had already gathered, anxiously discussing the meteors set to plummet from the sky. The Tianji manifests, and the demons dance. Who knows how many will perish before this secret realm? Indeed, the external malevolence was overwhelmingly formidable. Furthermore, she recognized his strength. Yet to speak of imperial authority so nonchalantly seemed rather presumptuous. Meanwhile, Chen Dong drove back to Yanjing, hoping to arrive in time for dinner. Beside him, a male high school student remained fixated on his coffee cup for nearly 20 minutes. The atmosphere among the two teams shifted abruptly, and they began to urgently designate plans, particularly concerning the order of appearances for the upcoming battle. Wu Yangzi's face bore additional creases, unmistakably from laughter, as he spoke with Luo Yu upon her departure. Under Zhou Yin's guidance, the Maiwa Zongzi first sprouted a cluster of green leaves beneath its seed. After 3 days of cultivation within her room, Annie had firmly established her recently ascended cultivation level. Upon exiting, she visited the food store for sustenance before heading to the deck, eager to gather information about Ling Yun's sect. Just as the colossal chemo's giant's hand was about to reach the golden volume, white frost suddenly materialized on its palm. He bellowed, and the white bear, embodying primal strength, charged forth, trampling orcs and goblins in its wake, carving a path for Luo Da amidst the green tide. After one decisive strike, the once confident warrior found himself engulfed in doubt. The absence of Chun Yang was utterly illogical, akin to a slap in the face. Fortunately, the pressure exerted was primarily psychological rather than physical, allowing him to endure. Otherwise, his presence would have been entirely exposed. The friends busied themselves with packing, and although the RV had soundproofing, they still overheard snippets of conversation, yet none dared to intervene. You, child, are so finicky. Now that you are here, you cannot leave without finishing your meal. I shall prepare dinner, while you two converse over tea, Wang Yinqin declared before proceeding to the kitchen. Tian Shui perceived a shift in Chun Haoyan's demeanor. The carefree, frivolous facade he once wore had been replaced by a semblance of someone owed a debt. My Yorli, your words are too heavy. Here is the plan. I shall contact Yike Group immediately to finalize the agreement for this parcel of land and initiate the project. I will address subsequent matters in due course. Surrounded, I took a deep breath, then swiftly formed hand seals. The coldness caused my hands to tremble slightly as I chanted. Ghostly energy descends. 5 woods manifest as smoke. Seal transformation. Divine slay. I shouted. The chaos before Song Ning intensified as more pieces appeared in his mind, revealing multiple boards filled with pieces, precisely positioned as they had been previously played by the two. He withdrew a jade pendant from his waist, gilded with gold and jade, its surface polished to a smooth sheen, indicating its cherished status in his possession. Even with his robust physique and immense resilience, he stifled a sound as his body involuntarily hurtled backward, crashing against a nearby cliff. Yin Qingshan was unexpectedly struck by Mo Wanli's sudden assault, receiving a sharp elbow to the chest, causing him to grunt in discomfort and darken his expression. In the first volume, Chapter 338, The Mother of Insects, Hellres, the three halted, panting heavily, on a meteor riddled with distorted wormholes, surrounded by endless chaos and uncertainty, as if each step tread upon the precipice of death. Cao Chang's heartbeat echoed like drums, yet his eyes sparkled with indomitable spirit, for he understood that only the strong could survive within this Tianji Daochang. Something felt amiss. Mo Sure surveyed her surroundings, her brow furrowed. She observed that the wormholes did not appear to be naturally occurring, but rather signs of some biological activity. Tian Yi, have you heard of the mother of insects, Hellres? Upon hearing this, Chun Ji's expression shifted. Are you referring to the one capable of controlling swarms and even creating wormholes? The barbarians were not foolish. particularly when presented with coveted prey. They exhibited formidable hunting prowess, and encirclement was an effective method against these humans. As he sensed the imposing aura emanating from the two individuals, Haonan immediately discerned their ranks, and upon a cursory glance, he noted their commendable prowess. Each night, you tenderly embrace me with heartfelt affection and whisper soothing words, yet once I succumb to slumber, you vanish without a trace. At times, I awaken startled from a perplexing dream, reaching out in search of solace, only to grasp nothing but ephemeral shadows. Dijun, where have you truly gone? I had thought she would refrain from replying to my messages while in the company of Mauzi, but to my surprise, she directly called me instead. What business does he have in examining He Lianxing's medical records? Could it be that he has sensed the possibility spoken of by Shan Mo? I gazed coldly at He Xiao, a multitude of thoughts surging within me. The most emblematic incident was undoubtedly the confrontation between the dinosaur and Wang Qingshan, which stirred a veritable tempest throughout the city. Although the Wu clan held an air of arrogance, it did not imply a lack of intellect. Moreover, Kong Xian was equally proud and resonated well with them. While in pursuit, I suddenly perceived a troubling shift in my surroundings. Our pursuers had returned, their faces etched with visible terror, leaving me utterly vexed. Why would they deliver such fear into our midst? Unfazed by Xia Yu's exaggerated reactions, Lin Feng shifted the topic, turning his gaze towards Qin Nan to inquire. The general had not indoctrinated us. Rather, we held a profound respect for him from the depths of our hearts. The youth asserted solemnly. Amidst a fierce psychological struggle, the knowledge that Xie Ying had previously acquired surged forth, profoundly impacting her spirit. Upon glimpsing the serpentine resemblance in the opponent's eyes, Li Xian experienced a moment of clarity, subsequently adjusting the attributes of light within his gaze to emulate Dao Ersi's form, and re-examined the intelligence of both parties. Not only Yang Yulei, but also the onlookers, Yu Ziren and Ren Wuxing, were equally astounded. This move by Fu Caijie was unprecedented for them, and it was clear that none among the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect had witnessed it before. At the northern gate of St. Petersburg, countless Zenit nobles, warriors, officers, merchants, and commoners were slaughtered under various pretexts and accusations. What manner of peculiar entity is this? Tianren observed Yang Yulei's fervent possession of the strange sword and, perplexed, inquired. During the clash of the two armies, merely over 10,000 engaged in direct combat at first. Despite the Chu dynasty's camp boasting 100,000 troops, they could not escape this reality. It is impossible for all 100,000 soldiers to be thrust into battle simultaneously. The executioner had partaken in numerous unspeakable deeds, believing he had accomplished his task. These individuals were from Beiyin, secretly sensing him. Upon exiting Lingon Temple, those who could boarded vehicles, while others mounted horses, all hurrying towards the Chengtian Gate. Although daylight had yet to break, many pedestrians filled the streets, all seemingly headed in the same direction, indicating their intent to reach Chengtian Gate. The young man, now clad in a tailored suit, seemed to have shed all traces of youthfulness, emanating an air of composed silence. Adorning his face was a fearsome mask, dark with azure patterns, a rugged design that, on him, possessed an inexplicable elegance. In Volume 1, Chapter 339, The Perverse Senior Brother and the Innocent Senior Sister. Three fruits shone like the most radiant stars in the night sky, illuminating the chaotic battlefield with their alluring violet glow, as if they contained the universe's most ancient and mysterious powers. CaoQiang, Chun Gu, and Mo Shishir exchanged glances, each recognizing shock and excitement reflected in the other's eyes. Could this be the legendary star fruit? Mo Shishir's voice trembled slightly. She had once read about the star fruit in an ancient text, which claimed it could significantly enhance a practitioner's physique and spiritual energy, and even assist in breaking through bottlenecks to reach unprecedented realms. Star fruit? CaoQiang's eyes glimmered at the mention. Following a series of resounding clashes, the calamity thundered in response to the collision of 5 swords, erupting into 5 massive bursts of fireworks. After the exchange, both the calamity and the stout man withdrew, and tranquility momentarily returned to the mountaintop. Having made his decision, Aji gazed up at the poison lady and calmly stated, "If there is nothing more, I shall prepare for the duel. Farewell." With that, he nonchalantly turned, his feet taking flight as he disappeared into the night. Have I overlooked something? I pondered. If so, then relying solely on mental power was evidently inadequate. I would need to engage my senses instead. Contemplating this, I shut off my vision from mental perception, focusing purely on feeling. I sensed I could leverage this insight. As Chun-Shi contemplated, she noticed the fierce beast once again sweeping its horned jaws in her direction. Upon arriving in Shuiyan City, Lin Tianyang's first thought was to seek out Yang Yili, but to his dismay, he learned that this esteemed senior was away on business and not present within the sect. At that moment, the stout man's expression shifted with urgency, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he regarded Gong Gong as if he were already a corpse. After whispering a few instructions to Yun Xiao and the others, he propelled himself into the air, soaring above Gong Gong. Left with no choice, Yuan Shi could only pursue Luo Ho while contemplating how to eliminate this chaotic figure, at the very least sealing him away to prevent his resurgence. Ouyang Xinzi, does the auction not take place at the city lord's residence? Is this auction under the control of the city lord? Lin Tianyang inquired curiously, as the auction had yet to officially commence. Tears, what is the matter? Onpei Takuya looked at the exuberant Sato Ruko and asked. Naturally, these were matters for another time. Regarding the generous proposal presented by Peter Pan, Chun-Shi saw no reason to decline. I suspect you may have exhausted your energies by now. I have awaited this day for quite some time, anticipating the young master's readiness to accept the inheritance. The excitement on Xiong Zhuang's face was unmistakable. Now, Lin Qinghe in the Foundation establishment stage possessed an extraordinary memory. The legendary ability to recall everything at a glance was hardly remarkable for her. Fortunately, Lin Yingnin had grown accustomed to it. Had this been earlier, he would have surely kicked him out of the carriage. However, these words left Qin Yi somewhat bewildered, pondering to which organization he belonged. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of gratitude, realizing Chun Chao was willing to endure such indignities for him. After all, Jun Yi's fusion with Tian Fa Gue Ling had long since imbued him with the essence of the other, an undeniable truth. You vile and malevolent scoundrels must be met with severe punishment, Qin Yi declared with righteous indignation. Furthermore, it would be remiss of me not to mention that Zhao Chuan is indeed the prince's man. This is something the sovereign ought to comprehend. Yunsen glared at the general, bellowing, and moments later, a cacophony of footsteps echoed as hundreds of pirates surged forth behind him. He ladled a few scoops of hot water from the stove, hurriedly washing the bowls and chopsticks before placing them neatly in the kitchen. For instance, the Tianxiang Divine Lord nearby is neither flower nor grass, nor mountain or stream, but rather the fragrant essence that emerged from the primordial chaos of the great world at its inception. The flaw lies in the formation's excessive size and complexity. The numerous nodes are intricately linked, each indispensable, requiring at least 1,000 people to arrange it before its true power can be manifested. In Volume 1, Chapter 340. Something is wrong. Lazy is in trouble. He has encountered the demoness, as Mo Yin gently caressed the sleek, mirror-like fur of the black star tiger. The colossal beast emitted a deep and gentle roar, seemingly responding to its master's call. Mo Yin's figure shifted, and he firmly seated himself upon the broad back of the Heixing, who, his profound gaze shimmering with a multitude of complex emotions, encompassing both an eagerness for the unknown and a contemplation of the past. Let us embark, Heixing, to uncover the deeper secrets of this Tian Ji Dao Chang. Mo's voice resonated with a deep power, seemingly capable of penetrating layers of void, reaching towards the heavens. Upon hearing this, the Heixing whose hooves struck the air, transforming into a streak of black lightning, vanishing instantaneously into the boundless darkness of the Inxing domain, leaving behind only a faint echo. Wang Shuang, being rather shy, naturally did not possess the same ease as Feng Yingying, and she felt somewhat embarrassed by the teasing directed at her. However, her inner thoughts diverged from the sentiment. Below, the earth cracked in countless fissures radiating from the center of Zake's body. Meanwhile, Enchurin commanded the paper crane, soaring like a gust of wind beyond the Death Island. Upon hearing Wang Bing's words, Mu Yun felt a warmth in her heart, aware that Wang Bing was undeniably fond of her, and she had no doubts about his willingness to act impulsively for her sake. Luo Gu observed the scene, finding it profoundly tragic. One must never test the limits of a villain, for they possess none. Ultimately, the boy remained just that, a boy. His concealed emotions bore little consequence, as he was still exceedingly young. The old man steadied himself and sighed, first glancing at the moth demon, then surveying the distant demon cave, signaling the moth demon with a glance to promptly fetch the king. Zhang Tianbao felt a wave of regret wash over him. He had merely placed a portion of what he deemed worthless items in the Bafeng Hall to appease Pei Renfeng, only to discover that each of these items held significant value. I understand that your cultivation surpasses mine. However, fret not. I shall take you to meet the person you wish to see, he said, leading the way. After searching fruitlessly, and with the voice having dissipated, Hou pondered that perhaps he had been overly paranoid. He decided to return to his slumber, but as he approached the ancient castle door, a strange odor wafted towards him, causing the world to spin around him. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianxi and Jin Xiu withdrew after a fierce clash, rejoining the forces of the northern ghost emperor below the mountain. In the village, the farmers had already gathered the land they intended to sell for potato cultivation, and with Liu Changyu's assistance, they had successfully arranged the land deed in the county. The remaining land, designated for wheat, would not be available until June after the harvest was complete, at which point it could be sold to Li Yuqing. Even amidst rivalry, true heroes accord respect to those of noble virtue and loyalty. When will I reach such heights? Chen Yun mused, bursting into laughter, feeling quite pleased. Your efforts are commendable. Long San, you must take care to recuperate. Surely, you have lost a considerable amount of true energy. Yan Shuheng understood the gravity of the situation and intended to prepare some tonics. However, he suddenly realized that he was no longer the master of the Taiji Palace, a realization that rendered him somewhat embarrassed. The vantage point was exquisite, granting a complete view of every movement within the smoke-like veil. She turned her head to observe Murong Chong, who was intently watching the commotion beneath the veil, his expression growing increasingly grave. Upon hearing Wishan S. report of kicking Zhao Wan'er, the Duke of Zhao felt a flicker of anger, but upon learning that it was due to Zhao Wan'er's actions, he redirected his gaze towards her. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Such a vast forest should not only cultivate valuable timber, but also harbor some wild animals to be raised within. This way, when I establish my barbecue restaurant, I shall not lack for supplies. Relying solely on hunting offers too little assurance of quantity. Perhaps Wei Zheng hesitated, but your majesty, I advise against any hasty actions until the truth is clear. It would be prudent to maintain a facade of openness while preparing in private. In Volume 1, Chapter 341, the illustrious leader of the Mecca Alliance, Mo Feifei, a breathtaking beauty, made her entrance. No. Please do not proceed this way. We can discuss matters amicably. Feeling the cool touch of the witch and Rant's small hand tugging at the hem of his shorts, inching downwards, Li Lei finally panicked. Discuss? The witch and Rant's lips curved into a charming smile. Too late. I and Ran do not engage in discussions with worthless men. Let me first examine the merchandise. With that, she exerted force with both hands, causing Li Lei to shut his eyes as the witch suddenly laughed, clapping her hands and teasing. You're not so impressive. Are you? You insist on refusal, yet your body tells a different tale. Even now, you seek to act like a man. Faced with the witch's mockery, Li Lei felt a wave of shame wash over him, his cheeks ablaze. The conversation was interrupted as he felt a sharp pain in his arm, causing him to lean back and fall directly into Fu Shijin's embrace. It was Fu Shijin's phone ringing that roused him from his stupor. It was Yixing calling to inquire about the situation since he had been tardy in reporting to work. Furthermore, given the uproar this incident had caused in the city, should anyone recognize him, it would undoubtedly lead to further complications. Lin Jiejie realized that Fu Shijin had forewarned Aunt Su. She ascended the stairs to change into a different outfit, but felt inexplicably fatigued, laying down upon the bed. Ai Yongguei was in high spirits, oblivious to the astonished expressions of Ma Shi and Ai Mingshan upon hearing his words. The door of the morgue creaked open of its own accord, prompting Liang and myself to become alert, while Kong Li, who had been dozing against the wall, was startled awake and began to rise. I signaled him to remain still, halting his movements. While ancient culinary practices might have been meticulous, they lacked a plethora of seasonings for preparation. Many superior flavorings only began to emerge in modern times within the Huaxia continent. In her serene demeanor, there was an elegance unbeknownst to her, illuminated by the dim light, creating a particularly ethereal beauty. Moreover, had the local commander's vigilance truly reached such heights? Did he already know to evade upon the slightest hint of our mechanisms? Or had our movements been discovered long ago? If one were to reside here for an extended period, even without cultivation, one's strength would steadily rise, potentially reaching the second tier of Wang Zhili. Given the brief passage of time, it was likely that word of his affairs would soon spread, drawing the attention of various factions. After careful examination by experts, the fragrance had transformed into an invisible assassin. Inhaling it would not result in immediate death, but it would lead to the loss of reproductive capabilities. The harm inflicted on men was particularly severe, akin to undergoing a sterilization procedure, resulting in a permanent loss of masculine function. The couple joyfully carried Shuer outside. Shuer gazed at Wei Yang, her eyes filled with reluctance, yet she remained obedient, neither calling out nor leaping towards him. When the entire campaign concluded, a week had quietly passed. However, this time, the 8th Route Army had indeed seized a considerable amount of supplies and significant currency, much to the excitement of the commanders of the Jinchaji and Jinji Luyu military districts. Although the major battle had ended, the fight to eliminate remaining enemies continued. Seated at the dining table, Ling Fei ate while gazing out the window, as though she wished to penetrate the very door. Lu Chao did not anticipate such a counterattack from his opponent. In a moment of panic, he pressed down on the sword, concentrating his power in his left arm, channeling 80% of his inner strength to clash against his adversary's palm. Little did he know, his actions had fallen right into Ren Wei's trap. In her heart, Shi Guifei felt a sense of triumph. No matter how formidable Shen Wan was, she was merely relying on her youth and beauty. And Shi Guifei was not convinced that Shen Wan would remain ageless forever. Injishuan was undoubtedly aware that he had invested nearly all of his patience in him, and he never anticipated that he could possess such an abundance of forbearance. In terms of lethality, the thermobaric bomb surpasses the fuel-air explosive, representing a remarkable evolution. It utilizes solid propellants containing oxidizers. When these solid agents disperse into the air in granular form, the resulting explosive power is significantly greater than that of fuel-air explosives. As Murphy and Li Xiang pursued the witch and ran, in another part of Tianji Dao, CaoQiang, Chenggu, and Li Shishir successfully absorbed the power within the heart of the stars. Chunji's realm ascended to level 7, while Mu Feifei reached the latter part of level 6. And CaoQiang directly broke through to the mid-level 6. Being a spirit martial artist, his combat power was on par with that of a late level 6 warrior. They proceeded towards the deeper recesses of Tianji Dao, where extraordinary opportunities awaited them. Meanwhile, after Li Jia consumed the breakthrough pill given by Mo Yen, not only did her injuries heal, but she also managed to break through 2 major realms, attaining the latter part of level 6. It was Lin Mu who forcefully snatched the phone from my hand and smashed it against the ground. Huang Quan casually shrugged, as the black mist around him gradually dispersed, coalescing into a grotesque visage of a demon, emitting a triumphant cackle. This ghastly face approached the defeated Lin Yixiao, whispering incomprehensible curses in an arcane language. Qi Mu completely shielded the person behind him, fearful that a moment's inattention would allow someone to snatch them away. Shen Yuerong extended her hand, feigning to restrain Qi Mu's sleeve, fully aware that he would never act with his own hands. Although Chu Yun's cultivation was indeed inferior to Han Guodong and the bandits, it did not imply he was incapable of inflicting harm. Employing his formidable swordsmanship, Chu Yun navigated through layers of attacks, directly confronting Han Guodong. Han Che discerned that the protective formation of Yanling Palace was meticulously arranged by Ning Yan, utilizing the volcanic fire vein as the focal point to establish a fire-type killing array. As he called out, he lunged toward the final box, his claws scratching against the wood with a loud, grating sound, echoing unsettlingly in the stillness of the night. This venture had already cost over 1,000. Although Lin Yuer felt a pang of regret for her silver, she realized that failing to curry favor with Lin Qinghan would jeopardize future business prospects. Lin Ning found a particular phrase in a storybook quite poignant. It suggested that the one unloved among the trio was the superfluous one. As for the so-called magical treasures possessing spirit, they merely possess a semblance of consciousness. Only by reaching the artifact level akin to that of a cultivator crossing the tribulation to the great ascension could true transformation occur. The Shura Holy Land is a realm where slaughter reigns supreme, offering no second option apart from death. An orange-yellow energy beam pierced the heavens, its radiance visible throughout the barren mountain range. Below, a fervor erupted among Li Do and the others, who exchanged knowing smiles, while Chahadi and Chi Hua Ha exchanged glances, both astonished by the unspoken understanding in each other's eyes. Dad, Yi Lao and He Lao don't smoke, so there's plenty of leftover cigarettes, but the tea is scarce, with only 2 tails of each. Sun Zilong sighed and continued, Don't you know? The old man disdainfully shot us a glance, while simultaneously channeling his energy into Li Yi to boost her stamina, testing her pulse and strength with his power. Among the current leaders of the Wagong army, some remain former subordinates and confidants of Zhai Rang. How could they be content? One day, Zhai Rang and Li Mi are bound to sever ties, and when that happens, the Wagong army will fragment. At that point, whether Li Mi can retain his current territory is uncertain, let alone compete for dominion. Within a spacious cave, emerald green spirit stones were scattered like fallen stars, filling the chamber with a mystical glow. Only in the VIP area or during personal gambling battles within those private boxes do stakes reach astronomical figures, exceeding millions and even surpassing 100 million. Yet, he too endured anguish due to his status. He comprehended Wang Xian's reasons for refusal, but circumstances were beyond their control. He had announced the reconstruction of the Shadow Hall, but had yet to immediately pass the position of sect master to Wang Xian. After performing the 5 elements technique for cleansing, he lay down in the room arranged by James, comfortably stretching and yawning before drifting into a hazy slumber. In the first volume, chapter 343, Senior Sister Likes You. Consider being her boyfriend. CaoQiang's query was akin to a spring breeze caressing a tranquil lake, stirring delicate ripples. A blush swept across Mo Shi's face, and her typically mischievous eyes softened, as if kissed by the gentle glow of the setting sun. Indeed, Senior Sister likes you. Would you consider being her boyfriend? Her words carried a blend of jest and sincerity, akin to an inadvertent revelation from the depths of her heart. After speaking, she paused, then covered her mouth in laughter, seemingly mocking her sudden impulse. Upon hearing this, CaoQiang was instantly engulfed by an indescribable emotion. He had never, however, facts demonstrated that no one ever had the inclination to indulge in nonsensical chatter with you. After all, why should I contact you again when you persist in such folly? Though I may appear easygoing, I possess my own views on these matters and find them rather tedious. The onlookers tightened their grips on their weapons as they beheld the flag emblazoned with the character Chu fluttering in the wind. Their blood surged alongside Xiao Yu's fervor. This marked the 4th encounter, and even Qingdao High School, no matter how slow to adapt, would devise strategies against Kanemiya. The terror of the change-up pitch lay in its ability to disrupt the batter by altering the velocity compared to a fastball. Otherwise, a breaking ball would merely veer outside, offering a soft and feeble trajectory. Show your strength, don't hide. The perpetually prideful Feng Chuyang, in a fit of rage, cast aside his dignity and uttered a shameless retort. Like droplets splashing against stone, the 9 blades of light shattered upon impact, merely slicing through Li Tianxin's clothing without inflicting any substantive harm. After a day of running about, this chapter was primarily composed during meals, commutes, and meetings, crafted with a mobile phone. Majuo Bush's words resonated deeply with the hearts of the common folk. Many were not devoid of strength, but rather lacked noble lineage, thus deemed unqualified. The flames that had been jointly suppressed by the two suddenly broke free, surging towards them like cannon fire. Wei Guotao stood in a daze for a few seconds before reacting, hastily summoning a doctor to examine the old gentleman's condition. The outcome left everyone gasping in disbelief. Thanks to Lin Yi's treatment, the old man's vitality had significantly improved, though he remained unconscious, his condition having notably stabilized. World billionaire, dear, don't worry, I will work hard, and in 9 months, we will have a healthy baby. As the 3 pushed open the car door, their feet barely touching the ground, the server who had directed others to park rushed over. Why are you still here? Do you think I want you two to stay for a meal? Wang Yi barked. This performance marks the inaugural appearance of Yi Chun and his companions in the military, serving as a significant trial. My heartfelt gratitude to Ling Dage. I only require these fragments of silver, and you may retain the banknotes for your own use. Shuel Yinner reached for the banknotes once more, intending to return them to Ling Ran. This action was not motivated by Guan Yu's fear of Chao Run, but rather the urgent matter at hand was to rendezvous with Liu Bei. Cease your antics. The esteemed one pondered how to eliminate over 100 terrorists and more than 20 mafia members while ensuring the safety of their side. The words wedding cancellation struck a sensitive nerve in He Jiandong, causing him to erupt in fury, his eyes ablaze, nearly shouting. She reached up to wipe the water from her face and gazed towards the direction of the splashing, only to see Zhang Limei and Huang Yingying from the opposite shop looking back at her. Lan Fudao led several elders of the Mo Jin clan, aware that if they did not take action, they would likely be the subject of widespread blame, with little hope of victory. There is little merit in your presence. It will be best for you to return whence you came. Bai Yue spoke with a sharpness that left no room for politeness. In the tumult of the storm, the 4 were like mere grains of sand amidst the vast sea, torn apart by the merciless whirlpool, yet the hands they clasped tightly became their most steadfast support. CaoQiang, Mo, Sure, Chungu, and Li Jia exchanged glances amidst the chaos, their unspoken understanding and determination sufficient to carry them through the trials ahead. Meanwhile, the sorceress and Ran, bearing the prized diminutive Jus Xinglian, slipped away with Li Lei into a hidden meteorite cavern. Inside the cave, the sorceress lit a candle, illuminating her enchanting figure cloaked in black silk, with an elusive smile gracing her lips. She gently placed the Jus Xinglian upon the stone platform, releasing waves of pure energy. After more than a month of preparation, Ivan was ready for everything. Soon, he would embark on his path of vengeance. This modest incline was virtually level against the subterranean races whose abilities generally exceeded the fourth tier. In other words, devoid of geographical advantage. How many legions would be required to hold the ground? The Fan family was known for their propensity to hoard items, and with frequent visitors, including Ingu and Bai Yuran, who often dined here and liked to take things. She had little silver to speak of, usually reluctant to spend, preferring to save. Thus, giving away was out of the question. Adavi Ying, fall in and run, barked the sergeant, feeling slighted by Steve. As Aiden disdainfully glanced at the sergeant before rejoining the ranks, Shang Biao was quite brusque, attempting to drive away Chunmei, should she persist in her entanglement. She might inadvertently uncover something troubling. The director was quite accommodating. Upon learning of the situation, he promptly agreed to delete the segment and offered some words of comfort to Lu Qinglai. The fur of the demonized beast could be fashioned into armor, as its excellent magical conductivity allowed for enchantments and the creation of magical scrolls. At this moment, Ying Shanwu gifted 2 flight attendants wristwatches valued at thousands of points. After expressing their gratitude, the attendants were surprised to discover that the watches contained a significant amount of supplies and equipment, worth at least over 10,000 points. Though they revered strength, they were not swayed by it, nor did they lose themselves within its grasp. Such individuals would undoubtedly become formidable, for they possessed a robust heart. As the illusionary ninja clan, capable of standing alongside the Uchiha, the task of persuading the Onma clan to join Konohagakure naturally fell to Uchiha Madara. As Yi Tian approached Yang Tao and the others, it was imperative to inform Ouyang Hui, who was treating his friends. Within a mere 20 seconds, Jingtian University executed 3 slam dunks, scoring 6 points. Indeed, whether it was Xing Luo's extraordinary prowess or Su Qingwe's past majesty coupled with this intricate explanation, it compelled the typically proud Hongyu chess players to nod in respectful agreement. In a moment of peril, shadows flickered as if celestial warriors descended. Yen Wanshuang lightly clapped her left palm, diverting Xianning's sword, while her right sleeve spiraled to ensnare Shi Fangzheng's left hand, pulling back to neutralize their attacks. Yi Ziluo cleared his throat, rousing the still-dazed youths. The 3 young men turned crimson, embarrassed by their lapse in composure. Although Cao Cao was unaware of the city's circumstances, he could surmise the situation. He laughed heartily, evidently pleased with the outcome thus far. Delaying any longer would bring forth his specially assembled death squad for the siege. He had little doubt that amidst such chaos, he would not capture the city. Just as he was about to depart, Yi Ziluo suddenly heard a mechanical rumble amidst the sizzling noise and in the molten and fiery space. Even the most sensitive electronic ears might struggle to discern the sound of machinery, let alone one that was weaker than the flutter of a mosquito's wings. Initially intending to delegate Jamie's matter to Simon, it now appeared that despite Simon's seemingly frivolous demeanor, Lier had no doubt that upon realizing Jamie's worth, he would eliminate Jenny to protect him. For Simon, it was better that the enemy remained silent. In Volume 1, Chapter 345, The Unforeseen Opportunity and the Million-Year-Old Insect Clan, Li Jia gazed at the comrades willing to stand by her side, a warm current swelling within her heart, moistening her eyes. She took a deep breath, striving to steady her emotions. Her voice, though choked with emotion, was resolute. "Thank you all. With you here, I fear nothing. Together we shall go forth. Regardless of the outcome, we have strived, and our conscience remains clear." Upon seeing this, Mo Feifei's eyes glimmered with approval. She gently patted Li Jia's back, as if imparting silent strength. "Very well, let us unite for the sake of the city and our shared beliefs. However, we must proceed with caution. The dangers of the Black Altar are extraordinary. Our church has triumphed in the Western underground world, taking advantage of the conflict between the Blood Clan and the Wolf Clan. As the 5 kings of the Blood Clan engaged in a fierce battle with Nangong Chu for the key to the underworld, they decisively acted, driving away the last 2 remaining Blood Clan monarchs, Adrian and Allison, and purging the dark forces within the Paris region. Jessica smiled at Lin Xia, saying, "I'm not quite certain about that. You should inquire with Carrie Lan. He oversees these matters." Her smile was exceedingly sweet, stirring Lin Xia's heart in the night. At that moment, the jazz bar had closed its doors due to the earlier incident. However, both sides' fleets had arrived at the battlefield, thereby concluding this skirmish. The remaining warships turned to retreat, rescuing their soldiers who had fallen into the water and returning to their respective units, awaiting the decisive confrontation between the main forces. Upon entering the newly decorated commander's office, Dalu unceremoniously took his seat at the head and gestured for the others to sit. Although the Qing court's trench warfare tactics had indeed proven effective, they could not reverse the overall defeat of the Qing army on the Central Plains battlefield. At the very least, the lines between Damingfu and Zhangdefu were still severed by the Chinese army, and the Qing forces in the Central Plains were destined for failure. A slender figure clad in a lace-black swimsuit glided gracefully through the crystal-clear waters. At the peak of Taixin, within the Tai Yibaoyu Hall, the higher-ups of the sect gathered, and Qi Jianxiu's brow furrowed in concern. Lin Xia discerned from the tone of the diminutive figure that he had suffered considerable losses at the hands of the human race, which explained his hostility. Concealed behind the trees, he launched a surprise attack, a tactic uncharacteristic of the Dwarven clan. Could this be attributed to the capture of their prophet by the humans? The voice of Wang Luo Sha resonated above that of Wang Miaowu, as a beam of resonant light transformed into a piercing lance aimed directly at Wang Miaowu's head. "Let us speak of you, Yuhan Ge. I hear from my mother that you have become the center of attention at school. How does it feel?" However, amidst the mingling of goblets and chatter, the area where the queen sat seemed to tear apart, exuding an eerie stillness, as if belonging to another realm. Tian Miao muttered quietly, while Yafeng and Mo Zun behind him appeared equally intrigued, unable to restrain himself from nudging Tian Miao to inquire about the old lady's peculiar behavior. Tian Miao's bewildered expression only deepened the curiosity of the gathered and Mo Zun. In her dreams, she was enveloped in a blissful bubble of pink, awakening with a smile. Lifting her heavy eyelids still laden with drowsiness, she gazed out at the twinkling city lights, illuminating the night in brilliance. Sualuo Si was momentarily taken aback, observing Yi Zifeng as if he cradled a treasure, unable to suppress his laughter. "I am fine. No matter what happens, I am unscathed," Tilan expressed gratefully, diverting her gaze from the gentleman in white, who, in turn, was wholly absorbed in her presence, the fluttering of his heart evident to onlookers. Hong Yun remained silent, his hand slipping beneath the covers to grasp Li Jinglong's hand, which merely twitched slightly, as though raising a finger had exhausted his very essence. Hong Jun traced his palm to the pulse point at his wrist, applying gentle pressure. Li Jinglong turned his head with great difficulty, looking at Hong Jun, his breath faint and weak. In Volume 1, Chapter 346, Li Qing Cheng, as the ancient insectoid army's power awakened, the group felt an unprecedented surge of energy that not only ignited their inner strength, but also seemingly solidified the air around them. However, this power concealed unknown perils and trials. Just as they reveled in their newfound strength, a deep and eerie laughter echoed from the depths of the ruins, transcending the fabric of time and striking at the very souls of each individual. Insignificant humans dare to covet the might of my insect race. An ancient and commanding voice reverberated through the ruins, followed by an overwhelming force. Ning Tao remained silent, obscuring his expression, for his purpose was to comprehend the auction. I discarded such nonsense in college, mere figments of imagination, non-existent. How dare you speak so boldly, truly laughable? Qin and Mo scoffed disdainfully. Indeed, the Deqing oil field lay in the Songnan Plain, the ancestral stronghold of the Manchus, and with its proximity to the Russians, the situation there was exceedingly complex. With our limited forces, we cannot entertain notions of seizing the oil field, Zhao Ziyi remarked. I felt somewhat disheartened, having spent 2 days in this city. Aside from sampling local delicacies and enduring a night on a flea-ridden bed, I had accomplished little else. Yet, I remained hopeful, thinking perhaps, like many, I was simply too busy to return home, and that I might do so tomorrow. After speaking, he nervously fiddled with the badge, a sheepish smile plastered on his face. Perhaps he had envisioned today's meeting as a serendipitous reunion of kindred spirits, but after my curt words, he suddenly found himself at a loss for what to say next. Zhou Zhong remained motionless, his brow furrowing slightly. Invite myself to dinner? He was no fool. The old man clearly harbored grievances against him. Would he truly extend such an invitation? Nevertheless, as soon as Li Yi departed, they promptly dispatched someone to transport the crystal cores to Shui Jixiang. Stealthily, they cast glances at the guests, a paragon of nobility amidst the chaos, his features as exquisite as jade, complemented by his bright eyes that sparkled with brilliance akin to the stars. His high nose and gently curved lips bore a warm smile. His hair elegantly arranged beneath a jade crown, clad in a green robe, adorned only by a piece of warm jade at his waist. Countless glimmers flowed into Du Chunhua's frail form, gradually revitalizing her, as if a skeleton had been reborn. Listening to this, Lu Yu rolled his eyes dramatically, casting a fierce glare at Yin Yan. Although the number of agreeing ministers was scant, the emperor relented, commanding that the second prince be brought from the palace to Changchunyuan, where, before several high-ranking officials and numerous princes, he pardoned the second prince's transgressions. While he would remain in Xianan Palace, he would no longer be imprisoned and could come and go freely, provided he adhered to the palace's regulations. Shang Guanning narrowed his eyes, as he seemed to recall the princess mentioning accompanying someone. Was that he deceased? Did the princess intend to accompany the one named Yi in death? Upon receiving the news, Xian Yumin had indeed sent someone, but upon hearing his conditions, they made an excuse to return for consultation with their leader, and thereafter, there was no further communication. He realized that Xian Yumin had abandoned this disciple. Alas, the righteous sect was no different. They had purchased gifts in advance, arriving early, and at this hour, few were present. In fact, it was Lin Mu Ran who had called the day before, specifically requesting they arrive early, and directed them to the Ling family's main residence rather than a restaurant. In truth, he had received the information as anticipated the previous day, yet he hesitated to share it with Lien Munyan. Ultimately, he decided to deliver it, for should any unforeseen events arise, he could not bear the consequences. Kai Kai smiled as he approached CC, taking a seat beside her, and finally donning a smile on his overly serious face, oblivious to the numerous hostile gazes directed at them, all eyes fixated on CC. In Volume 1, Chapter 347, the dark magic beast's roar echoed like thunder, shattering the very fabric of space, its abyss-like eyes seemingly capable of perceiving the deepest fears of the heart. 9 tails as dark as ink writhed like the tails of dragons, twisting the space around them in a chaotic dance. As it slowly ascended, an oppressive aura enveloped the battlefield, suffocating all in its wake. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes as he imperceptibly nodded, as if arriving at a decision. His right hand quietly raised the broken blade, while his left hand glided along the blade's surface, a streak of blood appearing on its edge, only to be instantly consumed by the fractured weapon. Seizing the moment of chaos, Yin Yuncheng executed the Xing Yun Shun Xingju to its utmost potential. Although the sea demon Hell was under siege, its defenses remained steadfast. However, the commotion outside captured the attention of the majority, allowing him to slip into the sea demon Hell unscathed. After hearing this, Lonlan's expression remained impassive, yet his face twitched violently, a fleeting look of anguish crossing his features as he crushed the strong bow in his grasp into 2 pieces. The result was an ethereal transformation of the Patian Dao into a massive hammer, shaking the great hall, yet the seed remained unscathed, spinning wildly without a hint of damage. As the wind howled, Chu Zifeng's azure robe billowed dramatically, the sharp gusts of sword wind grazing his cheeks, leaving delicate trails of crimson, his hair swirling wildly in the tempest. What kind of eating method is this? So peculiar. Wei Muyuan inquired curiously, leaning forward to observe the array of diverse vegetables and mushrooms spread across the table. Within the expansive Wu mansion, aside from a handful of guards and servants attending to cooking and cleaning, only he, Li, and Wu De, who was recuperating in the rear courtyard, remained. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, feeling certain that those individuals trailing behind him had deemed there was no profit to be gained and had sought other paths. In stark contrast to the brand-new decor of the first floor, the embellishments of the second floor appeared quite antiquated, though they exuded a heightened sense of sophistication. The Linhai Shui Yuan loomed in the distance, a natural barrier of majestic forest presenting itself before the crowd. Despite the frigid landscape, they could distinctly sense the powerful vitality emanating from the forest. They understood that regardless of the outcome today, it was destined to reverberate throughout the entire universe and shake the three realms. Should a battle commence, this confrontation among the strong would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of history, passed down through generations. Ultimately, neither side succeeded. Instead, they inadvertently created a formidable adversary capable of wielding both the void and dark energy, the Dawn Titan Cerotl. After capturing CaoQiang, the group proceeded to the main hall. Yishuang hurried over upon hearing the news of their success in locating her. A certain elder, in high spirits, strolled towards the entrance with his hands tucked into his pockets, exuding a relaxed demeanor. The reason Mr. Chun acquiesced to my request was straightforward. The acquisition of my father's company would only yield benefits for their own business's development. The absorption of my father's company signified an expansion in the production scale of Sanqing Company and a subsequent enhancement of its competitiveness. Upon hearing my words, Deng Zerong chuckled and remarked, "Very well, on account of the Xianshi today, I shall refrain from excessive bloodshed." With that, he took the lead and stepped outside. The relationship that Ning Jie and Liu Yang had painstakingly cultivated reverted to its initial state upon the arrival of Jin Sherlon. Fake. Jin Yin stared at the ring in her hand, slowly removing it and examining it closely. Despite its lack of beauty, she cherished it as a treasure. At that moment, everyone's attention had been diverted by Shui Yang, and as he settled down, he noticed that his cards had transformed from one black and one red to two reds. A sly smile playing at the corners of his lips. Volume 1, Chapter 348, The Starry Sky Serpent King and the Starry Sky Serpent Offspring. Li Lei's figure gradually faded into the vast night, while the sorceress and Rand stood still, her gaze profound, as if capable of piercing the barriers of time and space until the day Li Lei returned. She gently caressed her lips, kissed by Li Lei, her heart a blend of reluctance and anticipation. This bond that transcended race and realm filled her with both sweetness and challenge. Meanwhile, Li Qingxing and her companions embarked on a journey to rescue Li Lei. They traversed the stars and crossed the sea of clouds, their hearts brimming with concern for him. Along the way, they encountered challenges from the otherworldly beasts of the Tianji Daochang, while witnessing numerous magnificent and mysterious sights in the cosmos. Each trial only intensified their resolve. Lingyi, how is it that you lack a rank? You are clearly capable of refining sixth-grade elixirs. Tang Xin could not help but exclaim. She understood that had it not been for Du Shiyun's nostalgic sentiment, she would have been taken away by the police long ago. Fortunately, she had not stolen anything of great significance. However, now that the matter had come to light, her relationship with Du Shiyun could never return to its former state. Immediately, the elf produced a blade from her person, releasing her own blood. Murong Hai, though inferior, could command the Murong group, allowing him to act with impunity. In contrast, he himself was constantly constrained, bound hand and foot. Observing Wei Wei's high spirits, Yinyu refrained from offering a reminder, allowing her to indulge, waiting for her to feel the consequences next month. Yinyu had mentally distanced herself from this world, half closing her eyes, her lips curving upwards as she fervently imagined hamburgers, which only heightened her craving. Previously, Yi Min had given Han Huayu a ride. At this moment, without needing Han Huayu's guidance, she could find his home. The evening rush hour was crowded, yet Yi Min pushed her car to the limit, running several red lights and nearly causing an accident. Han Huayu, preoccupied with thoughts of his father back home, remained oblivious to the danger they had just faced. Liu Jimo's gaze darkened as he looked at Wu Darren, stating in a somber tone, "Since Wu Darren has yet to finish, please continue." Principal Liu boarded Shun Nua's vehicle with the two elders' car ahead. He observed as these two vehicles paraded through the streets, drawing the attention of students wherever they went. When Tang Jinghan received a call from Li Haoning, she was asleep. Although she claimed to be out to clear her mind, during those days away, she not only did not forget him, but yearned for him even more. Liu Sanqian had intended to find something to do today, but soon realized that she was unwelcome wherever she went, possibly due to her previous teasing that had instilled fear in the spirits. Shi Jian laid Shen Qingjun on a cot, swiftly stacking several blankets together, ensuring they were soft enough before gently placing Shen Qingjun atop them. Ling Xian understood the insurmountable gulf between himself and Wang Hao. Yet the power of the Yangju granted him a modicum of confidence. "Hurry up, I've locked the door and gone out." Sun Ming hurriedly exited, having closed the clinic door behind her. The village chief followed the direction indicated by a villager, and indeed, he spotted two blood-soaked individuals sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. After a fleeting change of expression, he approached them first. Yang Chun waved his right hand, and with a flicker of spiritual light, a tea stove and 2 jade cups appeared between the two. No, I discovered it, but it hasn't been stolen. The path I took showed no signs of corpses. Instead, I found numerous remains in the collapsed area below, which leads me to speculate they could not ascend to the upper levels, I stated. Just as the disciple in charge of the arena concluded his words, Li Yang's opponents suddenly erupted with a violent aura, their hands crackling with lightning. Wielding a pair of dark-hued hammers, one of Liu Ye's soldiers moved to turn over a corpse, perhaps feeling nauseous at the time, as his Adam's apple began to bob up and down repeatedly. Unbeknownst to him, in the next second his throat became the target of the blood zombie's aim. Volume 1, Chapter 349, Confrontation with Mo Yin. As Li Lei cradled the young offspring and slowly stepped out from the area illuminated by blue light, the surrounding air seemed to grow still. The once restless blue light serpents appeared to be pacified by an unseen force, retreating to grant passage to this valiant traveler. Li Lei understood that this was not merely due to the power of the 9-colored divine lotus seed, but also the miracle brought forth by the ancient incantation embedded in the offspring's crisp cry. He gazed up at the starry sky, where countless stars twinkled, each seemingly whispering secrets of the universe. Li Lei was filled with an unprecedented sense of responsibility and mission. He recognized that his fate was intertwined with that of a young creature. In recent days, Dan Xia had employed her wits extensively and felt exhausted. After this sleep, she found herself devoid of dreams. Had it not been for Lu's commotion, Dan Xia believed she could have continued sleeping for another day and night. Regarding the discussions around them, Yu Shao, Jie, and others paid no heed, leisurely savoring their delicacies as if the prior events had no bearing on them. Upon entering the room, Zhang Ran found the dim light unsettling, and a faint fragrance in the air felt overwhelmingly pungent, making everything in the room feel unnatural, as he had never been in such a place before. Yinhai narrowed her eyes, noticing that Yu Shao Jie's mental strength seemed to have multiplied several times compared to before, a wave of surprise swelling within her. At that moment, 6th young master Ning Ingjun appeared poised to fall, and in a panic he braced himself against the ground, startled to discover that his hands could move. Regardless of whether it is Qion Yo or Yi Ying, there exists no affection towards anyone in this camp, except for the hostages within this house. Rather, is filled with animosity. After all, having witnessed the grotesque figures of the two squatting in a cesspit, the mere thought of them ignites a desire to pull the trigger. When Luo Mo appeared on the news broadcast, he found himself in America at that moment. Upon hearing the news, he was taken aback, as he had received no prior indication, and suddenly became a figure of interest on CCTV's news segment. An indescribable excitement surged within him, igniting the blood coursing through his veins. Upon reporting to the emperor, it was confirmed that the fireworks indeed originated near Jinyang City. And, judging by their colors, if the minister was not mistaken, they were likely sent by Yi Liqingfeng. It seemed he had located the beloved consort, and thus far, she was in good health, remarked Xiao Siwen with a smile. Indeed, the hunter's predictions were accurate. Such good fortune, why would he refuse? Everything could be taken away, except for this newly constructed house, which had long been coveted by his elder sister-in-law. Under such trials and encouragement, Chinese cinema has gradually improved, showing significant advancements in overall quality compared to the past. However, this was also due to the excessive consumption from previous endeavors, as the enhancements from the trio of boosters were vastly superior to Hong Lai's. Upon seeing her insist on leaving, the old doctor chose not to detain her any longer, personally packing her belongings and escorting her away from Yen Yupa. As for how others perceive me, I am uncertain, but as long as the increase does not exceed 25 from the starting bid, Nu Yicheng would accept, Chunli stated. Ji Quan pondered these matters, and the joy he initially felt from acquiring such a bountiful catch gradually dissipated. In truth, Fang Yuan used to enjoy snacks as well, but she has been restraining herself. It has been quite some time since she indulged in such puffed foods and high-calorie snacks. The song echoed with a mournful wail, as if lamenting in solitude. Ethereal and elusive, reminiscent of a wandering soul weeping in the night, seemingly carried by the winds from a distant place. Before the official announcement of the green space renovation at Yinming Lake, the price of a bin jia yuan suddenly surged by 30, temporarily halting sales. Li Meng remained at the company, simmering in frustration until she received a call from a friend, informing her that the mayor's son was coming to view a property, prompting her to hastily rush to the sales office. Volume 1, Chapter 350, Mechanical City, uprising. After escaping from that harrowing battle, Li Lei and his companions did not immediately lower their guard. Rather, they united even more closely as they continued to explore the unknown universe. During their journey, an ancient and mysterious legend quietly emerged. The ancient mechanical city, a lost realm said to harbor ancient technology and boundless treasures, rumored to conceal secrets related to the Starry Snake Emperor clan. This revelation captivated Li Lei's attention like a magnet, especially when Mo Shishir mentioned that her family's ancient texts contained vague references to the ancient mechanical city, igniting a fierce curiosity within him. Mo Shishir, gentle and erudite, and Cheng Zilan both gazed curiously at Bing Hu. You don't know Pokemon? That's my Bojiman. Cheng Zi pointed to her Bojiman beside her. Suddenly, De Fengxian shouted into the distance. Lu Bu looked up to see a hurried man passing by. Lu Bu furrowed his brow, feeling that he had seen that person before or at least recognized the attire. The man underestimated his opponent, not exerting his full strength, believing that this level of power sufficed to deal with Wang Su. Upon hearing her voice, Bai Jihan, who was lounging on the sofa, also lifted his head, revealing his current expression. However, they were after all a formal combat team. It would be unbecoming to directly set up a live stream and shout about competitions daily. He was a man unable to restrain his emotions. Even in public, if angered, he would not hesitate to overturn tables and smash chairs. You need not worry about that. I am well aware of the challenges faced by Jihan's company, Zhou Yuanting said earnestly. A car approached, deliberately stopping within Lao Lu's line of sight, prompting everyone to make way slightly so he could see the vehicle. Xia gazed at Gun Yin Shun, her eyes sparkling with excitement, akin to a watercolor painting gradually being infused with color. As night fell, the city of Chu was already adorned with a vibrant display of lights and festivities. She gently patted the top of her head, helped her out of her coat, and embraced her as they drifted into slumber. As he reached out to extinguish the bedside lamp, his hand was instinctively pulled back by her subconscious. Driving without a license was one thing, but to claim that the vehicle had its own thoughts and insisted on crashing was absurd. A group of men in black regarded Ning Jihuan as if she were a savior, while Ning Laotai's eyes glistened with tears at the sight of her. Zhang Feng noticed she was on the verge of tears. Even though he felt heartache, he knew how to educate her. Where are you going? Lin Yi's figure appeared before Zhang Fan, as if from thin air. He had been pursuing the fleeing team members, but upon seeing the main character attempting to leave, he immediately rushed to intercept. Xingzhe Yuan found it puzzling why anyone would choose such a profession, and why Sa Chier Fan Ao would be apprehended here. Shouldn't she be active in Roland in Yuan states? She subtly shielded Ning Ji Huan from view, blocking all the boys' glances. A small, round creature, black and white, plummeted from the sky, landing squarely on Sun Wukong's head. Hand that over to me, and not only can I transform, but I can also eliminate all of you. What do you think? Care to consider? Lu Qichuan scoffed. Sansheng was created 200 years ago by the land of Jiangcheng and I Sheng, its efficacy surpassing that of Meng Po's soup. Meng Po spoke up, her voice clear and resonant, striking at the soul. Luo Chen's brow gleamed with golden light as a golden, radiant sword emerged, radiating the divine brilliance of immortality, cleaving downwards towards the divine chain of order. The spiritual veins traversed areas once past, consuming numerous spiritual beings, yet their enhancement to him was ultimately limited. For Morong Chuqing knew that if she directly urged Nangong Yahua to depart, he would surely refuse to leave. Had this flying immortal breached his temporal defenses, yet managed to escape? Clad in resplendent attire, with deep brown eyes, his gaze exuded an icy demeanor. Bestow upon me the power of Jiangcheng, seal and bind me. He spat out a mouthful of blood, chains crossing in front of the bronze door. I wholeheartedly agree, especially after the arrival of the Qilin. I concur with that sentiment that the child is innocent. A newborn, cruelly slain before even entering this vibrant world, is truly unjust. Yet at that moment, the feeling suddenly became absurdly laughable, genuinely comical, though the reason eluded Luo Chen as he had yet to comprehend the circumstances here. Perhaps it was this very reason that caused his wife to lose confidence, leading her to elope with another? Feng Bai dared not exert his full strength against Ziyin, nor unleash his divine weapon, always hesitant due to her being his master, while Ziyin acted without reservation. With such restraint against unbridled action, Feng Bai found himself at a disadvantage. If Ziyin truly became enraged, it was likely she would strike mercilessly, endangering his life as well. Rest assured, I am taking it to the palace to report to the king. Then its fate will be displayed for all to see outside the palace walls, Feng Bai explained. Although Sun Shaozi and Qian Shaozi are diligent and hardworking, they are both remarkably timid in temperament. Ming Wei is concerned that they might negatively influence Lei Lei. Thus, she does not intend to allow them to stay close to him. Subsequently, Mi Luo Xianzi follows suit, and the two of them gracefully glide through the treetops. Like startled phoenixes fleeting by. Before long, they have soared out of the forest and into the vast wilderness. This is not due to any other reason, but simply because they stand in stark opposition to Wei Yuan, yet do not fully align with Qin Fu either. Hence, if inquiries are made, some truths are bound to surface. The elderly woman swayed gently in her rocking chair, adorned with a blue knitted hat. She remained silent, merely extending her frail hand to point at the table beneath the windowsill, her finger adorned with a silver-edged jade ring. Should a crisis indeed erupt, she might still utilize her silver needle for rescue, as every moment could prove crucial to survival. Furthermore, although the average scores of Class 3 and Class 1 differ by merely 2 points, Class 1 boasts only one top student, ranked 3rd in the year. In truth, the old lady could live to witness that moment. She could even displace your uncle from his position. He had long suspected that Lin Yifan harbored ulterior motives towards his fiancée, and it now appears to be true. Otherwise, Lin Yifan would not be so concerned about Tang Jing. The backpack was shifted to the front, and Zhu Xi nestled softly against Sumu Bai's back. Her delicate figure pressed against his broad back, feeling a sense of long-lost security wash over her, even as she felt bashful. Yi Qiong spread his arms wide and announced loudly. As he spoke, the projector in the center of the stage instantly transformed, revealing a hovering black phone instead. Suddenly, Steel Fong's voice emanated from the radio, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Li Luo sat beside me to take my pulse. I observed his expression. At first, he appeared to be deep in thought, his brow furrowing slightly as he cast a complex glance in my direction, before returning to a state of calm. This was an unmistakable dismissal, one that no one could accept. However, the Monglong now found itself in an infinite crisis, and in this world, only Baiming could preserve its wretched life, preventing Long Ying from completely eradicating it. Thus, it had no choice but to endure and swallow its pride. Volume 1, Chapter 351. Escape into the Mechanical Secret Passage, an ominous unknown. Mo Feifei's figure darted like a blue lightning bolt, slicing through the gloom of the mechanical city and plunging into the impenetrable torrent of mechanical life. Her mecha was enveloped in a ghostly blue glow. The specially crafted ice star energy she wielded carried a chilling essence capable of freezing souls with every strike. Yet despite this, as the mechanical beings surged forth like a tide, her movements began to reveal signs of strain. Feifei, be careful. Li Xiang's voice was tinged with unmistakable anxiety. He gripped the cannon tightly in his hands, acutely aware that its power seemed utterly insignificant at this moment. He could only exert every effort to maintain the protective shield, preventing any attack from penetrating it. If one has never regarded oneself as a friend, why then should one consider her a friend? Moreover, the things he did brought her such sorrow and grief. The establishment of the virtual realm means that Chun Xian is about to establish an independent virtual clan. He is steadfast and grand in his resolve, willing to stand against all adversaries. His melancholic sentiments, devoid of technical skill yet brimming with emotion, transformed those who once scorned Mo Li into individuals inexplicably moved by the melody. Chu Yang was well aware that after the downfall of the Luocha sect, he deliberately chose to conceal his identity and avoid drawing attention by coming to the least formidable and most obscure Xinyun sect. It is an undisputed fact that Xinyun sect ranks at the bottom among the 5 major sections. Thus, he could indeed lead the leisurely life he desired. As Qin Shun reflected on this, a faint smile crept upon his lips, eliciting a chuckle. Due to his somewhat flamboyant nature, perhaps influenced by his formidable master, his tone was particularly pronounced when he spoke. Pang, who exuded confidence as he invited 2 of his friends to cheer him on, bolstering his support for Naowei. These 2 friends possessed strength equal to his own, but ranked ahead of him, occupying the 8th and 9th positions. He provided Tang Baisho with no opportunity to find companionship, nor did he allow the 2 of them to interact excessively. After all, he kept up with the trends online, and as a manager, he needed to remain informed of the latest developments. As the poorest province in Huagua, the people here were primarily preoccupied with their daily struggles, rendering the pursuit of stardom a luxury. Zhen Wenxin lowered her head in silence, feeling exposed before Aunt Xiaohan. Perhaps it was indeed time to confess and seek leniency. Yet articulating her wrongdoings in front of her elders proved quite difficult. As he approached the courtyard, he cast a lingering glance at the anemometer, fearing that if he were to lose focus for a moment, it might vanish. Ling Meng retrieved the soul-reviving elixir rewarded by the system from her mustard seed bag and placed it into Princess Ronghuai's mouth. Xia Qianjiao mused that Jinghai was still Jinghai of Wangjing Immortal Academy. The current chaos merely stemmed from the fact that the Jinyu Division and the City Lord's Mansion had yet to respond. Once they dealt with their own issues, they would undoubtedly step in to mediate. If it weren't for Dong Qingsheng, Huang Fulai could have found an excuse to evade responsibility. Yet, with Dong Qingsheng present, he could not afford to disregard the feelings of a true spring enthusiast, as doing so would starkly contrast with Dong Qingsheng. If Dong Qingsheng retreated, it would leave him exposed to scrutiny. However, as she departed, she occasionally glanced back, curious about what ingredients this fellow had procured. Having spent many years in society, Ningxia was no stranger to such scenes and was quite accommodating at this moment. Bored and waiting for his arrival, Lin Jishu felt for the first time that the wait was interminably long. Witnessing this scene, Chang Yuan's heart was filled with greater perplexity. What on earth had transpired? Gao Jing, still in a hospital watching the match, anxiously muttered that the game should be paused. This was not an ordinary match. It was a championship, a single elimination round where every moment held significant weight. If an issue arose, it should be addressed promptly, as the sooner it was resolved, the better. In the square, a mingling of individuals comprised of low-ranking disciples and miscellaneous workers from various sects did not recognize him. However, witnessing his flamboyant entrance, they could not help but feel a twinge of envy. "Brother Qin, how impressive. Are you an esper or an ancient martial artist?" Fang Ling inquired with curiosity. When Miao Long crushed Du, Tianwei, and Wilson underfoot, Yun Yi finally stepped into the early stage of the Nine Heavens Xianxian. Feeling a powerful surge of energy coursing through him, igniting a desire to roar triumphantly, he stood tall and robust, towering at 2 meters and 3 to 4 centimeters, his muscles bulging, resembling a steel giant from a distance. After saying this, Bossy cast a cryptic glance at Ho Hot, who was still grasping the chisel, before striding away with a group of thugs. "Zhu Quan, do not let your reliance on Zhu Mao lead you to act recklessly. This is the Xiangzhou Xingjia. Any combat occurring here is against clan regulations," the patriarch admonished sternly. Zhang Bongli lowered his head, not daring to meet Ding Wu's gaze, utterly perplexed by his thoughts. "Lania, do not speak carelessly." Situ, he felt a twinge of panic. These two individuals before him seemed quite familiar with Miss Chu. Should they discover that he and Lanner had spoken of her behind her back, how would Miss Chu perceive him? "Gong Jinghao, what is the meaning of this? Why have you chosen to betray me as well? Have I not treated you well?" Ouyang Hanbai exclaimed, springing to his feet. Gong Jinghao was a critical pawn for him, essential for his future control over Tian Lang Fun. The sudden turn of events left him seething with anger. He had previously researched that when one reaches the Jin Dan Hua Ing stage or fails to transcend the first level in the Sheng Ing realm, a thunder tribulation descends. "Joyful, uncle, your presence brings me great happiness." Meng Meng gently pressed her face against my back, her affection as soft as water. Qian Yue tilted her neck and downed a bottle, feeling insatiable. She glanced at Yi Fan, who was buried in the account books, and without uttering a word to him, she directly approached the wine cabinet, retrieving a bottle of wine accompanied by a tall glass. She was aware that hastily consuming red wine could lead to trouble. She certainly did not wish to appear flushed or disheveled, as that would tarnish her image. Upon arriving at the company, Qian Yue's spirit was still lacking. She descended softly and entered the elevator languidly, oblivious to the chattering gossip surrounding her. Leaning against the elevator wall, she desperately wished for another moment of slumber. Or perhaps her mind was clear, yet she could not suppress her overwhelming desire to sleep. "Love, how I adore it." Qin Shiqian gazed at the sky through the gaps in the trees, its blue hue striking, while the breeze caressed her face pleasantly. That night, the moonlight was serene, and the forest seemed to bathe in a sacred glow as the footsteps of the common people were bold, with the youth ever at their side. They ventured in a direction completely contrary to the norm, yet the youth expressed no dissent. As she exited Han Sio's office, her legs felt weak. Akin to a thief in the night, she looked around cautiously to avoid being seen before slipping into the elevator. Qian Yue was astute enough to detect the hints of apology and disappointment in his voice. However, she feigned ignorance. She did not desire it. She simply resolved to let it go. Since she had seen it, did she have nothing more to say? She intended to pressure him until he retreated. Yang Chen's voice was calm as he effortlessly crushed the entire black rod with his fingers, plunging it into his heart without obstruction. The Lion King reigned for over 2 decades, forging alliances on both the eastern and western fronts, dispatching envoys to Khitan numerous times, receiving tributes from Huaxia, and establishing trade that filled his coffers to the brim. In the first volume, Chapter 352, The Cosmic Explosion, The Inheritance of Starlight, Farewell to Xiao Wu. As the group stepped into the dazzling treasury, the silence was replaced by an inexplicable hum, as if the very air was saturated with the whispers of ancient wisdom. This was not merely a treasury. It resembled a guardian of long-slumbering cosmic secrets, patiently awaiting travelers brave enough to unveil its mysteries. Is this truly the heritage of the ancient mechanical city? Li Lei's voice trembled with barely suppressed astonishment as his gaze wandered among the myriad treasures. Soon overshadowed by a sense of unease, Mo Feifei stood at the center of the treasury, surveying her surroundings. The icy star energy flickering around her as though warning of imminent danger. Just as she was about to approach the gently released spirit blade, a smirk curled at the corner of her lips, and in the next moment, her figure vanished like a specter. How terrifying! If you continue speaking in such a bizarre manner, do you believe I will hesitate to strike you down and feast on snake skewers? Blair turned to Yezi, his tone devoid of jest. Lin Mufeng, even in death, would not believe that an adventurer would feel distressed after a defeat in the dark arena. Step outside for fresh air, and choose a stranger to fight alongside. Suddenly, a surge of murderous intent erupted in the restroom. Hu Fei shivered and thought to himself that he must have incited some jealousy. He forced his eyes to continue applying makeup, savoring the moment. Luo Yun laughed heartily, saying, "Good, with Lady Li's words, my confidence is bolstered, and I feel emboldened. Come, let us all drink a toast. After we finish, we shall head to Hanyu Manor." Li Yihong and others exclaimed, "Cheers," as they raised their glasses and drank deeply, uncertain whether it was the drug addict's sudden reminder. The 3 men quickly confronted a stark reality. If they left, they could not remain in this place. Starting anew in a different location required resources, but who would provide them with money or goods? Upon arriving at the 17th middle school, he found himself surrounded by students in blue uniforms and parents clad in various branded athletic wear, all entering the school in batches. The scene was lively yet chaotic, rendering it nearly impossible to discern faces, let alone seek anyone out. Sun Sanyang cast a disdainful glance at Sun Wunyang after speaking, her provocation evident. Yet, Sun Wunyang had always been a person of composure, and she would not fall for Sun Sanyang's bait, displaying a narrow-minded side before the crowd. The Uchiha clan held a prestigious reputation in Konoha, yet many harbored disdain for them. With a sudden thud, Su Su was knocked aside, softly landing in the lake. The icy water quickly engulfed her mouth, nose, and eyes, and she felt a warm liquid trickle from her head. "Are you suggesting that if it's poisoned, it would be serious, but if not, it would be a mere light injury?" Dong Ling retorted. Ah Huang ignored him, focusing on using his spiritual awareness to scan the puppet, contemplating her next move. Whether or not she truly was the reincarnation of Santa May, this current puppet body could not clarify the issue, and besides, she was not yet a real person, merely a puppet akin to an animated figure. What? Silong was clearly taken aback, even bewildered. When did Ian confess to the doll? Lin Yu was at a loss for words. The mask must have taken considerable courage to express such sentiments. This is the true power of the Yomi White Bone Sword. Qishuani was somewhat curious. He could wield the sword techniques of the Yomi White Bone Sword, yet it lacked the miraculous quality of the Yomi Lord, whose techniques appeared ordinary but were, in fact, endlessly variable. If she continued her mischief, he could not guarantee that he would refrain from succumbing to the fire within and exacting justice upon her right there in the corridor. Regardless of the opponent's intentions, Lin Yu had to confront the Sandworm King. Even if there were only a slim chance that it was that thing, it was worth the risk. He had deeply understood the principle of seeking wealth in danger. Suddenly, Feng Yin felt a weight on his shoulder, startled to see Qin Yibai smiling as he patted him, then turned to walk towards Bali once more. Her eyelashes, longer than his, fluttered gently in the dusk light, casting a beautiful shadow across his flawless profile. Akin to a celestial being, the ancient city, located at a strategic transportation hub connecting east to west and north to south, had always been a coveted battleground. with Jingzhou City being repeatedly destroyed and rebuilt. It transformed into a cloud of gray dust floating in the air, particles dancing and merging with the azure sky. Now, the entire court of the Great Qi was unified. Zhao Xian found it far less difficult to mobilize troops than before. Within half a day's time, the imperial edict for the imperial guards to march had reached Linqing, with Zhao Xian personally arriving at the imperial guard camp to bid farewell to the commander. In the days that followed, Liangzhou entered a period of tranquility. However, beneath this calm surface, Liangzhou was quietly undergoing changes. Recalling her experiences in the hospital from her dream, Su Chuyan felt a disorienting sense of temporal discord, as if she were reliving those moments. Why not appoint General Yang Shuzi to replace the Grand General? General Yang Shuzi has previously led troops to attack Jinyang and possesses considerable experience. Surely, with his strength, he can capture Jinyang Pass, suggested an official. The Byzantine-centered Eastern Roman Empire adopted an Eastern model regarding the relationship between royal authority and political power. That is, a model of political integration where royal authority supersedes political power. While legends abound, they ultimately cannot compare to first-hand experience. The true strength of those immortals remained unknown to them, yet the Blood Buddha's prowess was unmistakable. Now, one could roughly gauge the comprehensive physical fitness rankings of all participants based on their running order, because this restriction severs from thought. As long as you harbor the intention of divulging the secret, success will remain unattainable. With the second layer of Gung Jinju within him, it will be a natural progression for Su Zhengyang to master the Gung Jin sword finger. How infuriating! Xia Qiling gritted her teeth, never anticipating that she would find herself in such an embarrassing situation, colliding directly with the door. Damn it, it's all Chu Mo's fault. That man was brazenly exposed before her eyes. Moreover, his vacant gaze, the fleeting attention, and his naive smile made it hard to believe he was the second in command. Chu Zai-chan hesitated for a moment before instructing Luo Yi to return directly to the manor. Lan Chu Sa Besai Gong Si, allowing her to lean against her to alleviate some pain, whether it be ghosts or deities. Confronting them while they are in the mortal realm is far easier than battling them in the underworld. Furthermore, the beauties depicted in the album each possess unique charms, leaving Su Zhengyang momentarily unable to decide. Nan Qingqing found the incantations troublesome enough, let alone the numerous sour jujubes that needed addressing. Chapter 353. The Wandering Swordmaster of the Demon Realm, Guiyan. Lowly humans, you have disturbed my rest. I shall devour you. The demon dragon emitted a deep growl, casting a disdainful glance at CaoQiang and Xiao Wu. The expressions of CaoQiang and Xiao Wu turned serious as they sensed the formidable power of the demon dragon, especially since Xiao Wu had exhausted her essence in search of CaoQiang, leaving her strength on par with his. Together, they might not even be a match for the demon dragon. However, they did not falter. CaoQiang gazed steadfastly at the demon dragon, summoning the power of dragon blood within him, ready for battle. Similarly, Xiao Wu mobilized her soul force to confront the demon dragon alongside CaoQiang. Quite intriguing. The power of dragon blood awakened 3 times. It was a pity that only then did many martial artists recognize the enormous sword-shaped totem insignia at the bottom of the Yun Shuitianzhou. Liang Yanin felt uncomfortable as Zhu Cheng's large hand grasped her, yet she endured it and spoke again. Jing Yiren did not comprehend his words, lowering her gaze and calmly placing the teacup down. Jiang Yizhou instantly saw through her deception but chose to feign ignorance. The tears of elves are akin to those of mermaids, transforming into substances of their inherent attributes. Congratulations, brother, on marrying a beautiful maiden. However, it seems the groom will be sleeping on the floor on the wedding night. Haha. Lu Chunyue raised his cup and clinked it with his. If she were Lu Ming's wife, she would have definitely gone to check. Yet Jing Yiren's unwavering certainty that he was not Lu Ming. How indifferent she must be. Finding a relatively quiet spot, Fiona sat alone at a table, then raised her hand to toss a gold coin towards the bar, smiling at Riven. Although the land now belongs to the state, every household still has land based on population. The crux is that Li Huaigua has gone to the distant land. In such times, who could guarantee his return? The sun slowly tilted towards the west, the afterglow still somewhat scorching on the car, but thankfully, the comfort of the air conditioning in the Mercedes made it bearable. Though all these individuals had come at the invitation, in their hearts, none truly wished to persist in confronting the cold-blooded Demon King. This matter must be arranged meticulously. Actions must be unified under one command. Anyone who disobeys and dares to act recklessly will not be spared upon return, Wang Yukai stated with utmost seriousness. Unbeknownst to them, every move of these two was being closely observed by Yu Desui and others lurking in the shadows. As Xian Siyuan had just entered the Black Scale tribe, a cacophony of sounds reached his ears. After sending Lei off, Xia Jian half reclined on the sofa, utterly exhausted. He truly could not fathom that Zhang Teng would get into trouble, especially with the Jinding group involved. The spell was cast by Bei's two major avatars. But due to its disguise ability being attached to Xian Siyuan's arm like a long glove, it appeared as though Xian Siyuan himself was casting the spell. Upon understanding the rules of the ancient realm, the martial god was well aware that even with Xiao Yunfei's assistance, it was not the opportune moment for him to enter the ancient realm, as it could ultimately implicate Xiao Yunfei. At that moment, the soul-chasing bell came crashing towards the three of us. We pressed against the cave wall, watching it glide past and fall back to the ground. Impossible. The angelic barbarian dragon has long been extinct. How could you have survived? Yingan asked in disbelief. At that moment, whispers and laughter began to circulate among the crowd. The two young men felt even more embarrassed, especially the one who had earlier hurled insults, now preparing to utter more unpleasant words. Only knowing how to cry. Wouldn't it be the end if Jingzhou fell into your hands? Thankfully, I am here to rectify this error. Zhang Yun advanced, aiming to personally understand Lu Qi. How shameless. Not long ago, who was it that vowed to never marry and stay by my side? Just a few days later, she is already seeking a husband. Yuan Yang teased her. With a hearty laugh, a figure swiftly descended onto the stage. He appeared to be in his 30s, bearing a visage marked by experience. Clad in a white robe, with a formidable 9-ringed black-backed saber slung across his back. Lin Feng had just intended to inquire how his elder brother executed his leg maneuver, when in that instant, Wang Pei's assault arrived. The previous day, Lin Feng had refrained from engaging in a street brawl with the Zhelang gang, as he did not wish to escalate the matter, especially with military personnel present. Gu Hao gazed at the spot where Jiang Baixian had vanished, smiling as he murmured. Upon finishing, his expression shifted, becoming impassive. Xian Tian's true energy enveloped him as he stepped into the encirclement of will. Yet he could not be halted and was allowed to enter. This is Jiangnan, and the Zhua family has fallen into decline, with no visitors. There is no need to pay heed to these matters. Senior, my evasion does not rely primarily on speed. While dodging an attack, she effortlessly remarked. In the Iris Flower Plaza of the trading district, Old Wang had been here before the extreme entrance. Although it was a return to familiar ground, he still made new discoveries. At this moment, as she lowered her head and smiled slightly, her eyes sparkled like flowers kissed by a gentle spring breeze, elegant and lively. Driven by curiosity, she instinctively clicked in, only to have her pupils constrict involuntarily as her mouth dropped open. It can be said that the data is quite remarkable, proving the strong fan loyalty of Sheng Shui, with over 5 million followers on Weibo, many of whom are active fans. Throughout the entire process, Tang Yu, who had no idea what the two were discussing, could not help but scratch his head, weakly muttering. At this time, regardless of what one does, it must be within the boundaries of the rules. Anyone who breaks the rules first will never have a good ending. She can be a bit daft at times, but she is not foolish. The station being able to accommodate her surely implies that some matters she is unaware of have transpired. It must be that Wei Qilong has done something requiring a person of status, yet she has been waiting for him to disclose his identity, which he is not. Wuchan is the foundation of Shaolin Temple, and it is also the main reason the temple can stand proudly in the Central Plains. Moreover, in terms of combat prowess, Wuchan could very well surpass Zhang Sanfeng. Master 10, I believe we should simply deal with him. Waiting like this is truly frustrating. Xing Biao trembled with his hands. The great axe eager for action. Chapter 354, Faravel, Montakian. The departure of the demon dragon did not alleviate the tense atmosphere. Rather, it left behind an eerie tranquility. Seeing the old man's demeanor, Liang Zai was taken aback. He pondered for a moment, realizing that typically, the protagonist in such scenarios would choose to assist the elderly gentleman to his feet, as that path was undoubtedly correct. Thus, Liang Zai hurriedly assisted the elderly gentleman to his feet. Despite Li Zhang's typically gentle and mild demeanor, he was, in truth, quite domineering, much like Uncle Li. Lin Shui exited the hospital room and walked in the opposite direction of the elevator, pushing open the door to another safety passage. Yi Feiyao offered a sweet smile and nodded, then nestled into Lin Han's embrace, closing her eyes. Regardless of his true intentions, I had, rather ungraciously, dragged him onto this treacherous path. Why do I say this? Because Ding Weiliang was acutely aware that, given his stature as a mentor, he was still insufficient to garner special attention from the Lin family. Thus, Lu Yi brought me, who lacked the use of my feet, to the street, which lay desolate before us. Despite the abundance of streetlights, my companion perceived an oppressive gloom enveloping the scene. He twisted his neck, removed the magazine from his sniper rifle, and discarded it. Yet, in the next moment, a swirl of dark mist manifested in his palm, transforming into a brand new magazine, which he reloaded into the sniper rifle. Taking aim once more at the target's head, Sun Yuru entered the bedroom and opened a bag containing her undergarments, retrieving a cloth pouch from within. What took you so long? Upon sitting down, Shun Jiqiu immediately began questioning me. A dozen disciples from the Beast Gate fiercely charged at over 100 disciples from Ji-men. The disciples accompanying the Beast Gate's leader were all formidable practitioners, incomparable to the horde of Ji-men disciples. The intelligence provided by Tan Qigong and Cheng Zichong was both specific and accurate, offering Li Chong the best foundation for logical deduction. Listening to Li Chong's analysis, Tan Qigong was deeply impressed, realizing for the first time how intelligence could be utilized in such a manner. Suddenly, a tremendous and terrifying aura bore down upon them, swiftly locking onto the black-skinned servant beast. Jiang Fan felt the weight of a 1,000-pound boulder pressing upon his chest, struggling to breathe amidst the intense murderous intent and fury. Members of the Revival Party, as well as individuals from other factions and numerous politically minded independents, each held their own reflections. Li Chong was somewhat taken aback, surprised to find that Qi Xinyu could exhibit humility and speak the truth, which endeared him slightly to the young sect leader, who was not merely a self-important fool. We must intercept him and prevent him from disturbing everyone. Jiang Fan gestured to the Najia, too sure. Li Chong then realized that he too was a dual practitioner, which brought to mind Yunyu, leaving him momentarily dazed. At this hour, there would be no tourists. Shirley and Fomir were merely visiting Yin, so they chose to sit at the edge of the cliff. The final item that could aid you in your endeavors was a white jade bracelet, which, unlike traditional jade, appeared translucent, as if swirling clouds resided within. A personal attendant dashed over, uttering a few words, and the palanquin began to approach Li Dakui. What straight man? If he were gay, he would be less infuriating, he Sibai mused silently, especially after hearing He Xing mention that a long and young Master Kong had clashed due to many disparaging remarks directed at Wu Zhihui, which were quite offensive. Volume 1, Chapter 355, Li Long Lufshme. Within the ruins, dim light barely outlined the ancient architecture, and the air was thick with the dust of ages and an aura of the unknown. Cao Chong held Xiao Wu's hand tightly as they cautiously traversed the lengthy corridor, each step taken with utmost care. The stone walls were etched with long-lost runes and totems, seemingly recounting the splendor and tribulations of this land's past. Brother Cao Chong, the atmosphere here is peculiar, yet strangely familiar, Xiao Wu whispered, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. CaoQiang note that, sensing that Xiao Wu's soul power was subtly resonating with the ancient magic permeating the relics. Meanwhile, Qin Fong appeared oblivious to the dissatisfaction in Randang's tone, maintaining a calm demeanor. Dining so late will ruin my diet, Lung Meng Fei lamented, furrowing her elegantly shaped brows, a hint of worry clouding her features. I nodded, signaling that I was well, and said little more, burying my head in my food, knowing that I needed to adjust my mood. I still had to draw talismans at midnight, and, if my mindset was not aligned, failure would be inevitable, wasting precious time. With old Zhao's encouragement, I had indeed improved significantly. After all, with over 1 million invested, one must ensure their voices are heard. Furthermore, the film's release would require collaborative promotion from advertisers. Without demonstrating its effects, why would they support you? The individual brought out by Yin Chong was unexpectedly the middle school student I had encountered at noon. For reasons unknown, he had been brought here. Could he have been one of Zhuang Jiuxian's people all along? Ultimately, losing a bit of face pales in comparison to being stripped of cosmic control by the myriad realms of the underworld. Although they were striving to catch up, they were still no match for the formidable beings emerging from the mystical realms. However, if this method proves viable, then all current obstacles will cease to exist, and every difficulty shall be effortlessly resolved. After considerable negotiation, the compensation was settled at $100 million, which translates to over 600 million RMB at the current exchange rate. As John and Sophia engaged in lively conversation, the Cadillac finally arrived at Katharine Hepburn's residence. Jun Yuqing, inspired by a sudden idea, was determined to prevent her from causing any disruption. Observing Sister Kong's speed, which was incongruous with her robust physique, Mei Yinxue could only smile wryly, suddenly recalling a troubling thought. What if trouble came knocking on my door? What about Nan Tianfei and Mu Tianqin? Life must look forward. Why dwell on the past? Trust and genuine affection are the best remedies for a lifetime. Although it was a strategy to shift focus, Zichu couldn't help but recall those terrifying days when uttering such words, causing her to involuntarily shudder. Absurd. The food and supplies for the Beiming prince were managed by his own people alongside ours in the imperial kitchen, with supervision from individuals of the Northern Kingdom throughout the process. How could anyone have poisoned him? Ultimately, there was no further opposition since Hu Jing was an 8th-tier genius alchemist from the Holy Moon Dynasty. In Hall, Zhu Tiang's heart swelled with gratitude as he watched his brothers. Since Zhu San's departure from the capital, they had rarely gathered. Now, aside from Zhu Heir's secret return to the capital, they were almost all present. Feng Beilai attempted to maintain a calm tone, yet Xian Liswang could still sense his concern, which was markedly different from his usual demeanor. The majestic figure of the king of the demon wolf gradually faded away, the crimson light in its eyes slowly dissipating. Yao Xianzi, you mentioned that I could traverse to Zicheng Star through that spatial passage. Then why did you not come through that same passage when you arrived? Li Jing inquired, fixing his gaze on Jiang Yao, awaiting her response. Before departing, Yitong turned to me with a radiant smile and said, Exiner, that was not a dream. I await your answer. With a commanding presence, the troops assembled in perfect formation, each regiment consisting of 2,000 men. The sheer scale and intensity were astonishing, rendering it difficult to comprehend how the Tang dynasty could muster such forces to attack a single Xiang. It was utterly perplexing. You, step back a bit. Allow me to ponder. In this moment, how could I know what kind of person I favored? I extended one hand to push him away slightly while using the other to fan myself with his fan, feeling rather vexed. Venturing into the realm, this impetuous young one desires to take flight before his wings have fully developed. Such audacity is indeed a challenge to her authority. When she locates this rascal, she shall ensure he is suspended and meted a thorough beating with a whip. No, a mere whipping would not suffice to quench her ire. She intends to break his legs, rendering him incapable of reckless escapades. The physician who departed in the daylight was summoned back by evening. After a cursory examination, he methodically began to gather his belongings. Seeing the doctor's reluctance to speak, and Heir's complexion paled, pondering whether there was truly an ailment at hand. However, mere moments later, the sorcerer boss was vanquished, leaving all members of Ziyang in a state of bewilderment. Within these sacred halls, intricately designed magical arrays have been constructed, tightly interlinked with those of other temples, ultimately forming an unprecedented and formidable formation known as the Shik Tian Tomo Dajin. Although this revelation caught Li Jing off guard, it bore little significance to him. Upon uttering his thoughts, Nangong Ling was taken aback, realizing that his words had irrevocably severed his relationship with Ru Qian, leaving him to ponder what had compelled him to make such a decision. Was it the sight of them together that incited his frustration, or was there a deeper reason? The usually decisive Nangong Ling found himself at a loss. What kind of rare sorcery was at play here? One that felt both unfamiliar and oddly reminiscent. Kabah stroked his smooth chin, lost in contemplation. Now, proceed with haste. I wish to see him tonight, Li Chong Kong declared, ending the call, his mood remarkably elevated. In less than a quarter of an hour, the cacophony around him faded, and his surroundings began to regain clarity. Once Qing Yin regained lucidity, he felt a smooth and soft sensation emanating from his palm. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that he was embracing the slender and alluring waist of Chu Ying. In Volume 1, Chapter 356, Crisis Looms, Li Xiang stood shoulder to shoulder with Mo Fei Fei, facing the avaricious gazes cast their way. Yet their own eyes sparkled with resolute courage. Mo Fei Fei gently patted the sleek, metallic vessel, the Mu Xing Hao N977, as if to warn the surrounding pack of greedy wolves that dared to covet their ship. Meanwhile, the members of Tian Ke Valley seemed oblivious to her threat, steadily advancing towards them. My dear lady, we have taken quite a liking to your vessel. What price would you ask for it? Inquired an elderly man with a wolf-like visage, his eyes glimmering with greed. Upon hearing this, Mo Fei Fei retorted, as long as I desire to accomplish something, I shall find a way. No one has succeeded in the past. It is simply that those individuals lack the requisite strength. The man in red scoffed dismissively. Over a century ago, a compassionate benefactor established this orphanage, providing shelter to many children orphaned by war. The surrounding underbrush grew tall, reaching the chest of Wu Song, while Zhang Yulan stood firmly upon Wu Song's palm, exhibiting remarkable composure. "Why have you only just arrived? What transpired?" inquired the man seated at the center after both took their seats. His voice, slightly hoarse, suggested he was a middle-aged man. He was known as CaoQiang, hailing from Kaifeng, nicknamed the Knife-Wielding Ghost, and was a disciple of Lin Chong, an instructor of the 80,000 Imperial Guards. Despite being a notorious smoker, Li Liang succumbed to the allure of a Shur Ma and thus surrendered, agreeing to allow Zhu Xiangjun to meet with Huang Cheng. The bartender, initially dismissive of Wu Song's opening remarks, felt a sense of awe wash over him as he observed Wu Song's ability to deduce the complexities of the wine merely by sight and scent. Behold this final mural. In this artwork, the princess stands upon the staircase leading to the divine realm, advancing step by step toward the legendary gates of heaven. Lei pointed out the last mural. On May 7th, Chen Zue received a call from Zhu Jiangtao, instructing him to promptly visit the Fengtian Public Security Bureau. Chen Zue, not daring to delay, took his time before crossing over. Li Zhen remained silent, prompting others to cast their gaze upon Li Qiu, whose defenses crumbled under their intense scrutiny. Achieving such a feat, the art of disguise had clearly demonstrated its worth, meriting the diligent study of countless individuals. Stopping atop a mountain peak surrounded by dense forests, Jun Yin surveyed his surroundings and detected numerous areas pulsating with spiritual energy. Luo suddenly emerged, baring her teeth at the giant clan, eventually raising a paw in a feeble imitation of a human gesture. Li Qirui's mother, Zhang Xiaohua, warmly welcomed him. Leaving Yunshi Yuan feeling utterly elated, she was truly approachable. Though she was aware of a fragment of the human tragic past, she had no intention of allowing his plan to unfold unchecked. After casting someone down, Chen Hao observed impassively as the middle-aged man plunged into the water, sinking without a trace, unable to even float. However, while Jiang Xichen was in the company of Bella, Xia Shiguang felt no trace of unhappiness, instead wishing him well, hoping for his happiness in the days to come. The fireball enveloped their bodies, yet the elder and the middle-aged man remained unscathed, their hair and beards defying the flames. "Didn't you also say you didn't want me to have any opportunity with him? Perhaps it is best I do not provoke him further." Xia Shiguang thought of every possible excuse to decline. The white wolf pinned a ferocious crimson flame tiger beneath him, fixated on his adversary, reciting incantations as the tiger writhed in agony. Yet he gritted his teeth and refused to relent. Having navigated the entertainment industry for so long, Qiao Zhixian was well aware of the unspoken rules that govern red carpet appearances. The higher Baiju's cultivation, the calmer and more composed her heart became. Regarding her 2 children, she had never uttered a complaint, as if her son were the most obedient child in the world, unaware that her mother-in-law had written letters of complaint all the way to the military. Xue Tao, upon reading his mother's complaint letter, found himself laughing heartily. Wang Yuduo, a luminary in the Chinese music scene, was renowned far and wide, her name echoing across rivers and mountains, known to all. Even abroad, she boasted millions of fans, and a random survey once revealed the extent of her popularity. "Father, Fei Yu only acted impulsively, hence his desire to compete with you." Zichuan Xiu gestured to Zi Chuan Mo, hoping she might intercede to settle the dispute between the two. His gaze fell upon a thin, shifty-eyed man seated to his left, feigning slumber while inching closer to Wang Shouchao, his right hand concealed from view, stealthily reaching towards the inner side of his trench coat. Yi Ling, she had entered the palace early, and by coincidence. Lin Xingxue was also present in the Qingyue Palace, as the crown princess, paying her respects to the noble consort, a perfectly reasonable occurrence. Unexpectedly, fate took a turn when one day, her mother suddenly fell ill, prompting Yuruo to seek medical aid far and wide, exhausting their family's savings without curing her ailment. After a prolonged silence, just as Qiao Zhixian began to feel anxious, a response finally arrived. "Tortoise, could you have the May school accompany us in the Grand Hall? Let us opt for that." Tortoise suddenly recalled this program, having just heard someone perform Peking opera, calling out repeatedly to no avail. He finally realized that Shen Huailing's consciousness had long since fused with him, rendering her unable to manifest and save him. With her heart finally at ease, He Kaiju disembarked from the bus and into the hospital, where Qin Wang Chun had maintained a firm grip on Liu Aiu's hand throughout. Continuing onward, I ventured towards the mountain grounds of the disciples of Jie Jiao, pondering the possibility that someone might still be lingering there. The realms of Hua Ling, Shengmu, and Qiuming Shan, as well as the skull mountain of Shijinyangyang, were all regarded as the sacred bodhisattvas of Hua Ling and Shiji under the Western teachings. After some contemplation, I dashed into the mountains, capturing a mountain chicken and a rabbit before returning. Wu Gong, equally perplexed, could not suppress his curiosity. While it was one thing to access the world of Shiyu, it was quite another to observe the antics of that monkey, Sun Wukong, with such clarity. Mu Qingxiu felt a twinge of disappointment, sensing that his sister was spending far too little, and thus impulsively selected an array of items. By the time they had barely explored the second floor, Mu Yiyang was already burdened with over 10 bags. Chapter 357, A Spectacular Battle. Yu Hu finally devoured all the roasted chicken in hand, a look of utter satisfaction on his face, not forgetting to gnaw at the chicken bones. Chen Zhou, having been thrown, was momentarily dazed. Chu Shixia set the lamp on the bedside, casually tearing down the thin bed curtains and twisting them into a rope to bind Chen Zhou's hands atop his head. Bewildered, Chen Zhou instinctively struggled, only to receive a slap from Chu Shixia at his waist. Jiantian rolled his eyes in response, exclaiming that if it were truly a nefarious technique, why had it not been burned away in the past? Why was there trouble now? Song Yi merely smiled and did not respond. This also elucidated why Yiming, upon hearing Yi Yu mention the piano piece's great fire, did not react with overwhelming surprise. Panga bellowed, wielding the axe of creation, striking fiercely against another axe. After waiting for over 9 months, yearning for the stars and the moon, what awaited him was not delight, but dread. Su Xenin retrieved 2 storage bags, extracting all the silver notes within, totaling a staggering 20 million taels. I felt an undeniable embarrassment at uttering the final word, yet I knew he understood my meaning. This man shot a fierce glare backward, disregarding the situation. Describing him, he possessed round eyes, a full beard, and a gaze that was startlingly fierce. However, judging by the delicate whip techniques just displayed, it was hard to associate him with such a demeanor, likely a product of family martial arts. Gong Chao Chuan sure felt compelled to kneel before Yuan Wu, recalling the incident with the CM man. Why hold on to such memories, only to seize the opportunity to dig a pit? The black man had just survived a life-and-death struggle. Although he had escaped, he remained haunted by fear. The interstellar teleportation array was positioned near the royal palace, and regardless of which faction took control of Tian Kuei Xing, it could not bypass the royal family of Yin Yugua. Among the 83 individuals, there were locals from Los Angeles and others from various regions of the United States. Entangled in firearms, illicit substances, and robbery, a true melange of identities. The hospital structure was merely a simulated training ground. While it contained water, it lacked the luxury of a bathroom, let alone hot water. Qin Ming was filled with rage, cornered by Wan Ying, and, with his face flushed, he exerted all his strength to grasp her neck. With the medicinal powder prepared by Shueshini now at hand, there was no need for concern. The most pressing matters remained with the Lin family's ancestral hall and the western courtyard. The wash basin and disposable toiletries were all crafted from the unique materials of this world. Qing Yi's hand trembled, spilling a few drops of medicine. Even the esteemed marshal found himself lost in contemplation while nibbling on pastries. Upon hearing the noise, the person instinctively looked up and upon recognizing Lin Yanxi, leaped up to render a salute. How can anyone possibly infiltrate this place? Furthermore, the shadow from that day seemed to have existed since he entered the room. He retracted his palm and, after several attempts, finally turned to another angle to continue his efforts. Uncertain how many times he repeated such actions, old Xiao finally withdrew his hand, returning to his previous spot to resume meditation. This time, the curvature of time and space surrounding him deepened. Pushing the empty dung cart, Lu Tao gritted his teeth and persevered, laboriously arriving at the entrance of the Su family. Tenfold. It sounded exorbitant, yet anyone who has tasted it would attest that the dish was worth every bit of that price, Tang affirmed. The average human breathes approximately 15 times per minute. Even robust athletes, such as football players or marathon champions, average around 8 breaths per minute. At her waist, she sported a vibrant red belt, and her hair was styled in a sleek ponytail, giving her a bold and spirited demeanor, reminiscent of the legendary Kung Fu beauties. Phew! Thank goodness for sharing the risk. Otherwise, he feared he might faint, unable to bear the cost. This was also a warning from Etian Zhao, should she fail to apologize to Qian Qian. Etian Zhao would return. Huan Ling would not disappoint the Dark Lord's grace, as Wu Ling'er adeptly evaded the gaze of the demon prince, striving to conceal her ample bosom from his sight. Su Yin recalled Dai Lu's guidance and found herself increasingly resonant with it. Indeed, this fellow was not a good person, harboring ill thoughts and a heart full of malice. As one of the most distinguished stars in NBA history and the leading figure of the Los Angeles Lakers, Kobe's influence in this city, across America, and indeed the entire world, was unparalleled. Receiving free medical care from Yintian Corporation and completely recovering from his injuries brought him immense joy. Yet, 2 days had passed, and he had still not located the whereabouts of the other party. Nothing had been captured on road surveillance either. It was evident they were reluctant to engage in further bloodshed, or rather, they had trespassed into someone else's estate to pilfer. To kill the owner would be far too unbecoming of a righteous cultivator. Such gatherings had occurred 4 times since the beginning of the year, over 2 months. They too seemed to have been persistently seeking an easy method to breach the opponent's defenses. In this context, within a mere decade, all low-level cultivators below the golden core stage from the Guo family had succumbed to poison. He had been easily defeated, even begging for mercy before the disciples of Ming Zone. But it was entirely normal for tales of this to circulate among the new recruits of Ming Zone. You truly need not bestow such lavish gifts upon me. I have merely done what I could. The awakening of the princess was due to her own efforts. Shishio felt somewhat at a loss.